Jiang Chen traversed the celestial realm, having just ascended to immortality, only to be assigned the grim role of executioner at the celestial execution platform. At this moment, the calamity of the divine decree had recently passed, the journey to the west had yet to commence, and the forces of heavenly tribulation lay dormant. The execution platform was capable of slaying celestial beings, demons, Buddhas, and divine spirits. Yet each execution inflicted upon an immortal would invite the malevolent energy of retribution upon the executioner. Thus, those who served as executioners in the heavenly court were akin to cannon fodder, with scarcely one in 10 surviving. Fortuitously, Jiang Chen awakened the Book of Destiny. With each immortal he executed, the records within the tome rewarded him handsomely. Slay the guardian of the southern heavenly gate. Reward. Innate source elixir. Slay the registrar of the imperial horse station. Reward. Primordial Tao scripture. Slay the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect. Reward. Supreme, innate spiritual treasure. The Book of Destiny offered countless rewards, including techniques, elixirs, divine powers, and various treasures, continually augmenting Jiang Chen's strength. As Jiang Chen diligently accumulated power, planning to bide his time until he reached the pinnacle of the primordial Tao before making his move, a monkey with a face like a thunder god was thrust onto the execution platform. Am I really going to execute an immortal and end up facing the great sage equal to heaven? Chapter 1. At the celestial execution platform, the heavenly court's executioner. Had I truly crossed over? Jiang Chen slowly opened his eyes. Surrounding him was a swirling mist, while beneath his feet lay a staircase of white jade emitting a faint glow. Instinctively, he looked down to behold a suit of silver armor, his form enveloped in a lingering aura of heavenly tribulation. In an instant, a torrent of memories surged within his mind. Indeed, he had just successfully navigated his tribulation to become a human immortal and was subsequently brought to this celestial court. Does this count as fulfilling my unaccomplished aspirations? I have secured a position, and what a position it is within the celestial realm. A self-deprecating smile graced Jiang Chen's lips. He endeavored to sift through the memories in his mind, gradually clarifying the true visage of the heavenly court within a consciousness. This celestial realm was far more complex than anything he had encountered in novels or on screens. As a vast force overseeing the three realms, its might was beyond comprehension. Yet he, a mere newly ascended human immortal, was but an inconsequential pawn within this grand court, a mere drop in an ocean of countless such pawns. New arrival? A voice cold and detached pierced Jiang Chen's ears. He abruptly lifted his gaze to see a celestial official clad in a blue robe, gazing down upon him with an air of superiority. The blue-robed official unfurled a jade-colored bamboo slip, producing a rustling sound. Jiang Chen, early-stage human immortal, without background, without merit. Ah, just in time the execution platform is in need of hands. You shall go to the execution platform. The execution platform? Jiang Chen felt a shiver run down his spine. The name resonated with an imposing grandeur. Yet for reasons unknown, a chill surged from his feet to his back, compelling him to tremble involuntarily. As he attempted to inquire further, the blue-robed official waved his sleeve lightly. In an instant, a cloud of mist enveloped him, and he felt his body lift off the ground, the surrounding space rapidly transforming. In the blink of an eye, he found himself in an entirely new realm. Not far from him stood 5 towering black platforms, exuding an aura that instilled dread. Above each platform rose colossal pillars that pierced the clouds, inscribed from left to right with the characters for God, demon, devil, Buddha, and immortal. Though he was within the celestial court, a realm that should be suffused with ethereal energy, these 5 pillars were encrusted with a palpable malevolence. The air was thick with a faint scent of blood. Over there, stop dawdling and come here, a thunderous voice echoed. Still in a daze, Jiang Chen felt an overwhelming force pull him forward, as if his body had lost all control. Upon discerning the figure before him, Jiang Chen was struck with astonishment. The person towered like a hill, their gaze indifferent, as if they regarded Jiang Chen as a mere corpse. A sensation akin to a giant hand tightening around his heart made it race uncontrollably for a moment, prompting him to surmise that this individual possessed at least the cultivation of an earth immortal. If they wished to take his life, it would be as simple as a breath. Jiang Chen dared not make any erratic movements, cautiously surveying his surroundings. There were 5 others present, their cultivation levels matching his own, all at the initial stage of human immortal. Remember this well? I shall only explain it once. Should you fail to pay attention and forget something, do not blame me for your demise. The high-ranking immortal spoke with a chilling tone. This is the execution platform, divided into 5 halls. Slay immortal, slay deity, slay demon, slay fiend, and slay Buddha. The 5 halls operate independently, and you are assigned as the executioners of the Slay Immortal Hall. As the immortal spoke, he casually tossed several jade slips to the group. This position is categorized into 4 ranks: heaven, earth, mysterious, and yellow. You are merely at the lowest rank, yellow, permitted to execute only those who are below the level of celestial immortal. Jiang Chen examined the jade slip in his hand, which felt as cold and unyielding as a millennium-old piece of ice. The front bore the character up, while the back displayed a series of numbers, 129600, precisely a unit of measure. I had expected it to be 9527, Jiang Chen silently mused. At that moment, a round-faced little immortal behind him hesitantly inquired, "Sir, the malevolent energy here is pervasive, and the bloodlust is overwhelming. Will it affect our cultivation? What if the malevolent energy enters our bodies and causes backlash?" The leading immortal scoffed at the question. "Fear? If you're afraid, then do not allow that malevolent energy to penetrate your being." Furthermore, his gaze swept across the group, a knowing smile gracing his lips. "In the heavenly court, you must act with discretion, avoid wandering aimlessly." "Sir, may I ask why?" Someone summoned the courage to query. "Why? Do you think that by executing these wicked immortals, they do not have friends or relatives, mentors or seniors? They remember their grudges. Those who have transgressed against the heavenly laws may lack the means to retaliate against the heavenly court, but you executioners, with your meager strength, might just be prime targets in their eyes." The immortal erupted into laughter. The faces of those present turned as pale as paper, and they dared not speak further. A chill crept down Jiang Chen's neck, and he inwardly cursed. This is no mere duty, it is a sentence to become a living target. This wretched task offers no future and only serves to make enemies. It would be far wiser to serve as a lowly guard at the southern heavenly gate, where one need not worry about having a knife thrust into their back. Jiang Chen mustered his courage and inquired, "My lord, is it possible to be reassigned from the immortal execution platform? If so, how long would it take to depart?" The celestial official raised his eyelids slightly, casting a longer glance at Jiang Chen, seemingly surprised by his audacity. "Such thoughts arise annually, and I have encountered them numerous times. Let me inform you, the minimum waiting period is at least 3,000 years, and the opportunities are scarce," the celestial official replied with a smile that was not quite a smile. Though directed at Jiang Chen, his words serve as a reminder to others as well. "If you wish to leave prematurely, you must either continue to ascend or perish here. By the way, allow me to advise you. If you are pursued, even in death, you must crawl within the confines of the immortal execution platform." Some were greatly unsettled by the earlier remarks, and one voice, trembling with fear, asked why. "Why is that? Why? Haha. It is simply because dying here is considered a noble sacrifice in the line of duty, and the celestial court will provide compensation," the official explained. "Perhaps in your next reincarnation, you might be reborn into a fortunate existence." How's that sound? Exciting, isn't it? His tone dripped with mockery. The faces of the crowd grew increasingly pale, with some beginning to regret their acceptance of the celestial court's invitation. Jiang Chen's lips twitched, and inwardly he screamed. 3,000 years? Is this class meant to last until the universe is reset? To have me serve as a gatekeeper for 3 millennia, a mere blink of an eye could suffice. Yet, this is a task that could offend many 3,000 years though. They think my death is not swift enough. Refine your identity token and promptly report to the Immortal Execution Palace to receive your tasks. The celestial official concluded and swept away, leaving the crowd in a state of bewilderment. Jiang Chen, feeling helpless, recognized that he had no other options but to accept this task for the time being. At worst, he thought, he could accomplish fewer tasks and become a lethargic fish for 3,000 years, hoping to survive. As he infused his consciousness into the Jade token, he was met with no response, leaving him momentarily stunned. He inwardly grumbled, "Is this item truly this rudimentary?" Subsequently, he bit his finger, letting a drop of blood fall upon the Jade token. Instantly, the token blazed with golden light, and a voice exploded in his mind. "The Great Tao Mandate has been activated and recorded. Slay 1 immortal, seize 1 fortune." Chapter 2. The Great Tao Mandate. Decapitate the sinful immortal. A rustling sound of scrolls turning echoed in the depths of Jiang Chen's mind. At the center of his sea of consciousness, a jade-colored tome began to turn its pages slowly. The book resembled neither jade nor gold, with specks of light dancing within its pages like stars. On the spine, for ancient characters inscribed in an archaic script, Great Tao Mandate, flickered in and out of visibility. Is this my golden finger? Jiang Chen mused inwardly, his eyes betraying an unmistakable excitement. The Great Tao Mandate would record the essence of any being Jiang Chen dispatched, whether celestial, demon, or Buddha. Through the Great Tao Mandate, Jiang Chen could scrutinize the past lives and intricate details of these beings. Most importantly, with each being recorded by the Great Tao Mandate, Jiang Chen would be rewarded. The rewards were manifold, encompassing celestial elixirs, spiritual treasures, and formidable techniques, everything one could desire. After contemplating the functions of the Great Tao Mandate repeatedly, a smile tugged at the corners of Jiang Chen's mouth. The once dreaded Slaying Immortals platform has transformed into an exceptional sanctuary for his cultivation, all thanks to the Great Path's commandment. Ordinary individuals practicing here are plagued by the suffocating malevolent energy, often spending the majority of their training time expelling this dark force. However, Jiang Chen is unfazed by such concerns with the Great Path's commandment in hand. His sole focus is on vanquishing the wicked. I must undertake more tasks and slay more sinners, he murmurs to himself. The onlookers, bewildered by his unexpected declaration, exchange puzzled glances, retreating a few steps as if he were a creature of curiosity. The round-faced little immortal approaches him, gently patting Jiang Chen's shoulder with an expression of exasperation. Brother, must you be so zealous? In other places, such enthusiasm might be commendable, but here at the Slaying Immortals platform, you are merely an executioner. There's no need to exert yourself so. Jiang Chen, with utmost seriousness, counters, your words are misguided. One must fulfill their role to the best of their ability. Even if I am but an executioner, I shall strive for excellence. The round-faced little immortal opens his mouth at a loss for words and shakes his head in resignation as he steps aside. Oh, a newcomer? A jovial voice interrupts. Turning towards the sound, 3 individuals approach, their presence exuding a palpable, formidable aura, faintly infused with malevolent energy. The leading executioner strides forward, clapping Jiang Chen on the shoulder with an encouraging smile. You got spirit, young one. I have high hopes for you, keep it up. Yet another executioner beside him scoffs derisively, a naive fellow. He speaks eloquently now, but once he truly engages, he'll understand the reality of the situation. We've witnessed this many times before. The Slaying Immortals platform is shrouded in a haze of malevolent energy. Regardless of protective measures, one inevitably inhales this dark force while executing. The more one slays, the greater the absorption of this energy becomes. Once it accumulates beyond a certain threshold, one risks severe repercussions. Do you recall that fellow named Blue? He had just ascended to the rank of an Xian-level executioner. And what became of him? After slaying a divine general, he vanished within days. This remark instantly freezes the atmosphere, causing many to shudder at the recollection. Enough of that, you all belong to the Slaying Immortals Hall, correct? Come with me to seek the task, Overseer, the leading executioner instructs. Jiang Chen eagerly follows suit, unhesitatingly joining the group. Let's go. The others dutifully trail behind, propelling themselves northward towards the looming silhouette of the Slaying Immortals Hall. The leading executioner casually explains, every executioner at the Slaying Immortals Hall must slay at least one immortal each month. Those who fail to complete their tasks by months and will face penalties. Furthermore, the tokens you hold serve not only as symbols of identity, but also facilitate task acquisition, and any notifications will be conveyed through them. The followers nod in agreement, diligently committing his words to memory. While they would eventually learn these details, having a guide is undoubtedly beneficial. Upon entering the Hall of Celestial Execution, the execution supervisor sat above, calmly gazing at the approaching crowd while holding a jade tablet. Zhou rang. Here to accept a mission? Oh, are there several newcomers? The execution supervisor raised an eyebrow slightly, casting a glance at Jiang Chen and the others. Before the supervisor could utter more words, Jiang Chen swiftly stepped forward, leaving the supervisor rather astonished. What are you doing? Jiang Chen eagerly responded. My lord, I've come to accept a task. Is there one available today? If it suits my abilities, please assign it to me. The supervisor stared at Jiang Chen in bewilderment. It was his first encounter with such an enthusiastic executioner. After a moment, he shook his head with a smile and said, "As you wish, there happens to be a sinner to be executed shortly. Since you are so eager, I shall assign you to it. Present your identity token." Without any hesitation, Jiang Chen produced his identity token. The supervisor casually summoned a strand of mysterious light from the jade tablet and directed it towards the token. Instantly, the detailed information of Zhang Mao emerged. Sinner Zhang Mao, guardian of the Southern Heaven Gate, mid-stage human immortal, drunkenly trespassed into the Peach Garden. Execution at execution platform number 10 today. Jiang Chen accepted the mission without a moment's pause and strode towards execution platform number 10. The supervisor squinted slightly, marking a note in the ledger while murmuring to himself, "This lad is remarkably enthusiastic." On execution platform number 10, a celestial soldier, flushed with intoxication, was bound by celestial ropes, his head resting upon the execution block. Even at that moment, the effects of alcohol had not dissipated, and a strong odor of liquor emanated from him, causing the surrounding celestial ropes to shimmer with an unusual light. As Jiang Chen approached, the celestial soldier swayed and laughed heartily. "Little brother." "Hiccup, do you know what a peach tastes like? Just one bite, and the juice could splash 3,000 miles. What a pity, what a pity." While the soldier continued to burp and mumble incoherently, Jiang Chen maintained an expressionless demeanor, slowly raising the execution knife in his hand. Before the blade could descend, the intoxicated celestial soldier suddenly erupted in a fit of strength. The onlookers gasped in shock. In a fleeting moment, Jiang Chen's hand firmly pressed down on the soldier's head, rendering him incapable of escape despite his frantic struggles. With a swift motion, the blade fell. A head soared into the air, and before it could touch the ground, Jiang Chen caught it deftly in his hand. Blood splattered onto the execution platform, and the surrounding malevolent energy surged violently, becoming even more frenzied. As the malevolent energy roiled, Jiang Chen remained seemingly unaffected at its center. The great Tao's life book within his consciousness radiated a blinding white light, causing the malevolent energy attempting to invade his body to dissolve like snow beneath its brilliance. Simultaneously, from the slain Zhang Mao, an imperceptible wisp of white light emerged, drifting into the great Tao's life book. Zhang Mao entered the Tao in youth, cultivated for millennium to become an immortal, joined the heavenly court as guardian of the Southern Heaven Gate, drunkenly trespassed into the Peach Garden, violated heavenly laws, executed at the execution platform. First execution reward. Inborn Source Immortal Pill. Chapter 3. The Ascendance of the Footsteps. The innate human clan. Jiang Chen returned to the Hall of Celestial Execution, bearing the severed head of the sinful immortal, Zhang Mao. However, what first caught his eye was a charred corpse. Jiang Chen furrowed his brow slightly, placing Zhang Mao's head upon a nearby shelf. The cold, unfeeling voice of the execution inspector, Zhao Yuan, resonated from the front. During the execution, the individual was ensnared by mental confusion, allowing malevolent energy to invade his being. This young man displayed a modicum of understanding, ultimately severing his own meridians, thus sparing the Hall of Celestial Execution a significant amount of cleanup. Jiang Chen cast his gaze once more upon the charred body, noting the faint residual glow from a half-broken identity jade token at the waist, inscribed with the number 129599. This was a fellow who had arrived with him at the Hall of Celestial Execution. Little did he expect the end to come so swiftly. Jiang Chen murmured to himself, a sense of melancholy washing over him. The Hall of Celestial Execution was indeed perilous, with a notably high mortality rate. The execution inspector waved his sleeve, and the charred corpse vanished without a trace, as though it had never existed. Upon completing this task, the execution inspector cast a sidelong glance at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was momentarily taken aback. Was the inspector attempting to convey a message? "My lord, I have fulfilled my mission. Is there another task?" With a soft thud, the jade slip in the inspector's hand fell onto the table. He raised his head, a cryptic smile playing on his lips as he regarded Jiang Chen. "Young man, you possess a bravery I have yet to witness in others. Did the celestial official who brought you here not enlighten you?" Within the Hall of Celestial Execution, each time a sinful immortal is slain, a considerable amount of malevolent energy is absorbed, necessitating time for dispersion and refinement. Should you continue to execute sinful immortals daily, within 10 days, you will succumb to an explosion of malevolent energy. The inspector's discerning gaze settled upon Jiang Chen. A chill ran through Jiang Chen. He had indeed failed to notice any residual malevolent energy within him. After all, the malevolent energy had been entirely eradicated by the Great Tao's mandate. However, such matters were naturally not to be voiced aloud. Observing Jiang Chen's silence, the execution inspector presumed he was regretting his own impetuous words, and thus continued. As a yellow-level executioner at the Immortal Realm, unless I assign you otherwise, it is best to accept execution tasks once a month. When you ascend to the Earth Immortal, or even the Celestial Immortal Realm, you will be able to endure greater malevolent energy and thus execute more sinful immortals. Yet, within the Hall of Celestial Execution, cultivation remains paramount. The stronger your cultivation, the better you can resist the encroachment of malevolent energy and safeguard yourself. Having conveyed all he could, the execution inspector waved his hand, signaling Jiang Chen to depart. Yes, Jiang Chen refrained from further comment and turned to leave the Hall of Celestial Execution, making his way to the lodgings assigned to him. Thus, he had momentarily settled within this celestial realm. Once a month felt rather insufficient for tasks. Jiang Chen sat within his room, murmuring to himself, grasping the reward he had obtained from his first execution, the innate origin elixir. Let me see what surprises you may bestow upon me. Jiang Chen swallowed the innate origin elixir whole. With a crackling sound, the elixir entered his abdomen at that very moment. Jiang Chen felt a tremendous force erupting within him. The surrounding sensations gradually faded away, replaced by an unprecedented lightness and ethereality, as if he had returned to the womb, reliving the entire journey from conception to birth. This wondrous feeling left him in a state of blissful euphoria, his mind and spirit profoundly relaxed. The potency of the innate primordial elixir radiated throughout him, and in an instant, Jiang Chen underwent a profound metamorphosis from within. It was akin to a person born with a disability suddenly regaining what was lost, becoming indistinguishable from the ordinary, perhaps even more perfect. At that moment, Jiang Chen reconnected with everything around him. Unlike before, he felt an intimate bond with this realm, as if he had become a part of the universe itself. The spiritual energy, which usually required effort to draw in, now surged into him eagerly. Like moths drawn to a flame, with no discomfort on his part, he felt like a parched sponge, thirstily absorbing the surrounding energy. As his thoughts shifted, the influx of spiritual energy accelerated. A tempest of energy formed around him, sweeping away all spiritual essence within a 10-mile radius. Fortunately, the celestial realm was vast and abundant in spiritual power. The depleted energy was quickly replenished, and before it could stabilize, Jiang Chen voraciously consumed it once more. This cycle continued relentlessly for 10 days and nights. When Jiang Chen finally opened his eyes, he had reached the pinnacle of human immortality, merely a step away from becoming an earth immortal. Such was the foundation of his innate roots. Jiang Chen murmured softly, clenching his right hand. With a sharp sound, the air split, creating a piercing noise. At this moment, his roots had transformed from those of a postnatal human to those of an innate human. No wonder those esteemed figures place such importance on innate roots. The difference between innate and postnatal, though but a single character, was as vast as a chasm. A tremendous disparity. Jiang Chen was filled with myriad emotions. At that moment, he felt an overwhelming urge, even against an ordinary earth immortal. He believed he was not without the strength to fight back. This was merely the reward for slaying one foe. If he could accumulate more, to what heights could he ascend? Jiang Chen began to dream, envisioning himself as a master executioner of the profound level, an executioner of the earth level, and even a celestial executioner, imagining the terrifying rewards he would reap from slaying those of the great Luo Golden immortal rank. However, he quickly steered his thoughts back to calmness. In his memory, Zhao Gongming and others had already entered the celestial realm. They were now amidst the aftermath of the Fengshan calamity, with the journey to the West calamity yet to commence. It was an era where golden immortals were plentiful and Tai were less than dogs. Countless powerful beings existed. He recognized his own weakness and understood the importance of restraint. He must diligently cultivate. With the Book of Great Tao in hand, he had no need to worry about resources for his practice. As long as one continually acquires rewards, attaining the status of a Hunyuan de Luo Jingxian is not beyond reach. Jiang Chen repeatedly reminded himself of this truth. Regardless of the raging floods outside, I remain steadfast and unmoving. The Slaying Immortals platform truly is a splendid place. Jiang Chen leisurely reclined. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he sprang up. The primordial era. Journey to the West. Wait a moment. Could it be that I shall unwittingly encounter the great sage equal to heaven? At this point, the stone monkey has yet to be born. With my golden finger, my strength will undoubtedly soar at an astonishing pace. When I elevate myself to the level of a heavenly executioner, will I not have the opportunity to meet the great sage? Reflecting on the original narrative, It is indeed true that the great sage had once been upon the Slaying Immortals platform. At that time, I should have been able to penetrate his physical form. Suddenly, Jiang Chen paused, a thought surging to the forefront of his mind. What rewards might I receive if I were to slay the great sage equal to heaven? Chapter 4. The Sutra of the Primordial Path. One can indeed certify the primordial path. The copper bell at the eaves resonated with its 30th clear chime. A month had swiftly elapsed. Jiang Chen rose and pushed open the door of his chamber. He now stood merely a step away from the realm of Earth Immortals. As he felt the surging magical energy within him, Jiang Chen could hardly contain his excitement. Indeed, a single day of cultivation here in the heavenly realm was tantamount to a month of arduous training in the mortal world. In a hurried manner, he made his way towards the hall of celestial execution. Inside the hall, the execution officer was bent over his desk, having heard the sound of Jiang Chen's intrusion. Without raising his head, he was about to inquire, but Jiang Chen preempted him. "My lord, I am here to accept the task." The execution officer, taken aback, thought, "Isn't it still the beginning of the month?" Having served in the hall of celestial execution for many years, he was witnessing such enthusiasm for the first time. In the past, those executioners typically waited until the end of the month, often requiring multiple reminders before reluctantly accepting their tasks. Upon looking up and recognizing Jiang Chen, the officer was instantly enlightened. "Ah, it is you. No wonder." Then, with an unusually calm tone, he said, "The registrar of the Horse Monitoring Bureau has embezzled spirit grass, violating heavenly decrees. Proceed to platform number 62. After accepting the task and expressing his gratitude to the officer, Jiang Chen made his way to the execution platform. Along the way, he couldn't help but internally scoff. Good heavens, even the spirit grass of the heavenly steeds dares to be embezzled. This earth immortal-s cultivation must have been acquired through such petty greed. On platform number 62, a scholar-like registrar knelt there. Unlike other condemned immortals, he did not wail in despair, but instead bore an air of acceptance. "So, you have come to execute me?" he inquired, his tone carrying a hint of scrutiny. Jiang Chen was taken aback, perplexed, thinking, "Is there a mistake? I am here to execute him, yet he speaks as if he is judging me." Seeing Jiang Chen remain silent, the registrar continued, "When I first ascended to the heavenly realm, I was no different from you, perhaps even inferior. Through the favor of a noble, I ascended to this position. Now, having been investigated for the spirit grass incident, I accept my fate. Alas, it seems I have miscalculated, and my demise is not unjust. Young man, should you execute me today, know that your future will not be without peril. I shall await you below." Jiang Chen, unwilling to endure his incessant ramblings, promptly drew his great blade. With a swift motion, thud, the head flew off, and Jiang Chen caught it deftly. Staring into the unblinking eyes of the deceased, he scoffed. "No head left, yet you still dare to curse me? Awaiting me below, you say? Humph. Even if you reincarnate multiple times, it will not concern me." On the great Tao's record, new entries emerged. Lu Yu, a middle-aged descendant, cultivated for 10,000 years to achieve immortality, served as a laborer in the Horse Monitoring Bureau for 500 years before being promoted to registrar. Due to embezzlement of heavenly steed spirit grass, he violated heavenly decrees and was executed on the execution platform. Reward: the Sutra of the Primordial Path, a reward of a cultivation technique. Jiang Chen cast a glance at the first entry and was immediately filled with exhilaration. Although he hadn't examined the technique in detail, the name alone suggested its extraordinary nature. He did not linger at the execution platform for long. After returning to report to the execution officer and presenting the severed head, he hurriedly departed. The execution officer, observing his brisk demeanor, held no discontent, merely regarding him as an impatient individual who came and went in haste. This young man possesses decent qualities. However, it remains uncertain whether he can survive at the execution platform. The execution officer murmured to himself as he watched Jiang Chen's retreating figure. Upon returning to his chamber, Jiang Chen swiftly secured the door and locked it. He raised his hand to cast a simple soundproofing array. Then, he eagerly claimed his reward from the Grand Tao Mandate. Grand Tao Scripture. This scripture is extraordinary, derived from the Grand Tao, capable of certifying the Grand Tao of primordial chaos. A technique of the Grand Tao level, directly resonating with the essence of primordial chaos. Upon reading such a description, Jiang Chen was filled with elation. Fortune indeed favors him. The foundation of cultivation lies in one's roots. At this moment, Jiang Chen had already attained innate roots. Although he could not compare to the elite powerhouses, he was not lacking either. There was no longer any concern regarding his roots. The only remaining constraint on his development was the techniques. Techniques form the essence of cultivation. Previously, the techniques Jiang Chen had learned could only assist him in reaching the golden immortal realm, which had been a source of great distress for him. Now, he had unexpectedly acquired a Grand Tao level technique that leads directly to primordial chaos. Human immortal, earth immortal, heaven immortal, true immortal, mysterious immortal, golden immortal, Tai golden immortal, Deluo golden immortal, primordial Deluo golden immortal. The Grand Tao of primordial chaos scripture clearly states that this technique requires innate spiritual roots and can only be cultivated upon reaching the human immortal realm. With each advancement in realm, one would gain a powerful divine ability until reaching the 9th level, thereby certifying primordial chaos. Jiang Chen reflected inwardly. Fortunately, he possessed innate human roots. Otherwise, he would not even qualify to cultivate the technique. The future is bright, indeed. In the days that followed, Jiang Chen remained exceedingly low-key, spending his days secluded in his chamber for cultivation. Whenever colleagues visited, he would courteously greet them, but aside from that, he did not venture beyond his door. As time flowed gently, a month passed. Suddenly, a crisp sound erupted from Jiang Chen's room. Rich spiritual energy surged forth like a burst dam, flooding out through the doorframe and causing the surrounding mist to tremble. With his hands clasped behind his back, Jiang Chen stepped out steadily. Enveloped in an aura of potent spiritual energy, he had successfully reached the earth immortal realm. The enhancement of his strength granted him an unparalleled sense of security. This was the foundation of his existence. Now, it was time to undertake a task, Jiang Chen murmured. The increase in power did not instill arrogance within him. Rather, it made him more diligent regarding his role as an executioner. Familiar with the routine, Jiang Chen approached the execution officer, who was still an old acquaintance. After receiving his task, he once again made his way toward the execution platform. With his current elevation in realm, Jiang Chen's perspective had shifted dramatically. Gazing at the execution platform, which emanated a palpable and tumultuous aura of malice, he held a different viewpoint. There must be hidden secrets within this force. Jiang Chen understood that, were it not for the miraculous Grand Tao mandate, even if he were to attain the status of a heaven immortal or true immortal, he would still be at a disadvantage. In the face of this terrifying aura, one must tread cautiously. Thoughts came to an abrupt halt. Jiang Chen gazed at the sinning immortal before him, kneeling silently, motionless. Very well, I shall grant you a swift end, he murmured. With a swift motion, the blade fell. Yu Rang, the illegitimate son of an immortal, possessed extraordinary talent from a young age. He ascended to immortality in a century, became an earthly immortal in a millennium, and served as a guard at the southern heaven gate. A moment of folly led him to allow a celestial maiden to descend, thus violating heavenly decrees, resulting in his execution at the immortal execution platform. Reward: lunar condensation due. What a pity, had I obtained this during my time as a human immortal. It would have been truly splendid. Yet now, having reached the realm of earthly immortals, it shall only serve as an ordinary tonic. Jiang Chen shook his head slightly, feeling a touch of disappointment within. Having completed the task, he sensed his turbulent emotions and hurriedly adjusted his mindset. Such disappointment was inevitable. After all, the rewards from the previous 2 encounters had been exceedingly generous. This time, though still within the realm of earthly immortals, the disparity in rewards was stark. It appears that luck plays a role in these rewards, not merely the level of the slain target. However, it matters not, for I possess the primordial Tao scripture to cultivate. Even if the rewards from slaying sinful immortals do not seem particularly splendid over time, they will undoubtedly lead to continual enhancement. After all, this is a no-risk venture. As long as I slay immortals, I shall reap some benefit. Chapter 5. Prince Neza, the celestial maiden under the Queen Mother. The heavenly court remained unchanged, devoid of any transformations. It sustained a serene atmosphere. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen diligently pursued his cultivation, gradually adjusting his mindset during the monthly tasks of slaying immortals. With each completed task, he utilized the rewards to continuously enhance his strength. Days flowed like water, quietly slipping away in a rhythmic cadence, leading one to forget the very existence of time. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Chen's cultivation had reached the mid-stage of Earth Immortal, a feat accomplished in less than half a year since he first stepped onto the Slaying Immortal platform. He managed to suppress the upward curve of his lips and, adhering to his cultivated habit, instinctively soared towards the Slaying Immortal Hall to prepare for this month's task. Upon entering the hall, Jiang Chen sensed an unusual atmosphere. The execution officer, who had always sat majestically above in the grand hall, was now hunched over in the center, exuding an air of obsequiousness. Beside him stood a child radiating a unique aura, standing there as if he were the center of the universe, captivating all attention. Dressed in red silk and adorned with golden bracelets, his gaze was filled with pride, embodying an air of superiority, as if declaring, "I am the greatest." This child seemed remarkably familiar to Jiang Chen, who pondered quietly while observing him from head to toe. At that moment, the child appeared to sense his scrutiny, turning to meet Jiang Chen's gaze. In that fleeting instant of eye contact, an invisible pressure surged upon him, as if several mountains bore down on his shoulders, sending his heart racing and causing him to stagger back 4 or 5 steps before he barely regained his composure. Such a commotion naturally drew the attention of the execution officer. Upon seeing Jiang Chen, the previously obsequious smile on the officer's face transformed into one of warmth. This abrupt shift in demeanor left Jiang Chen astonished. The execution officer hastily introduced, "Your Highness, this is the executioner Jiang Chen I mentioned to you earlier. He is the most suitable for this task. Jiang Chen, hurry and pay your respects to His Highness," the officer urged, casting a meaningful glance at Jiang Chen. In the officer's eyes, Jiang Chen was a sensible and obedient individual who never caused trouble, consistently completing tasks without jeopardizing his life. Compared to other executioners, Jiang Chen was undoubtedly the officer's trusted aide. Having completed 5 execution tasks thus far, only 2 others remained from his original cohort. Prince Neza. It truly is him. Jiang Chen's heart surged with tumultuous emotions as he hurriedly suppressed his astonishment and jogged forward, preparing to bow in reverence, only to be halted by a delicate, fair hand. Jiang Chen's subsequent movements seemed to freeze in time. No matter how hard he tried, he could not alter his stance. "There's no need for such empty formalities," Neza declared, retracting his previously fierce gaze as he examined Jiang Chen from head to toe. "The cultivation is quite commendable, and the malevolent aura upon him is minimal, indeed quite suitable." The gaze of Neza stripped Jiang Chen of all semblance of privacy, leaving him feeling utterly exposed. He marveled inwardly, recognizing Neza's formidable reputation. Together with Yang Jian, he had instilled fear in the hearts of the saintly factions during the great calamity of the investiture of the gods. His renown was truly well-deserved. Without further ado, Neza declared, "I have come for 2 reasons, to suppress the Immortal-Slaying Platform, and secondly, to deal with this sinful fairy." With a flourish, Neza expanded the Qian Kuan circle, and in a flash of light, a celestial maiden clad in azure appeared before the assembly. Jiang Chen's heart raced. Was this a heavenly fairy? He had recently dispatched numerous sinful immortals, yet this was his first encounter with a celestial maiden entangled in wrongdoing. Upon observing her cultivation level, he was taken aback. She was at the celestial immortal realm. Sensing Jiang Chen's astonishment, Neza spoke. "This is a fairy under the Queen Mother of the West. Do not be deceived by her appearance. Capturing her required considerable effort. This matter is of grave importance. It must not be mishandled." Neza's demeanor turned serious. "Since the supervising executioner has recommended you, you must fulfill your duty without fail. No unforeseen events are permissible." The mention of the Queen Mother of the West sent a tremor through Jiang Chen. He had not anticipated the celestial maiden's significant background. The Queen Mother herself, the foremost among heavenly fairies. Even when her fairies err, it is she who should administer punishment. Why then was Neza personally delivering her to the Immortal-Slaying Platform? What grave transgression could warrant such an action? Perhaps she had indulged excessively in the peaches of immortality? Jiang Chen's mind raced with conjectures. However, both Neza and the supervising executioner remained tight-lipped, urging him to swiftly behead the fairy. They escorted her to the outskirts of the Immortal-Slaying Platform, leaving Jiang Chen to follow in silence, his thoughts a tangled mess. He scrutinized the fairy's aura, increasingly sensing something amiss. Her essence diverged sharply from that of the other celestial sinners he had encountered, and even from his own. It bore an enigmatic quality that piqued his curiosity. With the fairy's identity in mind, a bold hypothesis began to form in Jiang Chen's mind. This celestial maiden had not merely violated heavenly laws. She had likely encountered something taboo, leading to her being sent here. Perhaps this was the Queen Mother's intent. Otherwise, given her power and status, why would she permit a subordinate fairy to be brought to the Immortal-Slaying Platform for execution? Such an act would surely tarnish her reputation. As his thoughts spiraled, Jiang Chen reached the Immortal-Slaying Platform. The fairy knelt upright, extending her delicate neck in silence, her demeanor appearing abnormal, as if under some form of control. Just as Jiang Chen contemplated the situation, the fairy spoke. "Given your aura, you must have just broken through to the mid-stage of the Earth Immortal Realm. Am I correct?" Jiang Chen remained silent. Had it been anyone else, he might have engaged in conversation. But this particular maiden was expressly designated by Neza to be treated with utmost caution and silence. He could only await the arrival of his execution time. The female celestial, noticing Jiang Chen's silence, was unperturbed and smiled as she continued. Do you know why I was condemned? Surely, you do not believe it was for indulging in the peaches of immortality? Jiang Chen remained resolutely mute. The celestial discerned his wariness, yet chose to disregard it, continuing her narrative unabashedly. As a celestial servant of the Queen Mother, even if one were to partake in the peaches, the punishment would not be death, at most a few centuries of reprimand. The reason I was brought to the execution platform for celestials was that the third Prince Neza personally delivered me, due to my voluntary acceptance of calamity into my being. Calamity. Jiang Chen's expression turned pale with shock, and he instinctively retreated several steps. At this juncture, following the cataclysm of divine judgment, and before the onset of the journey to the west, Jiang Chen had indeed been attentive to the matters of calamity. However, he had assumed that since the journey had yet to commence, he could afford to disregard the implications of calamity. To his astonishment, he had encountered it today. What constitutes calamity? It is the accumulation of karma among all sentient beings. In the primordial realm, with myriad beings, all are prone to commit transgressions to varying degrees. As sins accumulate, they transform into karma. The karma of an individual being may be negligible, yet the sheer multitude of beings exceeds countless trillions. When these karmas amalgamate, they reach a terrifying magnitude. Even sages must retreat in the face of such overwhelming karma. Even the heavenly Tao is compelled to impose calamities to alleviate the burden of karma. After the Tao ancestor Hongjun achieved unity with the Tao, calamity became a cyclical instrument. The primordial realm nurtures sentient beings, and calamity acts as a guillotine. After each calamity, the departed beings contribute to a regenerative cycle. Chapter 6. The Invasion of Calamity Chi. The Reward from Neza. In the vast expanse of the primordial world, calamity serves as a guillotine over all beings, instilling a sense of trepidation in every practitioner with the passage of each epoch. Furthermore, any creature of the primordial realm, whether willingly or unwillingly, finds it arduous to escape the clutches of calamity. Even the once mighty saint of the, in an effort to shield his disciples from impending doom, ordered them to remain on Golden Ao Island, forbidding any excursions. Yet, there was no evasion from the calamity of the investiture of the gods. Under the guidance of this calamity, Xinguang Bao, through persuasion, saw his disciples venture forth, ultimately leading to a fate akin to that of a child rescuing his grandfather from a gourd. The once great sect, which had welcomed myriad celestial beings, faced utter annihilation. However, calamity is not devoid of benefits. It conceals countless opportunities within its folds. The disciples of the seized the last calamity to cleanse themselves of karmic burdens, and thus elevated the fortunes of their sect significantly. Those of lesser cultivation even secured advantageous positions within the heavenly court. It is unclear when the notion first arose to internalize calamity chi and actively engage in the trials of calamity. Those bold enough to undertake such a venture were undoubtedly individuals imbued with great confidence and ambition, aspiring to harness the power of calamity, to leap through the dragon gate and attain enlightenment in a single moment. Could it be that the so-called journey to the West calamity has already commenced? Even though the timeline has not fully unfolded, signs of calamity have begun to emerge. Jiang Chen was struck with astonishment, yet upon reflection, it seemed only natural. Calamity is inherently a process of accumulation, and Journey to the West is merely a narrative woven into the lengthy tapestry of the primordial world. The magnitude of the primordial calamity far exceeds what the journey to the West can encapsulate. It is likely that many have already become entangled in calamity, awaiting the grand performance of Journey to the West to deliver the final punctuation to the entire calamity. Jiang Chen's gaze settled upon the female immortal before him, and he internally lamented. The demise of this female immortal would indeed dissipate a portion of the calamity chi, yet the majority would be transferred elsewhere. In essence, should he slay this female immortal now, despite the suppression of the, he would still be at great risk of being tainted by calamity chi. This is not mere malevolence, but the very essence of calamity. Once it enters his body, the consequences could be dire. He might unwittingly commit a fatal error at any moment. The female immortal scoffed, her face adorned with derision. Upon hearing the mention of calamity chi, she was rendered speechless with fear. No wonder she could only assume the role of an executioner. Hurry up and act. The longer you linger, the more you tarnish my eyes. Jiang Chen found himself bewildered. How did this escalate to a personal attack? He had yet to utter a word, and already he was branded. He intended to retort and inquire further, but the female immortal had sealed her lips, refusing to cast him another glance. The time had come. Jiang Chen took a deep breath, and his great blade descended with ferocity. With a crack, a head was severed. Against the luminous backdrop of it appeared particularly grotesque. Shuyu, an enchanting celestial maiden in the mid-stage of her heavenly cultivation, was born in Kunlun, gifted with extraordinary talents. She was later chosen by the heavenly court to serve as a handmaiden to the Queen Mother of the West. Yet, harboring discontent, she daringly invited calamity into her body, only to meet her demise at the Slaying Immortals platform. Upon vanquishing this celestial maiden, Jiang Chen responded with remarkable swiftness. He seized her severed head and, with his mid-stage earthly cultivation reaching its zenith, swiftly fled. He understood that the calamity would not dissipate with her death. Rather, it would linger and spread to those nearby after a period of refinement. And now, on the Slaying Immortals platform, he found himself utterly alone. He had no desire to become the unwitting victim of this catastrophe. Thus, he concealed his presence with his mystical powers while accelerating to his utmost speed. Eager to escape before the calamity could react, he wondered if the platform could contain such a force. However, this was merely a figment of his imagination. Just as he prepared to quicken his pace, Jiang Chen was suddenly seized by an inexplicable shudder. Alarm coursed through him. Indeed, he had drawn attention. Cursed be it. His legs weakened, nearly causing him to fall in a most undignified manner. Fortunately, he quickly summoned his mystical powers to elevate himself. At that moment, his face turned ashen, filled with regret. How could a mere executioner like him have provoked such a terrifying force? In his perception, the weight of karma had already descended upon him, coiling around him like an invisible serpent, infiltrating the deepest recesses of his being. The sensation was akin to a flame raging through his meridians, igniting from his feet to the crown of his head, unbearable in its intensity. Just as Jiang Chen writhed in agony, the great Taoist book of destiny in his consciousness radiated brilliant white light. These beams of light, akin to nectar, cascaded upon his inflamed meridians, gradually alleviating his suffering. Jiang Chen exhaled in relief, realizing that while the calamity had not tainted his primordial spirit, it still lingered within him, albeit with minimal impact. He chuckled bitterly, pondering whether this constituted fortune or misfortune. Ultimately, it bore little consequence. Although entangled with the calamity, the effect was minor and would not directly impair his mind. Perhaps a retreat of 3,000 to 5,000 years would suffice to weather this ordeal, sparing him the fear of being overwhelmed by the calamity at a crucial moment, leading him to make fatal errors. Gratitude welled within him for the great Taoist book of destiny. Its luminescence not only aided in diminishing malevolent energy, but also shielded him from the calamity's encroachment. The discomfort of being ensnared by the calamity had vanished without a trace, and he knew he was safe. Jiang Chen composed his demeanor, clutching the celestial maiden's head as he approached the grand hall to report. Upon descending the Slaying Immortals platform, he turned and noticed the execution supervisor and Neza standing not far off. It appeared that the two had remained vigilant since Jiang Chen's entrance to the platform, never straying from their post. Jiang Chen inwardly scoffed. Were they concerned about his potential misfortune or the possibility of a calamity uprising, ever ready to intervene? He then steeled his expression. In a loud voice, he proclaimed, "Third Prince, Execution Officer, the sinner has been beheaded." Jiang Chen lifted the head of the female immortal, prompting the execution officer to instinctively take 2 steps back. Neza then stepped forward to collect the severed head. Subsequently, he circled around Jiang Chen twice, scrutinizing him from head to toe, his face revealing an expression of peculiar intrigue. Indeed, quite impressive. The execution officer was thoroughly satisfied. Jiang Chen had flawlessly accomplished the task, preserving his own dignity. "You seem to be untouched by calamity?" Neza finally spoke, his tone tinged with perplexity. Jiang Chen met his gaze, clearly perceiving 2 flames flickering in Neza's eyes, burning with boundless karma, reminiscent of the calamity aura that had enveloped the female immortal earlier. A jolt of alarm surged through Jiang Chen, prompting him to hastily avert his gaze, feigning a look of confusion, a facade of ignorance. Then he opened his mouth, pretending to inquire, yet Neza waved his hand, interrupting his forthcoming words, evidently unwilling to grant him the opportunity to ask. "Well done, for this beheading of the immortal. I shall commend you. I have always rewarded merit, and thus, I present you with the peaches of immortality." Chapter 7. The notable figure of the celestial slaying palace. The Xian-level executioner. In a moment of daze, Jiang Chen found himself startled as Neza raised his hand. A stream of radiant light enveloping a peach of immortality swiftly approached. Instinctively, Jiang Chen extended his hands, securely receiving the precious fruit. The moment he grasped the peach, he felt its warm, smooth texture. With a gentle warmth permeating through his palm, and reaching his heart. After bestowing the peach, Neza turned and departed without a hint of hesitation. Jiang Chen gazed in the direction Neza had vanished, his mouth slightly agape, truly befuddled this time. Internally, he mused. Even the third prince Neza has begun to indulge in mystery, becoming a riddle himself? After bidding farewell to the execution officer, Jiang Chen returned to his dwelling, eager to examine the Book of Destiny and reflect upon his recent gains. In addition to the postnatal spiritual treasure, the Qingming Jade, and the Peach of Immortality, he regarded the biographical sketches of the female immortals as a reward as well. Given the significance of this information concerning the impending calamity, Jiang Chen understood the necessity of profound investigation. Closing his eyes, he delved into the Book of Destiny, summoning all the information regarding the female immortals. As the notion of the calamity loomed near, both the Celestial Court and the Buddhist sect had begun their maneuvers, aiming to resolve the long-standing karmic ties. The momentum of Buddhism was unstoppable. If one did not strive with all their might, they would inevitably be swept away by the torrents of time. A chaotic flood of information surged into Jiang Chen's mind, and he devoted considerable time to untangle its complexities. Ultimately, he arrived at a conclusion. The curtain of the calamity was about to rise, with approximately a millennium yet to unfold. A millennium. Jiang Chen sighed, simultaneously contemplating that at this temporal juncture, he might encounter the great sage equal to heaven. What if this sage held a grudge and, amidst the tumult of the heavenly palace, inadvertently obliterated the Celestial-Slaying Platform? In such a case, should I retain my current strength, I would be powerless to protect myself. Even though this realm might allow for reincarnation, it remains uncertain whether my fortuitous abilities would accompany me. After painstakingly cultivating to the mid-stage of Earth immortality, while it does not guarantee eternal life, as long as I remain prudent, living for several tens of thousands of years should be more than sufficient. I certainly do not wish to inexplicably revert to the state of a mere mortal. With this thought weighing upon him, Jiang Chen felt an increasing urgency within. The paramount task at hand was to expedite his cultivation. Only in this manner could he safeguard himself against the impending crises. Jiang Chen then directed his gaze towards the Qingming Jade awarded by the system. The jade radiated a warm hue, its surface adorned with enigmatic runes. After a thorough exploration, he grasped the jade's capabilities. The Qingming Jade could be concealed within the primordial spirit, suppressing the mind and resisting the mental assaults from beings below the level of celestial immortals. Indeed, this was precisely what I desired. Jiang Chen immediately infused the Qingming Jade deep within his soul. A wave of gentle energy began to envelop him, shrouding his entire consciousness. Simultaneously, a faint azure glow manifested upon the surface of his primordial spirit, resonating with the Book of Destiny within his sea of consciousness, elevating his spiritual defenses to an unimaginable level. Following the refinement of the Qingming Jade, Jiang Chen's attention shifted to the Peach of Immortality gifted by Neza. This peach, vibrant in color and fragrant in aroma, brimmed with boundless vitality. In Jiang Chen's memory, the pan peach is indeed a primordial spiritual root. According to the accounts in Journey to the West, there exist a total of 3,600 pan peach trees in the garden. The first 1,200 trees bear fruit every 3,000 years. Consuming their fruit can shed one's mortal form and bestow an immortal body. The next 1,200 trees bear fruit every 6,000 years. Their fruit grants the ability to ascend to the heavens and achieve eternal life. The final 1,200 trees bear fruit every 9,000 years. Eating their fruit allows one to share the lifespan of the heavens and attain immortality. The pan peach in Jiang Chen's hand naturally belongs to the first group of trees. Even so, it is exceedingly precious to him. Truly, it is a primordial spiritual root. Jiang Chen exclaimed in admiration before taking a bite of the pan peach. A surge of magnificent spiritual energy erupted in his mouth, surging into his meridians like a tidal wave. His meridians greedily absorbed this energy, filling him with a warm sensation as if he were soaking in a hot spring. Under the impact of this spiritual energy, Jiang Chen promptly activated the Hanyuan Daotong scripture to begin refining the power of the pan peach. At that moment, he truly appreciated the extraordinary nature of the pan peach. Even the lowest grade peach contained energy that left him astounded. For an entire day and night, Jiang Chen remained immersed in his cultivation. The vast reservoir of spiritual energy congested within his meridians, and he could only rely on his divine sense to gradually guide it into his dantian. As he continuously refined the spiritual energy, Jiang Chen, who had just advanced to the mid-stage of the Earth immortal realm, unexpectedly experienced another breakthrough to the late stage of the Earth immortal realm. Although it seemed merely a minor elevation in realm, even in the heavenly court, it could take ordinary individuals several centuries to achieve such a small advancement. Moreover, even though Jiang Chen's cultivation had improved, he had yet to fully digest the power of the pan peach. He showed no signs of complacency, fully dedicating himself once more to his training. Time passed quietly as Jiang Chen immersed himself in the world of cultivation, completely unaware that a considerable stir had arisen in the heavenly court. This commotion was ignited by the incident of his slaying the celestial maiden under the Queen Mother of the West. It is worth noting that the Slaying Immortals platform is the division with the highest rate of attrition in the heavenly court, and it seldom attracts attention. However, this time, an astonishing revelation emerged. Not only had Jiang Chen successfully slain the celestial maiden, but he had also emerged unscathed and even received a pan peach gifted by Prince Neza. How could this not incite envy? In truth, what truly made others green with envy was the pan peach. Within the entire heavenly court, only Prince Neza possessed the ability to bestow such a gift. Even the lowest grade pan peach is not something everyone is qualified to enjoy. Inside the Slaying Immortals platform, the credibility of the news was exceptionally high, as it originated from the overseer of the Slaying Immortals Hall. In no time, Jiang Chen became the focal point of heated discussions and emerged as a symbolic figure of the Slaying Immortals platform. In the grand golden hall of the Slaying Immortals platform, a stifling atmosphere lingered. It was unexpected that the Slaying Immortals Hall had unearthed such a promising talent, one who remained unaffected by tribulations. Could it be that he was favored by fortune? A resonant voice emanated from the depths of the grand hall, accompanied by a tremendous roar, akin to rolling thunder, causing the surrounding air to vibrate with a low hum. In my estimation, this young man possesses remarkable abilities. Relegating him to the position of a mere yellow-level executioner is a disservice to his talents. It would be far more fitting to elevate his rank and appoint him as a mystic-level executioner. After all, he is already at the mid-stage of the Earth Immortal realm. I possess a freshly forged lower-grade postnatal spiritual treasure guillotine that I can bestow upon him to help him address his shortcomings. As the voice faded, the hall fell into an instant silence. After a few moments, several more voices emerged, imbued with an ineffable significance. Very well. No objections. I concur. With this, I shall relay the consensus to all, shall I not, Master of the Execution Hall? I have no objections. I also look forward to him invigorating the execution hall. As these voices resonated, Jiang Chen solidified his status as a pivotal figure within the execution hall. Chapter 8. The Aftermath of the Divine Treasure. The Celestial Executioner's Blade. Within the room, Jiang Chen sat cross-legged upon a mat, enveloped in a faint halo of light. The obstructed spiritual energy within his meridians was gradually being channeled, as the small circulatory system of his meridians resumed its normal function, emitting a subtle hum. Suddenly, a deep, thunderous roar resonated from the depths of Jiang Chen's dantian. His robes, seemingly stirred by an unseen wind, rustled sharply. An invisible pressure radiated from him, surging outward like a tempest. The once orderly furniture was reduced to dust under the onslaught of this formidable force. As Jiang Chen opened his eyes, a fleeting golden glimmer flickered within his pupils, rendering them nearly impossible to gaze upon directly. He had once again broken through, ascending to the late stage of the Earth Immortal realm. The magical power within him, refined by the essence of the Pan Tao, had undergone a complete purification. Not only had the purity of his power reached astonishing heights, but its total volume had also multiplied tenfold. In his current state, he could effortlessly vanquish more than a dozen of his former selves with a mere gesture. Hiss. Maintain a low profile. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Chen endeavored to suppress his burgeoning pride. As his gaze swept across the scattered wooden fragments, he was momentarily taken aback. Were these not the standard furnishings provided by the heavenly court? How could they be so easily reduced to splinters? Rising to his feet with a wry smile, he shook his head in resignation. He had not anticipated that his breakthrough would result in the destruction of several pieces of furniture. Hastily, he conducted a thorough inspection of the room, and upon confirming that no significant damage had occurred, he exhaled with relief. Fortunately, the house was inscribed with a gathering spirit array, which had been fortified through prolonged exposure to spiritual energy. After this minor incident, Jiang Chen prepared to venture out and accept a mission. However, his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of the token at his waist, and he instantly sensed something amiss. The once pristine token was now intertwined with streaks of crimson, resembling blood threads that coiled and twisted in a manner reminiscent of red agate. Intrigued, Jiang Chen reached for the token to examine it more closely. The original yellow characters inscribed upon it had, unbeknownst to him, transformed into profound symbols. Ah, have I been promoted? Jiang Chen found himself momentarily bewildered by this transformation. At that moment, the token emanated a soft glow, and a voice of solemn authority resonated forth. Jiang Chen, yellow-level executioner of the Celestial Execution Hall, has rendered meritorious service to the Heavenly Court and is hereby exceptionally promoted to the Xian-level executioner. Jiang Chen stood in stunned silence for several moments, gradually regaining his composure. He began to contemplate the implications of this unexpected advancement. So, they are aware that the female celestial under the Queen Mother bore calamity energy. Having successfully slain her without succumbing to its effects, I have become a rare talent in their eyes, warranting this promotion. While somewhat surprising, an early elevation in rank is undoubtedly a fortuitous development. This would enable me to eliminate higher-tiered celestial beings and reap greater rewards. With this thought in mind, Jiang Chen wasted no time. Turning to the Hall of Celestial Slaughter, he was eager to undertake a high-level mission. As Jiang Chen stepped into the hall, he was called to a halt by the execution supervisor. "What is it?" Jiang Chen inquired. During his time at the execution platform, he maintained a seemingly cordial relationship with this supervisor, who had consistently assigned him tasks. However, Jiang Chen harbored a certain apprehension towards the individual, as he had yet to learn their name or discern their true cultivation level. Inquiries among colleagues yielded little information, and even the execution supervisor from the Hall of Slaying Buddhas had proven to be more transparent than this enigmatic figure. The supervisor's unusual behavior now piqued his curiosity. Traditionally, Jiang Chen had been the one to seek out tasks, only to return upon their completion. Yet, following the mission assigned by Prince Neza, the supervisor had taken to stopping him first. "Youth, I have always stated that as long as you perform diligently, you shall not be slighted. Now that you have been promoted, how does it feel?" The supervisor regarded Jiang Chen with a bemused expression. The passing executioners, upon hearing these words, cast incredulous glances, as if beholding a creature of myth. Unfazed by their stares, Jiang Chen smiled in response. "Thank you, esteemed sirs, for your recognition." Internally, Jiang Chen reflected that even without Prince Neza's assignment, his own efforts would eventually lead him to ascend to the rank of an advanced executioner, albeit perhaps at a slower pace. The supervisor's deliberate words suggested he had played a role in this promotion, perhaps wishing to forge a favorable connection with him. With this thought, Jiang Chen cast a grateful look at the supervisor, who nodded in satisfaction, indicating Jiang Chen's quick wit and understanding of the underlying dynamics. "By the way, youth, take this." The supervisor handed him an orb of light. "This is a treasure bestowed upon you by the Lord of the Hall of Celestial Slaughter, an inferior grade postnatal spiritual treasure." Jiang Chen was momentarily taken aback, but instinctively reached out to catch the glowing sphere. Within it, a chilling guillotine slowly emerged, exuding a frosty aura. The blade was inscribed with intricate seals that shimmered as if alive, traversing the surface of the weapon. Merely gazing upon it, Jiang Chen could distinctly sense the contained principles of gold and a hint of malevolence. "With this, slaying those whose cultivation exceeds yours will become considerably easier." Jiang Chen accepted the guillotine, genuinely expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, my lord. Thank you, esteemed sir." However, the encounter was not yet concluded. After his thanks, the supervisor beckoned him with a finger. "Follow me." Without waiting for a response, he proceeded forward. Jiang Chen, though puzzled, followed closely. As they walked, he realized the route was amiss. They were straying farther from the Hall of Celestial Slaughter and heading towards the Hall of Demon Slaying. This sudden detour intrigued him. Why was he being led to the Hall of Demon Slaying? Could it be yet another instance akin to the last time? Jiang Chen's pace did not falter as he closely followed the executioner. In the distance, an individual, clad in attire identical to that of the executioner, approached. The sole distinction between them lay in the emblem adorning this person's chest, which bore the character for demon. It was evident that he was an executioner from the demon-slaying hall. "You are the Jiang Chen who vanquished that calamity-infested fairy? Unless there exists another Jiang Chen in the heavenly court, it must be you." Jiang Chen jested, eliciting no ire from the two before him. Indeed, he was a prodigy praised by the hall master. "In all my encounters, you are the swiftest ascendant among executioners." The executioner from the demon-slaying hall generously lauded. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen felt a surge of pride. He had not anticipated his renown to have reached such heights, even garnering commendation from the hall master. "The reason I summoned you is to request your assistance," the executioner from the demon-slaying hall stated directly after his initial pleasantries. The news of Jiang Chen's feat in slaying a calamity-ridden fairy without succumbing to its taint had already spread among the executioners. This time, the demon-slaying hall had set its sights on a calamity-infected tiger demon, and they sought Jiang Chen's prowess to eliminate it. Chapter 9. The Harmonious Level of Divine Powers. The 9 Calamity Divine Eye. Upon hearing the request from the execution officer of the demon-slaying hall, Jiang Chen felt a sudden buzz in his mind. His scalp prickled, and a chill coursed through him, sending shivers down his spine. Instantly, the thought of fleeing surged within him. What a jest! The last time he had slain that female immortal who had summoned calamity, it was solely due to the protection of the Book of Fate. Moreover, the calamity had not entirely dissipated. It had merely established a delicate balance with him, without invading his primordial spirit. He was utterly incapable of grasping the power of calamity. Furthermore, according to the brief biography of that female immortal, the great calamity would descend in just over 1,000 years. In such an environment, the more calamity karma he accumulated, the more perilous his future would become. He might one day find himself under the control of calamity, losing his life in a bewildered haze. Previously, the task had been thrust upon him without any option for refusal. Now, he was being asked to assist the demon-slaying hall for no apparent reason. Jiang Chen was 100% unwilling. He had been hoping to survive in peace. Observing the resolute refusal evident on Jiang Chen's face, the execution officer had come prepared. Fear not. I shall not ask you to undertake this perilous task without compensation. You shall receive 10 spirit-nourishing pills. What? Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen's hesitation deepened. He could not deny that he was thoroughly tempted by these 10 spirit-nourishing pills. In his memory, such pills were precious and rare in the lower realms. A single ordinary spirit-nourishing pill could equate to an entire year of cultivation. Even though he had reached the late stage of Earth Immortal, this one pill would save him considerable time in his training. If utilized wisely, these 10 pills could potentially enable him to break through to celestial immortal status within the next 3 to 6 months. The thought of it was indeed enticing. Jiang Chen weighed the pros and cons repeatedly in his mind. When the profit of an endeavor reaches 100%, there will always be those who would pursue it recklessly. What lay before Jiang Chen was precisely this scenario. Although it might intensify the encroachment of calamity around his primordial spirit, he possessed the dual protection of the Book of Fate and the Azure Jade. He should be able to withstand it. This deal was worth taking. My lord, you truly understand me. Jiang Chen grinned widely, nodding in agreement. However, he swiftly shifted the conversation. But, dear execution officer, I have one question. Why me? Can't a more experienced executioner handle this? In response to Jiang Chen's inquiry, the execution officer of the demon-slaying hall did not conceal the truth. A faint smile crept onto his face, though it did not quite reach his eyes, as he replied. It is precisely because of your extraordinary talent. Do not be fooled by the grandeur of our demon-slaying hall and the number of executioners we possess. There is no one like you, Jiang Chen. Those of Earth and Celestial rank executioners would only seek to flee. In ordinary circumstances, I would have gritted my teeth and suffered the loss of 1 or 2 executioners to resolve this matter. But now we have you. In fact, the execution officer had an additional layer of meaning that remained unspoken. The calamity of calamity energy resembles a ticking time bomb. Far from the simplicity it was described to be. This energy perpetually transmits, often necessitating several executioners to transfer it onto themselves, only to subsequently cast these executioners into the abyss. The risks involved in this process are immense. A slight misstep could trigger an unforeseen disaster. No one wishes to become tainted by calamity energy, to fall victim to its wrath. Thus, it is preferable to present the elixir of cultivation and seek out the unique talent of Jiang Chen to resolve the issue. Upon hearing the explanation from the execution supervisor of the Demon Slayer Hall, Jiang Chen felt an uncontrollable twitch beneath his eyelid, exclaiming in astonishment. Yet, upon reflection, since his reputation had already been established, it was inevitable that he would encounter the tainted souls of sinners and demons in the future. As a person regarded as a special talent by the masses, he would eventually have to confront this challenge. Therefore, he resolved to accept the task and obtain the elixir of cultivation, believing that an enhancement in his abilities might better equip him to contend with calamity energy and provide himself with additional assurance. After the preliminary negotiations concluded, Jiang Chen returned to the Demon Slayer Hall, having been promoted to the rank of an Xian-level executioner. The hall allocated him a fixed position at the Jia character No. 10 execution platform, which would henceforth be exclusively his domain. At that moment, the platform was enveloped in a thick, black mist, within which lay a tiger demon bound tightly in ropes. Truly, it was a formidable demon, even in its restrained state. The aura of menace it exuded was palpable and relentless. Boy, once you are tainted by my malevolence and calamity energy, I shall see how long this mere executioner can survive. The tiger demon bellowed, its laughter reverberating through the air like a thunderous echo. In the face of such threats, Jiang Chen remained unfazed. All right, whatever you say, I shall use you to test my newly acquired guillotine. As his words fell, he connected with the guillotine in his mind. With a resounding crash, a decapitating platform over 10 meters high descended. The guillotine, drawing in the surrounding malevolence, became increasingly sharp, glinting with a chilling light that sent shivers down one's spine. Ignoring the demon's furious tirade, Jiang Chen strode forward and seized the tiger demon, flinging it onto the decapitating platform. With a crisp snap, the guillotine descended, spraying blood in all directions. The tiger demon's essence was utterly extinguished. Such was the predetermined fate for all sinners and demons at the execution platform. As for the demon's claims, Jiang Chen could hardly be bothered to respond. Tiger demon, a century of sentience, a millennium to attain form, 10 millennia to become a Xian immortal, absorbing calamity energy into its body. Executed at the execution platform. Reward, 9 calamity divine eyes. 9 calamity divine eyes, a Huanyuan level divine ability, capable of piercing through the illusions of reincarnation, tracing causality, reversing calamity energy, and wielding karma as one's own. The revelation that this demon possessed Xian immortal cultivation genuinely astonished Jiang Chen. Fortunately, he had the guillotine. Otherwise, he would have struggled immensely to achieve the same result by his own strength. Jiang Chen's thoughts paused momentarily as his gaze fell upon the reward section. In that instant, he felt his breath hitch, as if his heart had ceased its rhythm. Huanyuan level divine ability. The term Huanyuan is far from simple. In a chaotic world, Huanyuan signifies the Huanyuan de Luo Jingxian, who adheres to the righteous path of the laws. Within the primordial realm, the Huanyuan de Luo Jingxian bears a more illustrious title, the Saint. These two characters carry immense weight in the primordial world. Huanyuan level divine abilities are undoubtedly among the pinnacle of powers, a coveted existence that countless practitioners yearn for yet find eternally out of reach. To think that slaying a Xianxian demon could grant such a transcendent divine ability feels like a dream. After a considerable time, Jiang Chen gradually calmed the shock within his heart and began to ponder the mysteries of this divine power. Upon reading the preceding descriptions, Jiang Chen realized that should he reveal the existence of this divine ability, even a peak quasi-saint or a saint would covet it, thus plunging him into an inescapable abyss. With a heart full of trepidation, Jiang Chen continued to absorb the subsequent descriptions regarding the utilization of calamity energy for his own benefit. Is this not precisely what he so urgently requires? With this divine ability, he would no longer have to worry about the future. Chapter 10. The initial manifestation of cataclysm. What is the purpose of the 99 trials? Previously, Jiang Chen was able to withstand the ominous aura of calamity, relying solely on the protective radiance emitted by the Book of Fate. However, the circumstances have now changed drastically. The profound divine ability known as the 9 Calamity Divine Eye can convert calamity energy for his own use, undeniably multiplying its value exponentially. It can be hailed as an unparalleled, superlative divine power. In the future, should such calamity energy come in abundance, I shall gladly accept it all. Jiang Chen's heart surged with exhilaration. At this moment, his confidence soared. Even if he were to undertake further risks, his life would be safeguarded. The previous reluctance he felt when confronted with those who absorbed calamity energy had long since dissipated. He found himself eager to rush to the various halls and proclaim, "Any such missions should be entrusted to me." In a fervor, Jiang Chen's complexion flushed, and his breath quickened. Just then, the Qingming jade enveloping his primordial spirit radiated a gentle warmth, soothing his tumultuous emotions and swiftly restoring his composure. Remain calm. I must remain calm and discreet. Jiang Chen inwardly admonished himself. Although he had acquired such a formidable divine ability, his own strength was far from its zenith. When the moment called for subtlety, he must not be ostentatious. Once his mind was steadied, Jiang Chen did not hesitate for a moment. He immediately activated the 9 Calamity Divine Eye. In an instant, he felt as though a searing flame ignited at his third eye, radiating intense heat. This sensation was not one of pain, but rather a transformative experience. His third eye split open, revealing a divine pupil. The world before him underwent a complete metamorphosis. The essence of all things unfolded before his gaze without reservation. The foundational structure of the Immortal-Slaying Platform became vividly apparent, with mysterious arrays emanating ripples of law clearly visible, operating in ordered synchrony like intricate mechanical gears. Simultaneously, he distinctly observed a robust calamity energy emanating from the tiger demon. If the calamity energy previously released by the female immortal was akin to the thickness of a finger, the energy now radiating from the tiger demon was astonishingly 3 fingers wide. Goodness, I thought that female immortal was already extraordinary, yet this tiger demon is even more formidable. Jiang Chen marveled inwardly. As soon as that calamity energy escaped, it shot towards Jiang Chen with alarming speed. Even with his late-stage earth immortal cultivation, he found it challenging to react in time. At that critical juncture, his blazing divine pupil unleashed a powerful suction, drawing the incoming calamity energy into his eye. In the next moment, a warm current spread from the divine pupil throughout his entire being. The calamity energy swiftly transformed within him into the purest spiritual essence. After circulating through his meridians for a full cycle, it coalesced into profound magical power. What a treasure! What a divine ability! Jiang Chen inwardly praised. Having absorbed this single instance of calamity energy, he could distinctly sense a slight enhancement in his cultivation. Though this increase appeared negligible, it was astonishing how effortlessly it could be achieved with just a glance. Shifting his gaze, he focused on the remaining traces of calamity energy lingering outside of his primordial spirit. The energy seemed to sense impending danger, beginning to thrash violently in an attempt to escape. Yet Jiang Chen's gaze resembled an invisible shackle, binding tightly to the essence of the foe. Regardless of how the calamity surged, it could not break free. In the next moment, a surge of profound spiritual energy was birthed within Jiang Chen's being. The corners of his mouth curled upward, nearly reaching his ears. In the distance, the execution hall's overseer awaited in silence. Upon witnessing Jiang Chen toss the head of the tiger demon, his expression tightened, and he hastily stepped back, refraining from accepting it directly with his hands. Instead, he deftly gathered the head into a silk pouch using his spiritual force. Well done. This is the reward I promised you, the overseer declared, extending a pouch toward Jiang Chen. Upon opening it, Jiang Chen counted 10 precious yuan cultivation pills within. Thank you, he expressed with a smile. After delivering his instructions, the overseer departed in haste. Jiang Chen weighed the pouch in his hands, reveling in his delight. The calamity energy he had absorbed earlier had propelled his cultivation forward several steps. With the addition of these 10 yuan cultivation pills, he felt even more confident in his ability to refine them and ascend to the celestial immortal realm. The mere thought of the celestial immortal realm stirred within him a fervent desire. Although the distinction between celestial and earth immortals was merely a matter of a single character, the disparity in power was monumental. Upon entering the celestial immortal realm, his prowess would multiply several times over, granting him greater assurance. Having completed all this, Jiang Chen hurried towards his abode. Along the way, those colleagues who usually wore expressions of indifference, as if he owed them countless precious pills, suddenly greeted him with amiable smiles, their faces adorned with obsequiousness. It was an extraordinary transformation. This is Jiang Chen, isn't it? I've heard he has become a Xian-level executioner in less than a year since his arrival. They exclaimed. Forget about the execution platform. Who in the entire heavenly court has ascended so swiftly? Their astonishment at his rapid advancement was palpable. Jiang Chen, now possessing considerable cultivation, could hear their discussions clearly. He endeavored to maintain an impassive demeanor, refraining from any response. Only upon returning to his chamber did he burst into hearty laughter. The sensation of being revered was utterly exhilarating. It was no wonder that so many young noblemen relished displaying their prowess before ordinary folk. Such a feeling of euphoria from deep within was truly intoxicating. Jiang Chen reflected upon this, but did not allow himself to dwell in vanity for long. He swiftly regained his composure. Considering the recent string of events, a bold hypothesis formed within his mind. It seemed that the calamity was beginning to reveal itself, and the signs were alarming. The calamity energy from the female immortal he had slain and the tiger demon from the lower realms were indicative. Both the Xian immortals and celestial immortals had begun to actively absorb calamity energy, demonstrating a progressive trend from the top down. This was ample evidence that the concentration of calamity energy was steadily rising, perceptible even to those of lower cultivation. When the calamity reached its zenith, it would coincide with the journey to the west. At that time, celestial steeds would be dispatched to the lower realms to combat the demons. Initially, Jiang Chen had thought this was merely to fulfill the 81 tribulations. However, it now appeared that there were deeper implications at play. Perhaps the true purpose lies in the convergence and subsequent dissipation of calamity, which elucidates why the journey to the west culminated with the end of the Great Tribulation. With the ability to absorb calamity for his own benefit, Jiang Chen's courage swelled considerably, allowing him to delve deeper into various speculations. However, he was soon startled by his own thoughts, as an overwhelming sense of urgency surged within him. Consequently, Jiang Chen devoted himself wholeheartedly to his cultivation once more. For an entire month, he remained sequestered within, singularly focused on his practice. During this time, he realized he had underestimated the potency of the Peiyuan elixir. Even when exerting every effort to assimilate a single Peiyuan elixir, it required a considerable amount of time. A month elapsed, and he still had not fully digested all 10 elixirs. Although his cultivation had advanced, his realm had yet to break through. He glanced at the jade token at his waist. It was once again time to accept a new task. Jiang Chen opened the door and proceeded towards the Hall of Celestial Slaying. Chapter 11. The Model of the Celestial Slayer Hall, a Frenzied Decapitation. As Jiang Chen stepped into the Celestial Slayer Hall, he felt the piercing gaze of countless eyes scrutinizing him from the shadows. Almost immediately, he was met with a barrage of fervent stares, unmasked and unwavering. If looks could kill, I would surely be riddled with wounds, Jiang Chen chuckled to himself. The clamor of voices surged like a tidal wave. It really is Jiang Chen. I knew at the moment I laid eyes on him. One exclaimed, I told you, Jiang Chen is diligent, arriving at the beginning of the month to claim his tasks. We are all in awe. Another chimed in, truly, Jiang Chen is a paragon among us. Make way, let Jiang Chen proceed first. Jiang Chen could not help but twitch his lips. Normally, at the start of the month, the Celestial Slayer Hall lay desolate, akin to a ghostly realm, devoid of any presence. This gathering of people was a sight he had only glimpsed at the month's end. What brought forth such a crowd today? Moreover, their enthusiasm bordered on excessive. Many among them he had never even encountered before. Greetings, fellow cultivators. Jiang Chen, your demeanor is as commendable as ever. They exclaimed. Jiang Chen is truly the exemplar of our Celestial Slayer Hall. Despite the sudden outpouring of warmth, Jiang Chen maintained his composure and graciously returned their greetings. He proceeded along the path they had deliberately cleared for him. The reason for such a crowd was quite straightforward, Jiang Chen's renown. Firstly, Jiang Chen was the fastest ascending among the executioners of the 5 halls, akin to a comet streaking across the sky, dazzling all in its wake. Secondly, upon returning yesterday, the master of the Demon Slayer Hall had candidly shared Jiang Chen's exploits with his subordinates. Once the news spread, it ignited an insatiable curiosity among the people, prompting them to inquire about his accomplishments. Upon verification, gasps of astonishment echoed in the air. Had it been another, envy, jealousy, or even resentment might have brewed among the crowd. Yet, Jiang Chen was different. His prowess far surpassed theirs, extinguishing any notions of rivalry. Furthermore, his ability to vanquish malevolent beings tainted by calamity rendered him unassailable. In fact, many wished for him to ascend, to confront even more formidable foes, especially those tainted by misfortune, preferring that he handle such matters. Now, Jiang Chen had undeniably become a figure of significance that no executioner could afford to overlook. Is this the future of our Celestial Slayer Hall? Were it not for him, I would never have imagined an executioner could wield such fame. As Jiang Chen moved further away, the remaining executioners could not restrain their discussions. The chatter delighted him immensely, akin to savoring a chilled beer on a scorching summer day. When his gaze fully shifted towards the great hall, 2 figures caught his attention, stirring something within him. One appeared to be the executioner from the Divine Slayer Hall. With their appearance here, what other intention could there be but to recruit him for the slaying of deities tainted by calamity? Upon seeing Jiang Chen enter, the figure fixed their gaze intently upon him. The executioner from the Celestial Slayer Hall spoke a few words before hastily approaching. You must be Jiang Chen, am I correct? Jiang Chen, this is the executioner of the Divine Slaughter Hall. You should comprehend the purpose of his visit, correct? The executioner of the Celestial Slaughter Hall smiled radiantly. A grin so bright it reminded Jiang Chen of a madam beckoning guests to her star performers. This peculiar thought flitted through his mind and was gone in an instant. As anticipated, the subsequent revelations aligned perfectly with Jiang Chen's expectations. He was to undertake the task of handling a deity tainted by calamity. For Jiang Chen, this was an opportunity he could hardly resist. To those criminals afflicted by calamity, executioners typically recoiled in fear, each execution akin to traversing the gates of the underworld. Yet for Jiang Chen, this was a bountiful assignment delivered to his doorstep. Nevertheless, even amidst good fortune, one must seize the moment. He foresaw that such tasks would undoubtedly flood in the future, and he needed to set a commendable precedent. Otherwise, he risked being exploited as free labor. The executioner of the Divine Slaughter Hall, upon noticing, waved his hand. I understand the rules. 10 particles of primordial elixir. The executioner was forthright, stating his price without hesitation. Jiang Chen had initially intended to feign hesitation, but he was instantly struck dumb. How did everyone seem so attuned to the market? The pricing was so uniform. Yet it was an offer he could not refuse. He began to suspect a prior collusion. Raising his gaze, He caught a knowing glance from the executioner of the celestial slaughter hall. So that was it. Jiang Chen expressed his gratitude with a nod, conceding to the arrangement. This had evidently become the established rate, and he truly had no grounds for refusal. The ensuing execution process was unremarkable. Jiang Chen had become quite adept at the task. He drew his guillotine, thrust the condemned onto the execution platform, fell the blade, turned, and claimed his reward. Everything flowed effortlessly, seamlessly executed. However, after agreeing to execute 2 criminals afflicted by calamity, Jiang Chen's life underwent a transformation. The criminals he faced began to diversify. He encountered celestial beings, divine entities, demons, monsters, and Buddhas, corresponding to the 5 categories of offenders. Previously, these 5 types of criminals were dispatched to their respective executioners. Yet, since Jiang Chen's emergence, everything had shifted. All matters related to calamity were directed to him. Despite being merely an elementary-level executioner, Jiang Chen had secured a transcendent status among the entire celestial slaughter hall and its 4 counterparts. The criminals he executed were no longer categorized. The sole criterion became whether they were afflicted by calamity. If calamity was present, they were entrusted to him. Moreover, due to the prior demonstration between the two, Jiang Chen received a gift, a set of 10 particles of primordial elixir, each time he executed a criminal. This left the observing executioner filled with envy and nostalgia. Although he no longer required these elixirs, they served as a reminder of his humble beginnings, a time when no one was so generous with such gifts. As time passed, nostalgia transformed into concern. Jiang Chen was the crown jewel of their establishment. If he were lured away by enticing offers from other halls, it would spell trouble. After much contemplation, the executioner directly proposed to the hall master that Jiang Chen should receive a monthly stipend from the celestial slaughter hall, also in the form of elixirs. In response, although Jiang Chen was astonished, he never declined. He consistently acted in this manner, and gradually, many became aware of the underlying secret. The onlookers were filled with admiration, yet when confronted with the task of slaying the malevolent celestial beings, each one paled in fear, none daring to step forward. Over time, it became evident to all that Jiang Chen, as one capable of vanquishing these malevolent entities, naturally possessed an exalted status. A month later, when Jiang Chen once again entered the hall of celestial slaughter, the supervising official greeted him with practiced ease and a cheerful demeanor. He even jested. "You must have amassed a mountain of celestial pills by now, young man." Jiang Chen responded with a jovial smile. "Oh no, sir, you jest." He casually glanced around, noticing the shelves were bare, as few came to accept tasks. "All right, enough of that. Your celestial pills are on their way," the supervising official said with a grin. Chapter 12. Decapitating the True Demon. Acquiring the Innate Spiritual Treasure. Upon hearing the words of the execution officer, Jiang Chen instantly grasped the situation. A smirk appeared on his lips as he approached the officer's side. "Let me take a wild guess. Which faction has sent this one over? The Demon Slayer Hall or the God Slayer Hall?" Recently, most of Jiang Chen's missions had originated from these 2 places. The execution officer remained silent, merely shaking his head, and casually tossed a porcelain vial into Jiang Chen's embrace. As usual, 10 pills of the Peiyuan Immortal Elixir. Jiang Chen accepted the vial, weighing it in his hand. Judging by the feel, the contents seemed to match the previous batch perfectly. "You guessed wrong." A glimmer of amusement flickered in the execution officer's eyes. "This time, to my surprise, it comes from the Demon Slaying Hall." Demon? A thought stirred within Jiang Chen. Could this be influenced by the calamity energy? According to common logic, demons symbolize chaos and madness. In Jiang Chen's understanding, demons are born from the negative emotions within living beings. From a certain perspective, it seems to resonate most closely with calamity energy. The execution officer shook his head once more, casting a wary glance around before lowering his voice to enlighten Jiang Chen. "Do you know why demons are typically perceived as violent and frenzied?" Jiang Chen shook his head in feigned ignorance. Curiosity piqued. Was there some hidden secret behind this? The birth of demons traces back to the demon ancestor, a terrifying entity that once instilled dread in the beings of the primordial world. He forged his path through slaughter. And naturally, the demons spawned from him have strayed further down the path of carnage. The execution officer's voice unconsciously rose in intensity. "And this time, what you must behead is no ordinary heart demon, but a true demon from the demon realm, at the celestial fairy level." The demon realm, true demon. Jiang Chen mulled over these terms, feeling that the course of events was veering away from the established trajectory of the Journey to the West. In the tales of Journey to the West, there existed no such character, yet now one had emerged. This true demon had initially displayed a semblance of intelligence, lurking in the shadows, but but under the influence of calamity energy, had foolishly sacrificed 10 cities and millions of lives, attempting to awaken a fragment of the demon ancestor's true spirit. The execution officer grew increasingly agitated as he spoke, waving his hand dismissively. "You may go now." Jiang Chen detected the officer's indignation and nodded silently, turning towards his designated number 10 execution platform. What a tumultuous time. After Jiang Chen turned, he faintly heard the execution officer muttering to himself, further solidifying his belief that this officer was no ordinary figure. The words he spoke hinted at foresight regarding future events. But who exactly was he? Lost in thought as he walked, Jiang Chen arrived beneath the execution platform. Raising his gaze, he beheld a figure bound tightly upon it. The individual's garments had been stripped away, revealing skin as pale as jade. At first glance, he appeared to be nothing more than a delicate scholar. Have I wandered into the wrong place? Jiang Chen retreated a couple of steps to reassess the situation. No, this is indeed the right place. Jiang Chen found it utterly difficult to reconcile the individual before him with the concept of a true demon. However, in the next moment, his doubts were dispelled. Though the scholar was bound tightly, he managed to lift his head slightly. As his gaze swept across Jiang Chen, a series of black patterns emerged on his body, writhing like maggots. His once delicate features twisted into a grotesque visage. Does the heavenly court look down upon me so, sending a mere earth immortal to slay me? Although it was the voice of a man, it carried a feminine allure that sent chills down one's spine. The true demon, transformed, replaced calmness with madness in his eyes. And so what? I can easily slay you. Jiang Chen did not even raise an eyelid. During this time, he had vanquished numerous sin gods and sin immortals tainted by calamity, and he had long grown weary of their insults and threats. What he had just said was utterly inconsequential, failing to affect him in the slightest. You little brat, you're quite bold. Do you know who I am? The true demon's voice rose with agitation upon seeing Jiang Chen's composure. Is it merely a true demon? What is there to flaunt? You are destined to perish here. As Jiang Chen spoke, he activated the 9 calamities' divine eye. A slit gradually opened at his brow, revealing an eye radiating crimson light. With a mere glance, all information regarding the true demon flooded into Jiang Chen's perception, encompassing both his cultivation and physical vulnerabilities. Yet, Jiang Chen was unconcerned with these details. His true interest lay in the calamity energy entwined around the true demon. This calamity energy was as thick as an arm, encircling the demon's entire being. In comparison to the sin immortals and sin gods Jiang Chen had previously slain, it was an entirely different magnitude. Jiang Chen estimated that should he absorb this calamity energy, he would at least have 1 foot firmly planted in the realm of heaven immortals. Beyond the calamity energy, Jiang Chen also perceived the overwhelming karma emanating from the true demon, along with countless souls shrieking, lamenting, and wailing beside its divine essence. These were the vengeful souls of the human race he had sacrificed. This fiend had cruelly offered up millions to awaken the true spirit of the demon ancestor. 1,000 deaths would not suffice to appease his fury, Jiang Chen thought to himself, feeling a profound aversion to such actions, his gaze growing increasingly frigid. Summoning the guillotine, the true demon sensed the impending danger. As Jiang Chen dragged him toward the execution platform, the demon cried out frantically, "I am indeed a true demon, naturally imbued with demonic energy and tainted with calamity energy. Should you kill me, you shall undoubtedly die alongside me." How infuriating, to perish with an earth immortal. Humph, you overestimate yourself. If it were not for the calamity energy upon you, I would not be the one to execute you. The true demon felt a sudden shock at these words, his voice trembling as he asked, "Who exactly are you?" "I am Jiang Chen, one who neither alters his name nor his lineage." Just as Jiang Chen was about to fling the true demon onto the guillotine, he noticed his hand trembling. Looking down, he saw that the true demon had already lost his earlier arrogance, trembling like a leaf, causing Jiang Chen's hand to shake as well. You are the infamous executioner Jiang Chen, the one said to be capable of slaying anyone?" The true demon quaked, his tone laced with fear. "I never imagined I had become so renowned, that my fame had spread even beyond the execution platform." Jiang Chen felt a surge of pride within. Observing the disheveled state of the true demon, "I could not help but jest. I must admit, I preferred your earlier defiant demeanor. Why not revert to that?" The true demon clenched his jaw, trembling all over, his teeth clattering audibly. "Is this real? I am merely a mandated executioner, while you are the true demon lord. Why does it feel as though our roles have been reversed?" Jiang Chen silently scoffed within. Without further hesitation, Jiang Chen focused his mind. The guillotine above descended with precision, and the severed head landed squarely in Jiang Chen's grasp. The expression on the true demon's face was frozen in sheer terror. Jiang Chen activated the 9 Calamity Divine Eyes, gradually extracting the calamity energy from within the true demon, converting it into rich magical power. True Demon Xinyi, born as a celestial being. After a millennium of cultivation, reached the Earth's celestial realm and departed from the demon realm, influenced by calamity energy, sacrificing countless souls, ascended to the heavenly celestial. Executed on the celestial execution platform. Reward: innate spiritual treasure, the Hunyuan Blade. Chapter 13. Does killing strengthen one's power? The infinitely growing spiritual treasure. Jiang Chen held the severed head of the demon, his gaze eagerly fixed upon the rewards bestowed by the system. Before him lay a seemingly unremarkable blade, a long-handled broadsword with a thick spine. This was the Hunyuan Blade. Upon summoning the Hunyuan Blade and grasping it in his hands, Jiang Chen was momentarily taken aback. At first glance, the blade appeared utterly ordinary, devoid of any luminous aura befitting a congenital spiritual treasure. Even more astonishing was the fact that the blade's edge remained unsharpened, blunt as if it were a mere plank hastily procured. With a hint of bewilderment, Jiang Chen scrutinized the blade from various angles. After a thorough examination, he channeled his spiritual energy into the Hunyuan Blade, which then released a surge of formidable power. Sensing this newfound energy, Jiang Chen felt a semblance of satisfaction. However, when he cast his eyes upon the blade's edge once more, there remained no indication of sharpening. It merely emitted a faint red glow. Is this meant for me to bludgeon someone to death? Jiang Chen couldn't help but scoff. He took another sweeping glance at the Hunyuan Blade, confirming the system's assertion that it was indeed a congenital spiritual treasure, and that it responded with a display of power upon infusing it with spiritual energy. This revelation dissuaded him from the notion of carelessly tossing it into the void. Without a sharpened edge, can it truly be called a blade? Jiang Chen muttered under his breath. The guillotine he currently possessed was a postnatal spiritual treasure, while this one before him was a congenital spiritual treasure. Just as the cultivation system is stratified, spiritual treasures also possess corresponding ranks. From lowest to highest, they are classified as postnatal spiritual treasures, congenital spiritual treasures, congenital supreme treasures, and the legendary chaotic supreme treasures. Each tier of spiritual treasure boasts unique and wondrous properties, with their power and value increasing exponentially with each level. Although the distinction between postnatal and congenital is but a single character, the practical effects are worlds apart. No matter how powerful a postnatal spiritual treasure may be, it cannot compare to a congenital one. A crucial aspect of this lies in the ability of congenital spiritual treasures to suppress destiny. In the world of Hongwang, every individual and faction possesses its own destiny, akin to shifting clouds, sometimes high, sometimes low. The terrifying aspect of congenital spiritual treasures is their capacity to stabilize destiny, preventing it from dissipating due to external fluctuations. At this juncture, the stability of one's destiny often determines survival during calamities. With this thought in mind, Jiang Chen cast a spell to levitate the true demon's head in the air, cradling the Hunyuan Blade in both hands. He meticulously examined it once more, striving to uncover any overlooked details. His consciousness slowly extended, permeating every intricate pattern of the Hunyuan Blade. After a prolonged moment, Jiang Chen's eyes widened in astonishment, his face alight with disbelief, struggling to contain his inner excitement. He had not anticipated the sheer terror of this treasure. Casting aside his earlier disdain, Jiang Chen even pressed a kiss upon the Hunyuan Blade. Through his earlier exploration, he had discovered the blade's extraordinary capabilities. For every individual he slayed, the Hunyuan Blade could absorb a portion of their magical essence, enhancing its edge. With each killing, the blade grew sharper, its attack power correspondingly augmented. In addition, it possesses the extraordinary ability to consume other spiritual treasures, thereby enhancing its own evolution. Moreover, these two functions are devoid of any limitations, implying an absence of bounds. It is essential to understand that from the moment a spiritual treasure comes into existence, its level is fixed and cannot be surpassed. Yet, this Hunyuan Blade defies convention, exhibiting such an astonishing potential for growth. If Jiang Chen's conjecture holds true, it is highly probable that it may ascend from an innate spiritual treasure to an innate supreme treasure, or even a chaos supreme treasure. Jiang Chen dared not ponder further, his heart racing with excitement, fearing that continued contemplation might elicit an uncontrollable laugh. He retrieved the inferior postnatal guillotine from earlier. The moment the guillotine touched his hand, it trembled violently, emitting a series of buzzing sounds, as if pleading for mercy. Simultaneously, a sense of longing emanated from the Hunyuan Blade. Observing this, Jiang Chen promptly stowed the guillotine away, for it was a gift from the master of the Slaying Immortals Hall. Losing it would be untenable. What a precious weapon. Henceforth, you shall be my instrument of execution. Jiang Chen mused, making a few mock slashes in the air with the blade, nodding in satisfaction. With this sword in hand, he would no longer lack a formidable weapon in battle. Each foe slain would enhance its sharpness and potency, and should such news circulate, he would undoubtedly become the target of widespread ire. However, for the executioner Jiang Chen, this was utterly fitting. Even if he were to slay but one person a month, what might be the blade's power after a millennium? He pondered while bringing the Hunyuan blade closer to the fallen demon's corpse. Almost immediately, a vivid red aura wafted toward him, brushing past the edge of the blade. Jiang Chen lifted the Hunyuan blade, scrutinizing it closely. As anticipated, the blade had indeed thinned slightly, and a fleeting glimmer of light danced across its surface. In high spirits, Jiang Chen grasped the demon's head and returned to the Slaying Immortals Hall to report. Upon entering the Grand Hall, a tall, slender man hurried toward him, his swift footsteps stirring a gust of wind. Jiang Chen instinctively stepped back, only to realize that the man was clad in the uniform of an execution supervisor. Supervisor, this is the demon's head, Jiang Chen declared, stepping forward to present the severed head. The execution supervisor's expression shifted, and he involuntarily recoiled at the sight. Like his fellow supervisors, he collected the head from a distance, placing it into a specially designed pouch, enveloping it securely. Yet, he did not take his leave. Instead, he circled around Jiang Chen, his gaze brimming with curiosity. His eyes seemed to probe Jiang Chen, as if attempting to see through him. They say that seeing is believing, and I find this adage to be undeniably true. Jiang Chen, oh Jiang Chen, you truly are a remarkable talent. The supervisor's voice resonated with an inexplicable excitement. He had no need to come in person, yet his curiosity compelled him to witness the executioner, undeterred by the influences of calamity, in the flesh. Indeed, as he observed, Jiang Chen's confident demeanor while carrying the severed head spoke volumes. This serves to substantiate the rumors as not mere fabrications. Moments ago, he had scrutinized Jiang Chen, who indeed bore not a trace of calamity's aura. Ah, the Immortal-Slaying Hall has truly encountered a stroke of fortune. Young brother, would you consider joining our demon-slaying hall? I assure you, I shall offer you double the price. The overseeing officer of the demon-slaying hall rubbed his hands together, a broad smile adorning his face. No sooner had the officer spoken than the overseer of the Immortal-Slaying Hall rose abruptly, his expression somewhat displeased, exclaiming loudly, "Oh, not this again. You're simply insufferable." The officer from the demon-slaying hall chuckled in response. "Well, what can I say? I cannot best you in a contest of strength. I shall take my leave. Young brother, remember my words. Should you find the Immortal-Slaying Hall lacking, do not hesitate to come to the demon-slaying hall." As he departed, his voice lingered in the hall. The overseer of the Immortal-Slaying Hall shook his head in resignation, acknowledging the unreliability of his counterpart. You need not take his words to heart. He has always been this way. Jiang Chen nodded in agreement, preparing to turn away when suddenly, a familiar figure stepped into the room. Chapter 14. The Recruitment of Neza. Upon encountering the other party, Jiang Chen was filled with astonishment. His first thought was that the individual had captured yet another person tainted by calamity for him to execute. Is there someone else the third prince intends to eliminate? The execution officer approached Neza with brisk strides. Observing this, Jiang Chen swiftly mimicked his actions. Neza's expression remained unchanged as he merely shook his head. I have completed my duty of suppression here and am about to depart. I have come today to offer you an opportunity, Jiang Chen. Join me in the Heavenly Army, and I shall arrange a prestigious position for you, allowing you to showcase your talents. This declaration detonated like a powerful bomb between Jiang Chen and the execution officer. The execution officer's eyes widened in disbelief. Glancing furtively at Jiang Chen, his heart racing. Jiang Chen was a remarkable talent he had personally discovered, and now Neza was brazenly attempting to poach him, leaving the officer utterly powerless. Jiang Chen raised his gaze to meet Neza's eyes, recalling that this formidable deity also bore the title of a great general, commanding an army specifically tasked with vanquishing demons. When Neza made this proposition, though his demeanor was devoid of overt emotion, he brimmed with confidence. In his view, remaining at the execution platform would lead Jiang Chen to a life of obscurity, whereas aligning with him would allow Jiang Chen to shine brilliantly within the heavenly army. Given Jiang Chen's immunity to calamity, he would undoubtedly play a pivotal role. In due course, he could be rewarded with merits that would elevate his strength and expedite his ascent. Truly a win-win scenario. Apologies, but I must decline, Jiang Chen stated. astonishing even the boy who had spent his life shocking others. The execution officer's eyes glistened with unshed tears, nearly weeping in disbelief. He had never anticipated that Jiang Chen's ties with him and the execution hall were so profoundly entrenched. Jiang Chen, however, had his own considerations. What Neza coveted was merely his immunity to calamity. Following him would undoubtedly lead to a life filled with peril and uncertainty. A stark contrast to Jiang Chen's desire for stability. With his impending breakthrough to the celestial realm, he was far from weak. Yet, aligning with Neza would inevitably involve encounters with formidable foes, and he could very well lose his life one day. In contrast, remaining at the execution platform allowed him to effortlessly slay immortals daily, reaping generous rewards and receiving purple gold elixirs from various halls. His cultivation was steady and gratifying. Why risk it? You must consider carefully. The execution platform is fraught with malevolent energy, presenting both a bleak future and hidden dangers. I am uncertain why you possess this unique ability, but I cannot believe you are entirely unaffected. I urge you to contemplate this matter further. Neza's tone softened slightly. He genuinely wished to recruit Jiang Chen, recognizing the rarity of such talent. Jiang Chen inwardly scoffed. Not only was he unaffected, but he could also transform calamity into his own advantage. If Neza were to discover this, he would likely be left astounded. I apologize, third prince. Neza was taken aback for a moment before uttering those three words. Jiang Chen's rejection was resolute and unwavering, intensifying Neza's intrigue towards this newcomer. Such an illogical behavior was precisely to his liking. During his tenure at the execution platform, Neza's impression of this place was far from favorable. The execution platform, as a site for the heavenly court to uphold its authority and execute guilty immortals, was imbued with an overwhelming aura of malice that was indeed chilling. This malevolent force could erode one's primordial spirit and corporeal body. It was for this reason that formidable beings like himself were required to take turns in maintaining order. During his watch, dozens of executioners had perished, unable to withstand the oppressive aura, their bodies exploding. Among them were not a few profound-level executioners, and even some at the late celestial stage. Even if they managed to hold on due to their cultivation, the incessant accumulation of malice posed a relentless threat, and the enhancement of one's cultivation was not an instantaneous process. Ultimately, there would come a day when they could no longer endure. Neza had witnessed many such tragic fates, with those distorted by malice dying in agony. He could not fathom why Jiang Chen would willingly remain in such a perilous place, where an explosion could occur at any moment. Did he truly desire to meet such a catastrophic end? Your Highness, since my ascension, I have stayed at the execution platform. My colleagues and superiors here have shown me great care, and my cultivation has significantly advanced in a short time, all thanks to their assistance. I have a profound attachment to this place, and now that I am capable of contributing to the execution platform, I have no desire to leave. You rascal, the supervising executioner, upon hearing these words, could no longer contain his emotions. It was the first time in many years that someone had expressed such a strong sense of belonging and recognition towards the execution platform. He felt as though he had found a kindred spirit. Neza fixed his gaze on Jiang Chen, remaining silent for an extended period. The emotions reflected in his eyes were elusive and inscrutable. His intuition told him that Jiang Chen must be concealing other secrets. However, to him, possessing secrets was not unusual. Rather, it added to the intrigue. You truly are worthy of my attention. Your character resonates with me. If you choose not to come, then so be it. Should you ever need anything in the future, you may seek me at the Three Altars meeting hall. This is my token. Neza acted decisively. Since he could not recruit Jiang Chen, he would not waste any more words. Individuals like Jiang Chen, who possessed their own convictions, were difficult to sway once they had made a decision. With that, he waved his hand, and a token radiating an ancient aura flew towards Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's eyes brightened, and he felt elated. He had not anticipated that there would be benefits to his refusal. It would be foolish not to accept. He swiftly caught the token thrown by Neza, a radiant smile spreading across his face. After completing these exchanges, Neza cast a deep glance at Jiang Chen before turning to depart. The wind-fire wheels left two blazing trails in the air as his figure gradually vanished from sight. Once Neza had left, the supervising executioner embraced Jiang Chen. Kid, while your words have deeply moved me, you must understand the magnitude of the opportunity you have just missed. Jiang Chen chuckled and nodded. I am fully aware. However, as I previously stated, having gained the favor of the celestial execution platform, I cannot act ungratefully. Furthermore, with the monthly provision of the Peiyuan elixir, my life is quite delightful. Why would I venture out to endure hardships? Observing Jiang Chen's carefree demeanor, the execution officer could not resist patting him on the shoulder. After inhaling deeply, he endeavored to restore his serious expression. Remember what I said. The Celestial Execution Hall will not slight anyone. Today, I will report your matter to the Hall Master and strive to secure a commendation for you. For now, you may leave, and remember to return next month to receive your assignment. Jiang Chen nodded in agreement and turned to depart from the Celestial Execution Hall. Taking a deep breath, he glanced around to ensure no one was watching and then whispered his thoughts aloud. This place is indeed comfortable. I can earn resources simply by lying here, with others eager to offer them. Life. It truly is wonderful. For me, the third prince. This is indeed a land of fortune. Chapter 15. The Early Stages of Celestial Immortality. The special mission of the Celestial Execution Platform since Nez's recruitment. Jiang Chen's life had returned to its former tranquility. The only source of discontent for him was the recent decline in the number of sinful immortals, tainted by catastrophe, that he could encounter. Each month, Jiang Chen relied solely on the fixed allocation of yuan cultivating elixirs from the Celestial Execution Hall for his cultivation. With the absence of additional sources of income, the supervising execution officer, noticing Jiang Chen's dissatisfaction, ensured that any celestial-level sinful immortals were reserved for him at the earliest opportunity. As time flowed gently by, Jiang Chen immersed himself in his cultivation, steadily enhancing his prowess in silence. However, as the elixirs in his possession dwindled, he found himself increasingly close to the threshold of celestial immortality. At first, Jiang Chen had naively assumed that breaking through to celestial immortality would be a straightforward endeavor, believing that absorbing the powers of sinful immortals, combined with the yuan cultivating elixirs, would make the breakthrough easily attainable. Yet reality dealt him a significant blow. After 2 consecutive failures, he was brought to a sobering realization. As an innate human of remarkable foundation, cultivating the primordial Tao scripture and possessing the enigmatic 9 calamity divine eyes, Jiang Chen had thought that his path to celestial immortality would be smooth. However, when he truly approached the gates of this realm, he became acutely aware that his foundation was far too solid. While others might only need to pierce through a thin veil to break through, he faced an insurmountable mountain. Nevertheless, once he succeeded, his strength would surpass that of ordinary beings. Thus, he continued to knock persistently at the great door. If he failed twice, he tried thrice. If thrice failed, he attempted 4 times. With an ample supply of elixirs at hand, he relentlessly struck against the bottleneck. After consuming 2 more yuan cultivating elixirs, the potent elixirs surged through his meridians with immense force. The external spiritual energy flowed in a continuous cycle, flooding his body. As the pure essence of power crashed against the deepest barriers within him, boom! A resounding echo reverberated within Jiang Chen's body as the long-blocking door began to tremble slightly. 1, 2, 3, 4 yuan cultivating elixirs were consumed in succession. Jiang Chen lost count of how many attempts he had made. The power within him cycled continuously, fluctuating between fullness and depletion. The once bulging pouch filled with yuan cultivating elixirs had now deflated. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Chen retrieved the last 2 yuan cultivating elixirs, swallowing them without hesitation. It was now or never. Every pore of his body endeavored to absorb the spiritual energy as the potent force crashed heavily against the door. With a creak, the tightly shut door finally swung open. A surge of energy erupted from within Jiang Chen, enveloping his entire being. His meridians, flesh, and primordial spirit underwent transformative changes under this wave of energy. His body was continually fortified, with the bones cracking loudly, as the essence of life experienced a qualitative leap. When Jiang Chen slowly opened his eyes, the world before him was redefined. What had once been mere objects now revealed their profound essence. He is now capable of perceiving the essence of things with utmost clarity, discerning the intricate causal relationships that bind not only objects to one another, but also individuals. Empowered by the divine insight of the 9 calamities, he can even exert a degree of influence over these causal connections. With a mere gesture, Jiang Chen conjured a vast, ethereal mirror from the surrounding spiritual energy. Having recently transcended to a new level, he found much of his magical essence dissipating into the atmosphere, forming wisps of white mist that rendered his reflection in the mirror both otherworldly and sublime. Jiang Chen. Cultivation level, early celestial immortal, technique, primordial Tao Sutra, divine abilities, 9 calamities divine eye, 5 directions mysterious escape, universe in sleeve. Universe protective true aura. Treasure, low-grade innate spirit treasure, primordial blade. Gazing upon the scene before him, Jiang Chen felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Apart from the 9 calamities divine eye, The other 3 divine abilities stemmed from his dedicated practice of the primordial Tao Sutra, with each realm from human immortal to celestial immortal conferring a unique ability. The 5 directions mysterious escape allows him to manifest 5 avatars of malevolent energy, utilizing the power of the 5 directions to transcend conventional escape methods, rendering him capable of traversing any terrain. The universe in sleeve enables him to encapsulate the world within his garments, ensnaring foes from great distances, while the universe protective true aura effortlessly neutralizes attacks from adversaries of equal standing, even withstanding the full force of a mid-true immortal strike. At present, Jiang Chen is equipped with formidable offensive capabilities, robust defenses, and exceptional evasion skills, rendering him a paragon of versatility. With further cultivation, the potency of his divine abilities is destined to escalate. A wave of intense accomplishment surged within him. He glanced at the time and noted that only a few days remained until the next month. He resolved to grant himself a brief respite, indulging in relaxation. In the days that followed, Jiang Chen bid farewell to the monotony of rigorous training and began to wander freely. He visited both the demon-slaying hall and the monster-slaying hall, where the various execution officers greeted him with exuberant warmth. Soon, the beginning of the month arrived. Just as Jiang Chen was preparing to undertake a new mission, a sudden knock echoed at his door. "Who is it?" Jiang Chen inquired, perplexed. He set aside his belongings and opened the door, finding the execution officer from the celestial slaying hall standing before him, a smile gracing his face, with an air of mystery glimmering in his eyes. "My lord, what brings you here?" Jiang Chen surmised something significant was afoot. "Are you not here to receive a mission?" The execution officer countered. Jiang Chen nodded. "Indeed, I am here to escort you to the task." "My lord, do you mean to suggest that there is another?" He left his words unspoken. The officer smiled enigmatically, refraining from providing a direct answer. As they proceeded, Jiang Chen increasingly sensed that the route felt amiss. The scenery around him grew increasingly foreign. This was neither a journey to the celestial slaying hall nor to any familiar locale. "This time, it's a significant matter. Do not be overly astonished," the execution officer teased, his expression suggesting he was inviting Jiang Chen to guess. In that moment, Jiang Chen's mind raced to the possibility of facing a particularly formidable fallen celestial. Could it be a true immortal? The mere thought quickened his heartbeat involuntarily. These are indeed rewards for logging in. The judging officer seemed to perceive Jiang Chen's thoughts and waved his hand dismissively. No, you are mistaken. What I refer to is not regarding cultivation." Jiang Chen was taken aback. If it wasn't about cultivation, then what could it be? His curiosity was piqued. "Let me share a fact with you. In truth, whether it be the Immortal-Slaying Hall, the Demon-Slaying Hall, the Monster-Slaying Hall, or the Buddha-Slaying Hall, these were all developed later." The judging officer's voice suddenly took on a somber tone as he began to recount a story. Jiang Chen remained silent. His ears perked up, completely absorbed in listening. This was a secret he had never encountered before. He had always believed that the Immortal-Slaying Platform was established alongside the Heavenly Court. However, upon hearing the judging officer's words, he suddenly recalled that the Heavenly Court was once the domain of the Demon Clan. If these slaying platforms were derived from something, it was highly probable that the source was connected to the Demon Clan's heritage. Jiang Chen couldn't help but fall into contemplation. During the era of the Demon Clan, what would they have eliminated? With this thought, his eyes narrowed suddenly, and a series of possible conjectures surfaced in his mind. If it were indeed those, they would certainly be worthy of such grand titles. Chapter 16. Decapitation of the Pure-Blood Dragon Clan. The 6-character true words of Buddhism. Observing Jiang Chen's prolonged silence, the execution officer ceased to play coy. With a serious expression, he stated directly, "These 3 execution platforms are designated for dealing with the ancient 3 clans that once dominated the primordial world." Jiang Chen nodded slightly, indicating his understanding. However, he felt an unsettling discrepancy, prompting him to inquire. "I can comprehend the handling of the ancient 3 clans, but currently, aside from the rare Phoenix and Qilin clans, is the Dragon Clan not still active?" The execution officer had anticipated Jiang Chen's question. Nodding in acknowledgement, he patiently elucidated. No, you are oversimplifying this matter. Do you believe that the currently active Dragon Clan is truly akin to those from ancient times? They are merely pawns thrust into the spotlight. Allow me to reveal to you, those esteemed individuals consume dragon liver and phoenix marrow daily, yet none are genuinely pure-blooded. Thus, those possessing dragon bloodline are at most relegated to the demon-slaying platform, utterly unfit for these execution platforms. As his words concluded, the execution officer seized Jiang Chen, and a cloud of mist coalesced beneath their feet, propelling them to greater heights. Pure blood? Jiang Chen murmured to himself, a sudden realization dawning upon him. No wonder the Dragon Clan's later circumstances were so deplorable. Once a dominant clan in the primordial world, they ultimately descended to the level of servitude to others. When the Demon Clan ruled the primordial realm, they abstained from participation. Yet now, they turned to bow beneath the celestial court, with their lives and deaths entirely in the hands of others. As they ascended, the surroundings began to shift. The mist dissipated, and the horizon deepened, eventually succumbing to darkness. The world spun, and they found themselves amidst a vast starry sky. Dots of starlight illuminated this expanse, with armed sentinels standing resolutely in place. A chill ran through Jiang Chen's heart. These sentinels possessed at least mid-level Earth immortal strength. Upon his arrival, their gazes converged upon him, scrutinizing him with an almost imperceptible intensity. The execution officer appeared indifferent, waving his hand as a series of restrictions dissipated, allowing him to continue moving forward with Jiang Chen. Soon, a solitary execution platform came into view, standing quietly amidst the stars, as though it had merged with the celestial expanse, timeless and unchanged. This platform was starkly different from the celestial execution palace. It was crafted from a material that was neither metal, nor iron, nor copper, adorned with a myriad of intricate runes, appearing weathered and eroded, reminiscent of a tarnished bronze artifact. As Jiang Chen approached, he sensed the gathering gazes upon him intensifying, accompanied by an overwhelming presence exerting immense pressure. Right above that, the execution officer directed towards Jiang Chen. At this moment, they were still 100 meters away from the platform. Under the watchful gaze of the execution officer, Jiang Chen ascended the steps of the platform. The moment he set foot upon it, an overwhelming force descended upon him, as if a colossal mountain had been placed upon his shoulders, rendering even his magical power to a standstill. At that moment, the token at Jiang Chen's waist emitted a faint warmth, releasing a gentle current that restored his magical energy. Without hesitation, he ascended the 81 steps to the platform. A colossal dragon's head appeared abruptly before him, firmly bound by chains to the pillar of the execution stage, its body stretching infinitely into the cosmos, seemingly without end. Despite being sealed and lying quietly, the presence of this creature weighed heavily upon Jiang Chen. Goodness, is this what a pure-blood dragon clan looks like? Truly terrifying. Jiang Chen marveled inwardly, suppressing his unease as he activated the 9 Tribulations Divine Eye. In the next instant, he regretted this choice. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted in his mind, causing his body to sway violently. Under the gaze of the 9 Tribulations Divine Eye, the entire starry sky appeared to be drenched in blood, engulfed in a crimson haze. The source of this sanguine aura was none other than the pure-blood dragon before him, compounded by the karma that pervaded half the cosmos. Alarmed, Jiang Chen quickly calmed his mind, wielding the Qingming Jade to stabilize his turbulent spirit. The dragon's eye, which had remained tightly shut, slowly opened at that moment. The eye, the size of several people, fixated on Jiang Chen, sending a visible ripple racing towards him. Jiang Chen's expression changed drastically. The chaotic path surged wildly, channeling his magical energy as he strained to open the 9 Tribulations Divine Eye, continuously dispelling the surrounding malevolent aura. The true chi of the universe formed a faint white light around him, slightly shifting his stance. He remained poised to execute the 5 directions mysterious escape to flee from this place. Yet, the visible ripple collided with him. Jiang Chen felt as if he had plunged into the depths of an immeasurable ocean, pressure bearing down from all directions, threatening to crush him completely. After a considerable while, Jiang Chen regained his composure. At that moment, the radiance emitted by the Qingming Jade had dimmed significantly, and his magical energy had been depleted by a third. The true chi of the universe was shattered. Even so, Jiang Chen found himself affected. Voices echoed in his ears. Damn, this fellow, bound as he is, and with his magic sealed, can still wield his consciousness to influence me. The pure-blood dragon clan is indeed formidable. Jiang Chen endeavored to calm his mind, attempting to decipher the words surrounding him: Buddhism, dragon clan, schemes, sacrificing lives, orchestrating the future, the endless seas, pure-blood dragon clan. From these fragmented phrases, Jiang Chen distilled the information he sought. This being had connections with Buddhism, serving as their covert agent, engaging in many clandestine affairs. Thus, had he been forsaken for actions contrary to Buddhist plans after being ensnared by calamity? Truly, Buddhism has taken self-interest to the utmost extreme. Jiang Chen silently scoffed. He assessed that this individual possessed at least the strength of a Tai golden immortal. At that moment, the chains emitted a clattering sound. Jiang Chen raised his gaze, noticing that the dragon's head had begun to move once more. Without a moment's hesitation, he summoned the Hunyuan blade. Through the trials of recent days, the blade had taken shape. Under the operation of his mystical energy, the blade glowed a brilliant red and rapidly expanded. Jiang Chen shouted with fervor, Out Yin! The pure-blood dragon clan of the boundless seas, born as celestial beings, wandered aimlessly for 100,000 years, eventually breaking through to true immortality. They established contact with the West, serving them while slaughtering countless lives, executed upon the ancient execution platform. Reward: the 6-character mantra of Buddhism, Om Mani Padme Hum, capable of warding off evil spirits and purifying malevolent energy. The immense dragon head was cleaved in two, with blood gushing forth like a deluge. However, as it neared a yard from Jiang Chen, it was entirely absorbed by the execution platform. The runes upon the platform radiated a dazzling light. With the demise of this pure-blood dragon, an inexhaustible tide of malevolent energy, calamity, and karma surged forth. Yet, due to the restrictions of the formation upon the platform, it could not diffuse outward and ultimately converged upon Jiang Chen. 9 Calamity Divine Eye. Jiang Chen sheathed his blade and raised his head, bracing himself to confront the situation before him. Although his 9 Calamity Divine Eye could absorb karma and malevolent energy for his own use, it required time. The overwhelming force manifesting before him was too immense. He could not digest it all at once. It was over. He was on the brink of disaster. Chapter 17. The Terror of Calamity. The compensation from the Celestial Hall. Jiang Chen found himself devoid of any viable solutions, utterly incapable of confronting the crisis that lay before him. The Qingming Jade, which he had managed to sustain until now, was rapidly contracting, leaving behind but a faint halo of white light surrounding his primordial spirit. This fragile luminescence was being voraciously eroded, on the verge of extinguishment at any moment. Anxiety gnawed at Jiang Chen as his mind raced, desperately seeking a means of resolution. How many heinous acts had this foe committed? That fiend who had sacrificed millions paled in comparison to this malevolence. Jiang Chen fervently channeled his magical energy, relying on his recent ascension to the celestial realm and the enhancement of various divine abilities, barely managing to retain his cognitive faculties. Otherwise, he would have been rendered a fool in that very instant. Ultimately, his gaze fell upon the rewards he had received. Upon inspection, he drew in a sharp breath. To his astonishment, the acquisition was derived from the Western Church. Yet, what he truly required were abilities akin to the 9 Calamity Divine Eye, capable of transmuting all this ominous energy and karmic debt. If it were merely the calamity energy, he could have allowed it to pervade, slowly digesting it over time. However, the pure malice now severely compromised his own magical power, flooding his meridians. Was this the end of his vibrant existence? Grinding his teeth, Jiang Chen's temples throbbed with tension. At this moment, the power of the Qingming Jade had reached its zenith, yet it was but a drop in the ocean against the overwhelming force confronting him. He meticulously reviewed his current options, realizing he had no choice but to take a decisive gamble. As his thoughts crystallized, a plan took shape within his mind, to absorb all the calamity energy into his being while employing Buddhist mantras to transmute the remaining malevolence. This was merely a makeshift strategy, and he lacked confidence in its feasibility. Nonetheless, given the urgency of the situation, he had no time for hesitation and was compelled to act immediately. Wem, ma, and I, pad, me, hum. With each syllable Jiang Chen uttered, a gentle golden light emanated from him, rippling outward. The surrounding malevolent energy swiftly vaporized and dissipated. Witnessing this, Jiang Chen's heart leapt with joy. It worked, it truly worked. He propelled his magical energy to its utmost limits, and the 9 Calamity Divine Eye erupted in a blinding crimson glow. The calamity energy concealed within the malevolence was systematically stripped away and absorbed into Jiang Chen's body. Though he could not immediately transmute all of it, he could at least store it for the time being. Thus, Jiang Chen remained locked in a stalemate with the overwhelming malevolence for approximately the duration of a single incense stick. Gradually, a vacuum began to form around him, alleviating some of the immense pressure that had weighed upon him. The flow of his magical energy accelerated slightly. Transmutation. The magical energy within Jiang Chen soon dwindled, but the calamity energy he had absorbed replenished his reserves at a rapid pace. This established a virtuous cycle, enabling him to persist. As time inexorably passed, beads of sweat the size of pearls dripped from Jiang Chen's forehead, splattering onto the execution platform. He was oblivious to how much time had elapsed in the outside world. Yet for him, each second felt interminably long. Fortunately, the malevolent energy was ultimately dispelled. Jiang Chen was finally able to step down from the execution platform. Upon his descent, he distinctly observed the celestial soldiers surrounding him turning in unison, their gazes fixed upon him, weapons firmly grasped, as if poised to charge at any moment. How excessively vigilant! Jiang Chen could not help but silently scoff at their wariness, yet upon reflection, he chose to swallow his words. At that moment, the execution officer from the Hall of Celestial Execution hastily approached, his steps hurried. How did it go? Are you unharmed? The ancient execution platform inherently insulated its surroundings, leaving the execution officer and his companions anxiously waiting outside, entirely oblivious to the events unfolding within. In the past, Jiang Chen had executed sentences with swift precision. However, this time, their wait had been unusually prolonged, igniting a sense of urgency within the officer. It's nothing, Jiang Chen replied, shaking his head. The officer scrutinized Jiang Chen from head to toe, finally exhaling a sigh of relief. The once tense soldiers resumed their earlier composure. Yet traces of astonishment lingered in their seemingly tranquil gazes. What is the origin of this dragon? Jiang Chen feigned ignorance, although he was already well aware of its background. Nonetheless, he deemed it prudent to inquire, lest he arouse suspicion. This one is closely affiliated with the Buddhist sect. The calamity it brought upon the realm compelled the Buddhist followers to seek assistance from the heavenly court after they failed to subdue it, leading to our capture of it. I see, Jiang Chen responded, feigning understanding while internally harboring profound disdain. This was clearly a ruse, a strategic sacrifice of a piece on the chessboard, inviting the opponent to claim it. At that moment, Jiang Chen could feel countless gazes sweeping over him, yet he remained unfazed. By the time he descended, he no longer bore any trace of malevolent energy, allowing their scrutiny to wash over him unimpeded. Indeed, after a few rounds of observation, those gazes subconsciously retreated, temporarily setting aside the events that had just transpired on the platform. The execution officer also breathed a sigh of relief. Initially, when he had brought Jiang Chen in, he had felt a twinge of apprehension, but as this was a directive from above, he had no choice but to comply. During the lengthy wait, he had genuinely feared for Jiang Chen's safety. Upon his descent, he had sensed something amiss in Jiang Chen's demeanor, raising his heart to his throat. However, after careful inspection revealed no signs of malevolent energy, he finally felt at ease. At this moment, he was eager to leave and hastily escorted Jiang Chen away. Once they had exited the celestial expanse, both men instinctively released a breath of relief. The execution officer turned and presented a cloth bag to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen weighed the bag in his hands, raising an eyebrow. It seems rather substantial. Based on his experience with acquiring celestial elixirs, he estimated there were at least 20 within. The officer nodded in affirmation. This is a significant mission, hence the increased reward. After today, you need not return. Take a few years to rest and recuperate. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen was momentarily taken aback, not anticipating such an extended reprieve for himself. Was this due to the dragon? No, they must be observing me, assessing whether I have been affected. What a clever strategy. Over the years, I shall reap considerable benefits. Yet, there is little to be done. Since the execution officer has stated thus, it is surely the directive from above. These 20 or so celestial elixirs can be regarded as a form of compensation. With that in mind, I shall enter seclusion to assimilate the calamity energy and endeavor to break through my current realm. Jiang Chen nodded in agreement and returned to his abode. He once again extracted the historical information of the pure-blood dragon lineage. The revelations were astonishing. This being was far from merely possessing tie-level strength. At its zenith, it was indeed an existence of the great Luo Golden Immortal. As this realization struck him, a chill ran down Jiang Chen's spine, filled with trepidation. After organizing the gathered information, he immersed himself in secluded cultivation. Chapter 18. The 500 Years on the Immortal Execution Platform. Finally becoming a true immortal. Approximately 5 years later, the execution officer personally arrived to summon Jiang Chen to undertake a new assignment. This undoubtedly signified the conclusion of his surveillance. The higher-ups were reassured. From that moment on, Jiang Chen resumed his monthly task of slaying the sinful immortals, occasionally encountering those burdened with calamity. During this period, he led a tranquil existence. 10 years. A century. 3 centuries. In the blink of an eye, 500 years had passed since Jiang Chen ascended to this realm. On this particular day, a resonating sound shattered the stillness of his abode. In his room, Jiang Chen sighed softly. After 500 years, he had finally become a true immortal. The 9 tribulations divine eye played an irreplaceable role throughout this journey. It was through this divine eye that Jiang Chen was able to eliminate the calamity from the pure-blooded dragon clan, transmuting it into pristine magical energy. Coupled with elixirs, he successfully broke through to his current state. Simultaneously, the primordial blade in Jiang Chen's possession experienced a monumental transformation. At this moment, the blade gleamed with brilliance. Even Jiang Chen, a true immortal, felt a shiver of awe as he gazed upon it. During this time, he had fed it no less than 3 pieces of postnatal top-grade spiritual treasures. Now, the primordial blade had ascended to the status of a mid-grade innate spiritual treasure. The crimson patterns etched along the blade added a weighty aura to its presence. Calculating carefully, it had been 500 years since Jiang Chen arrived at the immortal execution platform. Throughout these 5 centuries, he had become a legendary figure, celebrated as the most formidable executioner of the mysterious realm. This title was not only whispered among the halls of the immortal execution platform, but had also reached the lower realms. As for the people of the lower realms, Jiang Chen remained uncertain. However, he often sensed the approach of a spiritual force seeking his presence. In the hazy distance, he could hear indistinct murmurs, as if a group of executioners were fervently worshipping. They spoke of their ancestral masters, beseeching blessings for safety and relief from calamity. In response, Jiang Chen found himself at a loss for words. He genuinely wished to convey to these individuals that he was not so different from them. He merely wielded a blade to execute. Such blessings were truly beyond his capacity. In Jiang Chen's view, these people's veneration was merely a quest for psychological solace. Presently, such offerings existed only on a limited scale, with people revering him as a deity exclusive to executioners. What the future held for this phenomenon intrigued Jiang Chen. After all, in this era of coexistence between immortals and mortals, the attitude of the latter towards deities was rather straightforward, as long as one proved useful. Lavish offerings and proclamations would follow. The vast expanse of the primordial world was home to countless human nations. Perhaps he might even establish himself as a national faith. Of course, such musings were merely a pastime for Jiang Chen. He always bore in mind that a great calamity loomed, with approximately 1,500 years remaining. A third of that time had already elapsed. Though he had attained the cultivation of a true immortal, his sense of urgency remained unabated. It was far too early to let down his guard. Jiang Chen turned and stepped outside. Today marked yet another day for task acquisition, just outside the immortal execution hall. The surrounding yellow-ranked and mysterious-ranked executioners gazed at him with profound reverence, many of whom could be considered his seniors. Those who had entered the ranks of executioners alongside him had long since perished. As he stepped into the grand hall, Jiang Chen understood why so many executioners had gathered outside, yet none dared to enter. It turned out that a significant figure had arrived within. This person stood shoulder to shoulder with the execution officer, their eyes sharp and penetrating. Upon hearing the commotion, they turned to look. Jiang Chen felt his heart constrict violently. An overwhelming pressure washing over him, far more intense than the aura that Neza had exuded. "Ah, my young friend, you have finally arrived. Allow me to introduce you to our esteemed guardian marshal, the god of wealth, Zhao." The execution officer enthusiastically introduced Jiang Chen. Over the past century, Jiang Chen's status had undergone a remarkable transformation, from an unknown figure to one whom the execution officer and others referred to as my young friend. Although his position was still insufficient to engage in the discussion of significant matters, it was evidently elevated above that of an ordinary executioner. "Have you met the god of wealth?" Jiang Chen scrutinized the individual before him once more. Zhao Gongming was adorned in a robe of both civil and military design, draped in armor, with distinct ingots etched across its surface, signifying his divine role as the god of wealth. For anyone with even a modicum of experience in the primordial world, Zhao Gongming's name resonated profoundly. During the War of the Gods, he had rendered the disciples of the Chan sect utterly powerless with his might, wielding a pair of long whips and 24 sea-controlling beads, instilling fear in all beneath the sage level. Had it not been for the nail-headed 7-arrow book, the outcome of that divine conflict may have been drastically different. Zhao Gongming's power surpassed that of Neza, marking him as one of the most formidable forces across the 3 realms. Had he not been bound by the divine list, reaching the pinnacle of quasi-saint status would have been well within his grasp. In the heavenly court, none would dare provoke him lightly. Commanding his own army, he enjoyed a thriving cult of worship among the populace under his divine moniker. Jiang Chen held great admiration for the inclusive doctrine of the Chan sect, naturally extending his respect towards the eminent Zhao Gongming. Zhao Gongming had certainly heard of the renowned executioner Jiang Chen, prompting him to take a closer look. Upon witnessing the pure reverence in Jiang Chen's gaze, he was taken aback. In the heavenly court, individuals as genuine as Jiang Chen were increasingly rare. "Should you encounter any matters, feel free to seek my assistance," Zhao Gongming remarked before vanishing from sight. "My young friend, The god of wealth holds you in high regard, the execution officer noted. Jiang Chen merely nodded, refraining from elaborating. After all, he could not admit to being utterly bewildered. The execution officer entrusted him with a task, which Jiang Chen accepted before turning towards his execution platform. At that moment, a condemned celestial awaited him there. As Jiang Chen ascended the platform, his eyes met those of the condemned, where he discerned a glimmer of recognition. "You must be Jiang Chen?" the condemned celestial inquired. Jiang Chen hesitated slightly, glanced at the celestial, and nodded. "Indeed, it is you. I knew it all along. If anyone were to take my life, it would undoubtedly be you." "Oh, so you have come specifically for me," Jiang Chen mused inwardly. He raised his gaze, and indeed, the sinful immortal was enveloped by a faint aura of calamity. However, this force was exceedingly weak, even lesser than that of the calamity female immortal he had encountered before. This calamity did not seem to be an intentional attraction, but rather an accidental contamination. Upon closer inspection, he realized that the sinful immortal belonged to the human race and possessed an innate foundation that allowed her to cultivate to the celestial immortal realm, which was already a remarkable feat. "I harbor no ill intentions. While I was in the lower realms, I had heard tales of your exploits and learned of your story. I believe you to be a commendable individual. When I was captured, I pondered whether it would be you to execute me, and lo and behold, my suspicion proved correct." Jiang Chen nodded, choosing to remain silent. Although he was on the verge of striking down his opponent, the atmosphere between them was unexpectedly harmonious. "I have a story to share. Would you care to listen?" Chapter 19. The Dire State of the Lion Camel Kingdom. A Hell on Earth. Jiang Chen nodded slightly. This had become his sole habit over 5 centuries. He quietly listened as the sinful immortal recounted his tale, simultaneously gleaning information about the outside world and any significant events that might have transpired. Of course, strictly speaking, only an individual of celestial rank could articulate such matters. Below the celestial tier, most earthly immortals and human immortals, upon entering the celestial execution platform, were rendered senseless, akin to puppets manipulated at will. The sinful immortal gazed at Jiang Chen and inquired, "Do you know the current population of the human race in the lower realms?" Jiang Chen pondered for a moment before shaking his head in resignation. To be frank, he possessed no knowledge in this regard, as his memories held no pertinent information. The lower realms were vast, and the human populace was unimaginably immense. Many individuals spent their entire lives confined to a single location, remaining utterly oblivious to the broader circumstances of their kind. The sinful immortal continued, "To be honest, I am equally uninformed." Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen could not help but roll his eyes, filled with exasperation. Yet, upon witnessing the fearless smile upon the sinful immortal's face, he felt a surge of admiration. In all his time, this was the first occasion he had encountered someone so carefree upon the celestial execution platform. A flicker of doubt arose within Jiang Chen's heart. Did this individual truly have ties to the calamity? Was there a hidden agenda at play? "Well, it seems you lack a sense of humor." The sinful immortal chuckled before abruptly coughing violently. After a prolonged struggle, he managed to suppress his laughter and continued, "As a member of the human race, are you aware of the current living conditions of our kin in the lower realms?" Jiang Chen fell silent. After 500 years, he was indeed ignorant of what had transpired below. Before his ascension, the human race thrived in prosperity, ushered in by a new dynasty. With the assistance of the immortals, they enjoyed a century, even a millennium, of peace. However, he had no concept of the current state of affairs in other regions. Noticing Jiang Chen's hesitant demeanor, the sinful immortal pressed on, "How forgetful of me. I neglected to consider that you have already ascended. How long has it been since your ascension?" 500 years. Jiang Chen replied, a wistful expression crossing his face. In his previous life, 5 centuries would have reduced him to mere remnants of bone. Yet in this life, it felt fleeting, akin to just a year or two. 500 years. As this number was mentioned, a look of longing appeared on the sinful immortal's face. And he slowly began, "Currently, most regions of the lower realms are relatively fortunate, with various dynasties flourishing. However, not all areas share this fortune. The lower realms are divided into several continents. Those near the eastern Victory Divine Continent are faring well, but our western Bulhetso is in a tragic state." Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen's curiosity was piqued. Observing his interest, the sinful immortal began to narrate his story. In the western Bulhetso, there exists a place known as Lion Camel Ridge, beneath which lies the Lion Camel Kingdom. In that realm, the populace thrived, boasting millions of soldiers. With the nation rich and its people strong, truly a hegemon of the region. One fateful day, a monk arrived, proclaiming that not far from their land, on the Lion Camel Ridge, a formidable demon lay in slumber. It would not be long before this great demon awakened, inevitably intending to slaughter all beneath the ridge. The monk even utilized a magical artifact to reveal the demon's visage. Faced with such dire news, the people of Lion Camel Nation were understandably alarmed, hastily seeking counsel from the monk on how to proceed. According to the monk, this demon was of extraordinary origin, far beyond the capabilities of ordinary practitioners. Even he could only dare to observe from a distance, not willing to confront it directly. He had come merely to deliver a warning, urging the citizens of Lion Camel Nation to evacuate promptly. However, with an army numbering in the millions, alongside an immense civilian populace, departing from such a vast land was no simple task. How far could mere mortals travel in a day? When the demon awakened, it could cover countless miles in an instant. How could they possibly escape? The sinner raised his gaze to Yi Fan and spoke slowly. And then, Jiang Chen inquired. And then, naturally, the entire nation implored the monk to devise a solution. The monk produced a flying artifact, claiming it could transport 100,000 people at a time. He spoke deliberately, and the unfolding tale bore no significant upheavals. Although the artifact could only carry 100,000 souls per trip, it represented immense hope. The entire Lion Camel Nation sprang into action, reverently appointing the monk as their national master, bestowing upon him the nation's fortunes. Subsequently, they began selecting batches of robust young men and women to be the first to depart, laying down a foundation for Lion Camel Nation in their new location. Following them, a mix of young and children would leave, for the young represented both the present and the future. As for the elderly, the weak, and the infirm, they remained behind, fully aware of the peril they faced from the demon's potential awakening. Yet, they bore no grievances, resolutely choosing to stay. In this urgent evacuation, the millions of citizens of Lion Camel Nation displayed remarkable order, with each wave departing in tens of thousands. As the monk recounted the tale, he sighed deeply, his voice thick with emotion, 2 crimson tears escaping from the corners of his eyes. Jiang Chen listened silently, refraining from interjecting. Observing his reaction, he anticipated the forthcoming outcome. These young men and children were taken away, batch after batch. According to the national master, the round trip would require a month. Thus, the remaining populace waited and waited. When the final group was set to evacuate, the demon from Lion Camel Ridge had yet to awaken. The citizens of Lion Camel Nation were overcome with gratitude, fervently invoking divine protection and expressing their thanks to the national master. The sinner paused, gazing at Jiang Chen, each word emerging painstakingly from between his teeth. Perhaps you might wonder, amidst this overwhelming gratitude, what sights awaited them upon boarding the flying vessel, following the so-called national master to their destination. Perhaps they need not even descend from the craft. Merely gazing from the heavens, they might behold a landscape strewn with white bones, or perhaps nothing at all. Jiang Chen's voice grew somber as he responded. The sinful immortal chuckled, a hint of melancholy in his smile. As expected of you, truly astute. He continued, then I flayed its skin, dismantled its bones, and extracted its tendons. With the remaining populace, I returned to the Lion Troop Kingdom, only to be pursued and brought to this place. Having recounted this tale, the sinful immortal exhaled deeply, as if shedding an immense burden, his expression lightening somewhat. Who was it that pursued you? Jiang Chen inquired, gazing intently at the figure before him. The sinful immortal's countenance remained composed, a certain arhat. Upon hearing this response, Jiang Chen found himself momentarily lost in thought, his heart a tumult of emotions, unsure of what to articulate. Chapter 20. The Schemes of the Buddhist Sect. The Legacy of Humanity. The condemned immortal wore a nonchalant smile, voluntarily placing his neck upon the guillotine. However, Jiang Chen's gaze began to shift. This was the first time he found himself momentarily distracted during an execution. Jiang Chen, it is time to send me on my way, the condemned immortal reminded him. Jiang Chen snapped back to attention and regarded him, hesitatingly nodding in response. On the guillotine, the blade had already been replaced by the Hunyuan sword. With a mere thought from Jiang Chen, the sword descended with a swift whoosh, and the head flew off. Yu Chen, a resident of Lion Turtle Ridge, gifted in cultivation from a young age, entering the path at 10, stepping into the Qi refinement stage at 12. He advanced rapidly on the path of cultivation through remarkable talent and relentless effort. At 50, he successfully condensed his golden core, and at 100, he broke through to the human immortal realm, wandering through the vast wilderness. At 300, he broke through to the earth immortal realm. And at 800, by chance, he ascended to the celestial immortal realm. He was captured and executed at the Immortal Execution Platform for slaying the Tiger Demon under the auspices of the Tiger Buddha. Reward: the Legacy of Humanity. Yu Chen's had securely landed in Jiang Chen's hand. Jiang Chen stared at the severed head, observing its lips still faintly twitching. He discerned the shape of the words forming, ultimately reading thank you. Simultaneously, the calamity energy emanating from Yu Chen dissipated under the gaze of the ninth-section divine eye. Jiang Chen felt a tumult of emotions within him. Though he harbored deep sympathy for Yu Chen's plight, he was obligated to act as the executioner. Once on the execution platform, he had no choice but to deliver the fatal blow. Even Yu Chen's final expression of gratitude stirred his heart, yet he suppressed his emotions. Gazing at Yu Chen's lips, slightly curved in relief. After standing in contemplation for a long while, he finally turned to report back. Jiang Chen entered the grand hall and scanned the surroundings, only to find the execution supervisor absent. He placed the severed head upon the rack. At that moment, the execution supervisor stormed in, his face flushed and veins bulging on his forehead. "What is the matter?" Jiang Chen began to inquire, but the supervisor eagerly spilled his frustrations. "Damn it! Since the establishment of the Immortal Execution Hall, the Demon Execution Hall, the Devil Execution Hall, and the Buddha Execution Hall, we have never encountered such a humiliating situation." The supervisor's voice reverberated throughout the hall, clearly agitated. Jiang Chen approached and placed a comforting hand on his shoulder. What exactly transpired? The supervisor took several deep breaths, striving to calm his emotions, and slowly recounted. "Today, 2 individuals were sent to the heavenly court, both enveloped in calamity energy. I thought since your strength has grown, you could handle them together. I intended for you to execute the one with lower cultivation first, before dealing with the higher-ranked Arhut, who was sent to the Buddha execution platform awaiting transport. However, during your execution, individuals from the Buddhist sect brazenly invaded the heavenly court, all high and mighty, claiming they were there to take away that Arhut. At that moment, the supervisors from our 5 halls promptly arrived. After all, it concerns our dignity, and we cannot allow them to succeed." The 2 parties stood in a tense standoff, poised for confrontation, with even the deity Zhao making an appearance. Yet, despite the escalating situation, the monks remained unfazed. Just as the stalemate reached its peak, a young acolyte rushed in, brandishing a token and shamelessly beseeching the gathered crowd for leniency. Remarkably, the monks acquiesced and allowed him to depart with their captive. Such a profound humiliation. The execution officer was beside himself with rage, his fists clenched tightly in fury. Reflecting on the hall of Buddha's execution, Jiang Chen recalled his first visit, which left an indelible impression. The monks appeared dignified, draped in their robes and clutching their prayer beads. Yet, when the blade fell, their once calm demeanor dissolved into cries of anguish. Jiang Chen reminisced about the time he was tasked with overseeing various Buddhist offenders. However, as the years passed, the number of individuals brought to the hall dwindled. It had been nearly a decade since he had executed anyone connected to the Buddhist faith. Clearly, the Western Sacred Mountain seemed intent on protecting them. The current events only reinforced his suspicions. Could calamity truly unfold in this manner? The monk's behavior was infuriating. The execution officer vented his frustrations to Jiang Chen for a considerable time, and after releasing his pent-up anger, he patted Jiang Chen on the shoulder, advising him that this incident should not affect him too deeply. He urged Jiang Chen to treat it as mere entertainment, cautioning him against spreading the news, as it concerned their reputation. Jiang Chen nodded in agreement, exchanged a few pleasantries with the officer, and retreated to his chamber. Seated at the edge of his bed, he reopened the account of Yu Chen's past. Although he constantly reminded himself to refrain from overthinking, he found it impossible. Witnessing these scenes firsthand evoked a deeper empathy within him than simply hearing Yu Chen recount them. The despair of the citizens of Lion Trojan country surged towards him like a relentless tide, the chaos during the city's fall, the frantic flight of the populace, the cacophony of cries and shouts, the helplessness that accompanied shattered hopes, and the dimming light in the eyes of ordinary people. Anger ignited within him upon glimpsing the remains of his kin. Was Yu Chen at fault? Absolutely not. In Jiang Chen's perspective, had he been in Yu Chen's position, he would have relished the opportunity to reduce those villains to mere pulp, ensuring they bore witness to their own demise. Yet, despite this fervor, he too had been seized and brought before the celestial court. Ultimately, it was those wielding absolute power who deemed him guilty. A bold notion surfaced within Jiang Chen's mind. Perhaps this entire affair had been tacitly sanctioned by certain factions from the very beginning. The tiger demon beneath the Arhut seat had seduced them, and various forces had covertly condoned the situation, culminating in the present chaos. Was this the varied response of different powers in the face of impending catastrophe? How ironic. A bitter smile tugged at the corners of Jiang Chen's lips. In that moment, he grasped Yu Chen's state of mind, and the turmoil within him began to subside as he plunged into contemplation once more. When he first arrived in the celestial realm, he executed the transgressors of the Buddhist sect. Although they protested vehemently, they never resorted to overtly abducting individuals. Yet now, the Buddhist sect dares to boldly demand individuals. And there are even those who openly assist them. This signifies that the Western Buddhist sect has seized the initiative, endeavoring to expand its influence. While the Celestial Court finds itself at a disadvantage in this intricate game, this colossal institution, which has governed the three realms for millennia, appears to have been relegated to a mere supporting role in this calamity. Calamity, a dual-edged sword. It brings both opportunity and misfortune. One can only ponder how many souls will fall victim to this contest. The Buddhist sect seeks to ascend over the corpses of countless individuals, while the Celestial Court remains powerless. Jiang Chen sighed deeply, a sigh imbued with an indescribable melancholy. Lion Camel Ridge, Lion Camel Kingdom. Jiang Chen muttered repeatedly. He recalled that such a place also existed in Journey to the West, a realm now dominated by monsters. It seems that this arrangement has come to fruition sooner than he anticipated. Chapter 21. The indomitable power of the sage, beyond comprehension and measure. Having witnessed all of this, a profound sense of loss welled up within Jiang Chen. The tale recounted by Yu Chun was but a microcosm of the tumultuous West in Yo Huzhou. Yet it was already steeped in such tragedy. Jiang Chen lifted his gaze towards the window. What harrowing scenes must unfold across the vast expanse of the wilderness and the other continents. The current plight of the human race in the wilderness starkly contrasted with his prior expectations. As Yu Chun had articulated, while the dynasties of the Eastern Victory Divine Continent might appear relatively stable, in the realms beset by monstrous entities and malevolent forces, the fate of humanity teetered on the brink of devastation, ever at risk of becoming mere sustenance or the raw materials for nefarious practitioners crafting elixirs. Seated quietly by the bedside, Jiang Chen reflected on the fortunate position of humanity as the protagonists of the celestial realm, an extraordinary stroke of luck. It was undeniable that, over the years, a plethora of remarkably gifted human cultivators had emerged, and countless human dynasties had risen across the wilderness. Compared to the ancient times when the demon and shaman races hunted them down like prey, this era seemed significantly improved. Yet, behind this veil of fortune lay an endless tapestry of misfortune. The low starting point continued to bind the development of humanity. In the fierce environment of the wilderness, where myriad races vied for survival, humanity remained alarmingly frail. Looking back, humanity was once the race closest to the Tao body, endowed with innate roots, allowing them to cultivate at a pace far superior to other races. However, during that time, the demon and shaman races unleashed a relentless slaughter upon humanity. A single shaman-slaying sword nearly eradicated the innate human lineage. Now, although humanity had managed to establish a foothold in the wilderness, they had transformed into the postnatal human race, possessing feeble roots, inferior aptitude, and short lifespans, their cultivation progress akin to a snail's pace. Individuals like Jiang Chen and Yu Chun were already among the most gifted of their kind, yet when compared to races naturally endowed with celestial or earthly powers, their lifelong struggles had merely brought them to the starting line. The stark disparity was nothing short of exasperating. Presently, the Buddhist sect, the Taoist school, and the Celestial Court ostensibly sheltered humanity. However, in reality, the incense, will, fortune, and merits of the human race had long been devoured by these forces. In a certain sense, humanity had lost its capacity for independence, reduced to mere instruments for various factions to exploit. Even the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors were ensnared within the fire cloud cave, powerless to intervene as they watched humanity being divided among the powers. Should these forces initiate their schemes in the westward journey, then the tribulations of humanity would have already commenced and would persist until the journey's conclusion. Though humanity held the esteemed position of celestial protagonists, they were but marionettes, manipulated by the hands of various powers. As the great calamity descended, humanity became a tool for others to harvest their gains. These so-called schemes resembled a plunder devoid of cost. In this game of chance, humanity found itself utterly defenseless. Jiang Chen sighed deeply, contemplating that had he not ascended to the Celestial Court, lacking sufficient strength and particularity, he might have ended up like Yu Chun, ensnared by the very same fate. In the realm of the heavens, where numerous rules and a strict hierarchy prevail, though constraints abound, they do, to a certain extent, safeguard one's existence, allowing for a gradual enhancement of strength within feasible limits. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, Jiang Chen's pupils abruptly contracted. Perhaps the words of Yu Chun had exerted a profound influence on his state of mind. At this moment, He harbored no affection for the Buddhist sect, but rather a deep-seated aversion. The descent of that Arhut steed into the mortal realm must surely be premeditated. Jiang Chen recalled tales from the journey to the west, reflecting on the numerous malevolent beings within the Buddhist domain. Originally a mount of the Buddhist order, it had descended to wreak havoc upon the world, bringing untold calamities to humanity. In stark contrast, Lao Jun's azure ox, upon descending, leisurely munched on oranges, while Sun Wukong merely urged it to summon reinforcements. Conversely, within the Buddhist realm, the king of inspiration devoured children, accumulating a mountain of blood debts. The three demons of Shizuoling, emboldened by their kinship with the Tathagata, rampaged through the land, leaving behind a mountain of bones, transforming Shizuoling into a veritable hell on earth. The original text vividly depicted how even Sun Wukong was momentarily stunned upon witnessing the scene, his heart brimming with shock. The downfall of the Lion-Camel Kingdom might merely be the beginning. According to the Buddhist script, the entire Western Nyohajo could soon fall victim to the ravages of demons. Thus, through such machinations, the Buddhist sect could orchestrate the journey to the west while simultaneously harvesting the wish power of mortals. They first dispatched demons to torment humanity, plunging the world into a dire state, only to later send saviors to rescue them. In this way, unaware mortals would be filled with gratitude, ensnared in a vicious cycle, continuously supplying the Buddhist sect with their wish power. Consequently, both fortune and hearts would gravitate toward the Buddhist order, with the journey to the west unfolding according to their design, allowing the Buddhists to reap the benefits of others' toil. The Buddhist sect indeed resembles those two figures. Jiang Chen was on the verge of expressing his sentiments when suddenly, a wave of intense palpitations surged through him. In an instant, even breathing became laborious, as if a vice were constricting his throat. He gasped for air, his breath coming in rapid bursts. After a prolonged moment, he found himself drenched in sweat, as though he had just emerged from the depths of a lake. His clothes clung tightly to him, and his hair, matted against his face, resembled that of a cow's lick. Such was the power of a sage. Jiang Chen felt a lingering dread. Merely contemplating the two sages of the West had provoked such a backlash. He surmised that this was not an intentional act on the part of the sages, but rather a reflexive response to their overwhelming authority. Nevertheless, it was a burden he found difficult to bear, as if he had danced perilously close to the brink of death. Quickly, Jiang Chen suppressed his thoughts. Given his current strength, he was far from capable of contending with such entities. Regardless of their nature, the sages remain exalted figures. This realm, after all, is the primordial wilderness, where sheer strength reigns supreme. In the presence of absolute power, all resistance is futile. At this moment, the only source of solace for Jiang Chen was Dongxing Shenzhou, the starting point of the journey to the west, still under the jurisdiction of the heavens. Although the celestial realm also siphoned the incense offerings of humanity, as a vast institution governing the three realms, it would not allow the situation to spiral out of control, ultimately proving beneficial for the development of humanity. This is not exactly good news, yet it is a silver lining. Jiang Chen plopped down onto the ground, his thoughts drifting back to that enigmatic youth. Who could that young man possibly be, one so esteemed that others would defer to him and successfully escort the Arhut of the Buddhist sect away? The master behind him must hold a revered status in the heavenly realm, with unfathomable power. Who could it be? This conundrum loomed large, akin to a tangled web. Jiang Chen pondered endlessly, yet found no clarity. To avert the recurrence of that unsettling sensation he had just experienced, he resolutely severed his thoughts. As one would untangle a knot. Jiang Chen, focus on enhancing your strength first. Once you have amassed sufficient power, then devise a means to assist humanity. A self-deprecating smile crossed his lips, and he again entered a state of cultivation. Unlike before, this time he harbored a clear objective. In both this life and the last, he could not forsake his humanity. Remaining a mere bystander was not an option. Thus, he resolved to empower himself. Chapter 22. The fury of the Buddhist realm demands an explanation from heaven as Jiang Chen immersed himself in cultivation at the Western Spirit Mountain. Within the great Thunder Sound Temple, the Buddha sat majestically upon a lotus throne, his golden form radiating a brilliance so profound that it was nearly blinding. Flanking him were the Buddhas of the past and future, alongside the four great bodhisattvas. Below them stood a host of Buddhas and Arhats, all standing in solemn attention, their eyes reflecting a mix of curiosity and concern. The assembly had just received an urgent summons and hurried from their respective places of cultivation, oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Once all were gathered, the Bodhisattva Avalokiteshvara gracefully descended from above. Her voice rang clear as she addressed the assembly. Everyone. The Dragon King Nanda has perished, and our extensive plans across the boundless seas have been utterly annihilated. At this proclamation, a tumultuous uproar ensued. Initially, many were taken aback, struggling to comprehend the significance of the names mentioned. However, upon hearing Boundless Seas and Dragon King Nanda, realization dawned upon them. The Boundless Seas were the domain of the pure-blood dragon lineage, and since the establishment of the Buddhist realm, they had set their sights on these territories, given their proximity to the ocean. Yet, despite the gradual decline of the pure-blood dragons, their pride remained unyielding, thwarting many of the Buddhist realm's endeavors. It was only several million years ago that they had made contact with the Dragon King Nanda, enhancing his strength through various means and securing his allegiance to the Western warships. Thereafter, he became a discreet agent for the Buddhist realm, handling many affairs that required a delicate touch. Now, to learn that everything had come to naught was shocking. But I recall he was dispatched to the site of Mount Bujo to retrieve that artifact, one Buddha interjected, his expression fraught with disbelief. Indeed, Avalokiteshvara replied patiently. But while at the site of Mount Bujo, the Dragon King Nanda drew too much attention, slaughtering countless beings, which alerted the heavenly court, leading to his capture. The hall fell into a profound silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard as all eyes turned towards the Buddha. This was, without a doubt, a significant loss. In recent years, the Spirit Mountain had reaped substantial benefits thanks to the Dragon King Nanda, who had deftly resolved many troublesome matters, thus establishing substantial influence and status within the mountain. The Buddha remained silent, merely nodding in acknowledgement towards Avalokiteshvara. In that instant, the grand doors of the hall swung open, allowing a powerful gust of air to sweep through. A heavenly messenger, adorned in resplendent celestial robes, entered with trepidation. As he crossed the threshold, he found himself ensnared by a multitude of piercing gazes, causing him to shudder involuntarily. However, quickly regaining his composure, he straightened up and declared in a firm voice, "This is entirely a misunderstanding. When the Jade Emperor issued his command, he merely stated to transport him to the execution platform, where our people would intervene at the critical moment to substitute him. Unexpectedly, the Ministry of Justice has sent him to the ancient execution platform." As the messenger spoke, his voice dwindled, his eyes darting nervously, betraying an evident sense of guilt. The Jade Emperor had only instructed him to clarify the situation, completely unprepared for the intensity of the assembly he now faced. He had initially thought it would suffice to explain matters to Avalokiteshvara and leave it at that. Despite having communicated with Hao Yin, he shifted the blame onto his subordinates, disregarding my intentions, and brazenly brought the Dragon King to the ancient tribunal. Do you truly believe that the people of Ling Mountain are fools? The voice of the Buddha, resonant with undeniable authority, reverberated through the air. The envoy, who had previously stood tall, felt his resolve wane. His body trembled uncontrollably, and after stumbling twice, he nearly collapsed to the ground. The numerous Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, and Arhats unleashed their formidable pressure, which bore down heavily upon the envoy. Unable to withstand the burden any longer, he fell to the ground, trembling all over. Yet, a flicker of stubbornness lingered in his heart, and he summoned every ounce of strength to shout, "Gentlemen, do you truly wish to tear apart the facade with the heavenly court and provoke a great war?" As soon as his words echoed, silence enveloped the surroundings. The eyes of the Buddhas were filled with uncertainty. The notion of war had not been uttered for far too long. The Western paradise had been suppressed by the heavenly court for an extended period. Although discontent simmered within, no one dared to instigate trouble. Even the Buddha, in his wisdom, could not help but temper his gaze. The resurgence of the Western teachings was anticipated during this tribulation, yet it was still in its nascent stages, and the balance of power remained firmly in the hands of the Jade Emperor. Should war erupt, the focus of the tribulation would shift to the conflict between the two sides, a scenario fraught with peril. After pondering for a moment, the future Buddha leaned in and asked in a hushed tone, "How did you and Hao Yin communicate? Did he mention anything else?" The Buddha shook his head. The situation had become intricate. It seemed that today they would have to endure this humiliation. Despite the flourishing of the Western teachings and the Buddha's formidable strength, he was still somewhat inferior compared to the Jade Emperor. Although the tribulation would eventually alter their respective standings, they had yet to reach the pivotal turning point. They could afford to be somewhat audacious, but not excessively so. In truth, the Buddha harbored another suspicion. The rise of Buddhism was a foregone conclusion. While the heavenly court appeared united, it was, in reality, rife with internal factions due to the teachings of Chan and Jia. Even the Jade Emperor was subject to the constraints imposed by the four sovereigns. Thus, it was plausible that others were acting behind the scenes. When he had previously communicated with the Jade Emperor, there had been no explicit agreement. However, the implication was one of mediation, which had unexpectedly escalated to the ancient tribunal. At this juncture, the future Buddha spoke up. I believe we cannot let this matter rest. You had made your intentions clear to Haotian, yet it has come to this. The Western teachings will inevitably rise during this tribulation, and with that rise, we must assert our own standing. We should demonstrate our strength, ensuring that others do not underestimate us, and let the denizens of the heavenly court know who will govern the future. As soon as the future Buddha finished speaking, others responded in agreement. The envoy, who had been struggling on the ground, now bore an exceedingly grim expression, already overwhelmed by the pressure from the crowd. His earlier words had been a final act of desperation. Now, witnessing the resolve of the Ling Mountain Assembly, fear consumed him, leaving no room for further resistance. Before his arrival, he had inquired with his colleagues about the circumstances in the West. Upon learning of the West's increasingly arrogant demeanor, he devised a plan in his mind. Let us return. This matter shall not be dismissed so easily. Whether by accident or intention, the celestial court must provide an explanation to the West. The future Buddha cast a sidelong glance at the silent Tathagata, a faint smile gracing his lips, before turning his attention to the messenger. No sooner had he spoken than a terrifying force struck the messenger, propelling him out of the Great Sound Monastery. In an instant, all eyes were fervently fixed upon the future Buddha. As the Western teachings flourished, such an aura was indeed required. While a resolution was necessary, dear friends, whom do you believe would be most suitable to handle this affair? The Tathagata appeared oblivious to the messenger's expulsion and paid little heed to the future Buddha's recent display of prowess, calmly posing his question to the assembly. Chapter 23. The mission of the Divine Slaying Temple, to vanquish the deities of the underworld. Allow me to undertake this task, and I shall assure all of you. Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, a spectral figure enveloped in golden light descended. A wave of astonishment swept through the onlookers. Gazing outward, it was evident that such a manifestation, without the presence of its true form, could only belong to the revered Itagarba Bodhisattva, who vowed not to attain Buddhahood until the underworld was emptied. All eyes turned to the ethereal figure, reflecting a profound reverence. In truth, Itagarba Bodhisattva's power had long since reached a level comparable to that of the Buddha. Even when juxtaposed with the three exalted Buddhas of the past, present, and future, he stood undaunted, for his grand aspiration had yet to culminate in the realization of Buddhahood. His willingness to embark on this journey ensured its success. The Tathagata Buddha nodded slightly, granting full acknowledgement of his capabilities. Thus, the decision was solidified. The responsibility of restoring the dignity of the Buddhist realm was entirely entrusted to Itagarba Bodhisattva. As the words settled, the spectral figure of Itagarba dissolved into the ether. Simultaneously, in the underworld, his true form gradually opened its eyes, deep in contemplation. The flourishing of Buddhism represented a rare and significant opportunity for Itagarba Bodhisattva. Despite the intertwining of his fate with that of the underworld, the immense fortune ushered in by Buddhism's revival would undoubtedly bolster his strength further. Within the underworld, Itagarba Bodhisattva did not rely on the management system of the 10 Yama kings to maintain order, nor did he possess the formidable backing of sages like the Witch Clan. Instead, he carved out his own domain through sheer force of will. After a moment of reflection, he slowly turned his gaze to one side and spoke gravely. There is a plan here. You shall execute it. Now, regarding the celestial messenger from the heavenly court, despite representing the countenance of the supreme heaven, he was unceremoniously expelled from Ling Mountain. Thus, he dared not utter a single word. The arrogance of the Buddhist realm was already widely acknowledged. With the impending calamity, Buddhism was bound to flourish, a prophecy once uttered by the Tao ancestor himself. Consequently, none dared to intervene lightly. Moreover, such occurrences were not unprecedented. For the greater good, the supreme heaven had no choice but to acquiesce. For openly defying the Tao ancestor's prophecy was unthinkable. One could only wonder who would once again become a casualty in this game of power. The messenger sighed, having witnessed numerous similar scenes before, feeling a sense of resignation. He dared not linger in the West any longer and hastily returned to prepare his report. Meanwhile, at the Immortal-Slaying Platform, Jiang Chen, as per his usual routine, diligently completed his tasks each day, devoting the remainder of his time entirely to cultivation. This transformation had deprived many would-be sycophants among the executioners of their opportunity to curry favor with him. They could only linger momentarily at the entrance of Jiang Chen's abode, observing that there were no signs of him emerging. Ultimately, with a sense of resignation, he turned and departed. However, Jiang Chen remained blissfully unaware of all that transpired. During the course of his cultivation, time ceased to hold significance. In the blink of an eye, months or even years could slip away unnoticed. Naturally, he would not engage in unbroken cultivation for such extended periods, as he still bore the weighty responsibility of slaying foes. Soon, the day arrived for him to accept a new mission. Following his customary routine, Jiang Chen made his way to the designated task allocation site. Before he could reach the Hall of Immortal Slayers, he was intercepted midway by the supervising executioner of the Hall of Divine Slayers. Jiang Chen had grown accustomed to such occurrences, for these executioners were well aware of his schedule. On occasion, when urgent tasks arose, they would directly come to whisk him away. After all, the rewards for completing the missions remained unchanged, and executing a task was merely a matter of where it took place. Moreover, these intercepted tasks were often of an urgent nature. With the criminals still imbued with the power of calamity, not only could Jiang Chen successfully complete the tasks, but he could also reap considerable benefits from them, which made him eager to engage in such endeavors. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen accepted the task and prepared to set forth. However, upon ascending the execution platform, he was astonished to find an additional individual present. What was the meaning of this? Wasn't he the one assigned to execute this mission? A question mark loomed in Jiang Chen's mind. Upon noticing Jiang Chen, the stranger's demeanor shifted to one of palpable anxiety. Swallowing hard several times, the individual struggled to regain composure. Jiang Chen, fellow Taoist, the stranger stammered, his voice trembling slightly. Jiang Chen felt an increasing sense of unease regarding the situation and could not help but inquire, "What exactly do you wish to convey? You are dealing with someone rather formidable. He hails from the underworld and carries many burdens. You must exercise utmost caution." After uttering this cryptic warning, the stranger hurriedly fled the execution platform. Jiang Chen stood there, momentarily stunned, gazing at the retreating figure with a mixture of perplexity and frustration. Why did everyone seem to speak in riddles? What was so complicated that it could not be plainly articulated? He silently lamented this enigma in his thoughts, delving into contemplation. Judging by the stranger's frantic demeanor, it appeared he was merely a messenger for someone else. Yet, why did he choose to convey the message in such an obscure manner? Cursed be these riddle speakers. Jiang Chen pondered the implications of the stranger's words. A connection to the underworld sparked a memory within him. This force was known to exist, and while it ostensibly adhered to the jurisdiction of the Celestial Court, in truth, it functioned as an independent entity with its own unique operational principles. The underworld was governed by the Lady of Equanimity, the former ancestral shaman of the Witch clan, who had crafted a final sanctuary for her kin. To reinforce control over the underworld, the Celestial Court had installed the 10 Yama Kings for oversight, while the Western Buddhist sect had dispatched the Bodhisattva Ksitigarbha. Thus, a triad of powers had coalesced within the underworld. Which faction did this visitor belong to? The thoughts of Jiang Chen surged within his mind, stirred by that nonsensical remark. He harbored a vague suspicion. Could it be related to the previous incident? Shaking his head, he endeavored to calm himself. This was not a matter for him to concern himself with. As long as he acted swiftly, with decisive force, eliminating the individual on stage, the ensuing complications could be left to the Celestial Court and others to argue over. He need not worry about it. Resolute in his intent, Jiang Chen prepared to ascend the platform to execute his judgment, denying his opponent any chance to react. However, just as he was about to take a step forward, a voice called out from behind him, "Halt!" At the sound, Jiang Chen's body stiffened, and he inwardly lamented the melodrama of the situation. Could such a cliché turn of events truly befall him? Must there be no semblance of originality? Filled with reluctance, he had no choice but to turn around. For the speaker not only issued a verbal challenge, but also launched an assault. A surge of magical energy hurtled toward him at an astonishing speed. As the voice reached him, the attack was already upon him, presenting an overwhelming threat. The assailant's strength far surpassed Jiang Chen's expectations. Should he fail to confront it head-on, this strike could render him incapacitated. The consequences of enduring such an assault would entirely depend on the adversary's disposition. Just as Jiang Chen prepared to defend himself, a figure descended rapidly from the sky. With a powerful palm strike, it firmly intercepted the incoming attack. It was none other than the execution supervisor of the Celestial Slicing Pavilion. "Who dares to harm others upon my Celestial Slicing Platform?" The supervisor's voice boomed like thunder. Yet, the newcomer displayed no trepidation. Meeting the supervisor's furious gaze, he boldly declared, "I am a messenger of the Bodhisattva Ksitigarbha, come to rescue my wronged comrade." Chapter 24. Is the execution platform under my command? As these words were uttered, the expression of the execution officer at the Divine Execution Palace positioned before Jiang Chen, darkened ominously, as if it could drip with disdain. He had summoned Jiang Chen, fully aware of the grievous transgressions committed by the divine being condemned to the execution platform. The charge was indeed severe, disturbing the order of reincarnation. This divine entity was responsible for guiding the souls into the cycle of rebirth within the underworld. Such matters are fraught with uncertainty, as the cycle is intricately linked to the 6 paths of reincarnation, which spins incessantly. The fleeting moment before a soul is cast into the cycle may yield dramatically different outcomes. A soul destined for the human realm might find itself thrust into the beast realm, while another meant for eternal torment in hell could unexpectedly gain liberation. Consequently, this divine being often exploited this uncertainty, accepting bribes to facilitate others' passage. Whether the 10 Yama kings, who govern the underworld, were aware of this misconduct, he could not ascertain. However, it was undeniable that the divine being awaiting execution on the platform had indeed accepted bribes and was subsequently reported, under mysterious circumstances, during the act. With irrefutable evidence at hand, the heavens were incensed. This was an unforgivable crime. Following rigorous scrutiny, the individual was brought to the execution platform. Previously, the underworld had remained silent regarding this person's offenses, exhibiting no signs of dissent. Now, as the execution loomed, the audacity to declare the individual wronged incited his fury. Such insolence was tantamount to a blatant disregard for the execution platform itself. The execution platform was, after all, an institution of capital punishment. At this moment, it could not permit a mere utterance to absolve a heinous sinner, whose guilt was evident beyond doubt. There was no need for the condemned to even descend from the platform, should time elapse without the sinner's demise. It would be a provocation against heavenly law and a slight against the esteemed reputation cultivated by the execution platform over the years. What further fueled his ire was the stark realization that the execution platform was not so easily targeted. There was no necessity for such confrontation. Thus, the unfolding scene was, in fact, a struggle at a higher echelon. The moment the term Ksitigarbha was invoked, he recognized it as a slap in the face from the Buddhist sect to the heavenly court. And the pawns in this game were the individual before him and the one on the platform. In that instant, a multitude of thoughts raced through his mind. Even recalling the incident involving the pure-blood dragon race ascending the ancient execution platform. Such matters were far from secrets within the execution platform's inner workings. Perhaps all of this had stemmed from that very incident. In a normal course of events, the execution officer should have promptly dismissed the opposing party, allowing Jiang Chen to ascend and execute the divine being, thereby upholding heavenly law. Yet the current circumstances were anything but ordinary. This envoy represented Ksitigarbha, embodying the Buddhist sect. Should he forcibly dismiss them without regard for their dignity, allowing Jiang Chen to carry out the execution, it would surely offend the Buddhist sect, leading to dire consequences. Lessons from history warned of such repercussions. However, if no execution is carried out, the illustrious reputation of the celestial execution platform shall be utterly diminished, and the dignity of the heavenly court shall consequently be tarnished. The supervising official of the divine execution hall had long been aware of the audacity of the Buddhist sect, though he had previously paid it little heed. Who could have anticipated their capacity to reach such extremities? At this moment, the supervising official felt a tumult of astonishment and fury within him, astonished by the audacity of the opposition and enraged by his own impotence. It was a platform designated for the execution of sinners from the 3 realms, governed by the heavenly court's unification of all realms. Yet it found itself cornered by a singular force to this extent. Those who ascended the celestial execution platform bore no grievances, irrespective of their claims of injustice. Their deeds had invariably transgressed heavenly laws. Having already been escorted to the platform, they must have undergone rigorous scrutiny, unless decreed by the Jade Emperor himself. No one is permitted to intervene. Do you, a mere messenger, wish to taste the edge of this Lord's blade? As the supervising official grappled with these thoughts, a thunderous shout reverberated through the void before him. In an instant, the fabric of space tore open, and a formidable warrior clad in brilliant silver armor emerged, wielding a trident blade, exuding an overwhelming aura of might. Most notably, a singular eye was inscribed upon his forehead, the presence of a true monarch. Upon witnessing this figure's arrival, the supervising official hastily offered a bow. Not only he, but even the previously arrogant messenger lowered his head, unable to meet the gaze of the newcomer. Jiang Chen, too, exhibited no hesitation, bowing his head at once. For the figure before them was none other than the legendary war god of the 3 realms, the rare embodiment of physical sanctity, Qingyuan Miaodao, true monarch, Yang Jian. His arrival at this juncture was prompted by an earlier decree from the Jade Emperor, summoning him to quell the current discord. The so-called Itagarba messenger now trembled uncontrollably. Consumed by panic, he lamented his misfortune, realizing that not only might he face reprimand, but a swift execution was also within the realm of possibility. Had it been another deity of the heavenly court, he might have retained some semblance of defiance, for even the supreme heavens had repeatedly yielded to the Buddhist sect. How much courage could his subordinates possibly muster? Yet, this individual was markedly different. In terms of status, he was a third-generation disciple of the Chan school, a nephew of the Jade Emperor. In terms of power, he was a war god of unparalleled prowess, a being of physical sanctity. As for temperament, even the words of the Jade Emperor were mere suggestions to him. His presence here was solely due to the summons. To expect him to swallow his pride for the supreme heavens was nothing short of folly, especially considering that his own background was not in the slightest inferior to that of the Buddhist sect. After a prolonged moment of hesitation, the messenger swallowed hard, mustering the courage to slightly raise his gaze to meet Yang Jian's. True monarch, please hear me out. There are numerous misunderstandings surrounding this matter. It is merely a slight conflict between us and the Celestial Execution Platform. Allow us to handle it, for you are not a member of the Celestial Execution Platform, and it would be ill-advised to intervene recklessly, would it not? Yang Jian remained silent, prompting the messenger to swiftly redirect his attention towards Jiang Chen. You are the only one capable of traversing the 5 halls within the Celestial Execution Platform, are you not? Today, I implore you to show me some leniency and lower your blade. I shall assist you in escaping from this execution platform, granting you a chance to reincarnate as a human and to revel in 10 lifetimes of prosperity. As for your cultivation, fret not. Once you have savored the riches of 10 lifetimes, I shall guide you into the Buddhist realm, where you will immediately attain the status of an arhat. Should there be other executioners present, they would likely kneel and fawn over one another, for this is undoubtedly a great reward, even at the cost of betraying the celestial court. Presently, in the tumultuous landscape of the primordial world, any discerning individual can perceive that the Buddhist order is destined to become the future sovereign. Upon hearing such terms, Yang Jian and the execution officer fell into a contemplative silence. The offer was exceedingly generous, and given Jiang Chen's current predicament, there was no semblance of possibility for rejection. They had even come to the conclusion in their hearts that betrayal was inevitable. After all, what could an executioner possibly compare to the status of an arhat? Just as the other party wore a smug expression, Jiang Chen spoke up. By your implication, does it mean that once I ascend this execution platform, the fate of the other party, whether life or death, rests solely in my hands? Chapter 25. What does it matter if you slay the inhabitants of the underworld? Jiang Chen's reaction exceeded the envoy's expectations. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, he found himself momentarily at a loss for words. However, this hesitation was fleeting. In the blink of an eye, he nodded with a smile. The rules of the Slaying Immortals platform dictate that once you ascend the platform and your opponent is assigned, the fate of the criminal above lies in your hands. If you choose not to execute today, this matter will be shelved. Thus, with just a thought, I can ensure the safety of my colleague, and the reward will be yours. The execution officer of the Slaying Divine Hall regarded Jiang Chen with a complex expression. In truth, another option existed, to eliminate Jiang Chen and immediately dispatch another executioner. Yet, he could not bring himself to do so. He cast a glance at the nearby Qing Yuan Miaodao Jinjuan, Yang Jian, who exhibited no change in demeanor and showed no inclination to take Jiang Chen's life. The Slaying Immortals platform had always maintained a cordial attitude towards Jiang Chen. At this moment, the execution officer felt an intense anxiety. Should Jiang Chen exhibit even the slightest sign of defiance, the heavenly court would be utterly humiliated. Is that so? Jiang Chen nodded. Witnessing this affirmation, the envoy was elated. From this moment forth, we are united. Quickly release my colleague, and then I will escort you away. As the envoy spoke, he suddenly felt a piercing gaze. A sidelong glance revealed that Yang Jian was looking at him, causing him to shudder involuntarily. Despite his excitement, he could not allow it to show overtly. Although Yang Jian had not intervened directly in the affairs of the Slaying Immortals platform due to his statement, it did not mean he was indifferent to his dignity. To act so brazenly in front of him could lead to dire consequences. In terms of status, he was indeed inferior to the bound figure on the Slaying Immortals platform. Should he fail in this task, he could only await punishment upon his return, likely to be cast into the beast path, suffering for eternity. As the core of this inexplicable conflict, Zhou Yuan's gaze flitted between the onlookers, absorbing their reactions. After a moment, he chuckled softly. Release your colleague? When did I agree to your terms? His voice was neither too loud nor too soft, yet that single statement left everyone present in stunned silence. How could this be possible? The envoy from the netherworld was dumbfounded, while Yang Jian and the execution officer exchanged incredulous glances towards Jiang Chen. As the Jinjuan had stated, without the decree of the Jade Emperor, did one still hope to leave alive? What nonsense! Jiang Chen continued, disregarding the astonished gazes of those present and denying the envoy another opportunity to speak. He turned and stepped onto the Slaying Immortals platform. In just a few breaths, he emerged, holding a severed head. The countenance of the head was frozen in disbelief. I, Jiang Chen, the Xian-level executioner of the Slaying Immortals platform, have fulfilled my duty in slaying this sinner. Please verify, execution officer. His voice was steady, devoid of any tremor. Everything appeared as it had during his previous missions. As if oblivious to all that had transpired before, he stood in ignorance. The gazes directed towards Jiang Chen had transformed entirely. The weight of the rewards offered by the opposing party was beyond measure for any executioner. Moreover, it was evident to keen observers that the influence of the Buddhist sect was on the rise, to the extent that even the Celestial Court felt compelled to lower its pride. Under such circumstances, Jiang Chen unhesitatingly resolved to fulfill his duties, firmly choosing the Celestial Court. Thus, ha, my young friend, splendid work. The chief executioner of the divine slaying hall rushed over, embracing Jiang Chen's shoulders with a familiarity akin to that of long-lost brothers. Yang Jian, standing nearby, cast an admiring glance. Regardless of his prowess, the unfolding events attested to Jiang Chen's worthiness of deep camaraderie. Laughing, the chief executioner regained his composure and immediately seized the head of the deity. Glancing at it, he turned to the messenger across from him with a smile. Jiang Chen, the Xian-level executioner, earns another merit for slaying a deity. Previously, the messenger had been ensnared in shock, unable to gather his wits. Upon hearing such a proclamation, he spat a mouthful of blood. He had sensed something amiss when the other party had turned to enter. He had not anticipated such decisiveness, swiftly severing the deity's head. The messenger pointed a trembling finger at Jiang Chen, opening his mouth to speak, yet no sound emerged for a long while. Rage boiled within him. His mission had failed, and upon his return awaited inexorable punishment. The news would spread that the Buddhist sect, originally intent on humiliating the Celestial Court, had instead suffered a backlash. The outcome was inevitable. Even if he were to annihilate Jiang Chen at this moment, it would not alter the reality of his failed mission. At that instant, Yang Jian cast an intent gaze towards the messenger. Faintly, the messenger perceived the third eye on Yang Jian's forehead slightly shifting. Instantly, half of his body lost sensation. This is the Celestial Court's slaying platform. No ordinary folk may enter. If there are matters to discuss, seek the Jade Emperor. Depart. As the words fell, the messenger attempted to retort, but Yang Jian had already swept him away with a wave of his sleeve. Well done, Yang Jian remarked, looking at Jiang Chen before vanishing from sight. Wait, shouldn't the esteemed one provide an identity token or something of the sort? Jiang Chen mused inwardly, feeling a tinge of disappointment. A peach would suffice. I am not picky, he silently lamented. Associating with the esteemed Qingyuan Miaodao true monarch would afford him some measure of protection within the Celestial Court. Surely, he must have left a favorable impression in the heart of that individual. Of course, his motivation for executing the deity stemmed purely from his disdain for the Buddhist sect. After perusing Yu Qin's brief biography, he had harbored such thoughts. Now, the adversary had been delivered to him on a platter, displaying such an unsightly countenance. A performance that warranted retaliation. If he could slay someone like Yu Chen, how could this sinner expect to escape unscathed? Impossible. Moreover, this is the Jiangxian platform, where he would acquire numerous rewards in the future. Should the reputation of the Jiangxian platform diminish, it would lead to a cascade of repercussions, significantly impacting him. Therefore, whether for the greater good or personal reasons, he must slay the so-called sin god today to release his pent-up frustration, while simultaneously providing the Buddhist sect with a bit of amusement. After completing this task, Jiang Chen felt an unparalleled sense of relief and joy, unlike any he had experienced before. Under the intense gaze of the execution officer in the divine slaying hall, he bid farewell and departed from that place. Upon returning to his chamber, he delved into the life of the sin god, his brow furrowed in perpetual discontent. Each misdeed recounted warranted more than a single demise. Ideally, he wished to extract the soul and strike it down several more times. Subsequently, his attention turned to the rewards. Liangyi Jade Pendant, an innate spiritual treasure. It governs yin and yang, judging the cosmos. Chapter 26. The Buddhist Scheme. Jin Chanzi enters the slaughtering immortal platform as Jiang Chen perused the introduction of the treasure. A wave of elation surged within him. The two instruments' jade pendant was a primordial spiritual treasure. Even more terrifying was its intrinsic connection to a certain rule, a form of causality. Possessing the two instruments' jade pendant endowed one with the ability to adjudicate the realms of yin and yang. In a sense, the bearer of this pendant wielded a modicum of the authority akin to that of the king of hell, or even transcended it, reaching a higher echelon. It was difficult to articulate the full extent of its implications. It could exert influence over entities associated with the soul, even the sin deities and matters pertaining to punishment. At first glance, it seemed that this treasure held little practical use for Jiang Chen, as he could not possibly venture into the underworld to exercise such power. However, contemplating from a different angle, this pendant was related to judgment. Could it not be used within the slaughtering immortal platform to modify the punishments of certain offenders without contravening celestial laws? Jiang Chen could not help but sigh. Had he possessed this artifact earlier, perhaps Yu Chen would not have met his demise. He could have easily granted him freedom. And even if the heavenly court's other departments came to investigate, they would only conclude that no charges were substantiated, rendering execution impossible. Such a function was truly extraordinary. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Chen suppressed his excitement. For a treasure of this magnitude, he must exercise utmost caution before utilizing it, lest he leave behind any incriminating evidence. While Jiang Chen was consumed with exhilaration, the Buddhist realm was in turmoil. Prior to the operation, no one had anticipated that this matter would culminate in such a way. At the time, Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva had been adamant, garnering widespread support for the plan. To everyone's astonishment, it was a mere executioner who had brought about this embarrassment. Ksitigarbha's face was marred with anger. Even in his spectral form, he drew the attention of many around him. Through his apparition, one could faintly glimpse his own Buddhist kingdom, where countless malevolent spirits dutifully knelt in reverence. His strength had evidently increased. Rather than reflecting on the miscalculation of the scheme, many focused on the enhancement of his power. Seeing Ksitigarbha's demeanor, the Tathagata remained silent, understanding the sentiments of his counterpart. What had initially seemed a certain success had unexpectedly turned into a rebuke from a mere executioner. Such an affront would be intolerable for anyone in his position. Consequently, the situation escalated dramatically. No longer a covert struggle, it had been thrust into the open. As the earthly Buddha of Buddhism, the Tathagata prepared to take action to reclaim the dignity that had been lost. Naturally, devising a strategy to recover this dignity required careful consideration. Having learned a lesson, he would not handle the matter as lightly as before. Therefore, he summoned the other Buddhas for a discussion. Upon their arrival, the hall was filled with divine beings who sat in stunned silence, unable to articulate their thoughts. Buddha, I believe we could allow Jiang Chen a chance. Disciple Ananda spoke up, prompting the attention of the gathered assembly. Jiang Chen is a disciple of the Tathagata. As for his being cast into the cycle of reincarnation and enduring the tribulations of 10 lifetimes, there are indeed other arrangements at play. The assembly is not composed of fools. They are well aware of the underlying truths. Regarding Ananda, the proposal to have him ascend the execution platform for celestials is utterly unfathomable. It must be understood that stepping onto that platform results in complete annihilation of the soul. The first to react was Guanyin, who voiced his concerns alongside the Buddha of the past. Jiang Chen ought to proceed directly into reincarnation, avoiding any reckless risks. Indeed, Ananda, do you harbor some vendetta against Jiang Chen? Guanyin's power cannot be underestimated. Even the most ordinary Buddhas may not stand as his equal. However, due to previous circumstances, he has not attained the status of Buddha, yet this does not diminish his standing in the realm of Lingshan. Moreover, during this calamity, the Tathagata has explicitly stated that he should bear responsibility, which accounts for his agitation. With his words, Manjushri, Samantabhadra, and other Buddhas and Arhats chimed in. Buddhism, when it touches upon personal interests, invariably gives rise to diverse arguments among its practitioners. Listening to the inquiries from the assembly, Ananda remained composed. With palms pressed together, he approached the center and bowed to the assembly. Esteemed ones, there seems to be a misunderstanding. My intention was to suggest that Jiang Chen, with his profound Taoist cultivation, should venture to the execution platform for celestials. Upon uttering these words, the earlier criticisms abruptly ceased. Even the king of hell cast a glance in his direction. Jiang Chen is destined to enter calamity. He may as well exert his remaining vitality. Allow him to accumulate some calamity energy first, then publicly declare that he has lost his cultivation before sending him to the execution platform. Who among you would be willing to take on his burden? The assembly quickly comprehended. They had long been aware of the affairs of the heavenly realm, particularly regarding Jiang Chen. It is said that his rise is attributed to the execution of those criminals burdened with calamity energy without suffering its repercussions, leading him to his current status within the five halls. Now, whenever a criminal with calamity energy appears, it is invariably Jiang Chen who takes charge. However, he remains merely a mortal executioner, capable of attaining no more than celestial status. Placing a great Luo golden immortal upon his execution platform is, quite frankly, a daunting task. He may not even be able to sever the neck. Should the mission falter, it provides a convenient excuse. They could easily exploit this pretext to have Jiang Chen dealt with by the execution platform. Once Jiang Chen is stripped of its protection, countless methods could be employed to make his existence a living hell. Eventually, he could be dispatched to the underworld, where the King of Hell could deal with him as he pleases. Ananda smiled gently at the King of Hell, who nodded in acknowledgement, conveying ample goodwill. Splendid, splendid. It is uncertain who initiated the praise, but soon the great hall echoed with these two words. Even the Tathgata nodded slightly, and thus the matter was tentatively settled. Shortly thereafter, a streak of light surged forth from Lingshan and sped towards the east. Its resplendent aura compelled all beings and cultivators in the vicinity to retreat in trepidation. As it approached the heavenly realm, this overwhelming presence suddenly dissipated and gradually contracted. As the radiance dissipated, three figures emerged. At the forefront stood the golden cicada, flanked by Guanyin and Samandabhadra on either side. Rest assured, esteemed ones, this humble monk shall not disappoint your trust. With these words, the golden cicada turned and made his way toward the heavenly court, bound by iron chains in the hands of the awaiting guards. At the Immortal-Slaying Platform, Jiang Chen stood before his designated spot, number 10, watching in astonishment as a bald figure confronted him. A sudden jolt of realization struck him. He was acutely aware of the consequences of offending the Buddhist sect. Yet, he had not anticipated such a swift arrival. Had it not been for the iron chains restraining the golden cicada, he would have already fled. Upon encountering Jiang Chen, the golden cicada broke into a warm smile. I am the humble monk, golden cicada. It is a pleasure to meet you, fellow Taoist Jiang Chen. Hearing this name, Jiang Chen's astonishment deepened. Sensing his surprise, the golden cicada continued, I have come not for any other reason, but to experience the execution by beheading. Chapter 27. The Celestial Executioner, ordered to execute the golden cicada. Jiang Chen's mind whirled for a considerable time as he gazed at the figure before him, still somewhat dazed. What on earth are you saying? He circled around the golden cicada, clicking his tongue in disbelief. Were it not for the vivid feedback from his surroundings, he would have thought himself ensnared in some illusion conjured by a Buddhist master. The golden cicada merely watched him in silence, his expression serene, plainly indicating to Jiang Chen that he had not misheard. Jiang Chen pinched himself, the sharp pain grounding him in reality, forcing him to confront the truth. What the other had said was indeed authentic. Yet, despite this realization, a profound sense of denial washed over his features, driven solely by his instinct for survival. The scene before him was utterly nonsensical. The other was bound, which should have allowed Jiang Chen to communicate freely, yet he dared not move an inch. If the individual had truly breached some celestial decree, he would have long been subdued and awaiting execution. What kind of criminal stands beneath the executioner's platform, awaiting their fate? It was utterly ludicrous. Moreover, this individual was the second disciple of the Tathagata, a formidable being whose strength could not be encapsulated in mere words. He was undoubtedly here to exact revenge upon Jiang Chen for his previous affront to the Buddhist order. Goodness, am I but a mere insect, relentlessly pursued? Jiang Chen's conjecture was partially correct, yet not entirely so. The revenge was indeed intended, but not aimed at him. Rather, it encompassed the entire celestial court, with Jiang Chen merely caught in the crossfire. Since the golden cicada had utilized Jiang Chen, the executioner, to slap the face of the Buddhist sect, the sect would retaliate in kind, using Jiang Chen to strike at the celestial court. Jiang Chen had retreated 3 steps, finding himself ensnared in a predicament. After a moment, he suddenly regained his composure. Surely, this is no jest. I have yet to accept today's assignment. The golden cicada gazed at him placidly. Upon Jiang Chen turning away, a look of anguish, more painful than tears, crossed his face. As Jiang Chen turned back, he found the golden cicada had reappeared before him. Another turn revealed the same, and yet again, it remained the golden cicada. Jiang Chen, my friend, I am your task for today, he stated flatly, articulating a truth that Jiang Chen found impossible to accept. Listen to me. All who come to the execution platform are guilty. As an ordained monk and the second disciple of the Buddha, how could he have committed any transgression? Jiang Chen endeavored to rationalize his position, yet to his astonishment, The golden cicada responded with a smile. My friend, how do you know I am without sin? Pray tell. What sin might that be? Jiang Chen retorted. The golden cicada replied, to belittle my Buddha. Boom. It was as if something detonated in Jiang Chen's mind, leaving him feeling numb all over. His expression grew even more grim. Initially, it could be said that the golden cicada was tormenting him, a form of retribution from the Buddhist sect. However, the situation had now shifted dramatically. From the moment the golden cicada uttered those words, Jiang Chen could ascertain that the previous schemes of the journey to the west had all been set in motion. The time for the golden cicada's reincarnation was imminent. It may not be long before Sun Wukong arrives. The higher Jiang Chen's cultivation level, the clearer his memories become. He recalls the incident of Sun Wukong being bound to the execution platform with increasing clarity. When the time comes for Sun Wukong to wreak havoc in the heavenly palace, what if, in a fit of madness, he were to smash the execution platform? What then? He wouldn't even have a place to earn a living. Where could he find a location that is both safe and stable, while also offering rewards? His mind raced in frustration. After a long while, he could only utter, "You disrespect the Buddhist teachings, but does that truly warrant a heavenly punishment?" Observing Jiang Chen's demeanor, Jin Shan Zi remained serene, uttering words that made Jiang Chen feel as though he would bleed profusely. As a disciple of the Buddha, if I dare to belittle the Buddhist teachings, how much more so is it to offend the heavenly court and the Jade Emperor? What do you suppose the consequences of such an affront would be? Jiang Chen fell silent. The truth in those words left no room for rebuttal. Disrespecting the heavenly court and the Jade Emperor would indeed lead to a beheading. Jiang Chen, exasperated, realized that the Western paradise intended to make use of him as a pawn before the impending calamity struck. He, who had gained considerable renown on the execution platform, was seen as an ideal target, especially after previously humiliating the Buddhist sect. Truly, what is a blessing may not be a curse, and what is a curse cannot be avoided. He desperately wished to dissociate himself from this matter and began to contemplate potential solutions. Suddenly, an idea sparked in his mind as he pointed at Jin Shan Zi. Esteemed one, I acknowledge you as such. Your cultivation is formidable, is it not? Are you not at the Deluo level? Look, I am merely a Xian level executioner. To kill you, one would need to be at least a Tian level executioner. Go seek them out. Jiang Chen shook his waist, revealing his token. Jin Shan Zi merely cast a casual glance at it, unperturbed. You are now a Tian level executioner. You could indeed kill me. Come forth. As he spoke, Jin Shan Zi took 2 steps towards the stairs, appearing almost eager for death. What a boast. I was promoted, and I was unaware. Jiang Chen exclaimed. Fellow Jin Shan Zi, enjoy your time. A Tian level executioner will soon be in contact with you. Farewell. Farewell. He waved his hand and swiftly turned to leave. In that moment, he truly intended to escape, seizing the opportunity to make his exit. However, just then, a voice resounded behind him. The Jade Emperor has decreed. From this day forth, Jiang Chen shall serve as a Tian level executioner, tasked with the execution of the Buddhist Jin Shan Zi. Without exception, Jiang Chen stumbled in disbelief. Listening to the proclamation, he questioned whether his ears were deceiving him. Then, he beheld the complex expression on the face of the execution hall's supervising officer and the decree from the Jade Emperor, radiating immense power. As the words echoed, a beam of light emerged from the decree, landing upon Jiang Chen's token. A wave of warmth enveloped the token, and the character for Xian transformed into that for Tian. The supervising officer of the execution hall seemed to have something to say to Jiang Chen, but the words caught in his throat. With lips tightly sealed, he gazed at him in silence. Very well, so this is how it is to be played. Jiang Chen felt his composure shatter. This was not a mere illusion. He had genuinely received a promotion. The anticipated joy eluded him. He found himself reluctant to accept this decree of absolution. Instantly, a myriad of complex energies materialized around him. There was no concealment, allowing him to perceive it clearly. Without a moment's thought, he recognized the presence of the esteemed figures from the Immortal-Slaying Platform. Jiang Chen, accept the decree. His body stiffened, compelled to acknowledge this mandate. So it was settled. He had ascended from the profound tier to the celestial tier. A leap accomplished in one fell swoop, accompanied by an edict demanding execution. Very well then, though the challenge loomed large. The current situation left him feeling like a sacrificial lamb. Whether he advanced or retreated, the blade awaited him. Jin Shan, you have forced my hand. Chapter 28. The blade strikes the golden cicada, yet fails to sever. This predicament is indeed unsolvable. From the moment the golden cicada stepped onto the Immortal-Slaying Platform, blocking Jiang Chen in his tracks, the heavenly court had no choice but to respond. The struggle between the two parties ultimately rested upon the shoulders of this mere executioner. It is essential to heed the omens before venturing forth. Adjustments must be made for the next task. Jiang Chen silently resolved within himself that he could no longer approach his duties with such regularity, as it too readily provided opportunities for others to exploit. Nevertheless, despite the thoughts swirling in his mind, he had to ascend the platform. As he turned to approach the Immortal-Slaying Platform, a cascade of radiant light surged from afar, overwhelming and infused with immense pressure. In an instant, 5 figures descended, their forms radiant and obscured, making it difficult to discern their true nature. The mere hint of their presence sent tremors through one's being. Moreover, there was an elusive sense that they were intertwined with the very fabric of this realm. These 5 were the lords of the 5 halls of the Immortal-Slaying Platform, the most pivotal figures within this domain. Their presence here testified to the heavenly court's gravity concerning this occurrence. Had they arrived a tad earlier, I might have bestowed upon him a lesser spirit treasure to aid his cause. As the words fell, a gentle breeze swept past. The Lord of the Demon-Slaying Hall seems to lack confidence, does he not? A voice, though not loud, echoed resoundingly around them. Is what you uttered merely folly, Lord of the Immortal-Slaying Hall? Despite the accolades and claims of the 5 hall practitioners and the flawless execution beneath the blade, the essence of his cultivation remains evident. How could he possibly strike down a great Luo golden immortal? Furthermore, even if he were to succeed today, what would be the consequence? Have you considered that? This mere executioner, can he bear such a burden? A prodigy, indeed, but today he also faces the peril of downfall. The voice of the one speaking was ethereal, and his words reached only a few of the true lords. Should others overhear, they might find themselves entranced, lost in thought for a prolonged period. This individual was the master of the Slaying God Hall. The subsequent lords of the 2 halls exchanged words as well. Each of these lords possessed a unique vocal quality. Today, they all manifested their Dharma bodies, their speech resonating through the air with the vibrations of their magical essence. In essence, their discourse revolved around their unease regarding the unfolding scene and their apprehension towards Jiang Chen. Amidst their conversation, the surrounding scenery shifted rapidly. The original execution officer of the Immortal-Slaying Hall vanished without a trace, and the surrounding space appeared to separate itself. Witnessing this, the others were momentarily taken aback, subsequently pressing the master of the Immortal-Slaying Hall for clarification. Are you intent on personally intervening with this maneuver? Simultaneously, the gazes of the others converged upon him. In response to this inquiry, the master of the Immortal-Slaying Hall remained silent, merely offering a cold snort. Upon the Immortal-Slaying Platform, Jiang Chen gazed helplessly at the large monk seated before him, his expression exceedingly grim. The guillotine before him had begun to crack. The lesser spirit treasure blade lay scattered upon the ground, its edge already beginning to dull. Just moments ago, he had struck 212 times. Yet not once could he shake his opponent. He understood that a fully realized great Luo golden immortal was beyond his capacity to effect. Previously, when facing the formidable Nanda Dragon King, it was due to the latter's cultivation being rendered ineffective, stripped of its magical support, leaving his powerful physique unsustainable. Even so, Jiang Chen had exerted every ounce of his strength at that time. Now, despite Jiang Chen's enhanced abilities, the chasm between him and a great Luo golden immortal remained insurmountable. To ascend to the rank of a celestial executioner, one must possess at least the cultivation of a golden immortal. Without transcending the levels of existence and mastering the laws of immortality and perception, how could one break through the defenses of a great Luo golden immortal, let alone strike them down? Jiang Chen gazed at the figure of Jade Court before him, utterly exhausted. My friend, it appears that this time, the executioner renowned for cleaving all before him is destined to fail, Jade Court remarked with an air of indifference. Ever since he had stepped onto the execution platform, he had remained utterly unmoved. If his opponent wished him to lay upon the guillotine, he lay there willingly. After enduring 212 strikes, he remained unscathed. Not even a hair out of place. Jiang Chen felt a surge of rage, yet found himself powerless to act. My friend, heed my words. After your previous offense against Xitigarbha, you may find yourself ensnared in the cycle of reincarnation, subjected to endless tribulations. The teachings of Buddhism proclaim, lay down the butcher's knife, and you shall become a Buddha on the spot. Should you be willing, this humble monk shall guide you to salvation. Jade Court felt a twinge of compassion. After all, Jiang Chen was merely a pawn caught in the conflict between 2 forces, destined to become a sacrifice. You speak well, yet I have no desire to tread the path you propose. Jiang Chen regained his composure and rose once more. He swallowed a pill and drew forth the primordial blade. If you insist on your folly, I shall grant you one more strike, hoping you may arrive at the wisest choice. Jiang Chen declared, pressing his palms together and allowing Jiang Chen to act. The primordial blade. The nine calamities divine eye. Witnessing Jiang Chen's demeanor, Jiang Chen began to unveil his own secrets. The primordial blade shimmered with light, capable of extinguishing the essence of souls. The nine calamities divine eye reached its pinnacle, observing the true nature of all things. The two were unleashed simultaneously, with the nine calamities divine eye seeking the flaws in Jiang Chen's golden form, while the primordial blade, infused with the powers of the gods, aimed to breach them. As the nine calamities divine eye focused on Jiang Chen, Jiang Chen felt as if he stood before a blazing sun. This was the essence of Jiang Chen. Boundless Buddhist teachings surged within Jiang Chen's mind. At this moment, he was a true immortal. Had he been even slightly weaker, he might have been overwhelmed by this torrent of Buddhist power. With determination, Jiang Chen sought a vulnerability, pouring every ounce of his strength into a single strike. The primordial blade emitted a piercing whistle. Clang! The sound of metal striking stone reverberated through the air. As the primordial blade clashed with Jiang Chen, the latter, who had remained as tranquil as still water, furrowed his brow, sensing the threat. Crack! The blade sliced through Jiang Chen. After a fleeting moment of tranquility, Jiang Chen still did not sever his opponent's head. However, the rhythmic sound of dripping echoed as several drops of blood cascaded down the blade onto the ground. I retract my previous statement. You indeed possess remarkable skill. Jiang Chen's demeanor shifted from an earlier calmness to one of urgency as he turned and raised his hand. Gazing at the wound on his hand, inflicted by Jiang Chen's subtle blade energy, his previously indifferent tone finally revealed a change. The fact that his adversary had reached this point was undeniably impressive. Jiang Chen, would you care to know how I managed to breach your defenses? Jiang Chen leaned on his sword, panting heavily as he addressed Jiang Chen. He resolved to adopt a different approach. Given the recent strike, Jiang Chen would certainly be on guard. Furthermore, in his current diminished state, it was arduous to execute a peak strike. Thus, he planned to employ psychological tactics. During his earlier observation, he had distinctly sensed a shift in Jiang Chen's emotions, which presented a significant opportunity. Chapter 29. The Buddha is not the Buddha, and the golden cicada achieves enlightenment. The exterior golden body is difficult to shatter, yet the inner Buddha heart remains unperturbed. In essence, this golden cicada is indeed a peculiar entity within the Buddhist realm. The reason for his descent into the mortal world stems from his disdain for the Dharma. Despite being the second disciple of the Tathagata, he can be considered a legitimate scion of the Buddhist lineage. It is rather astonishing that he would belittle his own foundation. This situation conceals a profound dilemma. A divergence in the comprehension of the Dharma exists between the two parties. The journey to the West serves not only to fulfill his tribulations, but also to obliterate the unique insights into the Dharma that he has developed. This is the sequence of events that Jiang Chen deduced in a fleeting moment. Thus, the next step is straightforward, employing the art of verbal persuasion. For others, this knowledge might be ineffectual. Conversing about such matters with the golden cicada poses a challenge far greater than simply vanquishing him. However, for Jiang Chen, the scenario is different. After a prolonged period of observation of various individuals' lives and an extensive understanding of Buddhist affairs, complemented by the knowledge of the journey to the West embedded in his memory, he is resolute in his belief that he can indeed sway the golden cicada today. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's inquiry, the golden cicada remained silent for a considerable time. This truly left him incredulous. After all, Jiang Chen is merely a true immortal. How could he possibly contend with him? Could it be the treasures in Jiang Chen's possession? Yet, upon closer inspection, they did not appear capable of breaching his defenses. After much contemplation, he could not uncover the truth. Eventually, he merely shook his head and opted to respond candidly, trusting that Jiang Chen would likewise be forthright. Otherwise, he would not have posed the question. It is simple. Your heart is in turmoil, and your path is misguided, Jiang Chen stated calmly. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, the golden cicada nodded in understanding. So, even an outsider perceives my errors. He mused inwardly. A divergence in understanding the Dharma had arisen between him and the Tathagata. It was precisely this reason that led him to engage in theoretical discourse with the Buddha, resulting in the charge of disdain for the Dharma and his subsequent fall from grace. Though he would not voice it, the golden cicada harbored a sense of discontent regarding these matters. Thus, he often entertained alternative thoughts. Just moments ago, he had been commanded to confront the heavenly court, ideally forcing Jiang Chen to vacate the celestial slaughter platform and hand him over to Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva for resolution. However, having momentarily felt compassion, he sought to enlighten Jiang Chen. This way, he would have fulfilled half of his mission. striking a blow to the heavenly court while alleviating the Buddhist community's grievances, ensuring that Jiang Chen would not fall into Ksitigarbha's hands. Now, the calculations in his heart began to waver with Jiang Chen's simple observation. Even an outsider could discern his missteps, leaving him somewhat dejected. The truth lay before him, and it appears he was indeed wrong. As his master had said, the divergences he perceived in the Dharma were entirely fabrications. As he pondered, the golden cicada's aura began to swell. The originally rich and resplendent golden figure suddenly became even more dazzling. How could just a few words provoke such a reaction? Jiang Chen was taken aback by this scene. Why did this fellow immediately think of admitting fault? Shouldn't he confront it boldly? No, he could not allow such thoughts to persist. Jiang Chen stepped forward and grasped the golden cicada's shoulder, shaking it gently. You have misinterpreted my intention. I meant that your path is correct. While that of the Tathagata is flawed, you are indeed right. The reason I mentioned your lack of purity and stability is that you have not adhered to your own rightful teachings. Jiang Chen spoke at a rapid pace, delivering a lengthy statement in one breath, uncertain whether the other party had comprehended it. He felt an overwhelming sense of urgency. If the other party accepted the fault, his state of mind would be devoid of any flaws, and he would be doomed. At that point, he would be utterly powerless, unable to strike even if his opponent lay defenseless before him. Even if he laid bare all his trump cards, it would be to no avail. Fortunately, the brilliance shone brightly for a moment before abruptly ceasing, akin to a flickering light bulb. The golden cicada emerged from that state. What did you say? The teachings of my master are erroneous? The golden cicada had just been prepared to admit his mistake and cast aside his own beliefs, his heart already steadied in devotion. Yet, Jiang Chen's subsequent barrage of words shattered that resolve, leaving him feeling somewhat dazed. The Tathagata's teachings are wrong. Yours are correct. You possess the true Dharma. Jiang Chen's expression was grave. The golden cicada's mind swirled in confusion. Logically, he should not have believed the words of someone who was not a practitioner of Buddhism. After all, how could Jiang Chen discern the intricacies of Buddhist doctrine? Yet, a voice deep within urged him to acknowledge that he was indeed right and that the other was not mistaken. After a prolonged internal struggle, he looked up at Jiang Chen with a complex expression. Why do you say this? Seeing the expression on his face, Jiang Chen felt a wave of relief wash over him. That was close. He had not allowed him to grow stronger. Now it was time for his own performance. Though referred to as a performance, it was essentially a pretext to amplify the golden cicada's internal conflict regarding Buddhist teachings. Earlier, when I was about to strike you down, I employed a special method that allowed me to perceive the essence within you. In that moment, I sensed two distinct wills, one grand yet vaguely chaotic, the other small yet extraordinarily pure. The grand one undoubtedly belongs to the golden cicada, cultivated under the Tathagata since his youth. The small one is derived from my own understanding. As the golden cicada fell into contemplation, Jiang Chen continued, Dear friend, have you considered what the original intention was when Buddhism was first established? Without hesitation, the golden cicada replied, It was to help the beings of the primordial world escape the sea of suffering. Jiang Chen then inquired, And what do you think of Buddhism today? It is naturally growing ever stronger, the golden cicada affirmed unwaveringly. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen revealed a mysterious smile. Now, he was ready to unleash his ultimate move. Dear friend, do you believe that the Buddhist sect remains as it once was? Upon hearing this question, Jiang Chen was momentarily taken aback. Jiang Chen seized the opportunity to recount the tales of Shirtua Kingdom, the story of Yu Chun, and the legend of Nantua Dragon King. A prolonged silence enveloped them. Jiang Chen opened his mouth, but could not articulate a single word. He was uncertain about these matters. Compared to others in the Buddhist community, he seemed more like a devoted ascetic, wholly absorbed in the study of Buddhist teachings. Today, the actions of the Buddhist sect have strayed far from their original principles, entirely serving their own interests. Can such a doctrine still be deemed the true essence of Buddhism? Is this Tathagata still the same as the one of yore? While the friend steadfastly clings to his original intent, they have long since altered. On what grounds can they accuse you of belittling the teachings? It is clear that your understanding embodies the genuine essence of Buddhist doctrine. Jiang Chen conveyed this to Jiang Chen, whose spirit was stirred. Confusion flickered in his eyes, which then transformed into resolve. After a moment, he sincerely thanked Jiang Chen. Thank you for illuminating my path, dear friend. Jiang Chen now recognized the true way and vowed to delve deeply into authentic Buddhist teachings amidst the cycle of reincarnation. He entrusted his body to his friend, vowing that when they meet again, he would cleanse the impurities of the Buddhist sect and re-establish the true and righteous teachings of Buddhism. Almost instantaneously as Jiang Chen completed his words, his body trembled violently. A burst of golden light erupted, piercing the heavens, and he sat in a state of enlightenment. Chapter 30. The three realms tremble, and yet another Huan-Yuan-level divine power is acquired. A radiant beam of spiritual light surged through numerous barriers, exploding in the skies above the primordial chaos, causing the entire three realms to tremble. In the far western lands, onlookers were astounded. This was unmistakably the spiritual light of the golden cicada. As a great Luo golden immortal, the golden cicada was inextricably linked to the laws of the universe. Consequently, his actions could be perceived by others through these laws to a certain extent. Furthermore, his soul had already entered the cycle of reincarnation. The Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva sensed this the moment the golden cicada entered the realm of the dead. However, by the time he acted, the true spirit had already embarked upon its journey of reincarnation. The Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva hurriedly reported this matter to Tathagata. Upon hearing this news, Tathagata was left utterly bewildered. He had dispatched the golden cicada to disgrace the heavenly court, intending to deal with the executioner simultaneously. Yet, to his astonishment, the dispatched individual had chosen to attain nirvana. The world had become exceedingly chaotic. What on earth had transpired? Our calculations have once again fallen short. The series of unforeseen events had begun to sow seeds of doubt in Tathagata's mind. Repeated setbacks against the heavenly court were far from favorable tidings. Just as the Buddhist sect was flourishing, under the protection of the heavenly principles and gradually finding its footing, this series of incidents had paradoxically bolstered the heavenly court's prestige. A thorough investigation was imperative to uncover whether other forces were at play behind the scenes. If no satisfactory explanation could be provided, the reputation of the Buddhist sect would be irreparably tarnished. Tathagata's voice echoed with urgency, and the other Buddhas nodded in agreement. As news of the golden cicada's nirvana spread among the Buddhist followers, many remained oblivious to the unfolding events. Originally, this matter had garnered considerable attention, but the recent explosive developments had intensified the scrutiny. In an instant, countless powerful beings turned their gaze towards the execution platform. Yet, all they beheld was Jiang Chen descending the stage with an expression of serene composure, holding aloft the severed head of the golden cicada. Numerous hidden figures, stirred by excitement, revealed themselves momentarily, only to quickly retreat into the shadows. This incident had catalyzed a significant upheaval across the three realms. Was this individual indeed the one rumored to traverse the 5 halls of the execution platform, capable of slaying without exception? How could this be possible? First, it was the Dragon King of Nanda, then the spirits of the underworld, and now the golden cicada. This had undoubtedly incited the ire of the Buddhist sect. Could it be? Could it be that this person was a pawn sent by the heavenly emperor to thwart the Buddhist sect? No, even if he were a celestial executioner. He possessed only the cultivation of a true immortal. The golden cicada was undeniably a great Luo golden immortal. How could he possibly have been slain? At that moment, Jiang Chen had successfully captured the attention of countless powerful figures across the three realms, leaving them in profound astonishment. Despite his relatively low cultivation, his achievements were nothing short of spectacular. The Lord of the 5 halls of the execution platform hastily retracted the barriers he had previously set up, staring in a daze at the descending Jiang Chen. The execution officer of the execution hall stood agape, his mouth wide enough to fit an egg. Upon seeing Jiang Chen approach, he quickly rushed forward to greet him. Did you truly kill him? Jiang Chen lifted the head of Jin Chanzi, presenting it before the onlookers. As the celestial executioner Jiang Chen, I have been commanded to slay Jin Chanzi. The task is accomplished, and I return to report. Gulp. The execution officer swallowed hard. In that brief exchange, with such a simple gesture, Jiang Chen's stature surged in the officer's eyes, exuding an aura of authority. Observing the officer's momentary daze, Jiang Chen placed the severed head down before him, bowed respectfully, and turned to depart. This, it seemed, sufficed as his report. Now, he yearned to hasten away from this place to evade any further complications. Moreover, he wished to leisurely contemplate the rewards he had earned. This marked the first time he had slain a great Luo golden immortal. Upon returning to his chamber, Jiang Chen closed the door and directed his gaze towards the Book of Destiny. Primordial level divine ability, annihilating Buddha. The accompanying prompt was straightforward. With this divine ability, a single strike can obliterate the glazed golden body and dispel the corporeal relic. This was unequivocally a technique tailored against the Buddhist sect, and it was Jiang Chen's first encounter with such a specifically targeted divine ability. Of course, it could also be employed against other cultivators, albeit with diminished efficacy compared to its impact on the Buddhist order. Prompt: the 5 categories, immortal, demon, devil, Buddha, and God, each possess unique divine abilities. and any 5 may be amalgamated to elevate to the heavenly Tao divine ability. Reading the subsequent prompt, Jiang Chen couldn't help but marvel. If that were the case, he could acquire 4 additional sets of primordial level divine abilities, which would encompass nearly all the myriad beings of the primordial world. Excited at this prospect, he found the reward far exceeded his expectations. Moreover, it was not solely due to the Book of Destiny's boon. Because of Jiang Chen's deliberate actions, when he severed the latter's physical form, he inadvertently grasped some profound mysteries. His hasty return was precisely to delve into these enigmas. Preparing for seclusion, Jiang Chen immersed himself in darkness. He replayed the moment of his decisive strike over and over again. Not enough. Still insufficient. Just a fraction more. Through numerous observations and analyses, he gradually began to comprehend the intricacies involved. Bit by bit, he was nearly there. Suddenly, millions of reflections of himself materialized before him, all reenacting the scene of that fateful strike. Ultimately, he discovered it, a radiant silhouette to his right, where the brilliance of that descending blade captivated the eye. Subsequently, all the reflections converged into a singular entity. Jiang Chen rose, grasped the primordial blade, and emulated that fierce descent. At this instant, the myriad streams of spiritual light in his mind coalesced into unity. Jiang Chen felt as though he had transformed into a blade, descending with a cutting edge. Not only that, but from all directions, up, down, left, right, and the very cosmos, something seemed to beckon him, resonating with his essence, awaiting his command. By transcending the great Luo, staining the laws with blood, I found an opportunity in the realm of obscurity. Harnessing this chance, I unexpectedly grasped the principles of the blade path ahead of time. Jiang Chen murmured to himself, the essence of the laws, let alone comprehension, even mere sensation, could only be grasped at the Tai level. He never anticipated that as a mere true immortal, he had already brushed against it. If this were to be disclosed, one could only imagine the multitude of astonished faces. However, Jiang Chen understood that this was a deliberate act by Jiang Chen, meant to serve as a reward for subtly guiding him, solidifying his resolve. Seated amidst a myriad of shimmering lights, each radiance was the result of countless strikes. As he opened his eyes, the air around him resonated with a howling wind. He surveyed his surroundings, noticing the numerous blade marks etched upon the walls. With a flick of his hand, he made those marks vanish into oblivion. Chapter 31. The Jade Emperor's Commendation, Supreme Innate Spiritual Treasure. To vanquish a great Luo golden immortal with the cultivation of a true immortal is nothing short of a fanciful dream. Even more astonishing is the notion of comprehending the laws through the blood upon the blade, a thought so far-fetched it scarcely warrants contemplation. Today, Jiang Chen has transformed the impossible into the possible. At this moment, prevailing over peers has become a triviality for him. Indeed, ascending beyond his current rank is not entirely out of reach. With the enlightenment of the Blade Dao laws, Jiang Chen has effectively laid a solid foundation for his eventual breakthrough to the great Luo Golden Immortal. As is widely acknowledged, the pivotal factor for a Tai Golden Immortal to ascend to great Luo Golden Immortal is the comprehension of laws. In certain respects, Jiang Chen has even surpassed an ordinary Tai Golden Immortal. Should he continue on this trajectory, his breakthrough to the great Luo Golden Immortal will be almost a foregone conclusion. Should others become aware of this, they would likely be driven to madness. Even more outrageous is the fact that his understanding of the laws has transpired in a mere span of 2 or 3 days. If word were to spread, how would those ancient beings, who have sequestered themselves in the mountains for thousands or even tens of thousands of years to grasp the laws, react? Indeed, during these few days, Jiang Chen's renown has spread significantly throughout the heavenly court. Unlike before, this time, from the gatekeepers to the 4 sovereigns of heaven, all have heard of him. After all, Jiang Chen's deeds have been nothing short of astonishing. Once merely a reaper who could traverse the 5 halls, his actions drew little concern. However, his slaying of Jiang Chen, whose prowess and status were formidable, was a game-changer. The disparity between Jiang Chen, a hastily appointed heavenly executioner, and Jiang Chen was akin to that of an ant and an elephant. Who could have foreseen that this makeshift pawn would turn the tide of his fate and emerge victorious? Such a tale is not merely legendary, it is shocking. Many who had anticipated the pawn's demise were left agape. A mere piece in the struggle between 2 factions rarely enjoys a favorable outcome, as history has shown. Yet, Jiang Chen has rewritten this narrative. Some admire him, others credit his fortune, but none can deny the truth, for the evidence stands before them. His renown has not only echoed through the heavenly court, but has also permeated the vast expanse of the primordial world. Jiang Chen has gained considerable fame. Of course, This notoriety does not significantly affect him. As one who considers himself rather prudent, especially in the face of the impending calamity of heaven and earth, Jiang Chen will refrain from wandering recklessly in the primordial world. The risks are far too great. Thus, he cannot directly perceive the extent of his current fame throughout the primordial realms. While Jiang Chen was immersed in his cultivation, a knock resounded at his door. The visitor was not the executioner, but an official tasked with delivering commands. The Jade Emperor summons him. The Jade Emperor, the nominal sovereign of the three realms, the widely acknowledged overseer of the realms. Under normal circumstances, considering Jiang Chen's current strength and status, he would have no hope of meeting the heavenly countenance. However, he had slain Jiang Chen in this recent conflict, preserving the dignity of the heavenly court. In this circumstance, it was only natural for him to be summoned. Upon entering the Lingshao Palace, Jiang Chen felt an involuntary shiver run through him. It was not fear that gripped him, but rather the fervent gazes of those surrounding him. The palace was adorned with celestial beings, all of whom turned their attention to him the moment he stepped inside. Everyone was eager to behold the visage of this renowned executioner. Having encountered the Jade Emperor, Jiang Chen paid no heed to the onlookers, advancing to the center and bowing respectfully. Indeed, he was worthy of being a pillar of the heavenly court. The Jade Emperor, upon laying eyes on Jiang Chen, spoke with remarkable warmth. No one could overlook a capable subordinate who had aided in restoring one's dignity. You have rendered great service to the heavenly court. I wish to reward you. What is it that you desire? The Jade Emperor inquired, lightly tapping the armrest of his throne. To the assembled crowd, it seemed Jiang Chen had already received a significant reward, his elevation to the status of a heavenly executioner. At this level, he was privy to matters concerning the celestial execution platform, possessing the authority to participate without constraints. However, it was under the express request of Jiang Chen that Jiang Chen was summoned for execution. In a sense, the Jade Emperor sought to make a concession while avoiding any embarrassment. Thus, he granted Jiang Chen the title of Heavenly Executioner, a mere embellishment that held little genuine expectation for survival. The Jade Emperor was acutely aware of this, leading him to ponder further. Lost in thought, the rhythmic tapping abruptly ceased. Jiang Chen, you are now a heavenly executioner, and in the future, you will inevitably face sinning immortals of the great Luo caliber. Your cultivation must not stagnate. Therefore, I grant you 10 Xianhuang pills, 2 6,000-year-old peaches, and a yin-yang fire lamp. You must diligently cultivate to ascend to the golden immortal stage, thereby truly embodying your esteemed title. After careful consideration, he had proposed what he deemed the most fitting reward for Jiang Chen. Undoubtedly, this was a bountiful offering for him. With the rewards dispensed, Jiang Chen saw no reason to linger and promptly departed. His presence was merely due to a special summons. He held no rightful place there. Upon returning home, Jiang Chen was taken aback to find his residence surrounded, with belongings being removed one by one. What is happening? He wondered. Upon spotting Jiang Chen, a worker hastened over and addressed him. You must be Jiang Chen, correct? Due to your recent elevation in status, your current residence is no longer suitable. A mansion will be allocated specifically for you. The execution officer instructed us to transfer all your belongings to prevent any loss. Jiang Chen nodded in acknowledgement. Although he possessed little of significance, the gesture was appreciated. Following the group, he gazed ahead and gasped. Remarkable. It spans over 100 miles, complete with courtyards, houses, and even a loft. Quite splendid indeed. Once everything was set in order, Jiang Chen stepped inside and retrieved the rewards. The Xianhuang Dan and the Pan Tao need no elaboration, as they are invaluable assets for enhancing strength. However, his focus now rested upon the yin-yang lihua lantern. Previously overlooked, it now caught his eye. An exquisite innate spiritual treasure, Jiang Chen immediately recognized its worth and understood its origins. This artifact was likely utilized during the era of the First Heavenly Court, when the demon clan reigned over the primal wilderness. It was a treasure placed by the Eastern Emperor Tai, ranking among the finest innate treasures. Its capabilities are remarkably potent. It can ensnare foes within its light, creating a microcosm of its own. Once trapped, adversaries are plagued by chaotic thoughts, and regardless of their magical prowess, their true essence becomes unsettled. They must expend considerable magical energy to maintain their tranquility. A moment's lapse could expose them to vulnerability, risking harm or even refinement by the yin-yang lihua. Moreover, it serves as a treasure for cultivation, as it generates its own realm, naturally absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy. Consequently, the flow of time within diverges from that of the outside world. Chapter 32. A shift in the celestial realm's attitude. Pursuit of the great demon. After meticulously accounting for the rewards, The most pressing matter for Jiang Chen was to immerse himself in cultivation. Apart from fulfilling his tasks, he could not afford to squander a moment. The impending calamity loomed, and having offended the Buddhist sect, there was no room for carelessness. At that juncture, Jiang Chen received a piece of news that, while not exceptionally favorable, was nonetheless significant. He was permitted to leave the execution platform and roam freely within the celestial realm. Previously, his movements had been restricted due to the perilous nature of his role as an executioner, which could attract trouble from vengeful criminals. However, the situation had changed. Following the execution of Jiang Chen and his elevation by the Jade Emperor as a celestial executioner, Jiang Chen's confidence had greatly fortified. No one would dare to provoke him at such a moment. Even with the restrictions lifted, Jiang Chen only ventured out to observe a few locations, such as the Heavenly River and the Doshui Palace, merely catching distant glimpses before refraining from further exploration. During this time, he had overheard numerous discussions and gleaned several pieces of intelligence. It appeared that many celestial soldiers regularly journeyed to the western Nyohajo. In western Nyohajo, a formidable demon was being relentlessly pursued by a battalion of celestial soldiers. The demon's expression was one of panic as it scanned the surroundings. Soon, it would reach the confluence of the western Nyohajo territories, with the faint outlines of a temple visible in the distance. Upon sighting this silhouette, a look of relief washed over the demon's face, while the celestial soldiers trailing behind wore expressions of dismay. Such occurrences had become all too common. Whenever a demon found itself cornered with no escape, it would seek refuge in the nearby Buddhist temples, claiming a desire to renounce its violent ways and imploring the Buddhist sect for mercy. Invariably, the sect would offer protection to these demons, regardless of the celestial soldiers' entreaties. In the past, those who harbored demons would be swiftly dealt with, their sanctuaries eradicated alongside the fiends. However, the temples that now welcomed these demons possessed considerable backing from the Lingshan Buddhist sect. The Great Thunder Sound Temple, a cornerstone of the Buddhist establishment, was situated in western Nyohajo. If one were to reflect on a millennium or more ago, the authorities could still use the pretext of capturing demons to invade these sanctuaries. Yet, in the present day, without explicit directives from higher-ups, any reckless dismantling of a temple and the extermination of its monks could lead to dire consequences, possibly resulting in the perpetrator's own fate on the execution platform. Moreover, even when commands were issued from above, they often proved ineffective, leaving only orders for retreat. This tacit approval indicated the celestial realm's acquiescence to the Buddhist sect's audacity. Despite being a colossal force overseeing the three realms, the celestial realm seemed to have relinquished control in western Nyohajo. Contemplating this predicament, the celestial soldier hastened his pace. However, the opponent was a formidable creature of the feathered clan, possessing a speed of escape far beyond the capabilities of ordinary beings. Even those of a higher realm found it exceedingly difficult to keep pace. The celestial soldiers had expended considerable effort to inflict serious injury upon it, believing that this time victory was assured. To their dismay, the creature had swiftly turned and arrived at the temple in the western Nehezu. How infuriating! It seemed they were destined to fail once again. The group could not help but express their disheartenment. The great demon flying ahead turned back, chuckling. "Why have you all halted? Continue the pursuit. Your task awaits." Faced with the creature's mocking tone, the soldiers felt utterly helpless. At that moment, the usually taciturn celestial soldier could no longer restrain himself. With reddened eyes, he propelled himself forward with great force. The great demon, startled by this turn of events, swiftly turned around, kneeling before the temple with a resounding thud, bowing his head in repentance. "I was lost in my ways and committed grave errors. Today, I seek enlightenment and wish to enter the Buddhist fold, enduring hardship to atone for my sins. I beseech the Buddha for mercy." As soon as he finished speaking, the previously closed doors swung open with a suddenness that startled all. Countless monks surged forth, led by an elderly monk whose face radiated benevolence. "Since you are willing to renounce your violent ways, you are now one of us in the Buddhist community. Our temple holds countless scriptures that can aid you in cleansing your sins." The old monk even extended a hand to help the demon rise. Glancing back at the distant celestial soldiers, his words clearly directed at them. The implication was unmistakable. "This one we shall protect, and you may depart as you came." What audacity! The general, at the forefront, cast a troubled glance at his leading officer, whose expression was fraught with conflict. Clenching his teeth in frustration, he felt utterly powerless. "Commander, if we allow this demon to escape today, it may wreak havoc elsewhere in the future. We cannot permit this." Before the celestial soldier could elaborate, he noticed the distant celestial general, gritting his teeth, barely managing to utter a single word: "Retreat." The soldier was baffled. Why? There is no why move. The general's voice was a low growl, commanding and resolute. The celestial soldier's face contorted with reluctance as he shot a fierce glare at the monks and the kneeling demon. Beneath the creature's seemingly devout facade lay a mocking disdain for the heavenly court and for them. The monks, well aware of the implications, felt a sense of triumph. With hands clasped in prayer, they addressed the assembled soldiers. We thank you all for escorting this demon into our fold across countless miles. Observing the old monk's relentless demeanor, the soldiers yearned to charge forth, to vanquish the demon and dismantle this so-called temple, yet they were powerless to act. In that moment, all the celestial soldiers bowed their heads in quiet resignation, their frustration palpable as the ground beneath them was pockmarked with deep craters. The celestial general's expression was dark and brooding, as if he could weep from the humiliation he had endured. The audacity of overstepping boundaries is truly remarkable. As they proceeded, they observed that other celestial soldiers had also entered a state of considerable fury. The heavenly general, being the sole individual who retained a semblance of rationality, issued a final command. Though reluctant, such is the nature of military orders. As a few turned to depart, they were suddenly greeted by a dazzling radiance from the horizon. Once the golden light faded, the general's expression shifted. This was an edict of the heavenly court. The decree stated, "Pardon the celestial soldiers. Any great demon that disturbs the mortal realm and defies heavenly laws shall be hunted down, regardless of where it seeks refuge. Should anyone attempt to obstruct this pursuit, they shall be dealt with mercilessly." Upon hearing these words, the celestial soldiers, who had previously worn expressions of despair, were instantly rejuvenated. They collectively turned their gaze towards the earlier temple, where the old monk sensed the impending danger. "How dare you?" he exclaimed, hastily gesturing for the young monks to retreat back into the temple, while he himself attempted to withdraw. However, in their earlier display of bravado, nearly half of the temple's inhabitants had rushed outside, now finding themselves trapped at the entrance. For the celestial soldiers, mere moments sufficed. In an instant, the earlier general stepped forward, sword drawn, and with a swift motion, severed the head of the great demon. The sound echoed sharply, and blood splattered across the scene, drenching everyone present and the temple behind them. Chapter 33. The Tath Gata Buddha, Jiang Chen and I are fated. This military order was not issued in isolation. Rather, it was communicated to the entire celestial army of the lower realms. The celestial soldiers, already brimming with pent-up frustration, exhibited no restraint whatsoever. Meanwhile, the Buddhist temples, perched high on their pedestals, remained oblivious to the brewing storm. It was only when the blade fell upon them that they comprehended the gravity of the situation. Bloodshed continued to unfold across the vast expanse of the primordial earth. Consequently, unseen currents surged through the cosmos. Even in the underworld, the heavenly court took appropriate measures. Given the rampant corruption within the underworld, with the 10 Yama kings failing to report in a timely manner and others keeping silent, celestial officials were dispatched to conduct a thorough investigation and purge the malfeasance. Those apprehended would face certain death. Under normal circumstances, such occurrences would be unthinkable. Even investigations would merely serve as a fade. However, this time was markedly different. Upon closer examination, all these events were inextricably linked to Jiang Chen. It was he who began to exacerbate the conflict between the Buddhist sect and the heavenly court. It was also he who, during successive confrontations, caused the Buddhist sect to falter, thereby granting the heavenly court an opportunity. Presently, the dynamics between the heavenly court and the Buddhist sect had irreversibly shifted. The Buddhist sect, which had been arrogantly dominant for the past couple of centuries, now found itself subdued. Many harbored intense resentment towards Jiang Chen, the executioner. Yet, the individual's burgeoning reputation had established him as a figure synonymous with the celestial execution platform, an embodiment of the heavenly court's honor. To speak of him was to acknowledge his unwavering integrity, his blade devoid of error, leaving no room for criticism. Furthermore, Jiang Chen was exceedingly prudent. Despite his privileges, he rarely ventured beyond his residence unless absolutely necessary. Meanwhile, the Buddhist sect, unable to contain their frustration, began covertly gathering information on him. Surprisingly, despite their internal disagreements, the Buddhist sect unanimously resolved to eliminate him. However, this notion was swiftly quelled by the Tathagata, for killing him was secondary. Of primary importance was their desire to uncover what transpired between the two during their encounter on the celestial execution platform. At that moment, only the two of them had been present, and without their disclosure, no one could unravel the truth. Based on the traces left by the true spirit of the golden cicada in the cycle of reincarnation, they unearthed a fragment of truth, the golden cicada had chosen to voluntarily attain nirvana on the celestial execution platform. This revelation, even to this day, is met with skepticism by many, as the circumstances surrounding it are profoundly bizarre. Many remain unwilling to accept it, especially considering that the golden cicada had embarked on a mission for the Buddhist sect with a clear objective. Under such a premise, how could he choose to attain nirvana on the celestial execution platform? They found it utterly incomprehensible. After much deliberation and exploration of countless possibilities, it was ultimately the Tathagata who proposed a notion that the golden cicada's heart had wavered. Following this suggestion, the Avalokiteshvara and the Arhats, along with the future and past Buddhas, were momentarily taken aback, contemplating this assertion before finally speaking. Why? As your disciple, I remain a devoted practitioner, possessing a profound understanding of the Dharma that surpasses that of an ordinary bodhisattva. Despite enduring this tribulation and harboring some resentment, my faith in the Buddha's heart remains unshaken. Furthermore, if his faith had been unstable from the outset, how could he have accepted this task? Why would he have stepped onto the execution platform? Everything unfolded as per the plan, rendering such doubts illogical. Listening to the words of the past Buddha, the future Buddha sighed deeply and articulated his thoughts. The root of all this lies within Jiang Chen. The crowd fell into silence. Having eliminated all other possibilities, only this answer remained. Regardless of how incomprehensible it appeared, it was indeed the genuine answer. A profound stillness enveloped them as all pondered, shaken by the revelation, be they Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, or Arhats. Upon discovering the reason for Jiang Chen's attainment of nirvana, they were left astounded. Moreover, it was the act of a mere executioner. How could one even begin to explain such a circumstance? World-honored one, could there be other forces at play behind the scenes? After all, Jiang Chen is merely an executioner. How could he possibly sway your disciples' faith? The Tathagata remained silent, while the future Buddha provided the answer. I have investigated thoroughly. At that moment, not a single trace of divine intent entered the execution platform, ruling out any possibility of clandestine manipulation. Additionally, the incident occurred abruptly, with Jiang Chen being temporarily elevated to the rank of a heavenly executioner, clearly treated as a pawn without prior preparation. At this, Guanyin fell silent, left with no words. However, at that moment, the Buddha of Lingshan, the master of Jiang Chen, chuckled. Why did the Buddha laugh? The other Buddhas looked on in confusion, inquiring. Dear friends, I laugh because I have welcomed a fated individual to the West, one who possesses a profound understanding of our Dharma. The assembly of Buddhas appeared puzzled, prompting him to elaborate. Jiang Chen's deep comprehension of the Dharma is beyond the reach of many present. Yet this individual has the capacity to resonate with his heart. This clearly demonstrates a connection to our Buddhist teachings. Upon hearing this, the others suddenly grasped the meaning, their faces beaming with joy. Indeed, as the Buddha stated, we were slow to comprehend the essence of this matter. It is true, Jiang Chen is destined to be connected with our Buddhist teachings. The previous gloom was instantly lifted, replaced by joy and elation. Though their words might seem flattering, they were not entirely sycophantic. Many acknowledged the truth within. Is it not the essence of Buddhism to connect with those who are destined, regardless of one's genius? Merely uttering the phrase connected to our Buddha has forged this Western Buddhist realm and its magnificent era. Moreover, to sway Jiang Chen's heart is a testament to Jiang Chen's profound understanding of the Dharma. If this is not a connection with the Buddha, then what is? This is the true essence of guiding those who are destined. In a fleeting moment, many individuals began to rub their fists in anticipation, eager to take action. To bring such matters to the West would indeed be a remarkable achievement. Some, reluctant to embrace the path of Buddhism, yearned to resist. Thus, they felt compelled to engage in a discourse regarding the profound essence of the Buddhist teachings and the boundless power of the Buddha. Both the future Buddha and the past Buddha exchanged knowing glances with the Tathagata, surprised that the latter could grasp the crux of the matter in such a brief moment. It seemed that a new realm had already been attained beyond the teachings of Buddhism. Truly, he is deserving of his current status as a Buddha. No wonder he has consistently held sway over the two. The Tathagata maintained a serene countenance, his thoughts mirroring those of others. He found a certain intrigue in Jiang Chen. Yet he remained unaware that it was never the Buddhist teachings that could sway the heart of Jiang Chen, for Jiang Chen himself was utterly ignorant of such matters. Chapter 34. The Birth of Sun Wukong. The journey to the West is about to begin. Due to the formidable presence of the heavenly court, the West has descended into a period of tranquility. This has afforded Jiang Chen a remarkably stable time. His cautious nature and aversion to ostentation have led him to spend his days either fulfilling tasks or engaging in cultivation. Gradually, he faded from the public eye. As time passed, Jiang Chen's name slipped from the pinnacle of attention, drawing less and less focus. This was a welcome development for him. Amidst this serene existence, his cultivation had reached the late true immortal stage. With the aid of the Xian Huang pill and the spiritual essence of the peaches of immortality, along with the Yin Yang Li Hua lamp, he found himself just a step away from the peak of his power. He silently reflected on this progress. However, this step was not one to be taken lightly. Had it not been for Jiang Chen's prior comprehension of the Tao of the blade, which had smoothed the path ahead, his current advancement might have been even slower. Estimating the time required for a breakthrough, he surmised that it would take another 2 or 3 months. This was crucial. 2 or 3 months, when considered in the context of his time in the heavenly court, was truly insignificant. Few could achieve such a level of progress to the late true immortal stage in such a short span. With this thought, Jiang Chen felt a wave of relief wash over him. Recently, he had been placing immense pressure on himself, and now he allowed himself to relax. This level of strength was sufficient for the time being. The remaining time could not be rushed. It required careful refinement to avoid future pitfalls. Reclining in a rocking chair in his courtyard, Jiang Chen gazed quietly at the rippling surface of the pond before him, enveloped in tranquility. Suddenly, he felt a surge of unease. What was happening? As a practitioner, he possessed a subtle awareness of matters related to himself. The higher his cultivation, the clearer this sensation became. If an event were to significantly impact him, this awareness would intensify. His heart raced as he frowned. Was someone plotting against him? The Buddhist sect? That seemed unlikely. There was no need for such machinations against him. Although he was a heavenly-level executioner, it would be simple for them to send a bodhisattva to deal with him. Furthermore, if the Western Buddhist sect truly intended to act, his perception would not merely be a feeling of unrest. Jiang Chen began to contemplate further, and after a while, he opened his eyes, puzzled, having deduced nothing. He paced back and forth in his courtyard, circling numerous times until, through self-soothing, his emotions regained their composure. After a moment, he abruptly dashed to the door and locked it with a decisive clang. No matter what transpired in the coming days, he resolved not to venture outside again. Although he could not ascertain precisely what had transpired, an ominous premonition lingered within him, compelling him to take action. The most prudent course of action was to exercise self-restraint, refraining from wandering and remaining within the confines of the estate. It would be folly to allow a mere stone to bring about his demise alongside the manor. To avert any unforeseen circumstances, Jiang Chen discreetly communicated with the inspector of the Immortal-Slaying Hall, informing him of his need to enter seclusion for a period of time. He had acquired certain privileges regarding missions. He could choose to accept or decline them at will. In the Eastern Victory Divine Continent, a significant upheaval was unfolding concurrently with Jiang Chen's inner turmoil. In the proud nation of Aolai, a solitary island named Huagua Mountain rose from the sea. At first glance, it appeared unremarkable, yet beneath the surface lay profound significance. From a lofty vantage point, one could discern that this place was the ancestral vein of the 10 states and the origin of the 3 islands. The spiritual energy on Huagua Mountain far surpassed that of other locales. Even the monkeys inhabiting this place possessed a level of intelligence transcending that of ordinary beasts. It was indeed a realm of immortals, yet even some practitioners flying overhead might fail to perceive its hidden wonders, as if they were shrouded from sight. At the pinnacle of Huagua Mountain, there existed a celestial stone of unknown origin, seemingly born alongside the mountain itself. The stone bore 9 apertures and 8 orifices, subtly connected to the 9 palaces and 8 trigrams, with no trees casting shadows upon it. Day after day, it absorbed the spiritual essence of heaven and earth, nourished by the essence of the sun and moon. Over time, the stone underwent a transformation, giving rise to a consciousness of its own. On this particular day, the celestial stone suddenly cracked open, and a stone fetus sprang forth in a hurried manner, resembling a sphere. As the wind blew, the stone fetus became translucent, revealing the figure within. With the gusts of wind and the pouring rain, the stone fetus shattered, and a golden-haired stone monkey emerged. After a brief period of chaotic scrambling, it seemed to awaken some innate spiritual instinct. The stone monkey abruptly stood upright, gazing into the distance and bowing reverently in all directions. This bow, seemingly innocuous, unleashed a momentous event. Spiritual energy from the heavens and the earth, from every corner of the cosmos, converged rapidly into its form, causing the spiritual power within the stone monkey to surge exponentially. Then, as it looked skyward, a blinding golden light erupted from its eyes, piercing through to the celestial palace. In that instant, the 36 heavens trembled, chaos ensued, and spiritual beings were thrown into disarray, struggling to regain their composure. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen remained within the estate. The moment the golden light ascended, he felt a stirring in his heart. He paused, raising his gaze to the heights. In the distance, he beheld two radiant beams of light shooting skyward. Could it be? The brilliance was overwhelming. Observing the tumultuous celestial realm and the panicked deities, an unsettling thought arose in Jiang Chen's mind. Sun Wukong. The name nearly escaped his lips, but at the last moment, he managed to suppress it. He understood all too well the weight of the karma associated with those three syllables. Uncertain of what the future holds, Jiang Chen hesitated to voice his thoughts. Should they fall into the ears of those with immense power, the repercussions could be dire. As he pondered, a surge of emotion overwhelmed him, and he inadvertently lost control. Plummeting from the air, after a moment, he settled back into his rocking chair, deep in contemplation. At this juncture, his expression was far from favorable, for his strength had not yet met his expectations. And now, the wheels of fate had begun to turn. The great calamity, the journey to the west, was set in motion. All the components were in place, awaiting their natural progression. The emergence of Sun Wukong. He mentally calculated the timeline. Comparing it to the original journey to the west, he deduced that from the moment of Sun Wukong's birth to his departure to seek knowledge, and subsequently to the tumult he would cause in heaven, would span approximately 500 years. Adding the 500 years of suppression, along with some additional fragments of time, he realized that the total would range between 1,000 to 1,200 years. It dawned upon him that he had been somewhat negligent, taking pride in his modest celestial cultivation, which was unacceptable. Jiang Chen scolded himself inwardly a couple of times before turning decisively and rushing into his room. It was time to enter seclusion for rigorous cultivation. Chapter 35. The Transformation of the Great Tao Life Book. Summoning the True Spirit of Origin. Consuming elixirs. Indulging in peaches of immortality, and cultivating one's essence. With the emergence of Sun Wukong, Jiang Chen once again clarified his own positioning. If the time comes and his cultivation cannot progress any further, he will ultimately remain a minor character in the shadows. If that is to be his fate, so be it. However, this is a calamity, and even a minor character's future remains uncertain. Thus, as this critical juncture approaches, Jiang Chen intensifies his cultivation efforts. With the complete consumption of his remaining Xianhuang pills and peaches of immortality, his strength steadily ascends. He reaches the later stage of true immortal, then achieves true immortal perfection, and ultimately the pinnacle of true immortal. Approximately a century passes, and Jiang Chen's cultivation surges 2 levels, arriving at true immortal perfection. Just a single opportunity away from breaking through to Xian Immortal. After Sun Wukong's arrival, Jiang Chen resumes his previous routine, oscillating between the Immortal-Slaying Platform and his residence. Yet, an awkward predicament now confronts him. His resources have dwindled. Previously, when he was merely a Xian-level executioner and a Huang-level executioner, this concern scarcely crossed his mind, as numerous tasks awaited his attention each month. However, upon ascending to the rank of Tian-level executioner, the situation drastically altered. With the elevation of his status, it became impossible for him to target lowly criminals. It would be a disgrace for such a prominent figure to engage daily with those of lesser cultivation. Indeed, while eliminating high-level criminals yields substantial rewards, it lacks the steady, sustainable flow of resources that comes from lower-level targets. Without constraints, Jiang Chen felt he could effortlessly eliminate a low-level criminal each day, even pairing them with a high-level target without issue. Yet, the stark reality is that a month, or even several months, could pass without encountering a high-level criminal. Furthermore, as Jiang Chen's power escalates, the materials required for his cultivation multiply. These compounding factors have led to a deceleration in his cultivation pace after reaching the pinnacle of true immortal. Of course, this notion of cultivation speed is relative. Compared to his previous self, it has certainly slowed. However, juxtaposed against other practitioners, his progress remains astonishing. Only someone of Sun Wukong's extraordinary background, amplified by the multiple buffs of being the protagonist of the calamity, could surpass him significantly. Alas, he feels trapped by his own choices. Jiang Chen sighs, realizing that he hadn't considered these issues beforehand, failing to communicate with the supervising executioners. As the impending calamity looms closer, he senses that the monkey might leap forth at any moment, wielding his staff to obliterate him and the Immortal-Slaying Platform. He must devise a means to acquire more resources. Jiang Chen ponders this in his mind, aware that such resources cannot simply be summoned at will. Time slips away in contemplation, yet he remains without a solution. At that moment, the execution officer of the Immortal-Slaying Hall personally arrived. "Young friend, a task awaits you." Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen promptly rose to his feet. What a stroke of fortune. Just when I was troubled about my cultivation resources, here it comes. Observing Jiang Chen's excitement, the execution officer smiled and continued to elaborate. Your current assignment involves an immortal who ascended from the mortal realm. However, his thoughts are rather peculiar, leading him astray and causing him to violate heavenly laws, thus accumulating quite a bit of karmic retribution. This information was typically unnecessary for Jiang Chen to know, but now that he had attained the status of a heavenly-level executioner, it was mandated. Certain regulations inevitably manifest in the details, and one's identity and status confer privileges in those particulars. Jiang Chen nodded and promptly activated the 9 Calamity Divine Eye, an ability that allows one to perceive the true essence of all things in the world. In his earlier, less developed state, he needed to make physical contact for a closer inspection. However, with his recent advancements, he could now trace the lines of causality in reverse. Just moments ago, he had utilized the 9 Calamity Divine Eye to discern the tenuous thread of causality connecting the execution officer to the individual in question. Following this line of causality, he gleaned a comprehensive understanding of the other party's circumstances. This was a newly devised method that emerged after Jiang Chen's recent breakthrough to the pinnacle of his cultivation. Initially, he merely sought to satisfy his curiosity regarding the individual's karmic retribution. Yet, upon his examination, he found himself momentarily stunned. Good heavens, the entertainment industry, is it? And a chain at that. Jiang Chen was taken aback. You have already embarked on the path of immortality, yet you still involve yourself in such matters. Not only do you engage, but you've even established a chain. The audacity of it. Furthermore, while expanding your enterprise, you also pilfer customer information. This was followed by the standard practice of enticing the unsuspecting, compelling them to relinquish their treasures. Should they refuse? The burly men stationed outside were not to be trifled with. If one had any semblance of pride, they would comply willingly. If not, they would be dealt with harshly, beaten, stripped of their possessions, and left humiliated, their dignity utterly shattered. Inevitably, this would lead to numerous acts of violence and injury. How should one put it? In the realm of profit, this individual displayed considerable cunning. Jiang Chen rendered his most objective assessment, acknowledging that the individual had indeed thrived in this line of work, acquiring sufficient resources to facilitate his ascension to the immortal realm, despite his modest talent. This alone was enough to command the admiration of countless others. Yet, as much as he pondered, the execution must still be carried out. In an instant, he found himself at the Immortal-Slaying Platform, his blade descending with precision. The criminal had not even the chance to utter a single word before his head rolled to the ground. With the task complete, Jiang Chen intended to follow protocol and present the severed head to fulfill his assignment. However, he soon discovered something unusual. This time, in addition to the white light encapsulating the individual's past, there existed a substance linked to the primordial source. The Book of Destiny had acquired an additional element, something rarely encountered before. In a moment of desperation, Jiang Chen could not afford to ponder further. He immediately began to inspect the situation, and as he did, a remarkable transformation unfolded before him. The Grand Dao's Book of Fate incessantly turned its pages, each leaf inscribed with the names and corresponding illustrations of the criminals he had vanquished. In the past, Jiang Chen had merely glanced over these entries, but now they had undergone a profound metamorphosis. Even the illustrations appeared to be animated, as if imbued with life. With but a flicker of thought, he could summon the essence absorbed by the Grand Dao's book, causing the individuals to revert to their former selves, ready to serve his purposes. Even their demise held little consequence, for their true spirits would merely return to the nurturing embrace of the Grand Dao's book for a time before being summoned once more. As Jiang Chen absorbed the information conveyed by the Grand Dao's book, he found himself reciting its contents involuntarily. After a brief pause, a laugh escaped his lips. My goodness! The function ranking, Grand Dao's Book Edition. This feature was of immense significance to Jiang Chen. As a heavenly-level executioner, he now had access to criminals of the great Luo caliber. If he could amass a few more, all contained within the Grand Dao's book, he would effectively be able to assemble a formidable entourage of great Luo golden immortals. At that moment, only 2 words echoed in Jiang Chen's mind to encapsulate the prowess of the Grand Dao's book. Truly extraordinary. Chapter 36. The Storyteller of the Celestial Realm. Narrating the Primordial Era. Regarding the new functionalities exhibited by the Book of Fate, Jiang Chen was undeniably elated. He tightened his facial expression, lifting his head to return and report. As he walked, a sudden idea struck him. The entertainment industry, what a splendid avenue for resource acquisition. This individual had amassed considerable resources solely through entertainment, not counting the subsequent coercion and plunder. He had remarkably elevated his originally humble cultivation to the celestial realm. Surely, he could learn a thing or two. Of course, it was not the vulgar entertainment industry that he contemplated, but rather the essence of entertainment itself. After all, even the esteemed Jade Emperor enjoys the dance of celestial maidens and is accompanied by heavenly music. Is this not entertainment? Indulging in food and drink is merely a pursuit of pleasure for both body and soul. As one possessing a modern spirit, Jiang Chen was resolute. He would not falter in this domain, nor would he be outdone by others. Upon returning home, Jiang Chen began to reflect meticulously, recalling the myriad forms of entertainment he had encountered in his past life. He dismissed concepts such as games as unrealistic. Film and television productions were impractical, lacking actors, and those were merely trifling spectacles. To the divine beings, even the most fantastical tales were but the playthings of children. Not only would he fail to impress others, but he could scarcely deceive himself. The world was indeed different. Imitation would yield no success. His flourishing existence in the mortal realm was attributed to the short-sightedness of the cultivators there, their hearts clouded by mundane concerns. Alas, the prominent figures of the celestial court possessed far broader horizons. Jiang Chen turned over in contemplation, feeling a rare sense of helplessness in his celestial abode. Just as he conceived a promising idea, it withered under scrutiny, revealing itself to be in vain. How could he resign himself to such a fate? He paced in deep thought on his recliner. After a lengthy period of reflection, he suddenly sprang to his feet. There was indeed a path available to him, storytelling. In Jiang Chen's mind, this craft required only the power of speech, devoid of performance, free from the scrutiny of others. With mere sound, listeners could conjure their own vivid imagery. Those of high cultivation would envision grand scenes, while those of lower cultivation would have simpler interpretations. It was entirely dependent on individual perception. As long as the content was exceptional, an audience would naturally follow. This was a splendid idea. Once resolved, Jiang Chen embarked on an in-depth exploration of this concept. Rather than mere study, he devoted extensive time to recollecting the novels and tales he had heard in his previous life, meticulously organizing them. Although it consumed much of his leisure time, if his vision could materialize, a steady stream of cultivation resources would flow abundantly for his sustenance. In due time, he would tackle the challenges of resource scarcity from two fronts, liberating himself from such worries. Ultimately, Jiang Chen succeeded. And in the process of selecting scripts, Jiang Chen harbored some ulterior motives. He sought to subtly advocate for the human race, hoping that in a serendipitous manner, he might cultivate a favorable impression among certain deities, potentially saving thousands of lives in the process. This notion sprang unexpectedly into his mind, igniting his creative fervor. Gradually, a substantial stack of scripts amassed before him, all meticulously curated and transcribed by his own hand. Before long, he had completed all necessary preparations, ready to embark on the formal performance. The expression "a mule is indeed a horse" when brought forth for examination resonated within him as he chose the internal setting of the celestial slaughtering platform for his endeavor. The rationale behind this choice was twofold. Firstly, Jiang Chen enjoyed considerable popularity within the confines of the celestial slaughtering platform. Even in his current state, removed from the spotlight, many regarded him with deep respect, promptly responding to any news pertaining to him. Secondly, the cultivators present here were not overly powerful, allowing him to gauge their reactions before making subsequent adjustments. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen set up a makeshift stage at the celestial slaughtering platform. Initially, the crowd displayed little surprise at his arrival, as it was not unusual for someone to come to undertake a task. However, as he erected the stage, curiosity began to ripple through the audience. Come one, come all, dear friends. Today, I shall regale you with tales to alleviate your ennui. If you possess wealth, please contribute generously. If not, your presence alone suffices. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, the crowd was momentarily taken aback. After a pause, many began to check their ears, fearing they had misheard. What is this? Is this not a pastime favored by the common folk of the lower realms? Jiang Chen has thoughts on such matters? His actions stirred a considerable commotion within the otherwise monotonous atmosphere of the celestial slaughtering platform. Before long, a large assembly gathered before him, with those without tasks converging around him, while others hastened to complete their assignments, eager to join in the excitement. As the throng swelled, Jiang Chen nodded and cleared his throat to commence his narrative. In the primordial dawn, when the chaos began to settle and gods and demons stood in opposition, humanity was but a mere ant, too fearful to venture forth by day or night. Yet who could have anticipated that the Saint Nuwa would mold the essence of the earth, that Fuxi would glimpse the celestial mysteries, and that Shinnon would taste life and death among the myriad herbs? thus endowing humanity with the most potent of souls? For this inaugural tale, Jiang Chen presented a meticulously crafted image of a human hero, a synthesis of the admirable traits of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, interwoven with fictional elements. He intended to unveil this narrative to gauge the audience's response, mindful that it was his first attempt and he wished to filter the audience's reception. As he spoke, he discreetly observed the reactions from the crowd below. Suddenly, the previously dense throng parted to make way for an individual. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, an ethereal herb materialized on the table before him. "Well said. Bravo!" exclaimed a youthful voice that was all too familiar to Jiang Chen. Everyone present fell into a profound silence. Jiang Chen also ceased his narration, respectfully bowing and greeting. "I have the honor of meeting the 3rd prince." At that moment, Neza gazed at Jiang Chen with unabashed interest, clearly captivated by the tales he had just recounted. It was evident that those stories resonated deeply with him, evoking memories of his own experiences in the mortal realm and illuminating his valiant moments during the battle of the gods. He perceived reflections of himself within those narratives, prompting him to bestow a gift of celestial herbs. "Please continue. Do not halt," he urged. Jiang Chen, unexpectedly, paused to pay his respects. Neza, irritated, waved his hand dismissively. He had little patience for such formalities, especially when they disrupted his enjoyment of the storytelling. Jiang Chen was taken aback, but soon resumed his tale. To be honest, he had initially intended to conduct a small experiment and never anticipated such a significant reaction. The presence of the 3rd prince was indeed an unexpected delight. One could not deny the extravagance of the 3rd prince's generosity. Chapter 37. The Heavenly Realm Abuzz. Even the Jade Emperor comes to listen. With Neza's enthusiastic support, Jiang Chen's storytelling embarked on a splendid beginning. At the peak of excitement, Neza generously showered rewards without restraint, enveloping the table in an ethereal aura. This spectacle left an indelible impact. Through the words of the executioners present, news of Jiang Chen's storytelling spread far and wide. Jiang Chen had long envisioned a comprehensive plan for this endeavor. He devised a meticulous strategy, aiming not only to conduct offline storytelling sessions, but also to venture into online broadcasting. Though seemingly outrageous, live streaming was not an unattainable feat within the realm of cultivation. After considerable contemplation, Jiang Chen inscribed 2 grand formations upon the stage he had erected. The first was a simple teleportation array, allowing rewards to be sent directly to him. With the aid of the 9 tribulations' divine eye, he could discern the source of these rewards, ensuring he could express gratitude to the generous patrons. Additionally, a secondary formation was designed to maintain a mirror image and facilitate auditory transmission. Thus, he had unwittingly established an online broadcasting platform. Nonetheless, Jiang Chen remained committed to offline storytelling, as the presence of an audience provided immediate feedback. He could effortlessly adjust the cadence of his narrative in response to their reactions. One day, he initiated another live stream, this time narrating the tale of the foolish old man who moved mountains. He realized that he could recount various novels and stories from his mind. However, whether it was the extraordinary feats of seizing the sun and moon or the eternal legend of the 9 dragons pulling the coffin, these were ultimately figments of imagination. While the narratives were undeniably captivating, they felt somewhat out of place within the primordial context. Although the phrases might ignite passion, how many could genuinely resonate with such aspirations? Seizing the sun and moon might be achievable for those at the human immortal realm, but could one truly attempt to pull a coffin with dragons? The dragon clan was formidable. Only the mightiest dared to challenge them, lest they find themselves in dire straits. As for the notion of inspiring others through certain stories, that was a futile endeavor. How could tales birthed from contemporary perspectives possibly enlighten the titans of the primordial era? Even if inspiration were attainable, amidst the fierce competition for scant resources, he would likely become the first casualty. He sought resources, not an untimely demise. When it came to resources, he needed to clarify his target audience. If he wished for others to reward him, he naturally had to tell stories that resonated with the esteemed figures. Tales of fervor and heroism were suited for lower-tier cultivators, invigorating their spirits and propelling them forward. However, for the great ones, such narratives had become tiresome. They yearned for stories that evoked reflection and sentiment, or perhaps to evoke a sense of resonance within them, enabling them to see reflections of themselves. Only then can one earn a reward. Nevertheless, Jiang Chen has not forgotten his initial purpose, to promote the human race in a modest manner. By discarding the myths, he aims to present stories that celebrate the spirit of humanity, which would yield a more profound impact. The tale of the foolish old man moving mountains, though he had heard it countless times in his previous life, is particularly fitting for the current scenario. This narrative does not dwell on the celestial or mortal realms, but rather emphasizes virtue. Regardless of one's cultivation level, such themes invariably elicit a sense of shared understanding. The story embodies resilience and indomitable spirit, principles that resonate universally, from the humble practitioner to the esteemed master. This connection will make them feel as if the tale speaks directly to their own experiences. Even those of lower cultivation will appreciate the significance of such tenacity. In summary, these insights are conclusions drawn from Jiang Chen's recent series of storytelling experiments, informed by a synthesis of various audiences. As for future narratives, adjustments will be made when his strength ascends to higher echelons, such as the Great Luo, allowing for the treatment of more fervent and exhilarating tales, ensuring they align with the essence of the primordial chaos. Otherwise, if the narrative feels too fabricated or artificial, it risks displeasing some powerful listeners, leading to unfavorable outcomes. With a resounding clap of the wooden board, Jiang Chen commenced, "Esteemed audience, lend me your ears as I recount a curious tale from the lower realms." It is said that the Taihang and Wangwu mountains soar into the heavens, stretching across Jizhou. In the northern mountains, the foolish old man's family embarked on a journey, circumventing 1,000 miles. In recent days, due to Jiang Chen's storytelling, the crowd had grown accustomed to this routine. As the wooden board echoed, an immediate hush fell over the surroundings. At the climax of the tale, they communicated through their thoughts, silent yet engaged, allowing for a pleasurable and stimulating exchange. This surpassed the mere use of bullet comments, as their thoughts were directly projected into one another's minds. The story itself was originally brief. However, Jiang Chen made subtle alterations that extended its duration to approximately half an incense stick's worth of time. Within this retelling, he amplified the spirit of the foolish old man's family. The narrative was concise and easily remembered, devoid of unnecessary complexity. This was Jiang Chen's intention, to touch hearts more deeply. From the moment the foolish old man endeavored to shake the two towering mountains, through his wife's skepticism and his friend's derision, nothing could deter his resolve. Instead, it only fortified his determination. When he proclaimed that his descendants would continue this endeavor indefinitely, the audience could not help but gasp in awe. Eventually, the Jade Emperor dispatched a great general to relocate the mountains. Indeed, just as Jiang Chen continued his narration, a voice interrupted once more. The crowd expressed their displeasure upon hearing this voice. Did this person not understand the decorum of listening? Was it not possible to communicate through thought? Someone turned their head, intending to harshly reprimand the individual for their lack of decorum. However, upon turning, they were momentarily taken aback. As they approached Jiang Chen from a distance, everyone rose to pay their respects. "We have met the Jade Emperor." Naturally, Jiang Chen did not dare to be remiss and returned the gesture of courtesy. Observing this scene, the Jade Emperor furrowed his brow, gesturing for everyone to rise. At the same time, he felt a twinge of regret for having spoken up. It was hardly a pleasant experience to abruptly halt a captivating tale just at its most delightful juncture. There is no need for such formality. I have come to learn of the storytelling at the Immortal-Slaying Platform, which has been mentioned to me by various celestial beings, both online and offline. My curiosity piqued. I decided to attend, and it seems the reports were not unfounded. A reward is in order. The Jade Emperor's reward was certainly not of the ordinary kind. With his initial gesture, other celestial beings of some standing who had come to listen also began to present their tributes. In just a few minutes, Jiang Chen found himself enriched once more. Chapter 38. Yukong leaps beyond the three realms, not bound by the five elements. Jiang Chen's storytelling enterprise flourished in the heavenly realm, gradually revealing a different facet of the legendary executioner. Even the Jade Emperor was stirred, bestowing upon him a reward, which effectively acknowledged the significance of his storytelling endeavors. Remarkably, as Jiang Chen had previously contemplated, the narratives he spun evoked diverse interpretations among his listeners. The spiritual essence woven into his tales elicited admiration from others, viewed through their perspectives. From Jiang Chen's vantage point, he successfully propagated the wisdom and courage of humanity, showcasing their steadfast character. However, what the Jade Emperor perceived was Jiang Chen extolling his own benevolence, as the story depicted his own generals assisting in the removal of a formidable mountain for the benefit of others. This subtly indicated that peace in the three realms could only be attained under his leadership, with reverence directed towards him. Regardless of who listened to the tale, joy was inevitable. Those who initially had no intention of offering rewards found themselves swayed by the Jade Emperor's generosity. After all, he was the sovereign of the heavenly court. It was said that while one might be unaware of how much others had contributed, the absence of one's own offering would certainly be remembered. Thus, Jiang Chen amassed considerable wealth from this endeavor. Consequently, he diligently visited the Immortal-Slaying Platform each month, balancing his tasks of cultivation and storytelling. These three pursuits harmoniously coexisted, amassing an abundance of resources for him. His cultivation speed, previously hindered by a lack of resources, had returned to its normal pace. Meanwhile, in the lower realms, Sun Wukong embarked on his quest for enlightenment. He traversed the seas, journeying through various kingdoms, and soon found himself within the confines of the Ling Tai Fong Siyuan Mountain. Occasionally, Jiang Chen, utilizing his 9 calamities divine eye, would peer into the situation below, his heart racing in trepidation, akin to a guillotine poised above him, waiting for its descent. Once Wukong entered the sacred grounds, Jiang Chen refrained from further scrutiny. The origins of the Bodhi Patriarch were shrouded in mystery, yet Jiang Chen, drawing upon the knowledge from his past life, surmised that he was aligned with the Buddhist sect, perhaps even a manifestation of one of its eminent figures. Regardless, such a formidable presence would undoubtedly possess acute awareness of karmic intricacies, and Jiang Chen wisely chose to refrain from provoking fate. As time flowed by, 2 decades swiftly passed. After fulfilling his storytelling duties, Jiang Chen, as customary, cast a glance downward. In that moment, he caught sight of a streak of light darting past, startling him. Upon closer inspection, the distance traversed was a staggering 80,000 miles. It was the cloud somersault. Jiang Chen's heart raced, and he activated his 9 calamities divine eye to trace the thread of causality below. Sure enough, amidst the clouds stood a monkey. Realizing he had lost track of time, he deduced that Wukong had departed the Ling Tai Fong Siyuan Mountain, having returned triumphant from his training. In merely over 2 decades, his cultivation, Jiang Chen's thoughts stirred as the 9 tribulations divine eye subtly shifted. Just a single glance left him with a dull ache in his head. Over the years, Jiang Chen had not idled. Through the dual pursuits of storytelling and undertaking missions, the resources at his disposal had never dwindled. Consequently, his cultivation had steadily advanced. Yet even at this moment, he found himself only at the pinnacle of true immortal, a mere step away from becoming a profound immortal. The strength of Sun Wukong had transcended description. From the characteristics he now exhibited, it was apparent that he had begun to manifest the might of a great Luo. To be candid, had he not previously encountered the distinct traits of figures like Jiang Chen, he would have struggled to accurately discern Wukong's cultivation level. In just over a decade, he had. The saying comparison breeds envy echoed again in Jiang Chen's mind. He felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. While he understood that some would ascend dramatically during this calamity, and acknowledged that Sun Wukong, as a protagonist, enjoyed a smooth path to enlightenment, the scene before him was simply outrageous, ridiculously so. From embarking on the sea to entering the mountains, from seeking a master to departing, how many years had it taken? Sun Wukong had transformed from a mere stone monkey with shallow cultivation into a great Luo golden immortal, transcending the 3 realms and no longer confined by the 5 elements. Jiang Chen dared not dwell on these thoughts, fearing that contemplating further might lead him to spew blood in frustration. After laboriously calming his tumultuous emotions, he resolved to focus on elevating his own strength rather than succumbing to the pressure of Wukong's prowess. The fact that Sun Wukong had emerged from his training signified that the calamity had entered a new phase. As Wukong continued to stir up chaos, the cosmic calamity would inevitably escalate. This, in turn, might prove advantageous for him, as more demons and wrongdoers were drawn into the fray. His own opportunities to accumulate strength would multiply. After reassuring himself with these thoughts, Jiang Chen no longer paid heed to what turmoil the Monkey King might unleash upon his return to Flower Fruit Mountain. Such matters were beyond the purview of a mere executioner like himself. Time was of the essence. He needed to devote himself to further cultivation. At that moment, however, Jiang Chen suddenly sensed an overwhelming aura of terror emanating from the void, spreading outwards. In the blink of an eye, it enveloped the entirety of the primordial world. Staring at this commotion, Jiang Chen was momentarily taken aback. He closed the 9 tribulations divine eye, then reopened it. This time, he extended his gaze far and wide, nearly encompassing the entire expanse of the primordial world. Previously, under his scrutiny, the infinite calamity had lingered in a state of accumulation without descending. Yet, in response to the tremor he had just perceived, the calamity began to boil, subtly descending. Sun Wukong had now ascended to Great Luo and returned to Flower Fruit Mountain. And the heavens and earth reacted instantaneously. Was the timing so precise? How pitiful. Sun Wukong, should you perceive the tumultuous upheaval of this world and the meticulous timing of calamity, you would come to realize that you have long been ensnared in a grand scheme. Jiang Chen sighed. only to swiftly regain his composure, pressing his palms together in reverence. No blame, no blame. At this moment, he ought not to dwell on such matters. They lie beyond his control. His sole endeavor should be to elevate himself. The formidable power of Sun Wukong cast an intangible pressure upon Jiang Chen. Although he understood he was not the protagonist of this calamity, survival necessitated his relentless pursuit of strength. As anticipated by Jiang Chen, the calamity began to boil over. In recent days, an increasing number of demons, condemned to the celestial execution platform, had become tainted by this upheaval. For other executioners, it was a fate to be shunned like venomous serpents, fraught with peril. Countless low-tier executioners succumbed silently upon the stage. Yet for Jiang Chen, this was a fortuitous era. Utilizing the 9-calamity divine eye, the 6-word mantra of Buddhism, the yin-yang fire lamp, the great Tao command book, and other resources, his cultivation accelerated in tandem with the calamity, resulting in a continuous enhancement of his prowess. Chapter 39, Breakthrough to the Golden Immortal. The 72 transformations of the earthly fiends. Of course, when the great calamity descends, Sun Wukong emerges. These matters are known only to Jiang Chen himself. He feels an internal urgency. In the eyes of others, everything appears unchanged. Each day, they gather at Jiang Chen's storytelling platform, eagerly awaiting the narration of new tales. Occasionally, they playfully insist that he recount previous stories once more. Life passes comfortably. Jiang Chen, however, adheres to 3 consistent practices, neglecting none. He diligently cultivates, attends to his tasks, and engages in storytelling for rewards. During this time, he also seizes moments to observe the protagonist, Sun Wukong, to discern his activities and progress. In his peripheral vision, he catches sight of some delightful occurrences. Amidst these ordinary mortals, 1 or 2 celestial beings occasionally emerge, extending their aid to them. While such assistance may seem trivial to others, for the present-day mortals, it represents a significant shift in the fate of an entire nation or even a province. Given this situation, Jiang Chen understands that his endeavors bear fruit. As long as he perseveres, he not only garners resources for himself, but also fosters goodwill for humanity, an ideal scenario. The flow of resources never ceases, and coupled with Jiang Chen's diligent cultivation, even upon reaching the true immortal stage, his pace of advancement remains unabated. In fact, due to the calamity, he has made considerable progress. Finally, on this day, a resounding boom reverberates within Jiang Chen, marking his breakthrough to the profound immortal realm. Throughout the countless years, to ascend from a human immortal to a profound immortal within a millennium is indeed a remarkable talent, a rarity among rarities. In times past, such an achievement might have led Jiang Chen to become complacent. However, he has encountered Sun Wukong and comprehended the true pace of a genuine genius in cultivation, recognizing the disparity between himself and others. Simultaneously, he is acutely aware of the future trajectory that lies ahead. Thus, even upon reaching this new realm, he dares not indulge in any form of relaxation. There is no time to relish the exhilaration of his breakthrough. He promptly adjusts his emotions and immerses himself once more in cultivation. Early profound immortal, mid-profound immortal, late profound immortal, and finally, perfected profound immortal. Jiang Chen exerts himself diligently, pouring various resources into his practice like a relentless stream. In the ensuing period, his cultivation speed not only maintains its momentum, but accelerates even further, with breakthroughs occurring at a pace swifter than before. At times, even Jiang Chen cannot help but marvel at the truth that cultivation is indeed reliant on opportunity. The calamity has proven to be a monumental opportunity for him, expediting his progress. Yet, upon reaching the perfected profound immortal stage, Jiang Chen finds himself at an impasse. Time is of the essence. He cannot afford to linger. He must muster his strength for a swift breakthrough. Jiang Chen is unaware of how many years have elapsed in the original timeline since Sun Wukong returned from the Mountain of the Mind to the Flower and Fruit Mountain before he was summoned to the underworld. However, it is reasonable to assume that this interval was not particularly lengthy, especially considering the current tumultuous state of the calamity. The myriad forces will not allow Sun Wukong to revel in his newfound status for long. Moreover, Jin Chanzi has already entered the cycle of reincarnation. Although the timing of his rebirth has been somewhat altered due to my involvement, how could such a minor variable shift the course of a calamity so thoroughly orchestrated by the West? Everything shall inevitably return to its rightful path. To become a golden immortal, that is all I desire. Within the primordial chaos, I could be deemed a formidable power, albeit somewhat tenuously. Additionally, I bear the title of Heavenly Executioner, which, when the time comes, will be fully justified. by amassing a number of Delua-level criminals into the Book of Fate. My combat prowess would be exponentially enhanced. The criminals I have recently eliminated have all been absorbed into the Book of Fate, ready to be summoned. Yet none possess high cultivation levels. Due to my current strength, even as a heavenly executioner, I have not encountered many Deluo golden immortals. Throughout my journey, I have only come across two, the disabled Dragon King Nanta and Jiang Chen, who voluntarily transcended. However, neither appeared when the summoning function of the Book of Fate was unlocked, leaving me without a single source for summoning a Deluo golden immortal level criminal. Given this situation, once I announce my ascension to golden immortal, any Deluo golden immortal level criminal will undoubtedly seek my intervention. To consider a more distant prospect, if I were to possess a dozen or so Deluo golden immortal essences within the Book of Fate, I would no longer feel the pressing urgency that compels me to constantly cultivate. I must strive diligently. I am but a step away. With a dozen Deluo golden immortals contained within the Book of Fate, barring any fundamental issues, I would harbor no fears. Encouraged by this thought, Jiang Chen redoubled his efforts. Once he surpasses this threshold, he would enter an entirely new realm. His dedication to cultivation, which was already commendable, now escalated to a level that could only be described as desperate. Resources vanished as if cast into flames, one after another. Spiritual energy coalesced, surging forth repeatedly. This time, even Jiang Chen's primordial spirit underwent a transformation. Golden immortals, often referred to as immortal beings, owe their status to the transmutation of a portion of their primordial spirit into immortality. Yet, achieving this stage is no simple feat, which explains the substantial resources expended. However, one might not necessarily attain the immortality of the primordial spirit through such efforts. Jiang Chen remained unperturbed. He could not fathom faltering at such a crucial juncture. This confidence stemmed from his mastery of the cultivation arts, not only in his current transition from mystic immortal to golden immortal, but also in his aspirations towards the Tai golden immortal and Deluo golden immortal stages. Jiang Chen harbored immense self-assurance, believing he could certainly prevail. After all, as someone capable of comprehending the laws of the sword at the true immortal level, how could he be daunted by these trials? Time and again, he faced setbacks. Yet rather than dimming, his primordial spirit shone ever more brilliantly, becoming increasingly clear and resplendent. With each relentless attempt, he persisted undeterred. The primordial spirit has begun its ascent towards an immortal state. Jiang Chen has wholly immersed himself in a mechanistic form of cultivation. In the absence of spiritual energy, he resorts to consuming pills and spiritual materials. After all, he possesses a wealth of cultivation resources meant to be utilized in moments like this. Following countless surges of pressure, Jiang Chen's spiritual energy suddenly erupted. He sensed that this was the moment, the opportunity he had awaited. Immediately, he directed all his strength forward with great force. With a thunderous roar, an explosion radiated from his primordial spirit, illuminating the surroundings like a resplendent sun. Today, Jiang Chen has achieved a breakthrough to the status of an immortal golden immortal. Ding! Achievement of golden immortal. Awarded the Hunyuan divine ability, the 72 transformations of the earthly fiend. Just as Jiang Chen had reached this milestone, he was momentarily stunned by the subsequent reward from the Book of Fate. The 72 transformations of the earthly fiend, a divine ability akin to that of Sun Wukong. Techniques such as the dragon slaying technique, the sun pursuit technique, the mountain moving and sea filling technique, and countless transformations, including the ability to traverse the ethereal and slay deities, summon the wind, and call forth rain. All 72 divine abilities unfolded before Jiang Chen's eyes. If he were to master all 72 techniques, he could scarcely fathom the extent of his strength. Even though he has just entered the realm of the golden immortal, he already considers himself among the elite within the same level. Chapter 40. The surprising executioner meets the true monarch of the sword's severing hall, Jiang Chen. Cultivation, early golden immortal. Law, sword path law. Technique, primordial Tao scripture, divine abilities. 9 tribulation divine eye. 5 directions mysterious escape, universe and sleeve. Universe guardian true barrier, earthly transformation 72 changes, 6 character true words of Buddhism. Treasure, primordial sword. 2 instruments pre-heavenly spiritual treasure, yin-yang fire lamp. Upon surveying his current possessions, Jiang Chen could not help but nod in approval. His strength had undeniably reached a level that could not be underestimated. Merely with the primordial divine abilities, he possessed 2. Furthermore, after his breakthrough to the golden immortal realm, he had unlocked new divine abilities from the primordial Tao scripture, bringing the total to 6. In terms of treasures, the yin-yang fire lamp was remarkably balanced in both offense and defense, while also aiding his cultivation. The primordial sword, capable of infinite growth, had now ascended to the realm of a mid-grade, pre-heavenly spiritual treasure. Its slow evolution from low-grade to mid-grade was due to Jiang Chen acquiring treasures of lesser quality. Now that he had transcended into the golden immortal realm, he was equipped to undertake the responsibilities of a heavenly executioner. In due course, he would naturally slay criminals of the Deluo level. Based on his experience, it would not take long for the status of the primordial sword to rise accordingly. Moreover, the functionality of the Tao Mandate book meant that slaying a Deluo would grant him an additional ally, one that was immortal, with sustained accumulation. Becoming invincible beneath the Deluo level would not be a formidable challenge if he could encounter a saint-level criminal. This thought, however, was swiftly discarded by Jiang Chen. What was he contemplating? At this realm, he was already a formidable figure in the primordial realm, the pinnacle beneath the saints. A high-level authority within a faction. Even if one were to commit a crime, it was likely they would be overlooked. After suppressing the peculiar thoughts in his mind, Jiang Chen made his way toward the sword-severing platform. Having recently achieved the golden immortal breakthrough, how could he not take the opportunity to showcase his accomplishments? This was not merely a matter of pride. It was also to inform others that he was indeed a worthy heavenly executioner, eager to be assigned tasks of Deluo caliber. Upon transcending to the golden immortal level, aside from acquiring an immortal body, his magical power and the potency of all his spells had significantly increased. In the past, the journey to the sword-severing platform might have taken him several minutes. But now he arrived almost instantaneously. As the thought manifested, he found himself outside the sword-severing platform in the blink of an eye. Observing Jiang Chen's sudden appearance, the surrounding executioners promptly converged around him. "We have seen the esteemed one. We have seen the esteemed one. We have seen the esteemed one." Jiang Chen had now become a heavenly executioner, a figure of high standing within the sword-severing platform, and the lower-ranked executioners had directly altered their titles to address him as esteemed one. The legends surrounding Jiang Chen inspired spontaneous reverence among the crowd. Yet, due to his storytelling prowess, many felt a sense of closeness to him, especially among the executioners of the sword-severing platform, who had the privilege of hearing his tales daily. This culminated in the present scenario. Jiang Chen nodded at the crowd, greeting them with a simple acknowledgement. He treated the executioners equally, and after exchanging pleasantries, he turned and entered the hall of celestial execution. Upon entering, the executioner, who had been seated, rose to his feet and approached Jiang Chen. "Ah, your reputation is growing ever larger. Even from my seat here, I can hear of it," he remarked, a smile gracing his face. Jiang Chen waved his hand dismissively. After years of partnership, their familiarity had deepened. "You flatter me. It's merely a trivial fame," he replied. "Oh, yet you remain humble. Speaking of which, you came here today." As the executioner spoke, his voice gradually lowered, then abruptly ceased. He recalled that Jiang Chen typically visited only at the beginning of the month for assignments. Today was not the start of a new month, which piqued his curiosity. His gaze instinctively scanned Jiang Chen, and he was immediately taken aback by the formidable aura radiating from him. His expression shifted, revealing surprise, astonishment, and disbelief, truly a sight to behold. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen stifled a laugh, choosing silence. "You." The executioner stared at Jiang Chen's smiling face, his mouth opening to voice his thoughts, yet he found himself at a loss for words, as if rendered mute. He began to doubt whether he was experiencing a mere illusion, hesitating to voice his thoughts fully. "Ah, I've just broken through, and my aura is not yet perfectly controlled. You caught me," Jiang Chen said with a smile, his face betraying no hint of regret, only pride. In the presence of the executioner, he felt no need for pretense. Upon hearing this, the executioner was momentarily stunned before suddenly exclaiming, "Excellent." He then clapped Jiang Chen on the shoulder, exclaiming, "This is truly wonderful." Jiang Chen gazed at the executioner with some surprise. He had anticipated the man's excitement, yet the intensity of his reaction exceeded his expectations. It seemed he was almost too exuberant. After a brief moment of contemplation, Jiang Chen realized they were already friends, and it was likely the executioner was simply delighted for him, so he dismissed further thoughts. Subconsciously, he began to assess the executioner before him. Truth be told, he had long been curious about the man's strength. Even now, having achieved a breakthrough to the golden immortal level, he had yet to discern the executioner's true power. Upon reflection, it became clear to him that the executioner was at least a formidable figure at the Tai level. Jiang Chen, astonished by this realization, could only click his tongue in admiration. Having reached his current goal, he now awaited the executioner to report his breakthrough to the true monarch overseeing the hall of celestial execution. At that point, He would likely be assigned tasks suitable for confronting the Deluo. After a hearty laugh, the executioner fixed his intense gaze upon Jiang Chen. You, my friend, this is not a matter of losing control. You are intentionally flaunting your prowess before me. He paused, allowing the weight of his words to settle, then continued. Nevertheless, this is fortuitous. I had been pondering whom to recommend for that position to the true monarch. Since you have achieved a breakthrough at this moment, there is no longer any necessity for deliberation. Jiang Chen was somewhat bewildered by the sudden barrage of words from the execution officer. Upon witnessing Jiang Chen's expression, the execution officer merely continued forward, instructing him to follow, leading him deeper into the grand halls of the celestial execution platform. To be honest, Jiang Chen had never set foot in this place before. Even a distant glance would leave one in awe, trembling at the divine radiance within, rendering one hesitant to approach. To his surprise, he found himself entering today. Accompanying the execution officer, Jiang Chen soon encountered the true monarch of the celestial execution hall. As soon as he stepped inside, he heard the individual exclaim softly, Jiang Chen, you have achieved a breakthrough? It is worth noting that the true monarch lived up to his title, even now. Despite Jiang Chen having completely restrained his aura, he was still discerned at a glance. Indeed, Jiang Chen did not hesitate, allowing his aura to radiate forth. You have never disappointed me. Fortuitously, there is now a position available as the chief of the criminal law department for you. Chapter 41. Chief of the Celestial Law Enforcement Department. The terrifying aura at that moment. Jiang Chen found himself momentarily speechless, his mind racing with thoughts. This position, whether drawn from his past life's readings of Journey to the West or the information he had gathered in this life about the Heavenly Court, was entirely unfamiliar to him. The true monarch, noticing Jiang Chen's confusion, took the time to elucidate the matter. In essence, this was a hastily assembled team designed to address the current crisis. The impending calamity had reached its zenith, resulting in a surge of malevolent energies that had infected numerous demons, leading many to transgress the celestial laws. The past reliance on celestial soldiers to patrol and apprehend offenders had proven insufficient, revealing a stark shortage of manpower. Thus, the Celestial-Slaying Platform had taken the initiative to establish an institution known as the Law Enforcement Department. Its purpose was to proactively venture into the wilderness and execute those demons who had succumbed to the malevolent aura and violated heavenly decrees, significantly enhancing the efficiency of punishing wrongdoers in the mortal realm. Ordinary celestial soldiers could only act after a significant transgression had occurred, often resulting in irreparable damage before they could apprehend the culprits. In contrast, the Law Enforcement Department possessed the authority to render immediate judgments, arresting, sentencing, and executing offenders on the spot. After this explanation, Jiang Chen grasped the function of the Law Enforcement Department and comprehended the extent of his authority as its chief. Truth be told, this authority was substantial. Should Jiang Chen choose, he could directly condemn captured criminals and decide their fate, be it execution or imprisonment, entirely at his discretion. Typically, such vast power would entail corresponding obligations and responsibilities. However, from the true monarch's words, it appeared that there were no limitations imposed upon him, which struck him as peculiar. Faced with this enticing position, Jiang Chen was naturally inclined to accept. Yet, years of cultivated caution prompted him to remain composed. True monarch, he ventured. This position is indeed favorable, but is the balance of power and responsibility not skewed? Might there be? He hesitated, expressing only a fraction of his concerns. Upon hearing this, the execution officer of the Celestial Slaying Palace paused, taken aback by the line of thought, while the true monarch chuckled. What are you afraid of? This is a direct decree from the Jade Emperor. Do you think it is my doing? I wouldn't dare to aspire to such authority without divine approval. As for this power, it is granted to you by the Jade Emperor himself. Your worries are unfounded. This mandate encompasses a broad scope. You need only to search for those demons who have violated celestial laws. Should you find one, you may execute them on the spot, for they have already transgressed. If they have not broken the law, they are innocent. Without corresponding actions, you cannot lay a hand on them. Do you understand? Upon hearing the other party's explanation, Jiang Chen immediately comprehended the situation. It was conveyed in a remarkably straightforward manner. As long as one refrains from acting recklessly and does not indulge in capricious whims, the likelihood of encountering trouble is exceedingly low. Jiang Chen found it impossible to decline such an undertaking and promptly acquiesced. Naturally, the establishment of the Law Enforcement Division was not merely a matter of verbal proclamation. It necessitated meticulous selection within the Celestial Slaying Platform. During this period, Jiang Chen dedicated himself to further cultivation. Only when all was in order did he, in his capacity as the chief of the law enforcement division, led his assembled subordinates into the primordial realm to apprehend demons and celestial beings. Anyone who transgressed the celestial laws would be captured without exception, and judgments would be rendered based on the severity of their offenses. Those guilty of grave transgressions would be executed on the spot, for with Jiang Chen present, there was no fear of chaotic energies infiltrating their beings. Lesser offenders would be handed over to the celestial soldiers for confinement in the heavenly prison. As time passed, Jiang Chen transitioned from an initially tense state of mind to one of ease and relaxation. The task proved to be devoid of significant difficulty. He had previously harbored concerns about potential complications, such as engaging in warfare with the demon race or confronting the Buddhist sect directly. Yet, none of these scenarios materialized. He could reasonably surmise that the institution established by the Jade Emperor was not limited to the law enforcement division alone. Otherwise, it would not account for the fact that none of his subordinates surpassed his own cultivation level, the strongest among them merely being his equal. However, such matters were of little consequence to him. He was now wielding power and executing his duties, receiving rewards on a daily basis. Although he had not engaged in storytelling recently, the ongoing demon hunting in the lower realms had compensated for this void, not only filling it, but also leading to notable growth. Each day brought forth new surprises, akin to unboxing a mystery gift. Of course, this journey was not without its vexations. During his inspections of the lower realms, he observed that the plight of the human race mirrored his earlier predictions, good and bad in equal measure. Upon exiting the Eastern Victory Divine Continent, the human populace across various regions found themselves in dire straits. Even the celestial beings who descended to assist predominantly focused their attention on the Eastern Victory Divine Continent. Jiang Chen could only leverage his official position to offer assistance wherever possible while traversing other continents. Gradually, his reputation began to spread once more through the mortal realm. Days passed in succession, during which Jiang Chen dealt with numerous demons who had violated celestial law, frequently receiving commendations from the execution officials of the Celestial Slaying Hall. This recognition made him acutely aware that their actions were being scrutinized by higher authorities. Consequently, he endeavored to maintain a strict adherence to protocols during punishments, lest any errors be highlighted in the future. It was precisely this mindset that soon led him to receive a new assignment, to survey the primordial realm. Regarding this task, Jiang Chen felt remarkably at ease. Simply activating the 9 Calamity Divine Eyes to scan the surroundings should suffice. However, the moment the 9 Calamity Divine Eyes were activated, Jiang Chen's expression shifted dramatically. In an instant, he became acutely aware of an astonishing aura of calamity surrounding him and his companions. This aura was intertwined with an overwhelming scent of bloodshed. If one were to seek a comparable existence, it would undoubtedly be the formidable Nanda Dragon King. Everyone, be cautious, Jiang Chen bellowed, his voice reverberating with urgency. Simultaneously, he dispatched a message requesting the swift arrival of celestial soldiers. To possess such an extraordinary aura of calamity indicated that the approaching entity was anything but ordinary. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's commanding shout, those nearby instantly entered a state of vigilance. Jiang Chen's 9 Calamity Divine Eye delved into the causative lines, probing deeper. Yet, in the next moment, the line abruptly severed. The adversary had become aware of his presence. A frown creased Jiang Chen's brow, and his complexion paled slightly. At this juncture, it was evident that even if the foe was not a quasi-saint, they must possess the strength of a great Luo. It was clear that he and his companions were no match for such a formidable opponent. How could they encounter such a formidable adversary so swiftly? Chapter 42. The Calamity of the Cursed Dragon. The Celestial Master of the Yellow Dragon? Upon sensing the probing gaze of the 9 Calamities' divine eye, the adversary possessed the ability to sever the threads of causality. Jiang Chen felt an immense weight pressing upon his heart. The oppressive sensation descended abruptly, and this time, he dared not delve further. He merely utilized the 9 Calamities' divine eye to gauge the swirling calamity around him. He and his companions were ensconced within a shroud of malevolent energy, yet he could not discern the exact location of their foe. Before long, several figures streaked across the sky, hastening towards their position. In the present age, the Jade Emperor reigns supreme over the 3 realms, and the Heavenly Court serves as the nominal unifier of these realms. Regardless of the impending calamity or what the future may hold, this is the current reality. Thus, the martial prowess of the Heavenly Court is deployed throughout the expanse of the primordial wilderness. The signal Jiang Chen had previously dispatched was swiftly intercepted by others. In an instant, the horizon was enveloped in mist, revealing numerous figures. Golden-armored divine generals and countless heavenly soldiers converged upon the area, completely surrounding it. Why had the chief of the Justice Department sent a distress signal? The heavenly generals formed a line, their eyes vigilant and ears attuned. Yet they observed no signs of disturbance. Lowering their gazes, they quickly recognized Jiang Chen. However, their demeanor shifted. Something was amiss, and a formidable demon must be concealed nearby. Jiang Chen spoke with unwavering assurance. His earlier warning was merely to alert those around him, and now that reinforcements had arrived, what was there to fear? Upon hearing his words, the heavenly generals furrowed their brows. They had meticulously cast a net over the area, scrutinizing every nook and cranny, yet had uncovered nothing. Were Jiang Chen not present, they would have dismissed the situation as mere jest. Some exchanged glances, once more centering their focus and employing their divine powers to investigate the surroundings. Yet after a lengthy search, they were met with the same disheartening silence. Jiang Chen, where is this formidable demon you speak of? Jiang Chen's brow furrowed in response. How could these divine generals fail to detect anything? This was a convergence of the 6 Ding and 6 Jia. Even a great Luo should be unable to evade detection. As he pondered this, his confusion deepened. However, there remained a solution. Trust me, something is amiss here. Allow me to summon the Immortal-Slayer Platform. A hint of impatience flickered across the face of one divine general. Yet upon hearing Jiang Chen's intention to invoke the Immortal-Slayer Platform, he quickly subdued his expression, realizing that Jiang Chen was not jesting. He nodded in agreement. Jiang Chen then signaled to those around him to disperse. He was aware that many harbored doubts about him, yet, constrained by their status, they refrained from voicing them. However, if this time he was merely posturing, they were bound to report to the authorities. Jiang Chen needed not to elaborate. He could simply demonstrate his intent. In an instant, a fragment of divine thought was dispatched towards the celestial court. Upon receiving the arrival of Jiang Chen's divine thought, the executioner of the celestial slaying hall promptly acquiesced to his request. The chief of the criminal justice department, Jiang Chen, summoned the celestial slaying platform. Thunder rumbled as the skies roared with tumultuous winds. Lightning streaked across the heavens, illuminating all in its path. The clanking of chains resonated through the void, heralding the descent of an immense celestial slaying platform, drawn forth by the chain's pull. This was the celestial slaying platform number 10, which Jiang Chen was most familiar with. The surrounding space emitted a series of sharp cracks, as if pleading for mercy. As the platform landed, it shook the earth beneath, merging with this realm, thereby granting Jiang Chen dominion over this world. Nothing would remain concealed. A protective barrier enveloped everyone present. The malevolent aura and karmic energy, previously obscured from view, rapidly manifested. The winds and clouds surged, revealing all that lay hidden. At this moment, the concealed source unveiled itself. A more terrifying bolt of lightning descended from above the celestial slaying platform, exploding with a deafening roar in the ears of the onlookers. This was not summoned by the platform, but rather a manifestation of the hidden entity's arcane power. As the ground trembled and mountains shook, a colossal dragon materialized, roaring towards the crowd, its imposing presence radiating in all directions. In that instant, both Jiang Chen and the gathered assembly were rendered speechless. For this dragon possessed no physical form. It appeared to be entirely composed of malevolent energy, calamity, and karmic force entwined into a singular entity. This creature had seamlessly integrated with the calamity. Jiang Chen's mind reeled. No wonder he could not locate the entity with his 9 calamity divine eye. It was likely watching him quietly from within the malevolent aura. The thought sent chills down his spine. This was undeniably terrifying. With his current golden immortal cultivation, he felt woefully inadequate. Yet, Jiang Chen was not the only one in shock. The celestial soldiers and deities surrounding him were plunged into a profound silence. Previously, they had harbored discontent towards Jiang Chen, deeming him a mere blusterer. After all, how could any demon or specter hide from their watchful eyes? Now, it was evident that they had been overly negligent. The entity was far too elusive. If such a presence became the norm, their past strategies would become futile. Attack. There was no room for discussion now. With the target revealed, it was their duty to eradicate it. The divine light of the celestial soldiers converged, transforming into a grand formation, ready to descend upon the foe. Just then, a massive seal descended from the heavens, crashing heavily onto the barrier of the celestial slaying platform. Severing its connection to this realm, a figure emerged before the gathered assembly. Hold, everyone! The divine light coalesced by the celestial soldiers was entirely obstructed by this great seal. In a moment, the crowd gazed with uncertainty at the sudden appearance of the Taoist. The colossal dragon, formed from the essence of calamity, let out a thunderous roar, poised to charge forth, only to be gently restrained by a mere flick of the Taoist's finger. Such formidable strength was the first thought that coursed through the minds of all present. The celestial soldiers in the heavens immediately adopted a solemn demeanor, ready to summon aid at a moment's notice. Esteemed guests, I am Guang Qingzi. The Taoist introduced himself with courtesy. The initially vigilant crowd felt a slight easing of their tension. Although their wariness had not entirely dissipated, they at least recognized that this was not a matter of life and death. He was a member of the Chan teaching. He surveyed the assembly with a sweeping gaze, finally lingering on Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen could sense the weight of the Taoist's gaze upon him, profound and deliberate, before it was withdrawn. Esteemed guests, this aberration is a manifestation of my junior disciple. Huang long ensnared by the essence of calamity, he sought to elevate himself through such means. Thankfully, you all discerned the danger in time, interrupting his progression. Otherwise, a grave error would have ensued. Jiang Chen took a couple of steps back, attempting to distance himself from Guang Qingzi. He felt an odd sense of disquiet. Was it not said that the disciples of the Chan teaching were proud and unyielding? This unexpectedly warm and humble demeanor felt distinctly out of place. Chapter 43. The innate spiritual treasure, the celestial slayer blade. The blade that strikes the yellow dragon. Observing the silence among the gathered crowd, Guang Qingzi exhibited no semblance of surprise. Instead, he positioned himself before Jiang Chen. The sudden appearance of Guang Qingzi startled Jiang Chen, prompting an instinctive retreat. However, he found himself restrained by Guang Qingzi's powerful hand. Despite his status as a golden immortal, he could not withstand the force of that singular grip. My young friend, you must be the renowned Jiang Chen, the heavenly executioner. This blade is bestowed upon you, for I hope you will assist my junior disciple in finding liberation. With that, he presented the celestial slayer blade to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's understanding had evolved significantly. Upon grasping the magnificent weapon, he discerned that it was at least an innate spiritual treasure. Noticing Jiang Chen's astonishment, Guang Qingzi offered a gentle smile. Do not hold my impulsiveness against me. This matter concerns my junior. Although my approach may seem reckless, it does not violate celestial laws. Should he ascend to the Slayer's platform, his soul would be obliterated, and my heart could not bear such a fate. These words stirred a tumult of emotions within Jiang Chen. Guang Qingzi's junior, was that not the Yellow Dragon Taoist? A being at the pinnacle of the great Luo. A paragon of their era, akin to Guang Qingzi and his contemporaries. Yet, how had this individual fallen into such a state of calamity? The hidden complexities of this situation were far more profound than Guang Qingzi's brief utterances suggested. My young friend? Guang Qingzi's voice broke through Jiang Chen's reverie, prompting him to regain his composure. He surveyed his surroundings and the blade offered to him, caught in a moment of indecision. The intent of Guang Qingzi was glaringly clear. Yet why should he extend his assistance? To speak candidly, he harbored no fondness for Buddhism, nor for the Chan school, for that matter. His discontent with Buddhism stemmed from certain revelations, while his disdain for Chan was rooted in his knowledge of the function. Such prominent sects, long perched atop their pedestals, now sought his aid, adopting a congenial demeanor that he found somewhat distasteful. The realization dawned upon him. They required his assistance, thus their courteous approach. He noted how they disregarded the surrounding celestial soldiers entirely, having not spared them a glance since their initial encounter. I act in accordance with celestial regulations, Jiang Chen declared with clarity, reaffirming the established norms. The aura of malevolence surrounding Guang Qingzi indicated the influence of calamity, suggesting that he might unleash grave transgressions in the future. Moreover, his formidable strength meant that the celestial court would not allow such an entity to persist. This was no mere ticking time bomb. It was akin to a nuclear device. A single misstep could yield consequences beyond the comprehension of even the celestial court. From the perspective of the celestial court, managing future risks would entail dispatching such beings directly to the Slayer's platform, thereby resolving the matter conclusively. At this juncture, Guang Qingzi's request appeared as an abuse of power, compelling Jiang Chen to act on behalf of his interests. Upon hearing this, Guang Qingzi's countenance shifted subtly. Jiang Chen felt an overwhelming chill emanating from the entity resting on his arm. However, it was not long before the other party retracted their presence, adopting a different demeanor. My young friend, have you ever witnessed the Yellow Dragon commit any malevolent acts against living beings? Just as Jiang Chen was about to respond, he pondered deeply and realized that upon their arrival in this realm, they had encountered the individual without witnessing any harm inflicted upon others. Noticing Jiang Chen's silence, Guang Qingzi smirked triumphantly. I am aware of your thoughts on malevolence, but tell me, which cultivator does not have blood on their hands? If we were to measure malevolence, you might surpass even my junior disciple. He continued, I am well aware of the heavenly court's regulations, yet the Yellow Dragon is one of our own. We cannot simply annihilate him based on your words alone. In times of calamity, everyone may falter. Hence I have decided to permit him to enter reincarnation as a minor punishment, a concession on my part. You must understand that even when influenced by malevolent forces, death is not an inevitable fate, is it? Heed my counsel. It is beneficial for you, me, and the heavenly court. This was no longer a mere persuasion but an unabashed threat, articulated without any veiled insinuation. Jiang Chen could only lament that such stereotypes were not formed overnight. The disdain for the way of enlightenment stemmed precisely from this overt display. The surrounding celestial soldiers were witnesses to this blatant declaration. Even when the Buddhist sect was at its most arrogant, they at least had a pretext. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen could not help but grow concerned. Was the Jade Emperor's position so precarious? The authority of the heavenly court was visibly crumbling, with the Buddhist sect and the way of enlightenment vying for power. Not to mention other forces that disregarded the heavenly court's authority, it appeared this was not an isolated incident. Jiang Chen sighed inwardly. After all, he was still reliant on the heavenly court for his existence. Consequently, he chose to remain silent, abstaining from expressing his stance or taking action, patiently awaiting developments. Surrounded by celestial soldiers, the barrier of the Immortal-Slaying Platform had been breached. Observing the unfolding scene, although they could not interject, they would not allow the situation to deteriorate unchecked. News would undoubtedly be relayed upwards. Jiang Chen resolved to await directives from above, adhering to whatever instructions were forthcoming. Indeed, as the two exchanged glances, radiant golden light descended from the heavens. The light burst forth, revealing strands of golden script drifting before the assembly. The message was clear. In accordance with Guang Chengzi of the Way of Enlightenment, the yellow dragon Taoist, who has succumbed to demonic influence, is to be slain. The bestowed treasured blade may be retained for personal use. Upon reading this proclamation, Guang Chengzi's expression shifted dramatically. He shot a glare at the swirling malevolence beside him before turning back to Jiang Chen, who had donned a smile. This caused Guang Chengzi to feel an urge to slap him. Originally, he intended to present this item to Jiang Chen to facilitate a swift resolution. But now that orders had been issued, he had no choice but to comply. This was a piece of innate spiritual treasure, and it was something no one could part with lightly. The expression on Guang Chengzi's face darkened considerably as he prepared to draft a missive demanding the retraction of the command. Jiang Chen discerned his intentions, yet he had no intention of granting him such an opportunity. Seizing the celestial slaying blade, he warmly grasped Guang Chengzi's hand. My heartfelt gratitude to you, esteemed friend. You. Guang Chengzi attempted to articulate further, but Jiang Chen precluded him from doing so. Taking advantage of the moment when Guang Chengzi was preoccupied with subduing the yellow dragon, he leaped forth, the celestial slaying blade radiating brilliance as it severed the dragon's head with a swift motion. The malevolent aura dissipated abruptly, and the true spirit belonging to the yellow dragon emerged, still shrouded in ethereal haze. As it had not ascended to the celestial slaying platform, it remained untouched by the cycle of life and death. As the true spirit soared into the air, Guang Chengzi's face turned a shade of blue from fury. The golden characters in the sky continued to emit a radiant glow, seemingly urging him to hastily retrieve the true spirit. Reluctantly, he could only momentarily reclaim the spirit before turning to depart. Jiang Chen, however, felt the piercing gaze of Guang Chengzi upon him, akin to a blade slicing through flesh. Yet he remained unfazed. After all, he had secured the treasures for himself. Any grievances could be directed towards the Jade Emperor. Just as Jiang Chen withdrew the celestial slaying blade into his being, he suddenly froze in place. The Hunyuan blade had somehow found its way beside the celestial slaying blade and then proceeded to devour it. Chapter 44. A strange sense of familiarity. No heaven. Feeling the elation emanating from the primordial blade within him, Jiang Chen could not help but silently marvel. The primordial blade had devoured the Immortal-Slaying blade, emerging renewed and revitalized. Not only that, it had inherited all the formidable powers of the Immortal-Slaying blade. For a moment, Jiang Chen found himself in a quandary. If the Immortal-Slaying blade were to be questioned in the future, how would he justify his possession of it? However, after some contemplation, he dismissed the concern. As long as the primordial blade grew stronger, that was sufficient. Overall, he considered this a significant gain. The matters regarding the Huanglong real person and Guang Chengzi had reached a temporary conclusion. Jiang Chen took the opportunity to rest in the heavenly court for a while longer. Before long, he led his team back down to the lower realms to patrol. During these days of recuperation, he received alarming news from the lower realms. The presence of great demons in the three realms had become increasingly pronounced, with reports of massacres claiming millions of lives. Yet, when the heavenly soldiers pursued them, They found no trace. Even with the heavenly troops casting a vast net, scouring nearly the entirety of the primordial chaos, they yielded no results. Upon hearing this news, Jiang Chen could not help but sigh. Such occurrences no longer surprised him. The heavenly court of today was far from what it once was, and likewise, the primordial chaos had transformed beyond recognition. Moreover, the territories searched by the heavenly soldiers did not encompass the entirety of the primordial chaos. Numerous regions remained untouched, including the western Spirit Mountain, the depths of the boundless seas, the Kunlun Jade Void Palace, and the Five of Xinyuanzi, as well as the lairs of the demon clans in the heart of the 100,000 Mountains. These were the domains of great powers and the remnants of ancient clans, eluding effective oversight by the heavenly court. Given such foreknowledge, this news served only as a reminder for Jiang Chen to exercise caution. Beyond that, it bore little significance. As calamity descended, with so many great demons imbued with the aura of disaster, were they not prime pawns in a larger game? Could it be that the Spirit Mountain was orchestrating events from behind the scenes? This notion emerged from Jiang Chen's intuition, and in the next moment, he confirmed it. The reason was simple. He was all too familiar with the modus operandi of the West. Were he in their position, he would likely act similarly. However, this remained but a conjecture, unspoken and merely contemplated in his mind as a cautionary thought. After all, they had only just encountered the incident of the Huanglong Taoist succumbing to demonic influence. Surely, they could not face such a situation again. That would truly lead him to question whether he was being targeted. Leading his team on patrol, capturing criminals, and executing them on the spot, he utilized any spare moments for cultivation. Amidst this increasingly chaotic period, Jiang Chen found his own rhythm. Everything unfolded with remarkable stability as he balanced his tasks of patrolling, cultivating, and executing. Once again, he managed to advance on 3 fronts simultaneously. Far from feeling weary, he found joy in the process. As time flowed, another task awaited him. Upon receiving the message from the Jade token, Jiang Chen hurriedly returned to the celestial execution platform. Gazing at the criminal before him, he felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. For reasons unknown, this offender struck a chord deep within his instincts, yet he realized he did not recognize him. There was no trace of this individual in his memories. Suddenly, Jiang Chen grasped the underlying issue. As a mid-stage golden immortal, his cultivation granted him the ability to recall even the minutiae of his past life, including the number of hairs on the heads of those around him. How could someone who evoked such familiarity escape his memory? Yet, he had unwavering faith in his intuition. For a moment, he paused, scrutinizing the criminal before him. Damn it, if you intend to kill, then do so. What are you staring at? Jiang Chen furrowed his brow, and with a swift motion, his Hunyuan blade descended, fulfilling the criminal's fate. The head fell, and in that instant, realization dawned upon him. The familiarity he sensed did not stem from the man himself, but rather from the aura that enveloped him. This aura was one he recognized all too well, having encountered no fewer than 5 or 6 individuals exuding the same essence. This raised alarming questions. He recalled distinctly that these 5 or 6 beings hailed from diverse origins. Some he had slain in the lower realms, while others had been sent to the celestial execution platform for his judgment from various locales. It was a convergence of disparate sources, yet they all shared a common thread, one that he could detect. A cold sweat broke out on Jiang Chen's back. In the midst of a calamity, such a peculiar occurrence could only signify one thing. These individuals were interconnected in a profound manner. Could this connection pose a threat to him in the future? This was Jiang Chen's true concern. Without hesitation, he turned and departed, opting not to lead his team on patrol after reporting back, but rather returning to his residence. He began to delve into the records on the Great Tao's command book, researching the life summaries of those he had recently executed. 6 in total, including the current one. There were precisely 6. He laid out their names before him, scrutinizing each one. Ying Yao, Kuei Long, Black Robe King. These were the common terms that surfaced in the minds of these individuals. Yet, even the fragments of useful information gleaned were scant, lacking further detail. As he uttered these names, none were renowned figures in the vast wilderness today, yet they perpetually evoked a sense of familiarity within Jiang Chen. Repeating their names, images corresponding to each began to materialize in his mind. All this information coalesced into a singular entity. Suddenly, his eyes widened, lips moving as he spoke that name. Though no sound escaped his mouth. Abruptly, he froze, realization hitting him. What was I about to say? Jiang Chen sprang to his feet, trembling as though pulled from icy waters, unable to quell the shivers coursing through him. Moments ago, he had already discerned the identity of that individual. He even uttered their name, yet no sound escaped his lips. To make matters worse, his mind now felt utterly vacant. How could it be that he was unable to vocalize it? After all, he was a mid-level golden immortal. He had just articulated the name. Yet silence ensued. Was this the result of some unseen force constraining him? Jiang Chen stared intently, and this time, he resolutely refused to succumb to disbelief. He inscribed the names of Kuei Long, the dark-robed king, and Ying Yao upon the ground, linking them together, persistently stimulating his own memory. Initially, these figures were not monsters from the journey to the west. However, he was familiar with them. He could envision the formidable presence behind them. Jiang Chen scribbled upon the earth, his thoughts racing. He sifted through all the memories associated with his past life and the journey to the west, even recalling references from various novels. His fingers moved instinctively, etching into the soil. Finally, he paused, for he had successfully written down that person's name. Wu Tian. Chapter 45, The Subversion of the Three Realms. Has the sequel to Journey to the West been unveiled? Utterly lawless. Jiang Chen almost exclaimed in disbelief. The ground bearing the name of Wu Tian suddenly erupted, obliterating all traces. Witnessing this scene, Jiang Chen staggered back 4 or 5 steps. Damn, why? Why has this formidable figure revealed themselves now? Jiang Chen found himself at a loss for words. He was still preoccupied with matters concerning Sun Wukong. Little did he know that inadvertently, he had drawn forth this colossal presence. In comparison, the likes of the possessed Huang Long Jinren and the astonishing great demon seemed utterly insignificant. The very fact that one could adopt Wu Tian as a name speaks volumes of their terrifying nature. Previously, his concerns revolved around Sun Wukong's havoc in the Heavenly Palace, dismantling the Immortal-Slaying Platform, leaving him with nowhere to turn. Yet, in light of this current revelation, what did it matter to topple a mere Immortal-Slaying Platform? At most, Wukong caused a ruckus in the Heavenly Palace and tore down a few structures. He could simply retreat and return once tranquility was restored, for he bore no enmity with this being. Now, as a golden immortal, even if he were not a match for such an entity, retreating would pose no issue. With his identity as a celestial executioner, once the Heavenly Palace was rebuilt, he might even return to reclaim his former position. However, one must acknowledge that while the journey to the west is perilous, it also possesses its own safety. In truth, it impacts ordinary beings significantly. Yet for divine beings like Jiang Chen, the effects are not as profound. Eventually, he could find himself comfortably seated in the Heavenly Court, watching a live-action rendition of Journey to the West. But this time is different. The emergence of Wu Tian signifies a cataclysmic upheaval of the three realms, compelling the likes of Sakyamuni to attain nirvana and reincarnate, and the Jade Emperor to do likewise. Furthermore, this being proclaims themselves as the Buddha of Wu Tian, with no one daring to contest. This is the sequel to Journey to the West. Almost concurrently, as the former concluded its journey, the latter emerged. How formidable was the Buddhist sect at that time? Following the conclusion of Journey to the West, the Buddhist sect flourished, overwhelming the Heavenly Court, only to be swept away by this figure. Countless deities were cast into the underworld. Moreover, they replicated a plethora of impostors, usurping the positions of these divine beings across the three realms. To what extent was their power? Even Sun Wukong's fiery eyes could not discern the truth. This being genuinely ruled the three realms, unlike the Jade Emperor and Sakyamuni, who merely held their ground. This individual dominated the entire primordial chaos for a brief 33 years. Yet, during this time, chaos reigned supreme, and countless beings perished needlessly amid this calamity. Strangely, throughout their reign, this entity refrained from slaying other deities, leaving one to ponder their motives. Otherwise, the upheaval might have endured far longer. The conventional narrative of Journey to the West had yet to commence, and already, the major antagonist of the sequel had made their appearance. Jiang Chen muttered to himself, his mind devoid of clarity, unsure of what to articulate. After a while, this state began to improve, and I quietly contemplated how I should conduct myself. As far as I know, that individual was not devoid of taking lives. After all, numerous celestial soldiers and generals in the later tales have vanished without a trace, their fates unknown. Most of those imprisoned are well known, which implies that others may not have such fortunate endings. Furthermore, as I preside over the celestial execution platform, I am unaware of how many demons and monsters I have slain. When the opposing forces dominate the primordial world, I, the current heavenly executioner, will inevitably become a target for extermination. As Jiang Chen uttered these words, a wave of numbness washed over him. This predicament is quite troublesome. Not to mention my current reputation, whether I will be imprisoned or killed in the future remains uncertain. Just at this juncture, the realm I occupy in the later tales may not even allow for survival. Those formidable demons might easily take my life if they find me displeasing. Jiang Chen exhaled deeply, My strength is still too feeble. I must continue to cultivate and enhance my abilities. To survive steadily in the journey to the west and its sequel, being a golden immortal is far from sufficient. The terror of Wu Tian is extreme. In my estimation, he is at least on the cusp of the pinnacle of quasi-sainthood, an existence that has one foot in the realm of saints. For such beings, even a few thousand years, let alone 10,000 or a million, may not suffice to approach their level. Nevertheless, Jiang Chen does not expect to single-handedly turn the tide against Wu Tian. He merely needs to ensure that, when the time comes, his renown will prevent his immediate demise, and his strength will deter the demons under Wu Tian from easily tearing him apart. If fortune favors him, perhaps he will reach a certain level of power before Wu Tian arrives, and he might possess the ability to escape that impending calamity. In the sequel to the journey to the west, he recalls vividly that although the deities of the three realms were captured, not everyone met a grim fate. Setting aside the protagonist's son Wukong, wasn't Tiju Beiji initially doing just fine? Although he was later targeted, surviving the first wave would open countless possibilities for Jiang Chen. At that time, Zikanlun and Wuzhuang Temple could serve as temporary refuges. Once the protagonist's son Wukong gradually grows stronger and vanquishes the foe, he would not require any intervention or action. He merely needs to survive and await the restoration of tranquility. After all, that menace can only endure for a maximum of 33 years. Quietly enduring for 33 years is not an insurmountable challenge. Upon realizing this, Jiang Chen's previously tumultuous heart calmed somewhat. At least he is not entirely devoid of hope. The future is not a bleak void. Having reassured himself, Jiang Chen could not help but sigh. Indeed, in the primordial world, danger lurks everywhere. A moment of carelessness could lead to an abyss, and a slight misstep could result in eternal damnation. From merely contemplating a mundane existence on the celestial execution platform to becoming a heavenly executioner, the journey has been tumultuous. In order to attain a commensurate level of power, one must ascend to the golden immortal stage. However, it has now become evident that even this is insufficient, for one must at least reach the great Luo. As for whether there will be a subsequent endeavor to strive for the quasi-saint status and to comprehend the Tao of primordial unity, that is a matter that must be approached step by step. Suddenly, a wave of weariness washed over Jiang Chen, who murmured softly to himself. Yet, there was no alternative available. Before him lay only the path of diligent cultivation, for without progress, one risks demise. Shortly thereafter, Jiang Chen departed in haste. In an instant, his efficiency surged several-fold, and countless adversaries fell before him. Regardless of whether they were deities, demons, or immortals, all became mere stepping stones to his advancement under his blade. Should they transgress the celestial laws, a mere glance from him would suffice. Even before he arrived, his blade would have already struck. As for the rewards of spiritual fruits, roots, and various elixirs, Jiang Chen's already brimming pockets threatened to overflow. Nevertheless, he harbored no intention of pausing even for a moment. The journey to the west was already formidable enough, and behind it loomed a sequel. With one mountain towering over another, how could Jiang Chen possibly consider halting? Undoubtedly, with such fervent efforts, his strength soared upward like a rocket. Chapter 46. The acquiring of the Rui Jingu Bang by Wukong as Jiang Chen was engulfed in apprehension over his discovery and diligently honing his skills. On the other side, atop the flower and fruit mountain in the eastern Victory Divine Continent, the newly returned son Wukong was consumed by a singular ambition. Having established his dominion over the mountain and subdued the surrounding demon kings, he found little else to occupy his mind. In his leisure, he took joy in training his young monkey offspring, relishing the simple pleasures of their playful antics. However, as the training sessions extended, Wukong grew increasingly disenchanted with the rudimentary wooden sticks wielded by the younglings. Consequently, he procured weapons from a nearby kingdom, transforming the flower and fruit mountain into a veritable armory, replete with swords, spears, halberds, and a multitude of other martial implements. Bows and arrows were also plentiful, rendering the place a bastion of arms. While these armaments were of little concern to the young monkeys, they felt somewhat incongruous in the hands of son Wukong. The weapons, pilfered from lesser demons, felt insubstantial, almost weightless, to one of his celestial stature as a great Luo golden immortal. Wukong was candid about his dissatisfaction, openly sharing his thoughts with his subordinates. Upon hearing this, several elder monkeys suggested that he seek out the Dragon Palace of the Eastern Sea, known to house treasures from across the realms. Enlightened by this counsel, Wukong exited the water curtain cave, employing a water-repelling technique, and made his way toward the Dragon Palace. Upon arrival, the Dragon King of the Eastern Sea welcomed him warmly, exchanging pleasantries. When Wukong expressed his desire for a formidable weapon, the Dragon King's demeanor softened. Acknowledging their neighborly rapport, confident in his collection of treasures, the Dragon King summoned his finest weapons. Yet, as Wukong tested each one, he found them lacking, too light, devoid of the heft he craved. The Dragon King, having exhausted his offerings, was at a loss. However, a dragon princess suggested the legendary sea stabilizing needle, rumored to possess immense weight. The Dragon King's expression shifted at the mention, while Wukong's excitement burgeoned, clamoring to behold this fabled artifact. When the ordinarily immovable sea stabilizing needle was presented to Wukong, it seemed to awaken, shimmering with brilliance and inscribed with the words, Rui Jingu Bang. Old Dragon King, I am truly grateful for this weapon, Wukong exclaimed, extending his hand to grasp the Rui Jingu Bang firmly. He then turned to the Eastern Sea Dragon King, who, noticing Wukong's perplexed countenance, instinctively inquired about his thoughts. As the question escaped his lips, the Dragon King inwardly chided himself. Why meddle in matters that were best left unasked? Having bestowed all these treasures upon him, it would be wise for him to depart promptly. To inquire further would only invite trouble, and indeed, this is precisely what transpired. When the Dragon King of the East posed a question, Sun Wukong immediately engaged in conversation. Old Dragon King, behold the might of this divine weapon, so formidable and splendid in my grasp. Yet, consider my attire, does it not seem somewhat? Sun Wukong's current garb was reminiscent of the coarse hemp clothing he wore during his training at Mount Fonsuan, topped with a modest black cap. In those days at Mount Fonsuan, everyone donned similar attire, and he thought little of it. Later, upon arriving at Flower and Fruit Mountain, the monkeys there wore no clothing at all, further dulling his perception. However, upon entering the Dragon Palace and witnessing the resplendent pearl armor and flowing sleeves of the Dragon Maidens, a stark contrast emerged. Given that he had already acquired a divine weapon, was it unreasonable to seek a more decent outfit? Sun Wukong's reasoning was rather straightforward. Oh, esteemed immortal, this is not due to my unwillingness. I truly possess nothing. Nay, you ought to consult the other Dragon Kings, he thought quickly. Discerning the hesitation in the Dragon King's eyes, with a swift leap, he positioned himself before the Dragon King, startling him. Attempting to retreat, he found himself drawn closer by Sun Wukong. Old Dragon King, there is a saying in the mountains, one should assist others to the end. Accompanying the Buddha to the west, you have already aided me in procuring this divine treasure. Surely, you can extend your support further? Witnessing this scenario, Sun Wukong brandished his golden staff. Otherwise, shall I demonstrate the might of this Rui Jingu Bang to you? The Dragon Maidens, taken aback by the fierce countenance of Sun Wukong, were thrown into a state of panic. Please, esteemed immortal, do not lose your temper. I shall consult the other Dragon Kings right away. The Dragon King of the East, filled with helplessness and regret, lamented the decision to invite him in. Now he was reaping the consequences. The most infuriating part was that he couldn't even contend with him. Reluctantly, he acquiesced to Sun Wukong's demands. The 4 Dragon Kings, of the East, North, West, and South, cobbled together a set of equipment for him: cloud-stepping shoes, golden chainmail, and a crown adorned with phoenix wings and purple gold. Trembling, the Dragon King of the East helped Sun Wukong don the attire. Excellent, excellent. Truly, you are a good neighbor. Sun Wukong beamed as he admired his splendid new outfit. With a hearty laugh, he brandished his golden staff, radiating brilliance akin to that of a celestial being. He then strode forth, leaving the 4 Dragon Kings exchanging bewildered glances. Ultimately, the Dragon King of the East could no longer contain himself and insisted on submitting a joint petition. Upon returning to Flower and Fruit Mountain with the treasures, Sun Wukong naturally elicited envy among the monkeys. Moreover, his former allies, the Bull Demon King, the Flood Dragon King, the Rock Demon King, and the Lion Turtle King, came to offer their congratulations and chose to reside there. The great demons indulged in revelry day and night, delighting in their merriment, albeit to an excessive degree, until Sun Wukong had fallen into a slumber. 2 shadowy figures, one black and one white, seized him with chains, dragging his soul downward. By the time Sun Wukong regained his senses, he found himself in the realm of the dead. The onlookers declared that his mortal life had come to an end. Upon hearing this pronouncement, how could Sun Wukong endure such indignity? He immediately engaged them in battle. A great Luo golden immortal wreaking havoc in the underworld. How could they withstand it? Soon, they witnessed Sun Wukong altering the book of life and death before departing with a flourish. In their fury, the 10 Yama Kings united to accuse Sun Wukong of his unlawful actions. Within the Celestial Hall, the Jade Emperor furrowed his brow as he gazed down at the 10 Yama Kings and the 4 Dragon Kings. He was taken aback by their restlessness. Just as he prepared to mobilize his forces to apprehend Sun Wukong according to established protocol, the Bright Star spoke up. Your Majesty, that stone monkey is a being born of heaven and earth, possessing extraordinary talents and lacking in decorum. Having mastered formidable skills, it is inevitable that he might act out of line. Fortunately, no great calamity has ensued. It would be wiser to bring him to the heavenly court, where we can counsel him, rather than to mobilize a grand army. After considering these words, the Jade Emperor nodded in agreement. Chapter 47. Sun Wukong. May I inquire about the official title of the horse tamer? Just as the Dragon King of the East Sea arrived, the 10 Yama Kings followed closely behind. At first glance, this seemed unremarkable. However, the uncanny timing raised suspicions. Ever since the last incident involving the Earth Store Bodhisattva's interference, he had grown wary of the 10 Yama Kings, fearing that other forces might be at play. Who could it be? Undoubtedly, it was the Buddhist sect, known for its extensive reach. Although his initial intention was to suppress them, he had heeded the suggestion of the Star of Venus. It was wise to extend an olive branch to this unruly faction rather than confront them directly. The Jade Emperor pondered silently. Before long, Sun Wukong was welcomed into the heavenly court. In the celestial hierarchy, each position was uniquely assigned, with only a few lowly roles available. Positions involving high risks, such as the executioner at the celestial execution platform, were seldom rotated. Thus, following the natural course of events, Sun Wukong ultimately became the horse tamer. Blissfully unaware of the intricacies involved, he joyfully accepted his new role. As a stone monkey, his playful nature rendered the task of tending horses akin to a mere game. Consequently, he performed admirably, avoiding any scrutiny for the time being. While indulging in his duties one day, he noticed several minor officials hastily exiting. Their unusual urgency piqued his curiosity. With a bound, he approached them, inquiring about their destination. The heavenly realm was vast, and aside from his routine horse tending, Sun Wukong had not explored many areas. The two officials' demeanor suggested they were heading to an intriguing place, and a look of eager anticipation crossed his face, silently urging them to take him along. The perceptive official readily agreed, revealing their destination. It was nothing extraordinary. Jiang Chen had returned to narrate tales. Ever since Jiang Chen began patrolling the wilderness, his storytelling schedule had been significantly disrupted. Although he still found time to share stories, it was no longer as consistent. Initially, Jiang Chen worried that his popularity might wane. Ironically, he became even more sought after, with many eagerly awaiting his return. Indeed, the adage rarity adds value proved true. While wandering the mortal realm, Sun Wukong had likely encountered this saying, though he had never truly grasped its significance. Now, presented with an opportunity, he was brimming with excitement and insisted on accompanying the officials. From a distance, he spotted Jiang Chen seated confidently at the storytelling platform, regaling an audience with tales of his own adventures in vanquishing demons throughout the wilderness. Certainly, while recounting these tales, he undoubtedly infused them with numerous personal perspectives advocating for humanity. After all, during his wanderings below, he had witnessed the transformation his storytelling brought to the human race. And naturally, he would not cease. Over the years, Jiang Chen had mastered the art of storytelling to perfection. His narratives, enriched with unique techniques, were nothing short of exhilarating, captivating the hearts and minds of his audience. This was the first time Sun Wukong had encountered such splendid tales, and he found himself utterly enchanted, remaining entranced until Jiang Chen concluded his story. At that moment, the crowd erupted in a chorus of astonishment and applause, jolting Sun Wukong back to reality. He then observed numerous individuals presenting spiritual materials and treasures upon Jiang Chen's platform. What are they doing? Sun Wukong inquired, to which a small official responded candidly. This is a form of reward. When a story is told splendidly, such occurrences arise. It is said that the Jade Emperor himself initiated this custom. As the small official watched the rewards being offered, he took the opportunity to answer Sun Wukong's questions. The concluding rewards of the story formed a truly magnificent scene, with many producing a dazzling array of treasures, signifying both appreciation and competition. The more one rewarded, the more their reputation would soar alongside the tale. Understanding this, Sun Wukong felt a surge of impulse, wishing to partake in this local custom. However, after rummaging through his belongings in vain, he ultimately grasped his golden staff. Just as he was about to toss it, he abruptly realized, wait, this is my weapon. As Jiang Chen finished receiving his rewards, he vanished without a trace. Sun Wukong, feeling somewhat disheartened, turned to the small official once more, who reassured him that he would certainly be summoned for the next storytelling session. With that, Sun Wukong departed. During the second storytelling session, he heard Jiang Chen narrating the tale of the third-rank Star Lord assisting him in vanquishing demons, immediately grasping its significance, the rank. As a heavenly official himself, the hierarchy implied that the smaller the number, the higher the position. Intrigued, he inquired, "May I ask, esteemed one, if the Star Lord is third rank, what rank does the horsekeeper hold?" His voice, resonating with the prowess of a great luo, sent ripples through the audience. Jiang Chen's storytelling momentarily faltered, his grandiose posture interrupted as a wave of urgency surged through him. His eyes anxiously swept across the crowd, and in that fleeting glance, he felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss. What is Sun Wukong doing here? He has come to listen to my tale, unaware of these developments. He had been patrolling the wilderness recently and had not taken notice until now. Jiang Chen silently chided himself for his oversight. As their eyes met, he found himself in a predicament. In response to the question regarding the position of the stable master, how should one articulate their answer? Should one assert that this position is not without merit? Yet, ultimately, it is but an inconsequential role. The essence of this matter can be discerned with a mere glance around. There is no necessity to deceive. Should the truth be unveiled, it would render the situation even more awkward. However, if one does not devise a subtle means to convey the reality, it may lead to the other party abruptly departing from the heavenly court, thereby placing the blame squarely upon oneself. In that moment, Jiang Chen found himself in a quandary. Overwhelmed by the predicament, he truly wished to avoid bearing the brunt of the consequences in such murky waters. Sun Wukong, with his piercing gaze, seemed to scrutinize him with an intensity that suggested he could see right through him. The others also exchanged peculiar glances, oscillating between Sun Wukong and Jiang Chen. After much contemplation, Jiang Chen resolved to speak candidly. After all, the question he faced was a legitimate one, and there would be no grounds for others to criticize him once they became aware of the truth. The position of stable master lacks prestige. Merely a rank above the third grade, correct? Wukong, adhering to the patterns he had gleaned from his readings, inquired, if it is devoid of rank, does that not imply it surpasses even the first grade? Thus, is my position not rather significant? In reality, to possess no rank signifies a lack of standing, even inferior to the ninth grade. Chapter 48. The Great Sage, Sun Wukong. The title of the horsekeeper, a position of little significance, was initially unbeknownst to Sun Wukong. He had assumed it was a prestigious appointment. The task of tending to horses was, to him, a simple endeavor that he relished. However, at that moment, a single remark unveiled the truth of the matter. Logically, this affair held no connection to Jiang Chen from beginning to end, and thus, even if the other party became aware, he could not be blamed. Such matters were well understood among all involved. Even the two minor officials under his command could easily provide the details. This was, in essence, an inherent danger, one that had been planted the moment the other was conferred the title of horsekeeper. At this juncture, Sun Wukong continued to mutter the three words that encapsulated his predicament. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen felt a chill run down his spine. He refrained from speaking further, sensing that any continuation would provoke an explosive reaction from the great sage. However, his silence did not deter the onlookers, who were eager for amusement. Promptly, someone kindly elucidated for Sun Wukong. In layman's terms, it merely meant he was a horse attendant. To call him an official was an exaggeration. He stood only slightly above the gatekeeper among the heavenly soldiers. Yet, the latter could eventually rise in rank, while as a mere horsekeeper, he was destined to remain in his role. Should he care for the horses well, he might be deemed a minor official. However, if he failed, he could very well find himself facing execution on the Immortal-Execution Platform. Suddenly, the crowd erupted with voices, swift and precise, leaving no opportunity for others to interject or for Jiang Chen to respond. As the clamor subsided, Jiang Chen activated his 9 calamities divine eye, sweeping the area but failing to discern the source of the voice. Cursed be this unforeseen tactic. He had done his utmost to avoid such a scenario earlier. Yet, this utterance not only provoked Sun Wukong, but also redirected some of his ire towards the Immortal-Execution Platform. What astonished Jiang Chen further was that, in the wake of this remark, it seemed as though a switch had been flipped among the crowd, compelling them to gaze towards Sun Wukong. Since he was but a monkey, they murmured in condescension. It seemed fitting for him, after all, to be a lowly demon from the mortal realm. Why engage in such discussions with a monkey? It would only dampen the mood. They ought to focus on listening to the tale at hand. Two voices intertwined, rising and falling in harmony. Jiang Chen tightened his grip on the Hunyuan blade, directing his gaze towards the source of the commotion. Yet, as he turned his attention, the two voices had already vanished, leaving behind only ethereal lights retreating into the distance. The crowd remained stunned by the exchange, unable to react in time to intervene. Alas, it seemed they were ensnared. Jiang Chen inwardly lamented the situation, and sure enough, as he regained his composure, he heard a voice seething with rage. Oh, that old Jade Emperor. I, Sun Wukong, once thought him discerning, yet he has shown nothing but disdain for me. If this is the case, I shall no longer accept this title. Why should I, the king of Flower and Fruit Mountain, stoop to tending horses for him? I shall depart. Depart. In a fit of rage, the atmosphere crackled with an intensity that even bystanders could perceive. Suddenly, Sun Wukong let out a furious roar, his formidable presence reverberating outward, causing some to be flung aside. Amidst the tumultuous waves of energy, Jiang Chen squinted slightly. Upon opening his eyes, he saw that Sun Wukong had discarded his official robes, revealing his golden armor and purple gold crown, charging forth with unrestrained vigor. He resembled a blazing sun, leaving no room for anyone to impede his path. Even the celestial soldiers at the southern heavenly gate regarded him with awe, mistaking him for a formidable deity who had descended to the mortal realm. In but a fleeting moment, Sun Wukong returned to the Flower Fruit Mountain. It must be noted that his prior training of the monkeys there was exceptionally effective. Even during his time in the heavenly court, they remained orderly and disciplined. At the summit of Flower Fruit Mountain, countless monkeys wielded weapons in rigorous practice. Upon hearing Sun Wukong's voice, they all dropped their arms and rushed towards him, having not seen their king for quite some time. The sight of the throng of monkeys calling out his name filled Sun Wukong with a profound sense of comfort. King, why have you returned? Are you here to take us up with you? Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong was reminded of his past experience of being deceived into tending horses, and he gritted his teeth in frustration. Cursed Jade Emperor, incompetent in the use of talent. Upon seeing me in this state, you assign me the position of horsekeeper. Do you know what that entails? It's merely a role for tending horses, devoid of any rank. Initially, I did not mind it, but had it not been for Jiang Chen's storytelling, I would still be oblivious. This ridiculous position of horsekeeper, let anyone who wishes to take it do so. I, Sun Wukong, shall not serve it any longer and have chosen to return. By this time, the monkeys had completely surrounded him. An abundance of divine liquor and peaches piled high as they listened intently to Sun Wukong's tales, cheering him on as he drank. At that moment, another group of monkeys hurried in with news. Great King, 2 demon kings have arrived outside, seeking an audience with you. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong, with his slightly flushed face from the divine liquor, lifted his eyelids in a lazy manner. Let them enter. In a foul mood, he refrained from using his powers to sober up. Before long, a lion demon and a tiger demon entered, kneeling before him. Who are these two? What brings them to see me? Despite his inebriated state, Sun Wukong quickly discerned their celestial prowess. We, having long heard of the illustrious reputation of Flower Fruit Mountain, have come to pay our respects, hoping to join your ranks and offer our services, great king. We sincerely hope you will not disdain us. The tiger demon then presented a yellow robe as a token of their loyalty. The yellow robe, of indeterminate material, seemed to shimmer with an ethereal glow. This treasure was also a tribute we presented to the great king. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong's earlier wariness dissipated entirely. It was precisely due to the lack of the respect they deserved from the celestial realm that they had rebelled against the lower realms. Little did they know, upon descending, he would be met with such fervent admiration. Old Jade Emperor, you lack discernment. The moment I arrived in this realm, I was greeted with such enthusiasm. Sun Wukong did not refuse. He immediately reached out and donned the yellow robe upon his back. Standing tall, adorned in chainmail, a golden crown, cloud-walking boots, and wielding a golden staff, the yellow robe billowed behind him in the wind, exuding an air of formidable majesty. Let it be known, you are blind to my prowess. Upon hearing these words, the 2 great demons knelt before him. My lord, there is a saying in the mortal world, a true man, dwelling between heaven and earth, cannot long endure a subordinate position. With such divine power, why should you serve others? Why not embrace the title of great sage equal to heaven? The sincerity and fervor of this proclamation moved Sun Wukong deeply, prompting him to express his admiration profusely. Soon, a grand banner was raised atop the heights of Flower Fruit Mountain, fluttering in the wind, emblazoned with the 4 characters, Great Sage equal to heaven. Great Sage equal to heaven. Great Sage equal to heaven. The cries of countless monkeys echoed throughout the mountains, nearly piercing the heavens. Chapter 49. The journey to the west unfolds. The great sage's reward after Sun Wukong departed. Jiang Chen hastily packed up his storytelling platform and returned to his residence. His mind was restless, mulling over the events that had transpired. He promptly employed the 9 tribulations divine eye to gaze down at the mortal realm. Upon discerning the grand banner fluttering atop Flower Fruit Mountain, he felt a wave of darkness wash over him. Is this truly the beginning? Has he already claimed the title of Great Sage? Has the journey to the west commenced? Naturally, Jiang Chen was not the only one to witness Sun Wukong's self-proclamation as the Great Sage equal to heaven. The magnitude of the event captured the attention of many. In the public eye, the spectacle was undeniable. Jiang Chen's storytelling venue, both online and offline, attracted observers ranging from the celestial elites to the heavenly soldiers. The embarrassment for the heavenly court was monumental, particularly for the ears that hear from afar and the eyes that see from a distance. Upon receiving the news, they shifted their focus to Flower Fruit Mountain, and upon seeing the Great Sage, they were utterly alarmed and hastily reported the occurrence. By the time this news had traveled, it had become widely known. In a typical narrative, Sun Wukong would have merely been expelled from the Imperial Horse Monitoring Bureau, with only a handful aware of the incident. Causing minimal commotion, the Star of Venus could have persuaded the Jade Emperor, as it was merely a matter of a powerful demon receiving a title, which would not have been a significant issue. Now, however, even the Star of Venus would not dare to mention it. It has become a dilemma, occurring too soon and coinciding with the actions of Jiang Chen, the Buddhist sect. Jiang Chen felt a headache coming on, as his plans were once again disrupted. It seems that there has been too much turmoil of late. I shall pause my storytelling endeavors and publicly announce a retreat for cultivation. Jiang Chen resolutely made his decision. Meanwhile, on Flower Fruit Mountain, after raising the banner of the Great Sage, Sun Wukong's old friends flocked to him. Once he sobered up and beheld the throngs of people before him, he realized the gravity of the situation. Though impulsive, he was not foolish. He was aware of his previous actions. While excessive, they were not monumental. Hence, when the olive branch was extended, he had readily followed suit. However, this time, the situation had escalated significantly. It was likely that the opposing forces were already mobilizing, preparing to advance towards him at any moment. What more can I do now? The deed is done, irreversible. A great conflict is inevitable. Yet, glancing at his loyal friends surrounding him, Sun Wukong felt a sense of courage. An unusual thought began to blossom within him. His first thought was of Jiang Chen. Within the vast expanse of the heavenly palace, aside from the 2 minor officials under his command, Jiang Chen was the one he was most familiar with. The storyteller's narratives had captivated him entirely. He had wanted to reward him handsomely, but had lacked suitable offerings at the time. He had mused that if the opportunity arose, he would ensure to bestow a reward upon him. In hindsight, this appears to be an opportune moment. At that moment, when he was in the heavenly realm, he had already discerned the location of Jiang Chen, contemplating his next act of generosity. Very well, in that case, I shall pay him a visit and fulfill this wish of mine. He strolled around his own flower and fruit mountain, yet found no suitable offerings. Although there were plenty of spiritual fruits, they paled in comparison to the rewards he had witnessed in the celestial court. Reflecting on this, Sun Wukong returned to his seat. His earlier ambitions now dissipated. Just then, a spark of inspiration struck him. Just because I lack offerings does not mean others do. There exists the Doli Palace in the heavens, renowned as the alchemical workshop of the great Supreme Lord. And what of the peach garden? It is filled with peaches. With a glint in his eye, Sun Wukong thought, since I have already severed ties with them, why not seize another opportunity before the impending conflict? Resolute in his decision, he made his way towards the heavenly realm. Sun Wukong transformed his appearance to resemble that of one of his senior brothers, donning official robes and striding boldly through the celestial court. Given that the onlookers had only seen him as a monkey deity, they paid no heed to his disguise. Is this truly the heavenly realm? A gathering of fools. Sun Wukong scoffed, continuing his journey towards the peach garden, guided by his memory. Naturally, the peach garden had its guardians, yet they were merely a local deity, far from being a match for Sun Wukong. With a mere glance, the guardian was rendered immobile, never even catching a glimpse of him. As Sun Wukong looked up, he was momentarily entranced. So many peaches, each radiating with a celestial glow, dripping with juice. Plump and inviting, they appeared to beckon him, as if they were ripe for the picking. What fate awaited a monkey in the peach garden? Undoubtedly, it would be a feast of both eating and gathering. Before long, Sun Wukong reclined upon a 9,000-year-old peach tree, clutching a peach he had just bitten into, carelessly discarding the remnants onto the ground. His satchel was also stuffed with many more. Indeed, this peach is exquisite in both flavor and appearance, perfect for presenting to Chief Jiang. After securing the peaches, Sun Wukong turned his attention to the Doli Palace. At that moment, the doors of the Doli Palace stood ajar, and he dashed inside. The grand hall was empty, devoid of any presence. with walls lined with countless gourds. Noticing the absence of witnesses, Sun Wukong wasted no time. Seizing a plethora of gourds, he devoured jar after jar of golden elixirs, consuming them as one would munch on popcorn, without pause. Afterward, Sun Wukong patted his belly, lamenting, "Had I known the peaches were so few, I would have savored them less. This elixir is quite delightful, but now I find myself unable to consume more." At that moment, he felt a slight fullness in his belly, warmth coursing through him, causing a mild flush. Fearing the return of the great Supreme Lord, he hastily gathered a few more gourds and, this time, made a beeline for Jiang Chen's abode. On this occasion, he intended to fulfill his prior notion of bestowing a generous reward upon Chief Jiang. He yearned to embrace the role of a benefactor, engaging in a lavish act of generosity. Although few would witness it, the sentiment behind his gesture was paramount. It was enough that Chief Jiang would be aware of it. Shortly thereafter, a rain of golden elixirs and peaches descended upon the estate of Jiang Chen. Startled by the unexpected phenomenon, Jiang Chen abruptly emerged from his chamber, initially fearing an impending adversary. However, upon witnessing the magnificent spectacle, he was left utterly astounded. Radiant grains of golden elixirs floated in the air like twinkling stars, while the rare 9,000-year-old peaches rested atop them, saturating the entire estate with an ethereal aura of spiritual energy. "Chief, my generous offering has arrived," boomed Sun Wukong from above, his voice brimming with elation. Jiang Chen gazed, somewhat bewildered, at the monkey in the distance. Yet, the latter appeared pressed for time. He waved his hand and flashed a grin before soaring away on his cloud towards the heavens. Jiang Chen, momentarily entranced, contemplated the unexpected windfall that had descended upon him. His first instinct was to gather all of it. After scanning his surroundings and confirming that no one was paying heed to the unfolding events, he deftly conjured a magic array, enveloping the area completely, and commenced his cultivation. Chapter 50. Wukong ascends to the southern heavenly gate. A ruckus in the heavenly palace. Regarding these so-called ill-gotten gains, Jiang Chen's stance is clear. Once they are in my possession, they belong to me. As for any potential repercussions, one should seek out Sun Wukong. Reporting such matters is out of the question. He is no die-hard loyalist of the heavenly court, nor does he hold it in any regard. His years spent at the celestial execution platform were merely to engage with other sinful deities, facilitating a swift enhancement of his cultivation. Faced with the allure of these treasures, how could he possibly refuse? How many officials could withstand such temptation? Moreover, this is merely a form of appreciation from his fans, claiming it is entirely justified. As for the rest, he knows nothing. When questioned, he would simply admit to having consumed it all. After completing the offerings, Sun Wukong resolved his inner turmoil. He did not linger in the heavenly court, but hastily made his way back to Flower Fruit Mountain. Following the generous patronage from his steadfast fan, the illustrious Sun Wukong, Jiang Chen plunged into frenzied cultivation. With the elixir and the peaches, he felt as if he were mounted on a rocket, swiftly advancing through the realms. Mid-stage Golden Immortal, late-stage Golden Immortal, peak Golden Immortal, and ultimately diving headfirst into the realm of Tai. Meanwhile, the repercussions of Sun Wukong's thievery stirred a greater tempest than his self-proclamation as the great sage equal to heaven. Originally, the Jade Emperor had intended to dispatch the celestial soldiers stationed around Flower Fruit Mountain, but now he had changed his course. "Rebellious wretch, I showed leniency due to your arduous cultivation and offered you amnesty. Yet, you have proven resistant to reform and have brought calamity to both the Do Shui Palace and the Peach Orchard. Tai Bai Jingxing, what do you have to say about this?" The Jade Emperor's remarks were naturally aimed at Tai Bai Jingxing, who had previously interceded on Wukong's behalf. Typically eloquent, Tai Bai Jingxing found himself at a loss for words. This situation was indeed complicated. First, Wukong openly defied the heavenly court, declaring himself the great sage equal to heaven, delivering a resounding slap to the heavenly court in front of numerous onlookers. Now, he had audaciously pilfered from the Peach Orchard and the Do Shui Palace. Was he courting his own demise? Tai Bai Jingxing was speechless, leaving the other deities equally at a loss for words. In a fit of frustration, the Jade Emperor slammed his palm upon the table. He then commanded the pagoda-bearing Heavenly King to lead the 4 generals of the demon clan, along with Neza and numerous other deities, to besiege Flower Fruit Mountain with a legion of 100,000 celestial soldiers. At this moment, Sun Wukong was distributing the treasures he had brought back from the heavenly court to his monkey kin, hosting a grand gathering akin to a peach banquet for his descendants. If the deities were to discover this, they would likely be infuriated to the point of spitting blood. Remarkably, this celebration continued for several days without incident. with all revelers indulging in merriment. However, 3 days later, ominous clouds loomed over the summit of Flower Fruit Mountain. Thunder rumbled ominously, and flashes of lightning illuminated the mountain below, casting an anxious glow upon the faces of the monkey kin. "My king, this is bad. This is terrible." Sun Wukong had sensed the presence of the adversaries the moment they appeared. Given all that he had done, it would have been strange if they did not come. Even now, their arrival was hardly a surprise. This can be considered a slow reaction. Soon after, Sun Wukong burst forth from the water curtain cave. Above in the heavens, a multitude of gazes converged. "Sun Wukong, you have recklessly defied the celestial court, pilfered the peaches of immortality, and consumed the golden elixirs. Your sins are egregious. Will you not surrender today?" Upon hearing their words, Sun Wukong merely smirked. "What nonsense! If I were tasked with tending to horses, would you all be willing to take my place? Enough chatter. Let me see what prowess you esteemed celestial beings truly possess." At this declaration, the first to falter was the giant spirit god. Clouds swirled as a mountain-sized divine peak descended, and he swung his enormous axe down upon Sun Wukong. The giant spirit god was a formidable general, and with him in battle, victory seemed assured. However, before Li Tianwang could finish his statement, Sun Wukong effortlessly blocked the axe with ease. With a mere strike of his golden staff, he sent the giant spirit god tumbling to the ground. Not yet satisfied, he took to the clouds, charging against the heavenly soldiers with his staff. "Let us have a little duel." Upon witnessing Sun Wukong's remarkable abilities, Neza could no longer suppress his eagerness and rushed forward. Staff met spear in a dazzling display of sparks. In just 2 exchanges, Sun Wukong discerned that this opponent was no easy foe. Defeating him would require considerable effort. Yet, upon noticing the throng of onlookers, he slightly shifted his strategy. A thick mist enveloped the surroundings, and Neza unleashed a torrent of flames to clear the fog, revealing Sun Wukong's figure. They clashed once more. But what remained was merely a projection of Sun Wukong. His true self had stealthily maneuvered past their watchful eyes, making his way toward the celestial court. "Why waste words with you all? Instead of toiling here, I, Sun Wukong, shall confront the Jade Emperor directly. If he can hold the title of Jade Emperor, why can't I?" The events unfolded too swiftly, and even Neza could not respond in time, exerting all his strength against the projection before him. Soon enough, he subdued it. "The third prince is formidable," roared the celestial soldiers above. Meanwhile, the legion of monkeys had long since vanished. Listening to the deity's accolades and gazing at Sun Wukong, Neza felt a sense of unease, yet he could not articulate it. Li Jing then ordered a retreat. At this moment, Sun Wukong had arrived at the southern heavenly gate. This time was different from before, clad in golden armor and wielding his golden staff. He was precisely the demon immortal the Jade Emperor had sent forth to capture. "This is bad. They're attacking." Even as someone shouted the warning, Sun Wukong erupted into action. With his staff whirling, he charged toward the southern heavenly gate. In an instant, all the guards stationed there rushed to confront him. But against his golden staff, they proved utterly ineffective. The reinforcements from the 28 lunar mansions and the 9 stellar officials were no match for him either. The deities, who usually dwell in lofty heights, are now reduced to a state of disarray. Wukong's intentions are unmistakably clear. He has never aimed to confront these beings. From the moment he ascended the southern heavenly gate, his objective was set on the heavenly palace to seek out the Jade Emperor. He seeks a face-to-face confrontation. The generals from the 5 elements and thunder departments, upon receiving the news, rushed to the scene. They surrounded Sun Wukong before the heavenly palace from all directions. "Impudent monkey, do you dare to trespass into the heavenly palace?" Wukong, wielding his staff, adeptly blocked and countered, moving with grace and fluidity amidst the throng, even finding moments to respond to his adversaries. "I, the old Sun, wish to play the role of the Jade Emperor for a while. I simply want to inquire if he might consider abdicating in my favor. Let us take turns." Upon hearing this, the expressions of those present shifted dramatically, and they ceased their chatter. A singular thought consumed them: to subdue this audacious figure, even to the extent of eliminating him on the spot. Just then, Li Jing and the 4 demon generals arrived. Initially brimming with excitement, their faces turned pale upon witnessing Wukong battling the deities before the heavenly palace. If they remained oblivious to the deception they had fallen for, their status as deities would be rendered irrelevant. In a fit of rage, even Li Jing joined the fray. Chapter 51. The Jade Emperor is alarmed. Quickly summoned Chief Jiang Chen. In a moment, the confrontation reached a stalemate. The laughter of Sun Wukong echoed in the ears of the onlookers, causing their faces to fluctuate between shades of green and purple. Before them stood the most formidable assembly of guards at the southern heavenly gate, representing the greatest force the Jade Emperor could muster. Yet, they found themselves unable to subdue this mischievous monkey. The Jade Emperor's expression darkened. The longer the battle dragged on, the more detrimental it became to his dignity. His gaze shifted westward, towards the location of the Doshui Palace. Before long, as Sun Wukong engaged in combat with the others, a golden bracelet soared from behind, striking him with unforeseen force. Caught off guard, Sun Wukong was heavily impacted. Logically, with his formidable physique, even the most ordinary spiritual treasures should not have posed a threat. Yet, upon impact, he felt his very essence tremble. In that brief moment of vulnerability, the god surged forward, seizing him with swift precision. For binding ropes ensnared him tightly, propelling him towards the execution platform for celestial beings. There was no need for consultation. All present were astute enough to recognize that such a disruption in the heavenly palace warranted execution. As a demon immortal, he was bound upon the platform, soon to face both terrestrial and celestial executioners, who unleashed a myriad of torturous techniques upon him. Swords clashed, axes struck, lightning struck, and flames scorched. Yet none could inflict even the slightest injury upon him. Faced with the disdainful expression of the monkey, the crowd felt a chill run down their spines. This was beyond their capacity to handle. They promptly relayed this alarming news back to the Jade Emperor in the Lingxiao Treasure Hall. With a resounding bang, the question arose, "Are you incapable of dealing with a mere monkey?" Upon hearing this, the assembled deities bowed their heads in shame. They had exhausted every possible means. But the monkey remained unscathed. "Your Majesty, why not summon Chief Jiang Chen to slay him? He is reputed to be able to vanquish anything, having once defeated a Deluo at the golden immortal level. It is said he is currently in seclusion, making him the most suitable candidate for this task." Upon hearing the words of the Star of White Jade, the Jade Emperor straightened in his seat. "Why are you not hastening to summon him?" Immediately, a celestial official was dispatched to Jiang Chen's residence. At this moment, Jiang Chen was diligently adjusting his breath. To be honest, he was genuinely grateful for the Pan Tao and golden pills gifted by Sun Wukong, which had facilitated his smooth breakthrough to the Tai realm. This progress exceeded his initial expectations significantly. Truly, the elixirs refined by the Supreme Lord and the 9,000-year-old peaches were unparalleled in their efficacy. Jiang Chen could not help but express his admiration. Just then, a knock echoed at his residence door. The celestial official informed him that he was requested to proceed to the Lingxiao Treasure Hall. Jiang Chen stood at the entrance of his dwelling, pondering. At this moment, "You wish to summon me? This must involve an extraordinary task, despite my prior declaration of being in seclusion." Under such circumstances, he typically refrained from intervening. There were other celestial executioners at the execution platform. Why did the Jade Emperor specifically seek him out? At this juncture, only one explanation seemed plausible. They were unable to handle the situation. But why were they incapable? Jiang Chen's mind began to form conjectures. Based on the previous occasion when Sun Wukong came to offer his elixir and peaches, and considering the passage of time, it is feared that this great sage has already been apprehended. Understanding the sequence of events, Jiang Chen naturally resolved to decline. Sun Wukong is not someone others can manage. How could I possibly succeed? Jiang Chen muttered to himself, realizing that such matters, once entangled, become exceedingly troublesome. Could the Jade Emperor be unaware of this? Not long ago, he lamented the aloofness of this prominent figure, only to witness such a foolish act now. Sun Wukong, being a pivotal character in the calamity, even if Jiang Chen could inflict harm upon him, he had formidable allies backing him. Moreover, he remained a steadfast admirer, having just bestowed a reward. It would be somewhat awkward to turn around and strike him. With these thoughts flitting through his mind, Jiang Chen promptly refused. The celestial envoy, taken aback by the rejection, soon regained his composure, only to find that Jiang Chen had firmly shut the door. As a mere messenger, lacking in strength, he possessed no effective means to enforce obedience to Jiang Chen's defiance, and could only return to report the truth. How dare a lowly executioner defy my command at such a moment? Does everyone aspire to emulate Sun Wukong? The Jade Emperor's wrath reverberated throughout the halls of the Lingxiao Palace. Given the prior arrangements concerning Wukong, this situation was somewhat anticipated. What truly irked him was the uncompromising nature of the actions taken by the other party. Jiang Chen's current stance had genuinely provoked him, igniting a tempest within. The assembly fell silent, heads bowed in reverence. Who will capture Jiang Chen for me? I wish to inquire what he intends to do. At this, silence prevailed, for they all understood that Jiang Chen was in seclusion, and it was entirely justifiable for him to refuse a summons at this time. After all, this was the primordial world, where strength reigned supreme. To be interrupted at a critical moment of breakthrough could indeed forge a formidable adversary. Consequently, the attendees refrained from speaking, unwilling to play the villain, especially against Jiang Chen. Are you all conspiring against me as well? The Star of the White Emperor was momentarily taken aback. Should the Jade Emperor continue, even those who had long been obedient might grow disheartened. Thus, the Star of the White Emperor hastily interjected, Your Majesty, Jiang Chen has served diligently in the Heavenly Court for many years, never complaining. He previously mentioned his intent to enter seclusion for cultivation, and it is likely he remains unaware of external matters. Given the critical juncture of his training, he has temporarily resisted your command. I beseech your Majesty to grant him a chance. Even the Star of the White Emperor pleaded on his behalf. The Jade Emperor paused, noticing the collective gaze of those present, who dared not meet his eyes. Realizing that his earlier remarks may have been overly harsh, he recognized the validity of the Star's words, and it was evident that the assembly understood the situation as well. Reflecting on Jiang Chen's past conduct, he had shown no disrespect and had dutifully executed his commands, even when faced with difficulty, leaving no grounds for criticism. Consequently, the Emperor's expression softened somewhat. Nevertheless, he remained steadfast in his convictions, regardless of past circumstances, now defying authority with disloyalty. Does this not indicate that his heart dwells apart from the Emperor? Furthermore, having reached the critical juncture of his cultivation, what more could a newly ascended golden immortal achieve? It is unlikely that he could now progress to the mid or even late stages of golden immortality. Ultimately, it is the acquisition of power that inflates ambition, leading to a loss of restraint. These thoughts lingered in the Jade Emperor's mind, though he refrained from voicing them. His gaze swept across the assembly, searching for those who might assist him in this endeavor. The individuals caught in the Emperor's scrutinizing gaze felt a chill descend upon them. Not only they, but even Neza and Li Jing exhibited a degree of reluctance. They had all heard the tales spun by Jiang Chen, harboring a considerable fondness for him. Neza, in particular, had witnessed Jiang Chen's gradual ascent firsthand. Coupled with the Emperor's prior actions, it was inevitable that they would reflect on their own circumstances. If one day they found themselves in a similar predicament, would their adversary sacrifice them for the sake of maintaining authority? Such a scenario was not without possibility. At that moment, a familiar figure entered the room. The chief of the judicial department, Jiang Chen, the heavenly executioner of the celestial severance platform, respectfully addressed the Emperor. Chapter 52. The Heavenly Court's deities in shock. The terrifying speed of cultivation. As soon as Jiang Chen made his appearance, everyone was struck with disbelief, rubbing their eyes in astonishment. Had he not just refused? How had he suddenly arrived here? Jiang Chen, were you not in seclusion? Did I not summon you? The Jade Emperor's voice resonated deeply, offering no hint of emotion, but those familiar with him, such as the Star of White Radiance, understood that the Emperor was on the brink of fury. Star of White Radiance glanced at Jiang Chen, bemused. This individual had the audacity to refuse and then appear at will, almost as if to toy with the Jade Emperor. Jiang Chen merely cast a glance at the enraged Emperor and the bowed figures around him, grasping the situation. While he felt an urge to laugh, he suppressed the urge, aware of the gravity of the moment. He understood the source of the Emperor's ire. Under ordinary circumstances, such behavior would merely provoke annoyance. Yet the recent disturbance caused by a certain monkey had already tarnished the Emperor's dignity. Now, with his own refusal, it had pushed the Emperor to a point of feeling utterly out of control. After all, Jiang Chen was not the one in power. His authority was minuscule compared to the likes of Dong Huang Tai, Yi, and Di Jun, the true sovereigns of the Heavenly Court. Dong Huang Tai, Yi, and Di Jun were the rightful rulers of the primordial demon realm, a time when the demon race dominated the wilderness. Some matters require a perspective shift. Indeed, Jiang Chen harbored disdain for the demon race due to their slaughter of humanity, yet when it came to leadership capabilities, Dong Huang Tai, Yi, and Di Jun far surpassed the Jade Emperor. Why the silence? Have you lost your voice? Do you think I am afraid to kill you? At that moment, Star of White Radiance swiftly utilized his powers to communicate with Jiang Chen. The Emperor is furious. You should appease him, lest you suffer the consequences. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen chuckled softly. Submission was out of the question. He was confident in resolving the current predicament. Finally, he spoke, Your Majesty. As the sovereign of the three realms, it would be but a mere thought for you to eliminate this insignificant executioner. However, I fear that such an act might lead to alternative interpretations of your decisions among the realms. Standing within the Grand Hall, Jiang Chen remained composed under the gaze of the assembled crowd, responding with neither obsequiousness nor arrogance. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, the Jade Emperor momentarily forgot his anger, nearly bursting into laughter. Had this fellow truly begun to speak nonsense? Yet, his expression soon froze, for after finishing his statement, Jiang Chen unleashed his formidable aura. Tai. The intensity of this presence was unmistakable. The onlookers widened their eyes in shock, not merely at the cultivation level of Tai, but at the implications it bore for the three realms. In the celestial realm, the Tai Golden Immortal can merely be considered a figure of moderate standing. However, one must take into account the individual in question, Jiang Chen. Others may be oblivious, yet are they truly unaware? This individual has ascended from the realm of human immortals to that of Tai. How many years have passed since then? If memory serves correctly, he had only just attained the title of the so-called chief when he reached the golden immortal level. His rate of ascension is beyond the imagination of many. Jiang Chen cast a sweeping glance at the astonished faces around him before continuing, stating that he had just reached a crucial moment in his breakthrough to Tai, which led him to decline the summons. After stabilizing his aura, he hastened here, unaware of the Emperor's intent. His words rang with sincerity and undeniable truth. He had merely rearranged the sequence of events. Thus, even the Jade Emperor could not discern any deception. At that moment, the Jade Emperor leaned back slightly, softening his previously rigid gaze. Before conceding, "I have wronged you." He had revised his earlier judgments. Ultimately, the current heavenly court was not solely under his dominion. Many had ascended here due to the deification and were bound by constraints. Reflecting on the past, former adversaries who had clashed violently now found themselves in the same celestial space. How long could the heavenly court maintain harmony? This alone had demanded considerable effort on his part. Coupled with the limitations imposed by the deification list, many were unable to break through in their cultivation. They had grown increasingly lax, postponing tasks, and only heeding orders when it suited them. "You wish to punish me? Go ahead. At worst, I shall be left shattered." Such was their attitude. Even Li Jing had only sided with him due to various circumstances. It was only with the assistance of the Star of Venus that he managed to gather these individuals, leaving him with a scant few capable allies. Otherwise, he would not have faced the ridicule of a monkey creating chaos in the heavenly palace. However, the situation was now different. He had glimpsed hope embodied in Jiang Chen. The rapidity of his ascension was indeed noteworthy, causing the Jade Emperor to take a second glance. In a certain sense, the Tai Golden Immortal had transcended the lowest echelons of the heavenly court and entered the middle ranks. If nurtured properly, with further cultivation, he could assume an important position. This would be a direct connection to his authority. As for the ranks above, that was not solely within his purview. Even if such positions were lacking, he could simply bestow one upon him. The more he contemplated, the brighter the Jade Emperor's smile became. Entirely devoid of the earlier signs of wrath, gazing at Jiang Chen was akin to admiring an uncut gem. Yet, Jiang Chen noticed the Emperor's emotions were all too evident upon his countenance, prompting a smirk within. Initially, out of ignorance, he had harbored a degree of reverence for the Jade Emperor, seeing the might of the heavenly court. However, as time passed, and he observed more, he accurately identified his position, and that reverence had long since dissipated. Now, he fully comprehended the dynamics at play. The relationship between the two is merely one of mutual exploitation. One seeks to harness the celestial realm to augment their own strength, while the celestial realm employs one to accomplish certain tasks, such as the current situation at hand, to placate the inner turmoil of the Jade Emperor. He smiled and began to speak. "Recently, while you have been cultivating, there may be matters of which you are unaware. A monkey demon named Sun Wukong has emerged above the primordial chaos." Just as the Jade Emperor was about to elaborate on the situation, Jiang Chen abruptly interrupted him. "Your Majesty, are you referring to that monkey demon, Sun Wukong? Was he not the one you personally appointed as the stable keeper?" Jiang Chen's interruption left the Jade Emperor feeling somewhat awkward. The individual had only recently ascended to the heavens and had swiftly returned to the mortal realm. To speak of such matters might cast doubt on his ability to govern effectively. Coupled with the astonishment evident in Jiang Chen's words, the Jade Emperor felt an acute sense of embarrassment, rendering him momentarily speechless. Chapter 53. Wukong is my brother. Slaying him comes with a price. As his trusted confidant, the illustrious Tai Bai Jinxing naturally stepped forward to elucidate the situation. "Chairman Jiang, you may be unaware that this unruly monkey, defiant and ungovernable, has rebelled against the heavenly court and now proclaims himself the great sage equal to heaven. To exacerbate matters, when His Majesty dispatched emissaries to apprehend him, he audaciously left behind a mere clone while his true self stormed into the celestial hall." Cough, cough, cough. Tai Bai Jinxing was about to continue, but the Jade Emperor hastily interrupted him, for this was an exceedingly embarrassing predicament. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen's eyes darted as he recited the words he had previously prepared. His demeanor transformed into one of profound sorrow and indignation. Wukong, my dear brother, has lost his way. Earlier, I believed his actions were merely a moment of impulsiveness. But alas, how foolish he is. The Jade Emperor? Tai Bai jinxing. Others. What does this mean? Observing Jiang Chen's anguished expression, the crowd momentarily stood in bewilderment. They had witnessed a similar scene, yet the exchanges between the two had been sparse. Could it be that they shared a deeper camaraderie behind the scenes? Noticing the reactions of those around him, Jiang Chen realized he had achieved the desired effect and continued. I merely urged him to remain composed, for with his cultivation, His Majesty would undoubtedly hold him in high regard. This position of stable keeper is but a transient trial. What a pity, alas. He has squandered the Emperor's benevolence. Jiang Chen had become quite enamored with his performance, indifferent to the responses of the onlookers. This had all been meticulously planned. Following the first tumult in the Heavenly Palace, a second would inevitably ensue, and the adversary's strength would only amplify. The celestial execution platform had already entangled itself with him significantly. Thus, during the next upheaval in the Heavenly Palace, it would certainly be untenable. Why should he not seize this opportunity to garner some advantages? Although this notion was exceedingly audacious. For behind Sun Wukong stood an unknown number of formidable beings laying their plans. To outsiders, this was a vast vortex. At its center, Wukong would remain unscathed. However, anyone else who became embroiled in these matters would find no peace. Jiang Chen's current approach was to actively engage. In the past, he would have recoiled, fearing to attract any trouble. Yet, now the circumstances were different. He was not merely a celestial executioner, but also the chief of the law enforcement division. As a Tai Golden Immortal, his status, cultivation, and perspective had all transformed. He could no longer cling to his former pretensions. He must adapt to the evolving circumstances. Hence, after initially declining, he returned to interject himself into the fray and seize some benefits. Upon witnessing the Jade Emperor's demeanor, he felt reasonably assured. Provided no unforeseen calamities arose, he could attain the anticipated outcome. Without mentioning Tai Bai jinxing and the Jade Emperor, the others below exchanged glances. It was undeniable that Jiang Chen was a celestial executioner. Yet he was also a being of flesh and blood, capable of emotions. To compel him to slay his dearest friend seemed rather excessive, did it not? Jiang Chen continued his performance, and the Jade Emperor could only grit his teeth and speak further. Do you know why I summoned you? Jiang Chen brushed his sleeve against his face, massaging his features, which had become somewhat stiff from maintaining a single expression for too long, before replying, Ah, Your Majesty. Am I not currently inquiring? Pray tell, what is the matter at hand? Observing Jiang Chen's demeanor, the Jade Emperor couldn't help but let out a silent sigh. He yearned to see through the depths of the other's heart. Had he known earlier, he would have sought his master for a treasure capable of discerning hearts. Otherwise, how could he have found himself in such a precarious position? I command you to slay Sun Wukong at once. What? Jiang Chen's face contorted with terror as he took 2 steps back. Your Majesty, such a course of action is unthinkable. Witnessing Jiang Chen's reaction, the onlookers felt a twinge of pity, but the Jade Emperor's resolve had hardened. This time, you must slay him, whether you wish to or not. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen stood still for a moment before hesitantly saying, Your Majesty, it is not that it cannot be done. It can indeed be done, but... At this, the Jade Emperor's heart tightened with a surge of uncontainable joy. Did this not imply that he was indeed able to slay Sun Wukong? Had this statement been made before Jiang Chen's performance, the Jade Emperor would have been utterly incredulous, perhaps even filled with substantial doubt. Yet, after witnessing Jiang Chen's display, he was now inclined to believe that Jiang Chen was intimately familiar with Sun Wukong. In this context, his words signified the capability to execute the deed. In that moment, the Jade Emperor envisioned a scenario where Jiang Chen had been extracted from the situation, with all actions being orchestrated by the Buddhist sect behind the scenes. Sun Wukong was merely a pawn of the Buddhist order. Now, the reasons behind Sun Wukong's self-proclamation as the great sage equal to heaven, along with all his unreasonable actions in the heavenly court, coalesced in the Jade Emperor's mind. It was likely that the underworld had already been thoroughly infiltrated by Buddhist influence. The so-called Tenyama kings, even when reporting daily, were likely only sharing what the opposing side wished for him to know. Furthermore, with the recent rebellion against the heavenly court, offerings had been presented, enabling him to establish his own title. Who was behind this needed no elaboration. Though the Jade Emperor harbored doubts and questions, after holding his position for so long, he was not naive enough to overlook certain matters. The fact that the Buddhist sect held such significance in this situation indicated that Sun Wukong was likely a pivotal element in the resurgence of Buddhism. Understanding all this, The Jade Emperor realized that Sun Wukong's current ability to dance upon the immortal extermination platform and scathe was the result of someone orchestrating events from behind the curtain. In his eyes, Jiang Chen had transformed into a staunch ally, one whose roots were untainted by external influences. After a whirlwind of thoughts, the Jade Emperor pressed for clarification. What is it? Even the star of White Jupiter hastily joined in to support the inquiry. Jiang Chen, you must understand that the Monkey King's tumult in the Heavenly Palace has tarnished the dignity of the Celestial Court, and we cannot execute him just yet. For that would be a significant loss. If you were able to slay him, it would indeed be a monumental achievement today. Do not harbor any doubts. Speak boldly without reservation. The Monkey King is, after all, my dearest friend and brother. Upon hearing these words, the Jade Emperor felt a sharp pang in his heart. Even the illustrious Tai by Jiang Chen could not suppress a sigh. Just as the two were prepared to abandon their attempts at persuasion, Jiang Chen continued, "We must increase the reward." As these words echoed, it was as if thunder had struck the hearts of those present. They were rendered speechless, their minds blank, and the great hall fell into an eerie silence. What had they just heard? The Jade Emperor abruptly rose, pressing his hands upon the table, his body swaying slightly as he gazed down at Jiang Chen. He sought to discern something more from his expression, but disappointment was inevitable. After a lengthy pause, the Jade Emperor finally spoke, enunciating each word with deliberation. Jiang Chen, do you truly comprehend what you have just uttered? Chapter 54, The Future Maitreya Buddha. The three teachings unite to win over Jiang Chen. A surge of fury erupted within the Jade Emperor's heart. He felt that Jiang Chen was merely toying with him. From the very outset of their conversation, it seemed as though Jiang Chen had orchestrated this entire encounter to mock him. How dare a mere executioner impose conditions upon the supreme ruler of the three realms? What did Jiang Chen think of himself? Tai Bai Jinxing and the others had yet to fully grasp the situation, but Jiang Chen's relentless discourse continued unabated. I am not mistaken. If you wish for me to slay Sun Wukong, I require compensation. This is merely one of my conditions. Furthermore, I demand a formidable demon, no less than a great Luo, to serve as a tribute for my fallen brotherhood, to honor the bond we are about to lose. Jiang Chen paid no heed to the Jade Emperor's palpable wrath. The situation had irrevocably changed. He must make choices that best suited his interests, ensuring he could seize the most from the present moment. If matters escalated to a breaking point, he could always retreat to a different realm for survival. Jiang Chen and the Jade Emperor locked gazes for an extended moment, until the Jade Emperor abruptly overturned the table, his finger pointed accusatorily at Jiang Chen. Seize him, drag him out, and execute him, he thundered. I refuse to believe that in my grand heaven, upon the vast execution platform, I cannot execute a mere demon monkey. I shall not falter before you. In his fury, the Jade Emperor was met with urgent pleas from Tai Bai Jinxing. Your Majesty, please reconsider. You must not do this. It is utterly unwise. Listening to the counsel of those around him, the Jade Emperor redirected his gaze back to Jiang Chen. I shall ask you once more, will you slay Sun Wukong or not? At this moment, Jiang Chen maintained his composure, responding, I have already stated my two conditions. Neither is negotiable. The Jade Emperor, truly incensed, could not help but laugh in disbelief. Very well. You all are witnesses. He speaks with integrity and loyalty. Fine. I shall grant you your request. Where is he? Jiang Chen's peripheral vision caught the approaching celestial soldiers and the subtly raised hand of the martial star. The thoughts entwined within the primordial blade, ever poised for action. The onlookers, witnessing this scene, lowered their heads in uncertainty, unsure of how to react or respond. Only Neza dared to raise his gaze slightly, a hint of admiration gleaming in his eyes as he regarded Jiang Chen. This fellow was indeed to his taste. Just as they were about to close in on Jiang Chen, a burst of laughter echoed from beyond the Lingxiao Hall, followed by a radiant light of Buddha. The future Buddha, Maitreya, the Jade Emperor's voice rose in pitch. What brings you here? Rather than executing him, why not entrust him to us? Maitreya strolled into the Lingxiao Hall as if meandering through a tranquil garden, disregarding the presence of the celestial deities and fixating solely on Jiang Chen and the Jade Emperor. With hands clasped in reverence, he addressed Jiang Chen. Taoist friend, you are destined to connect with our Buddhist path. Given the circumstances today, why not join me in the Buddhist fold? There is no need for you to fret about the impending blade. I assure you, should you become my disciple, a place awaits you in the great Thunderclap Monastery. The other party made a direct offer, bluntly addressing the heavenly court in front of everyone. Such words are not uttered lightly. Within the great Thundersound Temple, there exists a position that is, at the very least, occupied by a bodhisattva. This implies a direct connection to the inner core of their ranks. Upon hearing this, The Jade Emperor's face shifted between shades of green and purple. To have one's foundation undermined so brazenly, while such conditions are laid out, was indeed a bitter pill to swallow. Jiang Chen observed Mithriya in silence, his mind wandering with unvoiced speculations. Why has this old fellow appeared at such a juncture? My long-standing grievances with the Buddhist sect cannot be resolved with mere words. Furthermore, he wishes to accept me as a disciple and grants me a bodhisattva fruit position. The atmosphere in the room grew exceedingly tense, leaving the Jade Emperor in an untenable position. However, this was not the end, for another voice resounded. Mithriya, with your sect recently accepting so many disciples, can you truly provide them with proper guidance? Anyone can boast, but delivering on such claims is an entirely different matter. With a resounding thud, the Jade Emperor sank into his chair. The unfolding events had exceeded his expectations. Even this figure had arrived. A man clad in a Taoist robe stood beside Jiang Chen. I am Guangqingzi, greetings to you all. He casually raised a hand, treating it as a salute. The assembled crowd could discern his disdain for them. Yet there was one exception, Neza. Guangqingzi's gaze lingered on Neza for a moment, offering a slight nod before retracting his attention. He then fixed his eyes on Jiang Chen. Chief Jiang, we meet again. Do not heed their slanders. The Buddhist sect, situated in the West, is fraught with thin spiritual energy and numerous precepts. You might find it difficult to maintain your patience. It would be wiser to come to my Kunlun Mountain, Yusu Palace. The prestige of the Chan teaching requires no further elaboration. I trust you will make the most judicious choice. Why has the Chan teaching also arrived? The Jade Emperor felt utterly perplexed, for both Mithriya and Guangqingzi had not regarded him with any respect since their entrance. They held the heavenly court in complete contempt, a situation that irked the Jade Emperor, yet he found himself unable to vent his frustrations. The reason was clear: the Buddhist sect was on the rise. Everything was flourishing, and the Chan teaching was even more so, a sect of sages, the most direct beneficiaries of the last calamity, with power that could not be underestimated. Moreover, disregarding all else, when it comes to cultivation, as the foremost of the 12 golden immortals, their strength must surpass his own. In other words, should the Jade Emperor fail to exercise restraint today and speak out, provoking their displeasure, they would respond with force, and none present would be capable of stopping them. The Jade Emperor's hand clutched the armrest of his chair tightly, devoid of any color. You two sects have numerous disciples. Why not consider the scarce lineage of the human teaching? At this moment, not only the Jade Emperor, but even the two disputants from earlier widened their eyes in disbelief. The only direct disciple of the human teaching, Xuandu, entered at that instant, wielding a whisk. The remaining attendees felt their scalps tingle. What kind of monstrosities are these? They had previously worried that Jiang Chen might be slain by the Jade Emperor due to this incident. Yet now, it is evident that he has become the focal point of contention among various powerful factions, each more formidable than the last. It is common knowledge that, although the heavenly court ostensibly governs the three realms, there are countless forces far mightier than it. In the past, these powers remained hidden, allowing the three realms to maintain a semblance of dignity. However, observing the current scene, one can see the great leaders taking turns to assert their dominance, their sights solely set on one another and the present Jiang Chen, while the Jade Emperor seated above is utterly disregarded. Here lies the Lingxiao Treasure Hall, the very heart of the heavenly court, the core of rule over the three realms. Yet now, in the eyes of the assembled, it appears scarcely more significant than a mere marketplace. Gazing at Xuandu, Guangqingzi's lips twitched as he raised his voice slightly. Have you not always maintained a tranquil and unassuming demeanor, following the natural order without recruiting disciples? Why, then, have you stepped forward today to take a stand? This is fundamentally at odds with your usual conduct. At that moment, Mithriya shifted his focus as well, adding, indeed, Master Xuandu, do refrain from intervening at this juncture. In response to their inquiries, Xuandu replied succinctly, this is all the arrangement of my master. I am merely executing the plan. Chapter 55. The calculations of the three teachings. The Jade Emperor stood tall upon hearing Xuandu's reply. Both Mithriya and Guangqingzi internally lamented the predicament. They observed Jiang Chen, who appeared utterly ordinary, yet harbored the potential to be another pivotal figure born from this calamity. Initially, they believed that only the Buddhist sect had discerned this, but it soon became evident that both the teaching of the Chan and the human teaching had also reacted. Realizing this, Mithriya felt the situation becoming increasingly precarious. Acknowledging that he had arrived too late, had he come sooner and been alone, he could have effortlessly taken Jiang Chen away. Indifferent to the opinions of Hao Yin or the heavenly court, he could have simply spirited him away without a word. However, the dynamics had shifted with the emergence of the Chan and human teachings. Now, He found himself unable to employ coercive measures to extract Jiang Chen. What was to be done? Should Jiang Chen fall into the clutches of these two teachings, his original plans would be irrevocably disrupted. If placed on the immortal execution platform, given Jiang Chen's peculiar abilities, there was a genuine risk he might slay Sun Wukong, which would spell disaster. Countless thoughts flickered through Mithria's mind as he regarded the two before him, growing increasingly vexed and uncomfortable. Meanwhile, Guang Chengzi, observing Xuandu and Mithria, found his own spirits equally dampened. He had his own designs in coming here. The current Chan teaching was vastly different from the past, with a considerable number of disciples from 4 to 5 generations. Its vast resources led each disciple to aspire to replicate the feats of the past during the Fengshen calamity, inevitably attracting much calamity energy. In such circumstances, this posed a significant dilemma. Even with strict orders against venturing out, the effectiveness of such measures would be limited, as evidenced by the past failures of the Jie teaching. After the calamity, he recalled Jiang Chen, who possessed the unique ability to sever the calamity energy from those ensnared by it, all while remaining unaffected himself, a rare asset. Should he manage to bring Jiang Chen back to the Chan teaching, his disciples, tainted by calamity energy, would no longer need to fear. Jiang Chen could eliminate their afflictions, and he could subsequently guide their souls and essences back into the cycle of reincarnation, free from worry about external machinations. This insight was derived from experiments conducted by Huang Longzhenren. As for Xuandu, though he maintained a facade of tranquility, his mind was abuzz with his own contemplations. His intent to retrieve Jiang Chen was not steeped in ulterior motives. The reason lay in the fact that Jiang Chen had consumed an abundance of elixirs crafted by the Grand Supreme Elder Lord, who was, after all, his own teacher's benevolent avatar. In the process of concocting these pills, specific manipulations were intentionally employed, embedding numerous karmic links within. Consuming them would irrevocably bind one to the human teaching. Thus, even without any overt participation in the calamity, the human teaching could still accrue its share of merits. However, it was unexpected that Jiang Chen had ingested a significant amount, forging formidable karmic ties. At that moment, the steed of the Grand Supreme Elder Lord, the Azure Ox, had also become entwined with the calamity energy. Guiding Jiang Chen towards the human teaching would conveniently allow for the severance of this calamity energy. Yet, whether there were other underlying factors at play remained undisclosed by the Grand Supreme Elder Lord to Xuandu, leaving him in a state of uncertainty. The current situation is far from what was initially deemed certain. Both Guang Chengzi and Mithria are formidable opponents, and despite my superior cultivation, the possibility of their alliance cannot be dismissed. In this delicate balance of power among the three parties, the reins of control have unexpectedly shifted back to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, my friend, both the Chan sect and the human sect, along with the Buddhist path I represent, sincerely hope you will join us. Would you consider making a choice? Mithria said with a cheerful demeanor. Jiang Chen pondered deeply, fully aware of the intricate dynamics at play. Though each faction appeared to respect his autonomy, in truth, it was merely a stalemate. Their disregard for the heavenly court's prestige, especially his humble position within it, was palpable. He was inconsequential in their eyes. What was most advantageous for me is undoubtedly the current equilibrium among the three factions. In contrast, remaining in the heavenly court to navigate these powers could yield the greatest benefits. Perhaps it may unfold similarly to the incident at the Immortal-Slaying Platform. Jiang Chen's foresight extended far beyond the immediate horizon. His primary concern now was the great Luo Golden Immortal. Although he had only recently broken through to Tai, he had long comprehended the principles of the Sword Dao, aided by Jiang Chen. This indicated that he had surmounted one of the most formidable thresholds in his quest for the great Luo Golden Immortal. With time, he could accumulate enough power, and should resources permit, this process would unfold more swiftly than anticipated. A more pressing concern emerged. Could the Jade Emperor temper his wrath? Would he be able to think critically and analyze the situation calmly? With this in mind, Jiang Chen resolved to offer him a way out. Assessing whether he could regain composure. Your Majesty, Jiang Chen called, lifting his gaze to the elevated throne of the Jade Emperor. At the sound of his voice, the Jade Emperor snapped back to reality, his previous shock giving way to acute awareness. His anger had clouded his thoughts, but upon hearing Jiang Chen, he instinctively glanced his way. Their eyes met, revealing a shared understanding of the unusual circumstances. He had not anticipated Jiang Chen to be such a coveted figure, drawing the attention of high-ranking representatives from all three teachings. Meanwhile, the Jade Emperor's mind raced with analysis. In merely a millennium, Jiang Chen had ascended from a mere mortal to Tai, a feat that underscored his exceptional nature. Furthermore, His ability to slay those burdened with calamity without adverse effects suggested some unique quality about him. This elucidated why these powerful figures sought to claim him for their own. Under ordinary circumstances, Jiang Chen's fortune could be deemed extraordinary, yet the current context was markedly different. The impending catastrophe was upon them, and he was destined to play a pivotal role. Gradually, the Jade Emperor began to unravel the complexities of the situation. Such a person, right beneath one's very nose, went entirely unnoticed. Had I discovered him sooner and strategized around him, I fear the Celestial Court might have reaped considerable rewards amidst this calamity. Even with the subsequent resurgence of the Buddhist sect, the Celestial Court would not necessarily descend into decline. Perhaps it could even ascend to greater heights. How could I have overlooked this matter earlier? As these thoughts consumed me, I couldn't help but chastise myself internally. Moreover, the current scene before me distinctly indicates that Jiang Chen possesses extraordinary significance in this tribulation. After all, the saints of the various sects are certain to issue warnings in advance. What am I still waiting for? In light of this exceptional circumstance, why not extend him some privileges? With this realization, the Jade Emperor straightened his back and addressed the assembly. My esteemed friends, what is the meaning of this? Jiang Chen is one of my own, a celestial executioner of the Celestial Platform, the chief of the Department of Justice, and my trusted confidant. If he is to serve, it ought to be under my command. Why must he go to your sects? Chapter 56. The Semi-Holy Great Demon, the Ancient Demon God by Fong. Guang Qingzi was already troubled enough by his contention with the other two, yet he did not expect the Jade Emperor, whom he deemed insignificant, to interject at this moment. He retorted with irritation, "Didn't you just declare your intention to slay Jiang Chen? How has he now become your loyal subordinate?" In this matter, both Mithreya and Xuandu unusually found common ground. Under the scrutiny of three piercing gazes, the Jade Emperor could only respond with a forced smile. Esteemed colleagues, it was merely a jest. The Heavenly Court has always been eager to recruit talent. How could I casually destroy such a gifted individual? Upon hearing the Jade Emperor's words, the three fell into a moment of silence. Jiang Chen couldn't help but silently commend the Jade Emperor for not succumbing to rage. As the hall lingered in quietude, the Jade Emperor, unwilling to wait, quickly interjected, "My dear minister, please compose yourself and eliminate that demon monkey." At this, Jiang Chen remained unmoved, continuing to bow respectfully. "Your Majesty, regarding what I previously mentioned." Upon hearing this, Hao Qian's countenance twitched violently. Yet, upon noticing the individuals surrounding him, he suppressed the anger that had surged within him. With a strained smile directed at Jiang Chen, he replied, "As you say?" Jiang Chen returned a knowing smile. He required a formidable demon as a flag to rally, which he deemed quite useful, indeed. The others remained oblivious, merely observing the exchange of glances between Jiang Chen and the Jade Emperor, after which they appeared reconciled. Were it not for the presence of others at this moment, a fierce quarrel would have likely erupted. At that juncture, the Tai Bai Star approached the Jade Emperor with a hint of difficulty and whispered a few words into his ear. Currently, slaying a demon is not a daunting task. However, to vanquish a great demon, one must undertake a thorough search. If it were in the past, the great demon Jiang Chen spoke of could have been easily dealt with by any being of the Tai realm. Yet now, he is indeed of the Tai level. The great demon he refers to must at least be of the Deluo tier. The Jade Emperor sat upright, gazing at Jiang Chen, and softly inquired, "Which demon do you wish to slay?" "The one suppressed deep beneath the execution platform," Jiang Chen responded without hesitation, having long made his choice. The Jade Emperor raised an eyebrow. He had no objections as to how Jiang Chen was aware of this entity's existence. After all, as a traveler of the Five Halls, it was not surprising he could uncover such information. However, Jiang Chen presented him with a dilemma. That great demon was of use to him, otherwise he would not have allowed it to survive until now. Yet, its suppression had continuously postponed the execution date. The demon race remained a force that could not be overlooked even at this juncture. Should he manage to enlist the demon race and bring them into the Heavenly Court, the power he could wield within the court would significantly increase. At that time, facing the myriad of deities arriving for the canonization, he would be far more composed in his responses. The formidable demon serves as a crucial candidate in fulfilling his objective. The grand hall fell into silence, with only the sound of the Jade Emperor's fingers gently tapping on the seat echoing in the stillness. "Your Majesty, this demon is steeped in sin. It is most fitting to offer it as a sacrifice." At this moment, the Jade Emperor was rendered speechless. Below him stood representatives from the three teachings. Should he reveal his plan, they would undoubtedly rush to thwart him. Sigh, it cannot be helped. If necessary, he could always seek others. He inclined his head slightly. tacitly agreeing to this course of action. Hasten forth. Once you have dealt with the demon, attend to Sun Wukong. Thank you, your majesty. Jiang Chen did not look at the Jade Emperor, but turned his gaze toward the star of the White Emperor, whose expression was far from pleasant. This individual was the true confidant of the Jade Emperor. Jiang Chen understood that the success of his earlier requests hinged upon this person's reaction. Throughout the preceding events, this individual remained unresponsive, but the mention of the demon caused a noticeable shift in demeanor. Jiang Chen realized he had reached the limits of his requests. To press further would be excessive. Departing the Grand Hall, Jiang Chen quickened his steps, eager to present this request. His urgency was not born of a bloodthirsty nature, but rather the reward of extermination bestowed by the great Tao's decree. He recalled vividly that he had acquired the divine ability to annihilate the Buddhas only after slaying a being of the golden body level. Thus, it was reasonable to deduce that to obtain such an ability, he must vanquish a corresponding great Luo golden immortal. It is somewhat embarrassing to admit that he now stood as a legitimate heavenly executioner, devoid of any embellishment, and was even the chief of the execution department. Yet, he had never slain a demon of the great Luo golden immortal caliber. Now, he finally had the opportunity to do so. The aura of this demon was one he had distinctly sensed before. It was precisely at the early stages of the great Luo, making it the perfect quarry for him at this moment. He had contemplated various methods to eliminate this demon countless times, but the supervising executioner always remained tight-lipped, leaving him no choice but to postpone the endeavor until now. Fortuitously, he leveraged the momentum from Sun Wukong to achieve this goal. After the Jade Emperor issued his decree, the demon was still brought forth at the extermination platform, positioned at the 10th execution stage. The chains that had originally bound it were replaced by the extermination platform itself. As Jiang Chen approached, he felt the surrounding air grow unbearably hot, as if the temperature had no upper limit. Upon reaching the extermination platform, he felt as if a fire had ignited around him. The closer he drew, the more intense the heat became. By the time he stood beneath the platform, he felt as though it bore down upon him like a sun capable of incinerating all things. Hiss! Jiang Chen realized that this entity might not be as he had initially perceived. The overwhelming heat could merely be a manifestation of the exchanged powers of suppression. This demon's strength could surpass his expectations. He now speculated that this demon might belong to the mid or late stages of the Great Luo, having its power sealed and suppressed to the early stages of the Great Luo. However, it now appears that the strength at its zenith is far more terrifying than he had ever imagined, possibly even approaching the level of a quasi-saint. Taking a deep breath, he swiftly ascended the stage. The opponent cast a fleeting glance, and with a resounding crash, Jiang Chen felt the world around him engulfed in a crimson haze. The temperature soared rapidly, as if it would incinerate him to ash in the blink of an eye. Qingming Jade, Yin-Yang Fire Lamp. Jiang Chen promptly invoked his spells to counter this inexplicable onslaught. This aura belongs to Dong Huang. Why do you possess his treasure? The adversary, momentarily distracted by the dual suppression, withdrew a fragment of focus, originally intending to eliminate the executioner intent on his demise. He was taken aback when the opponent unexpectedly produced such a formidable artifact. Jiang Chen lamented his own negligence. In the presence of such a formidable adversary, he must remain on high alert. Upon hearing the inquiry, instead of responding, Jiang Chen countered with a question. Who are you? Insect, remember well, my name is Beifong. Chapter 57, Slaying the Beifong. The primordial divine ability. Annihilating demons. At the utterance of these words, Jiang Chen could distinctly perceive the searing heat that he had just managed to suppress surging once more. The entirety of the Slaying Immortals platform seemed shrouded in a veil of crimson. Fortunately, this formidable force was entirely obstructed by Jiang Chen's treasured artifact. However, he was too engulfed in shock to pay heed to these phenomena. The ancient demon deity Beifong. Jiang Chen could not help but gasp in realization. He had surmised that the identity of the one being suppressed was of considerable significance. Otherwise, execution would not have been delayed, especially since the individual bore no traces of the current calamity. Now, the situation was starkly different. The ancient demon deity referred specifically to the high-ranking figures of the ancient demon court. Beifong, in particular, was second only to the likes of Donghuang Tai, Dijuan, Kunpeng, and the 10 great demon marshals. To scorch the heavens and boil the seas was but a mere thought away. Observing Jiang Chen's reaction, the other party seemed intrigued. I did not expect you to recognize my presence. Upon hearing the disdainful tone, Jiang Chen steadied his emotions and replied. However, he was taken aback to discover that such a prominent demon deity was not only alive, but had also become a captive of the Jade Emperor. This revelation was indeed unexpected. After all, The war of the witches and demons had been fiercely fought, particularly at the higher echelons. When the Phantom of Pangu was summoned, it had swept through and decimated half of the 10 demon marshals in a single stroke. In the aftermath, only the naturally adept diviner Bays and the early escapee Kuanping remained active in the primordial realm, both having garnered a significant following from the remnants of the demon race, ultimately establishing the Demon Master Palace, a formidable force hidden deep within the 10,000 Great Mountains. Should this entity re-emerge, it would undoubtedly attract a multitude of lingering demon clans. At that moment, Jiang Chen comprehended why the Jade Emperor had hesitated. Were he in the same position, he too would have wavered. Bifong ceased to speak, merely responding with a contemptuous grunt before closing his eyes. As if this place were not the Slaying Immortals platform, but rather his own bed, ready to enter eternal slumber. Witnessing this, Jiang Chen summoned the primordial blade, personally approaching the deity. I humbly invite the demon deity to depart this world. Upon hearing these words, Bifong's expression remained unchanged. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen swung the blade down. With a resounding crack, the surrounding heat dissipated swiftly. Bifong fell beneath the primordial blade. Instantly, several strands of spirit light emerged, one merging into the primordial blade, while two others ascended into the Book of Destiny. Jiang Chen gripped the primordial blade, sensing its subtle tremor of excitement. He cast his consciousness upon the Book of Destiny, where a page had been completely replaced by crimson markings, sealing Bifong within its confines. The image of Bifong was vividly alive. Should he desire, with but a thought, he could release it. Regrettably, at the moment of his demise, Bifong's strength was merely at the early stage of the Great Luo. Summoned forth, he could only manifest at the early stage of the Great Tao. However, he found contentment in this, his thoughts immersed in the life of the other. A cursory glance revealed nothing new. It was merely a tale of subjugation followed by relentless campaigns, devoid of intrigue. At long last, Jiang Chen's excited gaze settled upon the reward. The Huan Yuan level divine ability to vanquish demons. Indeed, my deductions are correct. Having achieved his primary objective, Jiang Chen's spirits soared as he carried the severed head of Bifong to report back. Upon sighting the head, Xian Du, Guang Qingzi, and Mi Lum momentarily froze, their gazes converging upon the Jade Emperor. They recognized this figure, a remnant from the time of the War of Witch and Demon, a period when their own powers were minimal, thus leaving a profound impression of the formidable beings, including Bifong. Unperturbed by their scrutiny, the Jade Emperor mused, Jiang Chen, I have made the greatest concession. If you cannot slay this Sun Wukong today, I shall become a laughingstock. After presenting Bifong's head, Jiang Chen turned once more towards the immortal execution platform. I pay my respects to the chief. Greetings to the chief. Along the way, passers-by bowed in reverence, particularly the executioners, who gazed at Jiang Chen with hopeful eyes. They had exhausted all means, leaving them in dire straits. Even the gods from the thunder and combat departments had gathered, anticipating Jiang Chen's decisive strike against Sun Wukong. Jiang Chen remained silent, and others did not take offense at his demeanor. They perceived that he was concentrating, preparing to attain his utmost state of readiness. Go for it. You must succeed. Many began to rally their support for him. The Chief Jiang has arrived? Despite being restrained by various means and unable to wield his powers, Sun Wukong sensed Jiang Chen's presence immediately. You acted too impulsively in this matter. Jiang Chen sighed, his words sincere. Sun Wukong fell silent for a moment before nodding in agreement. Within the Lingxiao Hall, the Jade Emperor and others observed the situation on the platform through the Haotian mirror. It was merely a simple exchange of greetings, yet it aligned with the information Jiang Chen had previously shared. Previously, no matter their efforts, Sun Wukong had remained obstinate, akin to a rock in a pit, both foul and unyielding. Now, with just a word from Jiang Chen, he softened. Of course, their rapport was not without foundation. It was more akin to a deep spiritual connection cultivated over millennia. Jiang Chen had contemplated Sun Wukong for thousands of years. To claim he knew Sun Wukong better than anyone else in the vast expanse of Honghuang would be an understatement. As for Sun Wukong, he was a devoted fan of Jiang Chen's storytelling. Regrettably, only the two of them understood the intricacies of their bond, which remained a mystery to outsiders. Observing their interaction, the Star of Venus, Tai Bai, stroked his beard contemplatively. Previously, he had assessed Jiang Chen as one who was deceitful, theatrical, and seeking greater gains. However, the current scene indeed validated his assertions. These two share a profound camaraderie. This statement was directed towards the Jade Emperor. Having established this fact, it was imperative to devise a means to reconcile the prior discord between them. How elevated could this future prospect be? He could already foresee it. Today, With goodwill from all directions, they could forge a benevolent connection, which would ultimately benefit their faction. As he contemplated this, a twinge of regret washed over him. Had he known earlier, he might have taken a more circuitous approach, persuading the Jade Emperor to grant him a more prestigious position. Perhaps the present circumstances would have been different, and the subsequent series of events might have been averted. Of course, this line of thought belonged purely to the overactive imagination of the celestial star of the White Emperor. As long as the Buddhist sect remains, such occurrences are unlikely to transpire. How Ian understood the celestial star of the White Emperor exceedingly well. With a mere shift, he could discern what was being concealed. Naturally, their understanding was shared among others present. Xuandu, Mithreya, and Guangchengzi exchanged glances but refrained from speaking. Mithreya, with hands clasped and a hint of mirth, inquired, "Your Majesty, do you believe that Sun Wukong could be vanquished by Jiang Chen?" Chapter 58. Sun Wukong, don't waste your efforts. You cannot slay me. Upon hearing these words, before the Jade Emperor could respond, Guangchengzi immediately interjected, "I highly doubt that." "Is that so?" The Jade Emperor gazed at the assembled figures, genuinely weary of engaging with them, feeling emotionally drained. Guangchengzi and the others, however, found amusement in mocking the heavenly court, reveling in their jests directed at the Jade Emperor. This was, without a doubt, the most delightful form of entertainment at present, especially as they brazenly derided their adversary upon his own turf, knowing he could do nothing in response. The sensation was utterly exhilarating. "Your Majesty, I must remind you. Are you aware that Sun Wukong possesses the indestructible golden body of the great Luo?" The Jade Emperor had no intention of speaking, yet the relentless pressure from his interlocutors struck a chord deep within him, igniting a smoldering anger. "Such matters require no concern from you. In the past, he was merely a Xianxian and could defeat Jiang Chen. Now, having achieved Tai, dispatching a great Luo should pose little challenge." This proclamation struck a nerve with Mithreya. Though he maintained an unyielding smile, turmoil brewed within him. Ultimately, he restrained his emotions and turned to the Jade Emperor, saying, "What was true then is not necessarily so now. While he was able to defeat Jiang Chen before, there may have been unknown factors at play. Today, the situation is altogether different. Are you suggesting that your Majesty should intervene personally? Even if you did, it might not suffice." This was an overt provocation. The Jade Emperor's expression darkened, his aura surging ominously. The others, undeterred, emanated their own formidable presence. The surrounding onlookers trembled, with the illustrious Tai Bai Jinxing suppressing his discomfort. He grasped the Jade Emperor's arm, managing to quell the ire of the ruler of the three realms. "Your Majesty, remain calm. Do not succumb to anger. They are doing this intentionally." Upon hearing this, the Jade Emperor regained his composure, contemplating the situation with great care. Seeing the tension dissipate, Mithreya felt a twinge of regret. Had the dispute escalated moments ago, he could have seized the opportunity amidst the chaos. Alas, events had not unfolded as he had anticipated. Consequently, he suspected that his schemes had been discerned. Yet, he remained unperturbed. Now, the ascendance of Buddhism was a foregone conclusion. Would he dare to disrupt matters at this juncture? Should complications arise, even the so-called ruler of the three realms would find it arduous to bear the consequences. At this moment, all eyes converged once more on the Immortal-Slaying Platform. Jiang Chen regarded Sun Wukong, refraining from uttering further words. He was acutely aware that this was not an opportune moment for dialogue, as he suspected the Jade Emperor and his cohorts were observing him in secrecy. Let the Immortal-Slaying Platform descend. The platform gracefully descended, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the crowd. This is the famed Immortal-Slaying Platform of the Jiazi 10. Truly, it is worthy of Jiang Chen. The figures of the two began to fade from their sight. At this juncture, everyone inwardly murmured their hopes for Jiang Chen's success. Yet, Guangchengzi coldly remarked, "He is still lacking to achieve victory." It is indeed true that the indestructible golden body achieved by Sun Wukong is a rarity within the three realms, with few capable of contending against it, beneath the saints. One can merely suppress it. Mithreya immediately followed suit, casting a sidelong glance at the Jade Emperor, as if to convey this message directly to him. The three continued their dialogue, while the Jade Emperor endeavored to maintain his composure, ultimately succumbing to the strain. "Jiang Chen, you must slay Sun Wukong. No, even if you cannot kill him, wounding him will suffice. I shall reward you handsomely." He secretly transmitted a message to Jiang Chen. He harbored a suspicion regarding certain matters, yet he could not afford to suppress his feelings. If one cannot kill him, they can at least injure him, allowing those who boast of their indestructible golden bodies to witness the reality. Currently, they could not perceive the surroundings, only hoping for a result that would not be too disastrous. "Chief, Do not waste your efforts approaching me. My indestructible golden body is beyond your reach. Jiang Chen was well aware of this. Strangely, as he gazed upon Sun Wukong, his expression became exceedingly complex. He bore no ill will towards this figure. After all, who among the youth had not dreamt of encountering Sun Wukong in their formative years? This time, he could intuitively grasp the essence of this being. Truthfully, he was not malevolent. Then why do you still come forth? Sun Wukong queried, perplexed, turning to scrutinize Jiang Chen. Their exchange resembled that of two old acquaintances engaged in casual conversation, making it hard to fathom that this dialogue transpired between an executioner and a convict. Just then, the Jade Emperor's voice echoed above the chopping Immortals platform. Ha! This old Jade Emperor truly harbors a grudge against me. Even now, he must offer his admonitions. However, upon hearing this, Jiang Chen's lips curled into a slight smile, thus expanding the realm of his manipulation. While Sun Wukong continued to chuckle, Jiang Chen's primordial blade had already struck at his neck. Yet, the reality was that, apart from emitting a few sparks, there were no substantial injuries inflicted. What are you doing? Do not squander your efforts. Create some commotion. One cannot merely stand idle. Jiang Chen remarked as he struck twice more, continuing his discourse. To be honest, the Jade Emperor does not harbor such deep animosity toward you. If it were not for your antics, he would have begrudgingly accepted your title of the great sage equal to heaven. Sun Wukong responded with a hum, twisting his neck to allow Jiang Chen to strike on the other side. He could certainly discern the underlying meaning in Jiang Chen's words. Am I to understand that I, Sun Wukong, have erred in targeting the wrong individual? Jiang Chen pondered, increasing the force of his strikes. That is not the case, at least. He genuinely desires to kill you. Are you aware of how many people are currently watching us from the outside? Upon uttering these words, Sun Wukong appeared momentarily taken aback, failing to grasp the implication. Jiang Chen also ceased his actions, sitting beside him with a beaming smile. Sun Wukong, in this regard, was undoubtedly oblivious, unlike Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen possessed an abundance of knowledge, a myriad of secrets from the primordial era, all due to his extraordinary journey through time. In contrast, despite Sun Wukong's exceptional lineage and remarkable intelligence, how could he possibly fathom such matters? Striving to broaden his thoughts, Sun Wukong endeavored to ponder who else might be connected to him. After much contemplation, he found no further impressions. Thus, he simply turned his head to gaze at Jiang Chen, awaiting his continuation. With a smile, Jiang Chen resumed his discourse. The Heavenly Court represents one faction, while the Chan School signifies another. The Buddhist realm is also involved, and even the human sect has arrived. Upon hearing these four powerful entities, Sun Wukong was momentarily taken aback, then profoundly astonished. He was not entirely ignorant. He possessed a modicum of understanding regarding these formidable forces. The Heavenly Court's interest in him was hardly surprising. Given the multitude of his deeds, it would have been peculiar for them to disregard him. However, what was the nature of the others? Sun Wukong distinctly recalled that he had no associations with them whatsoever. Chapter 59, The Great Sage Shocked. I, old Sun, I am merely a pawn. Calmly, Jiang Chen continued. Fortunately, whether it be the Chan sect, the Buddhist path, or the human teachings, none of them desire your demise. On the contrary, they will exert every effort to ensure your survival. The only one wishing for your downfall is the Jade Emperor. Upon hearing this revelation, Sun Wukong's mind momentarily faltered. He had only heard of these sects through the tales of other demon kings, who spoke of them with palpable fear and trepidation. Though he was not one to shy away from trouble, he also refrained from provoking it. Thus, his understanding of these sects remained clear yet untested. What is the meaning of this? Why? Jiang Chen, noticing the confusion in Sun Wukong's eyes, adopted a stern expression and inquired, "Do you have any connection with these three teachings? Are you certain you have had no interaction with them?" Under Jiang Chen's serious gaze, Sun Wukong closed his eyes and meticulously searched his memories, yet he found nothing related. In that fleeting moment, he even questioned whether some powerful being had altered his memories or if he had suffered a blow to the head. Ultimately, he turned his gaze back to Jiang Chen, awaiting an explanation. Jiang Chen, stifling a chuckle within, maintained his composure and recounted the matter. Naturally, he could not divulge the entirety of the journey to the west. It was still a delicate arrangement, revealing too much risk disrupting the plan, leading to insurmountable complications, ones that could not be resolved by any means. Now experiencing a pang of sympathy, Jiang Chen realized that in order to assist Sun Wukong, he must tread carefully, avoiding any reckless actions. If he were to meddle too boldly, he was certain he would not see the dawn of the next day. Thus, he could only share what Sun Wukong had already experienced. The first encounter was with the underworld, where he had been drawn into its depths, yet had not entered the cycle of reincarnation. Instead, he had caused quite the uproar, even daring to alter the book of life and death, that formidable artifact, before departing. Do you believe such events are normal? Sun Wukong instinctively inclined his head in agreement, but then hesitated, recalling previous statements. Jiang Chen continued. The underworld is not as simple as you imagine. Its establishment and existence are profoundly intricate. What you have witnessed are merely the 10 Yama kings. In truth, above the underworld, there exist the Witch clan and the Buddhist path. The convergence of these three forces constitutes the complete underworld. While they maintain a balance of power, they will undoubtedly unite when the underworld faces genuine peril. The fact that you only encountered the 10 Yama kings indicates one thing. From the very beginning, you have been ensnared in a web of schemes. The true sovereign of the underworld, the Witch clan's Empress Hutu, holds a position comparable to that of the Tao ancestor. This knowledge, which I can impart to you without consequence, is significant. It is evident that you have grasped the implications concerning the Buddhist path. As the external world awaits him, it is indeed the Buddhist realm that has sent forth a single representative, the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, one of the 4 great bodhisattvas. Do not be misled by the title of Bodhisattva. In truth, his power is akin to that of the Buddha himself. Long ago, he vowed that he would not attain Buddhahood until hell was empty, elevating his status to great heights. Over the years, it is reasonable to assume that the 10 Yama kings have been thoroughly corrupted. Thus, the Buddhist realm's capacity for manipulation in this regard is far more formidable than one might envision. Upon hearing this account, Sun Wukong was momentarily taken aback. Presently, his breadth of knowledge is quite limited. He is only familiar with the surface of matters, entirely ignorant of the deeper secrets. After a considerable pause, he managed to process this information and continued with his inquiries. What of the Chan school? This question left Jiang Chen momentarily speechless, as he too was uncertain why the Chan school chose to intervene at this juncture. It appeared that there were no significant entanglements between the two parties. This, I cannot ascertain, Jiang Chen replied. Perhaps they merely wish to prevent the Buddhist realm from executing its plans smoothly, or perhaps they seek to humiliate the celestial court. After all, they have a history of such behavior. As for the human teaching, there exists only one conceivable motive, the theft of elixirs. The Supreme Laozi is the embodiment of the sage and resides in the celestial court, overseeing the alchemical operations of the Do Shui Palace. Without his explicit consent, how could Sun Wukong ever gain entry, let alone pilfer the elixirs at will, as if they were mere trifles? Sun Wukong's mind gradually churned through this information. And after some time, he sighed, I, old Sun, have unwittingly become entangled with the Supreme Laozi, no, the sage, and the human teaching. How ironic. Am I merely a pawn, subject to their whims? The Jade Emperor, enraged by my defiance against the celestial court, seeks my demise solely to reclaim his lost honor? Jiang Chen nodded in acknowledgement. This was indeed the current reality. Sun Wukong was but a piece on their chessboard. Not only was this evident to other realms, but the Jade Emperor had also recognized the implications of this move. His eagerness to eliminate Sun Wukong stemmed from a desire to seize the fortuitous energy that would enable the Buddhist realm's ascendance and redirect it to the celestial court, positioning himself as the ultimate beneficiary. Of course, such revelations must remain unspoken, for to divulge them would breach the sacred secrets of heaven, leading to dire consequences. How infuriating! They toy with old Sun as if I were a mere puppet, but I shall not submit. Chief, release me. I shall retreat and hide away from sight. In truth, his genuine desire was to charge forth and annihilate those who conspired against him. However, after absorbing Jiang Chen's narrative, he began to grasp the fundamental disparities between the two factions, prompting him to voice his intention to flee. Yet, Jiang Chen would not acquiesce to such a request. Let us not overlook the fact that the 3 teachings outside were lying in wait, their gazes sharp. Sun Wukong, now ensnared by the celestial court, could only rely on Jiang Chen to devise a strategy for his predicament. Once placed in his hands, the course of events would transcend his expectations, leading to potential alterations in the subsequent journey to the west, an outcome he did not desire. This option is untenable, as is that one. Must I, the venerable Sun Wukong, meekly await my demise? Growing increasingly irate, Sun Wukong was met with a calming voice from Jiang Chen. Since I have come to discuss the pivotal matters with you, rest assured that I possess a method to assist you. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, Sun Wukong's agitation subsided slightly. I possess a divine technique that can temporarily liberate your true spirit from your corporeal form without causing any harm to yourself. And even a sage would be unable to detect it. Jiang Chen elaborated on this so-called method, which was essentially the recording function of the great Taos. Not only could it encapsulate the essence of the deceased and transform them into puppets, but it could also encompass the living while concealing a portion of their essence, leaving their true freedom unimpeded. Chapter 60. Decapitation of the Great Sage. The world undergoes a dramatic transformation. Despite only being able to obscure half, the remaining half remains susceptible to scrutiny by others. Yet, this very half provides ample opportunity for retaliation. Jiang Chen understood, as did Sun Wukong. After a brief discussion, Jiang Chen departed from the celestial slaying platform. The once descending celestial slaying platform vanished in an instant. Many looked on with eager anticipation, hoping to witness the subsequent developments. Even those, like Guang Chengzi and Methria, who had confidently asserted that Jiang Chen could not prevail, felt a twinge of apprehension. After all, Jiang Chen had previously achieved feats that astonished them. The prospect of yet another surprise seemed all too plausible. All eyes converged upon the stage. Observing Sun Wukong still in a suppressed state, Guang Chengzi erupted in laughter. Ha ha! O Jade Emperor, it appears everything unfolds as I anticipated. Guang Chengzi chuckled, while Methria inwardly reveled as well. After all, Sun Wukong was their chosen contender for the calamity. With such formidable abilities, how could he be so easily vanquished? This outcome signified that the Buddhist sect had triumphed over the heavenly court in this covert contest. Methria's gaze, enigmatic yet pointed, flitted across the Jade Emperor's face time and again. Though no words were spoken, the implications were unmistakable. The Jade Emperor's expression darkened profoundly. Today marked a rare occasion in his reign when he found himself unable to control even the most fundamental of emotions. Fortunately, he refrained from revealing his turmoil directly, opting instead to send Jiang Chen another message. This communication was straightforward, urging him to make another attempt, though it bore a tone of increased severity. Upon receiving the message, Jiang Chen exhibited no discernible change. The Jade Emperor's countenance grew even more grim. Guang Chengzi and the others required no special insight. The Jade Emperor's expression alone revealed the unfolding events. This fellow, even now, failed to grasp the situation. After governing the three realms for so many years, he showed no sign of progress. The group shook their heads in disdain for the Jade Emperor. Yet, they secretly hoped for his continued obstinacy. For only through such persistence could Jiang Chen's relationship with him gradually disintegrate, allowing them the opportunity to seize Jiang Chen away. Countless celestial beings gazed upon the scene, their expressions darkening. They never anticipated that even Jiang Chen's intervention would prove insufficient to slay the demon monkey. Had they not lost face entirely in the heavenly court? At that moment, Jiang Chen unleashed his technique. A terrifying flash of blade light erupted from his primordial knife. What was his intention? Previously, he could not harm his opponent in the presence of the celestial slaying platform. Why was he now approaching? Surely, it was the pressure imposed by the emperor that compelled such action. Not only the onlookers, but even those within the Lingxiao Palace, including Xuandu, Guang Chengzi, and Methria, regarded his actions with astonishment. However, their surprise was fleeting. As they turned their gazes toward the Jade Emperor, only derision remained. This fellow, even now, remained unyielding. The Jade Emperor gazed upon the scene before him, a mixture of indignation and solace washing over him. He felt comforted that Jiang Chen still adhered to his guidance, yet vexed by the formidable power exhibited by the demon monkey. Had he known this would transpire, he would have acted differently. The supreme innate spiritual treasure, the Hunyuan blade, unleashed its divine might, accompanied by an unparalleled confidence. Even standing before a quasi-saint, he believed that any demon, regardless of its stature, could be cleaved in two by his blade. Before Jiang Chen stood Sun Wukong, the so-called indestructible golden body said to be impervious to all below the saints. Yet, as Jiang Chen's blade struck, the once invulnerable form succumbed effortlessly, as if a hot knife had sliced through butter, leaving a smooth, precise incision. To the astonishment of all, a monkey's head tumbled down. How could this be possible? In that instant, the Jade Emperor was engulfed in elation. He had indeed triumphed. The other celestial beings, who had been anxiously awaiting the outcome, shared in his joy. They felt their dignity restored. Sun Wukong had dared to challenge the heavenly court, leaving them powerless. Yet now he was subdued by Jiang Chen. Indeed, the emperor had not erred in his judgment. After slaying Sun Wukong, the fortune of the heavens would be his, and he would see the Buddhist sect's arrogance quelled, solidifying his dominance over the three realms. The Jade Emperor leaned back in his chair, surveying the figures of Guang Chengzi, Methria, and Xuandu below. The trio stood frozen, akin to statues, grappling with the realization that their earlier boasts had been thoroughly dismantled. Methria felt as though his mind were unraveling. The very foundations of his understanding shattered. Guang Qingzi and Xuandu exchanged glances, bewildered. Was not Sun Wukong a pawn of their Buddhist sect? Had they not cultivated him to be exceedingly powerful? How could such a grave error occur at this juncture? Indeed, he had been slain. Before their arrival, they had extensively investigated the matter, aware of the considerable resources the Buddhist sect had invested. Sun Wukong was scarcely inferior to their usual disciples, a top-tier existence beneath the quasi-saint level on the vast expanse of the primordial continent. With his indestructible golden body, he was nearly equivalent to a saintly being. Now that he was gone, did this not imply a monumental shift in the impending tribulations? Xuandu and Guang Qingzi trembled, their gazes fixed upon the Jade Emperor, who remained comfortably seated upon his throne. His lips, still curled in a smile, met their incredulous stares. He quickly assumed a facade of nonchalance, as if all had unfolded precisely as it ought to. Do not gaze upon me so, it is concluded. I instructed you to bring this monkey back. Ah, Mithriya, do not linger. Go forth. The Jade Emperor spoke with an air of casual indifference, though his uncontainable smile betrayed the gravity of his triumph. At this moment, Mithriya finally comprehended the situation and hastily turned to dash towards the exit. The scene unfolding before him was swiftly conveyed by the celestial beings present to distant realms. This was merely the superficial manifestation of a far deeper phenomenon. At the instant when Sun Wukong was struck down, an eerie aura surged forth like a tempestuous tide, sweeping across the entirety of the primordial world in an instant. Reaching unfathomable distances, countless beings in the vast wilderness were engulfed by this overwhelming wave, utterly incapable of offering any resistance. The very fabric of the primordial heavens and earth, along with all living entities, underwent a profound transformation. The ominous energy cascading from the horizon roared and churned ominously. It was over. All was lost. Such a terrifying presence was palpable even to the likes of Guang Qingzi and Xiandu upon witnessing Mithriya's exodus. The two dared not linger for a moment and hurriedly followed suit. Chapter 61. Mithriya Buddha is alarmed. Spare the monkey under the blade. At this moment, the monkey's head that had fallen suddenly soared back, landing steadily upon its neck. Sun Wukong's remaining essence, only half dissipated, was firmly anchored within. Jiang Chen's gaze sharpened, and the others were equally taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. Could it be revived once more? In the distance, the golden glimmering Mithriya rushed forth. What a close call. Fortunately, the Venerable One had implanted other measures within the opponent's body. Otherwise, a significant crisis would ensue. Mithriya silently reflected, having just employed a concealed technique hidden within Sun Wukong to stabilize his departing essence. Though the indestructible body was breached, its formidable self-healing ability remained intact. The moment the head returned, the wound began to close completely. Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow, surprised by such a method. Yet, it was merely a matter of delivering another strike. Just as he was about to wield the primordial blade once more, a plump hand reached out. Spare the monkey under the blade. The terrifying aura of Mithriya, the future Buddha and a figure of quasi-saintly status, erupted at that moment. The hearts of those present were set ablaze. Even the weaker among them staggered back several steps from the reverberation. At this juncture, Sun Wukong still had half of his essence trapped within his body. He turned his head slightly to glance at Jiang Chen, his eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. Everything unfolding now had validated Jiang Chen's earlier assertions. They had been treating me, the old son, as a mere pawn all along. At this moment, he yearned even more for Jiang Chen to act swiftly, even lifting his head to meet the blade. Yet, in the next instant, a hand intervened. The two who arrived were Guang Qingzi and Xuandu, both appearing shaken. Should this happen again, it would be too late to leave any contingency plans. Upon witnessing the three approach, Jiang Chen internally lamented the missed opportunity, directing his gaze toward the plump hand that obstructed the primordial blade. If this strike were not aimed at vanquishing demons, but rather at obliterating Buddhas, a thought flickered through Jiang Chen's mind, and two forms of divine power seamlessly transitioned at that moment. Mithriya, still gripping the primordial blade, suddenly felt a sharp pain, followed by a frantic heartbeat. A sense of danger enveloped him. Hastily, he amplified his magical energy, forcing the primordial blade away. Looking down, he noticed a deep gash etched upon his Buddha form, continuously eroding his essence. He immediately expended a considerable amount of fortune to mend it. What could this be? It could even breach my Buddha form. This Jiang Chen is indeed formidable. No wonder he could penetrate the opponent's indestructible golden body. His blade is of exceptional quality as well. Thoughts raced, and Mithriya gazed at Jiang Chen, questioning him vehemently. How could you be so reckless? By this point, Mithraya's anger was aflame within him, speaking without a second thought, as he could only reproach Jiang Chen for this incident. Meanwhile, the two bystanders silently observed Sun Wukong, who appeared as malleable as clay in their grasp. Even if he wished to rise and collide with the blade, it was already too late. The situation had reached an impasse. Jiang Chen sighed inwardly. Earlier, he had conferred with Sun Wukong atop the Immortal-Slaying Platform, contemplating a plan akin to Nez's act of filially severing flesh for his parents. Given that the Buddhist realm had bestowed upon him such formidable powers, he resolved to destroy this corporeal form and return it to them. Sun Wukong had merely lost his physical body, yet his true spirit remained intact. In comparison to the future freedom that awaited him, unshackled by the control of others, he was willing to make this sacrifice, though he lamented the near miss. At that moment, both Jiang Chen and Sun Wukong found words surging within them. The Jade Emperor truly was inept. Despite such a splendid opportunity, he remained passive and did not intervene. With a sigh, the Jade Emperor addressed Tai Bai beside him, remarking, "It seems we have fallen short once more." Tai Bai swiftly leaned in, whispering, "Your Majesty, this is the best outcome under the circumstances, at the very least. Our heavenly court's dignity remains intact. Perhaps you should take a look." The Jade Emperor nodded slightly, a thought causing him to materialize at the scene. His hands clasped behind his back, adopting a leisurely demeanor as he surveyed the individuals before him. "What do you fellow Taoists intend to do?" Upon hearing this, Mithraya immediately pressed his palms together and spoke with an air of calm. "Your Majesty, this monkey shares a karmic bond with Buddhism. He must not be harmed." The audacity of his words was astonishing. Simultaneously, the Jade Emperor, Guangchengzi, Xuandu, Jiang Chen, and Sun Wukong silently berated him in their hearts for his brazen demeanor. Mithraya, seemingly oblivious to the odd glances from the others, regarded Sun Wukong with a benevolent expression, causing the latter's fur to stand on end in sheer horror. Then, astonishingly, the Jade Emperor fell silent, merely casting a casual glance at Jiang Chen. "By heavens, he seeks to push me forward." Jiang Chen realized from the other's gaze that he had once again been ensnared in a scheme. Given the current predicament, it appeared that one must step forward to bear the burden. Concluding that he would be the one, Jiang Chen raised the Hunyuan knife in his hand. The blade radiated with the brilliance of exterminating evil, and all present felt as though their skin was being sliced, prompting a shift in their expressions. "What do you intend to do now?" Jiang Chen disregarded Mithraya's exclamation, resolutely bringing the knife down. With a crisp clang, a small tower, no larger than a palm, floated before him, intercepting the blow of the Hunyuan knife. The heavenly yellow Linglong Tower. Jiang Chen heard Xuandu's languid voice echoing. "Sun Wukong cannot be killed. Why is that?" Jiang Chen asked, feigning ignorance, as he witnessed the Linglong Tower enveloping Sun Wukong in protection. He understood that he had lost his chance. Sun Wukong had tasted the elixir of the Supreme Old Lord, and thus had intertwined fates with him and the teachings of humanity. Any course of action would naturally require consultation with the Supreme Old Lord. Xuandu had long been prepared for this inquiry, and promptly replied. Jiang Chen, gripping his knife, murmured, "The Old Lord, is it?" And then, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. "What relevance does it hold for me? I am but an executioner, tasked solely with the beheading of the condemned, and the individual in question is a criminal for whom I bear responsibility, as mandated by His Majesty, the Jade Emperor." Upon the mention of the Jade Emperor by Jiang Chen, all gazes converged upon him, causing an uncomfortable sensation to wash over him, prompting him to clear his throat twice. He nodded in silence, refraining from utterance, merely observing the unfolding events. "Ladies and gentlemen, this Sun Wukong is the criminal I am to execute. My actions bear no wrongdoing." "Do they?" Noticing the silence from the others, Jiang Chen continued to smile and inquire. In response to his grin, Guangchengzi, Xuandu, and Mithraya found themselves at a loss for words, unable to mount a rebuttal. Meanwhile, the Jade Emperor, observing from the side, sensed an ominous turn of events and discreetly took a few steps back. This fellow, sporting that very smile, made the Emperor aware that something was amiss. He was all too familiar with this expression, reminiscent of their earlier encounter in the Grand Hall. The underlying implication of such a smile was, quite plainly, a demand for more compensation. Chapter 62. Hike the price. Extorting Mithraya Buddha, Guangchengzi. Previously, they had threatened me, and now they turned around to deceive them. Contemplating this, the Jade Emperor felt a sense of balance within. If they could extort him, why could he not do the same to them? This indicated that it was merely Jiang Chen's inherent nature rather than a deliberate targeting. After a moment of silence, Mithraya spoke softly. "What you mean is that you want the Jade Emperor to issue a decree for you to withdraw, correct?" Just as the Jade Emperor was about to take a step back, the piercing gazes of the crowd compelled him to halt. Jiang Chen's subsequent actions left everyone astonished. Bring forth the execution platform. A thunderous sound echoed as the previously dissipated execution platform reappeared in the sky. The clanking of iron chains resonated in the ears of the onlookers, and the realm was immediately isolated. As they beheld the descending execution platform, several faces changed color. Xuandu summoned back the Xianhua Linglong Tower. Esteemed guests, we are already on the execution platform. The fate of those here, be it life or death, rests in my hands as the executioner. Originally pressing his hand upon Sun Wukong, Guang Qingzi suddenly felt a lightness in his grip. The suppression force of the immortal suppression platform on Sun Wukong weakened. In an instant, Sun Wukong leaped towards Jiang Chen, surrendering himself like a fledgling returning to its nest. A large blade was then pressed against his neck. To everyone's surprise, Sun Wukong did not resist. Instead, he wore an expression of anticipation. No. Calm down. Just moments ago, Xuandu and the others had been distracted, focusing solely on the execution platform, granting Jiang Chen an opportune moment. Sun Wukong found himself once more in Jiang Chen's grasp. Although they could certainly break this realm, even here on the execution platform, it would merely require a bit more effort. Yet, this time frame was sufficient for Jiang Chen to execute Sun Wukong. You truly possess cunning. Do you not relish demanding exorbitant prices and extorting others? Let us give them a taste of their own medicine. The Jade Emperor thought to himself. Then, Jiang Chen feigned a profoundly sorrowful expression and addressed the crowd. Esteemed ones, I did not wish to harm my dear brother. Were it not for His Majesty's harsh demands, I would not have come here. Now, if you wish to save him, you must present something of worth. This will prove my sincerity to the heavenly court, lest I too be dragged upon this platform once you depart. At this point, they found themselves with little to say or do. Mithria immediately responded, reasonable, quite reasonable. I have here a clear heart bamboo, a spiritual root that grows beside the abode of saints. It calms the heart and nourishes the spirit, suppressing malevolent forces. With that, Mithria produced a jade bamboo about the length of his arm. What is this? An inferior postnatal spiritual treasure? Jiang Chen remarked with evident disdain. You are supposed to be a future Buddha, a giant among the Buddhist realm, and you present this to bargain? Even a beggar would find it inadequate. Jiang Chen scrutinized him, his eyes filled with contempt. It is as if this matter, should he accept it, would in fact diminish Mithria's status. At that moment, Mithria could only feel the turmoil of his inner turmoil. Even Xuandu and Guang Qingzi's gazes towards Jiang Chen shifted. This fellow's tongue is indeed formidable. In the future, if any issues arise, we must first silence his mouth. Oh dear, please do not frighten me. Jiang Chen feigned surprise, his hand slightly trembling the primordial knife, causing a hair from Sun Wukong to fall. If I were to be startled into accidentally injuring my brother, it would not bode well. I would harbor resentment against you for a lifetime. Mithria took a deep breath, suppressing the fiery anger within. What exactly do you desire? Jiang Chen waved his hand dismissively. It is nothing much. I merely seek 10 or so innate spiritual treasures. Mithria felt a sudden urge to turn and leave. Remaining in this place, he feared he might lose control and strike Jiang Chen down with a single blow. What do you think I am doing? 10 or so innate spiritual treasures. Where am I to procure those for you? Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen subtly moved his hand again, causing Mithria's expression to change once more. Xuandu chimed in at that moment. Isn't your Buddhist sect clamoring for expansion lately? To achieve that, sacrifices must be made. Now is the time for you to pay a price. One cannot catch a wolf without parting with a child. Indeed, Mithria, do not be stingy, Guang Qingzi echoed. Listening to their words, Mithria's chest heaved. After a lengthy pause, he finally calmed himself and looked at Jiang Chen. I cannot offer you more. 10 or so is impossible. I can provide you with one high-grade innate spiritual treasure, along with over 200 Xianhuang pills and some heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Would that suffice? Jiang Chen glanced at the other's expression and nodded. Pressing further would indeed provoke an outburst. Seeing Jiang Chen finally relent, Mithria breathed a sigh of relief. By the way, remember to give me that clear heart bamboo from earlier as well. Let it be included. You, Mithria, having suffered in silence, ceased to speak. He was afraid this fellow would make even more excessive demands. He hastily handed everything over. At that moment, Jiang Chen shifted his gaze towards Guang Qingzi and Xuandu, who were merely spectators. The Jade Emperor silently mused. Indeed. You too. Since Mithria has contributed, what about you? What nonsense is this? We must also contribute. The first two maintained their expressions of amusement, not anticipating that the flames would soon engulf them as well. What nonsense. Since you accompanied Mithria to protect my brother, You naturally must contribute as well. It cannot all fall upon Mithriel alone, can it? Jiang Chen wore a broad smile. Yet to the others, this smile was utterly detestable. More critically, at that moment, the Jade Emperor had already positioned himself beside Jiang Chen, clearly siding with him. The anger within the others could not be expressed. Ironically, it was Mithriel who most desired the other two to contribute, for after all, 3 losses were better than a single loss. Gazing upon several scorching stares directed at him, Guang Qingzi and Xuandu inwardly cursed their misfortune. These individuals, renowned figures who had dominated the primordial chaos for many years, found themselves bested by a mere lesser deity. Yet, they were unable to retaliate. This young man was adept at leveraging power to his advantage, displaying remarkable intelligence that warranted further cultivation. The Jade Emperor observed Jiang Chen with increasing satisfaction, nodding slightly in approval. At this moment, Jiang Chen had transformed in the Emperor's mind from a disposable pawn to a legitimate and promising successor worthy of substantial investment. The subsequent outcome was, of course, self-evident. Reluctantly, Guang Qingzi and Xuandu produced a plethora of treasures, celestial riches, and miraculous elixirs, everything one could desire. Naturally, they refrained from offering many innate spiritual treasures. Jiang Chen did not press the matter. Achieving a balance among the 3 was sufficient. Ultimately, his own power was insufficient, and acquiring too much could lead to unnecessary complications. Thus, he could only watch as the 3 departed with Sun Wukong, while he himself turned to return to his residence. Chapter 63, The Blooming of 12 Petals. Ultimately achieving the great Luo body upon returning to his residence, Jiang Chen summoned the true essence of Sun Wukong from the Book of Fate. Wukong, how fare you now? At this moment, Sun Wukong was able to perceive and manipulate his own body through this fragment of his true spirit. Jiang Chen understood well that Wukong had not been taken to another realm, but was instead in the Do Shui Palace. According to the unfolding narrative, Wukong could not be vanquished. Subsequently, the Supreme Lord Lao Jun would take him and cast him into the furnace, intending to refine him for a span of 49 days, transforming him into an elixir of immortality. However, this process inadvertently augmented Wukong's powers, leading him to overthrow the alchemical furnace. Such matters, upon careful contemplation, reveal profound insights. Chief, these fellows are still astonished by the breach of my indestructible golden body. They are still analyzing it. Wukong's voice echoed. Within the Do Shui Palace, Sun Wukong found himself encircled by the Supreme Lord Lao Jun, Xian Du, Guang Qingzi, and Mi Lu, all vigilant against unforeseen mishaps. They had even sealed all of Wukong's 5 senses before daring to engage in discourse. Each uttered exclamations of incredulity, with some going so far as to claim the teachings of the Buddhist sect were ineffective. Yet, they remained oblivious to the fact that half of Wukong's true essence resided within the Book of Fate. Thus, they had not entirely obstructed his perception. Lao Jun, I initially intended to harness your furnace's flames to fully awaken his latent potential. Now that his indestructible body has been compromised, do you foresee any issues? This concern echoed among the others present. Upon hearing this, the Supreme Lord waved his hand dismissively. It matters not. I shall merely practice for a few more days and exercise caution then. With that, Wukong was cast into the alchemical furnace. After conversing with Wukong, Jiang Chen resolved to remain indoors for the next few days to avoid retribution from the others. Reflecting on his situation, he realized that the only course of action available to him was to cultivate diligently. He began to inventory the treasures he had recently acquired. Suddenly, a wildly ambitious thought struck him. Could he utilize these items to break through to the realm of Great Luo? This notion was indeed audacious, considering he had only recently ascended to the Tai stage and had only just stabilized his state. However, to assert that it was entirely impossible would be misleading. After all, he was surrounded by a plethora of resources, compounded by the rewards from the Book of Fate. This was an endeavor worth pursuing. Now, strength was imperative. He could not afford to delay any longer. The distinction between Tai and Great Luo represented 2 disparate realms, and his treatment by others would inevitably shift accordingly. After contemplating for a time, Jiang Chen conveyed a message to Sun Wukong, urging him to remain vigilant regarding any changes in his physical condition. Wukong offered no dissent to Jiang Chen's words. They were now united in purpose. Initially, Wukong had been unaware that Lao Jun's act of casting him into the furnace was meant for his fortification. Thus he had resisted the surrounding flames, even seeking a refuge. However, under Jiang Chen's guidance, his perspective had now transformed. He boldly approached the heart of the blazing flames, arms wide open. Let the fire rage even more fiercely. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Chen began to absorb all the spiritual treasures he had plundered. The spiritual energy coursed through his limbs and bones, causing his body to swell like an inflated balloon. Every inch of his meridians brimmed with energy. If he lacked suitable means, it would not be long before he would be reduced to mere fragments. Utilizing a reward. Slaying the firebird grants the reward. Fire God's primordial technique. Fire control. Fire control. With a mere thought, I command all flames in the world. This was the reason he dared to break through to the great Luo at this moment. It was this reward that inspired him to entertain bold ideas. True fire of the two instruments, come to me, Jiang Chen commanded. The true fire from the supreme Laojuan's furnace was the true fire of the two instruments. A harmonious blend of yin and yang, balancing the great Tao. To a certain extent, it could refine his very essence. At this moment, through the true spirit of Sun Wukong, Jiang Chen summoned the true fire of the two instruments to himself. The temperature in the room began to rise rapidly. With his fire control technique, he allowed the flames to circulate within his being. Whether it was his body, meridians, or primordial spirit, all were continually refined by this fire. Impurities were gradually extracted. This method bore significant risks. A moment's inattention could cause the flames to inflict damage on his primordial spirit and physical form that far outweighed the benefits of refinement. Even with the fire control technique, Jiang Chen remained exceedingly cautious. Fortunately, luck was on his side. Several attempts yielded no mishaps, allowing him to voraciously absorb the spiritual materials before him. At this moment, Jiang Chen was multitasking with great intensity. He simultaneously controlled the true fire of the two instruments, manipulated the great Tao's book of life, and continuously drew upon the flames. On the other hand, he was also voraciously absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy. Such actions were undeniably reckless. In fact, this frantic operation began to muddle his mind. As his consciousness grew chaotic, distracting thoughts began to rise within him. Achieving the great Luo and shaping this lifetime depended crucially on the unification of consciousness and primordial spirit. Not a single misstep could be tolerated. Perfection was paramount. These distracting thoughts were tormenting Jiang Chen in his current state. He could only strive to maintain this balance, inching forward carefully, for any slight miscalculation would lead to utter failure. However, the speed at which these distractions surged was beyond his expectations, and he found himself unable to halt their advance. Think of a solution. Think of a solution. With the last remnants of his rationality, Jiang Chen contemplated his situation. The Tao of the blade. Yes, the primordial blade. With a resounding thud, the sound of a blade echoed as the primordial blade appeared beside him. He struck down upon himself, targeting his primordial spirit and those distracting thoughts. In an instant, a distracting thought was severed. Effective. In Jiang Chen's heart, a tempest brewed as layers upon layers of sword principles descended, severing his distractions one by one. Before long, his state of mind, primordial spirit, and physical form approached a state of perfection. With a resonant hum, a lotus flower ascended from his sea of consciousness, gradually unfurling, petal by petal. A common talent would yield a bloom of 3 to 4 petals, while the pinnacle could reach the consummate stage of deluo. Petals 5 to 8 might aspire to the threshold of quasi-sainthood. A fully blossomed flower, with 9 petals, could potentially touch upon that legendary realm. At this moment, the lotus atop Jiang Chen's head had indeed opened to 9 petals. Yet, this manifestation did not cease. Beyond 9 petals lay the 10th, a level attainable only by ancient powers such as Taishang and Nu Hua. The lotus continued to transcend, advancing from 10 petals to 12. At this juncture, the spiritual energies within Jiang Chen gradually dissipated, restoring tranquility. The Tuyin true fire that he had conjured was also shaped into a sphere and retracted. With the bloom of 12 petals, he had ultimately attained the grand achievement of Deluo. Chapter 64. The great sage Qi Tian causes havoc in the heavenly palace. Chaos reigns in the celestial realm. The flames within the 8 trigrams furnace burned continuously for a full 81 days. Jiang Chen immersed himself in fervent cultivation for the same duration. Almost simultaneously, Jiang Chen completed his training, while Sun Wukong also reached the conclusion of his endeavor. Taishang Laojun took 2 steps back, as the figures of Methreya, Guang Qingzi, and Xuandu gradually faded from view. Taishang Laojun then resumed his composed demeanor, seated firmly upon his mat. Noticing a disturbance, the previously tightly sealed 8 trigrams furnace now revealed a slight fissure. With a thunderous bang, the lid of the furnace crashed through the Doshui Palace. Observing this scene, Taishang Laojun furrowed his brow slightly. The situation appeared somewhat peculiar. In the next moment, a commotion ensued. Emerging from the furnace was a monkey engulfed in blazing flames. It's for a brilliant golden hue, with flickering flames coursing through it, enhancing its formidable presence. The aura emanating from it left Taishang Laojun momentarily stunned. This was entirely different from what he had anticipated. Something was amiss. A grave issue had arisen. Previously, he had surmised that Sun Wukong, upon entering the furnace, would instinctively seek a safe refuge, and that his two-element true fire would merely need to gently awaken the potential within the monkey's body, also aiding in the forging of its fiery eyes. Yet, the current sight before him suggested otherwise. It appeared that Sun Wukong had actively absorbed the two-element true fire for 81 days within the 8 trigrams furnace. Those eyes were no longer mere fiery eyes, but had transformed into the void-breaking eyes. Furthermore, the intensity of its aura surpassed that of an ordinary Deluo, nearly rivaling the pinnacle of Deluo itself. Taishang Laojun was convinced that, given a little more time, Sun Wukong would effortlessly ascend to the level of a quasi-saint. This was utterly astounding. In his astonishment, Taishang Laojun found himself gazing blankly at Sun Wukong. The latter turned to cast a sidelong glance at the old Taoist. Had it not been for his conversation with Jiang Chen, he would never have realized that this elder was the embodiment of a saint. The grand performance had already commenced. He could not merely remain idle. With a powerful kick, he sent the furnace flying outward, and with a resounding crash, the golden cudgel materialized in his hand. Its golden and fiery red hues intertwining, amplifying its terrifying presence. Caught off guard by his astonishment, Taishang Laojun failed to evade as the furnace struck him heavily. Although it did not inflict significant harm, it left his face stinging. However, he quickly regained his composure, letting out a cry of pain. This incident ignited the flames of wrath within Sun Wukong. Still performing. Since you enjoy theatrics, let us engage in a grand spectacle. Sun Wukong stepped forward, the flames on his body dissipating somewhat. The attire of the great sage Qi Tian materialized upon him, transforming him into a streak of light as he surged forth. Even the grand formation rising around the Doshui Palace could not impede his progress. How had this mischievous monkey grown so formidable? Taishang Laojun found it difficult to comprehend, murmuring in astonishment. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong had already raised his golden cudgel high. Within the celestial realm, it traversed with unyielding vigor, an indomitable presence that none could withstand. A mere touch would spell doom. A mere encounter would herald death. Countless palaces passed by in the midst of its journey. Yet Sun Wukong did not deign to enter through the doors. Instead, he forcefully breached them. Whatever treasures lay within were ruthlessly plundered, and if of no worth, they were simply destroyed. This lesson had been imparted to him by Jiang Chen previously. After enduring such hardships, it was only right to reclaim some semblance of reward. After all, he could not perish, nor would his adversaries allow him to meet his end. Naturally, he would seize whatever spoils he could. Report. The demon monkey has departed from the palace of Doshui and is making its way towards the southern heavenly gate. Upon hearing this, the Jade Emperor and his court furrowed their brows in concern. How could the situation diverge so drastically from their prior expectations? Shouldn't the creature have charged directly into the Lingxiao Palace to confront them? All their forces had been summoned to this location, leaving the southern heavenly gate poorly defended. Quickly, summon Neza to guard the southern heavenly gate. The Jade Emperor, filled with internal turmoil, maintained an outward calm as he issued his commands. The celestial officials, upon receiving the decree, hastened to the Santan Hai Hui Palace. By the command of the Jade Emperor, summoned the great deity Neza to defend the southern heavenly gate. After the proclamation, a silence fell, devoid of any response. Undeterred, the Jade Emperor called out once more, but still, there was no answer. After a prolonged moment, the grand doors creaked open, revealing a figure. The great deity of San Tan Hai Hui had descended to the mortal realm to patrol and was absent from this place. Hearing this, the messenger's complexion turned pale, and he rushed back to report. Upon receiving this news, the Jade Emperor's expression darkened, nearly choking on his own blood. Why did it have to happen at this precise moment? In his thoughts, he recalled his nephew. Dispatch Yang Jian to guard the southern heavenly gate. The messenger dared not delay and hurriedly made his way to the mortal realm. However, upon reaching Guanjin port, he was intercepted by 3,000 deities of the grass. By the Jade Emperor's decree, the Erling Zhenjuan must go to defend the southern heavenly gate and thwart the demon monkey. Upon hearing this, the crowd raised their brows slightly, then resolutely declined. Apologies, but Erling Zhenjuan is currently engrossed in a crucial phase of his training and cannot lend aid to the heavenly court. Return whence you came. Upon hearing this, the messenger's face became more wretched than a bitter melon. He wished to voice further objections, but seeing the other party drawing their weapons, he refrained from saying more and returned to the heavenly court to report. At this moment, the Jade Emperor gripped the armrest of his chair. His countenance darkened to an extreme. How could it be that at such a critical juncture, none of them were available? One claimed to be patrolling the mortal realm. Another asserted they were at a pivotal stage in their training. Was this mere coincidence, or had it been orchestrated? The Jade Emperor surveyed those around him, none of whom were capable of confronting the threat. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong continued his relentless assault, having journeyed from the southern Heavenly Gate to the northern Heavenly Gate, then onward to the eastern Heavenly Gate. As news of this reached the Jade Emperor, his expression grew increasingly grim. Was it possible that such a vast celestial court could be utterly overturned by a mere monkey? At that moment, the illustrious Tai Bai Jinxing stepped forward respectfully and said, "Your Majesty, there is indeed another candidate." "Who?" inquired the Jade Emperor. "Jiang Chen." Upon hearing this, the Jade Emperor was taken aback. Indeed, how had he forgotten him? Previously, he had only considered sending formidable generals to subdue the monkey, neglecting this readily available and effective option. However, the mere thought of Jiang Chen's mischievous grin and his habit of demanding money ignited an unwelcome flame of irritation within the Jade Emperor. Wait, if I send someone to summon him, will he not engage in haggling? Will he not smile and extend his hand for more money? The Jade Emperor envisioned that scene vividly and felt a sudden constriction in his breath. He truly wished to avoid such an encounter. Rather than allowing him to prolong the process by making demands, it would be more prudent to appease him all at once. The Jade Emperor then issued a command: quickly summon Jiang Chen. Present him with 2 peaches from the 6000 year, old Pan Tao, and 100 Xianhuang pills, and instruct him to take action against that demon monkey. Chapter 65. The Tathagata could no longer remain seated, manifesting his presence and taking action. This time, the gaze of the crowd subtly shifted. To their surprise, it appeared that Jiang Chen required these items after all. Such a marked difference in attitude hinted at an unusual significance that piqued their curiosity. Within the confines of the estate, Jiang Chen regarded the Pan Tao and Xianhuang Dan before him, unable to suppress a smile. The Jade Emperor had indeed grown astute, having settled the appearance fee in advance. Were it not for my inherent honesty, I might have simply taken my leave without a second thought. With that, Jiang Chen turned and proceeded to the Lingxiao treasure hall alongside the envoy. Observing someone finally accompanying him, the envoy could not help but exhale in relief, having found a savior at last. However, this had all been part of a meticulously crafted plan. Jiang Chen was privy to numerous matters, including the fact that Sun Wukong aimed to augment his strength and acquire more during this tumultuous upheaval in the Heavenly Palace. Ultimately, whether it was Sun Wukong or Jiang Chen, neither had yet attained the requisite realm amidst this calamity. They remained mere pawns rather than players. And no matter how tumultuous their actions, even if they turned the Heavenly Court upside down, they would ultimately have to comply with the established design. Thus, rather than allowing others to dictate the conclusion, it would be more prudent for them to take charge themselves. After all, if they did not confront one another, how could Sun Wukong's gains ever truly fall into his hands? Before long, he arrived at the Lingxiao treasure hall. Though the journey had been brief, truth be told, with Sun Wukong's current prowess, had he truly wished to arrive at this location, he could have done so long ago. Yet, it was only upon genuinely breaking through to this level that he realized the Jade Emperor, despite his foolishness and malice, possessed considerable strength, nearing the pinnacle of quasi-saint status. While he could manage a scuffle outside, if he ventured inside and overstepped his bounds, it could lead to unforeseen consequences. Thus, when Sun Wukong communicated with Jiang Chen, he had already indicated that he would loiter near the Lingxiao treasure hall, revealing himself only when Jiang Chen arrived. Of course, the Jade Emperor and his cohort had not discerned this arrangement. With Jiang Chen's arrival, he encountered the various battle commanders and heavenly soldiers from the departments of thunder, combat, and punishment, all encircling Sun Wukong. "Wukong, why do you repeatedly act irrationally, engaging in such thoughtless deeds? It truly pains my heart." Before he even stepped into the Lingxiao treasure hall, Jiang Chen exclaimed, rushing forth. "Wait, I don't believe I said that." The Jade Emperor faltered, having intended for Jiang Chen to wield a blade from the rear to intimidate the opposition. How had he suddenly charged out? As Jiang Chen burst onto the scene, those who had encircled Sun Wukong were compelled to part ways, allowing him passage. "Jiang Chen has come to our heavenly court with unwavering loyalty toward us, the ministers. Indeed, it is often said that loyalty and righteousness are difficult to reconcile. Today, Chief Jiang's choice evokes a sense of bittersweet nostalgia among us all." In an instant, Jiang Chen's reputation surged significantly in the hearts of the gathered crowd. Many have extolled his loyalty and righteousness. However, When this incident falls under the gaze of figures such as Yang Jian and Neza, it only serves to accentuate the perceived weakness and ineptitude of the Jade Emperor. In an instant, the Hunyuan blade clashed against the golden cudgel wielded by Sun Wukong, and the two engaged in a flurry of over 1,000 exchanges in mere moments. Impressive prowess. Sun Wukong chuckled. Through the essence of the great Tao and the Book of Life, he directly established a mental connection with Jiang Chen. Such a rise in is truly formidable. Observing the nearly indistinguishable shadows of their movements, the onlookers collectively gasped in astonishment. They realized Jiang Chen's strength had grown significantly compared to before. Even the likes of the Silver Star Tai Bai squinted, their minds reeling in disbelief. These deities were not fools. Witnessing such a scene, they prudently retreated to provide ample space for the two combatants, wary of inadvertently involving themselves. Both were merely acting, each strike carefully restrained, revealing no hidden cards. It was time to conclude the performance, as they had sufficiently convinced the audience while preserving their true strengths. Upon hearing Sun Wukong's telepathic communication, Jiang Chen nodded in agreement. It was indeed time to proceed. By the way, why not showcase that divine ability of yours? This is the first time I've encountered something that can directly sever my indestructible golden body, Sun Wukong remarked. It's not considered your core trump card, is it? Not at all. Just go ahead, came the response, eliciting a smile from Sun Wukong. As their weapons clashed, they both retreated to create distance. Then, two surging auras erupted from them. Sun Wukong's presence was even more terrifying, enveloping half the sky in an instant. This is quasi-saint level. How did he manage to break through to quasi-saint? What is happening? In contrast, Jiang Chen's emanation of the great Luo aura became the least significant detail. Sun Wukong had actually ascended to the quasi-saint realm. This was nothing short of a monumental farce. How much time had passed? The Jade Emperor's eyes widened in astonishment. The golden cudgel in Sun Wukong's grasp, brimming with terrifying might, gathered myriad laws into a single strike. Merely standing there instilled a sense of dread. Jiang Chen, too, operated his great Luo golden body to its utmost. The demon extermination divine power enveloped the Hunyuan blade. Even Sun Wukong, at the quasi-saint level, could sense the threat emanating from it. In the next moment, both figures moved, leaving trails of light in the air before colliding. With a resounding boom, a terrifying aura surged outward, toppling the deities of the fighting and thunder departments. The onlookers gazed in fear at the unfolding scene. At this moment, the Tathagata had been waiting patiently. Given the specifics of the situation, shouldn't he have come to subdue Sun Wukong by now? The Tathagata believed he had maintained sufficient composure. Yet, the recent peculiar occurrences had unsettled his mind. Ultimately, with no other recourse, he waved his hand. Instantly, the image of the Lingxiao treasure hall materialized before him. He wished to discover what was transpiring here. However, upon focusing his gaze, he was left dumbfounded. What was happening? Why was Sun Wukong being suppressed? This cannot continue. If it persists, Sun Wukong shall remain suppressed. And how can I facilitate his entry into the journey to the west or initiate our grand scheme? At this moment, Sakyamuni could no longer remain idle. His immense figure soared from the spiritual mountain, propelling itself towards the heavenly court. At this juncture, the confrontation between Sun Wukong and Jiang Chen had already concluded. Although neither party had employed their most potent trump cards, this encounter revealed significant insights. My esteemed leader, your divine ability seems to possess an inherent restraint against me. I have indeed sustained a wound from your prowess, Sun Wukong remarked, brushing his fingers over a slender gash upon his chest. Despite his opponent's rapid recovery, the injury was undeniably real. Concurrently, his admiration for Jiang Chen's strength grew exponentially. With such an ally, who would not feel elated? Another strike from you, and you might very well subdue me. As Sun Wukong and Jiang Chen exchanged words, radiant beams of golden light cascaded from the Hall of Supreme Harmony, enveloping the heavens with a colossal silhouette. Impudent monkey, how dare you wreak havoc in the heavenly palace? Chapter 66. The Tathagata summons the Five-Finger Mountain to suppress Sun Wukong. Upon the sudden appearance of the Tathagata, the Jade Emperor furrowed his brow slightly before quickly relaxing it again. In a strict sense, this event was not entirely unfavorable, for the Tathagata had come of his own accord rather than being summoned. The distinction between these two scenarios was significant. Consequently, all the merits associated with Sun Wukong would be attributed to the heavenly court. Thus, when the journey to the west concludes, the heavenly court would receive far more merit than anticipated. The abrupt arrival of the Tathagata astonished the other deities present. However, both Sun Wukong and Jiang Chen had foreseen this occurrence and were not overly surprised, albeit they had not expected an ambush. The Tathagata's appearance was marked by an urgent demeanor, far exceeding his expectations. The repeated failures of his companions in this location had left him impatient, fearing further unforeseen complications. Therefore, he bypassed the classic narrative of allowing them to struggle and directly summoned the Five-Finger Mountain to suppress Sun Wukong. The overwhelming aura emanating from the mountain was unparalleled. Even Sun Wukong, with his current cultivation, was swiftly subdued. The mountain, formed by the convergence of 5 fingers, descended into the mortal realm, binding him with sacred texts that solidified his powers. After executing this action, the Tathagata furrowed his brow once more. It seemed as though the monkey's last vestiges of strength could withstand the Five-Finger Mountain. Why then did he ultimately succumb? Initially, when the mountain bore down upon him, Sun Wukong instinctively resisted. However, he soon recognized the futility of his efforts and restrained his power. The Tathagata was solely focused on the suppression, his speed remarkable, yet in hindsight, the events felt somewhat nebulous. He then contemplated the multitude of occurrences unfolding presently, letting out a sigh. Now, the chaotic energies of the primordial wilderness surged. Far beyond their previous expectations. Merely 5 individuals may not suffice to bear the weight of this calamity. Should another be added? Perhaps Jiang Chen. As thoughts raced through his mind, he continued, Sun Wukong, you have wreaked havoc in the heavenly palace, disturbing the heavenly laws. In light of the heaven's benevolence towards all living beings, you shall be confined beneath the Five-Finger Mountain for 500 years to reflect upon yourself. The resonant sounds of the Buddha echoed from the heavenly palace down to the mortal realm. Upon hearing this pronouncement, the expressions of the Jade Emperor and others darkened. Had the Tathagata been summoned by them, such words might have been acceptable, but in this circumstance, it was clear that he had come of his own volition. Nevertheless, despite their displeasure, it was not the time to confront him directly. The Jade Emperor suppressed his discontent and turned to depart. Simultaneously, invitations were dispatched in all directions from the heavenly realm as he sought to convene a heavenly assembly. Jiang Chen took this opportunity to glance at the Tathagata. For the first time, their gazes met, and a chill ran down Jiang Chen's spine. He was utterly convinced that had he not been within the heavenly court at that moment, the Tathagata would have undoubtedly seized him without hesitation. There was no attempt to conceal this intention. The Tathagata was the first to avert his gaze. Upon entering the celestial palace, the grand assembly of the heavens commenced. Countless celestial beings gathered for this occasion. Previously, during the tumultuous events instigated by Sun Wukong in the heavenly court, each of them had fled with remarkable haste. The appointed commanders had chosen to conceal themselves. Now, as the festivities of indulgence and revelry began, their eagerness was palpable. The Jade Emperor was well aware of this behavior, yet he chose not to dwell on it excessively. Although the gathering was primarily for merriment, matters of importance also required discussion. As the Jade Emperor began to address the assembly regarding the merits of recent events, he paused and cast a glance at the Buddha. Noticing the Buddha's impassive demeanor, he straightened his posture slightly. Despite the numerous occurrences that had transpired, the heavenly court had not suffered considerable disgrace, which was a source of satisfaction for him. Of course, this was not an issue he deemed worthy of meticulous scrutiny. Some matters, however, warranted contention. He posed the question of who should be recognized for the foremost achievement, suggesting that it rightfully belonged to Jiang Chen. How do you all perceive this? Upon hearing his words, aside from a few whose expressions remained unchanged, the majority exhibited varying reactions. Some gazed at him, others looked toward the Buddha, while some chose to bow their heads in silence. The Jade Emperor's insinuation did not go unnoticed by the Buddha, whose eyes glinted with a hint of darkness. As he pondered how to navigate this situation, one individual spoke up first. Your Majesty, I believe that the foremost credit should indeed go to Chief Jiang. We, who patrolled the vast wilderness, were not present in time and nearly caused a grave mistake. It was thanks to Chief Jiang that disaster was averted. Therefore, there is no objection to bestowing this honor upon him. Neza. All eyes turned to the youthful figure below. He had boldly chosen to align himself at this moment. Li Jing, seated nearby, was taken aback. How had his son suddenly chosen to champion someone? Did he not realize that the Li family had placed their bets on both sides? Ignoring his father's incredulous gaze, Neza continued. I too believe that this recognition is most fitting for him. This time, it was Yang Jian who spoke, seated beside Neza. His tone was calm, yet he had made his stance abundantly clear. Your Majesty, I second this proposal, declared the Star of Venus, rising to voice his agreement. His endorsement carried weight, suggesting the Jade Emperor's own inclination. In that moment, many were swayed, and the voices of support began to surpass half the assembly. Observing this, the Jade Emperor continued. In our heavenly court, merit must be rewarded, and transgressions must face consequences. What do you all propose as a reward for Jiang Chen? Suddenly, the Jade Emperor felt a piercing gaze upon him. Lifting his eyes, he found the Buddha regarding him with a mysterious smile before speaking, "Your Majesty. Though I reside in the secluded recesses of Ling Mountain, I have heard of Chief Jiang's formidable reputation. He traverses the 5 halls, leaving no foe unvanquished. Today, witnessing him firsthand confirms this. Why not bestow upon him an esteemed title? Given his origins from the Celestial-Slaying Platform, it would be fitting to grant him the title of Celestial-Slaying Lord." The Buddha's suggestion was straightforward. If the Jade Emperor sought to vex him, then he, too, would reciprocate in kind. The title of Heavenly Sovereign is not bestowed lightly. It is worth noting that even formidable figures such as Neza and Yang Jian hold merely the title of true sovereign. The Heavenly Sovereign stands as a figure second only to the Jade Emperor. This designation implies a status that can rival even the 4 sovereigns. Tai Bai Jinxing trembled slightly, gazing upwards in astonishment. The 2 great beings, in their attempt to vex one another, resorted to such actions. At this moment, both Neza and Yang Jian set aside their goblets, straining to listen. The unfolding events were becoming increasingly intriguing. With a smile, the Buddha appeared genuinely pleased. He relished witnessing the Jade Emperor's predicament. This was his way of unsettling his opponent. Should the Jade Emperor refuse, it would mean incurring the ire of Jiang Chen. This time, Jiang Chen was truly invested, responsible for both execution and obstruction, and possessed considerable strength. If the Jade Emperor were wise, he would undoubtedly avoid antagonizing such a formidable presence. As expected, after a moment's pause, the Jade Emperor gritted his teeth and pronounced each word deliberately. "Very well. Let Jiang Chen be bestowed the title of Heavenly Sovereign of Slaying Immortals." Chapter 67. The Enfeoffment of the Celestial Slayer. The fortune of humanity rises. Regarding the reasons behind the Tathagata's disdain for the Jade Emperor, speculation abounds. However, few could fathom why the Jade Emperor would acquiesce. As the sovereign of the 3 realms, his words are law, unalterable once uttered. Thus, a new celestial lord, the slayer of immortals, emerged from the heavenly court. Coupled with his prior displays of prowess, Jiang Chen's stature and influence ascended to the upper echelons of the heavenly court. Jiang Chen, the slayer of immortals. What was once the Ascension Conference transformed into Jiang Chen's Gala of Renown. This time, Jiang Chen indeed exerted considerable effort. His ability to subdue Sun Wukong was perceived as entirely reliant on him. Yet, even with these accomplishments, his fame had not yet permeated the vastness of the primordial world. But now, the tide had shifted. He had become a celestial lord. His previous deeds, which might have faded into mere whispers of legend over time, would now be indelibly etched into the annals of the primordial world following the Jade Emperor's decree. Regardless of the passage of years, his name would endure in memory. Jiang Chen was aware of this development, though his reaction was subdued. At this moment, he found his initial judgment reaffirmed. When one's power is sufficiently formidable, all shall belong to them. The title of Celestial Lord was indeed conferred upon him due to this merit. Yet, had his strength not reached the level of a great Luo golden immortal, would the Jade Emperor have yielded? Thus, without hesitation, Jiang Chen immersed himself once more in his cultivation. However, he overlooked one crucial aspect: humanity. Deep within, Jiang Chen remained unwavering in his identity as a member of the human race. Consequently, after his elevation to Celestial Lord, the fortunes of humanity underwent a profound transformation. In an instant, the golden dragon of fortune soared into the heavens, capturing the attention of countless powerful beings. Among them were the 3 sovereigns of the Fire Cloud Cave. Although each had their own origins, they had firmly aligned themselves with the human cause. Logically, given their status, they were not much different from sages. Yet, oppressed by the heavenly Tao, they could only reach the pinnacle of quasi-saint throughout their lives. By harnessing the fortune of humanity, they could unleash the power of sages. However, they remained confined within the Fire Cloud Cave, unable to depart. This myriad of circumstances placed them in a rather precarious position. At the moment the Tathagata pressed down the 5-finger mountain, all present sensed the implications. These individuals were indeed cunning. Having ensnared the mountain at the convergence of human fortunes in the Eastern Victory divine continent, the machinations from the West seemed intent on leveraging this calamity to siphon off the remaining fortunes of humanity, hoping to seize a share for themselves. Despicable, such brazen deceit. Suiren sneered. Let me calculate. What avenues exist to break this impasse? Fushi's hand stirred slightly, the innate 8 trigrams coalescing within his grasp. In an instant, they interlinked with heaven and earth, and a torrent of information surged towards this place. The radiance emanating from the 8 trigrams harbored countless insights. To an ordinary observer, a mere glance might induce madness. After a brief moment, as the brilliance faded, Fushi, who should have been wearing a frown, suddenly broke into a smile. What could possibly be the reason for this? Suiren and Shinnong were momentarily taken aback, before promptly inquiring further. Upon hearing their questions, Fushi chose to keep them in suspense, gesturing towards the sky. Listen for yourselves. Just as the other two were still in a state of confusion, a decree from the Heavenly Court resounded across the primordial expanse. The Jade Emperor proclaimed, Jiang Chen has rendered meritorious service to the Heavenly Court, and is hereby conferred the title of Heavenly Monarch, known as the Slayer of Immortals. Instantly, four golden characters descended steadily into the primordial realm, eliciting a wave of astonishment. Within the primordial forest, the name of the Slayer of Immortals echoed simultaneously in the minds of practitioners below the Great Luo. Traversing the primordial realm, dispelling demons, slicing through all beings, be they monsters, deities, or Buddhas. Before Shinnong and Suiren could utter another word, the entire fire cloud cave shimmered with golden light. This was the result of the burgeoning fortune of the human race. In an instant, streams of golden radiance surged into their bodies, revitalizing their limbs and bones. The cultivation and physique that had been suppressed by the heavenly Tao began to grow, albeit slowly. Joy illuminated their faces. This Jiang Chen. Shinnong struggled to articulate his thoughts. It was Fushi who resumed the conversation. This child ascended to the Heavenly Court a millennium ago, and I have retained an impression of him. After all, individuals of such talent among the human race are increasingly rare. I never anticipated that after 1,000 years, he would have developed to this level. Moreover, he has never wavered in his identity as a human. It is this unwavering commitment that has led to the present transformation. There was a hint of nostalgia in his tone, and the other two fell silent. The fortune of the human race can protect them, and conversely, when an individual reaches a certain pinnacle, they can similarly nourish the fortune of humanity. Clearly, Jiang Chen had achieved such a milestone. It has been many years since I have encountered such an exceptional descendant, Shinnong remarked, his voice tinged with melancholy, as his thoughts drifted far back to the dawn of humanity. At that time, all were embodiments of the Tao, with innate foundations of remarkable quality, yet devoid of cultivation methods. Now, with methods to cultivate available, the original foundations have been lost. It seems that one cannot have both. Though our interactions with this child have been limited, his recognition of his identity as a human and his devotion to our kind is beyond question. This is evident in how the fortune has nurtured him. Thus, we may also establish a connection with him. As he spoke, even Fushi himself was unaware of the slight tremor that coursed through his body. Excellent. The other two responded in unison. Unbeknownst to Jiang Chen, who was still immersed in his cultivation, the events unfolding within the fire cloud cave were entirely outside his awareness. Ever since that grand assembly, where he was named the Slayer of Immortals, his status within the Heavenly Court had undergone a radical transformation. Nevertheless, he maintained his previous habits. Cultivation, task completion, and occasional storytelling characterize his life, which remains unchanged. This stability has garnered him considerable trust from many. Simultaneously, speculations abound regarding the extent of his strength, particularly following that terrifying strike he delivered during his battle with Sun Wukong. In retrospect, it seems likely that such formidable prowess was honed through relentless practice on the Immortal-Slaying Platform, mastering an unyielding sword technique. This exemplifies the remarkable talent of this extraordinary individual. At this moment, Jiang Chen has the liberty to traverse the primordial realm. He descends every 10 days or so, not for any trivial matter, but to deliver resources to Sun Wukong. This is due to the fact that half of his essence resides within the Great Tao's Book of Fate, enabling him to enhance his cultivation even while being suppressed. Jiang Chen has never been one to refuse a powerful ally. Beyond this, his life remains largely unchanged until the day he returns to accept a task, where he unexpectedly encounters a familiar face, specifically, the renowned Marshal Tianpeng. Chapter 68. Marshal Tianpeng ascends the execution platform. Old acquaintances gather. The esteemed Marshal Tianpeng, commander of the Heavenly River Navy, appeared far from his usual formidable self. He was in a state of utter disarray, having been brought to the execution platform in chains. Jiang Chen composed himself and approached the scene. Who is this? The escort inquired, lifting his gaze. To his astonishment, it was the executioner of the celestial realm. He promptly responded with respect. I report to you, my lord. This is Marshal Tianpeng. He trespassed into the Moon Palace while intoxicated and harassed the goddess Chang'e, thereby violating heavenly laws. He is to be taken to the execution platform. Jiang Chen listened with an inward sneer, bemused that such a pretext was still being used. He refrained from voicing his thoughts, merely shaking his head in disbelief. After all, the commander of the Heavenly River Navy could hardly be accused of such folly as drunken misconduct. These allegations seemed to serve only as a means to silence dissenters. As he pondered, an idea struck him, and he declared, "Take him to the execution platform number 10. I shall accompany him for his final journey." As a celestial lord, he possessed the authority to make such a request. The escort, upon hearing this, dared not refuse and obediently led the way to platform number 10. Due to Jiang Chen's involvement, this particular execution platform had become a symbol of dread among the populace. All who had transgressed heavenly laws felt a gnawing anxiety, fearing they might be assigned to this fateful platform. After all, its reputation for merciless executions was well earned through countless grim deeds. Upon learning that he was to be sent to platform number 10, Marshal Tianpeng was struck dumb. Is this right? This cannot be correct. I merely acted foolishly while inebriated. Why must the celestial lord take matters into his own hands? He desperately racked his mind, recalling every misstep and grievance he had committed. Yet he could not fathom who could possibly summon such a fate upon him. Surely, his actions had not warranted a personal sentence from Jiang Chen. In that fleeting moment, terror clouded Tianpeng's thoughts. He even contemplated requesting a different executioner, but the circumstances offered him no opportunity for choice. Before long, Jiang Chen approached. Upon seeing him, Tianpeng's countenance grew even more pallid. "Celestial Lord, must you personally intervene in this matter? I beseech you, allow another to take my place." He endeavored to infuse his tone with respect to mask his trepidation. "Come now, Marshal Tianpeng, you are a commander of great authority, a leader among warriors. It is only fitting that I carry out this task myself," Jiang Chen replied with a smile. He had already formulated his intentions and had no intention of allowing Tianpeng to escape his fate. After all, he was eager to gather the 5 divine powers, and this illustrious figure was the perfect target for such an endeavor. Deep down, Marshal Tianpeng understood that regardless of who wielded the blade upon ascending the execution platform, the outcome would remain unchanged. Yet, confronted by Jiang Chen, he could not quell his fear, his body trembling involuntarily. Jiang Chen placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder, signaling him to remain calm. With a sudden draw of the Hunyuan blade, a sharp glint of cold light illuminated Tianpeng's face, causing him to tremble slightly. "Tianpeng, remember to exercise restraint." Before Tianpeng could utter a word, his head had already fallen, leaving a trace of bewilderment on his face. A reflection of the shock at Jiang Chen's words. "Wait, something feels amiss." Jiang Chen, caught up in the moment, had overlooked a crucial detail. Upon ascending the Immortal-Slaying Platform, regardless of whether it was oneself or another being slain, the ultimate consequence was the complete obliteration of the soul. As a candidate for the journey to the west, how could they possibly send Tianpeng here? The aura emitted by the opponent did not seem fabricated. Standing in place, Jiang Chen pondered deeply, even perusing the life history of Marshal Tianpeng, discovering no discrepancies. So this is what the Buddhist sect desires. Hold on. I neglected a significant point, the stark contrast between Tianpeng and Zhu Beiji's personalities. Realization dawned on Jiang Chen. From his interactions thus far and the findings from his inquiries, it became evident that Marshal Tianpeng and Zhu Beiji were entirely different beings. Though not renowned as a paragon of virtue or unmatched bravery, he certainly did not embody the cowardice, sloth, and greed that characterized Zhu Beiji, who was burdened with numerous negative traits. No one would believe he once held the esteemed position of a celestial deity and commander of the water army. Could it be that they tampered with this, leaving behind a fragment of his true essence for reincarnation, and then I was summoned to slay him? Akin to Sun Wukong's tale? Connecting the dots, Jiang Chen began to speculate. After all, this was the Marshal of Heaven. Even if he were to join the West after the journey to the West, his heart would surely not reside there. Thus, it would be prudent for the West to lay plans early, to influence matters from this very moment. In this light, I have inadvertently become a pawn. Without the divine status of Marshal Tianpeng, only a remnant of his soul remained, supplemented by some manipulations, transforming him into the Zhu Beiji they desired. After forming a rough hypothesis in his mind, Jiang Chen shook his head, casting the matter aside. It bore little weight on him. Instead, he ought to focus on the rewards he had acquired. Exterminating demons, immortals, devils, gods, and Buddhas. He had already accomplished the extermination of demons, Buddhas, and gods. Only 2 remained. The mere thought of exterminating devils brought to mind Wu Tian, sending a shiver down his spine. It should not take long. Since the other party intended to operate within the primordial chaos, they would inevitably leave behind some traces. When the opportunity arose, he would strike immediately. When the world descends into chaos, if he could seize the chance, exterminating the devils would be within grasp. There was even a possibility of acquiring this divine ability along the current lead during the journey to the west. Given his current standing and the information he possessed, locating those actively concealing themselves among the devils would prove somewhat challenging. However, if the other party also sets their sights on the path to the west, then opportunities may not be entirely absent. In addition, there is also the matter of the celestial execution. At present, he finds himself devoid of thoughts and can only bide his time. Once the execution concluded, Jiang Chen descended from the execution platform. The guards, who had previously awaited him, stood ready. Heavenly Sovereign, we shall take this from you and report accordingly. Jiang Chen relinquished the severed head he held. The two nodded vigorously, then turned and departed. Oh, who claims that being a deity renders one oblivious to worldly affairs? Is it not evident otherwise? Jiang Chen mused with a smile, turning to re-enter the celestial execution hall for another look. After the swift stroke, his hand tingled with anticipation. He sought to see if anything else piqued his interest. As he strolled, Jiang Chen suddenly chuckled. Indeed, today proved to be his fortunate day. Not far off, he spotted another familiar face. Truly, it seems that old acquaintances have gathered today. Jiang Chen hastened towards the newcomer, who was none other than Ao Lai, the third prince of the Dragon King of the West Sea. Chapter 69. The Second Slaying of the White Dragon Horse and Sha Sung. The five companions of journey to the west gathered again. It must be said that this individual was an unfortunate, yet legendary figure. Originally, he thrived as the third prince in the Dragon Palace, living a life of comfort and preparing to marry. However, on the eve of his wedding, he discovered the infidelity of his fiancée with the hideous nine-headed worm. How could he tolerate such betrayal? He immediately caused a scene, and in the ensuing chaos, they knocked over the everlasting lamp, setting the Dragon Palace ablaze, damaging the luminous pearl bestowed by the Jade Emperor. Unsurprisingly, he found himself in violation of heavenly laws. As for the princess of the Baibo Pond, she must have been quite foolish to abandon the handsome white dragon for the grotesque nine-headed worm. Perhaps it possessed some peculiar allure? Jiang Chen chuckled softly, suddenly realizing something amiss. Logically, he should have received a punishment of 300 strikes before being executed later. Yet, here he was, directly sent to the execution platform. It seemed that some intermediate steps had been omitted. Hold on. First it was Marshal Tianpa. Now this Dragon King's third prince. Could it be that they had discovered some unique advantage in traversing the execution platform before descending to the mortal realm? Or had the script been altered? Contemplation aside, action was still necessary. Jiang Chen, with a warm smile, dragged the terrified white dragon onto the execution platform number 10. Afterward, he encountered the general of the curtain. Unsurprisingly, the general too fell beneath his blade. Thus, the group of 5 tasked with obtaining scriptures had all traversed under his sword, with 4 of them having their descent scripts forcefully revised. This alteration was undoubtedly due to his influence, and he found himself rather impressed by their adaptability. At that moment, the followers of Buddhism had once again arrived in the heavenly court, directly reaching the Lingxiao Palace to sit opposite the Jade Emperor. The Emperor's gaze flickered with an uncontainable fire, his voice raised by 8 degrees. What do you intend to do? Do you wish to take Jiang Chen away? What nonsense is this? Do you think I would acquiesce? Mithriya had long anticipated the Emperor's reaction. Had this been prior to Sun Wukong's rampage in the heavenly palace, perhaps conceding some benefits would have sufficed. However, the situation had changed. The value represented by Jiang Chen and the power he displayed had compelled the Jade Emperor to begrudgingly acknowledge his title as the Celestial Executioner. At this juncture, for the Buddhist sect to demand Jiang Chen's release was indeed astonishing. It was not a matter of simply taking him away, but rather a request for temporary custody. Mithriya, wearing a cheerful demeanor, began to eloquently deliver his pre-prepared remarks. Yet, to the Jade Emperor, that smile appeared rather unappealing, and it was unclear what habit had led to such a perception. The individuals of the Buddhist realm consistently exhibit such rigid expressions, rendering it impossible to discern their thoughts. This places one at a disadvantage in negotiations, as a fleeting sense of disdain crosses one's mind. The Jade Emperor continued, stating that everything had proceeded as they had indicated. Those designated previously had all descended to the mortal realm for reincarnation. Logically, their objectives should have been achieved. Are they now attempting to gain even more? The Jade Emperor, unperturbed by such matters, found himself within the confines of the Lingxiao Palace, his domain. While he remained unfazed, Mithriya, however, preferred to refrain from discussing these issues in great detail. After all, the vast wilderness is teeming with formidable beings. Should any of them harbor ill intentions toward the plan and intervene, the situation could become quite precarious. Mithriya elaborated further, stating that there were indeed reasons for utilizing Jiang Chen. You are aware that he ascended from an ordinary mortal to a great Luo golden immortal in merely a millennium. Such speed is unimaginable to the average individual. Would you believe that there were no other factors at play? This statement caused the Jade Emperor to pause. To be honest, he had contemplated this matter before, though he had yet to arrive at a conclusion. Observing the Jade Emperor's moment of reflection, Mithriya recognized that he had struck a chord and continued, suggesting that it was a matter of calamity energy. He can harness this calamity energy. Consider carefully. Those he has vanquished over the years are all intertwined with malevolent energy and calamity. Over time, the accumulation of calamity energy within him is not inferior to that of the 5 individuals. The Jade Emperor remained silent, clearly lost in thought, acknowledging the validity of the argument. Thus, it follows that this group of 5 requires an additional member, and the eventual outcomes would far surpass the original arrangement. What does your Majesty think? Upon hearing this, the Jade Emperor shook his head, effectively declining. The reason was simple, if that were the case. Keeping Jiang Chen in the heavenly court would align more closely with his intentions. He had always aimed to seize fortune during this calamity. Otherwise, he would not have made such extensive preparations from the outset, nor allowed Jiang Chen to develop to this point. He could have eliminated him at the first opportunity. This calamity is essentially tailored for the 2 saints of the West. The scope for interference from other saints is minimal. He could not believe that those formidable beings would genuinely swallow their pride. As a former little Taoist of the wilderness, he understood well that the Eastern saints do not harbor fond sentiments toward their Western counterparts. Should the Jade Emperor not allow this matter to proceed smoothly, his gains would be significantly less than those of others. It is even possible that the 2 saints might proactively step in to support themselves, depending on the unfolding circumstances. There are numerous informants within the heavenly court. The avatar of the Supreme Saint is also present here. Any stirrings would have already reached their ears. Your Majesty, we are also aware of your thoughts, Mithriya remarked, observing the changes in the Jade Emperor's expression. This time, we represent the 2 saints to discuss a mutually beneficial solution with your Majesty. A threat, a blatant threat. First, a hefty stick, then a sweet date. This is the most commonly employed and effective method. Indeed, the expression of the Jade Emperor was shifting. Should I wade into this murky water? In truth, the calamity has already reached its conclusion here, and there is no further connection with the heavenly court. What follows is merely observing the operations of the Buddhist sect, while we, as bystanders, reap the final rewards. Moreover, with all the changes that have transpired, the heavenly court will not receive meager returns. Yet, he yearned to provoke a reaction, thus he straightened his posture and spoke. Our celestial slayer is a person of conviction. You may negotiate with him at your discretion. If he is indeed willing, I would be inclined to acquiesce. Before long, Jiang Chen suddenly heard a message being delivered from outside the door. To his surprise, a member of the Buddhist sect had come to pay a visit. What could the Buddhist sect want with me? After much contemplation, Jiang Chen ultimately decided to welcome them in. Chapter 70. The revelation of supreme power shocks Mithriya. The visitor was none other than Mithriya, who had just concluded a discussion with the Jade Emperor. Upon entering, he wasted no time and directly broached the subject of the journey to the West. Are you suggesting that I partake in this expedition? Jiang Chen inquired, his gaze toward Mithriya grave and earnest. Mithriya exhibited a sincerity surpassing even that displayed before the Jade Emperor, revealing portions of his plan. At present, Mithriya's power and status compelled Jiang Chen to treat him with due seriousness. Moreover, the cunning embedded in Mithriya's schemes left no room for criticism. Though it was Jiang Chen who found himself ensnared, he could not help but acknowledge that these stratagems were far more astute than those of the Jade Emperor. If you agree to join the journey to the West today, upon its successful completion, there will be a position for you as a Buddha in the West. Mithriya boldly proposed. Conversations between intelligent individuals are typically devoid of unnecessary embellishments. They are straightforward, swift, and efficient. There, you shall be a heavenly monarch in the West. A Buddha. Such a distinguished figure shall be unparalleled in the entirety of the primordial chaos. Mithriya endeavored to paint an alluring picture, and Jiang Chen nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, it was an appealing proposition. Upon hearing this, Mithriya's lips curled into a smile. However, before he could fully express his delight, Jiang Chen's response was succinct and unequivocal. I decline. The directness of Jiang Chen's refusal left Mithriya astonished. He believed the offer he presented was sufficiently enticing. Why then, was it met with rejection? Based on his earlier deductions, Jiang Chen appeared to be an individual of considerable greed, particularly regarding anything that could augment his strength. After all, he had previously taken significant risks in dealings involving himself, Xuandu, and Guangchengzi. Why the refusal now? Could it be that with elevated status, his ambitions had grown larger? Mighty monarch, there are still matters we can discuss in detail. Should you harbor any reservations, rest assured, even the Jade Emperor cannot directly interfere, Mithriya continued. However, Jiang Chen shook his head once more. No, it is too complicated and entangles too many affairs. I am a being of freedom, preferring to remain within this celestial slaying platform, engaged in my own pursuits. Here, I enjoy complete liberty, and my cultivation can progress steadily. Why should I wade through this murky water? After all, the intentions of that group from the Buddhist sect extend beyond merely recruiting me. They seek to consume me entirely. As Jiang Chen spoke, Mithriya's expression shifted repeatedly. Mighty monarch, you must understand, this world is ultimately a vast web of worldly affairs, all adhering to the righteous path. You remain ensnared within this intricate net. You ought to carve out a broad expanse for your future. Otherwise, a moment's negligence may lead to. Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow. Are you threatening me? No, mighty monarch. This is a benevolent reminder, Mithriya replied, his smile growing even more pronounced. Such a demeanor struck Jiang Chen as utterly distasteful. However, upon reflection, it seems that shamelessness has become a hallmark of the Western Buddhist sect. Everything they possess today has been derived in this manner, even those two individuals. With this thought, Jiang Chen hastily stifled his musings. The events of the last incident were still vivid in his memory. He could not afford to provoke them again. These matters stem from deep-rooted origins. Nevertheless, it has indeed granted them numerous advantages, whether in attaining the status of a sage or in the establishment of their sect. These occurrences appear to be cast from the same mold. A myriad of thoughts flickered through Jiang Chen's mind as he once more raised his gaze towards Mithriya. Upon meeting Jiang Chen's penetrating glance, Mithriya, who had been smiling moments ago, suddenly froze, a peculiar notion dawning upon him. Could he have already anticipated my next course of action? Yet, before he could finish his train of thought, Jiang Chen had slightly straightened his posture, releasing an aura. This presence surged forth with a tremendous force, causing the surroundings to shift under the relentless sweep of myriad laws. Mithriya's expression became rigid. He had reached the great Luo golden immortal. When did this transpire? Mithriya articulated each word as if forcing them from his throat. How had the other party achieved such a breakthrough? If memory served him right, their last encounter had revealed Jiang Chen's cultivation at merely the Tai level. How much time had truly elapsed? This was more agonizing than death itself. Yet, this was not the most terrifying aspect. The most alarming part was that he sensed this aura was remarkably stable, not at all resembling that of someone who had just broken through. Rather, it felt as if Jiang Chen had long since stabilized his cultivation. When had this occurred? Mithriya raced through his thoughts, searching and calculating in his mind. It was not only him. The true monarchs governing the 5 halls of the celestial slaying platform also sensed this overwhelming force and promptly locked onto its source, Jiang Chen's residence. A resounding voice echoed once more, but this time it was laced with profound astonishment. The others understood the implication. Jiang Chen had ascended to the great Luo golden immortal. Yet, this was utterly inconceivable. At that moment, several other true monarchs also voiced their shock. Their astonishment no less than that of the true monarch of the celestial slaying platform. They had witnessed Jiang Chen's growth firsthand. Indeed, his transformations had unfolded right before their eyes. From an ordinary mortal to an individual who showcased his talents, until he became a figure traversing the 5 halls. Then, he had turned the tables on the spirits of the underworld, followed by encounters with Golden Cicada, Sun Wukong, and Bai Fong. Reflecting on it now, every step Jiang Chen took was traceable. To exaggerate slightly, it seemed as though even touching a quasi-saint was not beyond the realm of possibility. My friends, regardless of the circumstances, Jiang Chen has undeniably matured to a point beyond our reach, and he is a celestial monarch with profound ties to the celestial slaying platform. After a lengthy silence, the true monarch of the celestial slaying platform finally sighed deeply. The assembly fell into a hushed stillness. In truth, to a certain extent, even upon encountering Jiang Chen, they must offer their respects and greetings. The shift in status is something they are yet to acclimatize to. We harbor no grievances against him. On the contrary, we have rendered considerable assistance during his journey of growth. There is no need for alarm, everyone. Upon his utterance, the others also came to their senses. The several true lords cast a few more glances around, and upon discovering the presence of Mithriya in Jiang Chen's residence, they dispersed accordingly. If one were to mistakenly perceive this action as merely a consequence of Jiang Chen emanating the aura of the great Luo, which attracted the gathering of the 5 halls true lords, that would be a grave misunderstanding. It can be asserted that no observer truly comprehends the thoughts that reside within the hearts of these 5 true lords. Not even the execution officials could ascertain such matters. But is this really the case? After the group convened and then separated, an invisible force began to radiate outward, heralding an unimaginable shift in the celestial landscape, a transformation that has yet to manifest in an explosive manner. Chapter 71. Agreeing to the Buddhist realm. Joining the journey to the west. As soon as Maitreya departed, the Jade Emperor's gaze remained fixated upon him. The overwhelming aura of the great Luo that surged forth from Jiang Chen's residence was undeniably apparent to him. At this moment, the Jade Emperor slightly parted his lips, astonished. Is this truly the great Luo? It dawned on him that he had underestimated Jiang Chen significantly. The last time he engaged in a back and forth with Sun Wukong, he had considered the possibility of an increase in the latter's strength. However, just recently, Jiang Chen had demonstrated his breakthrough to the Tai stage. How brief a span it had been. He had merely regarded Jiang Chen as being in the mid-Tai stage, which he believed was a bold assumption. As for the reason Jiang Chen could contend with Sun Wukong, it was simply due to Sun Wukong's reluctance to fully unleash his power. Now, it seemed that he had miscalculated yet again. The Jade Emperor found his seat increasingly unstable, and after a considerable pause, he finally spoke. Jiang Chen must undoubtedly have formidable forces aiding him from behind, perhaps even a sage. The reason the Jade Emperor dared entertain such thoughts was that a clear example lay before him. Sun Wukong had refined himself in the 8 trigrams furnace for a staggering 81 days, swiftly transitioning from the Great Luo to the quasi-saint level. Only a being of such strength could facilitate Jiang Chen's terrifying rate of advancement in such a short time. As for why Jiang Chen appeared to the Jade Emperor as a concealed individual destined to encounter calamity, a multitude of thoughts flashed through his mind, followed by an overwhelming tide of regret that engulfed him. Had he known earlier that Jiang Chen had attained the status of a great Luo golden immortal, he would never have acquiesced to his proposals. In fact, the moment Maitreya suggested this notion, he would have dismissed it outright. Now, however, he found himself in a quandary. A great Luo golden immortal. This realm was indeed a significant power within the wilderness. If previously Jiang Chen, as a Tai, warranted some attention, his ascension to great Luo now demanded due regard. After all, not to mention sages, even quasi-saints were formidable beings akin to himself, an ancient power. Aside from that, he had only encountered Sun Wukong. Yet, what was Sun Wukong's status? He was born to confront calamity, with 2 sages backing him simultaneously. Jiang Chen. The Jade Emperor repeatedly murmured Jiang Chen's name, his countenance shifting with each utterance. Simultaneously, he berated himself in silence. Why did he not adhere to his original convictions? Had he remained steadfast, the situation would not have escalated to this point. In his self-reproach, he also found himself somewhat resenting Jiang Chen. Why had he not informed him of his breakthrough to Great Luo? Was it a matter of distrust? He was willing to bestow upon him a celestial lordship. Yet Jiang Chen refrained from disclosing his advancement to Great Luo. Could it be that the powerful figure behind him preferred to remain concealed? The Jade Emperor was well aware of many things and quickly drew connections in his mind. In an instant, he rose abruptly from his seat, intending to step outside. However, just as he took a step forward, he halted, his mind racing with thoughts. At present, I find myself in a state of quasi-agreement regarding this matter. Should I proceed now, I fear it may not transpire as I desire, and instead tarnish my image. If Jiang Chen were to acquiesce to the other party, my involvement would become futile. Once again, the Jade Emperor's old habits have resurfaced, leaving him rooted in place, unable to take a step forward. In that moment, news of Jiang Chen's breakthrough to the Great Luo stage reached the ears of Tathagata. His expression shifted subtly, revealing his astonishment. Jiang Chen had become an enigma. Since his emergence, numerous plans had been altered in irreversible ways. The last time he witnessed Jiang Chen in action, he did not exude the aura of a great Luo being. Yet now he had achieved that level. Had he been concealing his true power? Or had this breakthrough occurred recently? If we were to compare, his rate of advancement was not dissimilar to that of Sun Wukong. Although Sun Wukong attained the Great Luo stage within a century, it had been facilitated by the direct intervention of revered figures from both the Tao and Buddhist realms. A scheme traceable back to the calamities of the Witch and Demon War. In light of this, Jiang Chen appeared even more formidable. Consequently, the notion of guiding him into the Buddhist fold grew ever more compelling. Coupled with the calamity energy he harbored, it could ultimately contribute to the accumulation of merit for the impending tribulations. Thus, Tathagata felt an urgent need for Jiang Chen to be involved. His continued wanderings rendered him a daunting variable. After much contemplation, Tathagata resolved without hesitation and communicated with Mithriya, granting him permission to agree to all proposed terms, provided that Jiang Chen would join the journey to the west. Within Jiang Chen's celestial abode, Mithriya gazed at him, his astonishment unabated, even intensifying with time. This was due to the transmission he had just received from Tathagata. Even as the future Buddha, he found himself somewhat at a loss. After a brief pause, he managed to compose himself and congratulated Jiang Chen on his achievement, proclaiming him a true celestial sovereign. At that moment, Mithriya's demeanor shifted entirely, addressing Jiang Chen as a fellow Taoist, placing him on equal footing, with the position of celestial sovereign and the power of a great Luo. He was no less than a Buddha. Indeed, it is true that strength is the foundation of all things. Just moments ago, he referred to Jiang Chen as a minor celestial sovereign, and now he had transformed into a peer. Jiang Chen, naturally, sensed the change in Mithriya's tone, further solidifying his initial convictions. Had he been merely a Tai golden immortal, he might have found himself bereft of any chance to oppose. Even if the Jade Emperor sought to protect him, the dual pressures from the Buddhist and the saints might compel him to concede to the demands of others. Even if he could evade such pressures now, the prospect of a secure future would remain elusive. However, achieving the Great Luo stage would alter this dynamic. While he had yet to reach the strength to contend with those at the pinnacle of power, he could still revel in his freedom within the primordial realm, unrestrained by others. A powerful force burdened with concerns, juxtaposed with an unrestrained individual of unparalleled prowess, presents a conundrum that is all too evident to the Buddhist realm. Thus, the positions of both parties have been curiously elevated to a level of equality. Friend Jiang Chen, Mithriya intoned with a gentle demeanor, we extend our utmost sincerity in inviting you to join our expedition to the west. As long as you are amenable, any conditions you propose shall be met with our compliance. Mithriya endeavored to soften his tone, gently persuading Jiang Chen. After a period of deep contemplation, Jiang Chen articulated his condition. He wished to retain his freedom. He desired the ability to intermittently appear within the ranks of the pilgrimage, yet not be bound to it. Mithriya hesitated, pondering deeply before lifting his gaze to perceive the aura emanating from Jiang Chen, which was evidently not cultivated by them and lacked any means of counteraction. Furthermore, this individual was resolute in his convictions. After weighing his options, Mithriya gritted his teeth and acquiesced to the request. Heavenly Sovereign, it is settled then. Upon hearing such a formal address, Jiang Chen smiled and nodded. It is settled. Chapter 72. The invitation from the god of wealth and the request of the three heavens. Such conditions cannot be described as lenient. They are, in fact, rather excessive. Nevertheless, the Buddhist sect grudgingly acquiesced. Ultimately, the most favorable choice was to ensure that Jiang Chen could seamlessly integrate into the Western expedition. Jiang Chen's intermittent involvement was, in certain respects, a means to provide the Buddhist sect with reassurance, granting himself ample time for development. His current prowess was insufficient to disregard Ling Mountain. Should the opposing side abandon all pretense and forcefully impose their will upon him, even if the Jade Emperor decided without hesitation to stand beside him, he would still lack the backing of saints and adequate strength. At this moment, the hesitant Haotian in the Lingshao Palace suddenly received a transmission from Mithriya, expressing gratitude for the Emperor's support. With a resounding thud, a hand slammed heavily upon the table. Had he truly agreed to their demands? The Jade Emperor was engulfed in a tumult of emotions, uncertain of his own mindset, a mix of relief and reluctance. Ultimately, these thoughts coalesced and were swallowed back down. It was enough. At least he had not incurred significant losses and learned some favorable news. A celestial monarch of the great Luo realm had merely taken a millennium to achieve this. The Jade Emperor settled back into his seat. As for the journey to the west, it had not cast him into the depths of despair. He had glimpsed the original blueprint, and had he followed their prescribed path, he might have been reduced to a mere fool, the subject of ridicule among all. This was dictated by the Tao ancestor, leaving him powerless. Thus, he hesitated, weighing each glimmer of hope, deliberating on how to secure his own advantage without inciting their ire. The Jade Emperor consoled himself, while simultaneously harboring a touch of vexation. If only he had disclosed the matters of the great Luo sooner. At that moment, Jiang Chen had just bid farewell to Mithriya when yet another visitor arrived. When did my abode become such a popular destination? Jiang Chen pondered. It was noteworthy that during the Grand Assembly, when he was conferred the title of Celestial Monarch, such fervor had not been witnessed. The explanation was quite simple. At that time, his elevation to Celestial Monarch was perceived as a concession from the Jade Emperor to the Tathagata. However, the situation had changed. With the release of the Great Luo's aura, the news naturally spread throughout the Heavenly Court. strength and status were now aligned, deserving of respect from all, compelling everyone to pay their respects. Observing the deities, each one displaying utmost reverence and laden with flattery, Jiang Chen felt a twinge of reflection, though it did not stir much within him. After sending away batch after batch of visitors, a prominent deity arrived, catching Jiang Chen by surprise. This individual was none other than the god of wealth, Zhao Gongming. Zhao, the god of wealth, Jiang, the celestial monarch. Upon their initial greeting, the two individuals simultaneously unleashed their auras, resulting in a rapid exchange of countless collisions within the blink of an eye. In the next moment, astonishment flickered in their eyes. Jiang Chen was taken aback to find that Zhao Gongming's strength appeared markedly superior to his recollections, significantly more formidable. Yet, it was evident that one could not cultivate such prowess on the investiture of the gods. Conversely, Zhao Gongming was astonished to perceive that Jiang Chen's aura transcended that of an ordinary Deluo, evoking images of ancient powers. This realization brought him a sense of reassurance, especially when he recalled his earlier intentions. As they settled down, Zhao Gongming wasted no time in addressing Jiang Chen directly. I have a few junior sisters who wish to meet the heavenly monarch. Might I inquire if you would grant them this audience? The mention of the wealth god's junior sisters, the three heavenly maidens, elicited surprise from Jiang Chen. You have heard of them? Zhao Gongming was taken aback. Jiang Chen smiled and waved his hand dismissively. What are you saying? The three heavenly maidens gained renown during the investiture war, as they overwhelmed the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect with the 9-bend Yellow River formation. Alas, had it not been for the intervention of the saints, the ultimate outcome might have been uncertain. Therefore, as a later generation, I am well aware of the illustrious reputation of the three heavenly maidens. His words, while flattering, held a kernel of truth. Zhao Gongming's delight became increasingly evident upon hearing this. Without hesitation, he grasped Jiang Chen's hand and led him directly out of his residence, soaring towards the 29th heaven. This realm belonged entirely to Zhao Gongming, and his abode was situated within it. Upon entering the residence, Jiang Chen immediately sensed a distinct atmosphere that set it apart from the outside world. A mere sweep of his 9-calamity divine eye left him secretly astounded. The entire room, from the grandest structure to the most minute furnishings, was intricately inscribed with arrays of mystical formations, interconnected with remarkable precision, creating a seamless and harmonious whole. Truly, one could not underestimate the disciples of the You have met the heavenly monarch, a melodious voice chimed from behind Jiang Chen. Straightening his posture and turning to look, he beheld 3 striking figures. Their beauty transcended mere words. It was ineffable. Jiang Chen prided himself on having encountered numerous lovely maidens. Yet these 3 rendered all others mundane by comparison. I have indeed met the 3 of you. Jiang Chen returned their greeting, while inwardly pondering their motives for summoning him. What was it they sought from him? Previously, he would have believed that he had no connection to such beings, but perhaps that was no longer the case. Given the current circumstances, it seemed plausible that they desired to accomplish something significant during this impending tribulation. Heavenly Monarch, our senior brother has mentioned that you possess considerable knowledge regarding our affairs, so we shall refrain from elaborating further. You are aware that we have ascended the investiture of the gods and received these so-called divine positions. However, this is an immense disgrace for us. As soon as Yunxiao's words were uttered, Jiang Chen quietly acknowledged the truth within his heart. Indeed, these individuals were once beings of unparalleled strength. Were it not for the canonization list, their abilities would likely have reached unfathomable heights by now, particularly Zhao Gongming, whose gaze flickered with a glimmer of yearning as the 3 Xiaos spoke. Had it not been for this occurrence, Zhao Gongming would undoubtedly have claimed the title of the strongest beneath the saints. You may speak candidly, esteemed guests. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen observed the unfolding situation. The atmosphere had escalated to such a point that no one chose to conceal their intentions any longer. Heavenly Sovereign, we implore your assistance in liberating us from the canonization list. Zhao Gongming's declaration nearly destabilized Jiang Chen, who had anticipated such a revelation. After a moment of swaying, he finally composed himself. At this juncture, the smiles of the 3 Xiaos gradually faded away. Chapter 73. The journey to the west begins in the realm of the primordial. As time flowed inexorably onward, once glorious human dynasties faded into obscurity. At this juncture, the dynasty that firmly occupied the throne of the realm was known as the Tang. For reasons unknown, the sovereign of this Tang dynasty found himself tormented by the spirit of the deceased Dragon King, unable to find solace day or night. In desperation, he summoned the renowned monk Xuanzang. The monk ascended the platform to conduct a grand assembly of teachings intended to bring peace. At that moment, One of the four great bodhisattvas of Buddhism, Guanyin, manifested her form and offered enlightenment. She elucidated the distinction between the teachings of the greater vehicle and those of the lesser vehicle. In the middle kingdom of the Tang, only the lesser vehicle was known, which focused solely on personal cultivation and did not aid the wandering souls. In contrast, the Western paradise held the teachings of the greater vehicle, capable of guiding the departed towards rebirth and dispelling resentment and malevolence. Inspired by her guidance, Xuanzang, filled with fervor, embarked upon the journey westward. The curtain of this great odyssey gradually rose. Along the way, Xuanzang encountered a myriad of fantastical sights, witnessing fierce tigers and confronting mountain bandits. He traversed the Eagle's Grievance Gorge, passed through the high old village, and waded across the river of shifting sands. In the blink of an eye, he was no longer alone. 3 disciples had joined him, and even his steed revealed itself as a white dragon. Thus, the Fellowship of 5 was formally established, albeit with notable differences. Had Jiang Chen not intervened, the original journey would have unfolded without any alterations, and Tang Sanzang would have remained oblivious to the origins of his disciples, clinging only to his initial intentions. However, the circumstances had drastically changed. Did Tang Sanzang remain unaware? Did Sun Wukong lack knowledge? What of the others? Moreover, Sun Wukong's essence resided within Jiang Chen. Certain truths were deliberately revealed to him, even things he had witnessed firsthand. All 5 of them had traversed the Slaying Immortals platform, forging a unique bond. The conversation flowed freely, and Tang Sanzang became aware of his extraordinary identity prior to reincarnation, as well as the actions of his companions in the celestial realm and the subtle foreshadowings intertwined in their fates. Furthermore, Sun Wukong divulged a startling revelation. Their expedition was not comprised of 5, but rather 6 members. However, this 6th individual would not accompany them on their journey westward. He would only offer assistance occasionally. This enigmatic figure was none other than Jiang Chen, the slaying immortal heavenly lord. Once this information came to light, outwardly, the group appeared unchanged, continuing their westward trek in their original formation. Yet, beneath the surface, ripples of emotion stirred within their hearts, each harboring a peculiar sensation. Even Xuanzang found himself deep in contemplation. After traversing an indeterminate distance and enduring numerous trials, they arrived before a Taoist temple. Upon raising their eyes, they beheld the 3 characters Wu Zhuang, Guan emblazoned above. At once, Zhu Beiji exclaimed in excitement, "Fortune smiles upon us. This is the abode of the great immortal Jin Yuan. What brings him here? Ah, this is not right. He should indeed be here." After uttering 2 nonsensical phrases, Zhu Beiji fell silent, contemplating the underlying meanings of his previous words. The others paid him no heed, simply observing in silence. Subsequently, it was Tang Sanzang who dismounted and approached the grand entrance of Wuzhuang Temple. Since they had arrived at this place, it was only fitting to enter and engage in some discourse, thereby gaining a measure of enlightenment. Upon the door's opening, the 2 young acolytes, Qing Feng and Mingyue, exchanged glances with the group and immediately discerned their origins. Master Tang, please, do come in. My master is not present at this moment. However, he specifically instructed that should any monk from the West seeking scriptures arrive, we are to present the treasures of our temple as a form of hospitality. Hearing this, Tang Sanzang joined his hands in gratitude and followed the 2 acolytes into the temple. Before long, they returned with a platter. Lifting the curtain revealed the items within, 2 ginseng fruits, resembling children no more than 3 years of age, complete with limbs and distinct features. Upon their unveiling, Xuanzang was momentarily stunned. The 2 acolytes delighted in his reaction, chuckling before feigning formality. "Master, please enjoy." They then stood aside, watching him intently, disregarding the presence of Sun Wukong and the others. However, moments later, disappointment awaited them. After a brief hesitation, Tang Sanzang expressed his thanks to the acolytes, seized a ginseng fruit, closed his eyes, and took a bite. The crisp sound echoed throughout the hall, astonishing not only Qing Feng and Mingyue, but also the bewildered Zhu Beiji and Sha Wujing. This fruit bore an uncanny resemblance to a human being, and given Tang Xuanzang's character, they had expected him to hesitate, perhaps even create a humorous scene. Yet, to their astonishment, he displayed no reluctance, consuming the fruit with a decisive motion. Initially, he struggled slightly, but upon finishing the first, he reached for the second without delay. Qing Feng and Mingyue sighed, but Tang Xuanzang's hand was evidently swifter. He snatched it up and swallowed it whole. In the wake of the astonished gazes of the onlookers, Tang Xuanzang's body began to levitate, radiant golden light emanating from him, illuminating the space as though he were a small sun. "Goodness, is this fruit truly so powerful?" Zhu Beiji marveled. He had been acquainted with such things before. While he had never eaten pork, he had certainly witnessed pigs in motion. He understood this fruit to a certain extent. Sun Wukong, with his keen perception, observed with clarity, recognizing that this fruit was a spiritual root of heaven and earth. For a mortal being, experiencing such transformations after consuming two was entirely natural. Moreover, he was originally a high monk of the Buddhist order. This was his fortuitous opportunity, propelling him headlong into the path of cultivation. After listening to Sun Wukong's explanation, Zhu Beiji and the others nodded in agreement. Even Qing Feng and Mingyue across from them instinctively inclined their heads in acknowledgement. Soon after, Zhu Beiji placed his hand to his mouth, nearly drooling. The mere thought of how quickly and deliciously Tang Sung had eaten before made him yearn for it. The sound of crunching echoed in his mind at that very moment, rendering him unable to resist. He then directed his gaze towards Qing Feng and Mingyue, hastening towards them. Extending his hand, he asked, "Where are our ginseng fruits?" Qing Feng and Mingyue were momentarily taken aback. The events of the day had left them in a state of shock. Yet, witnessing Zhu Beiji's current demeanor brought them a sense of delight, as they finally encountered someone who aligned with their desires. The two exchanged knowing smiles and beckoned Zhu Beiji closer. As he approached, he heard two words, "None." Chapter 74. The ginseng fruit of Wuzhuang Temple. The situation left Zhu Beiji in a state of distress. Since the two had claimed that their master had instructed them to entertain us, why was only my master allowed to partake, while the rest of us stood by, drooling? Qing Feng and Mingyue concealed their amusement, feigning a look of difficulty. "We apologize, but our master only mentioned Tang Sung. He did not reference anyone else." Disappointment and longing mingled on Zhu Beiji's face, eliciting laughter from the two. At this moment, Sun Wukong spoke up, expressing his curiosity about this delicacy, which he had yet to taste. "There's an old saying, all who come are guests. Moreover, your master has made prior arrangements. I trust you have an abundance of this delicacy. Do fetch some for us." Qing Feng and Mingyue, adhering to their own rationale, responded promptly. "Dear guests, we do not mean to be stingy. We are merely acolytes and dare not act without permission. Our master shares a connection with this esteemed monk from a past life, which is why we are here to attend to him. As for you, now, that is where you err. We are quite renowned ourselves and share a history with your master. Hurry and bring some. Perhaps he will even commend your cleverness." Upon hearing this, Qing Feng and Mingyue's expressions soured, and they retorted, "Enough, Monkey King. Do you think we are unaware of your identity? Aren't you just the heavenly horse?" Before they could complete their statement, their faces contorted with surprise, and they abruptly turned to retreat. "Eldest brother, what are you doing?" Beiji inquired, a hint of reluctance on his face. "You go on ahead. Just tell me, will you eat the ginseng fruit?" At this, Sun Wukong's gaze shifted to Sha Wujing, who remained silent, as immobile as a wooden figure. Wukong showed no inclination to inquire further. "Little white dragon, come in as well. There will be enough for everyone. I assure you, no morsel will go to waste." The little white dragon, standing outside, revealed himself as a handsome young man clad in white, entering with a complex expression as he surveyed the scene. "Eldest brother, what will you do if Xinyuanzi comes looking for you? Wuzhuang Temple is his domain, and the ginseng fruit tree is his treasure. Who in the wilderness is unaware of Xinyuanzi's name? If he learns of this and arrives in haste." To this, Sun Wukong merely waved his hand dismissively. "It matters not. You enjoy your meal." With Wukong's assurance, the gathered crowd felt no need to object. After all, when the sky falls, there is always a tall figure to support it. And clearly, that tall figure was right before them, leaving little cause for concern. Soon after, Qing Feng and Mingyue presented the ginseng fruit before them. Their expressions twisted with anger as they fixed their gaze intently upon the crowd, their movements impeccably precise. The ginseng fruits were presented one by one before the gathering, totaling 5 in number. Zhu Beiji, unable to contain his eagerness, swiftly consumed the first one as soon as it was within his grasp. His ample mouth, a consequence of his current swine form, allowed him to swallow the ginseng fruit whole, scarcely taking the time to savor it. With a slight pout, he realized he had not discerned any flavor. Turning his gaze, he saw Sun Wukong, Sha Wujing, and the white dragon horse leisurely relishing their fruits, which reignited his appetite. "Cough, cough, brother." Zhu Beiji leaned toward Sun Wukong, his broad face suddenly magnified with an unmistakable intent. "What do you mean by that? Get lost." Sun Wukong, discerning his intentions, dismissed him without hesitation. In pursuit of indulgence, Zhu Beiji's wits had clearly taken the upper hand. I distinctly remember 5 fruits being brought up, and you, brother Sha, and Little White have only consumed 4. There is still one left. Would you not consider my plight, given my significant mouth? Just let me have another taste. I hardly experienced the flavor. His plea was met with an icy glare from Sun Wukong. Off you go. All right then. Zhu Beiji donned a sycophantic grin and obediently retreated. The current Sun Wukong was no longer the same as before. He had ascended to a state of near saintliness, a fact Zhu Beiji had personally verified. The power to easily extinguish his existence was a reality he dared not oppose, so he returned to his previous spot. Yet, he remained undeterred, casting his gaze toward Xiao Wujing and the White Dragon. Upon noticing Zhu Beiji's stare, they instinctively shoved their remaining fruits into their mouths. A wave of despondency washed over him, prompting him to sidle up to Sun Wukong once more. Brother, this one just won't do. Could you not persuade them to bring over a few more? Before Sun Wukong could respond, Qing Feng and Ming Yue turned their heads in unison, glaring at him with such intensity that it felt as though he had been slain 1,000,000 times over in their eyes. What precisely are ginseng fruits? They take 3,000 years to bloom, 3,000 years to bear fruit, and 3,000 years to ripen, a maturation period even longer than that of the peaches of immortality. Since their arrival at the Taoist temple, the total yield from the tree had been a mere 30 or so fruits, not to mention the 2 entrusted for gifting. The 5 just consumed brought the total to 7. Their hearts bled at the thought. The ginseng fruit tree was an entity that could be revered for a lifetime merely upon sight. Even the most exalted deities could not overlook its significance. Yet, Zhu Beiji, having swallowed the fruits whole, still yearned for more. Unfazed by the glances of his companions, he boldly continued, Brother, as you can see, we've all eaten. A little more wouldn't matter. Well put. This time, a voice filled with repressed fury responded to the question, but it was not the Monkey King. Approaching slowly was an elderly man clad in a Taoist robe, exuding an ethereal presence. With each step he took, the surrounding world seemed to tremble slightly, and the entire Wuzhuang temple felt, in a subtle way, disconnected from this realm. The newcomer was none other than the master of Wuzhuang Temple, the progenitor of Earth Immortals. Zhen Yuanzi, the once captive Qing Feng and Ming Yue, now freed from the constraints of powerful magic, gazed at each other with tear-filled eyes. My lord, you have finally arrived. It was them. It was them. They exclaimed. My lord, 7 precious ginseng fruits have vanished. We are guilty. We are indeed guilty. As they spoke, their sorrow overwhelmed them, and they began to weep openly. They rushed into Zhen Yuanzi's embrace, their tears and snot flowing freely as they recounted the entire sequence of events, the manner in which they had been controlled, and how the ginseng fruits had been consumed. This revelation only intensified the fury simmering within Zhen Yuanzi. With good intentions, I entrusted these ginseng fruits to you for your hospitality. Yet you audaciously manipulated the boy with your magical prowess to steal my precious fruits. Chapter 75. The Intervention of Zhen Yuanzi. The monkey calls for reinforcements. The flavor was delightful, comparable even to the legendary 9,000-year-old peaches of immortality. Sun Wukong continued to eat the remaining half with an air of indifference, clearly dismissing Zhen Yuanzi. Zhen Yuanzi observed him with raised brows, recognizing the notorious monkey who once wreaked havoc in the heavenly palace. What brings you to my humble abode at Wuzhuang Temple? Sun Wukong glanced up at him, noting the irony of Zhen Yuanzi sending his disciples to entertain Tang Sung while remaining oblivious to his own emergence from seclusion. What a peculiar situation. Was it ignorance or a deeper motive behind this arrangement? As a formidable figure, how could he be unaware of my master's return? Such a level of ignorance was astonishing. Zhu Beiji, now healed and forgetting his past wounds, spoke candidly without regard for Zhen Yuanzi's presence. The old sage's expression shifted dramatically. As soon as the words left Zhu Beiji's lips, a recollection flashed in Zhen Yuanzi's mind, an understanding of his own formidable prowess as the progenitor of Earth Immortals. His strength unparalleled. Regret washed over him for having uttered those words. I care not for your identities. Should you dare to cause a disturbance here, be prepared to face the consequences. As he spoke, Zhen Yuanzi's magical power surged forth toward the group, intentionally avoiding Tang Xuanzang. Observing Zhen Yuanzi's demeanor, it seemed he had entered a heightened state of focus, and he refrained from further interruption. In the next moment, an overwhelming force erupted before Sun Wukong, creating a sensation akin to an apocalyptic tremor, as if the very world were collapsing. Zhu Beiji's complexion paled, and he hastily attempted to counter the force with spells. But against such might, their efforts were futile, merely the futile flailing of an ant against a tree. Zhen Yuanzi had long attained the status of quasi-saint. How could he be resisted by a mere reincarnation of Tian Peng? The others trembled in fear before this immense power, yet Sun Wukong remained unfazed, calmly finishing the last of the ginseng fruit. Only after savoring every morsel did he rise, unleashing his own formidable energy to collide with Zhen Yuanzi's. Quite impressive, Zhen Yuanzi acknowledged, momentarily taken aback by Sun Wukong's capabilities. However, that surprise was fleeting. With a slight motion, the entire Wuzhuang temple seemed to tremble, an overwhelming aura surging from the ground. The characters for heaven and earth materialized before them, descending with crushing weight. In that instant, they witnessed the birth, evolution, and demise of a world, the overwhelming essence rendering them powerless to resist. Soon, Zhu Beiji and the others were pinned down, utterly immobilized. What is this? Zhu Beiji cried out in despair, completely devoid of any capacity to resist. The only reason he had not met his demise was Zhen Yuanzi's restraint. Otherwise, he would have been reduced to mere pulp in the next heartbeat. Sun Wukong extracted the golden cudgel from his ear, channeling his immense magical energy and striking down with tremendous force. In that moment, even the air seemed to fracture, spreading like a spider's web towards Zhen Yuanzi. An invisible pressure surged towards the entirety of Wuzhuang Temple, causing Zhu Beiji and the others to relax slightly. They shifted from lying down to a crouch position, breathing a sigh of relief. At that instant, Sun Wukong stood high above, facing Zhen Yuanzi from a distance. Although their exchange consisted of only a few moves, it encapsulated their profound understanding of the laws of nature, their mastery over the cosmos, and an unparalleled magnitude of magical power. After a pause, Sun Wukong turned and declared, "Beiji, Shashidi, wait here, I shall go summon reinforcements." Zhu Beiji, emboldened by Sun Wukong's departure, could not restrain his scornful words. "Oh, you wretched monkey. You boasted so grandly before, and I thought you were capable." They had anticipated some dramatic reversal, but instead found themselves captured, utterly powerless to retaliate. Soon after, they were bound by Qing Feng and Mingyue. Such an opportune moment was not one to be squandered, and as they restrained Zhu Beiji, they took the liberty to deliver a few extra blows to vent their frustrations. Zhu Beiji could only grunt in response, rendered speechless. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen continued his discourse with the three Shaos and the god of wealth. With no need for concealment, he laid bare all his prior deductions. During the fierce battle, he had observed from the shadows and noted that Sun Wukong's aura was not whole. His true essence was but a fragment, yet his body remained intact, leading him to conclude that someone was aiding him from the shadows. Hearing Zhao Gongming's words, Jiang Chen's heart sank. "So, this is what you had discerned?" Zhao Gongming elaborated further, revealing that his initial suspicions had grown clearer during the ensuing battle. The back and forth between Sun Wukong and his opponent suggested that Jiang Chen might indeed be manipulating events behind the scenes. Though the reasons remained elusive, if this hypothesis held true, it implied that Jiang Chen possessed secrets undetectable to many, secrets that could potentially liberate them from their current plight. Thus, Zhao Gongming ventured a bold proposal and shared his insights with the three Shaos. After deliberation, they approached Jiang Chen, driven by their fervent desires. If Jiang Chen could orchestrate a switch for Sun Wukong, could they not also leverage his abilities to extricate themselves from the list of deities? To escape the list and purge the true spirits inscribed upon it was a dream they had long harbored. Now, with an opportunity at hand, they were unwilling to let it slip away. To their astonishment, the collective yearning to break free from the list of deities was indeed fervent. Jiang Chen diverted the conversation, neither affirming nor refuting. Engaging them in several rounds of Tai Chi, he was well aware of the intentions of the wealth god, Zhao Gongming, and the three heavens. Yet whether to assist them remained a matter worthy of profound contemplation. The reason was simple: they lacked support from any influential figures. The sage was likely still within the Zixiao Palace. Even if Jiang Chen were to utilize the Taoist Book of Destiny to help them break free from their constraints, it would only lead to self-immolation. Such an act would inevitably offend the sage, especially that venerable Tao ancestor. Beneath the sage, all are but ants. And as a mere insignificant ant, what outcome could he possibly expect from such audacity? One could surmise the answer with but a moment's reflection. Alas, this is the sentiment we share, and we hope that Lord Jiang Tianjun will ponder it carefully. This time, Zhao Gongming exhibited utmost sincerity. "My friends, even the celestial saint, who could single-handedly confront three saints, face defeat. What does this signify? It signifies that the is still insufficient. It requires allies and assistance." Jiang Chen merely stated this, and then turned to depart. This matter ultimately necessitates careful deliberation. He did not believe that a single refusal would lead Zhao Gongming and the others to complete despair. They would inevitably seek him out again. Upon arriving at his residence, Jiang Chen found Sun Wukong, who had been waiting there for quite some time. Chapter 76. The sixth person to seek the scriptures, journeying to Wuzhuangwen. "Chief, Ah, no. I should now address you as the celestial lord of slaying immortals. Upon hearing the laughter of Sun Wukong, Jiang Chen cleared his throat slightly, having momentarily forgotten this detail. During this period, various matters had accumulated. Now, upon reflection and careful calculation, it seemed that Sun Wukong had likely long since escaped from Wuzhuang Mountain and had joined the scripture-seeking expedition for quite some time. Jiang Chen promptly set aside the earlier concerns regarding Zhao Gongming and the investiture of the gods, welcoming Sun Wukong into his presence first. This matter could wait. He had already provided them with some guidance. Once they completed their task, they could discuss it further. As soon as the two were seated, Sun Wukong, as if presenting a treasure, produced a ginseng fruit and placed it on the table. Look what I have brought for you. Jiang Chen focused his gaze and was immediately captivated by the ginseng fruit's remarkably lifelike resemblance to a child, based solely on descriptions. He had not anticipated that it would appear so similar. At first glance, it truly bore no difference from a real child. Wait, a ginseng fruit? Jiang Chen realized, raising his eyes to Sun Wukong, and now he understood the purpose of his visit. Celestial Lord, I have been thinking of you. In Wuzhuangwan, there is a ginseng fruit. Once I obtained it, I thought to bring one for you. Observing the cheerful expression on Sun Wukong's face, Jiang Chen directly exposed his intentions. That person is not one to be so generous. Sun Wukong, caught off guard, paused momentarily before breaking into a hearty laugh, understanding without stating it aloud. The two exchanged knowing smiles, and then proceeded to discuss serious matters, specifically the need for assistance. Unlike the original narrative, this time, under Jiang Chen's careful guidance, Sun Wukong had gained insight into certain events following the journey to the west, and thus, though he was there to seek help, he appeared remarkably at ease. However, I do not believe that Zhun Yuanzi would collaborate with the Buddhist sect. Given his strength, it seems unlikely. Sun Wukong produced a flask of spiritual wine, filling cups for himself and Jiang Chen, a memento from his previous escapade in the Heavenly Palace. After taking a couple of sips and savoring the flavor, he shared his thoughts. Jiang Chen pondered quietly. According to the usual course of events, Sun Wukong would have overthrown the ginseng fruit tree and confronted Zhun Yuanzi. The latter would have issued a stern warning that if he could not restore the ginseng fruit tree, the companions of the journey would meet their demise. Pressured, Sun Wukong had retreated to the South Sea, seeking the aid of Guanyin, who ultimately revived the tree with her sacred nectar. In retrospect, the connections in this matter were complex. The Buddhist sect would never engage in an unprepared battle, so this instance was undoubtedly laden with schemes. The saintly positions of Jiejing and Zhuanti, in a sense, were relinquished by Han Yun, resulting in a prolonged standoff between both parties. This time, it seemed they sought to leverage the calamity of the journey to the west to gain a share of Zhang Yuanzi's fortunes and subsequently mend their strained relations. However, this was merely Jiang Chen's current interpretation. Whether there exists a deeper significance within this remains shrouded in mystery. As Jiang Chen pondered this, Sun Wukong had already drained an entire jug of wine, smacking his lips. He then produced a few peaches from seemingly nowhere, consumed them with relish, and rose abruptly. Oh, I must take my leave. If I am not mistaken, they must be growing impatient. I, the old Sun, am heading directly to Guanyin in the South Sea. Truth be told, I would have preferred the Heavenly Lord to accompany me on this journey, as he is the sixth person to seek the scriptures. It would be a splendid opportunity for him to make an appearance. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen finished the last of his wine. Your intentions are clearly not solely about the wine. Let us go, for it is time I too made my presence known. Just then, in a moment of clarity, he conceived a possibility. As the progenitor of Earth immortals, might he not strive to secure the favor of the human race? After all, this being had once intervened to protect humanity during the cataclysm wrought by the witch and demon calamity. The title of Earth Immortal had begun to resonate throughout the vastness of the primordial world at that time. His visit could be justified, whether as the sixth seeker of scriptures or as a representative of humanity. Jiang Chen felt that the commotion arising from this situation was not overly concerning. The ginseng fruit, while regarded as a supreme treasure by others, was merely a spiritual material in the eyes of the counterpart. Given the age of the being, it was likely that Zhun Yuanzi had long since reached the pinnacle of quasi-saintship. This matter primarily revolved around pride. Sun Wukong's actions were a slap in the face, naturally inciting ire. However, as the ginseng fruit tree remained intact, a reasonable apology should suffice to mitigate any major fallout. Upon exiting the celestial abode, Jiang Chen and Sun Wukong made their way to Wuzhuangwan. Jiang Chen devised a simple plan to approach with intentions of forging alliances while also demonstrating his own strength. Ensuring that there was potential for equal dialogue in the eyes of the Earth Immortal, thus enhancing the likelihood of enlisting him into the human faction. Jiang Chen had resolved that humanity would become a critical asset for him moving forward. This journey was aimed at seeking allies. Before long, the two had soared through the clouds to Wu Zhuangwen. The grand gates stood wide open, revealing within the bound figures of Zhu Beiji, Sha Heshang, and the White Dragon. A mere glance confirmed that Tang Xuanzong was absent, further solidifying his confidence. What do you think, Heavenly Lord? Can we manage this? Sun Wukong nudged Jiang Chen, inquiring eagerly. Jiang Chen assessed the situation and nodded affirmatively. Sun Wukong then grinned broadly and swaggered inside. Qing Feng and Mingyue immediately rose, their eyes flashing with hostility upon seeing him. It is this rascal who ensnared us with his sorcery, this very fiend who seized so many ginseng fruits. You two children, must you look at me with such disdain? I may be compelled to control you once more. Hearing this, Qing Feng and Mingyue shuddered and took a few steps back. Sun Wukong had no intention of toying with them any longer. He boldly proclaimed, Great Immortal, I have arrived with my reinforcements. Impudent monkey, how dare you return? Indeed, I find myself compelled to regard you with newfound respect. However, I must inquire whether the individual you have summoned possesses any true capability. It would be unfortunate if the rescue were to fail, resulting in your own demise. The voice resonated from all directions, echoing incessantly. Jiang Chen's 9 calamity divine eyes opened, revealing the figure of Zhen Yuanzi standing amidst the clouds. Sun Wukong followed his gaze and leapt gracefully to the cloud's heights, standing in opposition to him. Naturally, Jiang Chen followed closely behind. Zhen Yuanzi cast a fleeting glance at Sun Wukong before his gaze settled firmly upon Jiang Chen. After a moment of contemplation, he realized that, at least in his recollection, he had no knowledge of this individual. Sun Wukong, noticing this, displayed his displeasure and took a step forward. Master, have you truly been in seclusion for far too long? A look of disdain crossed Sun Wukong's face. Perhaps you should inquire further, in this primordial realm. Who does not know of the foremost figure upon the Slaying Immortals platform? Chapter 77, Jiang Chen Takes Action. The Sleeve Universe of Zhen Yuanzi. The series of introductions by Sun Wukong left Zhen Yuanzi momentarily stunned. After some contemplation, he finally reacted, You are the Celestial Slayer, Jiang Chen? When he spoke these words, a hint of uncertainty lingered in his voice. Having spent countless years in seclusion, he was often oblivious to the happenings of the outside world. If it were not for the supremacy of strength in the primordial realm, and if he were not formidable in power, it is likely that few would even know of his existence. A true recluse indeed. Jiang Chen mused slightly on the character of this individual, drawing upon his recollections of the classic journey to the west. He then stepped forward and declared, Indeed, I am the Celestial Slayer. Fellow Taoist Zhen Yuanzi, my friends have inadvertently caused offense within your esteemed temple and are deserving of punishment. However, they are burdened with further tasks. Might you grant them some leniency? Typically, an apology would entail acknowledging wrongdoing, expressing regret, and proposing compensation. Yet, Jiang Chen's approach was to directly request leniency, which was a daring maneuver that straddled the boundaries of propriety. He understood the implications of his actions. This was all part of his strategic plan, aimed at steering the situation in his desired direction. As anticipated, Zhen Yuanzi's eyes widened in fury upon hearing Jiang Chen's words. To think that such a few utterances could lead to the release of these individuals, did he truly consider himself to be someone of importance? Was it because he had not shown himself in the primordial realm for so long that the younger generation regarded him with such disdain? Zhen Yuanzi's voice was deliberate and resonated with the surrounding laws, causing Wukong to become alert. He had previously allowed that mischievous monkey to leave to see whom he would summon, but he had not expected to draw forth such an audacious figure as the Celestial Slayer. The foremost among the Celestial Slayers, is it? Allow me to test your mettle. Zhen Yuanzi's words hung in the air, and in an instant, Jiang Chen and Sun Wukong sensed a shift in the very fabric of the universe around them. Above and below, the characters for heaven and earth began to materialize slowly. The space around them solidified, a familiar tactic that bound the laws of existence, leaving no room for escape, only confrontation. Wukong, recalling his previous experience, prepared himself. He had once broken free from this very technique using his golden staff, creating a gap through sheer force. Now, witnessing the same method again, he felt a surge of confidence and swung his staff with determination. The circumstances bore an uncanny resemblance to that prior encounter, the only distinction being that Jiang Chen stood beside him instead of Zhu Beiji. They were not overwhelmed by the oppressive force of the characters. Instead, they stood calmly, one hand resting behind their backs, gazing steadily ahead. The words heaven and earth were pried open through a gap. Just as Sun Wukong stepped forward, Jiang Chen followed closely behind. The mischievous monkey displayed some skill. Regarding Sun Wukong's prowess, Jin Yuanzi's estimation elevated further. His fury was primarily directed at Jiang Chen, who had remained motionless from the very beginning, igniting Jin Yuanzi's wrath. Young one, allow me to witness your capabilities. I am eager to see if your earlier boasts are matched by any true strength. Jiang Chen smiled faintly, as was appropriate. Jin Yuanzi observed his calm demeanor and decided against further probing, sweeping his hand. From his sleeve emerged a realm of darkness, enveloping Jiang Chen and Sun Wukong. Wait, this aura. Despite Jiang Chen's seemingly tranquil expression, his 9 tribulations divine eye had been fixated on Jin Yuanzi since the start. In that fleeting moment, he sensed something unusual about the opponent. This peculiarity, if not for Jiang Chen's extensive encounters with countless true spirits on the Immortal-Slaying Platform, might have gone unnoticed. However, the present circumstances offered no opportunity for contemplation. Moreover, Jiang Chen had to face Jin Yuanzi's attack alone, otherwise, it would contradict the earlier agreement and incite the elder's full fury. He would not hesitate to annihilate everyone without regard for the Buddhist sect's reputation. Driven by his own motives, Jiang Chen did not evade, stepping forward with a semblance of courage. Let me make this clear. If you cannot withstand my might today, you shall serve as fertilizer for my ginseng fruit tree. Jin Yuanzi praised first, then suddenly raised his voice. Jiang Chen remained unfazed, standing firm while quietly sensing the encroaching darkness that spread from point to area, gradually connecting with the surroundings. Sun Wukong blinked, curiously observing this divine ability for the first time. The darkness, pure and unadulterated, soon began to emanate a spark of vitality. Before them lay the world birthed from Jin Yuanzi's will, under his control and mastery. With a mere thought, the palpable disdain from the world bore down upon them. Had it been any other being facing such a scenario, despair would have consumed them completely. Yet, both Jiang Chen and Sun Wukong remained motionless, entirely unaffected. Truly, the technique of Sleeve Universe was awe-inspiring. Jiang Chen marveled, drawing Jin Yuanzi's focused gaze. He initially surmised that Jiang Chen must possess some underlying confidence to confront his Sleeve Universe so boldly. Perhaps a unique evasion technique that allowed him to transcend the confines of this world, hence his composure. Yet, Jin Yuanzi's Sleeve Universe was far from simple. When he employed his evasion technique, Jiang Chen would truly grasp what despair meant. Just as Jin Yuanzi eagerly anticipated the unfolding of his envisioned events, he witnessed Jiang Chen suddenly closing his eyes. This unexpected scene took both Jin Yuanzi and Sun Wukong by surprise. Could it be that this fellow was merely posturing, and that all previous displays were but a ruse to deceive him? Jin Yuanzi pondered, narrowing his eyes into a slit. Nevertheless, he reminded himself that this was merely a younger generation. He had already resolved his course of action. Once he relinquished his pursuit, he would capture Jiang Chen and subject him to a thorough beating alongside Zhu Beiji and Shahashang for a total of 81 days, only to release them thereafter, capturing them again upon their return to repeat the ordeal. Holding this thought, he intensified the surrounding pressure upon the 2 individuals. Just then, Jiang Chen abruptly opened his eyes. In that moment, the sound of a blade unsheathing reverberated in the ears of both Sun Wukong and Jin Yuanzi. A radiant light suddenly manifested within the originally concealed world, piercing through from above. Yet, even Jin Yuanzi felt a subtle sense of threat beneath that gleaming blade, as if the light had already locked onto him. The Path of the Sword? Chapter 78. The true spirit of the red cloud. In a moment of urgency, Jin Yuanzi's mind raced, and he formed a judgment, feeling an overwhelming astonishment at the power Jiang Chen had just demonstrated. Flash. At this moment, Jiang Chen remained oblivious to the expression on Jin Yuanzi's face outside. He simply issued a command. The radiant blade light surged fiercely, descending with ferocity. From above, the brilliance pierced through the entire realm of the Sleeve Universe. In that instant, Jin Yuanzi's divine power also dissipated alongside the blade light. Their figures re-emerged before him. At this juncture, Jin Yuanzi couldn't help but feel a tinge of admiration. The other's strength was indeed formidable, and his comprehension of the laws was equally impressive. When Jin Yuanzi locked eyes with Jiang Chen, he seemed to glimpse a world entirely composed of blades within the depths of his gaze, an intimidating realm of sword energy, unparalleled in its might. Without even drawing a sword, Jiang Chen could achieve such a feat solely through a mere thought. Jiang Chen, your title as the Celestial Blade Sovereign is truly well-deserved. At that moment, Jin Yuanzi's mindset underwent a transformation. He no longer bore the confrontational attitude he had exhibited earlier. Of course, this did not imply a sense of closeness, but rather a departure from their previous hostility. Jin Yuanzi's Sleeve Universe was also commendable, A single robe could manifest an entire world, which was indeed impressive. Jiang Chen, no longer as combative, responded to Zhen Yuanzi's words with a measure of flattery, recognizing its significance to him. Immediately, Zhen Yuanzi retracted his earlier arrogance. This is nothing but a trivial matter. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Chen extended his hand, revealing the ginseng fruit that Sun Wukong had previously bestowed upon him. He had not consumed it, but had kept it for this moment. Initially, Sun Wukong had wondered about the purpose of this gesture, but it unexpectedly proved to be of use now. My esteemed friend, I possess a ginseng fruit here that I dare not consume, and thus I return it to you at this moment. Furthermore, regarding the actions of my companions, you may impose any punishment you deem fit. I have no objections. My earlier remarks were merely a plea for leniency, to spare lives. As for any other compensations, please feel free to express them. We shall not evade responsibility. Having demonstrated his strength, Jiang Chen now sought to employ the charm of language to foster goodwill. After all, an apology accompanied by power bore a stark contrast to one devoid of strength. The outcomes were fundamentally different. At the very least, the dynamics shifted significantly within the bounds of what could be accepted. Soon, both parties descended from the clouds, returning to Wuzhuang Temple. Although Zhu Beiji, Shahashang, and the White Dragon were still bound, their expressions had noticeably relaxed. After taking a seat, Jiang Chen hesitated for a moment before speaking. My esteemed friend, I have a word to share. I wonder if it is appropriate to speak. Zhen Yuanzi's current disposition stands in stark contrast to his initial demeanor, although Jiang Chen's strength does not yet rival his. The former's mastery of divine abilities and comprehension of the principles of swordsmanship suggest that he may evolve into a formidable force in the future. Naturally, it is prudent to cultivate a friendship with such an entity. The heavenly monarch may speak candidly. I perceive a strand of true spirit tethered to you. Upon hearing these words, Zhen Yuanzi's expression shifted, but after a moment, he sighed with a smile. Jiang Chen promptly added, my friend, you are aware that I hail from the executioners of the Immortal-Slaying Platform, frequently dispatching souls there. Thus, my sensitivity to matters of true spirit is decidedly acute. Zhen Yuanzi nodded. To speak candidly, I possess a true spirit from a dear friend. For certain reasons, it has fused with my own true spirit. He then recounted the tale. Unsurprisingly, this true spirit belonged to Hong Yun. After Kuanping's fatal strike against him, Hong Yun's spiritual treasure, the 99 Scatter-Soul Gourd, had not been obliterated. It retained a fragment of his true essence, which Zhen Yuanzi acquired. Upon obtaining this essence, he was overjoyed and employed countless methods to nurture a soul from this primal source, ultimately casting it into the cycle of reincarnation, thereby enabling his friend to be reborn. The intricacies of true spirits are profound, and even a being of Zhen Yuanzi's caliber could only achieve so much. He further nurtured it with his own essence. Yet despite employing myriad techniques, he yielded no results. Over time, the essence became increasingly intertwined with his own. He found himself torn between seeking a method to revive his old friend and the anxiety of inadvertently consuming the remaining true spirit, which lacked memories of its original consciousness. Whenever the subject of Hong Yun arose, Zhen Yuanzi's genuine emotions surfaced, and all present could feel the heartfelt sorrow and reminiscence he harbored for his friend. Who would have thought this fellow had such a history? Sun Wukong mused internally. Truly, Zhen Yuanzi, nurturing another's essence with your own. Jiang Chen also reflected, finding this approach exceedingly reckless. In the vast wilderness, even saints would hesitate to undertake such a risk. If he were to consume the essence, it could be manageable. But should any misstep occur, it would lead to an irrevocable tragedy. After pondering for some time, Jiang Chen spoke, my friend, I may possess a method that could assist you. Zhen Yuanzi, still lost in his memories, was jolted back to attention by these words. His gaze now fixed intently on Jiang Chen. What method do you propose? Perceiving the sudden intensity in Zhen Yuanzi's eyes, Jiang Chen feigned a look of hesitation, glancing around. Zhen Yuanzi quickly understood, extending his hand to sever the ropes binding Zhu Beiji, Shahashang, and the White Dragon, allowing them to regain their freedom. Gentle Breeze and Bright Moon, please escort them downstairs so that they may rest peacefully in their chambers. You need not come along. Although Gentle Breeze and Bright Moon were somewhat puzzled, they could not oppose their master's command and promptly led the others away. In a fit of frustration, Bright Moon kicked Pigsy on the backside. Elder brother, I wish to stay as well, Pigsy exclaimed, sensing an ominous shift in the gazes of Gentle Breeze and Bright Moon. He felt he would be targeted if he descended. His outcry interrupted Sun Wukong, who had been prepared to listen below. With a piercing glare, he shot a fierce look at Pigsy. Go on, hurry down. Our master is still present. Just watch and do not approach. Hearing this, Pigsy sighed and followed the others downstairs. Once they were alone, Zhen Yuanzi inquired again, "What method do you employ? I would be most grateful for your disclosure. This technique can separate the true spirit of your companion." Hong Yun, Jiang Chen began, hesitating for a moment before continuing, "and perhaps even allow him to be revived in an alternate form. I have employed this method before, yet your situation with Hong Yun is exceedingly unique. Thus, the ultimate outcome remains uncertain." Chapter 79. Zhen Yuanzi ascends the Immortal Execution Platform. What Jiang Chen proposed was to place the true spirit of Hong Yun into the Book of Destiny. He had previously done the same with Sun Wukong. Given the unpredictable state of the latter, it remained uncertain whether the true spirit, upon entering the Book of Destiny, would retain its own consciousness as Sun Wukong did, or succumb to becoming a mere puppet like those he had previously vanquished. In the case of other beings, he would have no reservations. Resurrection, in any form, is preferable to death. However, in this instance, he was dealing with Zhen Yuanzi and Hong Yun, whose intricate relationship required no further elaboration. Thus, he felt it imperative to clarify everything in advance. Should he resort to this method, it could either grant Zhen Yuanzi his freedom or render him a puppet akin to those on the investiture of the gods. Upon hearing this, Zhen Yuanzi's eyes flickered as he pondered deeply. Yet, upon reflection, after so many years of stagnation, it became evident that Jiang Chen's suggestion was the best course of action. Ultimately, he resolved, "If you can bring Hong Yun back, I shall reward you generously." At this juncture, Zhen Yuanzi was so moved that he rose to his feet and bowed deeply to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, however, could not accept such reverence and stepped aside. As for the method at hand, a visit to the Immortal Execution Platform was necessary. Why the need for the Immortal Execution Platform? Because it offered a sufficient degree of seclusion and safety. Moreover, with Zhen Yuanzi's prowess, his departure from there would raise little suspicion. At Lingxiao Palace, upon hearing Zhen Yuanzi's request, the Jade Emperor was utterly taken aback. Could it be that this esteemed figure sought him out merely for diversion? Setting aside the fact that Zhen Yuanzi had not violated any celestial laws, even if he had, what could the Jade Emperor do? Frankly speaking, he could not afford to offend such a powerful being. What events had transpired to prompt such a notion? The Jade Emperor was astonished and initially contemplated refusal. However, after careful consideration, he ultimately acquiesced. This eminent figure was presenting him with a choice. To agree was the only viable option unless one wished to incur his wrath. As for who would execute this agreement, naturally, it would be Jiang Chen. He felt most at ease in trusting this matter to him. After making the arrangements, the Jade Emperor could not help but sigh. Strange indeed, the Immortal Execution Platform, which is feared by all, has transformed into a garden that everyone wishes to traverse during this calamity. At Ling Mountain, the likes of Tathagata, Mithriya, Randalamp, and Avalokiteshvara gathered, having received reports regarding Zhen Yuanzi's intention to visit the Immortal Execution Platform. They exchanged glances, perplexed by his motives. How curious, they thought. According to previous arrangements, I was to be the one to pacify this great immortal. How did he suddenly find himself at the Immortal Execution Platform? Guanyin pondered deeply, yet remained perplexed by the unfolding events. The expressions of others were hardly more favorable, particularly that of the Tathagata, as the presence of Jiang Chen among them stirred unease. In this moment, a sense of self-inflicted turmoil enveloped them, their grievances unspoken. Simultaneously, they grappled with the question of why the ancient figure, Zhen Yuanzi, had chosen this moment to ascend to the Immortal-Slaying Platform. Surely it could not be mere idleness or a whimsical desire to test the sharpness of the Immortal-Slaying sword. On the Immortal-Slaying Platform, Jiang Chen stood resolute, facing Zhen Yuanzi, the surroundings unchanged. The anticipation within Zhen Yuanzi was palpable. They had previously discussed the finer points at Wuzhuang Temple. Now, Zhen Yuanzi closed his eyes, revealing the crimson clouds of his essence, merged with a fragment of his true spirit. At that moment, a brilliant red light enveloped the platform, heralding the arrival of auspicious clouds. This was indeed the essence of his being. Jiang Chen couldn't help but admire Zhen Yuanzi's prowess. The true spirit's essence was a profound mystery of the primordial era. Such a delicate balance could not be maintained without the support of formidable powers. The fact that Zhen Yuanzi had nurtured this essence without any issue thus far spoke volumes of his capabilities and the extent of his divine methods. Now was not the time for reflection. Jiang Chen exhaled softly, summoning the Hunyuan blade. After a long period of gestation, the blade had transcended the ordinary realm of spiritual treasures, exuding a formidable aura upon its emergence, capable of cleaving through gods and demons alike. Even Zhen Yuanzi cast a surprised glance at it. It seemed I underestimated you, my friend. Let us commence. Zhen Yuanzi's admiration deepened, and his confidence in Jiang Chen grew. Without further ado, Jiang Chen slowly raised the blade. In that instant, an indescribable force surged from him. The accumulated might of the three divine arts, vanquishing demons, gods, and Buddhas, converged into a singular moment. As the blade descended, it shattered the perplexing dilemma that had troubled Zenyuzi for countless epochs, a conundrum that had often forced him into prolonged seclusion. Zenyuzi emitted a low groan, for the crimson clouds were intrinsically linked to his true spirit. The blade's strike inevitably inflicted damage upon him. A quasi-saint, he appeared pallid, resembling a specter. "My friend, how do you fare?" Jiang Chen inquired. Zenyuzi waved his hand. "Let us first address the matter of the crimson clouds." Very well. Given their camaraderie, Jiang Chen felt genuine admiration. For so many years, Zenyuzi had tirelessly endeavored for the sake of the crimson clouds. Such a bond of friendship, who in the primordial world would not envy? This only bolstered Jiang Chen's confidence in their alliance. As the Taoist mandate flowed, a sharp energy surged forth from Jiang Chen's being. The fragment of true spirit from the crimson clouds was irresistibly drawn into his essence. At that moment, a silent wave rippled across the entirety of the primordial realm. Ordinary practitioners remain oblivious to the profound shifts occurring within the realm. What truly captures attention are the exalted beings such as Taishang, Yuanshi, Tongtian, and Nua. One by one, they turn their gazes towards the primordial chaos, sensing the fleeting essence that dances in and out of existence. It seems that the primordial realm is undergoing some transformation. Each sage indulges in their own contemplations, their divine thoughts swirling in attempts to decipher the enigma, yet none can ascertain the cause. Could it be merely an illusion on our part? Such doubts do not arise in the mind of a single individual, but echo collectively within the hearts of all. In truth, had these sages convened, clarity would have dawned upon them, for this is undeniably no mere figment of imagination. After all, the simultaneous awareness of several sages is not a trivial occurrence. Regrettably, they currently harbor no intention of communication. Within the Tao Palace, Hongjun furrowed his brow, activating the cosmic jade tablet atop his head, wielding the authority of the primordial source. In that moment, he conducted a comprehensive survey of the primordial realm. After a prolonged silence, his brow knitted in concern. How could this be? What could account for such significant alterations in the core essence? What could be the reason behind this? Chapter 80. The resurrection of the red cloud and the fall of the primordial purple chi. The entity that had seemingly vanished re-emerged. A flurry of thoughts surged within Hongjuan's mind. Long ago, he had sensed the transformative potential this elusive being held for the Honghuang realm. Should he succeed in capturing it, filling himself with its essence, his mastery over the heavenly Tao would ascend to unprecedented heights, marking a crucial step forward. However, he swiftly extinguished this thought. He had encountered similar situations countless times before, each attempt thwarted by its escape, leaving him to observe passively. Meanwhile, on the Immortal-Slaying Platform, Jiang Chen distinctly felt the emergence of a new chapter within the great Tao's destiny book. Success. Even Jiang Chen could not suppress his excitement. His state of mind significantly influenced. This indicated that the forthcoming red cloud would not merely be a puppet, but would possess its own consciousness, unbound by any constraints. Save for the limitations imposed by the destiny book itself, without it, he would perish. In other words, as long as Jiang Chen lived, the red cloud would endure. Contemplating this relationship, he realized that Zenyuanzi would undoubtedly protect him. Given their long-standing bond, he had no cause for concern. Suppressing his own emotions, Zenyuanzi observed as Jiang Chen summoned the red cloud without hesitation. A flash of crimson light heralded the arrival of a young man clad in a red robe. His features strikingly handsome. It was the red cloud. Zenyuanzi's heart raced at the sight. Recently freed from the destiny book, Red Cloud appeared somewhat disoriented. Was I not dead? Take a moment to attune your senses, and the truth will reveal itself, Jiang Chen gently advised. Upon hearing his words, Red Cloud promptly closed his eyes. In the next instant, an overwhelming tide of memories flooded in, each one meticulously sorted and organized. Although the sheer volume of information was staggering, it allowed him to connect the dots of his past and comprehend the circumstances of his resurrection. Once the sequence of events was clear, Red Cloud let out a deep sigh. Thank you, fellow Taoists. Without your aid, I would have perished utterly. The subsequent developments require no elaboration. For Jiang Chen truly revived Red Cloud. Although there were certain drawbacks, this outcome was far preferable to complete annihilation, which would have been a calamitous fate. Hence, Zenyuanzi was immensely grateful to Jiang Chen, offering an array of treasures, ginseng fruits, and rare natural wonders, all laid before him. When Jiang Chen proposed an alliance, Zhen Yuanzi readily agreed without hesitation. However, this left Red Cloud feeling somewhat awkward. Despite being saved by Jiang Chen, he found himself devoid of any means to express his gratitude. Ultimately, he could only clasp his fists together in a gesture of respect. If ever there comes a time when my abilities can be of service, I shall not hesitate to offer my life. Regrettably, the whereabouts of that primordial purple aura from years past elude my memory. Otherwise, it could have been thoroughly contemplated by the two. While others may dismiss such claims as mere words without substantiation, the presence of Han Yun lends them credence, and thus, the two naturally believe. As the sole universally acknowledged benevolent figure throughout the vast expanse of time, his words are indeed persuasive. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen peruses the sacred tome of destiny, delving into the chronicles of Han Yun's life, all meticulously documented within. Should Jiang Chen wish to uncover the location of the primordial purple aura, it would be a straightforward endeavor. Although Han Yun's true spirit is incomplete, rendering him incapable of recalling its position, Jiang Chen can certainly ascertain its whereabouts through these accounts. Astonishingly, the final trace has been concealed within Mount Shumi. This brings to mind the events from years ago, when, taking advantage of Zhen Yuanzi's absence, he was summoned by Jane and Zhuanti under the pretense of repaying a karmic debt for relinquishing his position. These two characters are indeed skilled at ensnaring others. After a moment of reflection, Jiang Chen steadied his mind. He now had to contemplate how to journey to Mount Shumi to retrieve that last vestige of primordial purple aura. This expedition to the west presents an opportune moment, considering that this essence is reputed to be a gateway to sanctification and represents the final remnant within the universe. It was once clearly stated by the Tao ancestor Han Jun that the positions of sanctified beings in this world are limited. 9 is the ultimate number, designating 9 revered saints. Counting them now, including Han Jun, Pingxin, Taishang, Yuanshi, Jane, Tantian, Zhuanti, and Nuwa, we find a total of 8. It appears this is indeed the last opportunity for sanctification. Currently, the location of the primordial purple aura lies within the Buddhist realm. Given his present circumstances, a rash approach could lead to dire consequences. Wait, Jiang Chen suddenly paused, connecting various prior occurrences alongside the life of Han Yun. He immediately gained a fresh perspective on the entire affair. In the matter of Han Yun's demise, what roles did Jane and Zhuanti play? Why, after the journey to the west, did Wu Tian conquer the 3 realms yet remain at Mount Ling, ultimately leading to his downfall? As these pieces of information intertwined, everything began to unravel from its obscurity. Initially, I believed Wu Tian's inaction stemmed from some elaborate scheme. However, it appears the situation is far more intricate. Perhaps his emergence was tacitly accepted by the masses or served as an attempt to grasp the final vestige of primordial purple aura. Jiang Chen pondered. At this moment, his understanding of Wu Tian had evolved. Legends speak of him as a being transformed by the Buddha into a demon. Moreover, Mount Shumi, now known as Mount Ling, was the battleground between Rahu and Han Jun. Thus, it is not inconceivable that there exists a subtle connection between the two. Even at that time, Wu Tian had already sensed this. As a former powerhouse, he concealed his treasures so skillfully that even figures like Tathagata might struggle to detect them. Only one bearing the legacy of the demon ancestor, like Wu Tian, could perceive them. These revelations flitted before his eyes one by one. Jiang Chen focused his mind, contemplating the likelihood of safely acquiring the primal chaos purple chi, which appeared quite elusive. Whether in the journey to the west, or its sequel, the journey to the west afterward, Shumi Mountain would undoubtedly attract considerable attention, particularly from figures like Jane and Zhuanti. Although no saints had made an appearance throughout the journey, the location remained a significant site of their lineage, ensuring it would not go unnoticed. Should he recklessly proceed, even if he were to overpower the likes of Zhen Yuanzi and the disciples of the, he could still find himself unable to withstand the might of those saints. This posed a formidable dilemma for him. Jiang Chen pondered. What he needed to do now was divert their gaze from the spiritual mountain to other matters. This did not seem impossible. Presently, the focus of all the great powers across the 3 realms was indeed this journey to the west. If any unforeseen circumstances were to arise during this endeavor, it would undoubtedly draw their attention away. At that juncture, whether he seized the opportunity to investigate the primal chaos purple chi or to take it for himself, both possibilities could materialize. Upon reflection, there were indeed numerous avenues to explore, especially among the various demons and monsters that had been established early on. Chapter 81. The Yellow Wind Ridge diverts the tiger from its mountain, and Tang Sung goes missing. At this moment, Jiang Chen had formulated a rough plan. He instructed Jin Yuanzi to return to Wuzhuangguan first, while he himself retreated to his residence, publicly declaring a period of closed-door cultivation. As for Hong Yun, he was naturally escorted away by Zhen Yuanzi, who employed secretive techniques for concealment. Jiang Chen and Zhen Yuanzi descended from the Immortal-Slaying Platform with an air of nonchalance, each returning to their respective abodes as if nothing had transpired. The deities and Buddhas who had been observing this place were left in a state of bewilderment. What on earth were these two up to? Why would an ancient mighty being voluntarily ascend the Immortal-Slaying Platform? Moreover, their demeanor suggested they were already prepared for the outcome, further deepening the confusion of the onlookers. Regardless of their speculations, the two had returned home, and the group of 5 seeking scriptures embarked once more on their journey. Among them, the most aggrieved was Guanyin. She had initially anticipated profiting from this event and fostering a closer bond between Zhen Yuanzi and the Buddhist community, only to see it all thwarted. All her ire was directed at Jiang Chen. She had no other recourse. Throughout the journey, Tang Xuanzong seemed to undergo a significant transformation, which did not escape the notice of Bai Longma, while Zhu Beiji, Sha Wujing, and Sun Wukong chose to feign ignorance. Bai Longma could distinctly sense the change. In the past, he had to focus on maintaining a steady rhythm while carrying Tang Xuanzong to prevent him from falling. Yet now, with Tang Xuanzong seated upon him, he felt as stable as a mountain. After conducting some tests, Bai Longma noted that even when he increased his speed or traversed steep terrain, it had no adverse effect. As it stood, unless Tang Xuanzong wished to be jostled, he would remain firmly in place. Bai Longma mused that this was his most immediate assessment. As they journeyed westward, the 4 entered a village and sought lodging with a peasant family. Upon learning that the 4 were holy monks from the eastern Tang, the old farmer immediately bowed in reverence, warning them of the demons that lurked ahead at the Yellow Wind Ridge, a mountain stretch of over 100 miles. Sun Wukong and the others paid no heed to this warning. The following morning, after expressing their gratitude to the farmer, they set off once again. Their destination, the Yellow Wind Ridge. Upon entering the mountain, they could distinctly feel a stark contrast in the climate compared to the outside world. A gentle breeze brushing past them. As they ventured deeper, the wind intensified, lending an eerie ambience to the surroundings. Zhu Beiji brandished his 9-toothed rake, glancing left and right, when suddenly he turned to find a fierce-looking visage with a thunderous mouth before him, prompting him to yelp in surprise and retreat 2 steps. "Hey, fool! Are you still spooked by yesterday's tales?" Sun Wukong laughed heartily at his comrade's discomposure. "With our prowess, shouldn't those demons be the ones fearing us?" With that, Sun Wukong playfully startled Zhu Beiji without further concern for his changing expressions. To the side, Sha Monk perceived the lingering look of confusion etched on Zhu Beiji's face. "Second brother, what is troubling you?" Zhu Beiji straightened his posture, glancing around, shaking his head here and there. "I can't shake the feeling that we might have taken a wrong turn. Whether it be Huangfeng Ridge or the earlier Wuzhuang Temple, should it truly be here?" As he shook his head, this peculiar sensation felt akin to intuition, yet remained elusive, evading his grasp. This feeling had first emerged at Wuzhuang Temple and persisted until now. He sensed something amiss. Initially indifferent, Sun Wukong paused upon hearing these words and turned his head to observe. The terrain of the primordial wilderness was indeed unfamiliar to him. Yet Zhu Beiji was different. Having once held the title of Marshal of the Heavenly Canopy, he had frequently gazed down while surveying the heavenly river over countless millennia, accumulating knowledge of the landscape. "Second brother, even if we have strayed, it shouldn't pose a significant issue. After all, we merely need to head west. As long as we maintain this direction, we will ultimately reach the west," Sha Monk replied, nonchalantly balancing his burden. During their conversation, Tang Xuanzong opened his eyes and calmly remarked, "The wind has risen." No sooner had he spoken than a fierce gale erupted, sweeping sand and gravel into the air. The group found themselves enveloped in swirling yellow dust. Sun Wukong twitched his nose, extending a hand to grasp the sand, inhaling deeply to discern that the wind bore the scent of malevolence. "Fool, protect the master." Upon hearing this, Zhu Beiji hurriedly moved closer to the white dragon horse. At this moment, Tang Sanzang had closed his eyes, his robe flapping wildly in the wind. "Master, you must take cover," Zhu Beiji shouted. Sun Wukong, with his keen eyesight, scanned the surroundings. Before long, he spotted a figure amidst the yellow wind and promptly struck down with his staff, dispersing the surrounding wicked wind and revealing a tiger demon, who was eyeing them with greedy anticipation. Upon noticing the group's gaze, the tiger ceased its wind blowing and spoke in human tongue. "I did not expect to find such a feast while seeking sustenance. Quite splendid indeed." Yet, upon catching sight of Sun Wukong, its expression shifted to one of disappointment. Shaking its head disdainfully, "Who are you, creature?" Sun Wukong stepped forward, but the demon remained unfazed, retorting, "You monkey, Your flesh is tough and meager. Begone. I have no time for you. At that moment, Zhu Beiji, Sha Monk, and the white dragon horse thought in unison. This fellow dares to disregard the great sage equal to heaven? Is this not akin to courting death? As anticipated, Sun Wukong's expression darkened, deeply offended by such disrespect from a mere minion. Without hesitation, he swung his golden staff, unleashing a strike that shattered the very stones around them. The tiger demon, upon witnessing the impending threat, hastily attempted to evade, yet alas, with its feeble strength, how could it possibly escape the might of Sun Wukong's staff? As the golden rod loomed larger before it, the creature resorted to blocking with its own claws. A resounding crash echoed, accompanied by the ominous sound of cracking bones. As the tiger demon's paw fell limply to the ground, in that moment, the once arrogant demon was stripped of its bravado, and it turned to flee on all fours. Racing desperately, Sun Wukong, however, would not show mercy and pursued it relentlessly. Big brother, Sha Wujing called out, noticing that Sun Wukong was growing increasingly distant. Yet he was swiftly silenced by Zhu Beiji's intervention. No need to call for him. With his prowess, he can easily dispatch that tiger demon. It's just what he needs to vent his pent-up frustration. However, Sha Wujing wished to voice further thoughts, only to be interrupted by Zhu Beiji. There's no need for hesitation. Have faith in him. Amidst their exchange, a sudden gust of wind swept through, causing Bai Lama to feel a sudden slackening on his back. Alarmed, he turned to look and cried out, "Master! The master is gone." Chapter 82. Eldest Senior Brother. Master has been captured by a monster. Upon hearing the urgent cries of the white dragon horse, the sand monk and Pigsy immediately realized the gravity of the situation. Eldest Senior Brother, Master has been taken by a monster. At that moment, the sand monk's voice resonated above Pigsy's, echoing around them and causing the stones to tremble. In the next instant, Sun Wukong appeared before them, casually clutching a piece of tiger skin, which he tossed to the ground with disdain. I cannot believe I was deceived by such a minor demon, falling victim to this cunning ploy. As soon as he heard the sand monk's voice, he sensed the dire predicament. The creature he had pursued had turned out to be nothing but a mere disguise. He could hardly fathom that the illustrious great sage equal to heaven would be so easily toyed with by a demon, although he had not exerted his full strength in the chase. Instead, he had merely played with the creature, only to be outwitted in return. Not only was he embarrassed, but the same was true for Pigsy and the sand monk, as Master Tang Xuanzong had been captured right before their eyes. Let me see where these fiends are hiding, Sun Wukong declared, ceasing further words. He soared into the air, his fiery golden eyes scanning the expanse of the yellow wind ridge, swiftly pinpointing the location of the enemy. Wujing, you wait here. Fool, come with me. We shall vanquish that demon together. The two of them immediately mounted their clouds, heading towards the identified location. The tiger demon, after seizing Tang Xuanzong, hastily returned to its lair, presenting its prize before its king as if showcasing a treasure. My lord, a group of outsiders has invaded our forest, a stout, white monk, a monkey with a thunderous face, a pig demon, and a robust black man, all possessing considerable strength. I employed a small ruse to deceive them and captured the white monk. Valiant vanguard, dominant vanguard. The smaller demons, upon hearing this description, erupted into commotion, creating a cacophony within the cave. Sitting atop the throne, the yellow wind monster slightly opened its eyes, and the noise abruptly subsided. The yellow wind monster gazed down at Tang Xuanzong. Interesting, monk, are you not afraid of me? Faced with the yellow wind monster, Tang Xuanzong displayed not a trace of trepidation. His hands were clasped in prayer, his expression serene. My lord, fear would be futile in your presence, would it not? Fixating on his eyes, the yellow wind monster discerned that this monk was of no ordinary lineage. Where do you hail from? From the eastern land of Great Tang. Upon hearing Tang Xuanzong's response, the yellow wind king's eyes glimmered momentarily, though he merely nodded to himself. Your lack of fear only serves to render this encounter duller. I may very well consume you directly. Tang Xuanzong remained unperturbed, continuing his prayers with hands pressed together. Oh, you rascal! My lord, I shall prepare a pot of water. Today we feast on monk meat. This one appears tender and succulent, surely a delightful delicacy, exclaimed the tiger vanguard, eyeing Tang Xuanzong with a gluttonous expression. The other little demons present became increasingly agitated, for they could smell the essence of humanity emanating from Tang Xuanzong from a distance. In their eyes, he represented a delectable feast. Were it not for the presence of the yellow wind monster to maintain order, they would have eagerly pounced upon him, tearing him apart with a single bite. Bind him, prepare the pot, and await my command to cook him, the yellow wind monster ordered nonchalantly. The little demons exchanged puzzled glances, but despite their confusion, They dared not defy their king's orders. They quickly bound Tang Xuanzong and began to stoke the fire, swallowing their saliva in anticipation. Suddenly, a voice called out, "Not good, my lord. A monk with a fierce countenance and a pig demon is approaching." Upon hearing this, the tiger vanguard stepped forward. "My lord, it must be the companion of that monk, come to rescue him. Allow me to subdue them and provide a meal for my brethren." The demons buzzed with excitement, and the yellow wind monster simply raised an eyebrow, his silence a tacit approval. The tiger vanguard bowed to the yellow wind monster and rushed out, brandishing his long blade. Upon encountering Sun Wukong and Zhu Beiji, he let out a hearty laugh. "You monkey, I was considering sparing your life, yet here you are seeking death. Do not blame me for what is to come." With a whirlwind of motion, the tiger vanguard unsheathed two long knives and charged forward, their blades gleaming fiercely, eliciting cheers from the surrounding demons. However, in an instant, a colossal figure was sent hurtling backward, crashing into the mountainside and embedding itself within, leaving its fate unknown. After a prolonged silence, blood began to trickle down the mountainside, and the gathered crowd finally grasped the gravity of the situation. "He is dead. The vanguard is dead." The cacophony of voices echoed into the cave, prompting the yellow wind monster, who had been meditating with eyes closed, to open his eyes. He furrowed his brow, revealing little surprise, and with a swift motion, transformed into a gust of wind, appearing outside. "Brother, this one is formidable," Zhu Beiji exclaimed repeatedly, while Sun Wukong merely nodded. "A measure of power, yet nothing more." With a fierce twist, Sun Wukong brandished his golden staff, channeling immense strength as he swung it forward. Confronting this demon left no room for dialogue. The yellow wind monster had prepared his words, yet was unexpectedly met with the golden staff. With a resounding clash, he raised his steel fork to block the blow. At that moment, Sun Wukong was seething with rage. Having been toyed with by a minor demon, he feared for his esteemed reputation as the great sage equal to heaven. Feeling the tremendous force transmitted through the fork, the yellow wind monster realized the peril he faced. He swiftly transformed into a whirlwind, retreating several steps. "Not good. The king is about to unleash a divine wind. Everyone flee." The supporting demons, witnessing the yellow wind monster's movements, were gripped by terror, scrambling back to the cave in a panic. Just as Sun Wukong and Zhu Beiji were still in a state of bewilderment, the yellow wind monster abruptly opened its wide mouth and unleashed 3 gusts of breath. Initially, these breaths appeared to possess little power, yet upon reaching the outside world, they resonated with ferocious roars, stirring up a tempest around the onlookers. Zhu Beiji, confident in his formidable physique, intended to brace himself against the fierce winds. However, in the blink of an eye, he found himself swept into the air. What manner of force is this? Zhu Beiji mused. He believed himself capable of withstanding the relentless gales with his sheer mass, yet this entity could lift him effortlessly. His hefty form was tossed about uncontrollably, repeatedly crashing to the ground and creating deep craters in the earth. "Fool, grasp the golden cudgel," Sun Wukong shouted, positioning the cudgel horizontally on the ground to provide Zhu Beiji with something to hold on to. Clutching the cudgel, Zhu Beiji finally regained his balance, though still shaken. What kind of divine power is this, that even I, the old pig, cannot endure it? After a moment of contemplation, Sun Wukong finally spoke. "It is the 3 mystical winds." Chapter 83. The true fire of duality extinguishes the divine wind. The yellow wind monster has fled. From whence did this creature acquire such extraordinary abilities? The divine wind of 3 mysteries stands on par with the true fire of 3 mysteries. Although both are achieved through postnatal cultivation, such powers are formidable, rivaling those of innate divine abilities. Moreover, mastering the divine wind of 3 mysteries necessitates a profound comprehension of the laws of wind, alongside the requisite innate talent. How could such giftedness devolve into the state of a mere monster? This is perplexing, indeed. Despite his somewhat hazy memories, Zhu Beiji, having once held the esteemed title of Marshal of the Heavenly Canopy, possesses an unerring judgment in this regard. As he ponders, a flash of crimson light emanates from Sun Wukong, and torrents of flames surge forth from his being, expanding with the wind and enveloping the surroundings. This terrifying inferno staunchly withstands the divine wind of 3 mysteries, even exhibiting a counteroffensive stance. By the heavens, the true fire of duality. Zhu Beiji clutched his golden staff, gazing downward. The overwhelming aura radiating from the crimson flames sent chills down his spine. Is this not from the furnace of the old lord? Fool! After enduring such a lengthy refinement within, I must surely reap some interest. Quickly descend and keep a vigilant watch on that monster's movements. Do not allow it to escape. With that, Sun Wukong retracted his golden staff, allowing Zhu Beiji to descend. Zhu Beiji steadied himself beside Sun Wukong, casting a sidelong glance and silently mouthing the words perverse with a smirk. The clash between the divine wind of three mysteries and the true fire of duality is a spectacle unparalleled in the primordial realm, and the terror it incites is exceptional. At this moment, Zhu Beiji stood in quietude beside Sun Wukong. How could he not remain silent? Just how much power does this monkey still conceal? He is unaware. It is wiser to be cautious. The true fire of duality diverges entirely from the initial expectations. This being's strength is overwhelming, and remaining here may lead to certain demise. Flee. The yellow wind monster is no fool. Perceiving the unfolding scene, it recognizes its adversary's might and promptly releases a tempestuous gust, obscuring the view with swirling sands. Before turning to escape, Sun Wukong, sensing the shift in circumstances, immediately amplified his magical energy, causing the true fire of duality to envelop the surrounding mountains, forcefully overpowering the divine wind of three mysteries. As the fierce wind subsided, the yellow wind monster's figure had vanished without a trace. Fool, go check on Master. I shall pursue him, Sun Wukong declared, leaping onto a cloud and hastening toward the lingering traces of the monster's aura. Alas, in his haste, what purpose does it serve to chase after one who has already fled? Zhu Beiji muttered under his breath, yet his feet did not falter. After all, Tang Sung is but a mortal. In such precarious circumstances, a moment's negligence could lead to dire consequences. Due to the preceding tempest, the mountains have already collapsed. Zhu Beiji hastened his pace, fearing for Tang Sung's safety. Upon entering, he discovered Tang Sung seated calmly, untouched by even a speck of dust. Master, where are the demons here? Zhu Beiji inquired hesitantly. Earlier outside, he had encountered numerous minor demons, all of whom had fled due to the battle between their king and Sun Wukong. Logically, they should have returned to watch over their master. The commotion outside had been quite significant, causing tremors within the cave. Those little demons may have been frightened and left early. Zhu Beiji nodded in acknowledgement and promptly assisted Tang Sung outside. Sun Wukong truly was something. Even after the matter was settled, he still had to chase after it. Not seeing Sun Wukong by his side, Tang Sung recounted the previous events in murmurs. He said little more and returned to the location of Sha Sun, waiting together with them for Sun Wukong's return. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong followed the trail of the yellow wind monster, journeying southward. In the blink of an eye, he had traversed thousands of miles. Looking up, he saw a faint crescent moon in the distance. While the air was filled with the sounds of chanting and a subtle scent of incense wafted through, indicating the presence of a Bodhisattva's Zen temple. Was it the temple dedicated to Lingji Bodhisattva? It was peculiar. The monster had clearly arrived here, yet had vanished without a trace. With his keen eyes, Sun Wukong peered ahead, but due to the nature of Buddhist teachings, all he could see was a golden radiance, obscured by the incense smoke, leaving him puzzled. Determined, he resolved to rush into the Zen temple and conduct a thorough search. Just then, a figure suddenly emerged before him. Great sage, please, slow down. The newcomer, several feet tall and leaning on a wooden staff, was none other than the local land spirit. What is it you wish to convey? Great sage. That monster has been taken away by the Bodhisattva, the land spirit replied. Are you referring to Lingji Bodhisattva? Sun Wukong glanced once more at the crescent moon, and the land spirit nodded repeatedly, recounting the events. He explained that the yellow wind monster was a spirit beast of the Buddhist order, having committed a grave mistake by stealing the lamp oil from the temple. Originally, it was to be subdued, but Lingji Bodhisattva, having compassion for its arduous cultivation, exiled it to Huangfeng Ridge for reflection. Just moments ago, the monster had dashed into this courtyard, where it was spotted by Lingji Bodhisattva and subsequently taken away. Enough of this, great sage. Your quest for scriptures is of utmost importance. The Bodhisattva will assist you in dealing with this monster. The land spirit animatedly described the situation, employing gestures to emphasize his words. However, he remained unaware that Sun Wukong's eyes had subtly glimmered with golden light, fixated upon him. Once the land spirit finished speaking, an immense pressure suddenly weighed down upon his shoulders, causing his already diminutive stature to shrink further. What you imply is that Lingji Bodhisattva took him away. May I inquire in which direction he has gone? Upon hearing this, the land spirit hesitated for a moment before responding. I truly do not know. No sooner had he spoken than Sun Wukong had brandished his golden staff and struck with a swift blow. The land spirit hurriedly raised his wooden staff to block, but with a resounding crack, the staff splintered, revealing a steel fork hidden beneath. The land, once measured in mere feet, has transformed into a whirlwind that ascends to the heavens. Sun Wukong, In his heart, harbors a sense of astonishment. After all, with his current acuity, he had failed to discern the hidden presence of the opponent, who indeed exuded a hint of divine aura. Had it not been for a slip of the tongue, he might have allowed the adversary to escape unscathed. Today, Sun Wukong has been outwitted twice, and his fury is difficult to contain. Gripping his staff, he strikes forcefully at the yellow wind monster. In this moment, he channels half of his strength, solidifying the surrounding space, ensuring that even the most cunning of tricks would find no refuge. Just then, a beam of golden light ascends from the monastery, forming a protective barrier that deflects Sun Wukong's strike. Hold on, great sage. The voice precedes the figure, followed by the illumination of Buddhist radiance. Sun Wukong feigns ignorance, bringing down his staff once more, and this time, the figure reveals itself. The yellow wind monster, now exposed, appears visibly anxious as it falls into the grasp of its adversary. Indeed, the great sage possesses remarkable skill. It is Lingji Bodhisattva. Chapter 84. Decapitating the yellow wind monster. The Bodhisattva Lingji was infuriated. The Bodhisattva Lingji began to speak, asserting that the versions of the story bore no significant difference, being akin to what the yellow wind monster had just recounted. It was merely a matter of him taking the creature away, urging not to delve further into the matter. Upon finishing his words, the Bodhisattva cast a piercing gaze upon Sun Wukong and performed a respectful bow. The young monk then took his leave. No sooner had he spoken than the Bodhisattva was already prepared to ascend upon his cloud. At that moment, a sudden voice rang out, "Halt!" As the sound reverberated around them, the expression on the Bodhisattva's face underwent a drastic change. It was the celestial Lord Jiang Chen. He had now arrived beside Sun Wukong, and the two stood together, quietly observing the Bodhisattva. The Bodhisattva found himself at a loss. He was somewhat aware of Sun Wukong's formidable combat prowess, which he believed he could manage, at least in his own estimation. However, with Jiang Chen's arrival, the predicament had escalated considerably. For the time being, he dared not act impulsively. Bodhisattva, the yellow wind monster, has occupied Yellow Wind Ridge for thousands of years, wreaking havoc upon humanity and causing great suffering. It must be vanquished. I implore you to relinquish your hold, allowing me to escort it to the celestial platform for execution. Jiang Chen articulated his purpose without a trace of hesitation. As he spoke, the Bodhisattva's countenance grew increasingly grim. Feigning ignorance, the Bodhisattva pretended not to hear, for the situation had become exceedingly difficult to navigate. Naturally, Jiang Chen was not one to reiterate matters unnecessarily. He simply watched the Bodhisattva in silence. Together with Sun Wukong, they exerted their overwhelming pressure toward him. Feeling the dual forces of terrifying might closing in, the Bodhisattva's demeanor shifted, and he began to explain. It is a spiritual beast of the Buddhist order, which has erred and has been suppressed by this humble monk in that location. It is unfortunate that it has repeatedly transgressed. I ought to return it to the spirit mountain for further confinement. He had presumed that such an explanation would persuade Jiang Chen to relent, but upon hearing these words, Jiang Chen's gaze only brightened further. If that is the case, then the responsibility for this spiritual beast lies with you, Bodhisattva. Yet it has committed such a grave offense. You too bear some culpability. Very well. I request that you accompany me for a visit to the heavenly court, where we shall determine its fate. The Bodhisattva was taken aback. He was pleading for leniency, yet somehow found himself ensnared in the situation. Was the script not flipped? Even the other celestial beings and deities who had concealed themselves nearby were left dumbfounded. They questioned whether their ears were deceiving them, yet upon observing Jiang Chen's serious demeanor, they fell into silence once more. This celestial lord of decapitation had always been resolute in his words. Over the years, had he ever failed to fulfill his declarations? They believed not. Moreover, all that Jiang Chen had stated was beyond reproach. It was well known that the heavenly court was the nominal sovereign of the three realms. Thus the spirit mountain fell under its jurisdiction. In recent years, the Buddhist sect has flourished, overshadowing the heavenly realm, leading to a silence surrounding such matters. To my surprise, today, the old tales of Jiang Chen have resurfaced. Celestial Lord, are you aware of the words you speak? The expression of Lingji Bodhisattva darkened, and the deference in his tone vanished. This shift was precisely what Jiang Chen had anticipated. He promptly responded, Lingji Bodhisattva, do you intend to disregard the celestial edicts? Tension crackled between them, each poised for confrontation at the slightest provocation. As they faced off, powerful figures from the Buddhist sect had already arrived, rushing towards the heavenly forces. What is happening? Why has the celestial lord inexplicably clashed with the Buddhist sect? Does he truly wish to sever ties? While it was unremarkable for him to capture that monster, why must he also take the Bodhisattva? Although Lingji Bodhisattva may not rival the likes of Guanyin, Dizong, Wenshu, or Puxian, his strength is formidable. Everyone should tread carefully. This could escalate into a significant affair. Jiang Chen had been orchestrating this situation, and Lingji Bodhisattva's arrival was precisely what he desired. However, one perplexing thought lingered. According to the original narrative, Sun Wukong and his companions would first encounter the Yellow Wind monster before proceeding to Wuzhuang Temple, yet reality had unfolded in reverse. Could there be an unforeseen connection between these events? Nevertheless, he quickly dismissed this concern, focusing instead on solidifying his dealings with Lingji Bodhisattva. At that moment, Lingji Bodhisattva, with a countenance as cold as frost, emanated a formidable aura, as if poised to strike at any moment. After a brief pause, he reined in his power. Very well. I shall accompany the celestial lord through the heavenly realm. Lingji Bodhisattva felt no fear for his safety, for he was fulfilling the command of the Tathagata. Could Jiang Chen truly slay him within the heavenly domain? If so, any hope of reconciliation between Mount Ling and the heavens would vanish, leaving only the specter of conflict. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Lingji Bodhisattva began to contemplate how he might repay Jiang Chen for today as humiliation. You are the sixth seeker of the scriptures, yet you act in a manner that oppresses my Buddhist sect. When you inevitably arrive at Mount Ling for your final trial, I shall return today's affront 100-fold. Lingji Bodhisattva's thoughts raced, yet he obediently followed. However, he soon grasped a troubling reality. While the heavenly realm was indeed functioning normally, Jiang Chen's actions were decidedly erratic. Expecting a meeting with the Jade Emperor, he found Jiang Chen offering him no such opportunity, instead dragging them both to the execution platform. Before his very eyes, Jiang Chen presented the Yellow Wind monster at the execution platform, and with a swift stroke, the deed was done. While Lingji Bodhisattva awaited the outcome, Jiang Chen emerged, holding the severed head of the Yellow Wind monster. Lingji Bodhisattva trembled, not from fear, but from fury. Jiang Chen, you. Jiang Chen truly acted in such a manner. How could he dare? Has he lost his sanity? It was only then that Lingji Bodhisattva realized the gravity of the situation. From the very beginning, Jiang Chen's intentions had been exceedingly clear. His aim was to slay the Yellow Wind monster right before his eyes. Now, Lingji Bodhisattva was filled with rage that turned to a twisted smile. Jiang Chen, do not presume that merely because you are a heavenly sovereign, you can behave with such arrogance. Do you truly believe that the heavenly court is under your command? Do you think I am powerless here? I could report your actions to the Jade Emperor in my capacity as a representative of Mount Ling, and what punishment would you then face? Upon hearing Lingji Bodhisattva's thunderous shout, Jiang Chen felt an unexpected delight. He stepped down from the immortal execution platform with a carefree demeanor, a smile gracing his face as he regarded Lingji. While it is true that the heavenly court is not dictated by my will, in this modest space of the immortal execution platform, I hold the authority. As for my so-called arrogance, it is not for you to concern yourself with. Lingji was momentarily taken aback by these words. What do you mean by that? Chapter 85. The Ascension of Lingji Bodhisattva to the Celestial Execution Platform. The Buddhist sect is enraged. In the next moment, he understood the source of the turmoil within his heart. At that instant, Jiang Chen suddenly stepped forward, seizing him firmly. Immediately, an overwhelming surge of spiritual power emanated from the opponent, crashing toward him. Jiang Chen, what do you intend to do? Lingji Bodhisattva bellowed in anger, entirely shedding his previous composure, a rising panic engulfing him. Lingji, the spirit beast you once subdued has escaped into the mortal realm, wreaking havoc among the living. This transgression is a violation of heavenly law, and according to protocol, it warrants execution. Now, upon the celestial execution platform, to question my intentions seems rather absurd. Feeling the suppressive force coursing through him, Lingji Bodhisattva sensed the coldness in Jiang Chen's response, his heart now steeped in unease. I am the Lingji Bodhisattva of the Western Buddhist sect. Even the heavenly court lacks the authority to pass judgment upon me. If I am truly guilty, it is the Buddha who should administer punishment. As a mere heavenly monarch, you possess no such right. Having sensed something amiss earlier, his heart now plummeted. Jiang Chen had cast aside all pretense. He was intent on executing him outright. At that moment, Lingji believed the other had lost his mind. Ironically, he found himself accompanying such a madman to the celestial execution platform. After being subdued by Jiang Chen's use of the platform, he found himself without any chance of resistance. Fortunately, the Jade Emperor, who had been attentively observing, hastily dispatched the Star of Tai by to convey a decree. Heavenly Monarch, please remain composed. His Majesty has issued a command. Today's events require careful deliberation. The matter of Lingji Bodhisattva must be thoroughly examined and not dealt with recklessly. Tai Bai Jin rushed forth, witnessing the scene before him, left in stunned silence, exclaiming urgently. Under different circumstances, he would undoubtedly support Jiang Chen's actions, for it would diminish the power of the Buddhist sect. However, the situation was dire. The journey to the West had just commenced, and the Western Buddhist sect regarded this matter with utmost seriousness. Any misstep could lead to armed conflict. This urgency was precisely why the Jade Emperor had directly sent Tai Bai Jin to deliver the decree. Nevertheless, Jiang Chen paid no heed to these concerns. He directly retrieved memories related to the Yellow Wind Monster from the Great Tao Command Book and began to recite them aloud. 500 years ago, the Yellow Wind Monster, having received your grace, descended to the mortal realm and devoured countless souls. The following year, he offered over 10,000 pounds of fragrant oil at your monastery. 300 years ago, he led his demon soldiers to slaughter countless human kingdoms, resulting in the deaths of over 1 million. The next year, he returned to your monastery, presenting 55,000 pounds of fragrant oil. At this moment, Lingji Bodhisattva's complexion drastically changed. How could Jiang Chen possibly know these details? His mind raced with thoughts. Could it be that the Yellow Wind Monster, in his final moments, had divulged everything? No, the brief interval just now could not have allowed for such thorough recollection. Lingji Bodhisattva's heart was a tempest of confusion. On one hand, Jiang Chen's words were undeniably true, and even the timeline was impeccably precise. On the other hand, he simply does not believe that the other party could possess any knowledge. Nowadays, he adamantly denies it. You are spouting nonsense. I am a person of Ling Mountain. Even if I have erred, it is the Tathagata Buddha who shall administer punishment. What qualifications do you celestial beings possess? Lingji Bodhisattva bellowed. The expressions of those present shifted dramatically, some becoming rather unpleasant, including that of the Grand Duke of Venus. Here he was, extending a helping hand, only to be met with ridicule. Qualifications? Jiang Chen scoffed. As the slayer of immortals, I eradicate evil. Under my blade, no one is exempt, regardless of who you are. I can strike you down. Why should I refrain? Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, Lingji Bodhisattva trembled uncontrollably. He had initially thought Jiang Chen was mad, only to realize that he was, in fact, unwaveringly resolute in his convictions. Reflecting upon it, Jin Chanzi was like this, and so was Sun Wukong. Once he had made his determination, it could not be altered. He now regretted his decision to follow Jiang Chen, lamenting why he had not proposed to the Buddhist sect to eliminate him sooner. Now, it was entirely too late. Jiang Chen's strength had burgeoned to a point where he could disregard even Hao Yin's commands, let alone those of the Buddhist order. To resolve this matter, only the mightiest from the Buddhist realm could intervene personally. Yet how was that feasible? The great journey to the West was presently unfolding smoothly. All eyes were fixed upon it. Who would take the time to come and assist him? Even if one considered a retreat, they would merely note Jiang Chen's actions for future reckoning after the journey's conclusion. By then, he would be long dead, beyond salvation. Lingji Bodhisattva gazed at Jiang Chen, his heart engulfed in despair. Let us proceed. Jiang Chen was entirely indifferent to his thoughts. This was an opportune moment to stir the waters of the great journey to the West, a splendid chance to divert everyone's attention from Ling Mountain. Jiang Chen invoked secret methods, his divine powers manifesting. Lingji Bodhisattva did not even have the chance to utter a final cry before his head fell to the ground. Silence reigned, an oppressive, deathly silence. Whether it was the Grand Duke of Venus or the others present, their minds struggled to comprehend the enormity of what had just transpired. He was truly slain, and this was Lingji Bodhisattva. No one dared to speak, yet they understood that soon, a wave of turbulence would sweep through the three realms. And the origin of it all lay in this very moment. In Ling Mountain, the expressions of the Buddha and others were exceptionally grim. The instant Lingji Bodhisattva was slain, the measures he had left behind shattered one by one. Jiang Chen had gone too far. If he remained alive, the dignity of the Buddhist order would be utterly compromised. Upon hearing this, Maitreya's countenance darkened. However, as the sixth participant in the journey to the West, he had already become intertwined with its fate. If they were to eliminate Jiang Chen, it would result in a tremendous loss. Upon the utterance of these words, the individuals present found themselves in a rather precarious position. The Buddha did not choose to speak further. To be candid, many within the Grand Hall now leaned towards agreeing with Maitreya. After all, he was the sixth individual to seek the scriptures, personally selected by the Buddha to persuade. It appears that their prior actions have backfired upon them. Initially, there was a lack of understanding regarding Jiang Chen, but now his essence is laid bare for all to see. Henceforth, it is imperative to strategize accordingly. Randing spoke in a hushed tone. They could never believe that Jiang Chen's actions were devoid of purpose. reflecting upon the calamities, fortunes, and his entire journey of growth. It became evident to the assembly that these calamities and fortunes were painstakingly carved out by him. This raises a rather awkward dilemma. As it stands, the 5 companions of the journey to the west have all been bested by him. Does this not imply that their fortunes have likewise been siphoned away by Jiang Chen? Consequently, if Jiang Chen cannot accompany the journey to the west to its conclusion, what they ultimately harvest will be incomplete and flawed. Chapter 86. The compromise of the Western Buddhist sect. The matter at hand is of great significance, akin to a single thread that, when pulled, could unravel the entire tapestry. Currently, the journey to the west is proceeding smoothly, adhering to its predetermined course. Any hasty intervention could lead to unforeseen consequences. Maitreya is in a state of considerable discomfort. He can only acquiesce to Jiang Chen's actions with a reluctant acceptance. To subdue Jiang Chen now would necessitate the intervention of a formidable being. And even the 4 great bodhisattvas cannot act alone. Otherwise, capturing him remains an elusive endeavor. Furthermore, this situation is likely to trigger a series of cascading repercussions, irrevocably tarnishing the dignity of the heavenly court and potentially igniting direct conflict between the 2 factions, culminating in calamity. Randalamp sighed, casting a glance at Maitreya and then at Tathagata, before exhaling heavily. I fear we may be nurturing a future threat. My friends, we can still manage the current situation. However, in the future, addressing him will not be so straightforward. Upon hearing this, Maitreya felt a sense of relief. Is the Buddhist sect afraid? Not at all. They possess sages and the 3 revered Buddhas representing the past, present, and future, a power that is the primary reason for Hao Yin's submission. He could not believe that their adversary could grow to a level that would instill fear in the 3 of them. Naturally, he refrained from voicing this thought. After a prolonged silence in the grand hall, Tathagata finally spoke. Unifying the opinions of the 2 and formulating a response to the matter at hand, they would take no action whatsoever. The Buddhist sect would treat this incident as if it had never occurred. They would even further disseminate the transgressions of the Bodhisattva Lingji, portraying it as their tacit approval of the situation. As for Lingji Bodhisattva, he was left with nothing, and thus had no objections to raise. The members of the heavenly court, including the Jade Emperor, were initially quite anxious, anticipating a significant conflict between the 2 sides. However, they were soon dazzled by a series of maneuvers from the Buddhist sect. Tai Bai, could it be that the Buddhist sect is scheming something else behind the scenes? The Jade Emperor turned to Tai Bai Jinxing, who was equally taken aback. Even he, with his keen intellect, could not immediately discern the underlying motives of their actions. Your Majesty, let us observe the developments. For now, this situation does not pose a significant threat to us, Tai Bai Jinxing remarked. He was correct. This incident not only failed to affect the heavenly court, but it also enhanced their prestige. The swift response from the Buddhist sect, coupled with the revelation of Lingji Bodhisattva's wrongdoings, rendered their actions more justifiable and legitimate. To ordinary beings, it appeared as though the Buddhist sect had erred and left the matter to the heavenly court for punishment. To high-level practitioners, it signified a compromise by the Buddhist sect to the heavenly court. In every perspective, the heavenly court emerged as the superior party. Upon hearing of these events, Jiang Chen could not help but scoff. Oh, they can endure this? It seems I have underestimated them. They wish to seek stability at this juncture, do they? Jiang Chen swiftly deduced their intentions. Their primary objective was to stabilize the situation in the journey to the west, ensuring its smooth progression. As for the actions he had undertaken, given the vengeful nature of these bald monks, it was certain that they would seek retribution once the journey concluded. Very well then. This was their choice, akin to granting me the liberty to kill without restraint. After all, until the end of the journey to the west, they were powerless against me. Jiang Chen promptly revised his plans, allowing himself the freedom to engage in unrestricted slaughter during this period, effectively diverting their attention. Moreover, any mounts or disciples he encountered subsequently could be dispatched with justification. The originally devised plan to attract the gaze of the celestial beings was proceeding smoothly. In addition, Jiang Chen had another matter to attend to. He proactively visited the celestial residence of Zhao Caishan in heaven. This was straightforward. He consented to Zhao Caishan's earlier proposal. At this moment, Zhao Gongming wore a bewildered expression, yet upon hearing Jiang Chen express his willingness to assist them in breaking free from the investiture of the gods, he was struck as if by lightning, an overwhelming joy surging within him. Friend, what prompted this sudden change of heart? Did you not say you needed time to consider? He exclaimed. This is wonderful. It is only fitting. How can I express my gratitude to you? Zhao Gongming was so exhilarated that he struggled to articulate his thoughts. This reaction was entirely understandable. Zhao Gongming and his companions were once the disciples of saints, endowed with extraordinary talents. Reflecting on the current status of the 12 golden immortals, it was a mere echo of their former selves. Now, not only were they subject to the whims of heaven, stripped of their freedom, but the path to their ultimate enlightenment was also irrevocably severed. In truth, the sensation of seeing one's destiny tantalizingly close, yet remaining unable to take a step, was far more agonizing than the dissolution of one's soul. A feeling beyond the realm of words. Were it not for the constraints imposed by the investiture of the gods, Zhao Gongming and his allies would have likely dismantled the heavenly court by now. This was evident from their complete disregard for the subsequent orders issued by Haoyan. Calm yourself. I understand your excitement. However, we must deliberate on this matter with care, Jiang Chen advised. They could not afford to act hastily, as this was an affair that originated from the hands of a saint. If they were not sufficiently cautious, detection would spell disaster. Once both parties reached a consensus, they proceeded to implement their plans methodically. With matters here in order, the group of 5 seeking the scriptures advanced once more. Throughout this, Jiang Chen remained industrious, dispatching a message to Sun Wukong, instructing him to capture and slay any demons, Buddhas, or their disciples, mounts, or any entities that might be implicated. As Jiang Chen had anticipated, the Buddhist followers bore this bitter fruit in silence, not daring to utter a word. Even on the heavenly court side, several were cut down alongside him, yet the Jade Emperor remained silent. The parties involved are unwittingly indulging in a situation that leaves the previously prepared individuals trembling with trepidation. What was initially perceived as a lucrative venture has unexpectedly transformed into a perilous endeavor. Some wish to withdraw, but it is now too late. Among them, Jiang Chen has reaped considerable rewards. Aside from various spiritual treasures and rare earthly gems, the most significant acquisition is the mastery of the extinction of immortals technique. Presently, among the 5 categories of divine abilities, immortal, demon, Buddha, monster, and deity, he has successfully gathered 4. The only one missing is the extinction of demons technique, which remains elusive. The demon seems to be exceptionally well hidden. Despite traversing such a considerable distance, he is yet to catch a glimpse of it. Could it be that their schemes are set for a time after the events of the journey to the west, rather than the present? Jiang Chen pondered, even contemplating whether to seek out the whereabouts of Wu Tian. If he could locate him, it might lead him to other formidable demons. However, this endeavor is fraught with danger, and he might end up risking his own life. With this thought, Jiang Chen felt a shiver run down his spine and hastily quelled his thoughts. At that moment, he unexpectedly received an invitation from the Fire Cloud Cave. Chapter 87. The Invitation from the 3 Sovereigns and 5 Emperors at the Fire Cloud Cave. Jiang Chen was pleasantly surprised by the invitation that had come from this esteemed place. After all, he wholeheartedly identified himself as a member of the human race, and the gathering of the 3 Sovereigns and 5 Emperors held considerable allure for him. Amidst the myriad of recent distractions, he had momentarily forgotten about this matter. Now that he had received the invitation, he hastened towards the Fire Cloud Cave without a trace of hesitation. Long before he began his storytelling endeavors concerning the aftershocks, he had dedicated himself to improving the plight of humanity in the primordial realm, which had surely garnered the attention of the inhabitants of the Fire Cloud Cave, albeit without prior contact. He surmised that they now deemed the time ripe and the conditions favorable. He was no longer the Jiang Chen of yore, and thus accepted the invitation with eagerness. At present, Jiang Chen's cultivation had reached the late stage of the Great Luo. The journey to the west was not yet concluded. Should he wait until the journey's end, he could undoubtedly break through to the perfected Great Luo, or even advance further. With such confidence, he felt no need to tread carefully in any interactions. Upon arriving at the Fire Cloud Cave and immersing himself in the rich aura of humanity, Jiang Chen experienced an overwhelming sense of homecoming. The air around him was warm, enveloping him like a soothing embrace of a hot spring. Junior Jiang Chen has come to pay his respects. He projected his divine thoughts, discarding any pretense of being a celestial lord, instead presenting himself as a humble junior. In the next moment, the Fire Cloud Cave erupted into activity as figures soared forth, accompanied by the faint clinking of chains. He soon beheld 3 figures clad in dark robes, radiating golden light, flanked by several other cultivators from the Fire Cloud Cave. Upon encountering these esteemed human emperors, Jiang Chen felt a stirring within his bloodline, swiftly followed by a surge of respect. This reverence was not merely due to their cultivation levels. These individuals had pulled humanity from the depths of ignorance after the calamity of the witch and demon wars, propelling them to become the protagonists of the celestial realm. Their contributions to humanity were immeasurable, and in comparison, Jiang Chen could only regard them with profound admiration. Conversely, the figures of Shen Nong, Fushi, and the other cultivators from the Fire Cloud Cave regarded him with the same respect. At that moment, a portion of the cultivators present had received the inheritance of immortals and had traveled great distances to arrive here, bearing some intangible connection to Jiang Chen. They were well aware of his contributions to humanity, which endeared him to all, from the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors to the ordinary cultivators. Without delay, they welcomed him into their midst and seated him in the company of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, whereupon he revealed the true purpose of his invitation. Recently, the affairs Jiang Chen had undertaken in the primordial realm had grown increasingly significant, drawing the attention of half of the primordial world. The Fire Cloud Cave was no exception. Their primary intent in summoning Jiang Chen was to urge him to prioritize his safety. Furthermore, I wish to inquire whether Jiang Chen could seize this opportunity to devise a strategy for the human race. The first point, as is well known, stems from the counsel of our esteemed predecessors. As for the second point, it diverges significantly. Crafting a plan revolves around the concept of fortune. Since the calamity of the Lich, the human race has been steadily flourishing, drawing the attention of deities and celestial beings who ceaselessly plunder and demand tribute. Initially, they offered a semblance of protection, which temporarily beguiled the humans, obscuring the lurking dangers. It was only when they became the protagonists of the heavenly realm that the perils became evident. Yet by then, the situation had become as tenacious as a parasite, nearly impossible to eradicate. Moreover, this entrenchment has stifled the human race's potential for further ascendance. It is not a matter of unwillingness, but rather an incapacity. The deities have rooted themselves throughout human territory, obstructing progress and relegating humanity to a precarious state of stagnation. This has fostered a deep-seated anger among the populace. Yet they find themselves powerless, merely biding their time for an opportunity to arise. This waiting has persisted for millennia, an uncertain span of time. Now, with Jiang Chen's sudden emergence, a glimmer of hope has ignited within them. Presently, as the celestial emperor of the heavenly court, renowned for his might, and actively engaged in the journey to the west, he has been summoned with great anticipation. They yearn to ascertain whether the human race might also partake in a modicum of fortune. In addressing Jiang Chen, their tone lacks any aggression or superiority. Instead, it carries an air of inquiry. Should Jiang Chen decline at this juncture, they would not press the matter further. Jiang Chen, perceptive to their sentiments, feels a wave of emotion wash over him. Gazing upon the assembly of individuals, including the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors alongside other cultivators, he muses, had the fortunes of the human race not been usurped, what a splendid era we might inhabit today. This thought ignites a fervent passion within his breast. He exclaims without hesitation, asserting that it is not impossible for the journey to the west to yield a share of fortune. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupts with excitement. The 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors exclaiming their approval, finally perceiving a glimmer of hope, affirming that their prior efforts, attempts, and patience have not been in vain. Although the fortune gained may not elevate the human race to its zenith, it is sufficient to reverse the current decline. However, before the elation could fully settle, Jiang Chen suddenly drew a deep breath, causing a ripple of unease among the attendees. Yet, I believe that merely sharing a fraction of this fortune may be rather insufficient. Why should we not take the initiative, seize control, and secure the lion's share? Let them beseech us for a share, thereby enabling us to master our own fortune. This proposition, however, was met with incredulity. In the ancient past, the fortunes of the human race were indeed governed by their own will. Yet that was indeed in ancient times, when humanity had not yet been so thoroughly divided among the various sects as it is today. During that era, the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors still guided humanity from the external realms, possessing the ability to directly mobilize the fate of humankind, thereby forming the fate golden dragon for combat. However, in the present, the fate of humanity has instead become a shackle that restrains them. Jiang Chen, if you have any other thoughts, feel free to express them. In the midst of the profound silence, it was Fushi who spoke first, his voice slightly trembling as he endeavored to suppress his own emotions. Those present could perceive the intensity of his feelings. His words were bound to evoke a strong reaction. Initially, they had hoped for even a small share. A mere fraction would bring them immense joy. Yet now, Jiang Chen had revealed that not only would they receive a share, but he also aspired to directly oversee the distribution of fate this time. If what he proposed were to materialize, the few of them could hardly fathom the extent to which humanity's fate would flourish, and humanity would rise once more, reaching the exalted heights akin to the dragon, phoenix, Qilin, and Lich of Yur. Chapter 88. A frantic scheme, a gamble for humanity. Fushi lowered his head, beginning to divine the future. However, despite his expertise in divination, he found himself utterly at a loss regarding this matter. After a prolonged silence, as the excitement waned, tranquility returned to the surroundings. The expressions of those present were tinged with disbelief. Upon reflection, the situation seemed utterly preposterous. No insights could be gleaned from the calculations. Fushi could only set aside the tortoise shell in his hands and remarked, "Jiang Chen, you must understand that the tribulation we face is the culmination of a protracted scheme by the Buddhist sect. This is not a matter that has arisen recently. Its roots can be traced back to the time of Nuwa mending the heavens. Given the extensive arrangements they have made, how could they allow us to take the lead? This is, after all, a transaction among saints. I believe it prudent to strategize around a portion of the fortune. Beyond that, I fear for your safety." After all, those two, Jane and Juenti. As he spoke, Fushi's demeanor was grave. He genuinely felt compelled to counsel Jiang Chen, fearing that the impulsiveness of the moment might lead the young man into peril. Should that occur, the loss to humanity would be far greater, especially considering the presence of a formidable Delua-level powerhouse, a heavenly sovereign. Frankly, in the current primordial chaos, Jiang Chen's potential influence might surpass that of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors combined. Jiang Chen comprehended the sentiments expressed by the others and was determined not to disappoint them. He boldly articulated his intentions. Had he not witnessed their present strength prior to arriving at the Fire Cloud Cave, he would not have dared to express such thoughts. However, he had gained some understanding of the latent power within the human race. Take the 3 sovereigns, for instance. While they had not yet reached the saintly realm, they were not far off, certainly surpassing ordinary quasi-saints. Here, there were as many as 8 such formidable entities, and if the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors united, confronting a saint was not beyond the realm of possibility. Jiang Chen seized this opportunity to integrate the fortunes of the journey to the west into that of humanity. When the fortunes of humanity surged, the strength of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors would only be further amplified. This would create a chain reaction. Unless Jane and Juenti could eradicate the human race entirely, they would have no choice but to acquiesce to this scenario. Ultimately, humanity now stood as the principal actor in the celestial realm. Only if they truly wished to forsake their saintly positions would they engage in such absurdity. The assembly pondered deeply, particularly the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, who exchanged glances laden with resolve. One could even perceive the flickering flames of battle intent in the eyes of the Xianyuan clan. This was indeed within their capabilities. Although resistance would undoubtedly be arduous, it was not insurmountable. After a brief interval, Swerin spoke. As the one who had guided humanity for the longest time, his mind remained sharp, and he inquired. While they may be able to withstand an assault, the power of the Western Buddhists is not to be underestimated. The 3 great Buddhas of the past, present, and future all possess quasi-saint strength. Furthermore, the 4 great bodhisattvas are formidable adversaries as well. They do not need to annihilate humanity. It suffices to severely wound it. A task within their reach. How shall this be addressed? They are acutely aware of the enormity of their current scheme. Should it succeed, it would sever the burgeoning momentum of the Buddhist sect, and how could they possibly let it rest? What awaits them is a united and wrathful Buddhist community. This is a grand gamble. Win, and they dine at the table. Lose, and they lose everything. In such a scenario, mercy will be a luxury they cannot afford. The Fire Cloud Cave branch will face devastating repercussions, potentially facing permanent closure. Without the protection of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, humanity may revert to the dire conditions reminiscent of the Witch-Lich calamity, becoming mere cattle and horses for others' confinement. Thus, the crux of the matter lies in whether the saints can withstand the onslaught, and who among the other powerful beings will rise to confront the challenge. Should this issue find resolution, the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors might be inclined to take a risk. In this regard, Jiang Chen harbored several thoughts. The first candidates that came to mind were Sun Wukong and Zhen Yuanzi. Both had received his benevolence and were considered allies. Next were Zhao Gongming and the 3 Xiaos, disciples of the, whom he had assisted in liberating from the investiture of the gods. They owed him a debt of gratitude. Beyond this, Jiang Chen conceived a wildly audacious plan, so outrageous that it made him tremble at the mere recollection. It involved Wu Tian and an alliance with the demons. Should this formidable figure take the stage, not only would he be capable of resisting the likes of Tathagata, but even several saints would be compelled to tread carefully. Although collaborating with demons seemed implausible, the potential for maneuvering existed as long as the interests of both parties did not conflict and shared goals emerged. In such a scenario, Wu Tian could create chaos at one end while humanity stirred trouble at the other, a dual assault that would undoubtedly leave the Buddhist sect in disarray. After articulating his plan, Jiang Chen took a sip of water. When he lifted his gaze, he found the crowd surrounding him rendered immobile, as if petrified. It took a considerable time for them to regain their composure. Fuxi and others, having previously claimed to be able to deduce the entirety of the primordial realm, were daunted by such a bold scheme, especially one that involved collaborating with the demon race. Yet, inexplicably, this plan evoked a sense of feasibility within them. Jiang Chen, how confident are you in this? They stammered. Rest assured, if it were something else, I might harbor uncertainties. However, orchestrating Wutian to assault the Western Buddhist sect is entirely feasible. A collective gasp resonated through the assembly. Truth be told, such a proposition was beyond the ordinary scope, and dissent was inevitable. Jiang Chen chose not to elaborate further. The ensuing deliberations were theirs to navigate. He closed his eyes to meditate. After a prolonged silence, the assembly did not isolate him, but debated openly in his presence. Eventually, they reached a consensus. They must proceed, for humanity had endured too long in despair. After much effort, an opportunity has finally presented itself, bringing forth such a remarkable individual. Though it may seem perilous, one must admit that if Buddhism were to truly permeate the Eastern continent, coupled with their unique approach, how much better could the human race fare than it does now? Rather than succumbing to a gradual demise, it is far more worthwhile to engage in a bold struggle. The plan articulated by Jiang Chen, while sounding utterly audacious, is not devoid of potential for success. As Jiang Chen awakened, he opened his eyes and gazed upon the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, as well as other human cultivators. In their eyes, he perceived a flicker of flame, a flame that had been extinguished and dormant for tens of millions of years, now igniting anew. Oh, this is precisely how it should be. This embodies the human race's indomitable spirit of striving for progress, battling against heaven, earth, and all existence. Jiang Chen silently nodded in agreement. Fuxi addressed him. I have analyzed this plan, and the most crucial aspect now is whether you can locate Wutian. Engaging in dialogue with him is essential, and in this regard, I can offer you my assistance. Chapter 89, The Lord of No Heaven. Discussing cooperation. Fuxi produced his innate 8 trigrams disc. As his surrounding powers surged, golden light from the cave radiated towards it. The human race now spread across the vast wilderness, and he harnessed this human fortune, supplemented by the innate 8 trigrams disc. Before him, the wilderness lay bare, and a gaze emanated from the fire cloud cave, sweeping across the surroundings in the blink of an eye, encompassing the vast wilderness. At this moment, in a small world attached to the wilderness, there bloomed a black lotus engulfed in fierce flames. Upon the lotus sat a shadowy figure, the Lord of No Heaven, whom Jiang Chen sought. He naturally sensed this intrusion. Since someone had come to seek him out, it piqued his interest. He remained here, inviting the approach. For millions of years, this was the first time the Lord of No Heaven had made a proactive response. The aura swiftly received this acknowledgement and relayed it. Found him, be cautious. Fuxi conveyed the sensed divine thought into Jiang Chen's mind, offering a few words of caution. Jiang Chen nodded and, following this aura, shot forth with urgency. The encounter proceeded without a hitch, and Jiang Chen smoothly met the future great demon, the Lord of No Heaven. Jiang Chen, the slayer of immortals, had indeed garnered significant renown. Even the Lord of No Heaven recognized him, not least because he was not a recluse like Jin Yuanzi. He was ever watchful of the changes within the wilderness. Upon hearing Jiang Chen directly address him by his title, the Lord of No Heaven exhibited little surprise. After all, it was to be expected that someone would seek him out. However, the title of Lord of No Heaven invoked a measure of wariness within him. Immediately, a terrifying killing intent permeated towards Jiang Chen. Standing firm, Jiang Chen felt the surging murderous aura from all directions, yet his expression remained unchanged, unmoving in place. This elicited a hint of admiration in the Lord of No Heaven's gaze, prompting him to inquire, as the slayer of immortals, what business do you have with me? I have a transaction to discuss, Jiang Chen replied. Upon hearing this, the Lord of No Heaven momentarily doubted his hearing. The most renowned rising star in the wilderness sought to negotiate cooperation with him. For a moment, he entertained thoughts akin to those of the people from Lingshan. Could this individual be out of his mind? However, upon further reflection, madness might indeed be preferable. He relished such lunatics. I am quite intrigued. What exactly do you intend? Observing the Lord of No Heaven's puzzled expression, Jiang Chen smiled and responded. I have come today to discuss our joint assault on Lingshan. Upon hearing this, the Lord of No Heaven straightened up, the surrounding demonic energy swelling. His astonishment did not stem from Jiang Chen's interest in Lingshan, but rather from the certainty with which Jiang Chen believed he would join him in this endeavor. Did he somehow know my intentions? The Lord of No Heaven had been in hiding for so many years. It would not be an exaggeration to say he had been elusive. For all these years, no one has laid eyes upon him. How can one fathom his thoughts? After a moment's contemplation, he became aware of his own indiscretion and relaxed slightly, inquiring further, "Is this your intention, or that of the Celestial Court?" Reflecting deeply, the only possibility that came to his mind was indeed the Celestial Court. Nowadays, who does not know that the Celestial Court is being stifled by the Buddhist sect? Breeding resentment? Furthermore, given the demeanor of the Jade Emperor, who cannot act openly, it is not impossible for him to seek my assistance. The Celestial Court? No, no, no. I come representing myself on behalf of the human race. The human race? Listening to Jiang Chen's words, Wu Tian pondered for a moment. He did not anticipate that the schemes of the human race would be so profound. If the Jade Emperor were to discover that the celestial monarch he appointed was not united with him from the beginning, that fellow would likely be driven to a fit of rage. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen merely twitched the corner of his mouth. Was it necessary to articulate such matters? A discerning observer could easily perceive the truth. Wu Tian was well aware of the human race's plight. During his time as a Buddhist, he was tasked with spreading their teachings among humans. He was acutely aware of the underhanded dealings that transpired, the audacity of the human race to undertake such a gamble, even to the extent of collaborating with him, was truly remarkable. In this light, everything Jiang Chen had previously stated became less suspect. After all, it was Fuxi, adept in the primal 8 trigrams, who had ascended as the human emperor, possessing a capacity for divination that rivaled that of the saints. Thus, the human race could indeed be considered a viable ally. The oppression of the human race had not occurred overnight. As the edifice of their existence teetered on the brink of collapse, they sought to make one final attempt. In Wu Tian's eyes, the strength of the human race was not formidable. Even though the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, along with their fortunes, could stand shoulder to shoulder with the saints. That was merely their case. For a race to grow powerful, it must possess fortune. Yet, the fortunes of the human race had long been nearly devoured by those celestial and enlightened beings. Currently, the human race had some formidable combatants at the upper echelons. But below them lay a chasm of disparity, a disconnection between generations. Contemplating this, Wu Tian shifted his posture. If he were to ally with the human race, he could easily use the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors to hold back the saints while he dismantled Lingshan. Then, with just a command, he could annihilate the fragmented human race at will. In this scenario, he could hardly be at a loss. Thus, Wu Tian declared agreed. There was no reason for refusal. This was a golden opportunity. Jiang Chen smiled and nodded. You, the human race, should naturally be the protagonists of the earthly realm. Yet you have been firmly controlled by these celestial beings, thwarted in your ascent. I understand your tribulations. Just as the Buddhist sect has risen from a barren land to its current flourishing state, so too can the human race. I am your Tao ancestor. In due time, I shall ensure that you vent your frustrations and that humans and demons coexist. As Wu Tian spoke, his voice grew ever more somber, imbued with a hint of seduction. His subsequent words bore no veils, intended solely to indoctrinate Jiang Chen. Indeed, such brainwashing is utterly futile. Jiang Chen's mind was consumed with devising the forthcoming plans for execution. Upon hearing Wu Tian's acquiescence, he lingered no longer. I, along with the human race, shall make all the necessary arrangements. When the time comes, we shall await your assault on Ling Mountain. With that, Jiang Chen hastily departed from the scene. In his wake, the air where he once stood crackled with demonic energy, and figures began to materialize. Master, are we truly to collaborate with the human race? The voice that emerged was deep and hoarse, imbued with an ambiguous emotional undertone. What a splendid ally. Where else could I find such a one? Wu Tian remarked coolly. He was no fool. He harbored his own reservations regarding the assault on Ling Mountain, which was why he had bided his time. The reason Jiang Chen managed to persuade him with mere words was that he too was calculating the human race's intentions. Oh, human race, do not let me down. Chapter 90. Offering strategies to the Jade Emperor, plotting against the Buddhist sect. Upon awakening, Jiang Chen found himself once again in the Fire Cloud Cave. He recounted the events of his journey in detail and discussed several strategies with Fuxi and the others as preliminary preparations, before hastily returning to the Heavenly Court. This time, Jiang Chen had no intention of retreating for cultivation. He made his way directly to the Lingshao Palace to meet the Jade Emperor. He was acutely aware of the need for caution in collaborating with demons, ensuring he had contingency plans in place while simultaneously offering them an opportunity for action. Your Majesty, I have come to present a strategy. I kindly request that you dismiss those present, Jiang Chen stated. The nearby Tai Bai Jinxing hesitated, casting frequent glances at Jiang Chen. but was met with indifference. Left with no choice, Hao Yin had to dismiss the attendants. Speak, what is it that you wish to discuss? The Jade Emperor recognized that Jiang Chen was not one to waste his time frivolously. The gravity with which he approached the matter indicated its significance. Your Majesty, the opportunity for prosperity in the heavenly court is at hand. Might I inquire if you possess the ambition to seize it? Jiang Chen feigned an impassioned tone, fully capturing the Jade Emperor's attention. Currently, the Buddhist sect is flourishing, drawing upon the energies of heaven and earth. Where lies the opportunity for our heavenly court? Surely, my esteemed minister, you jest, the Jade Emperor remarked. He was correct. Any discerning individual could see the impending rise of the Buddhist sect. Unfazed, Jiang Chen calmly uttered 2 words, the underworld. Upon hearing this, the Jade Emperor furrowed his brow, instinctively repeating the phrase. Observing his reaction, Jiang Chen quickly provided further analysis. At this critical juncture in journey to the west, the foremost priority of the Buddhist sect was to stabilize their current situation and continue their efforts. Any developments would be approached with caution, a sentiment clearly reflected in Jiang Chen's demeanor. Upon hearing this analysis, the Jade Emperor's expression darkened, contemplating the implications. However, he soon regained his composure. Jiang Chen's observations were indeed astute. Previously, in their quest for merit, they had released their mounts and spirit children, allowing them to descend and become demons. As a result, Jiang Chen had captured and eliminated them all, along with their masters, rendering them completely subdued. Now, the Buddhist sect was wholly focused on journey to the west, and their response would undoubtedly be delayed. This presented a timely opportunity for us. Otherwise, once the journey concluded, it would be too late. We must seize this moment to claim the underworld. Listening intently, the Jade Emperor's expression fluctuated between contemplation and resolve. He had long desired to unify control over the underworld. The Queen of the Underworld would only oversee the realm of the dead, offering little interference in the affairs of the underworld itself. Beyond this, his sole adversary remained the Buddhist sect. The 10 Yama kings had already been compromised by them. Consider, when they initially stirred Sun Wukong's soul, the underworld offered no resistance. Now, if left unchecked until journey to the west reaches its conclusion, the burgeoning power of the Buddhist sect may sever ties with you. Seeing the hesitation of the Jade Emperor, Jiang Chen intensified his persuasive efforts, continuously painting enticing visions for him. However, amidst this calamity, if you were to seize complete control of the underworld, even the resurgence of the Buddhist sect would not instill fear within you. The Jade Emperor's thoughts raced. The allure of profit reached a level that made one forget the immediate dangers. Complete mastery over the underworld perfectly aligned with the limits he could accept. At that moment, no one else mattered. He nodded repeatedly as he listened to Jiang Chen's words. My loyal minister, you truly deserve my trust. Were it not for your counsel, I would have squandered such an excellent opportunity. The Jade Emperor rose and paced back and forth, excitement unmistakable in his gaze. Noticing the situation was ripe, Jiang Chen ceased his elaboration. Moments later, the Heavenly Emperor gazed intently at Jiang Chen. In that case, I shall seize complete control of the underworld at this very moment. Drive out the claws of the Buddhist sect. Jiang Chen, I appoint you as the Grand Marshal, commanding the 3 armies to conquer the underworld. At this juncture, the Heavenly Emperor was resolute. He relinquished the authority of the 3 armies to Jiang Chen, intending to unleash a swift and spectacular strike. Your Majesty, rest assured, I shall exhaust my efforts to consolidate the underworld, Jiang Chen vowed, though the sincerity of his words was known only to him. Nevertheless, the current Jade Emperor was particularly pleased to hear such declarations. Subsequently, the two discussed further details, instructing Jiang Chen to prepare for the expedition. After Jiang Chen departed, the likes of the Star of Tai Bai hurried to the Jade Emperor's side, anxiously inquiring, fearful of any further complications. Recently, Jiang Chen's reputation as a disruptor had spread among them, even more so than the so-called Heavenly Sovereign. Upon learning of the content of the conversation between the Heavenly Emperor and Jiang Chen, the Star of Tai Bai fell into silence. It seemed not without reason. After reflecting several times in his mind, Tai Bai finally spoke. This could indeed explain matters, considering the significant grievances between the Immortal Slayer and the Buddhist sect. They have forged enmity, first with Jin Shanzi, then with Ling Ji Bodhisattva. He does not wish for the Buddhist sect to flourish. Hearing such a reasonable explanation from Tai Bai, everyone nodded in agreement. It indeed sounded plausible, with little objection to Jiang Chen's proposal. After all, their grievances were well observed. Should the Buddhist sect rise to prominence, the first order of business would likely be to eliminate Jiang Chen. Recently, Jiang Chen's record was formidable. He had slain a bodhisattva, 2 arhats, and destroyed several temples. Had they not known this was a journey to obtain scriptures from the West, they might have mistaken it for Jiang Chen's path of demolition. Fortunately, the Buddhist sect had exercised restraint. Had it been anyone else, they would have acted long ago. As the expedition drew closer to the West, the threat of the Buddhist sect's resurgence loomed larger. If Jiang Chen did not devise a plan soon, his fate would be sealed. In such circumstances, being part of the heavenly court would serve as his strongest support. Naturally, he had to strategize for the heavenly court, and this was the collective thought among them. In order to reconcile his previous actions, under the circumstances of mutual conjecture, the proposal put forth by Jiang Chen began to take shape. At this moment, Jiang Chen had returned to his estate, quietly contemplating the matters he had previously discussed with the Jade Emperor. Upon realizing there were no inconsistencies, he smiled faintly. They are likely analyzing my words, searching for any flaws, perhaps believing that I am reluctant to see the Buddhist sect flourish. Little do they know, my motives are neither for Buddhism nor for the heavenly court. Rather, I am preparing for a campaign against the Spirit Mountain on behalf of Wu Tian. Jiang Chen chuckled coldly to himself. The strength of Wu Tian and his subordinates is beyond question. Should they launch a surprise attack on the Buddhist sect, resistance would be futile. However, there exists a flaw in their plans: reincarnation. It permits the heavenly Buddhas and figures such as Tathagata to be reborn. Prior to this, the netherworld was firmly under the control of the heavenly court. When the time comes, I shall not allow the Buddhist sect to achieve their goals so easily. Even if they wish to grant passage later, Jiang Chen would never consent. He intends to let the Buddhist sect and Wu Tian exhaust one another. Chapter 91. Sun Wukong. A ruckus in Ling Mountain? This is a venture I am well acquainted with. The impending assault on the underworld will undoubtedly sour relations with the Buddhist sect. It is, after all, an endeavor to seize their interests within the nether realm. When the time comes, no matter how foolish the Jade Emperor may appear, he will inevitably adopt the passive stance, observing the conflict between the Buddhist faction and Wu Tian, and may even intervene to mediate. This will perpetuate a delicate balance of attrition between the two parties. Consequently, humanity will experience a fleeting period of tranquility, enabling individuals like myself to intertwine the destiny of the journey to the West with that of the human race. Subsequently, while we may not entirely suppress these two formidable forces, we shall at least regain our footing, unafraid of exploitation, and possess the right to speak at the negotiating table. All of this lies within Jiang Chen's meticulous scheme. Now, the Jade Emperor has entrusted Jiang Chen with leading the three armies to assault the underworld, providing him ample opportunity to maneuver within this framework. Jiang Chen may even retain certain contingencies within the underworld. Matters with Wu Tian have been deftly resolved, and the Heavenly Realm's response has been surprisingly favorable. The only remaining obstacle is the Ling Mountain Buddhist sect. Jiang Chen has adequately prepared to strike against the Buddhist faction. Upon reflection, the most suitable location is undoubtedly the Lion Turtle Kingdom. This place holds profound significance for Jiang Chen, as the echoes of past tremors still resonate in his heart. It was precisely because of that incident that Jiang Chen resolved to strive for greater benefits for humanity. Contemplating the Lion Turtle Kingdom and recalling the past, Jiang Chen couldn't help but sigh. If he were to confront the circumstances of yesteryear now, he could easily release the previous tremors, rather than resorting to a blade against a party he knew was not in the wrong. Truth be told, should Jiang Chen encounter that particular Arhood again, he would not hesitate to let the other party experience the sharpness of his primordial blade. With a firm resolve, Jiang Chen chose not to continue his cultivation, instead focusing his attention on the quartet of travelers below, observing their journey until they reached the Lion Turtle Kingdom. During this time, Jiang Chen took the opportunity to survey the various departments of the Heavenly Court. Upon discovering that the Jade Emperor was still discreetly mobilizing troops and making preparations for action, he descended directly to the mortal realm to rendezvous with the 5 travelers. "Ah, Heavenly Lord, what brings you down today? Is the upper realm so idle?" Both Zhu Beiji and Sha Sung were taken aback by Jiang Chen's sudden appearance. Although they were aware that Jiang Chen was the 6th member of their pilgrimage, his actual appearances had been few and far between, to the point where they nearly forgot him. "I have descended to assist you. A great calamity lies ahead." Upon hearing this, both Zhu Beiji and Sha Sung were momentarily frozen in shock. Although they did not fully grasp the intricacies of the schemes at play, they had come to recognize certain truths throughout their journey. While this calamity seemed to present itself in a series of challenges, it had not genuinely endangered their lives. The myriad deities and Buddhas, who once towered above them and were seldom seen, always managed to arrive just in time to lend their aid and vanquish evil at critical junctures. Unbeknownst to them, they had gradually ceased to regard these calamities with trepidation. The process has long been established. Tang Sung is captured, and they seek assistance. Suddenly, Jiang Chen interjects with a warning of impending calamity, which overwhelms the two with astonishment rather than fear. Jiang Chen merely cast a glance at them before refraining from further comments, instead whispering a few words to Sun Wukong. I believe the best defense is indeed an offense. There are thieves for 1,000 days, but no defense against thieves for 1,000 days. You must guard Xuanzang here while Wukong and I deal with this disaster. Upon hearing this, Zhu Beiji and Sha Monk nodded vigorously, fully compliant with Jiang Chen's words. They had witnessed his formidable prowess, having vanquished not only monsters but also their steeds, and even their masters. They suspected that their journey had been so smooth, and they had been able to summon countless deities due to Jiang Chen's fearsome reputation. However, that was merely their conjecture. In reality, Sun Wukong and Jiang Chen had already ventured far ahead. According to my previous plan, you will directly capture the white elephant and the green lion. I will lie in ambush, devising ways to lure the golden-winged great prong. Once I have severely wounded it, you will act as if the golden-winged great prong has fled. Follow it and create chaos in the spirit mountain, and do not stop for anyone who tries to intervene. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong was quite familiar with the task at hand. He immediately raised his hand to halt Jiang Chen's further words. Isn't it just causing a ruckus in the spirit mountain? I'm well versed in this. I did just that in the heavenly court last time. Rest assured. As he spoke, Sun Wukong's form flickered and he descended toward the mountain range below, his golden staff expanding ominously, resembling a mountain crashing down. The ground trembled with a thunderous roar, and the surrounding lion-camel ridge shook as if a dragon were stirring. Several towering mountains were reduced to rubble. Of course, he had intentionally restrained his strength. After all, they were to perform a play, and without actors, how could there be a show? What on earth is happening? The myriad of monsters stared in bewilderment at the scene before them. The once continuous mountain range had suddenly diminished by half, revealing the distant horizon. Suddenly, a voice echoed from above. You vile creatures, causing chaos here, establishing a demon kingdom, and attempting to obstruct our journey to the west for the scriptures. Your crimes warrant execution. The already bewildered crowd was now even more perplexed. We truly wish to feast on Tang Xuanzang, but where is he? I haven't even seen a single hair of the monk, and this audacious monkey has come knocking. A voice resonated, reverberating through the valley. Sun Wukong raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. So, you demons indeed intend to consume my master. In that case, I, Sun Wukong, have not miscalculated my location. With a calm demeanor, Sun Wukong fixed his gaze below, locking onto a towering figure wielding a long spear, standing out among the throng of monsters. Thus, he deduced the identity of this individual as the white elephant based on the information provided by Jiang Chen. The adversary, sensing Sun Wukong's scrutiny, immediately barked, You monkey! Who do you think your master is? I have waited throughout the year. No, I have lingered in this secluded mountain, solely subsisting on a vegetarian diet, having never encountered another soul, let alone partaken in a meal. We are all benevolent creatures here. Yet today, you dare to ravage our homeland. The white elephant had intended to convey more, but suddenly a chilling rumor struck him, causing him to shudder. If this were indeed true, it would be a grave matter. He swiftly altered his discourse. Thus, you should inquire within this vast expanse of 10,000 miles. Who among them is unaware that the creatures of Shizhua Ridge are all virtuous beings? Each one has descended to the point of subsisting on grass. Yet today, you come to tarnish our reputation. Were it any other day, we would certainly seek justice from the sacred Buddhist temple of Ling Mountain. However, seeing that you are a newcomer, we shall not hold you accountable for the destruction of this place. Once the white elephant finished speaking, another resonant voice echoed through the air. A creature with a magnificent, explosive hairstyle stood beside the white elephant, brandishing a large knife towards Sun Wukong. It was none other than the Blue Lion. Chapter 92. The plan commences. Make some noise. Sun Wukong swiftly acquired the pertinent information. His gaze swept around, searching for the presence of a third party. Judging by Jiang Chen's tone, he was convinced that this third figure, the golden-winged roc, was the principal target. Regrettably, he remained unaware of the other's existence. Even Jiang Chen, who lay in ambush, failed to detect the silhouette of the golden-winged roc, furrowing his brow slightly. He had inquired and confirmed that the Lion Troop Kingdom indeed existed here. However, unlike the original narrative, the human race had not been entirely consumed by the golden-winged roc, nor had it been transformed into a demon realm. Changes had transpired. The journey to the west had been adjusted. He had anticipated that the monks of the Buddhist sect would stubbornly persist. Speaking of which, the citizens of the Lion Troop Kingdom that Yu Chun and his companions had ultimately rescued were indeed thriving. Reflecting on this, a smile crept upon Jiang Chen's lips, an unexpected stroke of fortune amidst adversity. Suddenly, he hastened to regain his composure. Now was not the time for such thoughts. He cast a protective barrier towards the human realm of the Lion Troop Kingdom, ensuring they would remain unscathed during the forthcoming battle. He promptly transmitted a message to Sun Wukong, urging him to create a greater commotion to lure out the golden-winged roc. Understood, Sun Wukong replied succinctly, his eyes gleaming with golden light. He scrutinized the green lion and the white elephant with piercing clarity, as well as the surrounding demons, before sneering, "You too, steeped in your own malevolence. Dare to speak of innocence? Truly, you are full of nonsense. Prepare to face my staff." With that, he soared into the air, wielding his staff with tremendous force, casting a multitude of shadows that descended like a celestial calamity upon the green lion and white elephant. The two could only respond, one brandishing a spear and the other a sword in a futile attempt to defend themselves. "How dare you, monkey? We approached you with words of reason. Yet you refused to listen and resort to violence. Let me reiterate, do not overstep your bounds. Our waters shall not mix." However, their bluster was abruptly silenced as Sun Wukong's staff made contact, causing them to stagger back. Yet, with resolute determination, Sun Wukong aimed to create an uproar that they could not withstand. In the blink of an eye, the two faced a pallor of dread. With a thunderous crash, they were sent hurtling backward, colliding with three towering mountains. The staff struck the ground, unleashing a terrifying whirlwind that spread outwards. An explosion followed, causing the very earth to tremble thrice. From this epicenter, countless realms and innumerable mortals within a radius of thousands of miles quaked in unison. Not far away, Zhu Beiji and Sha Wujing, stationed as instructed, were equally astonished by the commotion, their eyes wide as they gazed into the distance. "Second brother, is such an attack not utterly outrageous?" murmured Sha Wujing, oblivious to the fact that Zhu Beiji stood beside him, mouth agape, large enough to fit several eggs. After a pause, he finally regained his senses. "Master, junior brother, perhaps the monster is too formidable," Pigsy stammered in response. The two mushroom clouds rising in the distance attested to the immense power of the recent assault. Indeed, otherwise the heavenly lord would not have come. Sha Monk nodded in agreement. Pigsy turned to inform Tang Xuanzong to retreat a bit, but as he opened his mouth, he was met with a calm gaze that suddenly weighed heavily upon him, forcing him to swallow his words. Not far from them, two figures were quietly observing. These individuals were no ordinary beings. They were Manjushri and Samantabhadra, who had once followed the radiant lamp and compassionate navigation into the Buddhist realm. What is wrong with Jiang Chen? Has he taken leave of his senses? Why has he descended today to assist Sun Wukong in vanquishing demons? Samantabhadra remarked through clenched teeth, his voice escaping from between his gritted jaws. After all, this was his steed. Beside him, Manjushri's expression was equally grim, as the azure lion was also his mount. They had meticulously planned, yet never anticipated that events would unfold to such an extent. When Sun Wukong was subdued, they had sent the azure lion and the white elephant to the mortal realm, intending to lay groundwork ahead of time. However, who could have foreseen such a turn of events? Within the Buddhist domain, under the illumination of the Buddha's light, the beasts were kept in check, adhering to a vegetarian diet and engaging in prayer. But upon reaching the mortal realm, devoid of constraints, they transformed into demons, running amok and revealing their true natures. Hence, the consumption of humans became an inevitable consequence. In the eyes of Manjushri and Samantabhadra, the act of consuming humans was not viewed as a grave transgression. To be frank, even now, they did not consider their mount's actions to be problematic. If not for Jiang Chen, all celestial beings would share this perspective. Had the saga of Journey to the West concluded, no one would have raised objections regarding this matter. Yet, the presence of Jiang Chen rendered it difficult for many deities and Buddhas to accept, leaving them at a loss. Consider the vastness of the primordial continent, where myriad beings slaughtered one another without significant issue. Before Jiang Chen's emergence, humans, demons, monsters, and spirits feasted on humans without causing any notable concerns among humanity. Yet now, he appeared, wielding a decisive blade. He was, in essence, a protector of the human race, fervently safeguarding their interests. While such protection in itself posed no problem, the Western Buddhist realm was fundamentally a bastion of favoritism. However, one must extend a degree of respect to others. Jiang Chen, however, bestowed none. Most astonishingly, he imposed collective punishment. Regardless of whether it was mounts, apprentices, or disciples, if they descended as demons, wreaking havoc upon the world and spilling blood, Jiang Chen would slay them without hesitation. This did not end there. Even their associated masters, Buddhas, and bodhisattvas would be apprehended and executed alongside them. This stirred anxiety among the less skilled and discontent among the more powerful. Presently, both Samantabhadra and Manjushri were engulfed in such sentiments as they observed the impending battle. Sun Wukong stood alone, pitted against the azure lion and the white elephant, leaving them in a quandary. Should they intervene? If they did, would the azure lion and white elephant survive? However, they are bound to clash with Jiang Chen. If they refrain from taking action, both will inevitably perish. Frankly speaking, as former disciples of the and now bodhisattvas of the Buddhist realm, the prowess of these two should not be underestimated. Nor do they harbor any fear regarding Jiang Chen's capabilities. Even should he ally with Sun Wukong, their concerns are numerous. After all, this transpires within the context of Journey to the West. Should any turmoil arise, it would become difficult for the two to extricate themselves from the situation. Would they truly allow everyone to discover that they are willfully harboring such actions? According to the original sequence of events, Sun Wukong should have been unable to defeat the three demons and subsequently sought reinforcements. They would reclaim their mounts, thereby maintaining both face and substance. Yet now, Jiang Chen has directly bypassed the intermediate steps, opting instead to enact immediate justice. After pondering this, Puxian could not help but sigh, turning to look at Wenshu beside him. What to do? Wenshu too sighed. Let him kill, let him kill. At worst, we can retrieve these two from the cycle of reincarnation. Ultimately, it would merely entail the loss of some rare treasures to reconstruct their golden bodies. Upon hearing this, Puxian felt it was a reasonable course of action and nodded slightly. Chapter 93. Sun Wukong's Rampage in Ling Mountain. The Celestial Court mobilizes the two, exchanged subtle nods. Having resolved to venture into the underworld to retrieve the two beings from the cycle of reincarnation. However, the unfolding events caused their expressions to shift dramatically. Jiang Chen was not adhering to the expected course of action. Instead, he summoned the Celestial Slaughtering Platform. As they conversed, the battle nearby had reached its conclusion. The Qing Lion and the White Elephant, after initially enduring a couple of blows from Sun Wukong, found themselves utterly incapable of retaliating, bewilderedly succumbing to defeat in a matter of moments. At that moment, Sun Wukong was in pursuit of the golden-winged Great Pong, darting away into the distance, while Jiang Chen remained behind to deal with the two demons. The question lingered. Why were these two creatures deemed worthy of invoking the Celestial Slaughtering Platform? Wenshu and Puxian felt their minds struggling to comprehend the situation. Was such a drastic measure truly necessary? Did he perceive something beyond their understanding? Their astonishment deepened as they witnessed Sun Wukong, in the blink of an eye, charging towards Ling Mountain in pursuit of the golden-winged Great Pong. Wenshu and Puxian were left in disarray, momentarily uncertain whether to intervene with Jiang Chen or to restrain Sun Wukong. Yet, the latter's speed was astonishing, and he had already breached Ling Mountain, leaving many Buddhas observing the scene with a sense of helplessness. As Sun Wukong and the golden-winged Great Pong engaged in chaotic combat, heedless of the sanctity of the Buddhist domain, their weapons clashed vigorously, sending sparks flying amidst the tumult. Numerous monks and arhats, caught off guard, suffered injuries from the fierce exchanges. The onlookers felt a throbbing headache. They were not without means to suppress these two, after all. Ling Mountain was a bastion of the Buddhist order, fortified by powerful formations. Yet, the identities of these two were far from ordinary. One was intimately connected to the Tathagata, and the other was the very pilgrim destined to obtain the scriptures. To intervene at this juncture would essentially obstruct the grand endeavors of the Buddhist faith. A grave offense indeed. In an instant, the chaos enveloped Ling Mountain, akin to an ungoverned realm, with the earth splitting and mountains crumbling, temples damaged, and lives endangered. Quickly, summon the Tathagata. Someone could no longer restrain themselves and shouted desperately. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen, upon confirming Sun Wukong's entrance into Ling Mountain, retracted the Celestial Slaughtering Platform and turned to depart. Wenshu and Puxian opened their mouths to speak, yet no sound emerged. After a moment of hesitation, they ultimately resolved to proceed towards Ling Mountain. Despite their anguish, they discerned the urgency of the situation clearly. Upon leaving the scene, Jiang Chen made his way directly to the Celestial Court, ready to assume command. The Celestial Army was fully prepared, and 3 urgent edicts had already been dispatched to hasten Jiang Chen's mobilization. Had he not elucidated the circumstances to the Jade Emperor, it was likely that the Emperor himself would have taken command, for this was no trivial matter. Using the Haotian mirror, the Jade Emperor observed the turmoil in Ling Mountain and could not help but clap in approval. He had not anticipated that his minister would devise such a plan. Nearby, the likes of Tai Bai Jinxing nodded in agreement. Realizing Jiang Chen's strategy to prevent the Western Buddhist sect from leveraging this chaos to aid the underworld by disrupting the tranquility of Ling Mountain, it became increasingly difficult for them to extricate themselves in a short span of time, granting them the opportunity to launch an offensive. By the time the Buddhist sect reacted, they might have already secured a firm grip on the underworld. At that point, any pretext for intervention would be rendered obsolete. Jiang Chen was exceedingly concerned about this campaign, as it pertained to a subsequent series of plans, leaving no room for even the slightest error. Consequently, he leveraged certain connections and summoned several formidable deities, foremost among them being the wealth god, Zhao Gongming, along with the three heavens. They already had their own schemes and ambitions. Upon learning of Jiang Chen's plan, they found themselves in perfect accord. Had this stratagem originated from Hao Yan, with orders issued by him, it is likely that Zhao Gongming would have disregarded it entirely. However, with Jiang Chen at the helm, a profound transformation ensued. Not only did he arrive himself, but he also invited a significant deity from the Jie sect. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen personally sought out Neza. Upon hearing that there was a task at hand, particularly one directed against the Buddhist sect, Neza instantly became intrigued and vowed to bring Yang Jian along as well. Thus, a grand assembly of troops gathered before the southern heavenly gate, a congregation of deities from both the Chan and Jie sections. In this moment, the two factions set aside their past grievances and united within the ranks of the army. The Jade Emperor gazed in astonishment at his nephew Neza, along with Zhao Gongming and others, his eyes widening in disbelief. After confirming that it was indeed his own nephew, his gaze towards Jiang Chen deepened with gravity. The alliance of the Chan and Jie sects was remarkable. Their previous enmity during the Fengshan era had been considerable, with many individuals crossing over from one side to the other. Yet now, their past conflicts seemed to have been resolved, all thanks to the heavenly sovereign. It was nothing short of astonishing, perhaps even beyond the capability of our sovereign to facilitate such a union. The celestial lord of slaying immortals possessed such connections within the heavenly court, a revelation that left many astounded. Whispers among the crowd reached Jiang Chen's ears. Yet he remained oblivious, standing resolutely before them, exuding a formidable aura that compelled the celestial soldiers present to stand at attention. Salute the marshal. Zhao Gongming took the lead, with Neza and Yang Jian echoing his call. Soon, the entire army chanted in unison, their voices reverberating through the heavens. With a calm expression, Jiang Chen uttered two words, "Commence battle." The army set forth. At this moment, the 10 Yama kings were reporting to K. Itagarba concerning the recent happenings in the underworld. It was rather amusing that, despite being an institution under the jurisdiction of the heavenly court, they were meticulously relaying every detail to this bodhisattva of the Buddhist sect. Ironically, this bodhisattva was not particularly attentive, as his thoughts were entirely consumed by the journey to the west. As one of the 4 great bodhisattvas, he was well aware of the unfolding events within the spiritual mountain. If only Jiang Chen had been sent to the underworld as I had suggested, how could so many issues have arisen? Despite not having met K. Itagarba Wang Bodhisattva frequently, a deep-seated resentment brewed within him, as he pondered the repercussions of his own actions against Jiang Chen. Now, chaos once again stirs the calamity of journey to the west. Yet I must remain stationed in the underworld, unable to directly journey to the sacred mountain amidst such turmoil. With my mind elsewhere, I listen to the reports of the gathered assembly. They have performed admirably. The underworld is at peace. In due time, our Buddhist order shall bestow substantial rewards. Following this tribulation of the journey to the west, the resurgence of our Buddhist sect is imminent, as you are all aware. Those present nod in agreement. There is little more to discuss. The flourishing of Buddhism is within reach, and as mere pawns, what more could they desire? Initially, they played both sides, but soon they followed the stronger faction. Expressions of gratitude are, of course, indispensable. One must navigate flattery with finesse. Even at the zenith of the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's realm, the incessant adulation from the 10 Yama kings brings a sense of contentment. The emotions stirred by the events in the sacred mountain gradually settle into calmness. It is at this moment that a ghostly king rushes in. Bodhisattva, Bodhisattva, a grave matter has arisen. A grave matter indeed. Chapter 94, Suppressing the Underworld. The terrifying might of Jiang Chen in a state of fluster. What manner of chaos is this? Quickly, report. Observing his ghost king in such a disarray, Ksitigarbha glanced at him with a hint of disdain. It took a considerable time before the ghost king steadied himself, trembling incessantly. After a prolonged silence, he managed to articulate his fear. The heavenly court has launched an attack. A profound silence enveloped the surroundings as the 10 Yama kings struggled to comprehend the gravity of his words. Qin Guangwang stepped forward, seizing the Ghost King. Who has breached our domain, and who accompanies them? At that moment, Xidagarba, devoid of concern for Qin Guangwang's brusque demeanor towards his subordinate, straightened slightly, a flicker of solemnity crossing his gaze. The Celestial Slayer. After considerable effort, the Ghost King finally uttered a complete name. The revelation sent shockwaves through those present, followed by incredulous laughter. Bodhisattva, this Celestial Slayer walks the path of heaven, but chooses to invade hell. We shall capture him and restore your honor, Qin Guangwang proclaimed with a smile. Within the confines of the underworld, fortified by their grand formation, they harbored confidence in subduing even the Celestial Slayer. Envisioning a favor to present before the Bodhisattva, Xidagarba felt a surge of elation. He had been contemplating strategies to deal with Jiang Chen, only to have him present himself unexpectedly. However, the Ghost King struggled to continue. No, it is not the Celestial Slayer. Upon hearing this, Qin Guangwang's brows furrowed. He released his grip, allowing the Ghost King to descend. Speak clearly, who exactly is it? Qin Guangwang retracted his imposing presence to grant the Ghost King the opportunity to convey his message. After all, he was a Ghost King under Xidagarba, typically engaged in intelligence gathering and, logically, should not misreport information. Under the scrutiny of all, the Ghost King recounted the arrival of not just one, but three formidable deities, the great god Neza of the three altars, the true monarch Yang Jian of clear source, the wealth god Zhao Gongming, and the three celestial maidens. Moreover, the 28 constellations, the divine generals of the thunder and fighting departments, and the supreme lord of thunder from the 9 heavens. The Ghost King enumerated these terrifying names as if reciting a menu. The expressions of those present morphed from shock to dread, ultimately culminating in numbness. Do you comprehend the gravity of what you have just uttered? Qin Guangwang stammered, his teeth chattering. The sound echoed ominously, yet laughter was absent. All present were contemplating a change of attire. And there are countless, a throng of celestial soldiers and generals. Upon uttering this, the Ghost King immediately spewed forth a mouthful of blood. Xidagarba, in a fit of fury, crushed him with a single palm, followed by a powerful sorcery to extract his soul's memories. The scene unfurled before them. Jiang Chen stood at the forefront, wielding a long blade, flanked by the mighty deities in formation, with celestial soldiers cascading behind them. This was no mere incursion, it was war. But the question lingered. Why had they chosen this moment to assault the underworld? At this moment, the 10 Yama kings trembled and collapsed to their knees, murmuring in disbelief. Impossible. They did not inform us. If it were an assault on the Buddhist sect, they should have notified us, muttered King Chujiang, while the others mirrored his state of shock. The rebellion of the 10 Yama kings of the underworld had deceived the heavenly court, and now, under the edict of the Jade Emperor, they were to be captured and questioned. Any who resisted would be executed without mercy. The cries of kill, 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 surged like relentless waves, echoing throughout the entire realm of the underworld. The ghostly emissaries and wandering souls shivered in fear, while Jiang Chen chose not to conceal himself this time. He boldly surged forth from the Gate of Ghosts, sweeping through with the force of a mighty current, enveloping all that was once orderly within the underworld. In haste, the Jade Court was sealed, and ghostly emissaries fled, gathering all wandering souls in the city of wrongful deaths. Those souls nearing reincarnation were compelled to be reborn immediately, not daring to linger, all to clear a path for the advancing army. The ghostly soldiers and Buddhist warriors, once gathered under King Dizong, scattered like leaves before the tempest of this formidable force. Damn it, this has been a long-conceived plot. King Dizong, with his divine sight, constantly monitored the unfolding events outside. They passed through the Hall of Reincarnation, traversed the layers of hell, and made their way directly to the 19th layer of hell, in a grand and overwhelming procession. Any who were careless would be swept away by this ethereal energy, dissipating into the void. Over the years, the Buddhist sect had also positioned numerous pieces within the underworld, including many formidable celestial and ghostly warriors of the highest order. Yet, in comparison to this army, they seemed utterly insignificant. With merely a glance, Jiang Chen, the rebellious deity of the 3 altars, charged forth like a valiant general leading the charge. Zhao Gongming resolutely followed, unstoppable in their momentum. Damn Jiang Chen. Damn the Jade Emperor. This is all part of their scheme. Their target is the underworld. King Dizong quickly realized, his furious roar echoing through the halls. The heavenly court had long sensed the abnormality in the underworld and had been plotting in the shadows. Only upon witnessing the turmoil at Ling Mountain did they decide to strike. He even suspected that this chaos at Ling Mountain was orchestrated by the heavenly court itself. The Jade Emperor's intentions were straightforward. He sought dominion over the underworld, aiming to sever the burgeoning power of the Buddhist sect. Even King Dizong found himself stirred with anxiety. Buzz. At that moment, a piercing sound erupted from beyond the grand hall. Suddenly, the 10 Yama kings felt an acute awareness of danger. A blade descended from above, cleaving directly into the hall. The ceiling shattered, and the terrifying blade radiated a menacing aura, threatening to engulf all present. King Dizong leaped into action, his golden form exuding solemnity and grandeur. With a resounding crash, he clasped his hands together, capturing the blade between them. Ethereal mist swirled around his golden body, the blade's brilliance akin to a searing iron brand. A voice of confusion resonated in the ears of the gathered crowd, followed swiftly by another 2 blades slicing through the air towards them. The expression on the face of the King of Hell darkened slightly, as he did not anticipate that Jiang Chen could perceive the fluctuations of his emotions. With a mere thought, Jiang Chen was able to lock onto him and unleash such formidable power from a distance. The manifestation of his Dharma body could naturally withstand one strike. Yet, the second strike, seemingly casual, grazed his right side and headed towards the 10 Kings of Hell. Initially hesitant, the 10 Kings of Hell now erupted in response, their auras surging forth, merging with the grand formation of the underworld. Suppress it, they urged, feeling as if they were pricked by needles, their hairs standing on end. A profound sense of life and death crisis loomed over them. Without even seeing their opponent, they could only hear the sound of the blade cutting through the air. Nevertheless, they were acutely aware that this was a strike from Jiang Chen, and once he drew his blade, blood would inevitably flow. Though they were all renowned figures in the vast wilderness, before the edge of this blade, they felt like mere mortals, trembling in disbelief. No more hiding. If we cannot withstand it, we shall perish. King Qin Guang steadied himself, and the others ceased their reservations, mobilizing the accumulated power of many years. Beneath the underworld, the symbols of the grand formation surged to life, intertwining with the surrounding Yin energy, transforming into the purest force of suppression. As this force clashed with the blade's radiance, it was akin to a fierce battle between water and fire, with neither side able to gain the upper hand. Just as everyone began to breathe a sigh of relief, the blade's radiance, which had seemed on the verge of dissipating, suddenly flared up with renewed vigor, racing toward the group. In the next moment, wounds erupted on the bodies of the 10 Kings of Hell, a billowing mass of Yin energy rising from them. Chapter 95. The Celestial Realm Assaults the Underworld. Xidigarbha seeks aid from the Spirit Mountain. The 10 Yama Kings felt a tightening in their hearts. They had never possessed a clear understanding of Jiang Chen and his companions. Today, however, they finally comprehended the gravity of the situation. The mere tremor of Xidigarbha Bodhisattva's spirit revealed the reality. A single strike from afar was enough to demonstrate that even when united, 10 individuals could not withstand it, and all suffered injuries in the process. The might of Jiang Chen was indeed formidable beyond measure. The wounds still resonated with lingering laws that incessantly ravaged their souls. They could only partition their focus to suppress the overwhelming force. Bodhisattva, what should we do? Their earlier discourse had already made it abundantly clear. Their actions over the years had fully exposed them. The notion of persuading the celestial realm to spare them was utterly implausible. Instead of dwelling on such futile thoughts, it would be wiser to devise a strategy to endure this impending onslaught. Their hope lay within the Buddhist order. At this moment, Xidigarbha had dissipated the blade's radiance. His countenance darkened. This was a scheme orchestrated by the Jade Emperor, and the adversary would undoubtedly not relent. As for the underworld, neither I nor the Spirit Mountain would yield an inch. Upon hearing these words, the 10 Yama Kings turned pale. Such a statement was easier said than done. The celestial realm boasted numerous deities and celestial soldiers. Had the underworld been prepared and managed to keep them at bay, it would have been a different matter. However, the enemy had already breached their defenses and was advancing toward the 19th layer of hell. This would inevitably lead to a monumental battle, one that could become a protracted struggle. The losses they would incur would be devastating. With our strength, how can we possibly halt the celestial army? Qin Guangwang's voice rose in pitch, and Xidigarbha cast a glance his way. I understand. You must hasten to obstruct them while I send word to the Spirit Mountain. Soon, powerful figures from the Buddhist order shall descend upon this place. Xidigarbha was acutely aware of the stakes. He was the guardian of the underworld. His entire cultivation was rooted in this realm, and should the celestial realm seize it, his future would be bleak, and even his foundation would tremble. He could do naught but stand firm, and promptly send a message. The 10 Yama Kings hastily departed to organize their forces in preparation for resistance. Jiang Chen, your blade just now was too swift. It startled the enemy, Yang Jian remarked, extinguishing a nearby ghost king with ease. his tone tinged with regret. Fear not, Yang Jian. We have come precisely to confront them. They shall not relinquish the underworld easily. A clash is inevitable, and we will encounter them as we advance. Neza chimed in with a smile. Brother, you ought to leave him a chance. He too wishes to engage, as he has been restless of late. He shouldn't have all the glory to himself, Neza teased. Yang Jian, having been called out, maintained a calm demeanor, showing no signs of displeasure. Zhao Gongming interjected. As the 10 Yama Kings and Xidagarba confront their foes, we must ensure that everyone has a share in this battle. Let us not allow anyone to claim the victory alone. Agreed. Excellent. Meanwhile, numerous Buddhas were intently observing the fierce battle unfolding between Sun Wukong and the golden-winged rock. They deliberated on who would best suppress the two. Yet despite the discussions, the expressions of the crowd remained remarkably nonchalant. After all, these two were their own. And as long as they did not inflict considerable damage upon the Buddhist order, their playful skirmishes could be overlooked. Even the Buddha seemed to recline in tranquility, wishing to witness the two in action and determine their strengths. At this moment, a radiant light of Buddhism surged forth, illuminating the area. The anxious voice of Xidagarba echoed, urging, "The celestial court is attacking the netherworld. Hasten." Upon hearing this, the assembled Buddhas erupted in chaos. Subsequently, an image gradually unfurled, depicting Jiang Chen at the forefront, accompanied by Qingyuan Miaodao Xinjuan, the three altar Haikai great deities, Leishing Ingyuan Puhua Tianzuan, and the god of wealth, alongside an endless array of heavenly soldiers and generals. In an instant, the matter concerning Sun Wukong was cast aside. How audacious! The Jade Emperor dared to take action at such a critical moment in the journey to the west. His intention to encroach upon the netherworld was nothing short of disgraceful. It was an attempt to sever the fortunes of the Buddhist order. His intentions were despicable and worthy of punishment. No, we must mobilize our forces. They must taste the bitter fruits of their actions. In an instant, the Buddhist realm erupted into turmoil, promptly dispatching numerous beings for support. However, en route to aid, Jiang Chen had already commenced the great battle. The 10 Yama Kings gathered their remaining forces before the 18 levels of hell, forming an impenetrable barrier. Heavenly Lords, allow me to take the lead, Zhao Gongming declared, stepping forward with impatience. It had been long since he had tasted the thrill of battle, evoking memories of days past. Not only he, but also Neza, Yang Jian, and the three heavenly maidens shared similar sentiments. Jiang Chen surveyed the scene, ultimately opting for Zhao Gongming. With so many Yama Kings present, and the presence of Xidagarba, there would be ample opportunity for them to engage. The 10 Yama Kings regarded Zhao Gongming with grim expressions, and it was King Qin Guang who stepped forth first. Zhao Gongming, how dare you invade the netherworld at this time? Have you been blinded by treachery, aiding the wicked? Withdraw at once, or I shall suppress you here and now. Zhao Gongming, upon hearing King Qin Guang's words, erupted in laughter, his mirth laced with scorn, rendering him too disdainful to respond. This provoked King Qin Guang's fury. How could Zhao Gongming be so dismissive? Did he truly believe himself formidable? Had Zhao Gongming not ascended the divine list, King Qin Guang would never have considered facing him. Yet, circumstances had changed. Recognizing the laughter, King Qin Guang became aware that Zhao Gongming was indeed a renowned warrior of the celestial court. The notion of suppression seemed futile. He might resurrect directly upon the divine list after death. Contemplating this possibility, King Qin Guang's countenance darkened. At that moment, Zhao Gongming merely cast a glance, a fleeting glimmer of disappointment crossing his gaze. He had anticipated that the 10 Yama Kings would be formidable adversaries, granting him the opportunity for a thrilling battle. Who would have imagined that he was such a hollow figure, never having set foot on a battlefield, merely a theorist of war? Die, Zhao Gongming, witnessing that King Qin Guang still possessed some semblance of pride, let out a furious roar and charged forward. Zhao Gongming transformed into a streak of black light, unerringly advancing. His sword glimmered as it sliced through the air, conjuring a blade of immense proportions. He had once possessed two treasures. One was the 24 sea-settling pearls, which had now fallen into the hands of the Buddhist sect. The other remained with him, his divine sword. The terrifying blade nearly threatened to rend the very surroundings apart. King Qin Guang, too, possessed formidable cultivation, bolstered by the authority of Yama in this realm of the underworld. For a moment, he even seemed to overshadow Zhao Gongming. However, he was a stranger to the battlefield, having lived a life of luxury and ease. When it came to combat, he ultimately found himself at a disadvantage. The initial strike already sent him into a state of panic, forcing him to retreat repeatedly. The essence of a warrior's might lies in its momentum. To take a step back is to prepare for a continuous retreat. Capitalizing on the opening, the seasoned Zhao Gongming pressed on, sealing off the retreat with another decisive blow. Chapter 96. The Sin Mirror Platform. 18 Layers of Hell. King Qin Guang's expression fluctuated rapidly. He contemplated whether to confront the incoming sword strike, yet he found himself powerless. The path of retreat was blocked, and he had no choice but to endure the blow. Reluctantly, he gritted his teeth and sacrificed his right arm. The sword severed it, allowing him to create some distance from his opponent. The severed arm transformed into a wisp of dark energy, floating back to him, reconstituting his limb. It was perplexing how he had ascended to the position of Yama, given such feeble prowess, especially as a great Luo practitioner. Zhao Gongming could not help but shake his head, his tone laced with scorn. In his earlier days, he had battled against quasi-saints and even exchanged blows with true saints. He was far beyond the capabilities of the King Qin Guang standing before him. Moreover, had it not been for his cultivation being restrained by the list of deities, he would have long since surpassed the quasi-saint level. As King Qin Guang listened to the derisive remarks from his adversary, his expression shifted. Zhao Gongming, do you think yourself formidable? This is the underworld, my domain. The Sin Mirror Platform. 18 Layers of Hell. King Qin Guang realized that engaging in close combat with Zhao Gongming was a futile endeavor. It was far more prudent to wield his divine powers. As one of the 10 Yama kings, he possessed a measure of authority over the underworld, enabling him to summon various treasures from this realm and even conjure the illusion of the 18 layers of hell. Nearby, Neza and his companions raised their eyebrows at the sudden manifestation of the Sin Mirror Platform and the spectral vision of the 18 layers of hell. Sensing the palpable threat it emanated, yet Zhao Gongming remained unmoved. Soon after, he found himself enveloped by the ethereal shadow of the 18 layers of hell. A colossal mirror appeared before him. The Sin Mirror Platform was notorious for reflecting the malevolent thoughts and misdeeds of the deceased. It was often said that no virtuous person could stand before the Sin Mirror Platform. The entire platform radiated an endless brilliance, with myriad Taoist rhythms shimmering upon its surface. Just as Zhao Gongming prepared to strike and shatter the Sin Mirror Platform, he suddenly heard King Qin Guang's resounding voice echoing from above. Zhao Gongming, your hands are stained with the blood of countless. It is time for you to depart. At that moment, King Qin Guang's voice resonated with an air of righteousness. Immediately, the essence from the Sin Mirror Platform began to invade Zhao Gongming's body, gradually extracting a shadowy doppelganger that merged with him. Zhao Gongming, once agile and unrestrained, found himself immobilized as if time had ceased. As his eyes darted, he attempted to make a move, but was startled to see two diminutive specters materialize beside him. These small ghosts approached with a mechanical precision, devoid of any aura. Zhao Gongming displayed no reaction, allowing them to seize him effortlessly. Then, one of the tiny spirits leaped forward, pulling out Zhao Gongming's tongue, while the other brandished a rusted iron clamp, preparing to clamp down. This was the tongue-pulling hell. The Sin Mirror Platform, as a tool for measuring an individual's sins, would cast them into the corresponding hells of the underworld for retribution based on the severity of their transgressions. As a true immortal blessed by the heavenly realm, he bore the weight of countless sins. However, the moment he entered the divine list, all was forgiven. It was evident that King Qin Guang was exercising his privileges. Yet, his intentions extended beyond merely subjecting Zhao Gongming to the tortures of the tongue extraction hell. Soon, a colossal bronze pillar loomed before Zhao Gongming, instantly evoking memories of the divine ordination era. He recalled the infamous copper crucible devised by the enchantress Sudaji. Yet here, it morphed into the iron pillar punishment of the 18 layers of hell. The little demons incessantly stoked the fires below, transforming the pillar into a fiery beacon. Zhao Gongming was inexorably pushed toward the searing metal, his garments gradually disintegrating. King Qin Guang's actions were akin to the heart of Sima Zhao, known to all. Even if Zhao Gongming had not committed any transgressions, under the weight of his authority, he would still face these penalties, and this was merely the beginning. Zhao Gongming, O Zhao Gongming, you shall traverse the depths of hell. I cannot believe you will endure this. When your spirit weakens, I shall invite you to perish. King Qin Guang coldly chuckled from the side. This was just the inception. The realms of ice, boiling oil, and chariot torture were yet to emerge, each designed to inflict upon Zhao Gongming the agonies of being sliced, flayed, and disemboweled. Such myriad punishments descended upon him with disquieting orderliness. Observing from a distance, Yang Jian and Neza were momentarily taken aback. At that moment, Neza stepped forward to rescue him, only to be seized by Jiang Chen. Release me. I must assist him, Neza exclaimed. Jiang Chen, maintaining his composure, replied, Be patient. Zhao Gongming will not succumb so easily. Have you noticed that he has not resisted at all? Watch closely, he urged, gently pulling Neza back. Just as Neza regained his footing, the illusions around them began to shift. Is this all you've got? Zhao Gongming's voice emerged, laced with disdain. This signified that the tortures previously inflicted upon him had lost their efficacy. Indeed, golden light radiated from Zhao Gongming's being, causing the little demons to dissipate like smoke upon contact. The surrounding illusions flickered, and King Qinguang's expression turned pale, yet this was far from over. Do you think these feeble attempts can subdue me? Regardless of my alleged sins, you, a mere lord of the underworld, cannot pass judgment at will. A flash of sword light erupted. This is impossible. How can this be? The entire underworld trembled, as King Qinguang's horrified voice echoed from the heavens. In an instant, that brilliant sword light struck heavily upon the nefarious mirror platform. The platform, once radiating boundless brilliance, suddenly dimmed. Yet, even this did not satisfy Zhao Gongming. The nefarious mirror platform was merely a construct of authority, not its true essence. Thus, his assaults became increasingly unrestrained, unafraid of the retribution that might ensue. The radiance emanating from the long sword shone brilliantly, akin to the great sun. With a single stroke, it nearly illuminated half of the underworld. In the presence of this sword's brilliance, the nefarious mirror platform appeared as a mere firefly competing against the brilliance of the sun. In the next instant, it shattered with a resounding crash, sending terrifying shockwaves outward. The previously vanished King Qinguang materialized in midair. Zhao Gongming's gaze had been fixed upon him, and he immediately soared into the sky. A single strike severed his left arm, the sword's wind relentless and unyielding. Zhao Gongming prepared to deliver another blow, aiming to cleave him in two. However, such an injury was insufficient to vanquish King Qinguang. Just as Zhao Gongming was poised to strike again, the other Yama intervened, launching their attacks to thwart him. How audacious to mount an encirclement! Neza bellowed, and the three celestial maidens acted first, with Yang Jian following closely behind. Observing that he was alone, Neza stamped his foot in frustration and hastened to join the fray. The two sides became enmeshed in a fierce battle. Even Dizong intervened, shielding King Qinguang from a fatal blow. Amidst the chaos, golden light suddenly pierced through the heavens of the underworld, accompanied by the resonant chants of Buddhist hymns. We have come to offer our assistance. Chapter 97. The Joyful Buddha of Steadfast Light, a traitor of the... The voice resonated with an immense, convincing presence. However, as that figure materialized, an unsettling sensation surged within the hearts of those present. It was as if all emotions had been amalgamated into one, creating an overwhelming discomfort. The Joyful Buddha of Steadfast Light. Upon his appearance, Zhao Gongming, the three celestial maidens, and even the venerable thunder of the nine heavens, all abandoned their immediate objectives. Their gazes fixated upon him with unwavering intensity. This voice, this visage, would remain unforgettable, even if reduced to ashes. During the War of the Gods, should not have suffered such a complete defeat. They still possessed trump cards, including the myriad celestial formation orchestrated by their master. Even in the face of those sages, they had the capacity to contend. At that time, Tong Tian had prepared for a mutual destruction scenario. Had it unfolded thus, the final list of divinities would have reflected a division, with both sides preserving their respective doctrines, rather than the dismal fate that befell. All disciples either ascended to the divine list or were captured by the West. The pivotal factor in this downfall was none other than the so-called Joyful Buddha of Steadfast Light, formerly known as the Long-Eared Steadfast Light Immortal. He was a trusted attendant of Tong Tian, entrusted with the crucial spiritual treasures of the impending battle. Unexpectedly, he refused to intervene, betraying his sect and defecting to the Western teachings, where he was subsequently honored as the Joyful Buddha of Steadfast Light due to his contributions. Amitba, I did not expect to see you all here. What? Even after the calamity of the War of the Gods, do you still harbor discontent and seek to stir up turmoil? In times past, upon encountering Zhao Gongming and the others, the Joyful Buddha of Steadfast Light would have retreated as far as possible. Yet now, the circumstances had shifted, and he began to mock them instead. The already enraged members of, at that moment, abandoned the battlefield and advanced toward the Joyful Buddha of Steadfast Light. A flash of sword light and a descent of thunder echoed forth. Waves of radiant treasures surged toward him. The Joyful Buddha of Steadfast Light regarded the familiar assaults before him and could only shake his head, softly reciting a mantra. Instantly, a haze of rosy vapor enveloped him, within which faintly emerged the alluring figure of a sorceress, a vision of pristine beauty that bewitched the mind. Were it anyone else, they would undoubtedly be swayed. Yet, Each member of was resolute in spirit. The assaults persisted, but under the subtle movement of his ears, they halted just an inch from his form, unable to advance further. This was his divine power, wielding the destructive force of calamity between his ears. Now, as the joyful Buddha of steadfast light, after years of veneration, this power was far more formidable than in days of yore. The enemy's attacks were obliterated in the blink of an eye. Gongming, I am no longer who I once was, and you are no longer the prodigies of the past. You who have ascended to the divine list shall remain forever subservient. How could you possibly compare to my enlightenment upon the sacred mountain? A careful listening reveals the blatant mockery embedded within these words. Before the bestowal of the title, he was merely an ordinary disciple. Although he enjoyed a considerable degree of trust, he could not compare to the illustrious and radiant Zhao Gongming and his contemporaries, who commanded great respect in the primordial chaos. However, the tides have turned. He now stands exalted while they have been reduced to mere pawns, subject to the whims of others. This is truly exhilarating. Were it not for the circumstances, he would have laughed heartily. You are but a traitor. What audacity do you possess to mention the? Had it not been for the constraints of the divine ranking, on the day you entered the Ling Mountain, I would have risked my life to drag you down with me. Zhao Gongming's voice was resolute, showing no signs of being swayed. With a thunderous roar, the 9 heavens responded, and the thunderous deity of universal transformation unleashed a vigorous bolt of lightning, dispelling the surrounding crimson aura. The attacks from the 3 heavens' spiritual treasures arrived promptly. The smile on the face of the joyful Buddha, Dingguang, abruptly vanished as he retreated sharply. Another divine power emerged. At that moment, a series of seductive melodies echoed in the ears of the onlookers, while the tumultuous surge of vital energy within them incessantly eroded their once stable Tao hearts. You are nothing but a crimson skeleton and a rogue spirit. Begone! The thunderous deity of universal transformation bellowed fiercely, summoning another strike of thunder. A profound silence enveloped the crowd, as Zhao Gongming cast a cold gaze toward the distant Dingguang joyful Buddha. How foolish you are to have transformed such a spiritual treasure into this wretched state. Zhao Gongming swung his sword once more, shattering the crimson miasma that had just coalesced. Now, it seemed as though Dingguang joyful Buddha had been stepped on, his voice rising sharply. What do you understand? My path of joy aligns with the principles of yin and yang. It is the supreme Tao. How could those like you, who have been inscribed upon the divine ranking and possess no future, possibly comprehend this? Dingguang joyful Buddha retorted, their conflict transcending mere life and death as they engaged in a battle of wits. His words continually referenced the divine ranking, aimed at reminding his opponent that he was still a mere puppet. Initially, such words may have held sway over Zhao Gongming, but times have changed. Zhao Gongming now had aspirations, his gaze subtly shifting toward Jiang Chen. With this individual's intervention, he harbored a substantial chance of escaping the constraints of the divine ranking. Conversely, Dingguang joyful Buddha found himself consumed by thoughts of the divine war, despite his claims of indifference and his bold defection. Deep down, he remained troubled by the matter, as evidenced by his strategic involvement when the Western Buddhist demons abducted disciples of the. His fear of that period surpassed anyone else's. Unlike Zihong and others who had transformed and concealed their actions, his deeds were utterly transparent. The once aggressive stance of both sides abruptly shifted, with Dingguang joyful Buddha, who had been seemingly unstoppable moments ago, now finding himself constrained at every turn. The conflict reached a stalemate, while below, the deities of the Thunder and Do departments faced off against the 18 Arhats and various bodhisattvas. The battlefield was in utter chaos, and Neza and Yang Jian were intercepted by the 10 kings of hell. Amidst the turmoil of war, the celestial forces did not suffer significant losses. Moreover, the heavenly soldiers exhibited remarkable synergy, relentlessly driving back the infernal and Buddhist warriors. They employed an intricate web of strategies to vanquish demons and dispel malevolence, skillfully combining various formations. Their extensive experience gained from years of hunting down other offenders across the primordial lands far surpassed that of the shadowy soldiers and Buddhist warriors, who had remained sequestered in the underworld. Additionally, Jiang Chen had refrained from intervening directly, instead standing silently at a vantage point, orchestrating troop movements in response to the evolving battlefield dynamics. As time progressed, the advantage of the celestial realm became increasingly pronounced, while the pressure on the underworld intensified correspondingly. Chapter 98. The King of Hell's Fortuity. Jiang Chen makes his move. As the battle raged on, even the blissful Buddha Dingguang sensed that something was amiss. Siddhagarba, quickly muster the troops. Though the netherworld was home to an endless array of spectral soldiers, bolstered by our meticulously forged Buddhist warriors, It ultimately lacked the practical experience that the celestial armies possessed. Upon receiving the Buddha's summons, Ksitigarbha hurried to the central command, mirroring Jiang Chen's poised leadership of the forces. Yet, the more he commanded, the more alarmed he became. Jiang Chen remained unflinching within the military tent, his demeanor calm. He seemed to perceive any weaknesses almost instantaneously, dispatching reinforcements without delay. In contrast, Ksitigarbha often found himself either too late to notice the vulnerabilities or unable to coordinate effectively among the troops, leading to a disconcerting sense of inadequacy. How infuriating! Why does Jiang Chen possess such capabilities in warfare as well? Ksitigarbha had initially believed that his own command would not fall short. However, a direct comparison laid bare the stark disparity between them. Throughout the engagement, Jiang Chen barely lifted his eyelids, yet he had annihilated countless formidable foes, acquiring a trove of memories from their minds. When it came to the art of troop deployment, he was second to none. Ksitigarbha's unease grew with each passing moment, and he inwardly lamented, why does the netherworld's strength differ so drastically from that of the heavenly realm? He had assumed the two powers were relatively equal, only to find the reality far more grim. Initially, the netherworld, heavenly realm, and the mortal world had shared comparable strengths. However, as time unfolded, the balance of power shifted and fragmented. The heavenly realm, as the sovereign of the three domains, had long surpassed the netherworld's expectations. I must devise a strategy. Ksitigarbha's gaze swept the surroundings. Fortunately, the heavenly realm was not an impenetrable fortress. Those at the quasi-saint level had not been swayed by his words. Ksitigarbha secretly rejoiced that figures like Zhao Gongming remained constrained by the decree of the divine ranking, unable to advance their cultivation. For now, he could keep Dingguang Blissful Buddha occupied, maintaining the upper hand. The more he analyzed the situation, the brighter Ksitigarbha's eyes shone. He scanned the area until his gaze settled on Yang Jian in the distance. In truth, the key players influencing the battlefield were none other than Yang Jian and Zhao Gongming. With Zhao Gongming held at bay, if he could subdue Yang Jian, the tide of battle would decisively turn in his favor, leaving the heavenly realm with no choice but to retreat. Ksitigarbha observed the two engaged with the 10 Yama kings, his eyes gleaming with determination. Following this confrontation, he would undertake a comprehensive reformation of the netherworld. Now that the masks had been torn away, it was time for the Buddhist order to assume full control. In that moment of clarity, Ksitigarbha solidified his plans. This perilous juncture was also a golden opportunity. Should they weather this storm, the netherworld's authority would be thoroughly consolidated under the auspices of Lingshan. As the saga of the journey to the west concluded, the Lingshan mountain thrived, and the heavenly realm now operated at its whims. His gaze fixated upon Yang Jian, and with a mere thought, he launched an assault. In the instant that the Ksitigarbha acted, Yang Jian sensed the impending danger. Although he found himself amidst a chaotic battle, fending off the myriad attacks from the 10 kings of hell, his status as a flesh and blood sage afforded him a heightened awareness of peril. At the moment the attack descended, his three-pronged blade cleaved towards Ksitigarbha. The third eye on his forehead opened slightly, emitting a beam of white light. This was the heavenly eye, capable of perceiving the myriad realms. Indeed, it was formidable. If given more time to develop, one might even rival my own prowess. Ksitigarbha regarded the incoming strike with a demeanor that was neither entirely relaxed nor overtly serious. With a swift motion, he unleashed a torrent of golden light from the Buddhist realm, dispersing the blow. Meanwhile, Neza, who had been engaged in combat with others, vanished from sight. When he reappeared, he was already at Ksitigarbha's right side. With a fierce twist of his red tassel spear, he lunged forward with terrifying force. An inferno erupted, striking heavily against Ksitigarbha's golden form, producing a resounding clang. "Old bald donkey, your skin is quite tough," Neza muttered, retreating swiftly after his failed assault. Ksitigarbha, with a sudden flourish of his hand, caused the golden figure behind him to expand 100-fold, attempting to seize Neza. However, Neza's pupils constricted sharply, and the wind and fire wheel appeared beneath his feet, propelling him away at an astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, he had distanced himself by thousands of miles, narrowly evading the oncoming strike. Ksitigarbha's expression bore a hint of regret. These individuals were not lacking in talent, strength, or combat prowess. Were it not for their ascension to the God-sealing list, I might indeed find myself outmatched. Alas, such is the nature of this world. No matter how exceptional you once were, you cannot escape the fate of being subdued by me. As his words echoed, a profound silence enveloped the gathering, encompassing Neza, Yang Jian, and even the distant Zhao Gongming and others. They sensed Ksitigarbha's arrogance, indifference, and disdain. Yet, tragically, his assertions held truth. Observing Xidigarba's terrifying might instilled a fervor in their hearts. In days of yore, each of them had been a force to be reckoned with, feared by all. Each present was a figure of formidable power, instilling dread in all beings. They had once been revered for their exceptional talents, and compared to Xidigarba of the past, he was but a shadow. Had he not ascended to the god-ceiling list, they would likely have all possessed strength at least at the mid-level of quasi-saint. Now, however, they found themselves trapped in the Deluo realm, unable to advance. The once revered Xidigarba now loomed over them with an air of superiority. The disparity in power between the two sides dealt a significant blow to their once proud spirits. Noticing the change in expressions among the crowd, Xidigarba smiled subtly, reveling in the effect he had achieved. Had he encountered Zhao Gongming, Yang Jian, and others that year, he would undoubtedly have to muster all his spirit and tread carefully in their presence. How could he dare to feign grandeur before them? Such bravado could easily unsettle their composure. Just as he reveled in his thoughts, an abrupt voice cut through the air. "Oh, you seem quite pleased?" The voice belonged to Jiang Chen. The king of hell initially thought he had misheard. Shouldn't Jiang Chen be commanding the battle below? Not to mention the current state of affairs, where both sides were entangled in combat, devoid of superior forces. Why would Jiang Chen take the liberty to abandon his command? That cunning individual. Could it be that he had some hidden strategy up his sleeve? The king of hell's mind raced. He found himself somewhat apprehensive of Jiang Chen. He feared the emergence of unforeseen circumstances. Could it be that the heavenly court had dispatched reinforcements? As that thought flashed through his mind, before he could assess the situation, a dazzling blade of light manifested, connecting heaven and earth. Chapter 99. A blade that slays the Buddha. The frantic aspect of the king of hell as the blade's light erupted, it sent a wave of unease through the hearts of all present. The Dharmakaya of the joyful Buddha, entangled with Zhao Gongming and others, had yet to utter a word when he felt a chilling presence. This coldness was something even the golden body of the Buddha could not withstand. Bewildered, he suddenly found it impossible to contend with Zhao Gongming and the others, hastily creating distance between them, only to turn abruptly towards the source of this ominous chill. Jiang Chen, the blade-slaying celestial. How could this be possible? The realization that this disquieting sensation originated from Jiang Chen intensified his unease. Were it anyone else, he might have remained composed. But it was precisely Jiang Chen who had repeatedly brought unexpected turmoil to the Buddhist realm and disrupted the journey to the west. To slay a great Luo golden immortal while in the guise of a profound immortal was one thing. Today, he stood at the great Luo level, instilling in him an overwhelming sense of dread akin to facing a quasi-saint. Zhao Gongming was incapable of such feats, yet Jiang Chen could accomplish them? The joyful Buddha's doubts escalated to an apex. He began to suspect that beneath Jiang Chen's exterior lay a being of celestial stature, perhaps one of the four sovereigns of heaven. In contrast, the king of hell, facing the blade's light, was not afforded the luxury of such contemplations. He sensed a lethal threat emanating from the blade, one that seemed poised to claim his life. It was indeed absurd. As a quasi-saint who had presided over the underworld for countless years, he now felt a profound terror at the hands of a mere great Luo. His heart raced, and a sensation of impending doom enveloped him. How ludicrous was this? Ultimately, he could only arrive at one conclusion. Jiang Chen's blade was fraught with peril. The king of hell gazed at Jiang Chen, his heart tightening. "Come to my blade-slaying platform for a visit," Jiang Chen said coldly, taking a step forward. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before the king of hell, his blade radiating a brilliance so intense it was blinding. Had it not been for the immediate eruption of a power that made every onlooker's heart race, few would have cared about the long blade held by a great Luo. The joyful Buddha's mind was rife with uncertainty as he watched Jiang Chen traverse the void to stand before the king of hell. His terror multiplied exponentially, especially as Jiang Chen's aura became utterly contained, revealing not a trace of his power. Clearly, he had reached a state of perfect unity, exuding no excess energy whatsoever, which only deepened the joyful Buddha's fear. It was akin to feral beasts in nature that suppressed their presence, signaling that their next strike would be a decisive one. Was Jiang Chen truly about to strike? The combatants who had been engaged moments before halted their actions, gazing at Jiang Chen with disbelief. Even those who had prepared themselves for his potential prowess were astonished by the sheer magnitude of his terrifying strength. At last, they grasped a clear understanding of Jiang Chen's formidable capabilities. When the glorious Buddha of light previously manifested, doubts had arisen in their hearts. How should the ensuing events unfold? Yet now, Jiang Chen has provided them with answers. The celestial lord truly deserves his reputation as a creator of miracles. This time, he is poised to expand our horizons once more, murmured Zhao Gongming. At that moment, Jiang Chen continued to speak, not to Dizong, but to the others around him, including fellow Buddhists and denizens of the underworld. Each of you has traversed my Immortal-Slaying Platform. A thunderous sound reverberated in the surroundings. I am the knife, and you are the meat. Jiang Chen paused, and then declared, run. At that moment, Dizong felt an acute sense of alarm. His body instinctively began to flee. He could not comprehend how a being of such high order could unleash such terrifying power. However, he understood that staying here would mean Jiang Chen's blade would certainly descend upon him. The Buddha's attacks could not instill such profound terror within him. In an instant, Dizong reached a conclusion. The aura emanating from Jiang Chen's blade exerted an overwhelming pressure upon him. His so-called indestructible Buddha form was already beginning to crack under this oppressive force. He found himself devoid of even a shred of courage to resist. He ran swiftly. Yet Jiang Chen's blade was swifter still. No sooner had he created distance than the knife in Jiang Chen's hand shot forth. Thunderous roars echoed in the ears of the crowd, reminiscent of waves crashing upon the shore. In the haze, a boundless river came into view. Its tumultuous waves transformed from the flashing of blades. This sound detonated right beside Dizong's ear, causing his cultivated Buddha heart, honed over millennia, to tremble violently. One strike to sever the spirit. The phrase suddenly flashed through Dizong Wangpusa's mind. He could not dare to flee further. His Buddha heart was already in turmoil. Continuing to run would not only invite subsequent assaults, but the very sound itself could plunge him into madness. What force could so disturb the Buddha heart? As if crafted specifically to torment the Buddhist order? No wonder Jiang Chen had perished beneath such a blade in the past. If he had previously entertained thoughts of contending with Jiang Chen, he now solely wished to escape once more. The surrounding sounds grew increasingly frenzied, further unsettling his mind. This could not continue. Dizong Wangpusa resolved inwardly, his expression shifting as he pressed his palms together. I vow not to attain Buddhahood until the hells are empty. Bells tolled, sending ripples of sound through the air. Sacred chants resonated, and a radiant golden form of immeasurable grandeur materialized before the assembly. He surveyed the crowd with immense authority, causing many to tremble. Yet this transformation was not the end. Within the underworld, chains forged from pure yin energy and resentment began to sway ominously, binding tightly beneath the golden lotus. At that moment, an extraordinary phenomenon occurred. The lotus's golden light dimmed from brilliant to dark. The entire golden body began to disintegrate, unraveling into fragments. The once resplendent Buddhist light now emanated an endless aura of ominous energy and karma. The solemn visage of the Buddha transformed into a duality of malevolent and benevolent thoughts. Within that golden realm of the Buddha, the formerly kneeling malevolent spirits suddenly shifted. They were engaged in heinous acts of murder. Skin was flayed, bones dismantled, tendons pulled, and flesh devoured, a true visage of hell. Then, in an instant, a radiant golden light flickered. The erstwhile malevolent spirits morphed into devout followers, whispering their prayers in reverence. These malevolent beings oscillated between good and evil, and in the blink of an eye, their numbers swelled to tens of thousands. Where was the compassion of the vow that hell would not be empty until Buddhahood was achieved? This was, without a doubt, a terrifying manifestation of self-confrontation against the demonic. The onlookers parted their lips slightly, gazing at the K-Itagarbha before them, witnessing the scenes that unfolded within him, observing the chaotic light that erupted from his being. At that moment, the only word that resonated in their minds was madness. Chapter 100. Hell remains. Vow not to become Buddha. Hell remains. Vow not to become Buddha. In a certain sense, this declaration is a mere illusion. As long as there are beings in the world, hell can never be empty. Thus, the great vow made by K-Itagarbha can be viewed, in some regard, as the pinnacle of madness. At this moment, the two opposing energies surrounding K-Itagarbha finally approached a state of equilibrium. The manifestation of his spiritual form underwent a profound transformation. One half of his visage radiated with golden light, embodying compassion, while the other half was shrouded in ominous shadows, reflecting great malevolence. The fusion of these two aspects caused the corners of his mouth to curl upward, revealing a semblance of pathological insanity. With palms pressed together, a Zen staff rested upon his knees. Even the Buddha of joyful light was taken aback, having never witnessed K-Itagarbha's spiritual form before. Nor could he have imagined that a being could attain such a state. A duality of golden and dark luminescence emanated from K-Itagarbha's being, rippling outward. Yet, such an assault was only partially absorbed by Jiang Chen's blade's radiance, while the remainder dispersed into the surroundings, gradually fading away. Observant individuals could easily discern that such an attack could not fully obstruct Jiang Chen's onslaught. Nevertheless, K. Itagarba proceeded with this course of action for reasons of his own. Before long, amidst the dissipating light, a chorus of voices arose, echoing the mantra, "Hell remains, vow not to become Buddha." This refrain resounded in unison, driving those who heard the initial phrase into a frenzied state. All these voices converged upon Jiang Chen, and soon, swathes of dark energy materialized around him. Within this malevolent aura emerged spectral figures, their mouths wailing the same declaration. They surged toward Jiang Chen with relentless fervor. "Jiang Chen, I am eager to witness how you will withstand this relentless tide of malevolent spirits. Are you not the one who claims to sever all?" The voice of K. Itagarba reverberated around, evoking a sense of madness from deep within. At this juncture, the powers he unleashed exceeded all expectations. Who could have foreseen that the very K. Itagarba, who once subdued the underworld, would unleash such a multitude of malevolent spirits from his own Buddhist realm? In that instant, he opened the gates of his sacred domain, releasing these spirits to charge at his adversary. While these beings were indeed malevolent, not all of them were deserving of obliteration. Some awaited the conclusion of their punishments, yearning for rebirth. A pressing dilemma arose. If Jiang Chen were to slay them at this moment, he would inevitably incur karmic debt. A small measure of karmic weight might seem inconsequential, yet before him lay a veritable legion. In a single breath, with a single stroke, Jiang Chen could annihilate countless malevolent spirits, accumulating a karmic burden that would cause even the most exalted deities to tremble with trepidation. How insidious are K. Itagarba's machinations! The heavenly sovereign finds himself in peril. Should he withdraw his celestial powers now, K. Itagarba's golden form would retaliate instantaneously. If he does not receive the divine powers, he would be mercilessly consumed by the multitude of malevolent spirits. When the karma descends, especially amid this cataclysm, the consequences are unimaginable. During such tribulations, even in ordinary times, they find it impossible to escape, let alone when ensnared by karma in this calamity. Ultimately, such tribulations only lead to death and annihilation, for he has not ascended to the divine list. While everyone else is concerned about Jiang Chen's fate, he is filled with an inner jubilation. "Xidagarba, O Xidagarba, you are truly a benevolent soul." His expression remained unchanged as the 9 calamity divine eyes swiftly activated. These individuals seemed to have forgotten the reason for their own notoriety. Was it not due to their prowess in slaying the forces of calamity? They have steadily advanced to the present, possessing a unique ability to remain untouched by such influences. This boundless malevolence and karma, if faced by another, would likely send even a quasi-saint into a state of trepidation. Yet to him, it merely represents a formidable resource. As the 9 calamity divine eyes functioned, Jiang Chen beheld a vast expanse of malevolent energy, permeating the skies, infinite and all-encompassing. It even obscured his vision, preventing him from perceiving anything beyond. In his heart, Jiang Chen laughed maniacally, for this was far beyond the total he had amassed over the years in combating karma. Come, without a hint of hesitation, he activated the 9 calamity divine eyes. In the past, he would have been overwhelmed by the sheer magnitude, unable to assimilate it all at once. However, there was no need for concern now. He would refine and absorb as much as was available. This terrifying malevolence acted as fuel for his ascent and cultivation, propelling his growth at an astonishing pace. Since his arrival in the realm of Daluo, his rate of breakthroughs had exceeded all prior experiences. Following the legacy of Sun Wukong, he had forcibly transcended to Daluo. Initially, he had anticipated that after this calamity, he would gradually ascend to the latter stages of Daluo, even reaching the quasi-saint level. Yet now, he found himself advancing to this stage ahead of schedule. With each passing moment, he was propelled toward the pinnacle of Daluo. This progress was exponentially faster than his previous training. What is happening? Xidagarba had expected to see Jiang Chen in a state of turmoil, yet instead witnessed his increasing exhilaration. Not only was this evident in his demeanor, but the radiance of the blade in his hand also grew increasingly terrifying. What is he doing? Is he not afraid? Is he not fearful of the impending karma? Xidagarba knew that Jiang Chen was unafraid of such karmic retribution. He had initially thought that Jiang Chen had a limit to what he could endure, hence resorting to such desperate measures. However, it appeared that Jiang Chen had not yet reached his limit, while Xidagarba himself felt the urge to retreat. "Ah, wait. I can't just run away. I haven't had my fill yet," Jiang Chen mused within, already sensing the rapidly diminishing number of malevolent spirits rushing toward him. "You too are inadequate. I have yet to satisfy my appetite. Let it be, let it be." Regardless, he has now achieved the pinnacle of great completion. Aspiring for further progress is not a feat that can be accomplished in a fleeting moment. The remnants he possesses are insufficient for his own breakthrough. Thus, Xitigarbha, let your head be offered as a celebration of my attainment of great completion. Jiang Chen murmured to himself, and with a mere thought, a river of blade light surged forth. The numerous malevolent spirits had no opportunity to react before being swept into the sky, and then this terrifying river plummeted from above. Like a roaring dragon, it charged directly at Xitigarbha. At that moment, Xitigarbha had just begun to retreat and had no time to respond before being collided with by the river of blade light. The thunderous roar echoed as the once mighty golden form connecting heaven and earth began to shatter slowly. Xitigarbha's Buddhist heart trembled violently, the aura threatening to obliterate its very foundation. The original Buddhist realm also began to fracture, with the ghostly kings inside having no chance to plead for mercy, instantly turning to ashes. However, after delivering this strike, Jiang Chen found his own magical power significantly depleted, rendering him unable to pursue further. Xitigarbha dared not linger and promptly fled. Chapter 101. The Sacred Mountain's Bestowal. The victorious Buddha of Battle. The assembly gazed in disbelief at the sky, where the Xitigarbha Bodhisattva fled in a state of disarray. Regardless of their affiliations, all present were enveloped in sheer astonishment. It was Zhao Gongming and his companions who first regained their composure, turning their attention toward the radiant joy Buddha, intent on apprehending him so that Jiang Chen could strike a blow. However, sensing the imminent danger, the radiant joy Buddha fled with even greater haste, outpacing the already retreating Xitigarbha Bodhisattva. What folly! If even Xitigarbha could not withstand a single strike from Jiang Chen, how could he hope to endure? With two Buddhas leading the charge, the others swiftly followed suit, the followers of the Buddhist order dispersing like beams of golden light in every direction. Remarkably, the adeptness of these monks at fleeing was unparalleled. Even Neza and Yang Jian could not help but express their admiration. Now, with the entirety of the Buddhist faction having retreated, those from the netherworld found themselves trapped, powerless to escape or resist. The only path left was surrender. The heavenly realm basked in triumph. Initially, when the radiant joy Buddha appeared and Xitigarbha unleashed his formidable powers, the onlookers had anticipated their downfall. Yet, it was Jiang Chen's decisive strike that forced even Xitigarbha to retreat in injury. This miraculous turn of events inspired awe towards Jiang Chen from all present. In the great thunder sound temple upon the sacred mountain, silence reigned. After 3 celestial assemblies, Xitigarbha Bodhisattva had once again set foot upon the sacred mountain. But this time it was due to being forcibly expelled by Jiang Chen from the underworld. The assembly remained speechless. After a prolonged silence, only the Tathagata spoke, acknowledging the difficulty of dealing with Jiang Chen. Our grand plans lie in the journey to the west, and we cannot divert our attention to confront him now. We shall note this for the time being, and after the calamity has passed, we will settle the scores. The assembly nodded in agreement, having contemplated the same notion. What harm could it cause to cede to the underworld for now? Once the journey to the west concludes and the Buddhist order flourishes, they could hardly believe that Jiang Chen would continue to oppose them. This sentiment resonated deeply, a confidence born from centuries of Buddhist dominance over the heavenly realm. Yet, soon after, a heavy silence fell upon the gathering as they recalled Jiang Chen's words at the moment he struck, though not directed at them. The return of Xitigarbha and the radiant joy Buddha had allowed everyone to share in that fateful scene. In an instant, echoes of that moment reverberated in their minds. They acutely felt Xitigarbha's terror in the face of that sword strike. If even Xitigarbha had nearly succumbed to a single blow, who among them could withstand such a force? Surely not the 3 esteemed ones above? Guanyin, for one, believed she could not endure it alone. Thus, they were left with no choice but to continue compromising, deferring matters until after the journey to the west. Consequently, all present became acutely aware of the need for utmost caution. With utmost sincerity, he imposed strict constraints upon his disciples. Should any of them possess a history of devouring the innocent, it would be prudent to part ways at the earliest opportunity, rather than risk facing the dire consequences at the hands of Jiang Chen upon the execution platform. Time flows like a river, and ultimately, the journey westward spans merely a decade or so. Eventually, there comes a point of culmination. According to the original plan, upon acquiring the sacred scriptures, there would undoubtedly remain an additional trial to fulfill the requisite 81 tribulations. However, the circumstances have shifted repeatedly, transforming the group of 5 into a cohort of 6. Jiang Chen devised numerous strategies to vanquish the celestial beings and Buddhas along the way, instilling a sense of caution that deterred them from making any reckless decisions. Consequently, upon their arrival at the sacred mountain, they promptly declared the conclusion of their westward expedition, a commendable achievement indeed. Yet, this does not signify a true conclusion. There remains the imperative task of conferring titles within the Buddha realm. Only by bestowing the titles of Bodhisattva and Buddha upon the members of the westward journey can the divine fortune be fully integrated. At that juncture, the Buddhist order can wholly embrace the accumulated auspiciousness of their journey. Ordinarily, this would be a momentous event heralded throughout the three realms, with a public proclamation to invite all to witness. However, as the saying goes, fearful of prolonged nights and many dreams, this was simplified. Upon acquiring the scriptures, the conferral began. At this moment, the Tathagata sat upon the lotus throne, gazing down upon the assembly. Within the grand Thundersound temple, the resonant sounds of Buddhism reverberated continuously. Each individual instinctively manifested a golden Buddha form, striving to connect with the auspicious energies of the Buddha realm, showcasing a magnificent presence. Xuanzang, you are my second disciple, known as Jiang Chen. In times past, you disrespected the Dharma, thus were ensnared in the cycle of reincarnation, enduring numerous lifetimes. Today, you have returned to oneness, obtaining the true scriptures. Your contributions are substantial. Henceforth, I shall confer upon you the title of Sandalwood Merit Buddha. Rays of golden light emanated from the Thundersound temple, spreading throughout the three realms. Sun Wukong, you were once the great sage equal to heaven who caused a tumult in the celestial palace, disregarding celestial laws. Today, after enduring trials on the journey westward, you have purged your malevolent thoughts. In recognition of your protection of the scriptures, I shall bestow upon you the title of Victorious Fighting Buddha. Another beam of Buddha light enveloped the surroundings. Yet, whether it was Sun Wukong or Tang Xuanzang, both remained silent, bowing their heads in quietude, offering no response to the conferral above. The Tathagata observed this with little surprise, shifting his gaze to the remaining individuals present. Beiji, you were once the marshal of the heavenly river, but due to drunken folly, you offended the celestial maiden Chang'e and were cast down to the mortal realm. On this journey to acquire the scriptures, however, you have remained impure in your thoughts. In recognition of your efforts in carrying the load and leading the horse, I hereby appoint you as the purity altar messenger. Unlike the others, Zhu Beiji voiced his confusion, his countenance displaying discontent. I, old Zhu, have traversed such a long distance, and you bestow upon me merely the title of purity altar messenger? This is unacceptable. At least grant me a position as a bodhisattva. All eyes in the assembly turned towards him, bemused by his audacity. The Tathagata paused momentarily before continuing. On this journey of seeking wisdom, the six senses remain unfulfilled, preventing one from attaining the status of Buddha. However, considering your merits, your future shall be intertwined with the Buddha. You may take what you find before the altar. Upon hearing these words, the assembly gasped in astonishment. It seemed they truly regarded him as a mere swine. Upon hearing the permission to take, Zhu Beiji ceased his commotion and nodded in agreement. Wu Jing, you were once the esteemed guardian of the curtain, demoted for shattering the glass lamp. Acknowledging your contributions on this journey, you are granted the status of an arhat. The white dragon horse, originally the son of the Dragon King, committed a grievous sin in a fit of rage. Throughout the journey to the west, you have aided Tang Xuanzang, earning you the title of the Eightfold Heavenly Dragon. From the outset until now, all has proceeded normally. Although there have been some minor deviations during the conferral, overall, it has been a smooth affair. After imparting these words, the Tathagata awaited the others to bow in gratitude before departing. While he could overlook other matters, this act of homage was indispensable, symbolizing their complete integration into the Buddhist fold, thus allowing him to harness the fortune they carried. Yet, under the watchful eyes of the assembly, the group stood momentarily stunned, displaying no further actions. Just as confusion spread among the onlookers, a voice resonated from beyond the great Thundersound temple. Have you all forgotten me? Chapter 102, Seeking Justice for Humanity. Today's events signify a monumental occasion for the Western Buddhist sect. They have deliberately established a magical array, conspicuously displayed their divine might, and intentionally revealed their auspicious fortune, all to deter any disturbances. Yet, in spite of these precautions, someone dares to step forward at this moment. Is this not an outright provocation? Just as the crowd turned their furious gazes toward the entrance, they were momentarily taken aback. The figure of the newcomer gradually became discernible before them. They recognized the voice, and an eerie silence enveloped the grand hall. It was the celestial slayer, Jiang Chen. They had nearly forgotten about this formidable presence. Logically, he should be leading an army in the underworld at this very moment. Why has he intruded upon the great Thundersound temple? Moreover, there had been no prior warning. When did our western sacred mountain become a place where anyone could come and go as they pleased? Guanyin regarded the figure with an inward exclamation. As for who was most agitated among them, it was undoubtedly Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva. He stood among the numerous Buddhas, exhibiting his golden body Dharma form. The expression on his visage, shrouded in the aura of wrath, was becoming increasingly evident. That dark energy re-emerged, and the sight of an enemy incited his fury. He was prepared to strike at any moment. However, the Tathagata spoke before he could act, compelling him to swallow his words. Jiang Chen, you have vanquished demons and malevolent spirits along your journey, contributing significantly to the path of the West. You are deserving of a Buddha's fruit position. The Tathagata articulated each word with deliberate emphasis, pausing momentarily before concluding with a phrase imbued with profound significance. Kneel and accept the decree. With a resounding boom, the majestic proclamation reverberated throughout the hall. The other Buddhas present echoed in unison, kneel and accept the decree. Kneel and accept the decree. Kneel and accept the decree. The clamor of voices intertwined, resembling the rumble of thunder, resonating in Jiang Chen's ears. At last, they had found an opportunity, yet traditionally, this did not necessitate kneeling. In this ancient realm, such a gesture was never customary, save for in the presence of a sage. Even the nominal sovereign of the three realms, the Jade Emperor, would not be treated in such a manner. Jiang Chen, however, maintained a calm demeanor. Despite the cacophony surrounding him, he spoke to the assembly with composure. You truly possess a knack for finding excuses. The Tathagata remained silent, while the likes of Maitreya, the light-burning Buddha, and Guanyin cast cold glances at Jiang Chen. The atmosphere grew tense. Were it not for the fact that the journey to the West had yet to conclude, the assembled crowd might have already seized the opportunity to act against him. Although they were uncertain why Jiang Chen dared to arrive alone, once the journey was over, he would be the first to face their wrath, not the Jade Emperor, nor the Heavenly Court, nor the Underworld, but the Celestial Slayer, Jiang Chen himself. The Tathagata observed Jiang Chen, who remained unmoving, and continued to inquire, since you have come to accept the decree, why do you not kneel? If previously he had relied solely on the radiance of the Buddha to amplify his voice, at this moment he had employed his mystical powers. The burgeoning pressure has begun to surge towards Jiang Chen. No, you have misunderstood one crucial point. I did not come here seeking any form of accolade. Your Buddha's position holds no allure for me. My purpose today is merely to seek justice. Jiang Chen, impervious to the malice emanating from the Tathagata, spoke with an unperturbed tone. At this moment, the crowd finally comprehended the extent of Jiang Chen's defiance. To ask for justice, what justice? Your version of justice? When you recklessly slaughtered numerous bodhisattvas of Ling Mountain, did you ever consider justice? Or were you referring to the chaos you unleashed upon the three realms while leading the heavenly army to assault the underworld? The Tathagata was incensed by Jiang Chen's words. Within the grand hall of Thunder Sound Monastery, the tumultuous Buddhist light resembled an unfathomable ocean, concealing fierce undercurrents within its depths. Jiang Chen found himself amidst this turmoil, acutely aware that a moment's lapse could result in his obliteration by these hidden tides. Warnings of imminent danger resonated incessantly within his primordial spirit. Yet, Jiang Chen remained entirely unfazed. Of course, it is the justice of my human race. With a resonating hum, the Buddhist light faltered, then erupted. Jiang Chen seeks justice for humanity. No wonder, it all makes sense now. Jiang Chen has steadfastly upheld the stance of his human race from the very beginning. This unwavering conviction is why he exhibits no restraint. In confronting these demons and celestial beings, he wields his blade without hesitation. The crowd was shaken, recalling Jiang Chen's prior actions. What more could be unclear? They had previously perceived him as a reckless madman. But now it dawned upon them that he had always been lucid. His allegiance was never to their Buddhist sect or the heavenly court, but to humanity. It was precisely because he stood firm for the human race that he showed no mercy against those who flouted heavenly laws, plunging humanity into dire straits. Thus, Jiang Chen struck down without hesitation. It was due to his allegiance to humanity that he never yielded an inch in the face of the Jade Emperor or the Tathagata, nor before the Buddhist sect or the heavenly court. A sense of enlightenment washed over the gathered assembly. The answer had been laid bare before them all along. Unmasked and conspicuous, they had simply never entertained this possibility. Their long-standing arrogance had led them to regard humanity as mere insects, unworthy of consideration. The root cause of this sentiment stemmed from their initial schemes during humanity's ascendance. Like nails, they had driven themselves firmly into the vital points of the human race, siphoning their strength, ensuring that humanity could never rise as the protagonists of the previous epochs. Instead, they remained mere nominal figures, tools for harvesting mutual aspirations. Whenever they desired, they could employ various means: intimidation, annihilation, and a myriad of methods. Allow them to extract what they desire from the human race. Over the years, the Buddhist sect has frequently targeted humanity, particularly due to the surge in prominence. The Celestial Court has made concessions inch by inch, leading to events akin to those experienced by Jiang. Such occurrences are prevalent across the vast expanse of the primordial world. Apart from the recent developments in the Eastern Victory Divine Continent, the Southern Rich Continent, and the Western Coward Continent, all have encountered similar situations, having been thoroughly plundered. Consequently, they have always regarded humanity with disdain. Now, Jiang Chen has articulated his answer, shocking all those present. Jiang Chen, a formidable existence, a great Luo. A celestial monarch who embodies the principles of heaven and earth, has personally overseen numerous matters, instilling fear in both immortals and Buddhas. He has steadfastly upheld the position of humanity without any semblance of change. No wonder I remarked that in recent years, the Eastern Victory Divine Continent has continuously produced powerful human cultivators. Upon inquiry, they all trace back to the celestial laws bestowed by the Celestial Court. It turns out your shadow is among them. Guanyin Bodhisattva murmured, and as her words resonated, the crowd found themselves engulfed in absurdity. Chapter 103. Tear away the hypocritical and shameless facade of the Buddhist sect. Even the exalted Tathagata momentarily appeared disoriented, uncertain of what to articulate. This state of bewilderment was fleeting, as the crowd soon regained their composure, their gazes directed towards Jiang Chen, infused with a hint of bloodlust. Previously, some had been daunted by Jiang Chen's prowess, apprehensive of his erratic behavior. However, upon witnessing his alignment with the human race, their trepidation diminished significantly. Jiang Chen transitioned from the role of a madman to that of a fool, one incapable of discerning the gravity of the situation. The plight of the human race could only be described as an insurmountable affliction, the result of centuries of accumulated grievances. They had been reduced to mere livestock, flesh and blood, indistinguishable from cattle or horses. What difference did it make? The only aspect that aroused their concern was the incense and wishes they offered. Presently, Jiang Chen, with formidable strength and a reputation that echoed across the realms, stood on equal footing with celestial beings, capable of instilling profound fear in them. Yet he dared to undertake endeavors for the human race. Would this not render him the subject of ridicule? Soon, the Tathagata composed himself. Although the truth was widely acknowledged, it could not be openly proclaimed, for they still had to reap the benefits of the incense offerings. If the human race felt threatened, the consequences would be detrimental. Jiang Chen, in this case, could you elucidate the grievances endured by the human race that necessitate your pursuit of justice? At this moment, others from the Buddhist sect joined in, their hands clasped in prayer, adopting a pose of compassionate sympathy. Should an outsider observe, they would undoubtedly believe Jiang Chen had erred in his understanding. Each individual present was ostensibly concerned for the human race. Very well, Jiang Chen scoffed, then conjured a vivid tableau before his eyes, illustrating the myriad tribulations faced by the human race over the years, driven by demonic beasts, mercilessly annihilated, and left with no recourse but to beseech the immortals and the Buddha. How could such supplications be fulfilled with mere words? They demanded offerings, rewards, the restoration of sacred bodies, and the repair of temples. Jiang Chen, you cannot possibly attribute all these misfortunes to the Buddhist sect, the Tathagata interjected. We have also provided sanctuaries for them. Jiang Chen remained silent, continuing to unveil the events he had witnessed, an endless cycle of phenomena recurring upon the primordial earth. Before he could speak again, the Tathagata declared, "Allow me to inquire, are the tribulations faced by the human race truly a result of injustice? Other races endure similar fates. The human race slays demonic beasts and wild creatures, yet those beasts also hunt your kin. The decree of heaven is immutable. Where lies the injustice?" As the Tathagata regarded Jiang Chen, his words dripped with compassion, reminiscent of imparting profound truths. Ultimately, the primordial realm operates on the principle of the survival of the fittest. The challenges confronting the human race stem solely from their lack of strength. It is precisely for this reason that we must lend our assistance. Your presence today seems to be an inconvenience to yourself. Jiang Chen cast a cold glance at the Buddha above. I am well aware that the law of the jungle is the established order of nature. Such is the relationship between both parties. Yet, I must inquire why. Compared to other races, the plight of our humankind is so profoundly grievous? Moreover, according to your assertion, does your Buddhist sect truly remain entirely aloof from this matter? Upon hearing this, the Buddha shook his head. Jiang Chen, you are mistaken. From the very beginning, you have been questioning in the wrong arena. The justice for humankind should not be deliberated here. Go and ask the way of heaven. With these words, The entire Lingshan hall trembled. In a certain sense, the Buddha's statement amounted to a challenge to the way of heaven, naturally inciting its displeasure. However, he believed his words to hold merit. All of this had been predetermined by the way of heaven long ago, as it positioned humanity in this predicament. The way of heaven facilitated the flourishing of your Buddhist sect, allowing it to implant various strategies among humankind. The causality of it all ultimately rests upon the way of heaven. Of course, these words were merely a facade to placate Jiang Chen. If Jiang Chen truly dared to confront the way of heaven, what would the outcome be? The Buddha would be more than willing to witness such an encounter, for it could lead to Jiang Chen being led astray, thereby ensuring the smooth completion of his own enshrinement. I have often heard of the sophistry employed by the Western paradise of Buddhism, renowned throughout the vast wilderness. Today, witnessing it firsthand, it is indeed as expected. The hypocrisy of Buddhism, its doctrines built upon such disingenuous reasoning, allows them to present themselves as immaculate, believing themselves to be exalted. They profess compassion for all beings, acting selflessly, yet in reality, they demand and take without restraint. The Buddha's expression darkened at these words, filled with indignation. This anger stemmed from the undeniable truth in Jiang Chen's words. As the current venerable one of the Buddhist sect, he understood better than anyone the essence of Buddhism and the origins of its establishment. Such rhetoric must not be allowed to propagate. Should other beings become aware of it, it would have a profoundly detrimental effect on Buddhism. At this moment, the Buddha had entirely shifted his perspective. Jiang Chen's arrival today at the Great Thundersound Temple was akin to walking into a trap. He could pinpoint numerous core aspects of Buddhism, indicating significant prior research. Therefore, regardless of whether he was to be subdued here or his true essence erased and transformed into a protective Buddha, it would be most advantageous. This would also allow for a natural amalgamation of his fortune into Lingshan. The Buddha's mind raced with thoughts, his demeanor now composed. Please, continue. At this moment, the Buddha regarded Jiang Chen with an unchanging expression. However, during his momentary distraction, Jiang Chen had gleaned a rough understanding of the Buddha's thoughts. In truth, he was indifferent to these matters. Having come today, he was already prepared. How could he retreat without achieving his objectives? Today, he is set to undertake a monumental task, to unmask the hypocritical faade of the Buddhist sects, revealing their abhorrent truths to the world. He aims to ensure that they can no longer present themselves under the guise of compassion. At this moment, the Tathagata has silently sent word within his heart, urging the other Buddhas and Bodhisattvas to be ready to act at a moment's notice. In an instant, countless eyes are drawn to Jiang Chen. The Western Journey Quintet, including Tang Sung and Sun Wukong, raise their heads slightly to gaze at him, while the others wear expressions of confusion, fear, and astonishment. They had presumed that events had reached their conclusion, believing that the journey to the West was drawing to a close. Little did they expect the emergence of Jiang Chen, who boldly confronts the Buddhist sects with such fervent rhetoric. Catastrophe looms, and the crowd's minds are in turmoil. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen smiles, surveying everyone present, eager to witness the expressions of the Buddhas when he makes his move. With no further hesitation, he gracefully bows to the surrounding void and utters a phrase that stirs the hearts of all. Red Cloud, my friend, step forth. Chapter 104. The Emergence of Xuanyuanzi and Hongyun. The Buddha's reputation in shambles. Hongyun, how could it be him? Wasn't he supposed to be long dead? Hongyun, a formidable being that has existed since eons past. By all accounts, few should remember him. Yet there exists one notable exception, the very Buddhist sect present at this moment. The connection between Hongyun and the Buddhist teachings is profound. It can be said that without Hongyun, the paths to sanctification for both Jane and Junti would never have materialized. Without their ascension, the current state of the Buddhist realm would not exist. The causal relationship between the three is so immense that even the saints Jane and Junti cannot repay it. Thus, they had no choice but to slay him to resolve the entangled destinies. It is precisely because of this understanding that they are acutely aware of what this individual means to the Buddhist sect. Therefore, upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, terror etched itself upon the faces of all present, their gazes filled with trepidation as they looked towards him. Even the normally composed Tathagata felt his heart racing with anxiety. With a thunderous sound, two presences, one azure and one crimson, descended upon the sacred mountain, once awash in Buddhist light. The terrifying energy they emitted stood defiantly against the celestial radiance. Soon after, two figures materialized. The onlookers gasped in astonishment. Xuanyuanzi, Hongyun. Their joint arrival shattered the facade of composure among the crowd. If it were merely Jiang Chen's words, even if a being identical to Hongyun appeared before them, they could easily refute it. unwilling to believe. Yet, the arrival of Xinyuanzi, the progenitor of the Earth Immortals, a being of extraordinary rapport with Hong Yun from ancient times, changed the situation entirely. This presence could not be dismissed. Anyone in the world might harbor ill will towards Hong Yun, but Xinyuanzi would not. Otherwise, he would not have opposed Kunpeng for so many years over this matter. The crowd found themselves powerless. Even the Tathagata resumed his normal stature and rose to pay his respects. I pay my respects to Senior Hong Yun. I pay my respects to Senior Hong Yun. It was inevitable. In a certain sense, he is the creditor of the entire Buddhist sect, and they could not afford to act with arrogance. As Hong Yun appeared, observing the gathered crowd, he let out a cold chuckle. Enough, you need not refer to me as senior. Witnessing his demeanor, the once composed Tathagata felt an ominous foreboding and quickly replied, Senior, what do you mean? You have bestowed great grace upon our Buddhist sect, and we naturally hold you in high esteem. Not only us, but even the two saints should pay their respects to you. Despite the need for ceremonial decorum, he suppressed the unease within as he spoke. Upon hearing this, Hong Yun's expression remained unchanged. Well, their first impulse upon seeing me was likely to eliminate me. As he uttered these words, a hint of sorrow crossed Hong Yun's features. He had been known as a benevolent figure throughout the ancient times, regardless of one's cultivation level or race. Everyone who has ever received his benevolence is significant. Most notably, even the paths to enlightenment of the two saints were granted by him. Logically, in the primordial chaos, he should be a figure of formidable power. At least someone no one would dare to provoke. Yet, what transpired? Jane and Juanti imparted a lesson to him. Great kindness can feel akin to great enmity. When one cannot repay the karmic debts, they resolve to eliminate the source of those debts. To this day, he recalls the bitter memory of being encircled and slain by the two on Mount Sumru, a surge of resentment rising within him. In the eyes of the Tathagata and others, he was indeed a troublesome individual to manage. Had it not been for Xinyuanzi's presence, with only Jiang Chen and Hong Yun remaining, the moment Hong Yun revealed himself, they would have acted swiftly to surround and eliminate him, leaving no opportunity for him to speak. However, the Tathagata quickly regained his composure and declared loudly, Jiang Chen, you claim to seek justice for the human race. What purpose does the invitation of Elder Hong Yun serve? Surely, there is no connection between these matters. The Tathagata's voice was stern. He recognized that there was no inherent link between the two. He aimed to redirect the conversation back to the quest for justice for humanity, thereby ensuring that even with the presence of Hong Yun and Xinyuanzi, there would be no grounds for action against him. Consequently, the attention of the assembly returned to Jiang Chen, who met their gazes without a trace of fear and calmly stated, in that case, allow me to share a tale, a story of the Lion Trojan Ridge. With that, Jiang Chen began to recount the life of Yu Zhan, particularly the latter events they had witnessed. The Tathagata remained fixated on Jiang Chen, his mind racing for any flaw in the narrative. Should he detect even the slightest inconsistency, he would act immediately. This time, however, he found his opportunity. Jiang Chen, your words are mere fabrications and cannot be deemed credible. Moreover, such matters exemplify the law of the jungle. Our Buddhist monks descend to assist. Indeed, we Buddhist monks are here to offer our aid. In an instant, the assembly of Buddhas turned against Jiang Chen, laying blame at his feet. Jiang Chen merely surveyed the crowd, noticing several monks discreetly averting their gazes, unwilling to confront him directly. In light of this, allow me to clarify a few points. At that moment, the Buddhist faction was resolute, asserting that the events in question were too distant, lacking any records or evidence to substantiate that they were orchestrated by members of the Buddhist order. This conviction emboldened them. Yet, they had encountered Jiang Chen, who had vanquished numerous demons and beasts along his journey. All these deeds were meticulously documented within the great Tao's Book of Destiny. With but a thought, he could summon them all forth. Soon, familiar figures began to materialize before the assembly. The expressions of the Buddhas shifted from relaxed to alert, then to tense, revealing a spectrum of emotions that provided Jiang Chen with an intriguing spectacle. The tale is far from over. Jiang Chen compelled them to gradually disclose their plans and narratives. As these words unfolded, the expressions of the crowd shifted in unison. They could not fathom the implications. Those who had originally been slain by Jiang Chen should, in theory, have been utterly annihilated, spirits extinguished. How could those who perished on the Slaying Immortals platform still be alive? How could they recount these events? The meticulously crafted schemes they believed to be flawless were being methodically unveiled. At this moment, the countenance of Tathagata grew exceedingly grim. Jiang Chen had cornered him into an inescapable predicament. Should they divulge these matters today, the Buddhist sect would suffer a tremendous loss of face. Even if the journey to the West were to reach fruition, even if the Buddhist faith were to flourish, it would not suffice to propagate their teachings throughout the three realms. Dissent would inevitably arise among many. Contemplating this, Tathagata silently activated the protective formation of Mount Ling. In an instant, the resonant chimes echoed, and the radiance of the Buddha ascended, transforming into a colossal barrier that enveloped the entirety of Mount Ling. Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow, observing Tathagata before him. It appeared that he no longer wished to feign composure, aspiring instead to emulate his two esteemed sages. Chapter 105. The Sealing of Mount Ling. The deities of heaven and the underworld are perplexed. Indeed, as the words fell, the expressions of all present underwent a profound transformation. Their originally dignified visages became marked by a fierce intensity. The Buddha had just calculated a significant equation in his mind. Mount Ling, with its accumulation spanning millions of years, would unleash a formation that could swiftly annihilate both Hongyun and Jiang Chen, even if Xunyuanzai were to survive. His esteemed reputation in the primordial realm would not substantially alter the affairs of the Buddhist faith. Thus, they opted for a course reminiscent of the earlier interventions by Jian and Zhuni. If the matter could not be resolved, they would eliminate the one who raised it. Feeling the mounting pressure around them, Xunyuanzai and Hongyun simultaneously summoned their powers, engaging in a clash with their surroundings. Initially, their forces seemed evenly matched. However, gradually, both Xunyuanzai and Hongyun began to exhibit signs of retreat. After all, they were within Mount Ling, a place steeped in millions of years of heritage. Although both Hongyun and Xunyuanzai were indeed formidable figures in the primordial realm, Xunyuanzai regarded as the foremost beneath the sages, Mount Ling was not to be underestimated. Did the esteemed assembly believe that they could recklessly invade Mount Ling without preparation? Such an assumption grossly undervalued the accumulated strength of the Buddhist faith over millennia. Xunyuanzai, while it is true that I cannot slay you, do not presume that Hongyun shall depart unscathed today. I am confident that both sages would find great satisfaction in witnessing my triumph over you here. As for Jiang Chen, even if the Jade Emperor himself were to arrive with all of heaven's hosts, you shall meet your demise in this place. Meanwhile, in the underworld, Yang Jian, Neza, Zhao Gongming, and the three celestial maidens gathered together. Above them, the atmosphere was distinctly divided, and they regarded one another with scrutiny. To be candid, were it not for extraordinary circumstances, despite their mutual recognition of each other's prowess, they would not be so composed in each other's presence. Before Jiang Chen had finished attending to matters in the underworld, he had already set forth to Mount Ling, observing the current tumult at Mount Ling. It seemed the situation was extraordinary. We must swiftly prepare to extend our assistance. Zhao Gongming was the first to speak. Yet he did not direct his gaze at anyone in particular, but rather addressed the void beside him. Isn't that merely stating the obvious? A youthful voice interjected, feigning indifference. Indeed, it was Neza. At that moment, he was akin to Zhao Gongming, constrained by their opposing factions, having once clashed during the earlier War of Gods, resulting in the loss of many of their comrades at each other's hands. Their ability to converse now was solely due to Jiang Chen's extraordinary charisma that had managed to pacify both sides. Otherwise, such a gathering would have been inconceivable. Subsequently, the others mirrored similar expressions, addressing the void beside them, exchanging words, each unsure if their remarks were being heard, yet expressing their opinions nonetheless. Ultimately, they unified their purpose. For them, it is unwise to impulsively charge towards Ling Mountain. After all, Jiang Chen had previously devised a rough plan, ensuring they would not flounder about like mindless flies. Jiang Chen had specifically instructed them to be vigilant regarding the defenses of the underworld. With this thought, their gazes once again turned towards Ling Mountain. By temporal estimation, the journey to the west is nearing its conclusion. Why then has the mountain been inexplicably sealed? Could unforeseen circumstances have arisen? For reasons unknown, I cannot shake the feeling that this is somehow connected to Jiang Chen. There are matters here that we are yet to comprehend. Zhao Gongming, uncharacteristically softening his tone, interjected, taking over from Neza. As a disciple of he harbors a deep-seated animosity towards the Western Buddhist sect. He has witnessed firsthand as they captured many of his fellow disciples, observing their lofty demeanor. Were it not for Jiang Chen's prior admonitions, he might have already stormed towards Ling Mountain, eager to assist Jiang Chen. Wait and see. There is not only golden light on the horizon, but also a sky filled with crimson clouds and azure light. When have you ever seen Jiang Chen engage in battle without preparation? There is a strong possibility that formidable beings have already arrived at Ling Mountain ahead of us, and that would be quite the spectacle. Let us sit back and watch the unfolding drama. Within the celestial palace of the heavenly court, Hao Yin was in a state of acute anxiety. He had entrusted Jiang Chen with commanding the army to assault the underworld, intending to take advantage of Ling Mountain's inattention, believing the Buddhist sect had been defeated. However, Jiang Chen had yet to return, raising his suspicions. He was on the verge of issuing a decree for Jiang Chen to lead his troops back, but was halted by the intervention of the Tai by Jing Xing. After deliberation, they concluded that it was prudent to place their trust in Jiang Chen. After all, he alone could consolidate the forces of and, including Neza, Yang Jian, the gods of the combat department, the gods of the thunder department, and Zhao Gongming, essentially the mightiest powers in the heavenly court, aside from the top-tier forces. Even the Jade Emperor himself could not mobilize these. With such strength, it would not be an exaggeration to say they could sweep across the entire primordial realm. Having witnessed all this, the Jade Emperor had transitioned from initial shock to a state of numbness. One thought dominated his mind: to bind Jiang Chen firmly to the chariot of the heavenly court. As long as he was present, the true terrifying powers of the heavenly court could be unleashed at any moment. It is no exaggeration to say that Jiang Chen had become even more effective than the Jade Emperor himself. "Your Majesty, there is a disturbance at Ling Mountain," Tian Peng reported, having received a message from the Thousand-Mile Eye and the Swift-Wind Ear. Upon hearing this, the Jade Emperor raised an eyebrow. Summoning the Haotian mirror to cast his gaze upon the western Ling Mountain, he beheld the rising grand formation, with flashes of azure and crimson light. He stood frozen in place. What is happening? Why has Ling Mountain suddenly closed itself off? Beside him, Tai Bai Jingxing pondered for a moment before quietly stating, "Your Majesty, our army remains stationed in the underworld and has yet to make a move. Could there be a slight connection to this matter?" Upon hearing these words, the Jade Emperor paused, contemplating a denial. Yet, deep within, he found himself swayed by this notion. After all, in his eyes, Jiang Chen had always been a person of strong opinions. This should have been a positive trait, especially when coupled with his capabilities, enabling him to accomplish a myriad of tasks. However, the dissonance between his heart and his actions left the Jade Emperor perplexed regarding Jiang Chen's true intentions. Take this instance. For example, he sensed from the outset that the other party's proposal was not born of benevolence. The very thought sparked in his mind startled him, causing him to shudder and lean back slightly. If there were indeed a connection between these two matters, was I not being used as a pawn? Nevertheless, in the grand scheme, I hold the advantage. Since Jiang Chen's emergence, the heavenly court had not adhered to the original script and had not suffered significant losses. The Jade Emperor's old habit resurfaced. He began to wrestle with his thoughts, various emotions surfacing in turn. Ultimately, he turned his gaze toward the nearby Tai Bai Jingxing. It appeared that the situation was not looking favorable. Tai Bai, perhaps you should. Chapter 106. Sharpening the blade for 1500 years, just for today. Jiang Chen, I am at a loss to understand how you summoned the red clouds. To be candid, I am quite astonished and must commend your prowess. However, the ascendance of the Buddhist sect is ordained by fate, decreed by the Taoist progenitor. Even if you were to summon Jin Yuanzi and others today, it would be futile to shake the foundation of my Buddhist order at this moment. Jiang Chen gazed at the Tathagata, his smile unwavering. After today, I shall ensure that you remember this day with utmost clarity, regardless of the time. Upon hearing these words, the assembly responded with derisive smiles. Just Jiang Chen alone? Though the appearance of Jin Yuanzi is indeed troublesome, it does not render them utterly helpless. It is essential to remember that this is Lingshan, the heart of Buddhism. Alongside the Bodhisattvas, the Buddhas of the past, present, and future reside here. How could our two revered saints allow the West to suffer such defeat? They would undoubtedly intervene. Even 1,000 Jin Yuanzis bound together would not suffice to withstand a single saint's might. The notion that all beneath a saint are but ants is no mere platitude, is it? I am quite eager to see how you intend to make us remember this day. Just as the Tathagata finished speaking, his expression shifted, sensing something amiss in this realm. Unbeknownst to him, dark mists had begun to drift in from beyond Lingshan. Initially, they were but wisps, easily overlooked. Soon, however, they descended in overwhelming waves, plunging the entire Lingshan into darkness. Jiang Chen let out a cold laugh, drawing forth his Hunyuan blade. Let us take them one by one. I have sharpened my blade on the Immortal-Slaying Platform for 1500 years, waiting for this very moment to seek justice for humankind. Whether it be you or another, I shall spare none. Today, I shall commence with you. Jiang Chen's words, coupled with the unfolding events, struck the hearts of the gathered monks like a colossal hammer. Many who had initially scoffed began to exhibit signs of unease. Even the Tathagata's countenance darkened. The black mist had completely enveloped their grand formation, rendering it ineffective, as not a single beam of Buddhist light could escape. Tathagata, this is. Avalokiteshvara turned her gaze towards the great sun Tathagata above. her expression scarcely better than that of charred iron. At that moment, a chilling wind swept into the great thunder sound temple from beyond Lingshan. Despite activating the mountain protecting formation, in the face of this dark mist and malevolent wind, the protective array felt utterly ineffectual. The Buddhist light intertwined and sizzled against the encroaching darkness. The closest Arhat to the entrance was the first to succumb to the invading aura. Half of his golden form shattered in an instant. The devotees at the foot of Lingshan could do naught but wail in despair. The Tathagata gritted his teeth and uttered a single word: demons. There was no need for further inquiry. A mere glance sufficed to discern the nature of the malevolent force wreaking havoc upon Lingshan. At this moment, the Tathagata's gaze towards Jiang Chen transformed. The Jade Emperor, who had been contemplating, suddenly widened his eyes, fixated intently on the Haotian mirror in his grasp. The once resplendent Lingshan, which should have emanated boundless Buddhist radiance, now stood shrouded in darkness. At this moment, an impenetrable shroud of black mist enveloped everything. Although this veil obscured much of the divine perception, it could not deter the Jade Emperor, a being at the pinnacle of quasi-sainthood. Coupled with the Haotian mirror, which possessed unparalleled divine abilities, he could clearly discern the malevolent entities concealed within the fog, grotesque and loathsome fiends. It was precisely due to the existence of these demons that such an abundance of black mist had arisen, completely shrouding the holy mountain. While the light of Buddhism could restrain these malevolent beings, in the face of such numerous and interconnected foes, the luminous force found itself at a disadvantage. Where did so many demons arise from? This cataclysmic event had inexplicably drawn them out, yet their presence had not been observed until now. Had they long been amassing power, waiting for this final moment? The Jade Emperor was perplexed. As the sovereign of the three realms, he found himself entirely uninformed about the happenings within, akin to an outsider. The affairs of the heavenly court were poorly managed, and the struggle for dominion over the netherworld relied heavily on Jiang Chen's military acumen. When issues arose at the Holy Mountain, he found himself powerless to intervene. At this juncture, the origins of these enigmatic demons remained a mystery to him, leaving the Jade Emperor in a state of disillusionment. Meanwhile, several individuals in the netherworld, who had been vigilantly observing the fluctuations of the Holy Mountain, were equally taken aback. From whence did these demons originate? Neza, Yang Jian, and Zhao Gongming exclaimed in unison. The title of demon resonated loudly through the primordial realms. Yet even they had encountered such beings only rarely, let alone in such overwhelming numbers. At that moment, a terrifying yet irrational thought struck their minds. Could these demons be the doing of Jiang Chen? From where had he summoned such a multitude of fiends? Why would he bring them to the Holy Mountain? Was he truly daring to confront the Buddhist sect? A collective gasp escaped their lips. If this continued, they feared that Jiang Chen might even have the opportunity to overturn the Buddhist establishment. In an instant, despite being members of opposing factions, they shared a common longing. If Jiang Chen could topple the Buddhist sect, how far could the heavenly court be from its fall? Might they finally be liberated from the confines of the investiture of the gods? This thought ignited their imaginations, and their eyes sparkled with renewed hope. Neza was the first to rise, slamming his hand on the table. Shall we not join in the fray? I have yet to slay any of the Buddhist arhats or bodhisattvas. At this moment, Neza was brimming with eagerness, his red tasseled spear radiating a fervent energy. Zhao Gongming, rarely in agreement with Neza, stood up as well, silently drawing his longsword. Neza cast him an appreciative glance, admiring such decisiveness. However, their movements were abruptly halted by Yang Jian and the three heavens, who firmly restrained them in their seats. Do not act recklessly. Taoist Jiang Chen has made it clear that we must manage affairs in the underworld. Upon hearing San Zhao's words, Zhao Gongming felt disheartened, while for Neza, Yang Jian's response was succinct and direct: you cannot defeat him. This straightforward remark deflated Neza like a punctured balloon, causing him to return to his original position. Nonetheless, it was the stark truth. He indeed could not prevail. As for Jiang Chen's prowess in battle, they had already witnessed it firsthand, leaving no room for doubt. Furthermore, whether the multitude of demons was summoned by Jiang Chen remained uncertain, necessitating further clarification. Should the situation arise where distinctions between friend and foe become blurred, the complications could far outweigh any amusement. I shall heed Taoist Jiang Chen's counsel and patiently await here. If he requires our assistance, he will surely communicate with us. Yun Shao remarked with an air of calm. Yet, deep within her heart, she felt a surge of excitement. However, the lessons learned from the calamity of the Fengshan era cautioned her against impulsiveness. Chapter 107. Disciple Jin Shanzi, greetings to the world-honored one. Upon the sacred Lingshan, the Buddhas radiated their divine light, effectively obstructing the surge of demonic energy from infiltrating the grand thunder sound temple. The resonant sounds of the Brahmin echoed throughout the surroundings. Jiang Chen, you have succumbed to darkness. The Avalokiteshvara admonished coldly. Are you blind? Can you not perceive the aura surrounding me? There is not a trace of demonic energy, retorted Jiang Chen and his companions, unyielding in their mockery. At that moment, Avalokiteshvara, belatedly realizing the gravity of the situation, quickly activated his incantations to scrutinize Jiang Chen. To his astonishment, there was not a hint of demonic energy emanating from him. Instead, he was enveloped in a dazzling celestial light that pained Avalokiteshvara's eyes. How could this be? If Jiang Chen is not corrupted, then from whence does this malevolence arise? How can this be explained? Faced with the current predicament, Avalokiteshvara found himself at a loss for words, repeatedly muttering the word impossible. Observing Avalokiteshvara's flustered demeanor, Ksitigarbha quietly expressed his concern and interjected. Who says that joining the demonic sect must necessarily entail possessing demonic energy? It is entirely plausible that Jiang Chen has voluntarily chosen to become the vanguard of the demonic sect. If that is the case, how could they allow him to be tainted with demonic energy? His words were measured, transforming a mere inquiry into a definitive assertion, solidifying Jiang Chen's association with the demonic sect in the minds of the onlookers. The origins of the demonic sect can be traced back to the formidable figure of Luo Hu, who contended with Hong Jun Daozu. He became a testament to the path of slaughter, which led to the impoverished state of the West. It was he who instigated the Western beings to raid the East, having already decimated their own lands. In this light, how could a sect that arose from such devastation be deemed virtuous? In a certain sense, the demonic sect could be viewed as the common enemy of the entire primordial realm. Given the divergent stances, the demonic sect sought the resurrection of Luo Hu, an endeavor that would inevitably be validated through bloodshed. This created an inextricable deadlock. If Jiang Chen was indeed a member of the demonic sect, he would stand in opposition to all, including the heavenly court, which must now deliberate whether this so-called celestial slayer could be trusted. Avalokiteshvara's realization dawned upon him as he turned his gaze towards Jiang Chen, who, however, was devoid of any inclination to defend himself. The demonic sect had already made its presence known, and he had drawn his sword. The trajectory of events had become all too clear. His intention was to upend the Buddhist order, disregarding the slander cast upon him by others. Could it be? Could it be that he truly belongs to the demonic sect? At that moment, a chill gripped Ksitigarbha's heart. Initially, they merely aimed to cast Jiang Chen upon the pillar of shame, yet his response remained unchanged. If his suspicions held any truth, the situation would escalate dramatically. Having concealed his identity for so long, becoming the so-called celestial lord, why now choose to reveal himself? He possessed a trump card, one that granted him a profound sense of assurance. As Ksitigarbha regarded Jiang Chen, his eyes reflected a mingling of fear and uncertainty. Every action Jiang Chen undertook defied expectations, yet he consistently succeeded. If it were solely up to him and Zhen Yuanzi, the Buddhist sect would find it impossible to escape today. However, with the addition of this demonic sect, the situation has changed entirely. As they pondered this, the ominous aura of the demonic path had already thickened to an alarming degree. In such a critical moment, the Tathagata turned his gaze towards the original 5 disciples of the scripture quest. Jiang Chen was the 6th member. Logically, he belonged among them. The interests of the Buddhist sect could have reached their zenith, yet the circumstances had now altered. Even in Jiang Chen's absence, there remained an opportunity for success. The fortune carried by the 5 could still lead to a significant surge for the Buddhist sect at this moment. With that surge of fortune, they could uncover the identity of those behind this invasion. Immediately, he declared, Tang Xuanzong, Sun Wukong, Sha Wujing, Zhu Wuning, and the White Dragon. Kneel and receive the decree with gratitude. This thunderous command jolted everyone's attention back to reality. They suddenly realized something was amiss. Since the earlier conferment, the 5 had not accepted the decree, and due to Jiang Chen's influence, they had overlooked this crucial detail. Only now did anxiety begin to set in. It was paramount for these individuals to kneel and accept the decree, thereby contributing their fortune to the Buddhist sect. However, to their astonishment, the 5 disciples stood motionless, like wooden figures. Tang Xuanzong, Sun Wukong. A furious roar erupted like thunder. The Tathagata had invoked his divine power, attempting to compel them to kneel. Although this was somewhat disrespectful, the circumstances warranted such measures. He feared that these individuals had been affected by Jiang Chen's arcane arts, and that he might lose this opportune moment. Thus, he intensified his power. Yet, at that moment, a wave of magical fluctuations emanated from the group, countering his efforts. Initially, The Tathagata had merely wished for them to kneel and accept the conferment. So he had not exerted his full strength. He had never anticipated that they would dare to resist, leading to an exceedingly awkward situation where his power was simultaneously disrupted by them. You dare. The Tathagata's anger flared, yet at that instant, Tang Xuanzang clasped his hands together and uttered, Amitba. This exclamation left all present in stunned silence, shock reverberating in their hearts. At that moment, Tang Xuanzang was able to wield magical powers. Logically, this should have been impossible. Having undergone several cycles of reincarnation, he should have remained an ordinary person. This had been calculated from the very beginning. Only upon his return to the Buddhist sect could he possess such powers. Otherwise, how could he have managed without the assistance of Sun Wukong and the others? Tang Xuanzang alone could have handled the challenges, not to mention the acquisition of fortune. Yet now, despite not having accepted the decree, he was exhibiting an aura of magical prowess, an aura that felt remarkably familiar to everyone present. Guanyin, Samantabhadra, Manjushri, and K. Itagarba all widened their eyes, gazing at one another, utterly unperturbed by this familiar sensation. Even the Tathagata was momentarily taken aback before finally speaking. You are not Tang Xuanzang. You are the Golden Cicada? A wave of astonishment swept through the assembly. The words, uttered from the lips of the Tathagata, carried an eerie thrill. At this moment, Tang Xuanzang, or rather the Golden Cicada, ceased his pretense. He opened his eyes and slowly directed his gaze upwards towards the Tathagata. His originally grayish-white eyes began to shimmer with a golden radiance, which soon enveloped him completely. As streams of Buddha light manifested around him, disciple Golden Cicada pays homage to the world-honored one. A thunderous sound echoed in the ears of all the Buddhas present, reverberating and leaving their minds in a daze. How could this be? How could this happen? The minds of those gathered were filled with these haunting words. The auras of Maitreya and the lamp-lighting Bodhisattva suddenly waned, leaving them in a state of despondency. Even the Tathagata was visibly affected, remaining silent for an extended period. Chapter 108. I am the great sage equal to heaven. I am not the victorious fighting Buddha. The Buddhist sect has flourished, having meticulously planned for countless years, awaiting this moment of calamity to unfold. Who could have anticipated the emergence of Jiang Chen, who defied conventions and threw everything into disarray? They endured this turmoil, but now, as everything draws to a close and they prepare to reap the fortunes, an unexpected turn of events arises. Tang Xuanzang is not truly Tang Xuanzang from the very beginning. He has been the Golden Cicada. This signifies that all the tribulations encountered along this journey were not faced by the mortal Tang Xuanzang, but rather by the Golden Cicada. Thus, no matter the extent of his suffering, he could never provide the fortunes that the Buddhist sect requires. At this moment, the Buddha completely lost his composure. Roaring in fury, impossible, this cannot be. If you are indeed the Golden Cicada, how could you have amassed such an abundance of Buddhist fortunes? Why? Why did we fail to detect this? The Buddha could not accept this reality, for they had closely monitored the Golden Cicada throughout this journey, and any changes in his fortune would have been apparent. If there had been an issue from the outset, he would not have been able to condense the chi clouds at the Two Realms Mountain, nor would he have reached the Wuji Mountain. World-honored one. You are attached to form, the Golden Cicada said slowly, gazing at the Buddha. In the past, on the Immortal-Slaying Platform, my friend Jiang Chen had already enlightened me. The path of Buddhist doctrine is indeed correct. You are mistaken. Waves of radiance began to rise from him, the very fortunes he had accumulated along the way. In this moment, he withheld nothing, revealing his fortunes for all to see. Such vast fortunes. The Buddha and others were momentarily stunned, exclaiming in disbelief. This fortune filled them with trepidation. How splendid it would be if it could all be infused into the Buddhist sect. However, after a brief moment, they recognized the truth. But this is the fortune of the human race, Maitreya exclaimed, for he understood this matter better than anyone. He was no stranger to human fortunes, having orchestrated the Buddhist sect's efforts to extract them over the years. Yet he never anticipated that the Golden Cicada bore such immense human fortunes. In an instant, the three Buddhas, past, present, and future, gasped in astonishment. Human fortunes can indeed be transformed into Buddhist fortunes, but it requires time for the transformation. However, with such an overwhelming amount of fortune, they would need even more time. If these events had unfolded earlier, he could have detained the Golden Cicada, gradually using time to wear him down and convert all his human fortunes into Buddhist fortunes. Yet in the current circumstances, he urgently required a substantial influx of fortunes to augment his own, rendering the Golden Cicada's fortunes entirely useless. This is a conspiracy. Jiang Chen. Now is not the time for discussion. Look at the others. I refuse to believe that Sun Wukong still possesses human fortunes. At this moment, Mithriya could hardly contain himself, shouting loudly. The attention of the crowd shifted to Sun Wukong, standing aside. Without a hint of hesitation, Sun Wukong raised his gaze to meet the eyes of Tathagata. In that instant, he too manifested his own fortune. The onlookers were momentarily stunned. Why did he still emanate the aura of the human race? You are clearly a monkey. How can you condense the fortune of humanity? Even if you were to radiate the fortune of demons, they could accept it. But why was it the fortune of humans? Hearing this, Sun Wukong cast a disdainful glance at the crowd above. They seemed utterly bewildered. I, the Monkey King, am a stone monkey, born of heaven and earth. I can condense the fortune of any race without consequence. How could you not understand this? At that moment, Tathagata felt a surge of frustration. He had indeed overlooked this fact. Sun Wukong, in essence, is a monkey and can be classified among any of the 6 categories: immortal, demon, Buddha, God, human, or monster. Randall, with a stern expression, bellowed, Wukong, you have already accepted the title bestowed by our Buddhist sect as the victorious fighting Buddha. How can you behave in such a manner? Sun Wukong swiftly waved his hands in front of his chest, laughing heartily. His laughter grew louder, leaving Randall puzzled. However, his confusion was soon resolved as Sun Wukong's laughter transformed into a display of radiant golden brilliance. His aura surged dramatically, followed by the appearance of the phoenix-winged purple-gold crown, the golden armor, and the silken shoes that walked on clouds. He donned an ochre robe, the very attire of the one known as the great sage equal to heaven. Before the astonished crowd, he retrieved the Rui Jingu bang from his ear and slammed it heavily onto the ground with a resounding thud. I am the great sage equal to heaven. I am not your so-called victorious fighting Buddha. His rebellious spirit and overwhelming presence left everyone around him in a state of shock. Who could have imagined that the meticulously planned expedition, pieced together through countless schemes and promises, would culminate in such a spectacle? Yet, this was not the most disheartening revelation. Outside, an eerie silence had fallen. There were no cries of despair, no howling winds. This unnerving stillness rendered the expressions of those present even graver. Who was on guard outside? Tathagata inquired of Guanyin, who promptly replied, Today, it is the immovable Wisdom King. The immovable Wisdom King is one of the most formidable beings within the Buddhist realm. At this moment, many within the hall might not even stand a chance against him. Buddha, could it be that the immovable Wisdom King, harnessing the power of fortune, has already annihilated those foes? Mithriya speculated aloud. Tathagata and Randall wore grim expressions, clearly acknowledging that matters were far more complicated than they appeared. If the immovable Wisdom King could truly thwart their enemies with the power of fortune, then Jiang Chen would not be so calmly observing them. Noticing Tathagata's silence, many bodhisattvas and Buddhas within the Buddhist sect began to invoke their divine powers to probe the situation outside. However, the moment their consciousness touched that grand gate, it shattered with a thunderous crack. Many gazed wide-eyed in astonishment. The shock they experienced that day nearly redefined their entire worldview. At that moment, Jin Yuanzi chuckled softly, his expression serene. Yet, that smile sent shivers down the spines of all present. Seeing this, the Tathagata also activated his divine powers, his probing swifter than that of the others. After a brief interval, he withdrew his powers, his countenance deeply troubled. The earthly script. What? It is indeed the earthly script, Jin Yuanzi. Upon hearing this revelation, everyone gradually understood. It turned out that while they were engaged in heated debate, Jin Yuanzi had already made his move. With the formidable might of the earthly script, he sealed this place. Not only Jin Yuanzi, but also Han Yun contributed his own methods to assist him. Silently, they eluded the eyes of all present and set this grand formation in place. This left everyone in attendance devoid of any perception of the outside world. Had it not been for the drastic changes occurring outside, it is feared that all outside Ling Mountain would have perished without them even realizing it. Such recklessness. Chapter 109. The Demonic Siege of the Spiritual Mountain. Erosion of the Buddhist sect. With a single palm strike, the Buddha unleashed a terrifying display of power, intertwining the surrounding Buddhist laws into a formidable force directed towards the trio. Even from a distance, one could feel the chilling sensation it invoked. Jiang Chen chose not to evade, and both Jin Yuanzi and Han Yun made the same decision, narrowly escaping the onslaught. The surrounding space appeared to be continuously compressed, producing a cacophony of strange sounds. The convergence of Buddhist light amplified the strike's potency to unprecedented levels until it reached a critical point, shattering the surrounding void like fragile glass. Subsequently, it spread outward like a spider's web. In that instant, the schemes laid by Jiang Chen were also undone. The gates of Thunder Sound Temple swung wide open, revealing not a tranquil, illuminated spiritual mountain, but a pitch-black abyss, so dense that one could not see their own hand. The moment the doors opened, demonic creatures surged in like ravenous wild dogs. The surrounding Buddhist light was relentlessly obliterated, succumbing to the invasion. This was the very essence of the demonic nature, an insatiable hunger that devours all. At this juncture, the Buddha could no longer afford to focus on Jiang Chen and the others. His attention was fixated outward. Several arhats had already risen, hastening towards the exit. The immovable king was casting his spells, golden light erupting from his form. Upon landing, the arhats placed their hands upon his shoulders, channeling Buddhist energy to alleviate his condition somewhat. In the midst of the thick fog, a colossal demonic serpent emerged, stretching 1,000 feet long. Despite its immense size, it bore no semblance of clumsiness, moving with remarkable agility, its speed rivaling that of lightning. The tail, concealed within the black mist, lashed out violently, crashing against the immovable king's body. Instead of retreating, the immovable king advanced, unleashing his divine powers. As the Buddhist manifestation materialized around him, a massive hand shot skyward, targeting the serpent's vital point. In this sacred ground of the Buddhist sect, he sought to leverage his advantageous position, bolstered by the continuous restoration of Buddhist fortune. The giant serpent, sensing the shift, recognized the peril yet pressed on, knowing that retreat meant death. Not bad, the serpent remarked with a sinister smile directed at the immovable king. The immovable king sensed an unsettling tone in its voice, but it was too late for any adjustments. The serpent's tail struck heavily against him, while its head unleashed a torrent of green venomous mist. In an instant, the immovable king felt a sizzling sensation enveloping him, a predicament beyond his expectations. No, this is not poison, it is a manifestation of the laws. The immovable king quickly discerned that the mist eroding his golden body was not mere venom, but an embodiment of the very laws themselves, depleting his Buddhist light. What was once an unstoppable strike was now abruptly severed. Suddenly, he was propelled backward, spinning twice in the air before stabilizing his form. Upon examining his golden Buddha form, he discovered a significant gash corroded into it. The several arhats who had flown out earlier swiftly grasped their longbows, each drawing one in midair. In a seamless sequence, a grand formation rose beneath them, pressing down upon the adversary. Particularly, the radiant Buddha light was fully bestowed upon the immovable Vajra, restoring the damaged golden form. Once more, the giant python lunged toward him with astonishing speed. The immovable Vajra raised his hands to block the attack, and in the next moment, their forces collided, unleashing a tempestuous wind that surged outward. With the support of the Buddha's teachings behind him, how could the immovable Vajra not draw upon the thick atmosphere of demonic energy as his own confidence? At that moment, he was truly multitasking, fending off the onslaught while remaining vigilant against the encroaching toxins. Amidst the ongoing struggle, he discerned a fleeting opportunity. He promptly manifested his relic, conjuring a surge of thunderous light directed at his foe, a formidable offensive maneuver, albeit one that required ample assurance for execution. However, just as his relic erupted forth, the surrounding mist abruptly receded. The immovable Vajra's pupils constricted sharply, a sense of foreboding washing over him. Suddenly, the colossal serpent vanished from sight. What transpired next unfolded contrary to his expectations. Two crimson beams flashed, perfectly positioned to intercept the relic. Upon being struck by the scarlet light, the relic instantaneously severed all connection. The immovable Vajra, not far away, spat a mouthful of blood, hastily attempting to retract his relic back to the Hall of 10,000 Buddhas. Yet, in the very next instant, a massive black hole materialized behind him, the gaping maw of the earlier giant python, intent on devouring the immovable Vajra. Abominable creature! The Tathgata roared in fury, unleashing a powerful palm strike. The serpent, which sought to engulf the immovable Vajra, was sent crashing to the ground. However, as it fell, it expelled a torrent of toxic mist, enveloping the immovable Vajra within it. Immediately, the luminous light of the moon was cast forth in a counterattack. The toxic mist and moonlight clashed, each eroding the other. Yet, in the blink of an eye, the tides shifted, with the moonlight beginning to consume the toxic fog, pressing it back. At that juncture, the giant serpent's expression shifted dramatically. The toxic mist was not mere poison. It harbored its innate divine powers and principles. Consequently, even the mighty immovable Vajra found himself suppressed. If the moonlight forced all the toxic mist back into his body, it would be far more than a mere injury. He would likely plummet from his lofty status. That insufferable flame lamp. The serpent cursed inwardly, realizing these beings were even more astute than it had anticipated, piercing straight to the essence of the matter. Moreover, it could employ such a method of counteraction. Immediately, it hastily withdrew its toxic mist. If it could not provoke itself, could it not evade? This time, it was not alone. What was the purpose of the foolish frontline? The one who acted now was none other than the former Buddha, once the vice leader of the Chan sect. Tracing back further, he was a sage who had once listened to the teachings of the Tao ancestor within the Purple Cloud Palace. Such an existence, had it not been for this mission, would have made the colossal serpent flee at the mere sight from afar. With kings opposing kings, and generals confronting generals, having vanquished their so-called immovable king, the task was complete. With the lantern-bearer preparing to strike, it was time for kings to confront kings. This was no occasion for it to intervene. Yet, while it thought thus, the lantern-bearer showed no intention of letting it off the hook. In an instant of concentration, the colossal serpent felt as though it were ensnared by the moonlight. Chapter 110, Wukong. Tathagata, receive a blow from this old monkey. As he sought to amplify his assault, he found his own magical energy dissipating at an alarming rate. Infuriating indeed. The colossal serpent cursed vehemently. Though a demon, it hardly deserved to be treated with such disdain. A figure of such stature was targeting it directly. At that moment, the serpent demon bellowed, gathering the dark mist behind it to forcibly confront the moonlight. However, during this confrontation, it soon realized that what it faced was not mere moonlight, but rather the manifestation of 24 luminous pearls. The very same sea-controlling orbs wielded by the celestial master atop the treasure rock. As it stood momentarily stunned, the lamp of wisdom struck again. 2 beams of golden light shot forth, racing toward it with alarming speed. With a resounding crash, the mist that had enveloped the serpent demon was instantaneously confined. Consequently, the dark mist that the gigantic serpent had strived to contain abruptly diminished, leaving its countenance even more sullen. Their endeavors appeared almost laughable. At that juncture, Tathagata, witnessing the unfolding scene, exhaled in relief and refrained from further action. Having quelled the shock brought upon him by Jiang Chen, he turned his gaze towards Sun Wukong. Wukong, behold how this fiend disrupts our Western realm and disturbs the Buddhist order. Should you vanquish him today, all past grievances shall be forgotten, and you shall remain the victorious fighting Buddha of my Lingshan. Hearing Tathagata's overtures at such a moment ignited a fierce rage within Sun Wukong. After enduring numerous tribulations, he had pieced together all the hints Jiang Chen had previously provided. If he were to abide by their scheme, he would be reduced to a mere loyal watchdog. How could he possibly endure such a fate? Old bald donkey, taste the wrath of this old monkey. The golden staff surged upwards, transforming into a towering height before crashing down with ferocity. This strike was not aimed solely at Tathagata. Even the nearby Maitreya and the Lamp of Wisdom would not escape its wrath. His ire was never directed at Tathagata alone, just as his hatred was not confined to one individual. Despite Maitreya's seemingly jovial demeanor, Wukong was acutely aware of the malice that lay beneath. As for the Lamp of Wisdom, Wukong regarded him as a treacherous being, unworthy of his respect. Throughout their journey, he had endured in silence. But today he could finally unleash his pent-up fury. After being suppressed beneath the Five Fingers Mountain for 5 centuries, he had feigned compliance for far too long, all while adhering to their whims. How could such an indomitable spirit as Wukong bear this indignity? Ultimately, he was but a monkey. Observing his demeanor, Tathagata abandoned any hope of dissuasion and simply reached out. Maitreya and the Lamp of Wisdom refrained from intervening, aware that they too would be caught in Wukong's onslaught. Yet, with Tathagata in action, they felt no need for concern, confident in both their own capabilities and in Tathagata's strength. Witnessing the terrifying monstrosities floating outside was a sight to behold. Even the immovable King Ming was nearly overwhelmed. It was only due to the intervention of 2 individuals that they were subdued. Each of them executed a single move, and the chaotic creatures outside were instantly quelled. This serves to highlight the sheer magnitude of their power. As the Tathagata attempted to seize Sun Wukong's staff with an outstretched palm, a shift in expression occurred amidst their clash. The immense force caused the Buddha's light to flicker in his grasp, and in an instant, the colossal hand that was thrust forth was utterly extinguished. Not only did the Tathagata's demeanor grow serious, but also those of Maitreya, and the flame lamp reflected a newfound gravity, their previous disdain vanishing from their eyes. The realization struck that he had reached the mid-stage of quasi-saint. Initially, a conspiracy among the group had led to an unexpected event, casting Sun Wukong into the 8 trigrams furnace of the Supreme Old Lord. Upon his emergence, he had astonishingly broken through to the early stage of quasi-saint, a revelation that left them all astounded. When they subsequently imprisoned him beneath the Five-Finger Mountain, they had covertly siphoned his essence over the course of 5 centuries. Logically, one would expect his strength to have diminished during this time. However, not only had he not waned, but he had grown even more formidable. Whether through his enhancement over these 5 centuries or within the decades of the journey to the west, such progress was decidedly unreasonable. Jiang Chen. It goes without saying that such phenomena could only transpire with Jiang Chen, as it was hardly difficult to deduce. In the vast expanse of the primordial world, only Jiang Chen possessed such enigmatic capabilities. Others, despite their prowess, would be detected merely by proximity to Sun Wukong. Excluding the saints, Jiang Chen stood alone at this remarkable threshold. The Tathagata pondered this in silence, inadvertently elevating Jiang Chen's status in his heart to an exalted level, second only to that of the saints. As he contemplated, a sense of shock enveloped him, and his gaze towards Jiang Chen shifted. Was there still a possibility for negotiation? The Tathagata mused that Jiang Chen had achieved an alarming degree of prowess, both in strategic acumen and personal strength. He adhered to the traditional notions of the Western Buddhist sect, embracing the idea of a connection with the Buddha, but swiftly curtailed that line of thought. Jiang Chen had never been a stabilizing factor. Had he been willing to bow previously, perhaps some measures could have been taken to integrate him into their ranks. Now, however, halting was not an option. The chaos he could summon today might herald even greater troubles in the future. Ultimately, the only favorable Jiang Chen would be one who lay lifeless. The Jiang Chen they could accept and accommodate was a Jiang Chen devoid of life. Sensing the pure, unmasked killing intent emanating from the Tathagata, Jiang Chen remained unfazed. Instead, he took a couple of steps forward, reclaiming his initial stance before the Tathagata. Truly, you are remarkable. Maitreya, Flame Lamp, Tathagata, each name weighed heavily upon the air. The gaze was imbued with an enigmatic emotion. Jiang Chen, today you stand at the precipice of death, Ran Deng remarked, addressing Jiang Chen below. At the brink of death? Alas, I hardly perceive it, Jiang Chen retorted. It seems we may have misunderstood one another. It is not I who teeters on the edge of demise, but rather you. Those present, including Rulai and others, were momentarily taken aback. They appeared to have overlooked a crucial detail. From the beginning until now, Jiang Chen had not lifted a finger. He had merely engaged in discourse. Though Zhen Yuanzi and Hong Yun were formidable, they were not insurmountable. The prowess exhibited by the demons was merely at the Daoyuo level. Either Maitreya or Ran Deng could easily suppress them. Yet, if their strength was indeed so limited, what compelled their presence? They were demons, but not fools. Could it be? Observing the changing expressions of those around him, Jiang Chen's smile grew ever more jubilant. At last, you have come to realize it. Silence enveloped the group, the atmosphere thick with tension. Everyone was eager to witness what further actions Jiang Chen might undertake. In the face of their scrutiny, Jiang Chen merely clapped his hands. Wutian Demon Lord, the curtain has risen. Will you not make your appearance? Chapter 111. The Unity of Demon and Buddha. As Jiang Chen's voice faded, a surge of dark energy rushed in from the outside. The golden light, originally employed to suppress other malevolent forces, shattered in an instant, and the moonlight was swiftly repelled. Burning Lamp and Maitreya retracted their divine artifacts, casting solemn glances towards the exterior, sensing that the visitor bore ill intentions. In the blink of an eye, a resounding tumult reverberated through the spiritual mountain. Wuqian, I have encountered you. The voice of Guanyin resonated with astonishment. Puxian and Dizong, among others, wore expressions of grave concern. Guanyin, you are too attached to your form. What is wrong with my presence? It seems you prefer to present yourself in this manner. Indeed, I was right all along. Upon hearing these words, Guanyin Bodhisattva chose to remain silent, refraining from further discourse. In the presence of Wutian, the 3 exalted Buddhas, Rulai, Maitreya, and Burning Lamp, felt their composure and ease evaporate. Previously, they had felt assured of victory. Even amidst the overwhelming demonic fog, they had confidence in their ability to suppress it. Yet, the emergence of this familiar figure left them uncertain. Wutian, once a blazing star within the Buddhist realm, akin to the former Golden Cicada, had made significant contributions in propagating Buddhist doctrine. He was the only one who, through sheer diligence, had nearly stepped into the realm of Buddhahood. However, this very promise had succumbed to malevolence while attempting to redeem the wicked. Upon the completion of his task, he could have fully attained Buddhahood. He succeeded, yet also failed. In a fleeting moment, everything was inverted. At the last juncture, he became both Buddha and demon, embodying a singularity of both realms, rendering him more formidable than the average fiend. After a prolonged silence, Rulai finally sighed and spoke. Wutian, your timing is most unfortunate. Is it my sudden appearance that caught you unprepared? Nearby, Jiang Chen found their exchange peculiar, pondering whether there existed an unspoken arrangement between them. The pressing matter at hand was for Wu Tian and Rulai to engage in battle, ideally compelling the other to reincarnate on the spot. Such an outcome would ensure the complete success of his plan. Buddhism would not only fail to flourish, but would plummet into a dark epoch. The very foundation of the Buddhist system and its beliefs would swiftly unravel. Bold demon, how dare you display such insolence before us? A thunderous voice rang out. Upon closer inspection, it was the previously suppressed 18 Arhats and the guardian Vajras. Having been stymied by the demonic aura, they had not found the opportunity to strike until now, and witnessing Wu Tian's audacious tone towards Rulai incited their fury. Oh dear, should I deem these individuals courageous or foolish? Jiang Chen mused inwardly. Almost simultaneously with his thoughts, the guardian Vajras and the 18 Arhats unleashed their divine powers and surged forth. A radiant light of the Buddha trembled through the surrounding space, transforming into ripples. Their intent was devoid of mercy. They launched their full powers immediately, attacking from behind. As they roared, their divine abilities were unleashed. Such despicable tactics elicited a shake of the head from Hong Yun and Xinyuanzi, who were merely spectators. The synergy between the Vajra of the Buddha and the 18 Arhats was indeed remarkable. The formation of the 18 Arhats amplified their attacks, rendering them exponentially more potent than usual. The group coordinated their efforts, simultaneously vocalizing to disrupt Wu Tian, their collaboration seamless, suggesting that this was not their first venture into such underhanded tactics. With a concerted strike, even quasi-saint powers would suffer a setback. Their plan was straightforward: deliver a heavy blow to the demon before the Buddha intervened. The 18 Arhats and the protective Vajra understood that their assaults might not inflict significant damage on Wu Tian, yet they would sufficiently affect him. This would sow the seeds of his eventual failure when facing the likes of Tathgata, Mithriya, and Randing. While their intentions were noble, reality unfolded as Jiang Chen had anticipated. Just as their divine powers were about to collide with Wu Tian, a black lotus flower surged behind him. The black lotus merely rotated gently, effortlessly consuming their two attacks without stirring the slightest ripple. What is this? Before the 18 Arhats and the protective Vajra could react, two beams of black light erupted from the lotus and struck heavily into their bodies. This is bad. The 18 Arhats and the protective Vajra hastily summoned their powers, invoking the surrounding Buddhist energy, but it was too late. Their relics had been ensnared by tendrils of black mist, dimming in radiance. They stood frozen, akin to wooden figures, immobile. Meanwhile, Wu Tian did not even lift his eyelids. His sole focus remained on the Tathgata and others above. His strength had once again surged. Tathgata, Mithriya, Randing, along with Guanyin, Wenshu, Puxian, and Dizong standing below, all furrowed their brows. They were aware of Wu Tian's past and understood the extent of his previous power. The might he now displayed far exceeded their expectations. Xinyuanzi, Hong Yun, Sun Wukong, the elusive Jinchanzi, and Jiang Chen, whose prowess was that of a quasi-saint, now aligned with Wu Tian. At this moment, their collective strength could subtly rival that of the Buddhist order. Embrace death. A thunderous shout echoed. A beam of Buddhist light surged toward Wu Tian from behind, its intimidation surpassing that of the combined efforts of the protective Vajra and the 18 Arhats. Clearly, a more formidable figure could no longer restrain themselves. Wu Tian slightly raised his head, casting a sidelong glance toward the source of the voice. Vairocana Buddha, so it is you. With a mocking smile gracing his lips, Wu Tian's voice dripped with sarcasm. As the target of this derision, Vairocana Buddha was acutely aware of his intent, which only fueled his ire. In the very moment Wu Tian launched his attack, a sudden, piercing sound of a sword echoed from outside, intercepting his strike entirely. This unforeseen turn of events caused the likes of Tathagata and others to involuntarily flinch, their curiosity piqued regarding the origin of this intrusion. Unlike Tathagata and the others, Vairocana Buddha felt his heart race with trepidation. In the three realms, few wielded such formidable sword energy, most of whom were former disciples of the sect. The thought alone sent a wave of fear surging through him. Vairocana, do you still remember our past acquaintance? A voice resonated, accompanied by the howling sword energy. Many present, including Guanyin, were taken aback, their expressions shifting to one of bewilderment. Vairocana, the foremost among them, relinquished his assault on Wu Tian, turning instead to confront the dazzling sword light. Enveloped in a radiant golden aura, he absorbed the malevolent sword energy. Although this sword chi was ultimately vanquished, Vairocana Buddha alone understood that a sliver of it lingered, relentlessly battering against him, refusing to dissipate. This sword energy was all too familiar to him, and his countenance darkened profoundly as he finally uttered a name: Wudong Holy Mother. Chapter 112. The 10 Heavenly Lords of the Intercepting Sect. The old grievances of Buddhism and the Intercepting Sect. As the words faded, a figure materialized. The Wudong Holy Mother was the only direct disciple who managed to escape unscathed during the epic battle of the investiture of the gods. Over the years, the Buddhist community has kept a watchful eye on her, for her strength is formidable. To bring her under their banner would mean acquiring an exceptional warrior. Moreover, the Buddhists suspected that she harbored other treasures of the Intercepting Sect. Yet, locating her proved elusive. In the past, the Wudong Holy Mother, the Turtle Spirit Holy Mother, and the Daobao Taoist were the 4 direct disciples of the Lord of Heaven. After the investiture of the gods, the Turtle Spirit Holy Mother was tragically slain, her essence drained by the Mosquito Taoist. Now, among the 4, only the Wudong Holy Mother remains, desperately clinging to the last vestiges of the Intercepting Sect's fortune. It was unexpected that she would reveal herself now. The Wudong Holy Mother. Even the Tathagata could not help but sigh, nostalgia lacing his voice. Yet, he swiftly regained his composure. Her appearance at this moment could hardly signify anything fortuitous. She had undoubtedly allied herself with Jiang Chen and the others in their campaign against Mount Ling. It was wise to adopt a stance of indifference. At this juncture, the Vairocana Buddha summoned his divine powers, transforming into a resplendent sun. Within this celestial orb, a golden crow faintly emerged. A spark of fervor flickered in his gaze. Former comrades had now become adversaries. Perhaps it was time to engage in a contest of strength. For years, he had devoted himself to profound cultivation, drawing inspiration from the sun, moon, and stars to comprehend the laws of the universe, even acquiring a hint of the true essence of the golden crow. Your impatience is evident, the Wudong Holy Mother remarked with measured calm. With a flick of her wrist, a radiant longsword emerged, shimmering with light. Though it appeared as a singular stroke, it fragmented around the Vairocana Buddha into myriad blades. The sword intent enveloped him from every direction, creating an intricate web of lethal energy. The pure lotus sword chi, once the hallmark of the peerless techniques of the Intercepting Sect, had long faded into obscurity within the 3 realms. Yet now, it blossomed anew within the Buddhist domain. The sword net, capable of severing all forms, both corporeal and ethereal, swiftly shattered the luminous aura emanating from the Vairocana Buddha, dispersing it into particles. In an instant, the ethereal silhouette of the golden crow vanished, and the golden form of the Vairocana Buddha became riddled with cracks as sword chi spiraled forth. The Vairocana Buddha's expression shifted dramatically. He had underestimated the Wudong Holy Mother. Years of concealment had not diminished her prowess. Rather, it had intensified her strength. At that moment, Guanyin intervened, casting her jade bottle forward to mend the Buddha's fractured form. A cloud of dark mist drifted in, intercepting the remaining sword force. The Wudong Holy Mother felt a flicker of unease as she recognized another former ally stepping forth, Yun Wuxian. Yun Wuxian, I had thought you could withstand the pressure. I did not anticipate your alignment with Buddhism, the Wudong Holy Mother lamented, her tone heavy with regret. The clouded sage maintained an unwavering demeanor, hands clasped in prayer. In the pool of virtue, I have attained enlightenment over countless eons. The former clouded sage has long vanished. Before you now stands the Zen master of the Buddhist order. His tone was rigid and devoid of emotion. Gazing at the Mother of Unfathomable, she could not help but perceive the distinct aura emanating from him, leading her to sigh in resignation. Once comrades, they now faced each other with drawn blades. Simultaneously, her resentment towards the Buddhist sect intensified. With a thunderous sound, the grand doors swung open. If so, which former allies will reveal themselves at this moment? Why not confront us all at once? More figures approached. At this juncture, the assembly at Ling Mountain finally felt the sentiments once experienced by the Jade Emperor, as they recognized their own status as mere visitors in another's garden. The Ling Mountain battle had begun to shift towards a gathering with the disciples of the. At this moment, 10 figures stepped forward, familiar to all present. Qin Wan, Zhao Jiang, Dong Quan, Yuan Jiao, the Golden Light Holy Mother, Han Ji Xian, the Cloud Fairy, Yao Bin, Wang Yi, and Zhang Xiao, once disciples of the. Now known as the 10 Heavenly Lords. Unlike the Mother of Unfathomable, their animosity towards the Buddhist sect had reached a boiling point. Although standing before them were former acquaintances, their opposition to the Buddhist order compelled them to unleash their murderous intent without hesitation. You all dare to appear here. Wait, the aura you bear, spoke the venerable Tua Bao, seated in a position of authority. It was not merely the closeness of their past ties that caught his attention, but the peculiar energy he sensed emanating from these individuals. The essence of the function list they once carried seemed entirely absent. This undoubtedly indicated their newfound freedom. Yet, this should not be the case. During the function war, the 10 heavenly lords had established a formation to obstruct the teachings of the Chan, only to be defeated. Their true spirits had been inscribed upon the function list, and they were enshrined as deities of the Thunder Department. Having been inscribed, their true spirits ought to have retained the essence of the function list, binding them still. Such a transformation was striking. At that moment, these individuals approached Jiang Chen and the Mother of Unfathomable. "Greetings, Sister Wudong. Greetings, fellow Taoist Jiang Chen," they acknowledged. Disregarding Tuo Bao's inquiries, they bowed respectfully to the Mother of Unfathomable and then to Jiang Chen. As for Zhen Yuanzi, Hong Yun, and the others, they merely nodded in acknowledgement. Once again, Jiang Chen, Tuo Bao was taken aback by the 10 heavenly lords' demeanor. If they had shown such reverence only to the Mother of Unfathomable, he could comprehend it. However, the gratitude evident in their gazes towards Jiang Chen was unmistakable and utterly unmasked. His eyes narrowed, pondering the intricacies of this situation. Yet, no matter how deeply he contemplated, he could not fathom that these individuals had already extricated themselves from the function list. This was the resolution reached after Jiang Chen conferred with Zhao Gongming and the others. Upon determining that Jiang Chen could rescue individuals from the divine list, the group decided to first liberate several lesser-known disciples. The 10 heavenly sovereigns constituted the initial batch. They had been thoroughly indulging in idleness within the celestial realm, possessing minimal presence yet formidable strength, making them invaluable in this scheme. Originally intended as a backup for the underworld, their deployment became unnecessary due to the ease with which the underworld's objectives were achieved. Consequently, after discussions among Zhao Gongming and the 3 little fairies, they were dispatched to gather intelligence. Unexpectedly, they assumed the role of vanguards. Initially, they had no intention of revealing themselves. However, the emergence of the Holy Mother of Wudong altered the circumstances. After relaying a message to Zhao Gongming, they could no longer restrain themselves from stepping forward. The underlying situation was indeed a matter of serendipity. At this juncture, no matter how much Taba pondered, he could not discern the core of the matter. Meanwhile, the likes of Tathagata, Burning Lamp, and Mithriya, positioned above, held a different perspective. These individuals were the righteous deities of the Thunder Department in the celestial realm. Their sudden appearance prompted suspicions of Heavenly Emperor's involvement in this affair. This was a meticulously orchestrated event with multiple parties engaged. Chapter 113. Jiang Chen faces Mithriya Buddha, harnessing the primordial divine powers. The Jade Emperor and the Tathagata found themselves caught in a whirlwind of thoughts, momentarily unable to fathom the enormity of the situation. Although the Lord of Buddhism held a status inferior to the Jade Emperor within the 3 realms, the recent resurgence of Buddhism had become an undeniable force, compelling the celestial court to yield at every turn. Even emissaries sent by the Jade Emperor found their words unheeded, and when Sun Wukong was suppressed, his sentence of 500 years was accepted by the denizens of the celestial court with great reluctance. The prior encounters had fostered a sense of superiority in the Jade Emperor's perspective, yet he now found himself questioning whether it was all an elaborate facade. In a swift turn of events, alliances had formed, and various forces were uniting to mount a counteroffensive against Ling Mountain. At that moment, the Tathagata's expression darkened considerably. Yet, these musings were purely conjectural. In truth, none of these developments bore any relation to the Jade Emperor. Indeed, as he sat in the Hall of Supreme Harmony, he began to doubt the very fabric of his existence. Through the Haotian mirror, he observed the upheaval at Ling Mountain and the army that once belonged to him now stagnant under Jiang Chen's orchestration. The balance of power in the 3 realms was on the verge of transformation. Within the great Thunder Sound Temple, tension hung thick in the air. Yet beneath this surface turmoil, an eerie equilibrium had been established, with neither side daring to strike the first blow. The Buddhist disciples were consumed by their own thoughts, aware that each individual present was formidable in their own right. However, this delicate balance was not to their liking, and it was only a matter of time before someone would shatter it. The first to act was Wu Tian, who had remained vigilant to prevent any unforeseen disruptions at Ling Mountain that might jeopardize his plans. Witnessing the emergence of yet another celestial warrior, he cast aside his concern for others and strode purposefully forward. The great Thunder Sound Temple, grand in its expanse, resembled a realm housing myriad Buddhas. Yet, it was also intimate enough that Wu Tian swiftly approached the Tathagata. Tathagata, you have lingered at Ling Mountain for far too long. It is time for you to attain nirvana. A black lotus manifested beneath Wu Tian's feet, lifting him slowly into the air, where he settled into a meditative posture. As their gazes met, an overwhelming shockwave erupted around them, sending ripples of energy cascading outward, half shimmering with golden light and half shrouded in ominous demonic aura, constantly intertwining. Wu Tian, it was merely a momentary lapse on my part that allowed you to succeed in the past. Today, you dare to return? Do you truly believe that my boundless compassion can be trifled with? You have barely survived in the obscure crevices of the three realms. I might have spared you. But now, in your ignorance of your own peril, do not blame me for my lack of mercy. Thus, the clash between the Tathagata and Wu Tian commenced. Though the pressure appeared minimal, they even found time to exchange barbs in their verbal sparring. They engaged in combat, and naturally, the others were not idle. In an instant, chaos ensued. Even though they were once allies, disciples of the same sect, at this moment, they belonged to opposing factions, fighting for their lives. This was inevitable. Avalokiteshvara, Manjushri, Samantabhadra, and K. Itagarba advanced towards Xinyuanzi, while Duobao, Master Wuyun, and Vairocana Buddha targeted their former comrades. The light of wisdom led other Buddhas against Sun Wukong, Tang Sanzang, and others. Meanwhile, Maitreya confronted Jiang Chen directly, his gaze ablaze, fixated on his opponent. After all these years, they finally crossed paths. Jiang Chen, I have heard tales of your divine swordsmanship, capable of severing anything. Today, I shall witness your prowess firsthand, and see how the celestial slayer fares against me. Maitreya maintained his smile, yet it appeared to others as cold and sinister. His duplicity did not faze Jiang Chen, who simply returned a grin. Since you wish to see, I shall oblige. Without further ado, he gripped the Hunyuan blade tightly. The blade shimmered with a chilling radiance, causing the surrounding Buddhas to shudder. Merely the flash of that blade instilled a sense of peril. A glimmer of cold light sparkled along the edge, while fiery red patterns blazed upon the blade, as if preparing to erupt in flames at any moment. The Hunyuan blade had accompanied Jiang Chen for many years, slaying countless formidable foes and devouring innumerable treasures. It had now reached the pinnacle of innate spiritual treasures, on the brink of ascending to the realm of innate supreme treasures under his continuous nurturing. At this moment, Jiang Chen directly activated the annihilation of Buddha's technique. Surrounding Buddhas preferred to endure injuries from the disciples of the rather than remain near Jiang Chen. The aura he emanated was far too terrifying. In an instant, some of the Vajra's golden bodies began to dissolve like early snow under the morning sun. Suddenly, a vast expanse of space opened up around Jiang Chen and Maitreya for their duel. This indeed demonstrated that Maitreya, as a pinnacle quasi-saint, felt a considerable threat from the annihilation of Buddha's technique. Moreover, he recognized the extraordinary nature of this long blade. At this moment, Jiang Chen no longer appeared as a mere man to Maitreya, but rather as a blade itself. After countless slaughters, Jiang Chen had honed his edge to perfection. Standing there, he seemed one with the Hunyuan blade, exuding an unstoppable aura that made it clear he was not to be trifled with. Maitreya narrowed his eyes. The previous teasing and ease had vanished. You have seemingly grasped the threshold of the unity of man and blade. Thus, you must not be spared. As his words fell, Maitreya tossed forth the human seed bag, which unfurled, unleashing a terrifying suction force. Jiang Chen's body involuntarily staggered back a few steps. The human seed bag, though a postnatal treasure, possessed power that far exceeded many innate treasures. Any being born of the world can be directly drawn into it. This represents an inherent form of oppression. Regardless of one's cultivation level, as long as the essence aligns, one is inevitably drawn in. At this moment, Maitreya revealed this item. Clearly harboring murderous intent, he employed a method specifically targeting him. As a peak quasi-saint, his formidable magical power and abilities far surpassed those of Jiang Chen. He could have easily engaged in combat using his divine techniques. Yet, he chose to utilize the innate human species bag. His intention was to deliver a lethal blow, allowing no chance for the opponent to survive a moment longer, nor to create any further complications. Particularly after observing Jiang Chen's body involuntarily lean forward a few steps. His smile grew increasingly radiant. However, after a brief moment, his smile froze in place. For Jiang Chen, aside from the initial stumble, exhibited no further changes and remained stationary. He was momentarily taken aback, pondering what method this individual had employed to forcefully stabilize himself. Nevertheless, all was in vain. It was only a matter of time before he would be drawn in. Contemplating this, he intensified the output of his magical power. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen had already amassed sufficient strength. Hunyuan Divine Technique, Annihilation of Buddha. Chapter 114. Unable to sever the Tao? Then I shall ascend to the pre-saint realm as Mithriya basked in his own confidence. Believing victory was within his grasp, a brilliant light surged before him. In the blink of an eye, Mithriya sensed that the entire world had transformed into the blade's radiance of his opponent, Jiang Chen, who appeared as a cold, indifferent wielder of the sword, descending with power far surpassing that of the 3 realms and 5 elements. In Mithriya's perception, he and Jiang Chen seemed to embody 2 distinct tiers of existence, with the blade's brilliance representing a being of higher status, a force capable of forcefully terminating his life. However, Mithriya quickly regained his composure. He remembered that his innate human bag was the nemesis of all postnatal beings. Regardless of whether Jiang Chen was a great Luo or had attained the pre-saint stage, as long as he was rooted in the realm of postnatal entities, he could not escape this suppression. This was not merely about supernatural powers. It pertained to the very essence of all existence. The disruption of one's roots was an inescapable topic for any sentient being. Achieving the golden immortal status was plausible for many, and with fortune, ascending to the Tai realm was also within reach. Yet, altering one's foundation was an endeavor even saints might find insurmountable. In light of this, Mithriya discerned the anomaly surrounding Jiang Chen. From the outset, every feat he had accomplished transcended the limits of ordinary beings. His elevation in cultivation and immunity to laws reflected his extraordinary nature. Mithriya felt himself being drawn forward by the human bag, yet he could halt his advance after just a few steps. It was impossible to withstand purely through magical force, let alone to manifest such terrifying divine abilities. There was only one explanation for all of this. Jiang Chen was not a postnatal being. The realization struck him with a jolt. If Jiang Chen were a primordial being, could it be that he was one of the progeny left behind by Nuwa during her creation of humanity? Was it not said that the last of the primordial human race was the master of Xiandu? Why then, was it this Jiang Chen? Mithriya scrutinized Jiang Chen, discovering that the enigma surrounding him unraveled one mystery after another, leaving him unable to grasp even a fraction of the truth. As myriad thoughts flitted through his mind, they swiftly dissipated, for at that moment, his postnatal human bag had been cleaved open by Jiang Chen. Abandoning his fantasies, he summoned 2 streams of golden light to strike at Jiang Chen. The blade landed heavily upon the golden light, revealing its true form as 2 golden symbols, which bore cracks upon their surface. Mithriya understood the implications of this. He finally recognized that the environment he occupied was no longer the primordial wilderness, but a realm entirely under Jiang Chen's dominion. Here, he could never genuinely contend against Jiang Chen. Only by escaping this place could he inflict harm upon him. The golden symbols were his means to buy time. With a thunderous sound, a terrifying tremor reverberated through the surroundings. Jiang Chen's 9-section divine gaze suddenly expanded. The crimson divine eye at the center of his brow fixated intensely on Mithriya, his gaze unwavering. With a direct focus, he locked onto his opponent using the 9-section divine eye, unleashing the devastating technique to obliterate the Buddha. Despite the hindrances posed by the postnatal human species pouch and the golden bell, this strike still aimed unerringly at Mithriya's true form. At this moment, there was no veil between them. In an instant, the blade arrived before Mithriya, exuding an aura that would make even the likes of Tathagata and the lamp-lighting Buddha tremble. Should Mithriya be struck by this blade, he would not only face death, but also suffer grievous injuries. The esteemed future Buddha of the Buddhist realm, a pinnacle sage, was being treated in such a manner by a being at the peak of the great Luo. From this day forth, any mention of Jiang Chen would surely become a source of ridicule. Mithriya, naturally, wished to avert such a fate. At that moment, he had channeled his powers to their utmost. Was it not possible that he had confined himself within this world, unable to break free? The next instant, he let out a cold snort. Jiang Chen, your divine blade is indeed formidable, and even I must concede that. However, today I shall make you aware that there are beings beyond beings, and heavens beyond heavens. In an instant, a radiant light enveloped Mithriya, breaking through the confines of the world before him. It was then that a dark light erupted suddenly, traversing the void as if it had awaited this precise moment. This dark light transformed into a small black lotus, appearing above Mithriya's head. The next moment, the flow of his magical energy came to an abrupt halt. This stasis, under ordinary circumstances, would pose no issue. Yet now, he faced Jiang Chen's terrifying strike. Feeling the ethereal demonic aura emanating from the black lotus, he recognized it as the handiwork of Wu Tian. He had not anticipated his opponent to possess such a tactic at this critical juncture, delivering such a blow. Boom, boom, boom. The golden light surrounding Mithriya erupted in unison as the primordial blade struck him. It was at this moment that he comprehended the chilling sensation of impending death. a feeling he had not experienced in tens of thousands of years. To his astonishment, Jiang Chen had made him feel this way once more, though reluctant to admit it. He had been defeated. At least in this initial clash, he had succumbed. A single defeat would lead to further losses. Now, he could only endure Jiang Chen's terrifying strike. Unless a powerful ally could intervene as Wu Tian had moments ago, there remained a glimmer of hope. Yet, the Tathagata was engaged with Wu Tian, and he was entangled with the disciples of the. Very well, then, Maitreya sighed. With that, his smile became increasingly radiant. He patted his belly, and in the next moment, an inexplicable Buddhist resonance surged forth from him. A vortex formed around his body, rapidly expanding with the intent to absorb Jiang Chen's blade into its depths. This could be considered a profound divine ability he attained after achieving enlightenment. In this manner, he can withstand Jiang Chen's strike at minimal cost. Though he will still sustain severe injuries, they will remain within his tolerance. I am currently at the pinnacle of the Great Luo, and the opponent is willing to endure this blow. Jiang Chen's level of divine prowess is undeniably formidable. Previously, in the underworld, upon witnessing this technique, the Earth Store could only retreat in defeat. However, such overwhelming strength is not without its limits. It ultimately depends on Jiang Chen himself. At this moment, his capabilities allow him to execute only this singular strike. When Jiang Chen was still a great Luo golden immortal, the full force of his slash was enough to compel the Earth Store to flee in disarray. Yet now, he faces Maitreya, who is exponentially stronger than the Earth Store. Thus, even if he were to absorb Jiang Chen's divine ability, he would only sustain grave injuries, a far cry from the effect Jiang Chen initially envisioned. Standing apart from the world, Jiang Chen coldly gazes down at Maitreya. What I desire is his annihilation. I seek the subversion of the Buddhist order. Since the Great Luo has its limits, I shall no longer remain as a Great Luo. Chapter 115. The blade strikes Maitreya. The Great Peacock King. Kong Xian as thoughts whirled within him. Jiang Chen's aura surged dramatically. He sensed a formidable barrier before him, beyond which lay an entirely new realm, a fresh expanse of existence. Without the slightest hesitation, he concentrated his entire being and forcefully collided against it. For others, such a minor obstruction might require millennia, or even eons, to surmount. However, Jiang Chen was not bound by such limitations, thanks in no small part to K. Itagarba. The malevolent spirits released by K. Itagarba had bestowed upon him a considerable amount of karmic energy, some of which still lingered within his 9 tribulations divine eye. Seizing this opportunity, Jiang Chen utilized all of it. After all, as a being on the cusp of sainthood, he was not to be trifled with when compared to K. Itagarba. Had he arrived with such strength initially, K. Itagarba would have surely heightened his vigilance from the outset. While his chances of success would have been diminished, the current circumstances were markedly different. As his thoughts shifted, a shattering sound resonated beside him. He had entered this new realm. At this moment, he couldn't help but marvel. The disparity between realms was but a single step, yet it felt as vast as the heavens and the earth. The true terrifying power of the primordial level divine abilities now manifested before him, exhibiting distinctive characteristics of that level. Indeed, beneath the saints, all are mere ants. The higher one ascends, the more profound the truth encapsulated in this saying becomes. Jiang Chen mused internally as his strength multiplied several-fold, and his speed far surpassed that of moments prior. Maitreya, who had been preparing to withstand a blow, suddenly faltered. Wait. How could Jiang Chen have reached the pinnacle of quasi-sainthood? Maitreya felt his very worldview shatter. He meticulously sifted through his memories, certain that when battling Jiang Chen, the latter was merely at the Great Luo stage, perhaps late stage, or even perfected Great Luo, but absolutely not a quasi-saint. How could he have transformed into a quasi-saint in the blink of an eye? The danger? When Jiang Chen was at the Great Luo stage, his techniques had already inflicted severe injuries upon Maitreya. Now, having broken through to quasi-sainthood, what calamity awaited him? Maitreya's gaze abruptly fixated on the blade in Jiang Chen's hand, sensing the terrifying power radiating from it. This was no mere manifestation of rules. It was entwined with an inexplicable aura that instilled a deep-seated fear within him. This strike could be fatal. Previously, Maitreya had braced himself for a grievous injury to withstand the blow, but now he feared that this time, he might not survive. After years of cultivation, he found himself on the brink of death due to a moment's oversight. Reincarnation and recultivation, he stood frozen in place. Yet now, it seemed this was a fate he could not escape. And he was not alone in his astonishment at this transformation. Those around him also sensed the changes emanating from Jiang Chen. In an instant, he became the focal point of attention for all present. Jiang Chen, my friend, you truly are remarkable, thought Wu Tian, feeling a surge of delight at the foresight of his earlier preparations. Originally, the intention was merely to aid Jiang Chen in prolonging Mi Li's time, granting him the opportunity to confront Ru Lai alone. Unexpectedly, the opposing force proved to be remarkably formidable, bringing him immense joy. Mi Lu, it is time to embark on your journey. Jiang Chen paid no heed to the gazes of those around him. His mind was singularly focused on sending Mi Lu on his way. The blade gleamed ominously, and it seemed Mi Lu was on the brink of death. However, at that moment, an unforeseen turn of events occurred. 5 radiant beams of light emerged, intertwining the elemental forces of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. The strategies Jiang Chen had meticulously arranged around Mi Lu were swiftly dismantled. Subsequently, this divine power enveloped the Hunyuan blade in Jiang Chen's grasp. While it could not directly influence the mystical power upon the blade, it did cause a slight deviation in its trajectory. With a swift motion, a cut was inflicted upon Mi Lu's visage, leaving a crimson streak as a piece of flesh fell away. The terrifying intent of the blade permeated the air, yet, for Mi Lu, it was of little consequence. He could recover in mere breaths. Just a fraction more. At this moment, Jiang Chen wore an expression of profound regret. If only he had delivered one more strike, Mi Lu would have been forced to reincarnate and begin anew. Yet, this was thwarted. Just then, the 5 beams of light dispersed, revealing a figure. Jiang Chen turned to see who had intervened at such a critical juncture. Who could it be? Mi Lu hastily offered his respects, expressing gratitude to the Buddha Mother for saving his life. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen realized the identity of the newcomer, Kong Xian, the Peacock Great King. Kong Xian. Jiang Chen instinctively uttered his name. It was said that he was the offspring of the primordial phoenix. During the Fengshan War, he fought for the Shang dynasty, not aligning himself with any saintly sect. His singular strength was such that no faction dared to confront him until he was ultimately subdued by the saints, who, alongside Zhuan Ti and Jie, incorporated him into the West as the Peacock Great King. However, after his arrival in the West, he had seldom made an appearance, and thus, tales of his exploits had faded from the annals of the primordial world. I never expected that after all this time, someone would still remember me. The Peacock Great King responded with a smile, his tone devoid of hostility. In fact, he seemed rather indifferent towards Jiang Chen, the true disruptor of Lingshan. Considering his own esteemed status, it was understandable. Kong Xian's affiliation with the Buddhist order was merely a consequence of the saint's intervention. Fundamentally, he existed independently of the Buddhist hierarchy. Consequently, he held little opinion on the current affairs of the Buddhist realm and was not easily perturbed. Observing Kong Xian closely, one could see his long white hair cascading over his shoulders, adorned in a pale blue robe. Were it not for the title of Peacock Great King, one might find it difficult to discern whether he belonged to the Buddhist order or was even the Buddha Mother herself. Since rescuing Mi Lu, he had not afforded a single glance in his direction. Rather, he appeared to take great interest in observing Jiang Chen. This blade is impressive, and your prowess is remarkable. I too possess a similar blade and share a comparable skill. Perhaps we should engage in a discourse. As soon as the words left his lips, without waiting for Jiang Chen's consent, he grasped the air, and a golden blade materialized in his hand, radiating brilliance that reverberated through the surroundings. Jiang Chen gazed at the weapon, his expression subtly shifting. This blade was indeed a signature piece for Kong Xian. During the Divine War, he had utilized his 5-colored power to acquire numerous treasures, yet it was this very golden blade that he wielded most frequently. This alone attests to the opponent's mastery of swordsmanship, suggesting that he is not to be underestimated. Jiang Chen harbored grave doubts. Had he not demonstrated the annihilation of Buddhism technique, Kong Xian might not have approached him at all. Now, upon their first encounter, Kong Xian was eager to challenge him. The sequence of events unfolded seamlessly. The crux of the matter was that Kong Xian had already assumed a combative stance, firmly gripping the golden blade. The atmosphere was charged, akin to an arrow drawn taut, leaving Jiang Chen with no choice but to acquiesce. Since you, esteemed friend Kong Xian, are so inclined, I shall graciously comply. Chapter 116, the first among the semi-saints. A stalemate. Jiang Chen gazed at the majestic Peacock King, a fierce determination gleaming in his eyes. Having ascended to the ranks of the semi-saints, he was no longer devoid of the ability to contend with this ancient powerhouse. Moreover, he possessed his own formidable divine abilities. In an instant, the annihilation of the Buddha's divine power surged forth, and a faint golden light coalesced upon his primordial blade, a brilliance potent enough to sever the spirit of all present. Jiang Chen lifted his gaze to the Peacock King, momentarily recalling that this adversary belonged to the demon race. With a flicker of thought, he infused the blade with his demon-slaying prowess. Two streams of light, one pale gold, the other ash gray, intertwined upon the edge of the blade. In that fleeting moment, a divine aura akin to a prison expanded outward from Jiang Chen, resembling an impending tornado, carrying an irresistible momentum. Previously, when he achieved the great perfection, he could only wield these divine powers once against different races. However, having now attained the semi-saint realm, his mastery allowed him to unleash two powers simultaneously, intertwining them seamlessly. Even the Peacock King, Kong Xian, could not help but change countenance at this moment. This strike. Kong Xian instinctively sensed the terrifying murderous intent concealed within Jiang Chen's blade. Perhaps it was his imagination, but he felt as though these two energies were aimed directly at him. After years of cultivation, this was the first time he had experienced a threat from someone of the same realm. With his keen insight, he recognized that the chilling glimmer flickering on Jiang Chen's blade had already reached its essence. Everything about this was anomalous. Jiang Chen had only recently become a semi-saint, and Kong Xian realized he had indeed encountered a formidable surprise. What a remarkable display! Kong Xian exclaimed, unabashedly praising Jiang Chen before him. He contemplated how he would fare at this level and concluded that he could never have orchestrated such a spectacle. Instead of dampening his spirits, it ignited his fighting spirit further. Jiang Chen, come. Let me see what you've got. Kong Xian raised his golden blade. Under the watchful gaze of Jiang Chen's 9 tribulations divine eye, he could perceive the confluence of the 5 elemental laws, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, gathering upon his blade, forming a swirling vortex. If Jiang Chen's aura was entirely directed at Kong Xian, piercing his essence, then the vortex accumulating on Kong Xian's blade was aimed at all present. Regardless of the being's nature, all would be reduced to dust, whether corporeal or spiritual. Truly, Kong Xian was formidable. Just as Kong Xian marveled at Jiang Chen was equally astonished by the energy radiating from Kong Xian, not merely a divine ability, but an ultimate mastery over the laws. This peacock truly was terrifying. With the 9 tribulations divine eye, Jiang Chen could analyze the essence of Kong Xian's techniques with clarity, deepening his admiration. The title of the first among the semi-saints was not merely a name without substance. No wonder even figures such as Zhao Gongming and Dao Bao were unable to wrest this title from him. Although Jiang Chen was astonished, he showed no inclination to retreat. The divine power of his blade had been summoned to its utmost potential, and he resolutely struck forth. Simultaneously, Kong Xian seemed to resonate with him, unleashing his own vortex of energy. On one side, 2 strands of mixed primordial-level divine powers intertwined, while on the other, Kong Xian exhibited his profound comprehension of the 5 elements principles. The mere display of their might, without any collision, caused the surrounding space to tremble. It is important to note that this was the Great Thunder Sound Temple, a bastion of the Western Buddhist sect, akin to the Heavenly Court. Strictly speaking, it was a celestial paradise, a complete space anchored within the vast wilderness. After years of nurturing by the Buddhist sect, even the confrontation between Wutian and Rulai could be managed without causing any fissures. Yet, the unleashing of their respective lethal techniques made this realm quiver incessantly. What a preposterous notion! The crowd engaged in battle nearby halted their actions, drawn by the slightest ripple of divine consciousness, their gazes transfixed. The Buddhists, well acquainted with this sacred ground, began to entertain a chilling thought. The hall of 10,000 Buddhas might be on the brink of collapse. Under the astonished eyes of the spectators, the 2 beams of blade light collided with tremendous force. Contrary to expectations, there was no cataclysmic explosion nor an overwhelming aura radiating outward. Instead, a profound tranquility enveloped the scene as the 2 formidable energies reached a point of equilibrium, mutually annihilating each other and vanishing from sight. Just as the onlookers exhaled a sigh of relief, a dark point suddenly emerged at the site of their clash. This point swiftly expanded, devouring the surrounding space like a ravenous beast, leaving no opportunity for fragmentation. The black point, or rather, the black hole, continued to swell, emanating an ominous glow that rendered the witnesses aghast. Before anyone could react, the black hole abruptly engulfed the entire Great Thunder Sound Temple. Even in the distance, Wutian and Rulai momentarily hesitated. However, the black light soon dissipated. Once it vanished, the Buddhist practitioners realized that a significant portion of the arhats, who had stood beside them and possessed golden immortal and tai cultivation, had mysteriously disappeared. Among the disciples of the Zhejiao, it was the Wudong Holy Mother who reacted the swiftest, raising a barrier to shield everyone. Subsequently, all eyes turned upward once more, fixating on the 2 figures who remained poised, their blades still in the act of striking. The last remnants of their power continued to clash and dissipate. A collective gasp escaped the lips of all present. This scene attested to a singular truth. The two were evenly matched in their struggle. How terrifying is this reality? It is worth noting that Jiang Chen, merely a few millennia ago, had only begun to gain renown within the three realms. To this day, he has carved out a remarkable reputation, all achieved within a mere millennium. His accomplishments have garnered profound respect from many. Yet, he stands before Kong Xian, a true ancient powerhouse, an existence that is universally acknowledged as the foremost beneath the sages, with no one daring to dispute this fact. Within the realms of Ling Mountain, he holds an exalted status, revered as one whose combat prowess surpasses even that of the world-honored one, serving as a trump card just below the sages themselves. In a display of sheer might, Jiang Chen astonishingly manages to exchange a blow with him, resulting in a stalemate. Kong Xian, with a serene countenance, gazes upon Jiang Chen. Yet Jiang Chen discerns a glimmer of admiration within his eyes. This strike is indeed formidable, though it lacks a certain refinement, as if it remains incomplete. Otherwise, even I might not have escaped unscathed. Kong Xian offers the most impartial assessment. Just as he is about to articulate further thoughts, he suddenly raises his gaze to the heavens, and in the next instant, he pivots and vanishes without a trace. As he disappears, a faint echo of his voice lingers. Jiang Chen, I eagerly anticipate our next encounter. I hope you can surprise me even more then. Chapter 117. The collapse of the great Thunder Sound Temple and the departure of the sage Kong Xian's arrival was as abrupt as his departure. Jiang Chen lingered in the sensations evoked by the clash of their blades. When he raised his gaze again, the opponent had vanished without a trace, leaving him momentarily bewildered. The two divine powers had intertwined, resulting in a stalemate. Indeed, Kong Xian was formidable. That last strike was nearly his utmost divine ability. Yet it had failed to inflict even the slightest injury upon his adversary. This outcome exceeded Jiang Chen's expectations. He had anticipated leaving at least a mark on Kong Xian, to inflict a minor wound. Should they clash again, the circumstances would likely not favor him. The mastery of the five elements by his opponent had reached an extraordinarily terrifying level, unmatched by anyone across the three realms. Had it not been for Jiang Chen's powers being sufficiently restraining, he feared he would have been subdued during that initial encounter. Moreover, this was merely the consequence of Kong Xian employing his blade technique to manipulate the five elements. Should he unleash his true innate powers, the results would undoubtedly be even more unpredictable. After much contemplation, Jiang Chen concluded that if they were to engage in battle again, merely escaping with his life would be the best possible outcome. This was not a reflection of self-deprecation. Rather, it was a sincere and pragmatic assessment based on their encounter. After all, the disparity in their experiences was immense. Jiang Chen had traversed from the realm of a mortal sage to his current state within a millennium, while Kong Xian had existed in the quasi-saint realm for what felt like countless millennia compared to Jiang Chen's mere 1,000 years. Achieving a draw was already a commendable feat. Lost in his thoughts, curiosity piqued within him. Why had Kong Xian chosen to depart? He followed the direction in which his gaze had lingered. Suddenly, a resounding rumble echoed through the air. All present, including Jiang Chen, looked upward. The continuous sound did not arise from any skirmish, but rather from the great Thunder Sound Temple, which was crumbling and collapsing under the residual force generated by the clash between Jiang Chen and Kong Xian. The temple, a symbol of the Buddhist order, was now disintegrating. Observing the temple's disintegration, Jiang Chen felt no sense of elation. Instead, his expression grew increasingly grave. He realized the reason behind Kong Xian's gaze toward the heavens. He understood the implications of that gaze. He was contemplating the arrival of those above, Jane and Zhuanqi. Time was of the essence. With the downfall of the great Thunder Sound Temple, the Western Buddhist order was losing face, and those shameless sages would inevitably descend. At that moment, no matter how meticulously Jiang Chen schemed, all would be rendered futile in the face of overwhelming power. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen raised his blade once more, directing his focus toward the burning lamp. The scene shifted. In the depths of chaos, an infinite aura of primordial chaos surged forth, radiating a terrifying destructive force. Should the beings of the primordial era emerge once more, they would likely be torn to shreds by this chaotic energy in an instant. This aura clashed starkly with the essence of the primordial realm, yet within this world, chaos was the essence that pervaded all. At this moment, amidst the chaos, there stands a mountain identical to the sacred mountain, emanating beams of golden light from its peak. It appears as if it has endured through the ages, unchanged in the slightest. Suddenly, the radiance intensifies. A grave realization dawns. There is a disturbance at the sacred mountain. Just moments ago, the two individuals sensed a shift at the Great Thunder Sound Temple. According to my calculations, the Dharma assembly should have concluded by now, and we ought to perceive the influx of merit emanating from the vicinity. Yet, there is nothing at all. Furthermore, I have frequently received messages from the Tathagata recently, indicating numerous upheavals. We can no longer afford to delay. The spoken words, entwined with the chaotic energy surrounding them, began to spread outward. After a while, the figure of the Kunti Taoist, radiating with resplendent colors, was the first to rise. Since the divine battle of yore, he and the Jain had complied with Hongjuan's request to withdraw from the primordial chaos, residing deep within this realm of disorder. For countless years, they had refrained from interfering in the affairs of the primordial world, patiently awaiting the movements of the pieces they had set in motion millennia ago. Yet today, restlessness stirred within them. The heavenly mechanism had undergone a transformation, an unsettling reality for them to accept. Especially the moment of the Great Thunder Sound Temple's collapse. It was a sensation they immediately felt. They had initially believed that Kong Xian's intervention could suppress the situation, but alas, unexpected complications arose. Perhaps Kong Xian played a role in this, a testament to Jiang Chen's formidable nature. Looking across the sacred mountain, it seems that only the past, present, and future Buddhas could contend with Jiang Chen. However, they now faced more than just Jiang Chen. The presence of the formidable Wu Tian might seem inconsequential to them. Yet for these individuals, it required considerable attention. Moreover, the presence of the Wudong Holy Mother added to their concerns. The former 10 heavenly kings of the Jia sect were also present. Additionally, internal conflicts brewed. Why did Jin Chanzi betray the Buddhist sect? The son Wukong, originally a pawn since the time of Nuwa's mending of the heavens, had now stepped outside the schemes, seizing the initiative, rendering the Buddhist world on the brink of monumental change. Thus, we can no longer afford to linger. We must hasten to assist. A formidable giant emerged from the depths of chaos, transforming into an ordinary size as he alighted upon the mountaintop. This individual was Jin. As their thoughts converged, streams of golden light radiated outward from that point. The true master of the Western Buddhist realm, one of the 6 saints, had decided to personally intervene in the affairs of the primordial world, demonstrating the might of the sages. Yet, they faced a pressing dilemma. The primordial world could not be traversed with mere thoughts. This was the essence of the sage's power. However, looming above them was the Tao ancestor Hongjun, whose presence weighed heavily. Their prolonged stay in the chaos stemmed from the commands of the Tao ancestor. Now, seeking to depart for the primordial world necessitated obtaining permission, a boundary they could not dare to transgress. The two individuals embarked together towards the Zixiao Palace. Just as they were preparing to set forth, a tumultuous surge of energy erupted from the chaos. A resounding hum reverberated through the air as a brilliant silver beam of sword light shot forth from an immeasurable distance. Its momentum was astonishing, instilling a sense of dread in those who beheld it. Naturally, its target was aimed squarely at the two, Jiajin and Juanti. The speed of the sword light was so swift that it left behind a series of afterimages, forming a luminous silver river of light that surged toward the massive mountain. Jiajin and Juanti turned in unison, gazing at this terrifying spectacle. However, they remained remarkably composed. Although the display was exceedingly formidable and directed at them, as saints, they found it quite effortless to respond to such an unforeseen occurrence. Jiajin's gaze deepened momentarily before an enigmatic energy began to waft beyond the great mountain. Astonishingly, the once unstoppable sword light transformed from reality into illusion, seamlessly passing through the colossal mountain before materializing once more, propelling itself into the distance and subsequently detonating with a resounding explosion. The two gazed into the void before them and calmly inquired, "Why has our friend Tongtian come? Is it to impede our progress?" Chapter 118. The arrival of Tongtian and the obstruction of Yuanshi. Such terrifying sword energy could only be wielded by Tongtian within the vast expanse of the primordial world. As anticipated, 2 more beams of sword light followed. Unlike before, this sword energy had coalesced into a magnificent river of sword aura, within which waves surged and shapes began to materialize. "Why are you 2 rascals not content to remain in your desolate mountains? Where are you off to?" With a thunderous roar, as the figure spoke, the river of sword energy churned. It swiftly expanded from a mere brook into a torrent akin to a mighty river, enveloping the mountain entirely. "Tongtian, what on earth do you intend to do?" Jane and Juanti found themselves preoccupied with matters pertaining to their Buddhist sect, leaving no time to engage in idle chatter with Tongtian. Their relationship with him was far from amicable, particularly since the function incident, when, apart from the Chan sect, Only the Western teachings had ruthlessly slaughtered the disciples of the Jia sect. This was a fact that Tan Tian was undoubtedly aware of. What do I wish to do? My esteemed friends, it has been quite some time since we last met. Today, I am eager to witness the extent of your development. Let me see how consuming the remnants of my Jia sect's fate can enhance your strength. Without a hint of hesitation, he made his intentions clear, signaling a desire for confrontation. However, Jane and Zhuan were preoccupied with urgent matters concerning their own sect and had no inclination to discuss such matters with him, repeatedly declining his invitation. My friend, we truly have pressing matters to attend to today. When you next visit, we shall extend our warmest hospitality. We will accommodate any request you have. Before he could finish, Tan Tian interrupted him. That will not suffice. I am here today precisely because I have the time to do so. Tan Tian was determined not to let these two escape. His overwhelming aura caused the very mountain to tremble incessantly. Jane regarded him with unwavering resolve, letting out a heavy sigh. Zhuan, the situation is dire. You must inform the Dao ancestor and rush to rescue my Ling Mountain. Zhuan glanced at the unfolding situation, wishing to voice further thoughts, but ultimately swallowing them back. Nodding in agreement, Tan Tian gestured with his hand, and in an instant, the rivers of sword energy surged like writhing dragons, swiftly spiraling toward the mountain. A net woven from countless swords was poised to obliterate everything in its path. My friend, why must you go to such lengths? Jane soared into the air, casting down a point of golden light that transformed into the most radiant, blinding sun. The sword energies were entirely absorbed within this celestial body. With his divine eye shifting, Jane drove the sun forcefully into the river of sword energy beneath, causing a tremendous upheaval as the mountain beneath his feet shattered into countless fragments, which then ricocheted outward, carving streaks across the sky. Meanwhile, Zhuan transformed into a streak of light, camouflaging himself within the chaos, dispersing outward and seizing the opportunity created by Jane's previous strike to escape the scene. Upon witnessing Zhuan Ti's departure, Tan Tian refrained from pursuing him. Jane could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the adversary did not manage to completely obstruct their passage, leaving a glimmer of opportunity. Zhuan proceeded without the slightest hesitation, setting his course towards the direction of the Purple Cloud's palace. Yet, before he had traveled far, he keenly sensed an unsettling shift in the surrounding aura. The once tumultuous and chaotic energy now resembled an orderly battalion, forming an elongated serpent that awaited his arrival. With each step forward, this notion deepened. At that moment, towering peaks surged towards him with alarming speed. The previously tranquil chaotic energy swelled rapidly, transforming into black serpents that obstructed his path. Zhuan gazed at this sudden transformation with a countenance that mirrored his dismay. He promptly turned to seek an alternative route. However, before he could redirect himself, the serpentine chaos, composed of the chaotic energy, rushed towards him. What he intended as an escape into the void was abruptly disrupted by this tumultuous force, revealing his presence. A fierce wind followed, laden with an aura of terror. Yuan Shi. Zhuan uttered these two words, and in the next instant, the surroundings quivered. A figure emerged, floating into view. The serpentine chaos surrounding him bowed in reverence, as if paying homage to a sovereign. Profound energies swirled around this being, exerting a terrifying pressure akin to a tidal wave bearing down upon Zhuan. It has been a while since our last encounter. I trust you have fared well. Yuan Shi Tianzun revealed his true form. The Panga banner hovering behind him radiated fierce winds, which had previously hindered Zhuan-Ti's progress. My friend, you seem preoccupied, Yuan Shi observed. Despite Zhuan-Ti's grim demeanor, he managed to adopt a facade of indifference in the presence of Yuan Shi Tianzun, responding with calculated calm. This was neither the time for conflict, nor the moment to engage in lengthy discourse. Evasion was his best course of action. What brings you here in such haste? Zhuan had believed his disguise to be impeccable, yet the inquiry pierced through his defenses. It was inconceivable that a sage could remain oblivious to the happenings above the primordial realm, yet here he was, feigning ignorance and inquiring about his intentions. Sometimes, one could discern another's motives with mere contemplation. His expression turned icy. What is it that you truly seek? Zhuan discarded the pretense, laying the question bare. In truth, he yearned to gamble. If Yuan Shi Tianzun truly wished to detain him, he would have initiated combat the moment they met, rather than engaging in superficial pleasantries. Yet, he was ultimately mistaken. Yuan Shi Tianzun's words weighed heavily upon him. I have recently discerned some techniques that I wish to discuss with you. His tone remained unchanged, imbued with a hint of playful mockery. Zhuan Ti's expression darkened, as if he could weep from the weight of his discontent. My friend, I owe you a favor. Feel free to express any request you may have in the future. Please do not obstruct my path, lest you provoke me to action. In the past, Zhuan Ti would indeed engage in a game of Tai Chi with Yuan Shi Tianzun, perpetually deferring the matter at hand, striving to avoid conflict. However, the present circumstances are markedly different. The Buddhist sect faces peril. Even their sacred halls have been dismantled. Should they delay any further, the very existence of Buddhism may be at stake. Under such dire conditions, there is no room for hesitation. Either step aside or prepare for battle. Yuan Shi Tianzun gazed at him, his expression beaming with mirth. My friend, you are indeed intriguing. However, my understanding of this technique is rather pressing, and I find myself in a fervent state at present. Today, I shall certainly put you to the test. Yuan Shi Tianzun had articulated his intentions with utmost clarity. He would not yield an inch. The only resolution lay in combat, and only through such a confrontation could a determination be reached. Zhuan Ti sighed, reminiscing about the days of the Fengshan battle, when he and his senior brother had once aided Yuan Shi Tianzun. They shared an intricate web of karmic ties. Just 6 months prior, he had leveraged this very karma to compel Yuan Shi Tianzun to acquiesce to the burgeoning situation in the West. Little did he anticipate that the tides would turn so swiftly, leading to this present confrontation. Chapter 119, The War of the Saints. The arrival of the Tao ancestor. Although the primordial heavenly venerable reluctantly accepted the burgeoning situation in the West, it did not signify his genuine desire for such events to unfold. Had the wilderness remained tranquil, following the original plan, this highly prideful figure would undoubtedly refrain from intervening. Yet, with the disruptive presence of Jiang Chen stirring the pot, unsettling the peace of the wilderness, the primordial heavenly venerable could hardly contain his elation at the unfolding chaos. His current objective was to delay Zhuan Ti for as long as possible, allowing Jiang Chen the necessary time to orchestrate the downfall of the Buddhist sect. Reflecting on the past, when several prominent sects faced decline, the human sect dwindling in numbers, the interception sect rendered nearly extinct post the investiture of the gods. Now even the Buddhist sect was on the brink of collapse. This presented an unparalleled opportunity for the Chan sect to dominate the wilderness. How could he possibly decline such a chance? With a sudden halt, the chaotic energies around him coalesced towards Zhuan Ti. Excellent, primordial. Zhuan Ti bellowed in fury, extending his hand. A colossal golden figure emerged behind him, gripping a golden bow, drawing it back to unleash a tempestuous arrow. A gale swept forth, ensnaring the surrounding chaos as it surged forward. The primordial heavenly venerable stood resolute, watching the golden arrow speed towards him, its terrifying power palpable. Yet, he exhibited no inclination to retreat, maintaining his stance unyieldingly as he charged straight into the fray. The velocity of their clash left behind a series of afterimages, both he and the golden arrow moving at an extraordinary pace. As the impending collision drew near, an ancient Pangu banner trembled in the distance, its razor-sharp edge racing towards him, creating a brilliant flash of light before the primordial heavenly venerable. The arrow, the edge of the banner, and the primordial heavenly venerable collided, yet the overwhelming force dissipated like a gentle breeze. Observing Zhuan Ti momentarily bewildered, the primordial heavenly venerable smiled warmly, praising, "Your skills are commendable, my friend." His expression remained serene, though his movements did not waver. With a swift gesture, he grasped the Pangu banner tightly, swinging it with ferocity, unleashing a lethal aura that overshadowed the heavens. Zhuan Ti's heart raced, sensing an energy far exceeding his expectations, prompting him to retreat rapidly. However, as he did, a series of dragon roars echoed behind him, causing his eyes to widen in shock. Hidden within the chaotic energies were numerous black dragons. How could this be? He had traversed so far along this path. At that moment, Zhuan Ti's heart raced with trepidation. He understood the primordial heavenly venerable's might, a principle of his very being. He had not anticipated that his opponent could convert such a vast expanse of chaotic energy into formidable black dragons in the blink of an eye. The black dragons each possess formidable power, interposing themselves in the void to obstruct the retreat of Zhuan Ti. He is left with no choice but to endure a swift and ferocious strike. With a resounding crash, a gaping wound is inflicted upon his golden form, from which dense black mist gathers and begins to spread relentlessly across his entire being. Yet, he ultimately withstands the blow. Zhuan Ti's countenance darkens, while in the distance, the Yuan Shi Tianzun beams with delight. With a sudden movement, he stands atop one of the black dragons, racing forward. The surrounding dragons quicken their pace, swiftly closing in on Zhuan Ti. He can only dodge left and right, resembling a cornered beast. Meanwhile, Yuan Shi Tianzun shows no mercy, deftly commanding the black dragon from above, its maw agape, poised to devour him. This black dragon is a manifestation of Yuan Shi Tianzun's principles. Once ensnared, Zhuan Ti would find himself utterly incapable of resistance in a brief span of time. However, just as the dragon is about to ensnare Zhuan Ti, a bamboo basket suddenly materializes in his hands. This basket is small, scarcely larger than a palm, dwarfed even by a single claw of the black dragon. Yet, an extraordinary occurrence unfolds. The once menacing black dragon is suddenly influenced by a burgeoning force of attraction, vanishing within mere breaths. When it reappears, it is amidst a vast ocean, and upon looking up, one can see Zhuan Ti's silhouette. This is a peculiar artifact, requiring divine power to operate. Since Yuan Shi Tianzun remained atop the dragon, its absorption also signifies that he has been drawn into the bamboo basket. Observing this scene, Zhuan Ti cannot help but exhale in relief. A great favor is akin to a great enmity. I had truly forgotten this matter. Our karmic ties pale in comparison to the benefits bestowed upon him by the annihilation of the Buddhist sect. Just as with the case of Hongyuan, HM, this could be seen as a just cycle of heavenly retribution. Nevertheless, my dear Yuan Shi, I am still superior in skill, so do endure your time within. Zhuan Ti dares not linger, hastily channeling immense power, continuously infusing it into the bamboo basket to suppress Yuan Shi Tianzun. This is merely a temporary measure. He is acutely aware that the other party will eventually emerge. He is not so self-assured as to believe that this bamboo basket can truly confine a sage. However, if he can buy enough time to meet the Tao ancestor and gain consent to venture into the Hongwang, the matter will resolve itself. Without further ado, he rushes forward. At that moment, he feels the bamboo basket in his grasp begin to tremble violently. Zhuan Ti's expression shifts dramatically. Before he can react, the basket explodes in his hand. Instantly, Yuan Shi Tianzun's figure materializes not far away, brandishing the Panga banner while perched atop the black dragon. With one hand behind his back, he gazes down upon Zhuan Ti from his elevated position. A remarkable stratagem. Zhuan Ti's expression darkens considerably. He had anticipated that the other would struggle to escape, but not so swiftly. It seems that the artifact he has honed over many years. It has instead become a jest. Upon closer inspection, the expression on the face of the primordial supreme being reveals a noticeable shift. He did not anticipate that Zhuan Ti would possess such a hidden strategy. Fortunately, there were few witnesses around. Otherwise, he would have suffered a significant loss of face. Now, he intends to take decisive action. On the other hand, the clash between Jie and Tong Tian lacks any elaborate schemes. Both are exerting their utmost strength in a frenzied battle. Sword energy surges forth, and the radiance of Buddha illuminates the surroundings. The energies emanating from both combatants have stirred the surrounding chaos into disarray. Moreover, both sides have unleashed their true fire. Today, blood must be shed to conclude this conflict. However, there exists one individual who categorically forbids such an occurrence. Just as their battle reaches its zenith, a figure emerges, floating gracefully. The previously tumultuous chaotic energy immediately settles. In an instant, their attacks become ineffective, as a terrifying aura envelopes them, compelling them to cease their actions. Even the primordial supreme being and Zhuan Ti halt their movements. Before they can react, in the blink of an eye, they find themselves returned to their original positions. Zhuan Ti and Jie stand together, while Yuan Shi and Tong Tian are positioned on the opposite side. We pay our respects to the Tao ancestor. Chapter 120. The Three Sovereigns and Five Emperors. Blocking the Two Saints of the West. At this moment, Jane and Zhuan Ti were filled with immense joy. They quickly spoke. Master, there are disturbances arising in the primordial chaos, threatening the resurgence of our Buddhist teachings. We implore you to grant us permission to venture into the primordial realm. However, Tong Tian and Yuan Shi were about to voice their objections, only to be silenced by this single remark. Moreover, this was not the end. The voice of Hongjun soon resonated. Tong Tian, Yuan Shi, you shall depart on your own accord. Do not obstruct the Tao ancestor. They were denied any opportunity for rebuttal. Tong Tian sought vengeance against Jane and Zhuan Ti at this juncture, harboring a deeper desire for the downfall of Buddhism than anyone else. Yet, upon hearing Hongjun's command, he realized that, regardless of his discontent, he was powerless. On the other hand, Yuan Shi felt a tinge of disappointment. He had hoped to subtly influence the situation, to buy time and grant the so-called Jiang Chen more opportunities to showcase his abilities. However, he did not anticipate the Tao ancestor intervening at this moment. With Hongjun's declaration, even he dared not create further discord. My esteemed friends, let us discuss our sparring another time, he stated, offering a respectful bow to both. He then vanished from sight, followed by Tongtian's departure. The chaotic energies gradually returned to tranquility. Throughout this entire process, both individuals shared a common attitude, wishing for the prosperity of Buddhism. As for who was causing chaos and who was obstructing, they were indifferent. Figures like Wu Tian were merely insignificant in their eyes. "Thank you, Master," the two expressed, bowing repeatedly. And Hongjun chose not to elaborate further. With the departure of the others, Jane and Junti finally breathed a sigh of relief, hastily making their way toward the primordial realm. At this moment, at the boundary between the primordial chaos and the elemental chaos, a colossal innate bagua floated, nearly filling the entire area. 8 figures materialized before them. The Western saints, who were initially eager to rush into the primordial realm, found themselves unexpectedly intercepted. "Fushi," Jane called out, having deduced the identity of their opponent upon seeing the enormous innate bagua. As soon as his voice fell, the massive bagua began to rotate swiftly, transforming into the innate bagua formation, drawing power from the primordial realm and expanding once more. After a long absence, the 8 figures spoke in unison. Jane and Junti scanned the group. "What brings you here today to oppose us?" The 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, 8 powerful figures, represented the remaining backbone of humanity. They had always refrained from appearing outside of Huyan Cave, yet here they were, evidently intent on blocking their path. As for the underlying connections at play, the two could easily surmise that it was undoubtedly Jiang Chen orchestrating everything. Thus, it was clear that this was all part of humanity's grand scheme. At this moment, Jane and Junti experienced a profound sense of realization, akin to enlightenment. This was largely due to their previous indifference towards the primordial chaos, as their focus had primarily been on cultivating their own abilities. Whenever matters arose, they would directly consult with the likes of Tathagata, Mithriya, and Randolite. Had it not been for the terrifying nature of this battle, which threatened even the very foundations of the great Thunderclap Monastery, they might have remained unaware of the gravity of the situation. After all, everything had been meticulously orchestrated long ago, a carefully crafted script, with even the various factions having been anticipated in advance. Who could have foreseen such a transformation? "Fushi, I did not expect your audacity to be so great." Upon hearing these words, Fushi chuckled softly. "What you say, sage, is hardly accurate. We have dwelled in seclusion for many years, meditating daily, solely to ensure the stable operation of the primordial chaos. After all, it has long been a tradition for the sages to refrain from intervening directly." As they spoke, the expressions of Jane and Junti grew increasingly frosty. "Since when do we sages require your input upon entering the primordial chaos?" The innate 8 trigrams behind them began to activate, releasing surges of potent energy. These 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors were pivotal figures in guiding humanity towards its rightful place as the protagonist of heaven and earth. The descent of fortune had elevated their strength beyond the threshold of quasi-saint, yet still below that of a true sage. Under the auspices of this fortune, engaging a sage was not beyond the realm of possibility. At this moment, the remnants of humanity's fortune within the Fire Cloud Cave began to manifest. Bolstered by the innate 8 trigrams, the aura surrounding the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors swelled dramatically, their gazes icy and resolute as they regarded Jane and Junti. "Your strength is commendable, yet it would be wise for you to step aside swiftly. Once we restore order, we shall show leniency towards your kind." Jane and Junti spoke slowly, their words seemingly generous to the extreme. Yet, at the core, they still intended to hold humanity accountable. Humanity would face retribution, albeit not excessively harsh. To them, this was entirely justified. The exploitation of humanity had remained an unchanging fact for centuries. In their minds, humanity was meant to endure such a fate. However, they had never paused to consider whether humanity consented to this arrangement, nor whether the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors were willing to remain as mere pawns under the control of others. They had long forgotten that they too once traversed a similar path. As they beheld the unyielding gazes of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, Jane and Junti felt their anger boil. "I shall reiterate, step aside now, or do not blame us for being merciless." With a swift motion, Xianyuan drew the Xianyuan sword, his intent unmistakable. The others showed no hesitation. Alas, it is a pity that today, the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors of humanity shall meet their demise here. After this, humanity will truly lose any chance of resurgence. Jane shook his head, feigning regret. Junti immediately grasped the implication and, with a compassionate expression, responded accordingly. The 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors ultimately acted for the benefit of humanity, their compassionate hearts deeply intertwined with the essence of the Buddhist path. One could indeed guide them into our Buddhist fold, utilizing their presence for our sacred purpose, and in return, I might grant you leniency. The 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors retain their significance, serving as pivotal anchors of human destiny. Should we succeed in leading them all to the spiritual realm, the repercussions of this calamity would not merely plunge the Buddhist teachings into temporary weakness. Rather, it would fortify them immensely. Imagine, if even the architects of humanity's eternal foundation, the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, were to become novices within the Buddhist community, what courage would remain for other humans to oppose us? How many would, in deference to these esteemed figures, willingly join our ranks? In due course, with diligent promotion, humanity would become an entirely devoted subsidiary of the Buddhist order. Coupled with the merits bestowed by this calamity, it would herald a grand flourishing of the Buddhist teachings. Even the celestial protagonists would willingly serve the Buddhist cause, unifying the 3 realms within our grasp. The so-called doctrines of the Confucian teachings and the heavenly court would become mere ephemeral whispers, ultimately reduced to defeated remnants. Upon hearing the proposal from the Bodhisattva, the gaze of the guiding figure shifted towards the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, a smile gracing his lips as he clapped his hands in delight. Marvelous, truly marvelous. Chapter 121. The innate 8 trigrams and the fortunes of humanity. In the eyes of Jane, a glint of avarice emerged. If he could bring the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors into the Buddhist fold, including the so-called celestial slayer, Jiang Chen, the Buddhist sect would be able to devour a significant portion of humanity's fortune, far surpassing the combined influence of other sections. With this thought in mind, he acted without hesitation, striking with his palm. In an instant, the heavens and earth transformed, seemingly replaced by something else. This was the ultimate version of the Buddha kingdom in his palm, capable of reshaping the surrounding space into his own realm in the blink of an eye, akin to the sleeves of the universe. Regrettably, the previously crafted treasure, the bamboo basket, had been damaged by the primordial lord. Otherwise, its efficacy would have been greatly enhanced. Nonetheless, he believed that it would suffice to deal with the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, given that he was a sage. Once the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors entered his Buddha kingdom, Jane felt a surge of pride. Everything had returned to the trajectory he had anticipated. Once the matter concluded, they would proceed to Ling Mountain, and all would revert to the intended path. The Buddhist sect would flourish anew, even more so than previously planned. However, just as he indulged in this fantasy, his Buddha kingdom suddenly trembled, and the temperature began to rise rapidly. A touch seemed to unleash glimmering sparks, and the flames violently burned a gaping hole in his realm. The 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors emerged once more. Jane paused, gazing at the flames that seemed to contain starlight, sensing the vast aura of merit emanating from within. He realized that this was the first flame ignited by the legendary Swearin, also known as the Ember of Humanity. The 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors indeed possessed remarkable abilities. Jane adjusted his demeanor, adopting a more serious expression. He then reached into the void, seizing a jade green bamboo staff. The bamboo was 6 feet in length and possessed a quality reminiscent of jade. He extended the jade staff downward, summoning chaotic waters that surged forth, enveloping the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors in its depths. In an instant, they were ensconced within a vast ocean brimming with inexhaustible power. Not even a typical quasi-saint could withstand its might. Mere contact would spell doom. Before them stood the jade-green bamboo, which appeared to be their only lifeline. At that moment, Jane bore an expression of invitation, gazing at the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. This was not merely an image, but a divine ability to enlighten others. Should the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors accept the jade staff, it would signify their acceptance of his guidance. Meanwhile, the figure of Zhuanti displayed an expression of keen interest, initially believing that events would unfold as they had anticipated. Yet, how could the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors be so easily subdued? Emperor Yao stepped forward, extending his hand with a pointed gesture. Behind him, the innate 8 trigrams, Dui, Zhan, and Kan, radiated brilliant light. Miraculously, the tumultuous waters were entirely displaced by the strength of Emperor Shun alone. As they faced this unexpected turn, Jane and Zhuanti found themselves perplexed. They had never anticipated that the divine abilities wielded by a sage would be so effortlessly unraveled by their adversaries. Suddenly, they recalled the earlier scene where they were thwarted by Tong Tian and Yuanshi Tianzuan, and a hint of gravity settled in their hearts. They meticulously scrutinized the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, and soon, expressions of shock and indignation surfaced upon their faces. The prowess of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors had already approached the threshold of sainthood. However, they were not yet true saints, which alleviated their concerns. Yet, They overlooked one crucial detail: the unique status conferred upon the three sovereigns and five emperors. The three sovereigns embodied the trinity of heaven, earth, and humanity, while the five emperors dominated the five elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Additionally, the innate 8 trigrams drew upon the fortunes of humanity, a fact that had slipped their minds, allowing these figures to grow to such an extent unbeknownst to them. Jane and Juanti exchanged glances, each perceiving a thread of seriousness in the other's gaze. Subsequently, their robes fluttered without wind, and their surging magical powers swept outward. Given this circumstance, there was no need for further discussion. Since their adversaries delighted in exploiting their own divine powers, they would unveil to them the true might of a saint. No matter how meticulous their scheming or how intricate their calculations, against absolute power, all possibilities would ultimately be rendered futile. The three sovereigns and five emperors, facing the furious duo, displayed not a trace of trepidation but rather a faint smile, infused with a sense of ease. Contrary to their expectations of being severely suppressed, they found themselves in a relatively favorable position, with the odds not being a 1-to-9 disparity, but rather a 3-to-7 chance, allowing for some possibility of contention. Never underestimate this 3-to-7 ratio. Compared to 1-to-9, it afforded them a substantial 20% greater chance of victory. It is through such glimmers of hope that humanity gradually rises. You too wish to enter the primordial realm. You must first pass through us. The three sovereigns and five emperors proclaimed in unison. The spark of humanity, the innate 8 trigrams, and the divine dragon's long whip emerged in an instant. The five emperors positioned themselves in the 5 elemental domains, invoking the power of humanity. In this moment, they chose to proactively strike against the saints. What audacity! Jane and Juanti roared with fury, and they charged forward, having long pent up their frustrations, now determined to unleash them upon these beings. Do you not care for humanity? Do you not concern yourselves with the fate of humanity? Today, let you bear witness to the decline of humanity and the wilting of its path. The battle beyond the primordial realm commenced. The three sovereigns and five emperors had successfully bought the time that Jiang Chen desired. At this moment, the great Thundersound Temple had collapsed by more than half. Numerous celestial beings stood rigidly in the void, leaving the Jade Emperor, who had been observing, utterly astounded. Even some reclusive powers were rendered speechless by the spectacle, yet the battle continued unabated. Jiang Chen's gaze remained fixed on the profound depths of the sky, already anticipating the movements of Jane and Juanti, sensing the destruction of the great Thundersound Temple, which would undoubtedly compel them to rise. Currently, his utmost concern lay with the three sovereigns and five emperors. They had previously conferred, agreeing that they would intervene at this critical juncture. Even though Jiang Chen had devised numerous plans, the mere thought of contending with the saints sends a shiver of anxiety coursing through me. I take several deep breaths to calm my racing heart. The chaotic battle unfolding is beyond my influence. My current task is to maximize the benefits for humanity during the fleeting moments secured by the three sovereigns and five emperors. Ideally, I hope to eradicate the Buddhist sect and thwart its age-old schemes. In doing so, I shall undoubtedly demand a share of the fortune for humanity. With this resolution, I finally rein in my emotions. Shifting my gaze, I focus on the distant figure of Wu Tian, who stands in confrontation with Rulai and Randang. In my heart, I reflect. It appears that Wu Tian has his own calculations. At present, it seems that the outcome of this clash between the two remains uncertain for the time being. Chapter 122, Directing at the Source. The blade strikes the burning lamp. His gaze swept across the surroundings, searching for Mithriya. Just moments ago, Jiang Chen had sustained injuries from Kong Xian. After Mithriya had healed his own wounds, he promptly set out to assist others. Although the individuals Jiang Chen had brought forth were formidable, only he had the capacity to injure the three revered Buddhas of the past, present, and future. In contrast to others, Mithriya found himself at ease. However, he remained vigilant, recalling the lessons learned from Jiang Chen's earlier experiences. Due to his caution against unexpected assaults, he did not unleash his full strength when confronting Sun Wukong and the others, resulting in a balanced exchange of blows. Jiang Chen, in search of a target, diligently surveyed the scene. He recognized the urgency of expanding his gains without excessive hesitation. Currently, Mithriya was entangled with Sun Wukong, who, having been wounded, was on high alert. Should Jiang Chen approach him, there was a risk that Mithriya might flee, rendering his efforts ineffective. Thus, he swiftly ruled out Mithriya as a target. As for the others, they appeared evenly matched, exchanging strikes with neither side gaining the upper hand. After careful consideration, Jiang Chen's attention shifted to the burning lamp, who was assisting Tathagata against Wu Tian. If he could strike against this entity, or even sever him, the balance of the battle would undoubtedly tip, yielding immediate and significant results. It was decided, by detaining the burning lamp, Tathagata would face exponentially increased pressure. Perhaps Wu Tian would even conclude the battle ahead of him, which would be advantageous. In such a scenario, the demonic forces could wreak havoc without restraint, leading to the complete annihilation of Lingshan. As his thoughts raced, Jiang Chen unsheathed his blade. Though the burning lamp was engaged in combat with Tathagata, he had witnessed the prior scene unfold and felt a sense of alertness. In that instant, he realized that Jiang Chen's target was none other than himself. Cursed fate. The burning lamp had not anticipated that Wu Tian's prowess would be so terrifying. Able to withstand two opponents without faltering, achieving a stalemate. The prolonged duration of the battle was undeniably disadvantageous to them. Being an ancient Buddha who had cultivated for countless epochs and a former primordial powerhouse, the burning lamp, despite his distraction, was jolted back to focus by his instinctive awareness. The aura emanating from Jiang Chen was indeed formidable. He had now achieved the status of a quasi-saint, placing him on par with the rest of them. Complemented by his fearsome swordsmanship, the chilling aura of death was something the burning lamp had not felt in ages. With no time for contemplation, he immediately summoned his 24 ocean stabilizing pearls. These pearls, resembling 24 full moons, encircled the burning lamp, enveloping him completely. At that very moment, Jiang Chen's blade was already at his side. The first strike mercilessly cleaved down upon the ocean stabilizing pearls. The burning lamp strained to widen his eyes, golden light shimmering. He clearly perceived a radiant blade gleaming with unparalleled brilliance upon Jiang Chen's sword, slicing through the gaps of the Dinghai pearl and advancing menacingly towards him. This struck at the very essence. What manner of creature is Jiang Chen? Why does this comprehension of the sword's principles exert such a profound restraint upon my Buddhist sect? Ran Deng silently summoned the remnants of the pure jade energy within him. Indeed, the pressure he felt diminished significantly. Yet, should he invoke the divine powers of the Buddhist teachings, the sensation of his eyelids twitching uncontrollably would return. How infuriating! Had it been a millennium ago, when the true jade scripture still resided within me, I could have effortlessly dispatched you. Ran Deng spoke coldly. Through his own experience, he had come to realize that Jiang Chen was a genuine adversary to the Buddhist order. If I fail to eradicate him completely this time, the Lingshan will know no peace henceforth. Ran Deng immediately channeled his incantations, causing several Dinghai pearls to emit resplendent beams of light. The lights clashed, shattering the blade's radiance that had intruded through the gaps. For the moment, neither side could claim superiority. Though this stalemate occurred under the weight of most of the pressure borne by Ran Deng, Jiang Chen was undeniably formidable, having ascended to quasi-saint status right under their noses. In this initial phase, he could rival Ran Deng at the pinnacle of quasi-saintship. Such incredibility, such terror, such dread was challenging Ran Deng's comprehension. Moreover, a genuine fear gripped him, a fear that Jiang Chen might possess further hidden cards, further strategies. This was a true contender who grew stronger in the face of adversity. When Kong Xian had previously engaged, Ran Deng thought the matter concluded. To his astonishment, the opponent had matched Kong Xian blow for blow, maintaining his ground. If, amidst this battle, Jiang Chen were to reveal some hidden trump card, and he were to be caught unawares, the consequences would be dire. Resolute, Ran Deng determined to quell Jiang Chen with utmost urgency. However, fate played a cruel hand, aligning his thoughts with those of Jiang Chen. As Ran Deng's intentions shifted, the 24 Dinghai pearls radiated an overwhelming brilliance, each embodying supreme power. This terrifying surge of spiritual energy caused the surrounding space to tremble once more, hastening the collapse of the remaining remnants of the great Thunder Sound Temple. Yet, he could afford no distractions. Subduing Jiang Chen at this moment was the paramount outcome. The fate of the great Thunder Sound Temple paled in comparison to this endeavor. He believed the saints would pardon him, and others would comprehend his rationale. Impatiently yearning for a swift resolution, Jiang Chen, with a single glance, discerned Ran Deng's intentions. Excellent, Jiang Chen bellowed, sharing the same resolve. Should he cleave Ran Deng with a single stroke, the situation would irrevocably tilt in his favor. Channeling the annihilation of Buddhism, the sword hummed incessantly, reverberating in the ears of all present. A brilliance of unparalleled intensity ignited upon the blade. The 24 Dinghai pearls, under this formidable aura, exhibited a subtle tendency to retreat. Again this move, the chilling sensation of hair standing on end and a heart racing with trepidation enveloped him. The flame of enlightenment is infallible. It is precisely the divine power employed by the opponent against Mithriya previously. Whether it is merely an illusion remains uncertain. No, it should not be an illusion. He realizes that after engaging with the Peacock King, the might of this divine power has manifested even more profoundly than before. He has indeed grown stronger. As Randeng gazes upon Jiang Chen, a thought flashes through his mind. Yet, he abruptly expels this notion from his consciousness. It is simply too absurd. Who could possibly experience such a rapid increase in strength? Is that still human? Little did he know, Jiang Chen is indeed human, and the transformations he exhibits are entirely real. Despite Randeng's reluctance to accept it, the truth remains undeniable. Each of Jiang Chen's breakthroughs is substantial, remarkably swift, yet built upon an unwavering foundation. All of this is attributed to the terrifying power of the Tao Mandate and the Nine Calamity Divine Eye. Chapter 123. The Divine Pearl of Stabilizing the Sea transforms the heavens. With a single stroke, it shatters all. Each breakthrough allows Jiang Chen to attain a state of perfection. Even propelled by sufficient calamity energy, he finds no need to deliberately stabilize his realm. Previously, he primarily focused on decapitating foes upon the Immortal-Slaying Platform. Often, he did not exhibit his characteristic of growing stronger and steadier with each battle. However, after his confrontation with the Earth Store, the Nine Calamity Divine Eye was replenished, enhancing his strength and making this trait increasingly pronounced. Particularly now, as his power escalates, the rate at which the Nine Calamity Divine Eye can absorb calamity energy, karma, and malevolence accelerates. Though he appears to merely engage in combat, every fleeting moment contributes to his burgeoning prowess. At this juncture, Randeng experienced an illusion. Perceiving himself and Jiang Chen as entities from two disparate worlds, the latter loomed above, wielding a blade imbued with incomprehensible terror. This was no mere illusion. The blade wielded by Jiang Chen posed a significant threat. Having previously witnessed Mithriya in combat, Randeng had already adopted a cautious mindset. Though incredulous, he swiftly reacted. The Pearl of Clarity transforms the world, revealing the 24 heavenly realms. This represents the true application of the 24 divine pearls of stabilizing the sea. The prior user, Zhao Gongming, merely treated them as a formidable offensive artifact, using them solely for brute force. While effective, such misuse was ultimately a waste. Randeng, however, was different. Following the Battle of the Gods, he acquired the 24 divine pearls under the direct guidance of a sage. He successfully integrated them with the Buddha kingdom in his palm, unlocking their genuine purpose. Each pearl possesses the potential to metamorphose into a distinct world. A total of 24 worlds layered upon one another, space within space, time within time. This configuration even allows the heavenly laws of this realm to momentarily struggle to discern his presence. Jiang Chen, I refuse to believe that, under these circumstances, you can still strike against me. I await the descent of your blade. Within each of the 24 worlds, Randeng had orchestrated certain arrangements. Although the swordsmanship was terrifying, how much could remain after the consumption across 24 realms? Moreover, he had concealed his form. He was confident that Jiang Chen would not locate him. With this thought, a smirk of pride graced his lips. Yet, regrettably, Jiang Chen had unwaveringly locked onto him from the very beginning. The Nine Calamity Divine Eye, bolstered by sage-level power, reached an unfathomable level of terror. The lines of causality do not deceive. He could even utilize these lines to peer backward through the river of time. Witnessing every moment of Randeng's existence, he could clearly see the smile curling at the corners of his mouth. In truth, Jiang Chen hoped for Randeng to bask in his arrogance a while longer. It is only in moments of self-satisfaction and hubris that one is prone to errors. Such mistakes are often fatal, presenting an absolute opportunity. Strike! Hidden behind the 24 worlds, Randeng suddenly heard a furious roar. In Jiang Chen's perspective, what are merely 24 worlds? Did they truly believe that such a ruse could conceal him? How simplistic. He could shatter these realms into fragments with ease. The terrifying edge of his blade descended, causing each world to tremble and teeter on the brink of annihilation. Randeng quickly realized the gravity of the situation, yet he would not remain passive. Jiang Chen soon sensed a series of peculiar auras manifesting before his blade, only to be swiftly extinguished by his strike. Frowning, he called out, Randeng, these are living beings. It dawned on him that Randeng sought to utilize the extinction of these souls to dissipate the shadows cast by his blade, diminishing the terrifying power it emanated. Why should I care, Jiang Chen? Is it fitting for a butcher like you to speak so? Randeng's heart raced, and upon hearing Jiang Chen's provocative tone, he retorted vehemently. As you stated, as a butcher, I am indifferent to such matters. However, the might of my blade is not something you can wield without consequence. Listening to Jiang Chen's words, Randeng felt no satisfaction from his scheming success. only a growing sense of dread as he paid closer attention to the long blade in Jiang Chen's grasp. Strangely, he sensed an intensifying aura emanating from it. Despite his elaborate arrangements of souls aimed at diminishing its power, it instead seemed to bolster Jiang Chen's strength with every life he extinguished. Suddenly, Ran Deng recalled a possibility previously mentioned by Mithriya. At that time, he had dismissed it with disdain. What did he say? It seemed he had remarked that in this world, there was no such phenomenon as growing stronger through murder unless the adversary practiced the path of slaughter, using death to validate their existence. Ever since the fall of Luo Ho, such beings had not graced the primordial realm. Even if one existed, their presence would not be tolerated. As these thoughts raced through his mind, Ran Deng's eyes widened in realization. Ran Deng, how could you, an ancient power, have failed to perceive this sooner? Jiang Chen's blade is indeed problematic. He may not cultivate the path of slaughter, but his powers are rooted in that very principle. Damn it, what is this? Jiang Chen murmured. You wish to engage me while expecting to reap the benefits without cost? There is no such fortune in this world. No one can gain an advantage over me. A voice suddenly echoed in his ear. Jiang Chen. Ran Deng felt the imminent sensation of the blade's edge poised to cleave into his flesh. In desperation, he activated the 24 worlds once more. This realm began to fracture, and with a few more uses, it would shatter entirely. He could no longer afford to linger. Escape was paramount. The 24 worlds rapidly rearranged, shifting Ran Deng's form deeper into the layers, widening the distance between them. It's futile. You have been deceived. Another voice rang out, and this time Ran Deng seemed to rush headlong into Jiang Chen's blade, his eyes wide with terror. The momentum Jiang Chen had displayed, growing stronger with each kill, was unmistakable. He summoned an illusion with all the power at his disposal. Indeed, he could grow stronger with each kill. However, this required time. It was utterly impossible to attain a state of immediate enhancement with each strike. Fortunately for Ran Deng, he had been previously pressured by Jiang Chen, leaving him somewhat tense and unaware of the discrepancies in the situation. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen, utilizing the 9 Tribulations' divine eye, discerned the location of Ran Deng's next appearance along the river of time and awaited him there. As the blade descended, a terrifying aura shattered the golden body, accompanied by a sound of tearing. The innate spiritual treasure robe worn by Ran Deng was cleaved in two by this strike. This was inconceivable. Ran Deng roared in fury, while Jiang Chen calmly replied, "There is nothing impossible. I have stated before that no one can take advantage of me without consequence. From the very beginning, you made the wrong choice." Chapter 124. The Lamp of Enlightenment and terrifying speculations. Listening to Jiang Chen's words, Ran Deng unexpectedly calmed down, displaying an unusual serenity. After a considerable pause, he let out a soft sigh. You are indeed correct. It was merely a touch of cleverness that nearly led to a grave mistake. As soon as he spoke, Ran Deng's form began to waver, becoming almost ethereal. Through his translucent body, the flickering flame within him became visible. Jiang Chen observed this scene, momentarily taken aback. The other party was continuously rejuvenating, akin to the reversal of time. Yet, how could this be? He had never heard of Ran Deng wielding the laws of time. If he possessed such ability, the one seated in the primary position would not be like this. After all, apart from the saints, no one could contend with him. Imagine the effort expended in combat, employing every conceivable tactic, only to inflict severe injury. Yet, with a mere application of the laws, everything could revert to the state it was in prior to the battle. You would have exhausted all your power. While he remained in peak condition, the mere thought was despairing. Ran Deng certainly did not possess such power. Something was amiss. Jiang Chen felt a tightness in his chest as the 9 Tribulations' divine eye activated, and he launched an attack. Just as the strike was about to land, the flame within Ran Deng's ethereal form suddenly erupted. Even Jiang Chen's attack was ignited. That originally semi-saint level strike diminished significantly in an instant. This was not a reversal of time, but rather a form of degeneration. Jiang Chen quickly realized that this method essentially represented a regression. No wonder he had not witnessed Ran Deng employing it earlier. This life-preserving technique came at the cost of burning his own future. Upon this realization, Jiang Chen couldn't help but sigh. This divine ability was indeed formidable, but the price was steep. To reach Ran Deng's level, one must sacrifice their own future. Damaging one's own essence and seeking to restore it was a near impossible endeavor. Curse it, Jiang Chen has forced me to resort to this tactic, Ran Deng thought to himself, gazing at Jiang Chen with a hint of frustration. Upon seeing the revelation dawn upon Jiang Chen, he understood that the latter had comprehended the essence of his technique. With this in mind, he decided to unveil some of his own methods. Deng then summoned a flicker of his primordial true fire. In the next moment, a grayish flame surged from behind his head, merging with the original Buddha light to form a grand circle. The two elements intertwined, radiating beams of light. In that instant, Deng resembled an overlay of two paintings, manifesting as a double image. This was the convergence of past and present. The erudite Jiang Chen finally grasped why Deng was referred to as the past Buddha. In light of this divine technique, no title could be more fitting or direct. Sensing the profound aura emanating from Deng, Jiang Chen understood that while he could remain undefeated before him, the prospect of slaying him was utterly impossible. He would need to contemplate alternative strategies. As Jiang Chen muttered to himself, Deng had already spoken. Jiang Chen, how do you find this move of mine? Does my divine power astonish you? Though you may revel in your momentary triumph, your defeat this time is already sealed. Seeing Jiang Chen silent, Deng assumed he had fallen into shock. Aren't you rejoicing a bit too early? Jiang Chen replied, gripping the blade in his hand. Early? I believe it is not too soon. The tides of offense and defense have now shifted. No sooner had he finished speaking than the 24C stabilizing pearls began to swirl chaotically. In that moment, he recalled the past figure of Zhao Gongming and couldn't help but click his tongue in surprise. He had never anticipated that he would one day find himself in such a brutish situation. However, there was a certain satisfaction in wielding the terrifying power of the sea-stabilizing pearls with such steadiness. Now he unleashed his former self, no longer fearing Jiang Chen's formidable divine abilities. Although he could sustain injuries, he possessed an unanticipated speed of recovery, which emboldened him to take the offensive. The sea-stabilizing pearls connected in a dazzling string of five-colored radiance, illuminating the heavens with a majestic, overwhelming aura that surged toward Jiang Chen. The Buddhas, who had been maintaining a safe distance, felt the oppressive force and were compelled to drift even further away, wary of lingering too long. A moment of hesitation could lead to grievous harm, rendering the distinction between friend and foe utterly moot. Observing this overwhelming aura, even Jiang Chen could not help but express his admiration. Indeed, the power is terrifying and the tactics are commendable. Yet, he swiftly shifted his tone. But to attempt to kill me? That is quite another matter. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Chen's figure vanished instantaneously, evading the fearsome assault. Alarmed, Deng immediately activated his divine abilities to investigate. Upon probing, the astonishment on his face deepened. Jiang Chen had evidently disappeared from his sight, yet his aura seemed to linger right beside him, imparting an unsettling sense of omnipresence. After a lengthy contemplation, Deng's expression darkened further, and he uttered several words slowly. 5 directions mysterious escape. Astute indeed. Jiang Chen could not refrain from acknowledging that this individual had discerned his technique. However, Deng did not perceive this as a compliment. Gazing at the empty space around him, while sensing Jiang Chen's aura encroaching from all sides, he felt the world had become increasingly chaotic. The earlier display of Jiang Chen's terrifying divine powers was already a heavy burden for him to accept, and now, in the blink of an eye, he had invoked the 5 directions mysterious escape, transcending causality and existing in the fabric of heaven and earth, capable of traversing anywhere. Despite the boundless might of the sea-stabilizing pearls, he could not lock onto his opponent. Surely, he could not shatter this entire realm in pursuit of him. With such capabilities, did he truly need to engage in so much dialogue with Jiang Chen? The 5 directions mysterious escape was a formidable technique, not one that just anyone could master. From the emergence of the celestial realm until now, merely a span of over a millennium has elapsed, not even reaching 2,000 years. In such a fleeting duration, one encounters the profound sword techniques and the enigmatic 5-directional escape methods. At this moment, Deng finds himself utterly perplexed, grappling to comprehend the situation. Who exactly are you? Whom do you have standing behind you? Deng cannot help but draw associations. The 2 divine skills of Jiang Chen leave him envious. Furthermore, he believes that even attempting to practice would not allow him to reach Jiang Chen's level. In addition, there is Jiang Chen's cultivation. It appears to be under his own volition, breaking through at will, entirely disregarding conventional norms. Throughout the ages in the primordial realm, Deng has never encountered anyone quite like him, unless a sudden thought strikes Deng's mind. Perhaps this could indeed elucidate the current circumstances. Unless you are an incarnation of a certain saint. Jiang Chen observes the incredulous expression on his face. Initially intending to assert his individuality, a sudden notion arises within him. He then shifts his tone, deliberately adopting a more profound demeanor, saying, I have come to realize that your intellect, Deng, surpasses my expectations. Chapter 125, Deceiving the Masses. I am Amitabha. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, Randang was momentarily taken aback, his expression shifting through a myriad of complex emotions. Shock, astonishment, and disbelief played across his face, while nearby, other Buddhas and demons keenly observed the confrontation between Jiang Chen and Randang. As Jiang Chen spoke, they too listened intently, catching both the question posed by Randang and Jiang Chen's response. In that fleeting moment, many were left speechless, gazing at Jiang Chen with a sense of bewilderment. It was not that they lacked intelligence or the capacity for thought. Rather, if anyone else had uttered such claims, they would have dismissed them outright. Yet, the individual in question was Jiang Chen, compelling them to ponder the veracity of his assertions. If Jiang Chen were indeed an incarnation of some divine being, what could be the true intention behind the events of this day? Upon hearing Jiang Chen's proclamation, Wu Tian was equally astonished, momentarily halting his pressure on the Tathagata. He refrained from immediate retaliation, instead watching Jiang Chen in silence, his mind racing to decipher the intricate connections at play and what forces might choose to act against Ling Shan at this juncture. Jiang Chen, inwardly amused but outwardly impassive, called out Amitabha. Instantly, radiant golden light surged forth from him, leaving all present, including the Tathagata, momentarily stunned. What Jiang Chen had conjured in that moment was the very essence of Amitabha, as revered by the disciples of Buddhism. In essence, Amitabha is not a tangible entity, but rather the spiritual manifestation born from the establishment of the Buddhist faith by Jade and Zhuan. It serves to uphold the tenets of Buddhism and is the source from which all Buddhist disciples draw their reverent chants. Now, Jiang Chen had audaciously donned this mantle. The faces of the assembled disciples shifted dramatically. Some contemplated kneeling in homage to this presence, while others appeared distressed, their expressions fluctuating between anxiety and disbelief. Randang, behind Maitreya, trembled with a restless spirit, unable to find solace. Impossible, he exclaimed. In response to Randang's disbelief, Jiang Chen directed his gaze towards him. There is nothing impossible. I co-founded Buddhism alongside Jade, only to find myself suppressed by their treachery. My true essence remains undying, having concealed itself within the folds of Buddhism, transforming into Amitabha. It was only because I did not reclaim my rightful position as a sage that Zhuan was able to usurp my place. Once I return, I shall displace him and reclaim all that is rightfully mine. Without pausing, Jiang Chen divulged his thoughts in a single breath. Ultimately, the blame lay with those who conspired against him, resulting in his demise and subsequent rebirth among humanity. His purpose now was to root himself within the human realm, shatter the current state of Ling Shan, and reclaim his essence, restoring order from chaos. The onlookers were left speechless, reeling from the weight of his declarations. However, this was not the outcome that Jiang Chen desired. He immediately continued, "In this present age, you must first release the source. Once I have seized the fortune and opened the fundamental gates of Buddhism, I shall summon my true spirit. At that time, I will reclaim my position as a sage. After vanquishing the one known as Zhuan, I shall grant you all that you desire, even allowing you to advance further if you so wish." An eerie silence enveloped the gathering. Even the formidable Wu Tian was caught in contemplation, pondering the veracity of Jiang Chen's words. Randang found himself momentarily stunned, struggling to articulate a response. He had briefly considered the possibility that Jiang Chen might be the incarnation of a certain sage. Yet, he never anticipated that it would manifest in such an extraordinary manner. Everyone was aware of the methods employed by sages. It was an unspoken understanding. Yet, the existence of such a hidden connection was beyond imagination. The implication that Jiang Chen had been wronged by Jade and Zhuan, coupled with the notion that his strength could rival that of a sage, was astonishing. Moreover, the revelation that half of his true spirit lay concealed within the depths of Buddhist fortune while the other half had reincarnated was equally perplexing. Now he sought to reclaim his true spirit, return to the sacred position, and confront Zhuan, thereby reshuffling the hierarchy of Buddhism. What began as an upheaval of Mount Ling Shan had transformed into a quest for its salvation, and when articulated by Jiang Chen, it bore an unsettling semblance of reason. Randang's lips quivered as he recognized a troubling truth. The purity of the Buddhist light surrounding Jiang Chen was astonishingly radiant. In a direct comparison, even the combined essence of himself, Ru Lai, and Mi Lu fell short. This was inconceivable. His remaining rationality compelled him to utter this final exclamation. Yet no one else dared to speak, enveloped in silence. He turned to Ru Lai and Mi Lu, who too remained mute. Suddenly, he cast his gaze back upon Jiang Chen, his pupils widening in disbelief. He perceived an ethereal aura emanating from Jiang Chen, suggesting a convergence of past, present, and future. How could this be? Could it be that he truly is? If all he claimed were indeed true, then what we have been reciting must have been mere illusions. A chorus of voices emerged, as the three Buddhas found themselves engulfed in doubt. Not to mention the other disciples of Buddhism, a myriad of thoughts surged within them, relentlessly assaulting their minds. Their own divine powers, which had been in motion, could barely maintain stability, and that was a modest outcome. More alarmingly, their Buddhist hearts were under constant siege. Many felt their radiance diminish, and an uncanny stillness settled upon the Buddhist faction. Ru Lai remained silent, his expression a mask of bewilderment as he gazed skyward, his sight naturally directed towards Jade and Yuan-Ti, who were currently collaborating against the three sovereigns and 5 emperors. At this juncture, the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors found themselves in a state of passive defense. After all, a sage remains a sage. Despite the myriad strategies and profound foundations at the disposal of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, they still found themselves at a disadvantage in the face of overwhelming power. Their sole focus was on stalling Jade and Yuan-Ti, preventing them from influencing Jiang Chen. The 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors were exerting every ounce of their strength to delay the inevitable. The other party was naturally oblivious to the events unfolding beneath the sacred mountain. However, things were different for the bodhisattvas of Jade and Yuan-Ti. Although they were preoccupied with the affairs of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, their gaze still swept downward. Despite the immense distance of countless miles separating them from the sacred mountain, such a distance was trivial in the presence of a sage. They were acutely aware of what transpired below and the experiences that unfolded there. Upon hearing the tale concocted by Jiang Chen, their hearts raced with fury, almost to the point of spitting blood. While others may remain ignorant of the underlying secrets, were these two truly unaware? How dare Jiang Chen weave such fabrications about them? The most alarming consequence of his reckless words was that some disciples of the great Thunderclap Monastery had genuinely begun to lower their defenses. This significantly diminished the fortunes of the Buddhist sect. Jiang Chen, you audacious rogue, how dare you distort the truth of the sages? When we arrive, you shall be reduced to ashes. Chapter 126. Ruthlessness extends even to one's own, though he may have been reproached. One could not deny that Jiang Chen possessed a remarkable talent for storytelling. After a string of assertions, these fools surprisingly believed nearly 70 or 80% of his claims. Beside him, the sage Yuan-Ti sighed, reflecting on how they had always been the ones to deceive others. When had it become their turn to be deceived? And judging by the situation, it appeared that the deception had been successful. If it were a matter of direct confrontation, they could accept their defeat. For Jiang Chen's prowess was indeed extraordinary. Yet, witnessing their collective Buddhist resolve thrown into disarray, with their combat effectiveness diminished by 30%, was simply unacceptable. They needed to awaken these fools before they lost everything. Upon noticing the upheaval below, Jade and Yuan-Ti hastened to the spirit mountain, willing to exchange injuries for progress. However, the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors stubbornly thwarted their advance, treating them with equal measures of resistance. They resolutely barred the 2 sages from passing. Do not rush. Esteemed sages, we stand here today. You may only enter the primordial chaos over our dead bodies. However, we are not so easily overcome. If you wish to tread upon our corpses, it will require some time. Holding the Xianyuan sword, Xianyuan wore a slight smirk, giving the impression that they held the advantage. In reality, each of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors bore significant injuries. Fortunately, the karmic energy of the populace continually replenished their vitality, allowing their wounds to stabilize swiftly. Jade and Yuan-Ti exchanged glances, reminiscent of birds being pecked by hawks after a long day of hunting. Meanwhile, on the spirit mountain below, Jiang Chen observed the hesitant crowd, his expression turning stern as he called out, I have already conveyed the entirety of this matter to you. Why do you not hasten to surrender? Join me in restoring order, and you shall be richly rewarded. Consider why Kongxian departed. Why have Jade and Yuan-Ti yet to arrive? A series of questions left the assembly bewildered. Why? They had no answers. These inquiries, however, seemed undeniably reasonable. Jiang Chen regarded their expressions with a smirk. He could indulge in deception without consequence. Kongxian's departure was tied to the sages, who were now obstructed by the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. Thus, his questions remained unverifiable. Coupled with his earlier actions, he had indeed managed to intimidate everyone. Everything appeared absurd, yet the timing was eerily perfect, leaving even the likes of Tathagata powerless to ascertain the truth. As Jiang Chen continued his narrative, the fighting spirit of those present waned. They had halted their efforts, But the cultists and demonic forces showed no signs of retreat. Without hesitation, they surged forward to expand their gains. It was astonishing that a mere spark of inspiration could yield such drastic effects. The Buddhist sects had long been the deceivers, under the illusion of their own might. As he realized he had been deceived, Jiang Chen silently lamented his own naivety. At this moment, he was genuinely grateful for his experiences as a storyteller, which allowed him to weave elaborate tales without so much as a hint of embarrassment or breathlessness. He could craft narratives that were thrilling and captivating, swaying the minds of many. Just as he was preparing to continue his charade, two resounding voices erupted like thunder in the ears of the assembly. The hearts of all present were jolted, and in an instant, Jiang Chen's facade crumbled. His disguise hinged on two factors. The first was his nine-calamity divine eye, which could forcibly intertwine the causal lines of those around him, making figures like Tathagata and Maitreya feel an uncanny familiarity, as if deeply connected to him and the Buddhist teachings. The second was the Great Tao Life Book, which melded the true spirits of the Buddhist disciples he had slain into his own essence, linking them through the powers of the quasi-saintly mixed primordial energies. However, the sudden voices directly affected his magical aura, causing it to dissipate. In that fleeting moment, the previously bewildered burning lamp, Maitreya, and Tathagata regained their senses. Those voices were unmistakably their own saints, and Jiang Chen's cover was blown. At this moment, burning lamp, Maitreya, and Tathagata glared at Jiang Chen with fury in their eyes. They were on the brink of believing his words, and now, it was abundantly clear that he had been deceiving them all along, treating them as mere fools. This was an affront to their dignity. While they could accept that Jiang Chen's power surpassed their own, they could not tolerate being toyed with by his mere words. Such tactics were traditionally employed by them against others, not the other way around. Jiang Chen, your actions demand retribution in blood. A thunderous roar echoed, as the three great Buddhas and the other bodhisattvas from Ling Mountain unleashed their divine powers upon Jiang Chen. The wrath of 10,000 Buddhas was upon him. Jiang Chen smirked. Though exposed, he had still managed to gain some advantage. The five elements' mysterious shield activated, rendering all their attacks futile. Not at all. How can you speak of me in such a manner? Crafting these tales is no easy task. Moreover, I do have some basis for my words. The trio of Tathagata, Maitreya, and Burning Lamp seethed with indignation at Jiang Chen's audacity. The members of the Buddhist sect gritted their teeth in frustration, their previously quelled battle spirit surging back to life as they charged fiercely at their foe. Ha ha ha, splendid, splendid. My friend Jiang, your storytelling surpasses even the tales I heard on the Slaying Immortal platform. Truly, you are remarkable. Sun Wukong, having regained his composure, laughed heartily, his face alight with mockery as he regarded the gathering before him. These bald donkeys are constantly scheming this and that. Unexpectedly, they now find themselves bewildered by Jiang Chen's manipulation. Jiang Chen, facing imminent demise, still dares to boast. The words of Ran Deng emerge slowly, seemingly squeezed through clenched teeth. Imminent demise? I feel no such thing. Your words may frighten children, but they hold no power over me. As Jiang Chen spoke, he grasped his primordial knife and began to wield it, sending arcs of blinding light slicing through the air around him. Initially, this action posed no issue. However, with a single stroke, Jiang Chen inadvertently beheaded a formidable demon lord. A torrent of inky mist erupted forth, resembling a gushing fountain. The colossal head soared skyward before crashing heavily to the ground, its eyes wide with disbelief. Ran Deng, still in the midst of speaking, was rendered speechless. Even the distant Wu Tian appeared dazed. The circle of gods, spirits, and demons surrounding them all stared, their eyes widened in shock, their minds struggling to comprehend the unfolding events. What is happening? Could it be that Jiang Chen, in his ferocity, is willing to slay even his own? Chapter 127. The Demon Lord of No Heaven. Ensnaring Jiang Chen into darkness. Jiang Chen, what are you doing? No Heaven bellowed in fury. His anger was wholly justified. Jiang Chen's actions were utterly perplexing. He could scarcely believe that a powerhouse of Jiang Chen's caliber would lose control over his own blade, resulting in the execution of a general under his command. This demon was a Deluo, a figure akin to his right arm. If it had been an ordinary demon, there were plenty on the vast expanse of the primal continent. Jiang Chen could have dispatched them at will, and no Heaven would not have batted an eyelid, perhaps even applauding his prowess. However, a Deluo was an entirely different matter. Regardless of the faction, be it a saintly sect or otherwise, Deluo represented the backbone of power, occupying a crucial position within the hierarchy. They were formidable forces against external threats, while simultaneously serving as inspirational figures within. This was especially true within the demon race. which was already marginalized in the eyes of the world, often targeted for annihilation due to the enmity towards their progenitor. Cultivating a deluo demon was akin to scaling the heavens in difficulty. The investment of time, energy, and resources that no heaven had dedicated to this deluo demon was immense. He had intended for this occasion to showcase his prowess, only for the general to meet his demise not at the hands of an enemy, but by an ally's blade. Who could bear such an affront? Certainly not him. Upon hearing no heaven's words, Jiang Chen's gaze shifted slightly, lingering on him for a moment before falling silent. This was not due to a lack of desire to respond. Although the situation appeared irrational, Jiang Chen had his calculations. At this juncture, he had already attained the powers of divinity, immortality, demonhood, and Buddhism. Only one last aspect remained to complete the quintessence of the primordial divine arts, demon slaying. Originally, he had planned to achieve this using no heaven's head as a trophy. However, circumstances had shifted. His ambition to overturn the Buddhist sect and elevate humanity could only be postponed. With new developments arising, such as the interference of Jane and Junti, which had unveiled his disguise, it became evident that the opponents were gradually gaining ground, and the situation of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors was dire. Time was no longer on his side. Thus, Jiang Chen was compelled to suppress his anguish and strike down his ally. There was no need for him to justify his actions to no heaven at this moment. Their presence here, united against the Buddhist sect, was not born of camaraderie, but rather of mutual benefit. In this world, profit could reconcile all differences, even the irreconcilable conflicts between beings. From their inception, they were adversaries. In strict terms, both the Buddhist sect and the demon race were enemies of Jiang Chen. However, the current reality dictated that the enemy of my enemy is my friend, and they would temporarily ally to assault the Buddhist sect. As for why he had not answered no heaven's inquiry, he was currently immersed in his thoughts, contemplating the art of exterminating demons. Wu Tian was keenly aware of this. Observing Jiang Chen's silence, a surge of irritation welled up within him, particularly as his inquiries were met with mere glances and no verbal response. Could it be that Jiang Chen had been influenced by the 2 divine thoughts of the sage? A sudden idea took root in Wu Tian's mind. If he had indeed fallen under the sage's influence, then an opportunity might present itself. At that moment, a wildly ambitious notion ignited within Wu Tian, one that seemed even more audacious than directly slaying a demon. It involved guiding Jiang Chen down the path of darkness. Currently, they shared a partnership, united by a common enemy. However, it was inevitable that they would eventually part ways. This was a certainty. Yet, Jiang Chen's prowess was overwhelmingly formidable. Wu Tian had never encountered such innate talent before. To speak candidly, he felt overshadowed. His perception of Jiang Chen had undergone a profound transformation. Seizing the moment while Jiang Chen was in a state of emotional turmoil, Wu Tian resolved to plant the seeds of inner demons within him, gradually leading him astray. The potential growth of his demonic sect was staggering. As his thoughts raced, Wu Tian ultimately made a decisive choice. He abruptly abandoned the presence of the Tathagata, swiftly moving to Jiang Chen's side. With a hand placed firmly on his shoulder, an immense wave of demonic energy surged through his arm and into Jiang Chen's body, infiltrating his very being. Echoes of demonic whispers began to resonate within Jiang Chen's consciousness. 2 madmen. Wu Tian did not conceal his intentions. The Tathagata could easily discern the implications of Wu Tian's actions. Wu Tian sought to lead Jiang Chen into the depths of darkness. Jiang Chen had slain one of his demons, and now he would reciprocate by drawing Jiang Chen into the abyss. When considered in this light, it seemed rather fair. In the midst of this contemplation, the Tathagata suddenly halted. Had this been prior to Jiang Chen assuming the guise of Amitabha's true reincarnation, it would have been understandable for the Tathagata to intervene. Even if Jiang Chen had brought a host of celestial beings to challenge the spiritual mountain, it would not have concerned the mountain itself. In fact, it would only serve to affirm Jiang Chen's worth. A simple declaration of destiny with the Buddha would suffice to facilitate his entry into the spiritual mountain, possibly even elevating him to a higher status, as many had done so before. However, the circumstances had shifted. Jiang Chen had drawn the ire of 2 great sages. Offending the sages was a grave matter. Even the Tathagata could not admit Jiang Chen into the fold of Buddhism unless the sages themselves intervened. Given Jiang Chen's past actions, any Buddha who advocated for him would find themselves in peril. After a moment's hesitation, the Tathagata realized he had missed the opportune moment to act. At this point, the demonic energy that Wu Tian had summoned had fully permeated Jiang Chen's body. It was a success. He had indeed been stirred by the sage's divine consciousness. As the waves of demonic energy coursed through Jiang Chen, Wu Tian's smile broadened, reveling in his triumph. Consider the significance of that fallen demonic overlord. If Jiang Chen were to succumb to the darkness, even if all the fiends he had summoned perished here, it would still be a tremendous gain. With a smile, Wu Tian proclaimed, "From this day forth, you shall be the vice leader of the demon sect." As he spoke, Wu Tian prepared to employ his own essence to inscribe a mark within Jiang Chen's consciousness. However, at that moment, he suddenly sensed a surge of energy, a domineering, unparalleled aura erupting from within Jiang Chen. This presence was so formidable that it instilled a profound sense of dread within him. Jiang Chen harbored an authentic power that evoked an instinctual fear deep within his being. Wu Tian staggered back a few paces, momentarily bewildered. This unforeseen turn of events caught him completely off guard. The overwhelming aura caused many of the gathered fiends to shudder uncontrollably, and even he, the demon lord, felt an unsettling trepidation. This force seemed to specifically target the very essence of their existence, a force designed to counteract the demonic itself. How could this be possible? Chapter 128. The Source Divine Ability, the Buddha's Regret. With a sharp clang, the sound of a blade echoed ominously in Wu Tian's ears, leaving him utterly astonished. The Buddha gazed at Jiang Chen, sensing the aura emanating from him. As he beheld the scene before him, a peculiar sense of déjà vu washed over him. Maitreya? Randallite. At last, the Buddha found clarity. Why did he feel this uncanny familiarity with the other? Hadn't Jiang Chen previously wielded this very divine ability? It had only been directed at their Buddhist sect once or twice, leaving them perplexed. Yet this third occurrence unfolded right before his eyes. If he could no longer perceive it, then he ought to relinquish his title as the Buddha. This divine ability, too, pointed directly to the source. Contemplating Jiang Chen's prowess, the Buddha was gripped by a chilling dread. Simultaneously, he felt a pang of regret. Had he known the adversary possessed such concealed capabilities, he would have exerted every ounce of strength to suppress him, not to mention the possibility of conversion. At the very least, he could have restrained him. Now, they found themselves entangled in a myriad of complications. In a moment of hesitation, the Buddha's thoughts turned to Jiang Chen's terrifying potential, and all he felt was regret. Meanwhile, the black lotus beneath Wu Tian blossomed rapidly, enveloping him in a shroud of darkness. He had no desire to experience the terrifying blade's shadow a second time. Just as he braced himself to endure the imminent assault, he heard Jiang Chen's calm voice. "Wu Tian, my friend, what do you intend to do?" His expression suggested that the preceding events were nothing but a distant memory. Yet this very demeanor was what sent chills down one's spine. Wu Tian sensed a tumult of emotions swelling within him, but they lodged in his throat, refusing to surface. "And nothing," he managed to utter, suppressing his turmoil. "That is good. My friend, we remain within the Buddhist realm, facing adversaries who are also of our own order. Do not act foolishly at this juncture," Jiang Chen continued, his tone deceptively tranquil, yet laced with an undercurrent of subtle threat. Wu Tian felt an urge to curse. Had it not been for Jiang Chen's abrupt annihilation of his formidable adversary, he would never have entertained such thoughts. Yet, he chose to remain silent. In the wilderness, strength reigned supreme. While Jiang Chen's cultivation might not rival Wu Tian's, the formidable blade intent that had erupted from him moments ago had clearly demonstrated his extraordinary capabilities. Moreover, as Jiang Chen had pointed out, they shared a common enemy, at least until the Buddhist sect faced complete obliteration. They were akin to grasshoppers on the same strand of rope. Observing Wu Tian's reaction, Jiang Chen refrained from further probing, instead turning his attention to the ever-watchful Randallite nearby. "What troubles you? Why do you regard me with such eyes? Did you not trust my words earlier? If I recall correctly, your resolve seemed to waver just now." Upon hearing this, Randallite's fury surged violently within him. "Jiang Chen, he is a sage. How can you display such a blatant lack of reverence towards a sage? Fabricating an elaborate narrative to orchestrate a charade, how audacious." Listening to the cold, cutting words of Ran Dang, Jiang Chen retorted without reservation. "Let us dispense with the formalities. There is no need for grand titles between us. Is it not your customary practice to achieve your aims by any means necessary? I have merely drawn a slight inspiration from your methods." Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, Ran Dang was evidently reminded of his previous actions, plunging him into a profound silence. Had this been a time before, he would have undoubtedly countered Jiang Chen's remarks. However, recalling how he had summoned the true spirits of Buddhism one by one to divulge all their misdeeds, he realized that his facade had long since been shredded. No amount of further discourse could mask the truth. The stain of corruption had already tainted the Buddhist order, and over the years, the lines between them had blurred beyond distinction. It was not a simple matter to eradicate such taint with a few choice phrases. Moreover, the Buddhist sect had thrived through these very tactics. Should they attempt to expunge every trace of such methods, the prospects for their future growth would be dim indeed. Randang ceased to engage in further verbal sparring. In the realm of the primal chaos, right and wrong were settled through might. With a surge of intent, Randang's formidable powers radiated outward, swirling like thunderous clouds. Jiang Chen understood that Randang, unable to articulate a rebuttal, was consumed by rage and thus compelled to act. He welcomed this turn of events. His earlier encounter with Randang had left him with a sense of unfulfilled vengeance. Now, having grasped the essence of the demon-slaying divine technique, he found that the 4 previously acquired techniques of slaying gods, immortals, demons, and Buddhas were harmonizing into a singular, more potent form. Once the 5 techniques fused completely, a transformative metamorphosis would occur, elevating his combat prowess to unprecedented heights. In that eventuality, Randang would surely fall beneath his blade. This impending battle would serve as a catalyst for the fusion process. Since you resort to violence instead of reason, let me demonstrate that you cannot best me in either debate or combat. Jiang Chen bellowed, mentally pressuring Randang once more. He then unleashed a strike with the Hunyuan blade, its radiance manifesting as a celestial curtain that surged toward Randang. As Jiang Chen and Randang clashed once more, Sun Wukong and Jin Chanzi joined forces to confront Mithriya. They had attentively absorbed every word spoken by Jiang Chen. Well said, my friend. Does not your Buddhist order thrive on the misuse of your own divine powers? Sun Wukong proclaimed. Now, let us face the consequences of karma. With a sudden surge, the golden rod in his hand ascended, transforming into a towering force that descended from the heavens, rending the sky and igniting the stars with fiery brilliance. In this momentous strike, Sun Wukong activated the fundamental laws of his own being, rapidly imprinting his influence upon all present. Under his sway, the celestial beings were driven into a frenzy, charging recklessly toward their adversaries. Do you believe I am powerless against you, Wukong? Mithriya mused, having previously been wary of a potential ambush from behind. With his hand persistently held back, he could not concentrate on dealing with Sun Wukong. Who would have anticipated that this fellow would rise and boast even more brazenly? He had long harbored a belly full of rage, which finally erupted uncontrollably. If he seeks death, let him not blame me. Mithriya suddenly unleashed a mouthful of essence blood, which fell upon the golden altar that Jiang Chen had cleaved open with his blade. Instantly, the altar radiated with Buddhist light, and the original fissures restored to their pristine state. It then transformed into 2 streams of golden light, hurtling towards Sun Wukong with incredible speed. The convergence of these forces, akin to the union of heaven and earth, bore down upon Sun Wukong with a terrifying aura of suppression. At that moment, time, space, and the very essence of the world were all sealed. Feeling this overwhelming pressure, Sun Wukong furrowed his brow, surprised at the simplicity with which this magical artifact was restored. Sun Wukong, did you ever imagine? This is but one of my authorities. Restoration is indeed straightforward. Yet, the process of restoration was not as effortless as he claimed. Otherwise, he would not have expelled a mouthful of essence blood. Based on his blood, it continuously burned, enabling him to transpose future events into the present, rendering them tangible. It was as though he had appropriated a future-perfect golden altar for use in the current battle. Chapter 129. Wukong. I, the old monkey, shall pierce through this world, breaking the void with my eyes. Sun Wukong summoned his divine powers, unleashing 2 beams of golden light from his eyes. Above the 9 heavens and beneath the earth, he beheld everything. In that moment, the heavens appeared to descend while the earth rose, and he felt himself as the one being compressed. Sun Wukong had come to realize that Mithriya was employing the forces of heaven and earth to suppress him. This revelation reminded him of his previous encounter with the sleeves of Xinyuanzi. Suddenly, memories of Jiang Chen's actions surged within his mind, prompting a defiant smile. Old man, if you think to confront me in this manner, then I shall rend the heavens and the earth asunder. Sun Wukong roared to the skies, and immediately, an overwhelming force of attraction emanated from him, drawing in all surrounding spiritual energy. The power of the laws surged forth, golden patterns of crimson rock weaving through his entire being. Under the watchful gaze of all, Sun Wukong's form grew ever more formidable. With the power of the heavens and earth at his command, half of his body soon melded into the clouds. With his feet planted upon the ground and hands braced against the heavens, he forcefully held up the compressing cosmos. Not only that, but he exerted all his strength to expand it further. Wukong, do you think you are capable of holding up the heavens and the earth? Mithriya bellowed. observing Sun Wukong's stance. With a wave of his hand, formidable waves of magical energy surged forth. However, this does serve as a reminder. I once heard Jiang Chen recount the tale of the foolish old man who moved mountains. Though it seems foolish, it has indeed inspired me greatly. Now, let us see if you can endure this endless burden. In an instant, flashes of golden light materialized, revealing numerous figures, humans, demons, and a multitude of guardian deities, who relentlessly launched attacks at Sun Wukong. Clearly, these assaults posed little threat to Wukong, who wielded the power of the heavens and earth. Yet, the relentless onslaught would inevitably accumulate into a formidable force. The purpose behind this was straightforward: to disrupt Sun Wukong's divine ability, allowing the heavens and earth he had summoned to press down upon him. In this contest of divine powers, should the heavens and earth descend, any cultivator of lesser strength would be instantly subdued. Thus, only Sun Wukong, Jiang Chen, Wu Tian, Xinyuanzi, and a few others would remain. This would tilt the scales of power in Mithria's favor. Observing this scene, the others understood the gravity of the situation. Consequently, they hastened their attacks against Mithria during this critical interval, aiming not to defeat him, but to at least hinder him, enabling Sun Wukong to gain the upper hand. Alas, even with the utmost efforts of the group led by Jinchanzi, the disparity in strength remained insurmountable. Sun Wukong, drawing fire away in the front line, now found himself unable to manage the pressure. Xinyuanzi and Han Yuan were similarly occupied, and anxiety was etched upon the faces of all present. From the recent events, they have come to the realization that the two saints are likely already on their way. They are also aware of certain schemes and know that the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors will attempt to intercept. However, this is far from a foolproof plan. From the beginning until now, they have been racing against time. If they can breach the Buddhist sect before the saints arrive, it would be fortunate. Yet, if they fail to achieve their goal swiftly, they risk being suppressed. When the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors can no longer hold back, and when the likes of Jane and Zhuanti descend, none present will escape unscathed. The hard-won ally, Han Yuan, could be extinguished, leading to the complete dissolution of their true essence. It is also likely that they themselves will become targets for the 2 saints, possibly even being converted to serve the Buddhist sect. The mere thought of transforming into a bald monk and serving the Buddhist order sends a chill down Xinyuan's spine. A sense of unwillingness and resentment churns among the crowd. Everyone exerts their utmost effort to expand their advantage. Yet the 4 great bodhisattvas have subtly woven a grand formation, intricately linking their energies and firmly holding them back. The 2 saints are on the verge of descending, and at that moment, Guanyin smiles, expressing willingness to collaborate with all in the service of the Buddhist sect. However, to Xinyuan's and Han Yuan, that smile appears deeply ironic. Just then, a brilliant light erupted above their heads, fleeting yet profound. The deities that had previously surrounded Sun Wukong vanished entirely. The blade's edge did not diminish as it spread outward. The terrifying aura influenced the other Buddhas, causing them to flee in haste. The final remnants of the great thunder sound temple collapsed entirely, disappearing without a trace under the weight of that single strike. How could this be possible? The crowd gaped in astonishment, turning their gaze towards Jiang Chen. No one expected that, amidst such circumstances, Jiang Chen could still summon the focus to deliver a strike. Ruan Deng also looked towards Jiang Chen. Although that strike was delivered unexpectedly, Ruan Deng could clearly sense an extraordinary aura emanating from it. It had grown even stronger, rendering the blow even more formidable. Mithria mused inwardly, not only that, but he distinctly felt Jiang Chen's aura becoming increasingly pure. Previously, during their battles with him and Kong Xian, he could sense laying of energies within Jiang Chen. However, now, that aura was remarkably condensed, instilling a sense of dread within him. Ruan Deng's thoughts flickered momentarily, and then his heart raced. He could hardly believe his previous notion. If this were the case, could Jiang Chen's power not grow infinitely? He had not yet reached a bottleneck, and his strength could still increase. How could such a being exist within the realms? Ruan Deng continually reassured himself within, striving to calm his racing mind. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen remained unfazed and struck once more, the brilliance of his blade flashing in the air. At this moment, his blade gleamed without stirring the slightest breath from the surroundings, appearing as an unremarkable strike. Only the one facing him, the burning lamp, could comprehend the true terror of this blade. It barely grazed his scalp before suddenly pivoting towards the outer circle where Mithria stood. Mithria, who had been intently battling Sun Wukong, felt a surge of panic in his heart. Without hesitation, he drew forth 3 inferior innate spiritual treasures and detonated them. successfully defending against the strike and preventing further harm. Yet, throughout this encounter, Jiang Chen did not cast a single glance at Mithriya. Burning lamp. As I engage you in combat, I may allow distractions, but you cannot, for it would lead to your demise. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's slightly mocking words, the burning lamp felt a jolt of fury. Jiang Chen, do not become too arrogant. Today you shall be subdued here. At this moment, the burning lamp was a tempest of rage and determination. He resolved that no matter the cost, he must vanquish Jiang Chen today. Otherwise, the consequences would be akin to a fish leaping over the dragon gate or a tiger returning to the deep mountains, spiraling into chaos. Casting a glance at the nearby Tathagata and Mithriya, both of whom were occupied, he sighed and decided to reveal his trump card. After all, being an ancient powerhouse, he surely possessed a few hidden tactics. Just as he prepared to unleash his secret weapon, Mithriya roared in defiance. If that is the case, then come and test this. At that moment, Mithriya sat cross-legged, and a golden form emerged behind him, exuding an air of solemnity and majesty. Chapter 130. The Great Powers of Mithriya Buddha. The future body. Mithriya had finally made his move. To him, Jiang Chen's recent actions were an immense provocation, a blatant disregard for his presence. That strike was both a sneak attack and a display of contempt, an affront he could scarcely endure. Behind Mithriya, a radiant golden light flickered, transforming into ripples akin to an object cast into water. With a resounding splash, Jiang Chen seemed to hear the sound of water swirling into waves. This individual was preparing to strike. What kind of assault would it be? Even Ruandang had taken 2 steps back, prompting Jiang Chen to furrow his brow. In that moment, he found himself perplexed, unable to discern what supernatural ability Mithriya might wield. Yet, the reactions of those around him indicated that this power was anything but ordinary. Both parties had reached such a level of mastery that they could sufficiently deduce one another's capabilities. Just as each of Jiang Chen's strikes bore the essence of the Buddha-slaying technique, Mithriya's powers undoubtedly posed a threat to him. The inability to anticipate this technique, coupled with the lack of any perceptible change in his surroundings, only served to underscore its extraordinary nature. Jiang Chen's curiosity surged, and he expanded the reach of his 9 calamities divine eye. However, at that moment, Ruandang's attack had already descended upon him. A flicker of flame, not particularly bright, drifted toward him, appearing almost mundane. Yet Jiang Chen was acutely aware of the terror it concealed. Previously, Ruandang had utilized this very flame to restore his own vitality. If he were to be ensnared by it, he might also face regression. Jiang Chen would not allow this to transpire. As the fire divine ability activated, the flame passed right in front of him. Just as he exhaled in relief, that sensation of being targeted returned with a vengeance. Jiang Chen understood then that Ruandang was employing his past Buddhist techniques in an attempt to thoroughly ensnare him. Since escape was futile, he resolved to fight. With a surge of determination, Jiang Chen raised his blade once more, unleashing the Buddha-slaying power. This technique had been showcased repeatedly before the onlookers, yet its effectiveness remained astonishing. No matter how many times they witnessed it, they could not comprehend why Jiang Chen's blade could so directly pierce the essence of their Buddha forms. As if it were inherently designed to counter them, those formidable divine forms would instinctively shrink in his presence. With a decisive slash aimed at Ruandang, Jiang Chen concentrated all the force of his 9 calamities divine eye upon Mithriya. This was his primary concern. What schemes was this individual concocting? Jiang Chen found himself perpetually puzzled. As he gazed through the 9 calamities divine eye, he felt as though he had plunged into a world of bubbles. A myriad of phenomena erupted within his consciousness, a chaotic array of visions flooding his mind. This overwhelming spectacle rendered him disoriented, as if the very fabric of reality were trembling, and his magical power was becoming stagnant. What was happening? Jiang Chen was acutely aware of the immense strength of the 9 calamities divine eye he wielded. The ability to explore causality was remarkable. Even in his earlier days of limited cultivation, he could directly glimpse the essence of formidable beings at the Deluo level. He could even effortlessly perceive those on the quasi-saint tier. Although he felt a wave of pressure at that time, it was not comparable to the disorienting sensation he experienced now. This divine ability could even influence my 9 tribulations divine eye. Jiang Chen felt a jolt of horror within. Quickly striving to maintain his composure, he focused his mind and amplified his mana, attempting to clarify his insights. Then, at that moment, a voice suddenly resonated in his ears. This voice seemed to echo around him, yet also surged from deep within his heart. He could not discern when it had emerged. More critically, the speaker was none other than Mithriya. As Mithriya's voice uttered those 3 words, the chaotic images detected by Jiang Chen's 9 tribulations divine eye swiftly vanished. leaving only a brilliant golden light, revealing Mithriya before him. Under the gaze of the 9 tribulations' divine eye, Mithriya fixed his eyes upon Jiang Chen and began to approach him. No, he was not walking towards me. He was heading towards another version of myself. At that moment, I was attached to another incarnation of myself. Mithriya could only see this other self, not the true essence of who I am. Hence, even if my original self were to appear here, he would remain oblivious. This statement may seem convoluted, yet it encapsulated Jiang Chen's newfound understanding. It was precisely because of the 9 tribulations' divine eye's ability to trace the threads of causality that he could identify another version of himself when Mithriya employed his unique techniques, referred to by Mithriya as second Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, no matter how transcendent you become, you remain no match for me. Did you think it was easy to become this future Buddha? Once I shatter your future and navigate the currents of time, I find it hard to believe that a version of you devoid of a future can maintain your present state. Jiang Chen was taken aback by these words. His adversary had discovered his future self and was now targeting it. Yet, shouldn't his future self be stronger? Jiang Chen was perplexed, believing that his power would only grow, to the point where he could easily vanquish Mithriya. Even a mere illusion of his future self should not be something his opponent could withstand. In the midst of his contemplation, Jiang Chen realized that his adversary had not located his future self, but rather found the weakest version of himself among countless possibilities. He had utilized immense mana to freeze this frail future self, and then projected it onto the present. This revelation elucidated why he had heard the phrase "I found it." Jiang Chen comprehended Mithriya's intent, and he was momentarily struck with astonishment. He had not anticipated such a method from his opponent. The laws of time, space, and force, these were the 3 most potent principles. Since the fall of Pangu, no one had been able to grasp the law of force. In the aftermath of the Lich War, following the fall of the ancestral, which Zhu Jiuyin, the laws of time have not re-emerged. Such concepts are rarely grasped even by the sages themselves. Mithriya is merely a nascent sage, yet he astonishingly possesses the ability to anchor his own future. Could it be possible that the Buddhist teachings have fragmented the laws of time into past, present, and future, thereby giving rise to these 3 Buddha figures? This notion flickered through Jiang Chen's mind. If one cannot fully comprehend these laws, perhaps it is feasible to delegate their understanding to various exceptionally gifted individuals. However, if that were indeed the case, the implications could be dire. Despite his overwhelming resentment, he is powerless to influence the future. Should the opponent's strategy prove effective, he would find himself utterly vulnerable, akin to a fish on a chopping block, awaiting its fate. As these thoughts swirled, even Jiang Chen could not help but feel a twinge of confusion. Could it be that I am destined to fall at the hands of Mithriya today? This thought briefly took root in Jiang Chen's mind, only to be swiftly dismissed in the next moment. Chapter 131, Celestial Level Divine Powers. Slaying both immortals and Buddhas. Mithriya, despite his formidable strength, is not without limitations. Otherwise, the title of the foremost being beneath the saints would have long been his. He is indeed weaker than Kong Xian. Thus, this particular technique is ultimately ineffective against Kong Xian. It implies that there exists a possibility of breaking through, of discovering a flaw. Otherwise, how could he so effortlessly locate the most vulnerable future self, anchoring it in the present, and with a single strike obliterate it? Kong Xian would not withstand such an assault. As this thought flickered through his mind, Jiang Chen felt a sense of clarity. Although this method is undeniably terrifying, it is not entirely insurmountable. His task now is to identify the flaw in this technique and dismantle it. The pressing question is, where might this flaw reside? What means should he employ to expose and exploit it? Jiang Chen fell into contemplation, sifting through the various divine powers within his mind. Yet, as he surveyed the landscape, none seemed adequately suited to remedy the current predicament. The sole remaining solution appeared to be the amalgamation of the 5 divine powers, slaying gods, demons, Buddhas, immortals, and devils, culminating in a celestial-level divine power. Only such a celestial-level technique could address the situation at hand, for it is a realm even the saints yearn to attain. Jiang Chen surmised that once these 5 divine powers were fully integrated, the level of mastery he would achieve could potentially harm even a saint. If one primordial-level divine power proves ineffective, then I shall unify the 5 paths. I refuse to believe you can withstand that. Alas, Jiang Chen and Kong Xian were but fleeting acquaintances, having only met during their recent fierce confrontation. Their limited interaction left Jiang Chen with scant understanding of Kong Xian's techniques. Had he known more, he might have been able to deduce how to exploit the vulnerabilities in this divine method. Nevertheless, Jiang Chen was resolute in the correctness of his intuition. He needed to act swiftly. Any delay would permit the saints to descend, leaving him no room for resistance. With a focused thought, Jiang Chen tightened his grip on the primordial blade, simultaneously utilizing the 9 tribulations divine eye to monitor Mithraya's subsequent actions, while relentlessly striking at randall. He hastened the fusion of the 5 divine powers, each strike transcending the singular focus on slaying Buddhas. Slaying demons, devils, gods, and immortals followed in succession. A continuous wave of blade light surged forth, directed at Randall. Randall furrowed his brow, persistently countering the onslaught, while casting a glance at Mithraya. This fellow, has he already mastered these techniques to such a degree? Randall mused internally. Yet, his hands did not falter. He must delay Jiang Chen. As a former Buddha, he was well aware of some of Mithraya's capabilities. However, amidst the battle, he began to sense something amiss. Jiang Chen's blade light exhibited peculiar fluctuations. Why does his blade's edge alternate between formidable and feeble, and why does its aura vary so distinctly? At one moment, a chilling sensation gripped him, and at another, it felt utterly mundane. Randang, somewhat perplexed, arrived at a conclusion after a lengthy pause. Could it be that Jiang Chen was merely making a final stand? The desperate struggle of a cornered beast. Meanwhile, Mithraya seemed to have nearly secured his victory. Contemplating this, Randang couldn't help but smile, his bodily radiance becoming even more resplendent as he pressed his palms together in a gesture of devotion, directing his energy towards Jiang Chen. Mithraya, allow me to lend you my strength. Together, we shall vanquish this rogue today, Randang proclaimed loudly. The audience, upon hearing his words, felt a jolt of surprise. Turning their gazes towards Jiang Chen, who was relentlessly unleashing a flurry of blades, Zhen Yuanzi felt a sense of foreboding. Could it be that even someone as formidable as Jiang Chen might falter against the combined might of the past and future Buddhas? At that moment, Mithraya received Randang's transmission. He let out a cold chuckle and swiftly lunged towards Jiang Chen. Yet, at that instant, an extraordinary brilliance erupted from Jiang Chen's being, both dazzling and lethal. A chilling sensation surged within Mithraya's heart, causing the hairs on his skin to stand on end, as if blades were poised to strike him. In that fleeting moment, Mithraya's instinct for battle, honed over millennia, compelled him to halt his advance and retreat. This radiant energy was none other than Jiang Chen's sword intent. How could this be? Despite expending such tremendous power to fixate upon the seemingly weakest Jiang Chen amidst myriad possibilities, how was he still capable of resistance? Mithraya was bewildered. The situation had appeared overwhelmingly favorable just moments ago, yet it had shifted in an instant. He questioned the rationale behind such an influence, feeling utterly confounded. However, his confusion did not afford him the luxury of time, as the luminous sword intent surged towards him with relentless speed. Mithraya's heart raced in turmoil. If Mithraya was struggling, then Randang was faring no better. Countless sword rays were deflected by his golden body, leaving only minor traces from the power of the annihilation of Buddhism technique. But soon, he mended those with his Buddhist practices. Suddenly, Jiang Chen ceased his relentless slashing, delivering one final strike. This blow exuded a sense of cleansing ostentation. A return to simplicity. A surge of primordial essence erupted forth. How could such an aura resonate so closely with that of a sage? Randang's spirit raced. As a peaked quasi-saint, he occasionally grasped fleeting glimpses of primordial energy. Yet, the essence emitted by this strike was incomparably profound. In that moment, Randang felt as though he were confronting a true sage. This was a blow struck by his opponent. Although Randang was not particularly versed in sword techniques, he was acutely aware of the terror exuded by this aura. Yet, what he failed to anticipate was that this strike transcended his imagination, even reaching the level of a sage, infused with a power of the Tao that he could not fully perceive. One could say that this strike truly embodied a state of boundless freedom. Regardless of one's cultivation level, whether celestial, Buddhist, demonic, or monstrous, all may fall beneath a single stroke. After executing this formidable strike, Jiang Chen suddenly experienced a moment of enlightenment within his heart. Realizing that everything could indeed be this way, he stood there, savoring the essence of that blow. Yet, Randang was already feeling a surge of trepidation. His thoughts had shifted from how to confront Jiang Chen to how to survive beneath the weight of that lethal strike. Indeed, it was a matter of survival. Previously, Randang had contemplated collaborating with Mithraya to forcefully subdue Jiang Chen. However, upon witnessing the sheer terror of Jiang Chen's devastating blow, he had entirely extinguished the notion of opposing him. What a jest! This strike, let alone him, would render even the likes of Tathagata and Mithraya powerless in unison. Could it be that his earlier assertions were indeed true? In this moment, Randing once again questioned the veracity of everything the other had claimed. Even if the Jiang Chen before him was not the reincarnation of the saint he had envisioned, he could very well be an incarnation of another saint. How else could one explain such a horrifying blow? Chapter 132. Jiang Chen, your blade is indiscriminate. In a moment of reflection, Randing forcibly interrupted all his thoughts. He turned to face the glimmer of Jiang Chen's blade. What instilled in him a deeper terror was that, despite being merely a simple strike, the radiance emanating from the blade was not even as brilliant as the previous ones. Yet, it was precisely this seemingly straightforward slash that left Randing feeling utterly at a loss. The blade appeared before him, yet it felt as though it was not there at all, as if it surged forth from all directions simultaneously. Furthermore, his true spirit, his primordial essence, his dharma form, and his physical body all sensed the relentless slicing of the blade light. This inexplicable, endless sensation of being cut compelled Randing to divert a significant portion of his focus to suppress it. Nevertheless, this feeling continued to arise incessantly. It was as though the strike Jiang Chen executed at that moment represented the very will of the heavens. This overwhelming and unstoppable force compelled all beings in the primordial world to confront the blade, leaving them unable to resist or evade it. No matter how dazzling or magnificent one might be, in the face of this strike, escape was impossible, unless one's true spirit were to shatter at that very moment. Evasion was entirely out of the question. Randing promptly rendered his most impartial judgment upon this strike. It was precisely due to this judgment that he was engulfed by a sense of powerlessness. How utterly absurd it was. As a formidable ancient being who had dominated the primordial realm for countless years, as one who had listened to the teachings in the Zixiao Palace and debated doctrines with saints, now, before this blade, he found himself utterly helpless. Randing's golden body, facing Jiang Chen, crumbled as if severed by a hot knife through butter, instantly shattered. He could scarcely repair it in that critical moment. Not only that, but the scenes flashing through his mind were those of himself being annihilated by Jiang Chen's blade. These visions began to affect his psyche. In desperation, he could only channel his divine powers, continuously pulling his essence back to himself, barely managing to suppress these images. However, the consequence of this was a steady decline in his vitality. His gaze towards Jiang Chen grew increasingly complex, with fear becoming ever more pronounced. As he activated his divine powers to regain his composure, his golden body assumed a posture of prayer, a lotus rising amidst a halo of Buddhist light. The onlookers around him heard Randing's sigh. He resolved to endure this strike. Indeed, Randing's actions were commendable, for he now had to confront the very blade wielded by Jiang Chen's true form. On the other hand, Mithriya was in a dire predicament. Having employed his divine powers to trace the future and unravel the past, he faced Jiang Chen's strike, which similarly emanated from the future, encompassing both the present and the past. How could this be? Wasn't the time period I selected the weakest? Why is it so terrifying? At this juncture, Mithriya found himself unable to confront the impending blade. He retreated, and the previously dissipated bubbles re-emerged around him. Within these bubbles lay countless potential futures of Jiang Chen. Mithriya had returned to the temporal realm of his true self. Theoretically, that figure had been relocated to the future. After all, only his transformed essence could manifest in this present moment. Once he faded away, it would revert to the future. He believed that the opponent could not strike at the present from the future, for such an act would entail immense causality. Few could enact such a transformation. Yet, reality proved him mistaken. This retreat exacted a greater toll than before. Countless ephemeral bubbles now bore the visage of Jiang Chen. Their movements were strikingly synchronized, all executing a singular strike. Millions of radiant beams surged upstream against the currents of time from the future, aimed directly at the present Mithriya. Shadows manifested behind Mithriya, each encapsulating an individual Jiang Chen, drawn here by his aura. In that moment, across the vast primordial realm, regardless of the beings or their realms, any who gazed upon Jiang Chen would not first perceive him, but rather the terrifying silhouettes of blades, an aura that instilled dread within the heart and mind. Those harboring murderous intent or hostility towards Jiang Chen would have to confront this blade, while those with goodwill towards him had no cause for fear. On the battlefield, Wu Tian and Jiang Chen could be considered tenuous allies, bound by a common interest, yet their alliance was exceedingly fragile. Psychologically, Wu Tian bore deep-seated malice towards Jiang Chen. Otherwise, he would not have been the first to act when Jiang Chen seemingly lost control, seeking to corrupt him. Such palpable malevolence was utterly unmasked. Thus, when the blade was unleashed, Wu Tian found himself equally ensnared by its consequences. What a jest! This strike was not aimed at me. yet I too must endure its weight. Wu Tian, a being capable of appending the three realms, could not help but be struck by dismay. Jiang Chen, your blade does not distinguish between foe and ally. Wu Tian roared in protest. Moreover, his mindset underwent a transformation. A torrent of emotions surged within him. Despite his prior composure, it merely indicated his formidable self-control. Ultimately, he was not devoid of emotion. Confronted by Jiang Chen's strike, his feelings surged tumultuously. A swirl of indignation, fury, resentment, and helplessness emerged. This peak powerhouse found himself unable to master his emotions in this moment, all incited by Jiang Chen's blade. Its sheer terror shattered the fortifications of Wu Tian's heart, provoking all his sentiments through its menacing presence. Fortunately, Wu Tian quickly regained his composure, channeling his immense magical energy to fortify his spirit once more. In but a fleeting moment, my emotions were struck with such profound turbulence that I found myself momentarily oblivious to it. Wu Tian murmured, still savoring the memory of that strike. In contrast to the earlier situation, he now felt a deep-seated apprehension and dread. Yet, this was merely a transient sensation. What lay before him was the formidable challenge posed by Jiang Chen's blade. Like the monks of the Buddhist sect, he faced a daunting dilemma: how to evade Jiang Chen's lethal move. If they failed to navigate this peril before the mission they had previously devised could reach fruition, and before the Buddhist sect met its demise, he, a disciple of the demonic path, might find himself vanquished by this very strike. Ah, Jiang Chen, how formidable you are, slayer of all that exists. At this moment, Wu Tian could not suppress a series of cold laughs, his countenance a turbulent sea of emotions, oscillating between rage and mirth. Yet, these were not the expressions of his true intent. His entire being was consumed by the imperative of confronting this strike, and all these manifestations were mere involuntary responses to the profound impact of that blade upon his psyche. Chapter 133, Hao Tian in Terror. Can the Emperor of Heaven's fate be severed? The Jade Emperor gazed upon the immovable armies in the underworld, compelled by Jiang Chen's orders, and his head throbbed with mounting frustration as he observed the numerous generals. Initially, he wished to inquire about Jiang Chen's intentions, yet he soon discovered that turmoil had erupted in Lingshan. The demonic realm had manifested, launching an assault on Lingshan, shrouding it in malevolent energy that obscured any insight into the chaos within. Coupled with the terrifying tremors that occasionally resonated, which even struck fear into his heart, the Jade Emperor was increasingly perturbed. The three realms had become utterly perplexing to him, and he hesitated to take any decisive action, fearing that his interference might further complicate the already enigmatic primordial chaos. Perhaps Jiang Chen had orchestrated this, or perhaps other sects were manipulating events from the shadows. Contemplating these possibilities, the Jade Emperor resolved to adopt a stance of steadfastness amidst the tumult, safeguarding his celestial palace. Many deities in the heavenly court chose a similar approach, convening within the Lingxiao treasure hall alongside the Jade Emperor to monitor the unfolding events at Lingshan. Reactions varied. Some relished the intrigue while others were engulfed in worry. Overall, they remained committed to executing the Jade Emperor's directives, poised to respond promptly once clarity emerged. However, as the assembly remained calm and observant, a sudden flash of blade light surged forth. What could it be? As the blade light neared the Lingxiao treasure hall, the Jade Emperor felt an unsettling premonition and looked up. The distant blade light, its origin unimportant at that moment, radiated an overwhelming threat, as if it could claim their lives in an instant. Impossible. I am the Jade Emperor, sovereign of the three realms. Who dares to threaten me? The Emperor's thoughts faltered as the blade light descended upon him, threatening to extinguish his entire essence. Abruptly, he snapped back to reality, disregarding everything else, pivoting sharply to strike the dragon thrown behind him. With a resounding roar, the heavens resonated with a dragon's cry. The cosmic energies surged forth, transforming into a golden dragon to clash with the blade light, intertwining and converging within the Jade Emperor's consciousness, grounding him in that moment. Now stabilized, the Jade Emperor hastily sought the source of this assault. Yet, as he subdued the encroaching aura, a familiar sensation washed over him. This was Jiang Chen. Why has Jiang Chen's blade intent arrived here? Is he attempting to ambush me, and for what reason? The Jade Emperor quelled his tumultuous thoughts. Although he could not fully deflect the strike, he could endure it for a time, granting him the necessary moments to ponder its true nature. He was intimately acquainted with Jiang Chen's aura, recognizing it instantaneously. Just as his fury surged, believing Jiang Chen to be plotting against him, he noted an eerie silence enveloping the Lingxiao treasure hall, sending chills down his spine. Upon glancing around, he discovered that the surrounding celestial beings had each succumbed to the same state he had previously experienced. Unlike the Jade Emperor, they were unable to momentarily stabilize themselves. Witnessing this scene, even the most naive of beings could discern that the strike initiated by Jiang Chen was not aimed at a covert assassination of himself. Rather, it was directed at all present, indiscriminately and unconditionally. Shortly thereafter, the Jade Emperor perceived that his authority and fortune were subtly being transformed into pure blade light. How could this be? Why? Why was even this subject to such transformation? The Jade Emperor felt his mind falter. Having governed the three realms for so many years, he had never encountered such an enigmatic phenomenon. He had previously speculated that someone capable of such a feat might be the incarnation of a saint. Yet, at this moment, it seemed that being merely an incarnation of a saint was insignificant. This individual must be akin to a favored child of the heavenly Tao, or perhaps even a manifestation of the Tao's very essence itself. As Jiang Chen's strike severed through the vast wilderness, a profound silence enveloped the surroundings. This was beyond mere terror. The Jade Emperor yearned to delve deeper into his thoughts, but was interrupted by a sudden rush of air, as the blade light surged towards him with great speed. In that instant, the Jade Emperor's senses were once again immersed in the confrontation with the radiant blade. In the Western Paradise, at the Great Thunder Sound Temple, Jiang Chen had transcended into an incredibly profound and mysterious realm following his formidable strike, as if he had completely stepped beyond the three realms. To him, everyone appeared as mere paintings, easily torn apart at his whim. After executing such a terrifying maneuver, he was no longer simply outside the three realms or detached from the five elements. He felt himself expanding infinitely, rising to unprecedented heights. His perspective transformed from a singular realm to a myriad of layers. This was an unfathomable state, leaving even Jiang Chen momentarily astonished. After a pause, he became aware of his transformation. He sensed that with a mere thought, he could direct the blade light he had unleashed to any corner of the vast wilderness. This was not mere transportation or teleportation. It was an all-encompassing sweep. As soon as he willed it, the blade light would rush towards the direction he desired. Since the dawn of creation, I may well be the first to achieve this, Jiang Chen murmured to himself. Yet, this was not the crux of the matter. The essence of his realization lay in the sensation that he had encompassed the entirety of the world within his sight. Whenever he wished, relevant information would manifest before him. This information was not simply a recounting of past events. It embodied the very essence of the Tao inscribed upon the primordial earth. Though difficult to articulate, Jiang Chen grasped this understanding. As his consciousness expanded, the influx of information grew increasingly abundant. The myriad confusions he had previously encountered and the various imperfections that existed were all resolved in that moment. Everything unfolded naturally, as if it were destined to be. Originally, I believed that in order to combat them and swiftly overcome the repercussions left in my wake, I would require thousands, if not millions, of years to mend the damage. To my astonishment, that issue has now been entirely resolved, sighed Jiang Chen. Previously, in his encounters with others, he had pursued power and rapidly ascended in realms, inevitably leaving behind numerous hidden dangers that required meticulous refinement. While such matters could indeed be balanced with careful honing, they ultimately resulted in certain latent injuries. Consequently, Jiang Chen's mastery over these powers could not reach an unparalleled level, rendering him less than perfect. However, he is now transformed. In this current state, he has identified these deficiencies and has been able to perfect them through intricate rhythms of the Tao. Otherwise, even if Jiang Chen were to devote tens of thousands or even millions of years to polish and settle these aspects, he might not achieve the same degree of perfection he now possesses. It is one thing to speak of such matters, yet another to execute them. After all, striving for flawless breakthroughs is an endeavor that borders on the impossible, as it invariably leaves behind subtle imperfections. Chapter 134. The Three Sovereigns and Five Emperors Prepare for a Desperate Struggle. Little did I anticipate that this divine ability would not only aid me in vanquishing formidable foes, but also serve as an object of contemplation and spiritual solace, enabling me to ascend to the heights of the heavenly Tao and thereby fortify my own essence, cleansing the myriad errors within me. In this profound realization, Jiang Chen savored a fragment of insight. Yet, he did not entirely relinquish his focus, for adversaries still loomed unresolved. The likes of Ran Deng, Mi Lu, and Ru Lai remained outside, alongside Wu Tian. Furthermore, the Jade Emperor, Jie Yin, and Zhuan Ti each demanded his attention in turn. Having aligned himself with the human race, the aspiration for its resurgence was not a mere matter of rhetoric. Such ambitions were invariably accompanied by bloodshed and sacrifice. Reflecting upon his adversaries, He recognized that they extended far beyond those visible in his immediate vicinity. Apart from the detached figure of the Empress Ping Xian, other sages such as Tai Shang, Yuan Shi, Tong Tian, Zhuan Ti, and even the mother of humanity, Nu Hua, along with the Tao ancestor Hongjun, were unlikely to welcome the rise of the human race. The reasons for this were all too clear. After all, figures like Tai Shang, Yuan Shi, Tong Tian, and Zhuan Ti had entirely relied upon humanity. They had attained sanctity through the establishment of teachings among humans, only to subsequently siphon the fortune of the human race to enhance their own power. In this moment, Jiang Chen's gaze transcended dimensions. Casting its sight upon the vast expanse of the primordial earth, he instinctively directed his attention towards the realm of the heavenly court. The Jade Emperor and other celestial beings were entities that the denizens of the primordial world needed to revere. Yet, they were but experimental subjects in Jiang Chen's current pursuits. As his thoughts raced, the blade light engulfed all celestial beings. Simultaneously, he could distinctly perceive the Grand Seal, fused with the authority of the Jade Emperor, being assimilated by his blade light. Indeed, it was feasible. Jiang Chen marveled at this realization, and in the next instant, his focus shifted to the boundary where chaos met the primordial realm. At that juncture, the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors were entangled in a fierce struggle against Jie and Zhuan Ti. Various divine abilities and techniques surged forth, flames, floods, Buddhist radiance, and the fortune of humanity intertwined, transforming the battlefield into a veritable meat grinder. Regrettably, the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors had reached their limits. After all, they were not true sages. Had they remained obedient within the fire cloud cave, the human race might have still held a glimmer of hope. Yet, their blatant disregard for their own lives, daring to obstruct Jiang Chen at such a critical moment, would lead to dire consequences. From this day forth, even if they survived, the human race would pay dearly for their folly. Observing the valiant resistance of the few, Jiang sneered. The human race, of course, would not face complete annihilation. After all, they still required many resources from humanity. However, some actions necessitate bearing consequences. Henceforth, the status of humanity in the primordial realm would assuredly not be significantly better than that of mere livestock. Originally, I intended to grant you the dignity befitting the sovereign of the heavens. Since you have rejected it, prepare yourselves for confinement. Jane gazed coldly at the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. Since the free roaming cannot be tamed, they shall be enclosed. Ultimately, what they require is the vast populace of the human race. As long as they can provide faith and offerings, whether they are free or confined makes little difference to them. The free will of humanity must be severed. Otherwise, more entities like Jiang Chen and the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors will emerge, posing significant threats to us. The 2 exchanged glances and nodded slightly. This matter necessitates a united effort from other holy sects and various factions of the heavenly court. A thorough cleansing of the human race must be executed, compelling them to submit as docilely as livestock from the moment of their birth. Achieving this goal is remarkably straightforward. There are ample earthly Buddhist and Taoist nations, along with the celestial laws governed by the heavenly court. The required time is not extensive. At most, it will take a mere 10,000 years. The human race will ultimately become livestock, generating fortunes, incense, and willpower for them. As the 2 spoke lightly, they had already imposed considerable pressure on the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. The latter were already at their limits, and hearing such words naturally altered their mindset. At that moment, Fushi calmly remarked, "Our actions are merely to buy time for Jiang Chen. Now that Ling Mountain and the Great Thunder Sound Temple have fallen, it is likely that Jiang Chen has made sufficient progress. When the time comes, we can at most gamble on life and death. If we delay further, it will be too late for their arrival." Fushi bellowed, aware that engaging with the saints consumes immense energy, especially as he maintained the operation of the primordial 8 trigrams. Yet, this was no longer of consequence. After uttering these words, he moved, as if a tempest had arisen, stirring the primordial 8 trigrams. At this moment, the 8 trigrams had long been reversed by Jiang and Zhuan Ti through formidable magic. However, Fushi charged toward them, evidently aiming to correct the 8 trigrams. This fellow was truly reckless, risking everything for the sake of humanity. Jiang and Zhuan Ti understood that Fushi was not of pure human blood. In truth, he was a reincarnation. Previously, he was the emperor of the Yao clan, the brother of Enhua, and a genuine primordial deity. He had merely survived the great calamity that annihilated the Yao clan, leaving behind a wisp of true spirit in the world, which Enhua had. At great cost, and through immense power, sent into reincarnation, becoming one of the 3 sovereigns of humanity. Who could have anticipated that such an experience would enable him to genuinely advocate for the human race? The primordial 8 trigrams represented Fushi's Tao. Reversing and subduing them at this moment was akin to self-immolation. While this would indeed amplify the power of all present, it would also inflict irreparable damage upon him. After this battle, even if Fushi were to survive, he would be gravely weakened. Should he be even more resolute now, the others would face only a path to destruction. Fushi, is this truly worth it? The two exclaimed loudly, their voices filled with profound confusion. The only response they received was Fushi's furious roar. Restore the primordial bagua. The primordial bagua, disrupted by Jiang and Zhuanti, now regained its normal operational speed. In an instant, it spun rapidly, unleashing the 4 fundamental elements of earth, fire, wind, and water, almost reenacting the process of world creation. In a certain sense, it also intertwined with the opportunities of the inner and outer realms. At that moment, both Jiang and Zhuanti's expressions changed. Their fear was not rooted in the connection to the inner and outer realms, but rather in the contemplation of the consequences of this state. Fushi's demise was inevitable. How would the Saint Enwa perceive their actions? Although Enwa had remained in chaos and lacked renown in the primordial world, she was undeniably the progenitor of humanity. The strength of humankind would undoubtedly provide her with an unending source of power. Even those saints who fed off humanity's essence could grow stronger, let alone the very source of humanity itself. Moreover, she also held the faith of the demon race. Under the dual blessings of these affiliations, her true cultivation level was beyond their comprehension. The possibility of harboring enmity with her due to Fushi's death was not entirely unfathomable. Chapter 135. The astonishment of the 2 saints of the West with Fushi taking the lead. The rest of the assembly found no reason to hesitate. Shinnon let out a cold snort, and the Shinnon whip in his hand suddenly shattered, transforming into a myriad of verdant essences that surged into the innate 8 trigrams. In an instant, boundless vitality erupted around them. What was once a dreary expanse dominated by chaotic energy was entirely supplanted by this newfound life force. Herbs took root and sprouted within the void, spreading relentlessly, carpeting the surrounding millions of miles. Streams of vital energy enveloped the land. Meanwhile, the divine thoughts emanating from Jiang and Zhuanti began to recede, hindered by the verdant barrier. Shinnon had employed his own means to isolate this realm, preventing Jiang and Zhuanti from seizing the opportunity to step into the primordial chaos. What a splendid spectacle. Such a momentous event cannot be monopolized by the 2 of you. I shall join in as well. Sui Ren laughed heartily and swallowed the divine flame. Flames erupted from every pore of his being, enveloping him entirely. His form expanded several-fold, transforming him into a being of pure fire. The 3 sovereigns had already unleashed their powers, and naturally, the 5 emperors would not lag behind. The 5 elemental forces of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth surged forth from their bodies. This was their essence. Through this essence, they empowered the 3 sovereigns, augmenting their might even further. Jiang and Zhuanti stood beneath the verdant canopy, gazing at the colossal figure of the fire being before them, while also observing the 5 emperors contributing their essence. Their expressions had turned grim. Yet at that moment, the innate 8 trigrams surged once more, with the core yin-yang diagrams slowly merging, encompassing this world entirely. Jiang and Zhuanti could scarcely fathom that the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors would go to such lengths. In a fleeting moment, every action involved them burning themselves, exhausting all they had, even at the cost of their future paths, to procure overwhelming power merely to temporarily impede Jiang and Zhuanti. Though this obstruction could not be sustained for long, it was deemed worthwhile, for this delay would afford Jiang Chen ample time, which was all that mattered. When the moment came, even if they perished, their authority would instantly merge into Jiang Chen's being. All the power of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors would be absorbed into Jiang Chen, giving rise to a leader of humanity even more formidable than the human sovereign. This was something that not only they, but even the heavenly Tao, could not permit. Jiang and Zhuanti were utterly incensed. However, despite their fury, events were unfolding contrary to their expectations. Indeed, they were saints. But the desperate measures of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors could still hold them at bay. As long as they had not collapsed or completely burned out, it remained a challenge to obstruct them. We are being outmaneuvered by a mere swarm of ants. Jiang and Zhuanti were consumed by a seething fury as they beheld the scene before them. For the first time since attaining sanctity, a sense of helplessness washed over them. In that very moment, a radiant light ascended, capturing their interest. Someone had emerged to assist them. Who could it be? The 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. Igniting their own essence to manifest their full powers, suddenly reverted to their original forms. The myriad techniques they had previously unleashed were abruptly severed. Consequently, their fundamental essence remained largely intact, aside from sustaining some injuries. What was happening? The 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors exchanged bewildered glances. They were prepared for sacrifice, yet they had not anticipated such an occurrence. Even they struggled to comprehend the situation. That aura felt oddly familiar. The 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors felt a fleeting disorientation, taking a moment to regain their composure. After all, they were merely quasi-saints. And amidst the chaos of that fleeting moment, it was challenging to discern what lay concealed behind it. What on earth was this? Wait, it's Jiang Chen. Their confusion dissipated quickly as they realized that it was Jiang Chen's sword light that had disrupted their assault, forcefully returning them to their previous state. But Jiang Chen should have been engaged in fierce combat atop Ling Mountain with the Tathagata and others. Why was he here? Moreover, how was he able to intervene in their battle? Could it be that he had triumphed at Ling Mountain? No, even if he had succeeded. He should not possess such power. Otherwise, they would not have engaged in extensive prior planning, intending to distract Jane and Junti. Even the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors believed that not even a saint could restore them to their current condition. Jane and Junti gazed upon the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. The interruption of their offensive was advantageous for them, allowing them to evade the burdensome constraints. Yet, in the next instant, their expressions shifted dramatically, realizing that this was not a fortuitous turn of events. The sword light, having swept past the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, did not dissipate. Instead, it grew increasingly ferocious, sweeping towards the 2 of them. Thus, the sword strike was, in essence, a shield for the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. While for Jane and Junti, it embodied an extreme intent to kill, icy and merciless. Even saints would feel a sting of pain from it. Jiang Chen, the 3 sovereigns, 5 emperors, and the Jade Emperor could all recognize Jiang Chen. Naturally, Jane and Junti had no reason to be oblivious. At that moment, faced with the sword light, their pent-up rage could no longer be contained. In the eyes of the saints, humanity was merely weak, a mere insect to be exploited at will. Yet, who could have anticipated that such insects would thwart many of their meticulously laid plans? Initially, the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors had firmly barred them from entering the primordial realm. Just as the situation was poised to reverse, the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors were prepared to sacrifice themselves to halt their advance, believing this endeavor would be thwarted. Who could have known that another terrifying strike awaited everyone? Infuriating. Die. The power of the Pure Land surged forth, manifesting a golden body. The colossal divine bow was once again drawn, unleashing a golden arrow towards the blade's glimmer, intending to annihilate Jiang Chen's essence in the very direction from which the blade's light originated. However, the golden arrow barely traveled a short distance before being utterly extinguished by the blade's radiance. How could this be possible? At this moment, both Joine and Junti sensed that their own means had been obliterated by the blade's light emanating from Jiang Chen. Both of them stood frozen in place, eyes wide with disbelief. They were saints. What was he? A quasi-saint? At best, merely a quasi-saint. How could he possibly extinguish their attack? This technique would warrant serious consideration even from the primordial supreme. Yet, the blade's light had been unleashed long before. Joine stood there, utterly bewildered, while Junti mirrored his confusion, both feeling an overwhelming sense of astonishment. Chapter 136. The Burning Lamp. Do not struggle. Embrace your fate. How could such power possibly be manifested by Jiang Chen? Even if he were a quasi-saint, it would be inconceivable. This has transcended the realm of quasi-saints. Jane murmured, while the nearby Junti shook his head. Not only has it surpassed, but within it lies a trace of profound Tao that even I cannot comprehend. In other words, even this strike from Jiang Chen possesses a force that exceeds the limits of a quasi-saint's capabilities. The 2 were not overly astonished, for individuals like Kong Xian, with their extraordinary talents, would inevitably imbue their attacks with a hint of primordial truth. Such existences, akin to the ancient Emperor Jun, Dongwang Tai, the 10 ancestral witches, and the present Kong Xian, are hailed as the foremost beneath the saints. Yet in the eyes of these saints, they are merely larger ants, difficult to deal with perhaps, but still manageable. The sole dilemma lies in the essence contained within Jiang Chen's strike, something they themselves cannot fathom. This is the crux of their bewilderment and the fundamental reason for their stunned silence. The tumultuous landscape of the primordial world is not solely under the scrutiny of Jane and Junti. Figures such as Taishang, Yuanshi, Niuhua, and Tongtian are also investigating the situation. At the moment the blade light emerged, even they felt a chill run down their spines. With that strike, Jiang Chen had undoubtedly entered the gaze of every saint. Moreover, As their attention turned towards him, the image of that blade light rose within the minds and spirits of the saints. Interesting, intriguing, Tong Tian remarked, gripping his sword. He allowed the blade light to ripple within his psyche, subsequently channeling his sword Dao essence to clash with it, resulting in a momentary flash before both were obliterated. To an observer, it appeared effortless and graceful. Yet Tong Tian had invoked his own sword Dao essence. In truth, he held little interest in the myriad affairs of the primordial world. Even with the emergence of Wudong, his sole desire was to protect her well-being, beyond which he harbored no other ambitions. His heart was ashen, an apt description of Tong Tian's current state, for he was a saint whose sect had been annihilated. Were it not for his extensive journey along the path of laws, he might have lost his saintly status. However, upon witnessing Jiang Chen's blade light, Tong Tian's emotions stirred once more. Furthermore, his instinct hinted at this being a variable, aligning with the teachings of the deep within the cycle of reincarnation. The figure of Lady Pingxin emerged for the first time, her gaze traversing the netherworld and the vast expanse of the primordial land, settling upon Jiang Chen. Her eyes reflecting a deeper contemplation. Within the Zixiao Palace, the recently stabilized Han Jun also opened his eyes in disbelief. Even he was affected by Jiang Chen's blade light. At this moment, Jiang Chen slightly opened his eyes, gazing upon the assembly of spiritual mountains, ultimately murmuring, "It is time to conclude." After he unleashed this strike, the battle of the spiritual mountains had reached its denouement. Though spoken softly, his words carried a weighty finality. However, the scope of dissemination is remarkably vast. Moreover, everyone can vividly perceive his emotions. It is evident that Jiang Chen has unveiled such terrifying powers this time solely to bring an end to the various battles atop Mount Ling. Regardless of the events that have transpired, once Jiang Chen resolves to conclude the conflict, the ensuing onslaught could manifest in an instant or perhaps within mere breaths. Delivering an attack they could scarcely withstand. Had it been the previous figures of Lantern and Tathagata, they would never have fathomed such a fear towards Jiang Chen, a fear that surpasses even the dread of facing a sage. At this moment, Lantern and Tathagata are preoccupied, intensely focused on Jiang Chen, scrutinizing his every move. Just as their thoughts whirl, Jiang Chen stirs. His blade remains still. It is merely a shift in his thoughts that causes Lantern to perceive a flash of crimson amidst the boundless radiance of the sword. This hue is even more vivid than blood, imbued with fervor and a burgeoning aura of lethal intent, sweeping toward him. The initial target is me. He is aiming for my demise. Lantern's gaze is fixed upon Jiang Chen's blade. Yet he fails to realize that merely locking eyes with his opponent has already triggered the divine ability affecting him. Without a moment's hesitation, he unleashes all his Buddhist radiance, illuminating himself like a great sun. Yet within that brilliance, a flickering candle flame sways subtly. As the flame dances, everything around seems to freeze. The air, the space, and even time appear to be suspended, with all things rendered immutable. The luminous blade is no exception. All the cascading light halts before him. Observing this display of prowess, Jiang Chen nods in acknowledgement. At this juncture of battle, he has discerned all of his opponent's hidden cards. Lantern's Buddhist radiance and that flickering candle are manifestations of his authority as a former Buddha. This phenomenon is not true stasis. Rather, it is a result of his immense magical power transforming the present into the past. The segment of time that has been frozen thus remains unchanged, and naturally, the blade's radiance can inflict no harm upon him. This realization further affirms Jiang Chen's understanding that the principles of time have been divided into three segments by the two saints, governed by the past, present, and future Buddhas. Simultaneously, this signifies a developmental stage for the Buddhist sect. Currently, Tathagata presides, but in the future, when Maitreya leads, the sect will ascend to its zenith. This pivotal moment unfolds during the great journey of the West. Otherwise, Maitreya, as the future Buddha, would not frequently manifest himself, aiming to transform the monumental events of the journey into his own enlightenment, enabling him to reach the pinnacle. In this moment, Jiang Chen feels a sense of relief. He is presently assaulting the Ling Mountain under Tathagata's governance. At this time, the Buddhist sect is in a phase of burgeoning prosperity, not yet fully transformed into its inherent strength. Coupled with his meticulous preparations along the way, the Buddhist sect has seemingly lost all hope. The flame of enlightenment. There is no need for struggle. Regardless of your extraordinary powers, today your demise is inevitable. Jiang Chen gazed at the flame of enlightenment, his tone serene, as if casually discussing what to have for dinner that evening. Jiang Chen, do you believe you have me at your mercy? You wish to kill me? Dream on. The flame of enlightenment seethed with uncontainable fury upon witnessing Jiang Chen's demeanor. In that moment, his mind was consumed with thoughts of how to extinguish Jiang Chen's life, pondering the most exquisite tortures to inflict upon him. He even contemplated utilizing his own flame to torment him bit by bit. As this thought surged within him, he suddenly realized that the vivid crimson before him was growing stronger. Before the flame of enlightenment could act, that very shade of red astonishingly broke through the solidified aura of his Buddhist light, inching closer with each passing moment. Confronted with such a scenario, the flame of enlightenment was struck with alarm. He had never anticipated that Jiang Chen's powers had escalated to such terrifying heights, evolving from merely influencing his mindset to becoming intricately connected with his own emotions, using them as fuel to amplify its strength. This is bad. Chapter 137. The lamp of enlightenment must flee. A friend in death is not worth a monk's life. In this perilous moment, the lamp of enlightenment dared not allow even the slightest distraction. He swiftly cleared his mind, allowing his essence to flow freely, and amplified his divine powers to prevent the ominous crimson aura from expanding further. Jiang Chen had an uncanny ability to conjure events that defied comprehension, the lamp mused. Given the current circumstances, it was evident that not only he, but even with the combined might of the Tathagata and Maitreya, the three revered Buddhas could hardly withstand Jiang Chen's assault. Their once proud techniques bore no effect against him, for his blade could still slice through the past and future. Presently, the three Buddhas found themselves utterly incapable of halting Jiang Chen, unless a sage were to descend. Yet, how much time remained before such a sage could arrive? That remained an uncertainty. Upon witnessing Jiang Chen's blade surge towards the chaos, a sense of foreboding washed over him. If he were to consider the worst-case scenario, it was likely that the sage might not arrive before the destruction of the spirit mountain. Thoughts raced through the lamp's mind. Under such dire circumstances, any unwavering devotee of the Buddhist faith would stand their ground, prepared for a fierce battle. However, the lamp was not one of those individuals. Had he been a true devotee, he would not have ascended to the status of a past Buddha. He had not been nurtured within the Buddhist order. His arrival in the Buddhist realm was solely for personal gain, much like the present-day Jiang Chen and Wu Tian. Within mere breaths, the lamp had formulated his escape plan and summoned the 24 sea settling pearls. Interconnected, they radiated a cold, white light. As the bright moon ascended, it harmonized with the resplendent Buddhist light emanating from the lamp, creating a surreal spectacle reminiscent of the sun and moon in concert. The onlookers felt a renewed sense of hope. Could it be that the lamp had a hidden agenda? In truth, the lamp was merely employing his own celestial evolution to establish a sufficient distance between himself and Jiang Chen. While he could not entirely obstruct him, he could at least delay him, and that sufficed for his purposes. Having set this in motion, he aimed to buy himself enough time to escape. The gathered monks gazed up at the lamp, their faces filled with anticipation. Yet, the lamp had no desire to engage with them, as the saying goes. In times of great peril, each must fend for themselves. He was eager for these disciples to buy him more time for his retreat. However, Jiang Chen, engaged in combat with him, could not fail to notice the lamp's intentions to flee. How could Jiang Chen possibly permit such an act? As his spirit surged, the swirling blade light once again surrounded the lamp. At that moment, the lamp was still lost in the memories of his initial encounter with Jiang Chen, believing that his celestial evolution could stave off Jiang Chen for a time. Yet, he was unprepared for the terrifying strength Jiang Chen now possessed. The world conjured by the 24 sea-settling pearls could no longer hinder Jiang Chen in the slightest. Rather, it was assimilated, enveloping him further. There is no logic in being surrounded by oneself, yet the current situation faced by Randang is utterly unreasonable. Not only that, but with a single strike, he has the power to assimilate these worlds. For Jiang Chen, this hardly constitutes any form of consumption. In that fleeting moment, Randang felt a prickling sensation at the back of his neck. The question remains, what divine powers does he possess? How can he navigate through this endless sea of blade light in search of a glimmer of escape? Alas, this is not an endeavor easily achieved. He cannot simply resign himself to fate. It is exceedingly difficult to extricate himself alone. He must seek assistance, Randang contemplated inwardly. At this moment, the only potential allies on the battlefield are Maitreya and Tathagata. Tathagata, encumbered with the dual task of battling Wu Tian, while simultaneously guarding against the residual intent of Jiang Chen's blades, finds himself in a precarious state. As for Maitreya, he has been ensnared in Jiang Chen's blade light from the very beginning, much like Randang. This presents a promising ally. Without further hesitation, he hastily transmitted a message to Maitreya. Upon receiving Randang's voice, Maitreya paused momentarily. Randang, are you attempting to flee? Now is not the time for feigned innocence. Given the current circumstances, Is it not better to run than to await death? Mithrida's initial surprise quickly transformed into a composed resolve, as he suppressed the tumult of emotions swirling within him, choosing not to respond. In this silence, Randang discerned Mithrida's intentions. Simply put, he was overly concerned with his reputation. After all, he is the future Buddha of the Buddhist realm and naturally wishes to avoid any tarnish to his name. Ultimately, he places his faith in the saints, believing that their arrival will herald a positive turn of events. As the future Buddha, he worries that any negative reputation now could adversely affect his future. Contemplating this, Randang could not help but grit his teeth in frustration at their obstinacy. Mithriya, think clearly. The arrival of the saints may be far off. Are you still oblivious to Jiang Chen's terrifying strength? One misstep from either of us could lead to our downfall. If we do not depart now, we may find it impossible to escape later. Randang exclaimed vehemently. Mithriya, stirred by Randang's words, felt a flicker of temptation, yet he still withheld a definitive response. Randang, feeling exasperated by Mithrida's reluctance, soon recognized the disparity in their backgrounds. Randang transitioned from the Taoist sect to Buddhism, having been a rare powerhouse before fully embracing the Buddhist path. Even so, his status as a past Buddha was not innate. He had become a past Buddha due to his formidable strength, serving as a foundation rather than having ever truly presided over Ling Mountain. His connection to Ling Mountain was minimal, merely a means for cultivation. In contrast, Mithrida's journey has been entirely within the Buddhist realm, fostering a profound sense of belonging and emotional attachment. The thoughts of this individual diverged fundamentally from those around him. While this difference was not apparent in ordinary circumstances, it became glaringly evident at this moment. A fleeting idea crossed Randang's mind, which was soon replaced by another strategy. He would never allow himself to perish on a solitary tree. In matters of survival and the profound arts of evasion, this seasoned expert, who had navigated the primordial world for countless millennia, possessed his own unique methods. Before long, a notion emerged in his consciousness, consuming his thoughts entirely. Since Mithriya held such an unwavering attachment to Ling Mountain, finding it difficult to part ways, this sentiment could serve as a double-edged sword for him. Consequently, he would be compelled to confront Jiang Chen's lethal blade, unable to depart as he pleased. By employing a subtle stratagem, he could effectively ensure that Mithriya would cover his retreat. In this way, the assurance of his own safety would be significantly enhanced. Mithriya, do not blame me. After all, it was you who wished to remain. My intention was to take you along, but since your affection for this place is so profound, it seems that the fate of a friend must be sacrificed for the sake of a pathfinder. Chapter 138. The clever fall prey to their own wit after the flicker of thoughts within the heart of the radiant lamp. He hastily suppressed them deep within. Yet, his lips continued to persuade Mithriya earnestly. Ultimately, Mithriya came to recognize the stark reality. So be it. In this circumstance, only the descent of a sage could reverse the tide. Our departure may serve to preserve a flicker of hope for the Buddhist order. Ancient Buddha of Radiant Lamp, let us unite and flee. Upon hearing Mithriya's words, Radiant Lamp was filled with joy. Mithriya, my friend, swiftly unleash the authority of the future. We shall share this burden together. Indeed, Mithriya affirmed, as his mind raced. The force of the laws surged forth, and phantoms began to waft around him once more. Previously, Mithriya had been compelled to retreat by Jiang Chen's future blade light. This time, however, he chose to advance. The reason was clear. If he did not eradicate the weakest and original source that he had fixed upon, he would remain ensnared in these illusions, entangled with Jiang Chen. Initially, he might have accepted such an outcome, merely opting to delay. But now that Radiant Lamp had spoken, the situation had reached an irretrievable juncture. Mithriya could no longer afford to stall. A torrent of divine powers erupted forth. While he had previously been retreating, although he sensed the terror of the blade light, he had not fully grasped the threat it posed. At this moment, however, as he chose to confront it, he truly felt the full force of the blade's might. This sensation transcended mere words. It was akin to an ant on the ground facing the fury of thunder. Yet, in that fleeting moment of distraction, the previously silent blade light resonated with a series of ominous vibrations. This indicated that the blade light was not concealed by Jiang Chen. Alas, Mithriya's shift from evasion to confrontation occurred in an instant, yet it unveiled a danger far more terrifying than before, hundreds of times over. Nevertheless, having committed to his course of action, he must press on despite any regrets. Compassion of our Buddha. The radiance behind him manifested, and the light surged forth like a mighty torrent, colliding with the surrounding blade shadows. This fierce clash, born of mere moments, was sufficient to vanquish several quasi-saint level powers. Mithriya had intensified his magical output, immersing himself wholly in the task at hand. He was now navigating through countless futures, seeking the weakest Jiang Chen he had previously identified. Once he discovered him, he could obliterate him. Yet, this was not a task easily accomplished. If it were, he would not have retreated at the first opportunity. The primary reason lay in the sheer terror and purity of that blade. No matter, he must swiftly locate him. Fortunately, this was the authority that Mithriya wielded. He could faintly sense the place where Jiang Chen's frail future resided, and that familiar feeling grew increasingly intense. He was drawing closer. However, his eagerness hindered him from achieving a precise lock on his target. Reluctantly, he decided to adopt a different approach. Why must he pinpoint Jiang Chen exactly? All he needed was to obliterate that entire segment of time. This would consume considerable energy, and if any unforeseen circumstances arose later, he feared his fate would not be favorable. Mithriya focused his mind, aware that he would soon enter a weakened state. Yet, he recalled what Randall had said. He would take him away, and the Tathagata would be here to support them. Thus, he steeled his resolve. Before employing his methods, he notified Randall, urging him to prepare in advance. After completing these arrangements, a chill crept into Mithriya's heart. With his hands clasped, he spoke coldly. Today, I must inevitably annihilate an entire time segment. I hope you will keep a close watch. Upon hearing Mithriya's words, Randall was taken aback, but quickly nodded in agreement. He assured Mithriya through a mental message that he would ensure his safety in the aftermath. Satisfied with the response, Mithriya refrained from further conversation and continued his search. This time, he opened his mind and shifted his perspective. As long as he sensed a familiar aura, he would strike with immeasurable Buddha light at the first opportunity. In mere moments, the intensity of his attack surpassed his previous efforts by several dozen times, creating a violent shockwave that reverberated through the surrounding time. Such formidable power naturally astonished the other Arhats and Buddhas. The outsiders, unaware of Mithriya's predicament, perceived the Buddha light emanating from him, which momentarily overshadowed the other two Buddhas. In that fleeting instant, Randall sensed an opportunity. This chance was bought with Mithriya's boundless power and could not be delayed. At once, Randall activated his techniques, gathering his 24C calming pearls and Buddha light. With a swift turn, he transformed into a streak of light, darting into the encirclement of Jiang Chen's blade. Seeking to exploit Mithriya's cover to forge an escape route, he had discarded his earlier words and was now using Mithriya's protection to flee. After all was said and done, Mithriya would undoubtedly suffer a great loss in cultivation, and he would likely be captured by Jiang Chen, perhaps even facing immediate death. Yet, none of this concerned Randall. Thank you, Mithriya, my friend. Mithriya was taken aback, not expecting Randall to choose such a course of action at this moment. This was entirely contrary to what he had previously stated, and he couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. He had not anticipated such shamelessness. He felt deceived. Randall harbored no sense of guilt. From the moment of his existence, he had always plotted against others. However, at that instant, the boundless Buddha light that had previously radiated suddenly ceased. What? The radiant lamp felt an overwhelming sense of fury at the unfolding scene before him. He had never anticipated that Mithriya would take matters to such an extreme, severing the Buddha's light at such a critical moment. This was no mere act of cutting. It was a display of divine prowess forcibly interrupted, inevitably leading to backlash. Given his current predicament, once Jiang Chen intervened, he would undoubtedly meet his demise. It was precisely for this reason that he dared to brazenly plot against his opponent. Little did he know, the adversary would escalate the situation to this extent. As he turned with this thought, his hair stood on end at the sight that greeted him. How could this be? Everything occurring at this moment was utterly divergent from what the radiant lamp had previously envisioned. Initially, he had planned to utilize the boundless Buddha light to escape, evading Jiang Chen's encirclement. Yet, after flying a distance, he realized he was not breaking free from the opponent's blade light. Rather, he found himself ensnared within the very illusion conjured by Mithriya from afar. Meanwhile, Mithriya had already distanced himself from the battlefield, standing at the edge of a precipice. Chapter 139, The Death of the Fiery Lamp. The terrifying blade intent. Although he was uncertain whether he had escaped the threat posed by Jiang Chen, one thing was clear, his adversary was decidedly safer than he was. Mithriya. At this juncture, he was fully aware of the implications of Mithriya's previous declarations. What tactics? What annihilation of future selves? What immense costs? All mere facades. The true intention was to ensnare him, to serve as a shield against the blade. Before the fiery lamp could utter another word, a chilling presence enveloped him, interrupting his thoughts. It was two long blades. Previously, They had witnessed the boundless radiance of blade light that encompassed the heavens and the earth, yet they had never fathomed where the true blades lay concealed. Only now did the fiery lamp comprehend that Jiang Chen's strike was not merely from behind. There was also a blade before him. These two blades did not merely arise in the present, but were manifestations evolved from the past and the future, striking towards the now. This predicament was entirely of Mithria's and the fiery lamp's own making, stemming from their mutual wielding of authority. This enabled Jiang Chen's blade to emerge from the continuum of time. One blade had already exhausted them. The reappearance of these two blades presented a threat far beyond a mere sum of parts. In such dire circumstances, the fiery lamp and Mithria were still preoccupied with their schemes against one another. Ultimately, Mithria proved to be the superior strategist, while the fiery lamp, in his hubris, believed he had the situation under control, only to fall into Mithria's trap. Thus, he was left to bear the brunt of Mithria's blade. The blade light surged forth, imbued with an unparalleled terror, hurtling towards the fiery lamp. Its brilliance was so overwhelming that even the fiery lamp's own radiance could not obscure it. Faced with such a formidable threat, he found himself bereft of the luxury to ponder Mithria's machinations. The imperative now was to preserve his own life. Jiang Chen, do not presume you can slay me with a blade that transcends time, he declared, resolute in his conviction that he could anchor himself in the present. In that moment, the fiery lamp initiated a frenzied counterattack, his verbal onslaught against Jiang Chen serving as a means to bolster his courage. But Jiang Chen retorted, "Yet I am very much present, have you forgotten?" This response left the fiery lamp momentarily speechless. How could he have received a reply? The implications of such a response took time to sink in, but ultimately, comprehension was irrelevant. The fiery lamp no longer had the luxury of contemplation. At the instant Jiang Chen's words faded, a blood-red hue reemerged before him, reminiscent of a prior vision. Only this time it loomed even closer, nearly engulfing his visage. The heat radiating from it was palpable. In that instant, the fiery lamp discerned the truth. This blood-red essence was none other than the fiery patterns etched upon Jiang Chen's blade. Upon this realization, the fiery lamp grasped the entirety of the situation. Yet it was far too late. A blade light, colder and more terrifying than before, erupted in full force. At last, the fiery lamp beheld it. The essence of the primordial chaos revealed the intent of the blade. The shock imparted by this Hunyuan knife transcended the bounds of verbal expression. However, this does not imply that Randang exhibited no emotions. Rather, he found himself rendered incapable of expression. The moment the blade materialized, Randang had already perished. What remained was merely a spectral remnant of Randang, anchored in this moment by his own magical prowess. As the blade danced, his shadow dissipated into the wind without a single cry of anguish. It was over. Randang's demise took everyone by surprise. His swift departure was too sudden, too difficult to accept. Even the calculating Mithria struggled to reconcile this outcome. In his original calculations, he had anticipated merely delaying Jiang Chen's momentum for a while. Surely, with Randang's formidable strength, he could buy some time. After all, he was a venerable Buddhist figure, an ancient powerhouse. Yet, the stark reality before him revealed that the adversary had utterly vanished in mere moments. Having extinguished Randang's life, Jiang Chen turned his gaze toward Mithria. At that moment, Mithria's scalp prickled, and without uttering a word, he pivoted to flee. I have schemed against Randang, and now I stand at the precipice of his blade's reach. I must find a way to prolong this confrontation. I refuse to believe that I cannot set my schemes in motion, awaiting the arrival of a sage. Mithria made a choice akin to Randang, bolstering his resolve with a flurry of self-encouragement. On the other side, Rulai observed the unfolding scene with a tightening heart. Jiang Chen's gaze pierced him like a dagger, plunging into his very core. In his reckoning of danger, Wu Tian would rank second. How foolish of these two, unable to unite against a common foe. Instead, they resorted to mutual scheming, resulting in such dire consequences. The situation had spiraled beyond redemption. Rulai could no longer remain in this sacred mountain. In truth, he was reluctant to depart. For as long as he lingered, he could not be deemed negligent. Ultimately, should a sage arrive, he would not be held accountable. Yet, given the present circumstances, he had no choice but to leave. One Wu Tian had already caused him considerable distress. If Jiang Chen were to eliminate Mithria and then turn his attention to him, escape would be impossible. Contemplating this, Rulai extended his consciousness, seeking an opportunity to withdraw. Wu Tian chuckled at him. Rulai, are you also seeking to flee? Do not be so arrogant. Consider what Jiang Chen has done before. He is indiscriminate in his wrath. Do you believe that after our demise, you shall fare any better? Rulai coldly retorted, I did not expect you to resort to such tactics. Wu Tian laughed heartily, for he too harbored concerns. Initially, he had allied with Jiang Chen, drawn by the promise of his powers, believing he could serve as a vanguard. He had even restrained himself for this purpose. However, he had not anticipated Jiang Chen's rapid ascent to such terrifying prowess. He understood that once the Buddhist sect was dealt with, the other party might even effortlessly eradicate the demonic sect alongside. This presents a rather pragmatic dilemma. Wu Tian feigns indifference on the surface, yet has meticulously calculated his moves in silence. If he were to exchange places with Mithria or Randall, he too would find it difficult to endure in Jiang Chen's grasp for long. Currently, at least both parties maintain a cooperative relationship. They must first resolve the matters concerning Lingshan. At worst, he could retreat once more into his previous realm, concealing himself. Suddenly, the movements of the Tathagata accelerated, and he discerned this shift with clarity. Wu Tian was merely capitalizing on verbal advantage for the moment, yet his subordinates had begun to hesitate, evidently swayed by his words. With Jiang Chen's attention fully fixated on Mithria, I must intensify my efforts, the Tathagata mused, quickening his actions further. Even Wu Tian sensed a subtle pressure looming. The Tathagata's intention was straightforward, to seize the opportunity while Jiang Chen was distracted and escape before he could slay Mithria. Chapter 140. The Tathagata's desires to escape. The Buddha's golden form. As the Tathagata pondered, a surge of complexity welled up within his heart. Here he was, holding a splendid hand of cards, yet playing it woefully. Prior to this moment, the Buddhist sect had flourished, exerting pressure upon the heavenly realms. Who could have anticipated the emergence of an ordinary figure like Jiang Chen? Who could achieve such heights? At this moment, Wu Tian had undergone a transformation in spirit, one he himself had not foreseen. Despite being the leader of a demonic sect and personally laying siege to Ling Mountain, he found himself in need of the Tathagata's assistance to keep Jiang Chen in check. The surreal unfolding of events left many bewildered. Meanwhile, after the slaying of Randan, Mithria was gripped by terror, abandoning any thoughts of offense. His singular focus shifted to defense and escape. Consequently, Jiang Chen found the pressure on him rather manageable, allowing him ample energy to attend to the myriad occurrences around him, including the Tathagata's affairs. Wu Tian, it seemed, had been cowed by fear and was now easing his approach. Hoping to leave the Tathagata as a safeguard to temper Jiang Chen's resolve, Jiang Chen, perceiving Wu Tian's intentions, sighed inwardly. How short-sighted of him. He had previously regarded Wu Tian as a figure of substance, yet here he was, blinded by myopia. What worth was the Tathagata if he had yet to comprehend the true adversaries that lay between them? It was never the Buddhas, but rather the exalted sages who towered above. Though circumstances had barred those two sages from the primordial chaos, they remained sages nonetheless. To breach such obstacles was merely a matter of exerting some effort. Presently, instead of hastily exterminating the Buddhist sect, seizing their fortunes, and amassing strength, Wu Tian contemplated leaving a contingency plan. What folly! Such foolishness warranted a re-evaluation of Jiang Chen's previous assessment. He had thought Wu Tian possessed foresight, yet it was evident he had only this meager capability. Jiang Chen shook his head inwardly, pondering the situation without expressing his thoughts outwardly. However, he had devised numerous countermeasures in his mind. With no signs of hesitation, he lunged towards Mithria with a single, resplendent strike, radiating power that rivaled that unleashed when he vanquished Randan. Having witnessed the terror of Jiang Chen's blade, Mithria had no intention of meeting it head-on. Instead, he summoned the golden pestle, which had transformed into the essence of heaven and earth, back to his hands. With a mighty strike, a sound akin to a rumbling thunderclap reverberated through the air, enveloping the surroundings in a wave of Buddha light. At this juncture, Jiang Chen and Mithria were mere steps apart, yet the distance between them felt insurmountable. Even Mithria's form began to shimmer, becoming ethereal. "Do you have no new tricks?" Jiang Chen inquired with a smile. Mithria, unfazed by Jiang Chen's taunt, remained undeterred. Jiang Chen, however, displayed unwavering resolve, intent on cleaving Mithria upon the edge of his blade. The momentum surged, a palpable aura of lethal intent suffusing the air, palpable to all present. A prime opportunity had arisen. Upon witnessing this scene, the Buddha, engaged in battle with Wu Tian, felt a spark of realization. Without uttering a word, he swiftly disengaged and seized the opportunity to escape, knowing he could put considerable distance between himself and the conflict. Meanwhile, Wu Tian appeared oblivious to the Buddha's retreat, halting his own actions and allowing the Buddha to flee unimpeded. The attention of the onlookers was entirely captivated by Jiang Chen's blade, oblivious to the Buddha's subtle shift. There was, however, one exception, Sun Wukong. With the golden rod having been removed, Sun Wukong found himself momentarily unencumbered. As the pressure lifted, he scanned his surroundings, quickly spotting the fleeing figure of the Buddha. Seizing his golden staff, he launched a fierce strike towards the Buddha. The staff sliced through the air, emitting a mournful wail. The Buddha sensed this impending threat and furrowed his brow, recognizing the extraordinary force behind it. With no other option, he braced himself to confront Sun Wukong's blow. Time was of the essence for the Buddha. His escape was intricately coordinated with Wu Tian's actions. However, Wu Tian could not afford to be overtly conspicuous. Should Jiang Chen notice their maneuvering, the situation could spiral out of control. Thus, Wu Tian felt a growing tension. The longer they delayed, the greater the risk of exposure. The Buddha, feeling a sense of urgency, had relinquished hope for the timely arrival of the saints, Jane and Juanti. He feared that by then, the spiritual mountain would be utterly shattered. His paramount concern was to escape with his life. With this thought in mind, the Buddha lowered his guard, preparing to withstand Sun Wukong's strike. Accepting the injury as a necessary sacrifice, he aimed to hastily vacate the spiritual mountain. Subsequently, he braced for Sun Wukong's blow, which struck his right hand, leaving numerous cracks on his golden form. The force of the strike had indeed inflicted harm upon him. Yet, this was inconsequential. The Buddha believed he could still make his escape. Enduring a few injuries felt trivial in comparison. At that moment, leveraging the momentum from the staff's impact, he had nearly reached the edge of the spiritual mountain, just one step away from complete liberation. However, at that instant, a sudden flash of light appeared before him, Jiang Chen's blade. It came swiftly, so fast that even the Buddha could not discern its origin, nor comprehend why Jiang Chen would disregard Maitreya in his assault. One thing was clear: if he failed to intercept this strike, death awaited him. With no time to consider anything else, the Buddha summoned all his remaining strength. The golden lotus of merit beneath his feet radiated brilliance, enveloping him in a halo of divine light. Sanskrit chants erupted from his golden form, a testament to his utmost effort. The collision between him and the blade resonated with a profound hum, echoing through the vicinity. The golden light of merit from the lotus was being steadily extinguished, and the Buddha grimaced in pain. However, his efforts were not in vain. The murderous intent emanating from Jiang Chen's blade was gradually dissipating. The merit-laden golden lotus truly stands out as extraordinary. Even though it suffered a decline in rank due to the influence of the mosquito Taoist, its power remains unparalleled, difficult for ordinary treasures to rival. Jiang Chen felt the impact of his blade colliding with the merit-laden golden lotus and could not help but let out a sigh of admiration. As he exerted greater strength, the potency of his blade surged further. At that moment, the Buddha's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at his opponent. Astonished that the force upon the blade could intensify, the merit-laden golden lotus, having already diminished in rank, was only capable of withstanding a single blow. How could it endure Jiang Chen's subsequent surge? In an instant, the golden lotus emitted a mournful cry and retreated into the Buddha's body. The Buddha's eyes widened in shock. This was the merit-laden golden lotus, a force even he could scarcely command with certainty. This fellow had managed to force it back with merely 2 strikes. The Buddha's heart was filled with a mixture of horror and astonishment, but the current situation left no room for astonishment. He promptly clasped his hands together, and the golden body behind him floated forward, merging with him. As golden light enveloped the surroundings, the Buddha let out a furious roar. Buddha's golden body. Chapter 141. The annihilation of the Buddha's golden body. The death of the Tathagata. Unlike the dominion of Maitreya and the lamp of wisdom over the past and future, the Tathagata wields authority over the present, the here and now. Although this may not seem as formidable as the powers over time, it does not diminish its potency. The golden body of the Dharma radiates a transcendent light, illuminating all directions, intertwining with the myriad laws of the moment. These blades of light are forcefully repelled, unable to breach the barrier. Jiang Chen, you have underestimated me, the Tathagata remarks. Jiang Chen merely nods, devoid of surprise. Observing Jiang Chen's demeanor, the Tathagata hesitates, a prickle of unease surging within him. With his acute perception of the present, he wonders what could possibly be amiss. Just then, a faint cracking sound emanates from his arm. Ah, he recalls. It is the fissure left from when he had recklessly withstood the monkey's strike earlier, having hastily mended it while fleeing. He never anticipated that it would manifest as a flaw at such a crucial moment. In a confrontation with an ordinary opponent, this would be inconsequential. Yet, Jiang Chen is far from ordinary. Threads of blade intent surge through the crack, and though the Tathagata attempts to resist, it is already too late. The blades have infiltrated the opening. Swiftly, the once radiant golden body of the Buddha is engulfed in a white glow, as interlocking beams arise, culminating in cracks appearing across the entire golden form. Once the golden body shatters, the present Buddha, the Tathagata, vanishes entirely. Now, two of the three great Buddhas of the Buddhist realm lie dead, leaving only one remaining. Only you are left, Maitreya. Jiang Chen had long calculated the Tathagata's demise. Even without the hidden ploy of Sun Wukong, he would have been capable of vanquishing the Tathagata. However, this foresight allowed him to conserve considerable energy. Now, only the future Buddha, Maitreya, remains. Jiang Chen's nature precludes him from allowing his adversary to survive. At this moment, Maitreya is a terrified creature, akin to a bird startled by the mere rustling of leaves. Witnessing the demise of the Tathagata, he is acutely aware that those around him will rally to assist Jiang Chen. He becomes exceedingly cautious. In the millennia past, Maitreya had never encountered such peril. Now, he finds himself at the mercy of others. Fleeing is imperative, if only he can escape. If he can secure the protection of a sage, he will surely survive. This singular thought consumes Maitreya's mind, completely overshadowing any previous considerations. Jiang Chen has ascended to a new zenith. At the level of quasi-saint, he has surpassed the Eastern Emperor Tai of yore and the present Kong Xian, even eclipsing them by several magnitudes of terror. This is a reality Maitreya has palpably experienced. Forged through the lives of the Tathagata and the Lamp of Wisdom, does he truly believe he can elude capture so easily? At this moment, Jiang Chen's blade was once again raised. On the other side, Wu Tian stood frozen in place, stunned. He had just let Tathagata leave. Yet in the blink of an eye, he found himself facing death at Jiang Chen's hands. This demon lord, a formidable force capable of overturning the three realms, was now engulfed by a chilling dread. A sense of horror began to creep over him. Could it be? Wu Tian pondered in terror. In that fleeting moment, a multitude of thoughts flashed through his mind. It appeared that Jiang Chen had witnessed everything that had just transpired. He was fully aware of Wu Tian's leniency. If that were the case, would Jiang Chen turn his blade upon him next? This realization sent Wu Tian into a state of disarray. He was now grappling with how to proceed. Should he flee or act as if nothing had occurred? Despite Jiang Chen's formidable prowess, he was still confronting three Buddhas. It was unlikely that he would emerge unscathed after slaying all three. Wu Tian contemplated this dilemma, caught in a precarious situation. With the destruction of Lingshan imminent, the rewards were within reach. Should he allow momentary fear to drive him to abandon everything? The treasures and fortunes contained within the great Thunder Sound Temple, along with the Buddhist luck, were abundant. If he were to depart now, who would compensate him for the losses incurred? He could not simply watch as everything fell into Jiang Chen's grasp. At this juncture, the core of the battlefield remained dominated by the fierce clash between Jiang Chen and Maitreya. Other areas had lost any suspense. Following the demise of Tathagata and Randalite, the Buddhist sect had lost its capacity for resistance and was being thoroughly overwhelmed. Once Maitreya fell, everything would settle into silence. No one anticipated any further surprises. Jiang Chen felt a surge of joy at this moment. His blade, in conjunction with the three sovereigns and five emperors, had managed to hold back Jane and Junti for such a considerable time, allowing him to confront Randalite and Tathagata with such composure. Maitreya was on the brink of death. Lingshan would soon belong entirely to him. Jiang Chen's heart soared with elation, and his actions quickened. However, as his blade descended, it did not completely sever Maitreya's life. Instead, it merely shattered half of his golden form, as a powerful surge of magic had rushed in to rescue Maitreya at the last moment. Jiang Chen furrowed his brow. Could it be that Jane and Junti had intervened again? These two saints were indeed restless. It seemed that, time and again, they had come to Maitreya's aid, as if he held more significance to them than even Tathagata or Randalite. Utilizing his 9 absolute divine eyes, Jiang Chen surveyed the surroundings, unable to suppress a sarcastic remark. Alas, he currently lacked the power and the time to confront Jane and Junti amid the chaos to eliminate Maitreya. Never mind, if he escapes, so be it. He hoped never to encounter him again, for next time, fortune may not favor him. Jiang Chen adjusted his mindset accordingly. Now is the moment to savor the fruits of victory. Ling Mountain has been utterly breached, and all that has been accumulated over millennia shall now belong to him. Furthermore, the flickering flame within the body of the earlier enlightened one, the 24 sea-calming pearls, and the golden lotus of merit from the Tathagata, all have fallen into the hands of Jiang Chen. These treasures are imbued with a significant essence of the Buddhist realm, capable of harnessing and guiding the fortunes of Buddhism itself, melding it into his very being. Coupled with the current cataclysm, the fortunes amassed by the 5 travelers to the west will seamlessly integrate into the human race's destiny, providing a formidable shield against the impending retribution from Jane and Juanti. This is an urgent matter. Jiang Chen cannot afford even a moment's delay. However, just as he reaches out to seize the fortunes of Buddhism, a radiant beam of golden light emerges from the void, obstructing the surrounding energies and preventing Jiang Chen from utilizing them for his own. What could this phenomenon be? Chapter 142. The reappearance of the list of deities. The primordial beginning manifested. In an instant, golden light unfurled slowly, revealing a list. This list, needless to say, was the list of deities. As a remnant of the previous calamity, the list allowed the gods to influence the fortunes of the mortal realm. Its emergence left Jiang Chen unable to absorb the numerous fortunes from the Buddhist sect. But how could this be possible? The list of deities had not graced the world in quite some time. Even the Jade Emperor had not summoned it for ages. Moreover, the current Jade Emperor was preoccupied with his own sword energy, rendering him incapable of intervening momentarily. Thus, only one individual could manipulate the list of deities, the greatest beneficiary of the last calamity, the esteemed saint of the Chan sect, the primordial beginning. The mere thought of this surged in Jiang Chen's mind, sending a shiver down his spine. The moment this entity appeared, he comprehended the gravity of the situation. This saint, disregarding his own dignity, had personally intervened to seize the final fruits of victory. While Jiang Chen fought valiantly atop the spirit mountain, the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors were desperately holding back the saints Jane and Juanti. Through their combined efforts, this achievement was finally realized, yet unexpectedly. Someone emerged to intercept at this critical juncture. This was not welcome news. Although Jane and Juanti still had the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors to impede them, who among the surroundings could possibly stop the primordial beginning? Despite being fellow saints, the primordial beginning was the beneficiary of the previous calamity. His sect flourished throughout the vast expanse of the primordial world, rendering him stronger than the other 2. Whether he intervened personally or dispatched his 12 golden immortals, it posed a formidable challenge for Jiang Chen, who was already weary from relentless battles. Moreover, this was not the end of the ordeal. Behind the primordial beginning lurked another hidden powerhouse, the Supreme One. The 3 Pure Ones were indeed one family. Although Tongtian had severed ties with his 2 elder brothers, the primordial beginning and the Supreme One had never forsaken their camaraderie. The latter had been quietly growing his strength in the shadows. The Supreme One's disposition was such that he either refrained from action or, if he did intervene, ensured absolute success. If it were only the primordial beginning, Jiang Chen might negotiate to secure some gains, but if the Supreme One joined him, no, he could not toil for so long, sacrificing so much, merely to bequeath his efforts to others. At this moment, a surge of determination welled up within Jiang Chen. Given the circumstances, even if it meant facing a saint, he would engage in a fierce struggle. The blade of his Hanyuan sword gleamed brilliantly as he gazed at the list of deities, poised to strike. However, in that fleeting moment, a radiant light surged forth, interposing itself beneath Jiang Chen's Hanyuan sword, effectively halting his strike aimed at the list of deities. A cacophony of golden chimes resonated, as the Hanyuan sword gradually extinguished the brilliance emanating from this fleeting light, revealing its original form. Jiang Chen furrowed his brow slightly. If it truly is the primordial being making a move, why did my strike encounter such negligible resistance? It hardly exerted any pressure on me, which is quite peculiar. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, Jiang Chen turned his gaze towards the essence of the matter. Before him lay the righteous whip, the famed weapon of the investiture of the gods. The names of these 2 entities resonated profoundly within the primordial chaos. Behind him, some disciples of the Jie sect seethed with resentment at the sight of these 2 artifacts, wishing fervently to destroy them utterly. At that moment, an ethereal figure began to materialize before the crowd, gradually solidifying. Initially, Jiang Chen speculated that it might be a manifestation summoned by one of the deities from the investiture of the gods. However, upon sensing the absence of any lingering aura of divine essence, a weight settled in his heart. This figure bore a striking resemblance to the primordial being, revealing itself as an avatar. So, this was the method employed? Jiang Chen then comprehended why the force that had just repelled him was so feeble. It was not due to leniency, but rather because the attack was not executed by the true essence, but by an avatar leveraging the power of the investiture of the gods. Relieved, Jiang Chen felt fortunate that the primordial being's true form had not arrived. After all, as a sage, the implications of such a presence would be monumental. Moreover, wasn't it stated by Hong Jun that they were not to venture into the primordial chaos without permission? Faced with the true form of a sage, Jiang Chen would not hesitate to flee, as there would be no room for resistance. Yet, with only an avatar before him, He felt emboldened to engage in a confrontation. In the midst of chaos, as the primordial avatar descended, Jane and Junti, who were locked in a standoff with the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, were momentarily stunned. After a pause, Jane exclaimed, "How dare you?" At that moment, a scar from a sword strike marred Jane's front, with the flickering flames of humanity surging above. This was a consequence of his desperate attempt to save Mithriya, which had compelled him to endure the assaults from Xianyuan and Fuxi. To his astonishment, he now witnessed the primordial being preparing to pluck fruit from the tree. Though merely an avatar, a fervent impulse arose within both Jane and Junti to abandon the current confrontation and seek retribution from the primordial being. Yet this was no mere impulse. They were already in motion, turning away. At that instant, the primordial being, concealed and observing from the shadows, recognized the gravity of the situation and had no choice but to reveal its true form. "Do not act rashly," it cautioned. "If you turn to confront me, not only will I be hindered, but the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors will gain an opportunity to breathe. Should they redirect their attention back to the avatar, the primordial being's strategy would falter." The 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors felt a tightening in their chests at the sudden emergence of the primordial being. Previously, their united efforts against Jane and Junti had already placed them on the brink of exhaustion. If another primordial being were to appear now, their only recourse would be to flee. 2 against 1, they might still muster the resolve to fight, but against 3 sages, only those devoid of reason would engage in a head-on clash. The 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors have been secretly gathering strength, restoring themselves. Should the situation turn unfavorable, they would depart without hesitation. However, Jane and Junti paid them no mind, instead directing their focus towards the primordial beginning, demanding in a stern voice, "What exactly do you intend, primordial beginning? Are you so brazenly attempting to seize what belongs to the Buddha's teachings? Do you wish to engage us in conflict?" Jane and Junti were on the brink of madness. They had always been the ones orchestrating schemes against others. When had they ever been so successfully ensnared themselves? Had they reacted even a moment slower, they might have truly faced defeat. In that moment, they fixed their gaze upon the primordial beginning, ready to unleash battle at the slightest admission of guilt. Whether they could prevail was one matter, but with their combined prowess, they could certainly vex him. Yet, in the face of their furious demeanor, the primordial beginning merely smiled serenely. "Please, do not be agitated. I harbor no intentions of plunder. You have misjudged me. I am, in fact, here to assist you." Chapter 143. The Schemes of the Primordial Supreme Being. The frustration of the 2 saints of the West upon hearing the words of the primordial Supreme Being. The 2 saints were nearly driven to laughter by their indignation. What was he implying? Did he truly consider them fools? Did he think they could not discern his current intentions? At this moment, the primordial Supreme Being could undoubtedly sense the fluctuations in their energies. He spoke again, "Gentlemen, ponder this carefully. In the very situation we just faced, had I not intervened, would the fortunes of the West not have been entirely seized by Jiang Chen? Should that come to pass, and the human race become even more formidable, integrating such fortune, would you ever be able to reclaim it?" Listening to the primordial Supreme Being, the 2 saints paused, as if conceding that there was a modicum of truth in his statement. After all, a substantial portion of the Buddha's fortunes indeed derived from those of the human race. There was no need for conversion. Simply taking it would suffice. However, converting human fortunes into Buddhist fortunes would require time. Thus, should the fortunes of Buddhism be absorbed into the human realm, reclaiming them would prove exceedingly challenging. By that time, with the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors in concert with Jiang Chen and the immense fortunes of humanity, even they, as saints, would find themselves impotent without descending into the primordial chaos. The primordial Supreme Being observed their reactions and silently chuckled to himself. Before they could pose further inquiries, he continued with his discourse. "Consider this calamity. It was initially intended for you. Yet, unexpectedly, it has been claimed by the human race. Consequently, the resurgence will undoubtedly be that of humanity, especially with Jiang Chen's current prowess coupled with the charisma of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. I fear that the people of the West will no longer heed your Buddhist teachings. At that point, any hope of reconstructing your Buddhist order will be rendered impossible, particularly with the celestial court observing." Upon hearing this, Jane and Junti found their thoughts in disarray. As they listened, they realized that there seemed to be no flaws in his reasoning. In truth, the primordial Supreme Being's assertions were not without merit. The absence of other saints to impede the flourishing of Buddhism stemmed from 3 pivotal reasons. The first, and most significant, was an agreement made by Hongjun Daozu. The second reason was that during the previous calamity, the Chan sect emerged victorious, thus owing them a favor, a debt of karma that must eventually be repaid. Had they not been saints, the primordial supreme being might have emulated their methods to sever the karma directly. Yet, as saints, they were compelled to passively repay this karma, tacitly acknowledging the situation. The third reason was the undeniable strengthening of the human race. This development was unwelcome news to Taishang, Yuanshi, and even their creator, Niwa. The eastward expansion of Buddhism could effectively suppress many matters concerning humanity, allowing them to revert to being instruments of faith for the saints. Furthermore, it would enable them to obliterate the last resistant dynasty of the human race. As they contemplated these matters, a sudden realization struck them. Their fortunes could not be allowed to fall into Jiang Chen's hands. Did this mean they were to cede them to the primordial supreme being? The prospect of Jiang Chen and the human race acquiring such fortunes was indeed a troubling notion. What benefit could be derived from placing the fate into the hands of the primordial one? The teachings of the Chan school and Buddhism have never been kindred spirits. They have long been engaged in a subtle rivalry. This time, they have been compelled to acknowledge the flourishing of Buddhism. With the balance of human sentiment restored, the journey to the West appears to have reached its conclusion. The Chan school may now take action, and claiming the fruits of labor does not seem unjust. It would directly transform the entire journey into a mere bridal garment for him. Thus, the extensive efforts previously exerted would be rendered futile. The expressions on the faces of the two individuals shifted abruptly. You, sir, present a facade of congeniality while harboring ulterior motives, reaping all the rewards for yourself. We were nearly ensnared in your deceit. Their countenances darkened, and the actions and words exchanged between them clearly conveyed their sentiments. Yet, observing their demeanor, the primordial one displayed no signs of discontent. The situation was as it stood. If the fate did not fall into his grasp, it would inevitably be surrendered to humanity. Rather than allowing it to entirely flow into the hands of the human race, it was far more prudent for it to rest in his possession. Such calculations were not lost on these two. Hence, he regarded them with an unwavering calmness. At that moment, Jane and Juanti appeared nearly ashen with rage. Did they truly believe that they were devoid of temper? The aura surrounding them surged, affecting the chaotic energies in their vicinity. The 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, gleaning the essence of the conversation, wore smiles as they observed. They were eager for a confrontation, for it would allow them to exert less effort. Though Jane and Juanti recognized the rationale behind the primordial one's assertions, they could not overlook the similarities between his actions and their own. Their disbelief in the Buddhist fate led them to fear that it would ultimately be consumed by the primordial one, with no chance of regurgitation. They were, at present, quite anxious. At worst, they could engage in a conflict, dispersing this fate, and they would be able to re-establish Buddhism and gather the fate anew. The vibrations of the laws governing the 3 parties had reached a critical threshold. The 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors could hardly wait for the ensuing clash. In the depths of chaos, Taishang also sensed the unfolding changes. However, despite his awareness, he harbored no intention of intervening. In this scenario, the primordial one would gain little advantage, but would not suffer losses either. There was no need for him to venture forth again. After all, he had his dignity to uphold, and the primordial one's recent maneuvers lacked rational basis. Meanwhile, Tong Tian, observing the scene, smirked. Let the dogs tear at each other. They may indulge in their antics. His attention remained fixated on Mount Ling, where he witnessed Jiang Chen brandishing a blade, seemingly poised to strike at the avatar of the primordial one. He could not help but chuckle. The more he observed Jiang Chen, the more he was impressed, perceiving him as a figure of significance. As thoughts swirled in his mind, an idea began to crystallize. If he were to lend a hand, ensuring the demise of the primordial one's avatar, then Jiang Chen's endeavors would face no further obstruction. He could seamlessly channel the entirety of Buddhist fate into the realm of humanity. At that moment, observing the myriad of individuals in a frenzy on this side, the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors would undoubtedly regain their former glory. Jiang Chen's prowess would also ascend to new heights. One cannot help but ponder the expressions of Jane, Juanti, and Yuanshi, who are currently at a standstill. The mere thought of Tong Tian evokes a sense of anticipation. It seems not entirely implausible. Just as this idea flickered into existence, Tong Tian placed his hand firmly upon his long sword. Fundamentally, this matter bore little significance to him. The flourishing of the human race was of minimal concern, yielding scant benefits for him. Yet, the absence of advantage posed no detriment either. Causing discomfort to the Buddhist sect and breaching the defenses of the Chan sect was, in his eyes, more gratifying than anything else. With a swift motion, the Qingping sword was drawn. Just as he was prepared to intervene, he resolutely suppressed his intentions. Perhaps not yet. The time for my intervention has not yet arrived. Chapter 144. The Primordial Lord's Calculations. Severing the paths of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors after the War of the Gods. Tan Tian was no longer the impulsive figure of yore. In contrast to his former self, he had acquired the ability to contemplate, no longer acting merely upon fervent impulse. He had discerned the intricate causal relationships of various matters quite clearly. The current situation was still not chaotic enough. Merely 3 saints were insufficient to meet his expectations. To act now would not only invite a collective onslaught, but also displease the Dao ancestor, who would rather avert such a scene. Thus, he resolved to bide his time, waiting for the moment when both sides reached their zenith of intensity, at which point he would strike with a single sword, ensuring optimal effect. With this thought, Tan Tian fell into silence, observing quietly. The 3 parties, Primordial, Jane, and Juanti, exchanged glances amidst the chaos, which had erupted in a series of explosions. Even the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors began to channel their powers to form a barrier, shielding themselves from the chaotic energies to avoid any unintended harm. Seeing that the atmosphere had reached a boiling point, the Primordial Lord could not help but click his tongue. After much contemplation, he decided to present them with an enticing proposition. My dear friends, do not ponder in such a manner. Once this matter is resolved, I shall certainly assist you. A mutually beneficial collaboration is far preferable to our current state of conflict. Upon hearing his words, Jane and Juanti paused to reflect. Their earlier thoughts had indeed led them to a point of no return, akin to flipping the table in desperation. Observing their expressions, the Primordial Lord smiled and dropped a heavy bombshell. Consider this, my teachings remain unscathed, while your Buddhist sect is undeniably in a state of disarray. Should you fail to mend our relationship and endeavor to extend your reach into the eastern lands, it shall not be an easy endeavor. At this revelation, the 2 fell into complete silence. Watching their demeanor, the Primordial Lord felt a slight sense of relief. Their previous tactics had posed a significant threat to him. A reckless abandonment of all caution was not favorable for anyone involved. His proposed terms, however, eased the tension of the situation. As for why he offered to aid them in revitalizing their Buddhist sect, it was driven by his own motives. Presently, the 3 pillars of Buddhism, past, present, and future, had seen 2 of their number fall, leaving only Maitreya. He did not believe Jane and Juanti were unaware of this reality. Henceforth, they would need to consider potential candidates to help them navigate their current predicament. Among those still available were Guanyin, Puxian, and Wen Shu, all of whom were originally his disciples. Having joined the Western Buddhist sect only after the calamity of the gods, though each had their individual reasons for doing so, in truth, it was all orchestrated by the Primordial Lord. Even as Jane and Juanti sought to ascertain any potential issues with these figures after their induction into Buddhism, how could they confirm the integrity of those who themselves could not assure their own? Everything was under the Primordial Lord's manipulation. Originally, upon receiving news of the resurgence of the Buddhist sect, he contemplated evasion. However, due to the law of causality, he was compelled to acquiesce. To preempt any potential complications, he orchestrated several covert maneuvers. In retrospect, these moves now appear to be masterstrokes. Presently, allowing them to bear the fortunes of the Buddhist realm upon their return is not without merit. A fleeting thought crossed Yuan Shi's mind as he turned his gaze towards Jane and Juanti, awaiting their response. After a period of contemplation, Jane and Juanti, as Yuan Shi had anticipated, nodded in agreement. It was evident that both of you are astute individuals. Such a choice aligns with the collective interests. Yet, Jane and Juanti couldn't shake the feeling that Yuan Shi was shamelessly taking advantage of the situation. Nevertheless, given the current circumstances, they had no choice but to endure for the time being. Upon witnessing this development, Jane and Juanti prepared to turn away, confident that Yuan Shi's avatar would swiftly conclude matters. They needed to reevaluate how to rejuvenate the Western realm. Just then, Yuan Shi obstructed their departure. Wait, I still require your assistance. Upon hearing this, Jane and Juanti were taken aback, gazing at him in confusion, only to see Yuan Shi point towards the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors standing nearby. You must help me delay them. Yuan Shi's intent was straightforward. His avatar was currently seizing the fortunes of the Buddhist sect. If the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors were to return to their previous endeavors, it would inevitably impact him. Directly slaying the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors was out of the question, as they were esteemed figures of humanity, and such an act would surely invite divine retribution. It was more prudent to have Jane and Juanti continue to impede them for the time being. Understanding Yuan Shi's strategy, Jane and Juanti couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. They were astonished that Yuan Shi had calculated things to such an extent, utilizing them to the last degree. The 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, noticing their gazes, were equally startled and began to grow wary. Initially reluctant, Jane and Junti reconsidered, realizing that assisting wouldn't be entirely disadvantageous. The nature of their own sentiments remained a mystery. The 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors had overheard their exchange clearly, with Jane and Junti no longer inclined to act. And with Yuan Shi lacking the mandate of the Tao ancestor to enter the primordial chaos, their presence here was rendered unnecessary. They attempted to turn away, but Jane and Junti stood in their path. Esteemed friends, where do you think you are going? Just moments ago, you were so eager to engage in a thorough discussion with my brother and me. Why the sudden change in demeanor? Do not leave. Let us converse further. During this exchange, Yuan Shi also contributed, unleashing his formidable powers to envelop the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, effectively severing their escape routes. The 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors gazed at the unfolding scene, overwhelmed by the rapid developments. Moments ago, they were the ones intercepting others. Yet in the blink of an eye, the roles had reversed, and now they found themselves being intercepted. The silver lining is that their opponents no longer need to exert themselves fiercely. However, the unfortunate news is that if the circumstances they had just deliberated upon were to unfold, it is likely that the numerous schemes of the human race would come to naught. Jane and Junti cast a glance back at Yuan Shi Tianzun, choosing not to utter another word as they gradually approached the others. Having reached an accord, they resolved to obstruct their adversaries as best as they could. If they could employ a few tactics against these individuals, it might not be entirely unfavorable. The 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors each employed their own methods in an attempt to break through Yuan Shi's blockade. Yet, that barrier was not so easily surmountable. The Panga banner, imbued with a hint of Taoist resonance, rendered their efforts futile for the time being. Cursed fate. In this dire situation, it seemed that only Jiang Chen could navigate his own path. The 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, feeling somewhat helpless, had no choice but to accept their plight and steeled themselves as they advanced to meet Jane and Junti. Chapter 145. The Collapse of the Buddhist Sect. The Betrayal of Wutian. At this moment, atop Mount Ling, Jiang Chen gazed intently at the manifestation of the primordial supreme being before him. He had already begun to draw conclusions regarding the current situation. There was no need for him to fret over the plight of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. With the primordial intervention, the figures of Jane and Junti would not pose a threat to their lives. Henceforth, the responsibility of the unfolding events rested solely upon him. After all the meticulous planning he had undertaken, the success of his endeavors hinged on this singular confrontation. The primordial supreme being, too, sensed the overwhelming aura of menace and intent to kill emanating from Jiang Chen, and could not help but roar in fury. How audacious! Although it was merely a manifestation, the avatar of a sage could not be equated with an ordinary one. It embodied the dignity of the sage. The actions of Jiang Chen were nothing short of a provocation against the sage. It must be said that this avatar had inherited some of the primordial supreme being's habits, as that disdainful gaze had never wavered. With a flick of his hand, the divine whip materialized in his grasp. You dare to meet my gaze? Prepare to face your demise. The divine whip was indeed a treasure of significant quality, and now, wielded by the sage's avatar, its power was amplified. The 10 heavenly lords, who had been observing from a distance, trembled involuntarily. Although they had escaped the constraints of the divine sealing list, remnants of its influence lingered. Sage, I am not one of the individuals on the divine sealing list. You cannot use that against me. The primordial supreme being's avatar understood this well. Against those not bound by the divine sealing list, the whip's potency would be diminished by at least half. Jiang Chen, you are indeed a formidable adversary, but this will suffice to contend with you. With that, he swung the divine whip down heavily toward Jiang Chen. Runes of divine power illuminated the whip, resonating with the divine sealing list behind him, and various divine abilities wafted forth from the banner. The spells possessed by the celestial beings of the thunder and combat departments had long been inscribed upon the divine sealing list. At this moment, empowered by the divine whip, they could be unleashed at any time. A flash of lightning surged forth, racing toward Jiang Chen with such swiftness that he had no time to react, resulting in a hit that dimmed his radiance. Observing from the sidelines, Sun Wukong could no longer contain himself. I, the great sage, shall lend you my strength. Seeing Sun Wukong daring to approach him wielding a staff, the primordial supreme being snorted in disdain. A mere creature born of the wet and damp, lacking understanding, dares to challenge me at this moment. What nonsense are you babbling, old fellow? Take this. Sun Wukong, unfazed by the sage's words, twirled his staff, conjuring countless shadows of it that surged toward the primordial. Though Sun Wukong was merely at the mid-stage of quasi-sainthood, and did not possess the same extraordinary abilities as Jiang Chen. His extraordinary origins and the rigorous training from the three teachings rendered him no less formidable. Thus, he pressed forward against the avatar of the primordial. In the face of this intricate web of shadows, a serious response is imperative. With a swift horizontal strike of the divine whip, the formidable golden cudgel was deflected, considerably alleviating the pressure upon Jiang Chen. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Chen hastily invoked his innate powers, revitalizing the dimmed white light that enveloped him, allowing him to exhale in relief. Indeed, the saints are extraordinary incarnations. Their prowess is markedly distinct from that of the foolish few, namely, the likes of Burning Lamp, Tathagata, and Maitreya. Initially, he had thought their strength was formidable, yet now, in comparison to the saints' manifestations, they were hardly worthy of acknowledgement. The earlier thunderbolt, while seemingly potent, bore little true harm. The genuine terror lay in the oppressive aura of the saints that lurked within. At that moment, Jiang Chen's magical energy had momentarily solidified, his thoughts suspended in time. Fortunately, the force was not overwhelming, and with Sun Wukong's assistance in suppressing it, he managed to regain his composure. The saints, as expected, wield remarkable methods. This initial confrontation nearly led to his downfall. However, he was not alone in this battle. Turning towards Wu Tian, he inquired, "Are you not yet prepared to intervene? Will you merely observe?" "Fear not, my friend," Wu Tian promptly replied, transforming as he settled upon a black lotus, releasing a dense fog that fused with his essence. An aura of dread emanated from him, signaling that he was poised to unleash a formidable attack. Even the incarnation of Yuan Shi Tianzun appeared somewhat solemn. Yet, this burgeoning energy remained contained, unable to be unleashed for an extended period. Suddenly, with a resounding pop, he vanished entirely. Wu Tian had brazenly forsaken their agreement and chosen to flee. This action was nearly unfathomable to others, yet Jiang Chen had anticipated it. As the opponent prepared to release Tathagata, their hearts had already diverged. The moment the spiritual mountain crumbled and Yuan Shi's incarnation manifested, Wu Tian had no intention of remaining. Given the current circumstances, staying or leaving was equally perilous, especially in light of the present scenario. Assisting him against Yuan Shi Tianzun would inevitably incur the ire of the saints, should they later seek retribution, descending in their true forms. Even slipping into the narrowest of crevices would not guarantee survival. Moreover, he remained vigilant against Jiang Chen. With the latter's formidable strength, any future confrontation would be a mere flick of the finger. In all honesty, within this brief span of time, his perception of Jiang Chen had undergone several transformations, culminating in an overwhelming sense of trepidation. He could not contend with Tathagata. The three Buddhas of the past, present, and future combined would undoubtedly subdue him. Yet, Jiang Chen had resolved all these matters. If, for the advancement of humanity and in alignment with the so-called grand tide, Jiang Chen were to take action against him, there would be no means of defense. It would be a futile endeavor fraught with hardship. Most notably, Wu Tian's flight did not occur in isolation. The other demonic entities vanished alongside him. The demonic energy that had reverberated atop the spiritual mountain suddenly dissipated, leaving the atmosphere clear and serene. The azure sky once again graced the eyes of the multitude, its brilliance illuminating the surroundings. As for the other disciples of the Buddhist sect, the immense pressure they felt suddenly dissipated. In the face of this scene, they could scarcely afford to ponder further. They turned to flee, scattering in every direction. Even the four great bodhisattvas dared not linger for long. In an instant, the sacred ground of Ling Mountain, the heart of the Buddhist realm, was devoid of its practitioners, leaving only those from the of Jiang city. The remaining few had gathered together, retreating to a safe distance. They could offer no aid to Jiang city. Their sole intention was to avoid hindering him. "I was curious to see your true capacity, but it appears it is quite limited," Jiang city mused inwardly. His primary concern lay with the possibility of Wu Tian betraying him in the heat of battle, turning to aid the saints against him. However, witnessing the immediate retreat of his adversaries proved not to be a dire misfortune. It significantly reduced the complexities he needed to contemplate. As for the incarnation of the primordial heavenly sovereign before him, even in the absence of Wu Tian, the challenge it presented would be manageable. Chapter 146. The blade strikes the primordial incarnation. The Sacred Mother takes action. This fiend is quite perceptive. The primordial being gazed at Jiang Chen with a disdainful smile, showing no signs of concealment. "Jiang Chen, it appears your ally is not as dependable as you had hoped." Jiang Chen turned his attention to the primordial sage's incarnation before him. The expression of superiority, a disdain for all, was utterly irksome. Gripping the Hunyuan blade tightly, He remained resolute in his earlier decision to confront the sage's incarnation head-on. At this moment, the only one who could comprehend his resolve was Sun Wukong, fighting alongside him. The others could only gasp in disbelief. After all, this was the incarnation of a sage. Even if it were merely a fragment of their essence, it was beyond their capabilities to rival. In this instant, Jiang Chen appeared to revert to his earlier, reckless demeanor in the eyes of the onlookers. Deep within, he had always concealed his frenzied nature. From the very beginning until now, he had relied on one gamble after another, staking against the Celestial Court, wagering against the Buddhist sect, progressing step by step to this moment. Now, it was simply a matter of continuing to gamble against a different opponent. To him, there was little distinction. Moreover, this wager was monumental, nearly placing the entirety of the human race as stakes upon the gaming table, an all-in bet. Should he fail to repel the primordial incarnation at this moment, failing to fuse the Buddhist fortune with that of humanity, what fate awaited the human race? Jiang Chen dared not imagine. Would all of humanity be condemned to a fate akin to that of mere livestock, forever reduced to playthings for others? Would those lofty beings continue to plunder the essence of humanity? The blade gleamed coldly as it surged towards the primordial sage's incarnation. I thought you were clever. It seems you are even more foolish than Wu Tian. The primordial incarnation watched Jiang Chen's movements, his expression turning frigid. The divine whip in his hand moved suddenly, and the surrounding environment transformed rapidly. The four elements of earth, water, wind, and fire coalesced, responding to the primordial's call. As the fundamental elements of the cosmos, they bore immense power. Under the near-maniacal control of the primordial incarnation, these four elements began to rotate slowly. With each rotation, the observers felt their hearts racing involuntarily, driven by an instinctual fear. Yet this was not the crux of the matter. The most critical aspect was that these attacks could influence the opponent on a spiritual and mental level. This bore resemblance to the blade Jiang Chen had previously struck. Thus, as the sensation of threat surged within him, Jiang Chen quickly realized, this force seemed to taint my essence. He had been on guard against his opponent. So the moment this feeling arose, he sensed it immediately. He activated the 9 Extremes Divine Eye. The blood-red eye upon Jiang Chen's forehead opened, causing the primordial incarnation across from him to momentarily pause in surprise. The hint of confusion on his face suddenly morphed into an eerie smile. Before Jiang Chen could fully grasp the meaning behind that smile, he followed the threads of causality and felt the surroundings shift dramatically. At this moment, I feel as though I am ensconced in the profound depths of an endless ocean. Surrounding me is an infinite expanse of water, encroaching relentlessly. I find myself unable to ascend or descend. There is no air to sustain my existence. The brilliance of my essence gradually dims. It is the first time Jiang Chen experiences such a peculiar sensation, and his expression suddenly shifts. This is certainly not a force accessible to an ordinary quasi-saint. The precision with which it commands the rules is remarkable, and this is merely a manifestation of the primordial beginning. Jiang Chen lets out a sigh, then channels his celestial powers. A resonant blade aura emerges, and the suffocating sensation that enveloped him begins to recede. His gaze fixates once more on the primordial incarnation before him. He knows he cannot afford to lose. As long as a saint does not descend, he possesses a fighting chance with his celestial level powers. After extricating himself from peril, Jiang Chen retracts his abilities. Such lethal techniques cannot be wielded carelessly in his current state. Previously, when he unleashed the 5 powers to eradicate demons, Buddhas, immortals, deities, and monsters, the toll on him was minimal. However, ascending to celestial level powers alters the equation. He is not a saint. Thus, each strike drains the essence of his past. This is his reality. Were another to wield such powers, they would likely be drained before their enemy fell. Hence, to deliver a decisive blow, he requires time to gather his strength. The primordial lord would not grant him such an opportunity. The divine whip strikes perilously close to his face. The winds and flames it conjures make Jiang Chen's heart race. Damn, how could the primordial incarnation not perceive Jiang Chen's maneuvers? The way his opponent readies the blade indicates the anticipation of a formidable attack, prompting a direct interruption. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong remains ensnared in the overwhelming pressure of the saint. For the moment, he can only grit his teeth and engage. The Hunyuan blade and the divine whip clash, sparking a flurry of embers. These saints are indeed formidable, seasoned, and each one a cunning old fiend. Jiang Chen curses inwardly. Do not panic, Jiang Chen. I am here to assist you. A clear voice erupts in his ear. Just as he contemplates how to delay the adversary, the piercing sound of a sword cleaving the air approaches. To his astonishment, it is the saintess of Wudong. With the Buddhist sect having retreated, she has relaxed her guard. At the moment of Jiang Chen's initial confrontation, she steps back with the 10 heavenly lords. Originally, she intended to follow Wu Tian to launch a surprise attack. As the last remaining direct disciple of her animosity towards the Chan sect has reached an unparalleled intensity over the years. In her eyes, the primordial has transformed from a master to an enemy. Had she been a saint rather than a quasi-saint, she would have long since ventured into the wilderness to confront him in a mutual demise. Just moments ago, she had been diminishing her presence. He intended to strike a blow amidst the dark mist of Wu Tian, but unexpectedly, Wu Tian evaded his assault, plunging Jiang Chen into peril. The saintess of Wu Dang had no intention of concealing her presence any longer. A powerful aura surged forth from her, clashing with the divine whip. Yuan Shi, I cannot contend with your true form, yet dealing with one of your incarnations is within my capability. The saintess wielded her sword with a formidable energy, her words equally defiant. Previously, the sword light had merely withstood Yuan Shi's incarnation. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Yuan Shi's anger flared. Particularly, the saintess's remarks struck a chord with his ire. After all, he prided himself on educating the beings of the wilderness according to the rules. The Jiejiao, regardless of its status, was a sect established by his younger brother. These individuals were his own disciples. How could he remain composed when confronted by a disciple in such a manner? Gazing at the saintess of Wu Dang, his eyes widened in fury. I have long proclaimed that you lack understanding of education, being nothing more than unruly wretches. How dare you act so audaciously before me today? Chapter 147. The Movement of the Earthly Tome by Xinyuanzi. The mysterious mist listening to the roar of the primordial One's avatar. The saintess of Wudong uttered not a word. Her response manifested in the long sword held firmly in her grasp. Her gaze was imbued with a fierce killing intent, as the sword unleashed a palpable aura of malevolence. With a single stroke, the spectators nearby felt as though a crimson veil had been drawn before their eyes, rendering the surroundings a sea of scarlet. This was the accumulated malice that the saintess of Wudong had harbored over the years. Abomination, be shattered. The primordial one snorted disdainfully, wielding the divine whip to slice through the void. Thunder erupted, reminiscent of earlier events. A bolt of lightning struck heavily upon the saintess of Wudong. Arcs of electricity dancing as smoke billowed forth, dissipating the sinister energy she had unleashed with her previous strike. Yet, unlike the predicament faced by Jiang Chen earlier, the saintess was well aware of many techniques employed by the avatar of the primordial one. Thus, from the outset, the sword in her hand was an illusion crafted from spiritual energy, while the true divine sword remained hovering behind her. As the bolt of lightning descended and the primordial one aimed the divine whip at himself, a gaping void appeared. In that moment, the true sword concealed in the shadows surged forth, exuding but a faint white glow. Yet, even this ephemeral radiance elicited mournful wails from the surrounding space. You shameless old thief, allow me to collect some interest today. As the divine sword descended, the preceding thunderstorm instantly dissipated, and the proximity between the two became alarmingly close. The saintess of Wudong, undeterred, launched her assault. This time, having learned from her earlier recklessness, she maintained her composure, ensuring her swordsmanship remained flawless. The avatar of the primordial one regarded this scene with slight astonishment. In his memory, the disciples of the were notoriously tempestuous and irritable. Just moments ago, he had provoked the saintess to the brink of madness without lifting a finger, causing her to abandon all defense in her reckless charge. He understood that, with just this avatar, vanquishing Jiang Chen would be a simple task. However, with the assistance of Sun Wukong and others, the situation became considerably more complicated. The unfolding scene caused the avatar of the primordial one to adopt a more serious demeanor. With a similar gesture, he pointed the divine whip forward, and a surge of earthy brilliance erupted. This radiance transformed before him into a colossal disk, revealing strands of magnetic force. The sword of the saintess of Wudong began to veer off course. Upon sensing this, her expression darkened ominously. A staff specifically designed to counter the deities of the divine list still held such utility in his hands. Present were not only the saintess, but also Jiang Chen and Sun Wukong. The avatar of the primordial one had not forgotten them. He intensified his magical prowess, amplifying the ferocity of his onslaught. Consequently, Jiang Chen's Hunyuan blade and Sun Wukong's golden cudgel began to tremble incessantly. Observing the primordial one's demeanor and the unfolding events, even the dimmest of minds could discern that he was employing a formidable divine technique, intent on seizing all their weapons. If you wish to seize my weapon, then let us see. The power within Jiang Chen surged forth. As the red patterns on the blade appeared to come alive, engaging in a fierce opposition against the avatar of the primordial. Sun Wukong and the Holy Mother of No Doubt made a similar choice. In that moment, both sides found themselves locked in a tug of war. The clash of powers resonated, with each force pulling and tugging against the other. Amidst this stalemate, the avatar of the primordial seemed to experience a sensation of being at a disadvantage. Yet, only those truly confronting him could comprehend the depth of the opponent's power. Jiang Chen and his companions believed their abilities to be among the most formidable within the myriad beings of the primordial realm. Currently, even when united, the three of them only slightly outmatched their adversary. How could this be? Jiang Chen scrutinized the avatar of the primordial, perplexity blossoming in his heart. If the being standing before him were the true essence of the primordial, he would not be surprised, regardless of how formidable the techniques or strange the powers displayed. After all, he was a sage, his true spirit entrusted to the Tao of heaven, with the support of the heavenly Tao and mastery over the laws of the universe. The magnitude of his terrifying abilities was beyond Jiang Chen's imagination. Indeed, beneath the sages, all are mere ants. This phrase is not mere rhetoric. If possible, Jiang Chen would never wish to stand against such beings. However, humanity has been harshly oppressed, necessitating a path to survival. The circumstances require no further elaboration. If the entity before him were the true body, Jiang Chen would feel no surprise. Yet, this was merely an avatar. The exquisite control over such profound rules possessed by this avatar had already astonished him. Could this being's power truly be boundless? If so, what distinction remained between this and a sage? Might one consider the avatar of a sage as a sage in itself? If that were the case, then the transformation of the Supreme One into the three pure ones would be the most potent divine ability within the primordial realm. Contemplating this, Jiang Chen's 9 absolute divine eyes roamed, probing all directions. He refused to believe that a mere avatar could possess such strength. There must be some unknown factor at play. Just as both sides remained locked in their standoff, a sudden voice rang out. The earth book opens. Waves of earthy resonance rippled beneath their feet, akin to the ebb and flow of the sea, emanating from Zhen Yuanzi. The utmost power began to rise. In the eyes of the onlookers, the once solid ground began to dissolve, replaced by a faint membrane, the very membrane formed by the earth veins of the primordial realm. What was Zhen Yuanzi attempting? While the crowd remained in confusion, the membrane gently undulated twice, as if caressed by ocean waves. Jiang Chen and the others widened their eyes in disbelief at the spectacle before them. They had exerted every ounce of their strength to contend with their opponent's divine powers, yet to no avail. As Zhen Yuanzi utilized the earth book to summon the primordial earth veins, Jiang Chen suddenly awakened to a realization. The avatar of the primordial was certainly not invincible. There must be some hidden intricacy. Perhaps there was a connection at the very moment that divine ability was unleashed. As Jiang Chen's 9 absolute divine eyes operated at their utmost limit, he fixed his gaze intently upon the primordial avatar before him. The divine power not only remained unbroken amidst the turbulence of the Earth's membrane, but rather grew increasingly formidable. Perhaps this was not a manifestation of his own strength, but rather that of the assailant. The more one attacked, the more potent it became. Jiang Chen finally discerned the crux of the matter. Such a divine ability was indeed terrifying. With this realization, he resolved to continue his assault. For as long as the divine power was employed to harness the strength of others, there must inevitably be a limit. Should that limit be surpassed, the divine ability would surely shatter on its own. Contemplating this, Jiang Chen prepared to raise his hand in concert with Zhen Yuanzi to dismantle the primordial divine power. However, before he could make his move, he abruptly sensed an anomaly in his surroundings. Engaged in combat, he had been oblivious to the changes in the environment around him. At some point, a thin veil of mist had materialized beside them. How could such mist possibly arise in this place? Chapter 148, The Red Cloud's Trap. The eerie tactics of the sage, the fierce clash that had just transpired unleashed a torrent of mystical energy, almost leveling the surroundings to mere earth. Even the clouds in the sky had been swept away to a distance of thousands of miles. Under normal circumstances, such mist should not have been present, indicating that it was a deliberate act, meticulously orchestrated by an unseen hand. At this juncture, the only entity capable of such an arrangement was the primordial avatar before them. What could this individual possibly desire? The methods of the sage are indeed most peculiar. A sense of vigilance arose within Jiang Chen. Others, too, sensed the anomaly in their surroundings. They scanned their environment, only to realize that the entire spirit mountain was now enveloped in a thin veil of mist, which was gradually thickening. What began as faint outlines soon descended into an impenetrable obscurity. Were it not for their spiritual awareness and Jiang Chen's 9 absolute divine eye, they would have surely been rendered as blind as a bat. Primordial, what are you scheming? The Wudong Holy Mother shouted, yet to Jiang Chen. Her voice bore an eerie emptiness, as if echoing from a great distance. However, this was not the case. If he recalled correctly, the distance between them had not exceeded 100 steps. This voice, however, felt as though it traveled hundreds of miles. Jiang Chen pondered while continuing to survey the area, and others mirrored his actions. Their spiritual thoughts exchanged rapidly, conveying their respective speculations. Fortunately, their cultivation levels were substantial. Thus, the inability to see their surroundings was not overly concerning. I sensed something amiss with this mist. Everyone, exercise caution, Jiang Chen communicated telepathically. Indeed, the primordial avatar would not act without purpose. This mist was undoubtedly sinister. But what was the underlying reason for this tactic? The exchange of thoughts among the group continued. To be honest, they had not detected any immediate threats within the mist. Silence fell upon them once more. We must not allow ourselves to be deceived. The opponent is already disrupting our rhythm. We cannot be led astray, the Wudong Holy Mother asserted. The others echoed her sentiment. Indeed, regardless of the tricks this avatar employs, I, Sun Wukong, shall shatter his skull. Perhaps the primordial avatar's tactics were merely a diversion meant to confuse us. Jiang Chen. He seeks to usurp the fortunes of the Buddhist sect. This mist is intended to delay us, making us cautious, thus granting him more time to plunder the fortunes away. Voices rang in Jiang Chen's ears, followed by a furious roar from Sun Wukong. The golden staff in his hand elongated in the wind, transforming into a colossal pillar reaching for the heavens. Sun Wukong embraced it tightly, then struck fiercely ahead. In their previous memories and spiritual perceptions, the position of the primordial had remained steadfastly ahead, showing no signs of alteration. At this moment, the golden staff transformed into a colossal pillar, descending upon the adversary with a terrifying velocity. The sky above was tumultuous, resonating like the ominous rumble of thunder. The others did not hesitate, each unleashing their divine powers towards the direction of the primordial one. Even Hong Yun released a stream of crimson mist, surging forth with great force. These individuals were among the most distinguished of the quasi-saints of the primordial wilderness. The combined might they exuded was sufficient to overturn the very heavens and earth. The mere aftermath of their power could injure even the most formidable of Deluo, while those beneath Deluo would be reduced to mere fragments. In the blink of an eye, their attacks reached the form of the primordial one. Logically, one would expect even the incarnation to evade such an onslaught, shifting position to avoid the impending danger. Yet, astonishingly, that figure did not flinch or retreat. The confidence displayed was shocking, inciting both surprise and fury among the onlookers. With Sun Wukong exhibiting the most pronounced indignation, this was nothing short of contempt directed at him. If his true self were present, they would not have felt the slightest offense. However, this was merely an incarnation. Despite its extraordinary manifestations, an incarnation was still just that. What right did it have to disdain them? Consequently, the spells radiating from the surroundings grew even more fearsome. With a resounding boom, Sun Wukong's golden staff struck first. A barrier of flames materialized before the primordial incarnation, and the two forces collided, sending sparks flying in all directions. Observing this, Sun Wukong did not withdraw his staff. Instead, he relentlessly infused it with magic, intensifying its weight and pressing it down upon the outer barrier, striving to shatter it entirely. Following closely was the crimson mist of Hong Yun, crashing in tandem. As an ancient powerhouse, this seemingly simple crimson haze wielded an unimaginable potency. Next came the sword of Wudong and the earth membrane conjured by Xinyuanzi, impacting with tremendous force. Under the cumulative might of these assaults, the flame-formed barrier surrounding the primordial incarnation began to show signs of fissures, precariously close to breaking. Yet, it remained just out of reach, akin to an insurmountable chasm. The fury within their hearts intensified, compelling them to amplify their magical energies to obliterate this barrier. However, at that moment, within the confines of the barrier, lightning surged forth. In an instant, it rebounded along the path of their incoming attacks. This sudden turn of events was disconcerting, as the counterstrike from the primordial incarnation occurred almost simultaneously with their infusion of magic. Sun Wukong was taken aback and instinctively turned to defend himself. Yet he soon realized something was amiss. The lightning did not inflict substantial harm upon them. What was happening? Old primordial, do you intend to frighten me with this? Sun Wukong began to question, when the voice of the primordial one echoed back. Foolish offspring of the wet and hatched, daring to boast even in the face of death. This statement was crystal clear, There was undoubtedly something concealed within that earlier maneuver, something beyond their comprehension. To speak candidly, at this juncture, the crowd truly comprehends the essence of helplessness. The methods deployed by this incarnation of a sage are beyond their understanding, leading them to deduce the sheer terror of the sage's capabilities. Yet, astonishment aside, the battle must persist. Surrender is not an option. Although the nature of the opponent's techniques remains unknown, they must inevitably be enacted, and once unveiled, the truth will be revealed to them. Suddenly, a resonant hum filled the air, and golden light radiated throughout the cosmos. This brilliant illumination dispelled the surrounding mist entirely. Consequently, all eyes turned toward the source of the golden light, the divine list. After dispersing, the golden light swiftly converged, not returning to the divine list, but instead gathering toward them. The expressions of the crowd grew solemn. In that moment, a piercing scream erupted from Hong Yun. Chapter 149. The Rending of True Spirits. Included in the god list, Hong Yun felt as though his very soul was being tugged by an unseen force, on the verge of being irrevocably torn apart. The immense agony compelled this mighty being of the primordial era to cry out in distress. The others, while not as overtly affected as Hong Yun, gradually contorted their expressions in response to his anguished cries. The impact on their souls was far from trivial. Any assault on the soul is a grievous wound for a practitioner, let alone the excruciating sensation of being torn asunder. What was most distressing was not merely the rending of their souls, but rather the fragments of their essence that sought to attach themselves to the god list. This was no trivial matter. Ordinary mortals, naive to the list's dreadful nature, might believe that ascending it grants them immortality as deities. Yet, for true practitioners, to be inscribed upon the god list signifies a loss of autonomy, a severance from the path of enlightenment, and an eternal forfeiture of the opportunity for advancement. This understanding was precisely why the conflict known as the War of the Gods had been so blood-soaked. They all recognized the terror inherent in the god list. The participants in that battle were formidable beings, masters of the primordial expanse, who would never willingly serve another. In this moment, it became all too clear to everyone why the primordial beginning had resorted to such measures. First, he had ensnared them in a veil of mist, and with thunder, he had sought to rend their souls. Following this, he could strike at their very essence, tearing their souls and casting them into the god list. Should this plan succeed, all present would be condemned to a life of servitude inscribed upon the list. Such treachery from the primordial beginning. Nearby, onlookers gasped in horror, their understanding crystallizing only when the sequence of events became apparent. The machinations of the primordial beginning were indeed intricately woven. Should he have faltered even slightly, the outcome would have been irrevocably altered. No one had anticipated that a saintly incarnation would resort to such cunning stratagems. As Sun Wukong and the others regained their composure, they desperately sought to resist. Yet, their defiance bore little fruit. As time progressed, their names began to materialize upon the god list. Initially, the inscriptions were vague, merely a rough semblance. However, as moments passed, the characters grew increasingly distinct. Enveloped in starlight, it was evident that the god list was weaving their divine fates. This was the end. Even they, the spectators hidden nearby, were engulfed in despair. The situation was glaringly apparent. The moment their names crystallized upon the god list, it became clear that their true spirits had been irrevocably bound to it. As it stood, Sun Wukong and the Wudong Holy Mother, alongside others, were now akin to Yang Chen and his compatriots, their physical forms inscribed upon the list. At most, they might find themselves in a position of limited restraint, subject to commands yet with some degree of autonomy. Nevertheless, when faced with the primordial celestial venerable and the divine whip, they would be utterly powerless to resist. You rebellious lot, do you not proclaim freedom? I shall have you learn the essence of propriety on this divine ranking. Though you are unruly, you possess a modicum of skill, sufficient to serve as my hound. Observing this, the primordial one no longer concealed his disdain, remarking coldly, with the prowess of Sun Wukong and others, their ascension to the divine ranking would undoubtedly position them among the elite deities. Yet, in the eyes of the primordial sage, they could barely rank as his dogs. Upon hearing his words, Sun Wukong and his companions seethed with indignation. However, the circumstances left them with little recourse. The divine ranking was a manifestation of the heavenly Tao, directly controlled by the incarnations of the sages. They were, unfortunately, ensnared in their adversary's scheme. From every conceivable angle, the situation appeared insurmountable. Primordial One, are you perhaps rejoicing too soon? As the Primordial One reveled in his triumph, Jiang Chen spoke slowly. The Primordial One, taken aback by Jiang Chen's words, intended to retort, but faltered upon meeting Jiang Chen's gaze. Abruptly, he turned toward the divine ranking, and indeed, the names of Sun Wukong and his fellows had lost their luster, gradually dimming until they vanished entirely. Jiang Chen had shattered his ploy. How could this be? The primordial one pondered in confusion. Whether it was he or the hidden sages within the chaos, they too struggled to comprehend the unfolding scene. Someone dared to defy the divine ranking, and this individual was not even a sage, merely a quasi-sage. Jiang Chen, inwardly amused, summoned the primordial diagram from his consciousness. It was merely unfortunate for the primordial one. Had he employed any other method, Jiang Chen would have found it impossible to break the deadlock. Yet, he had resorted to the divine ranking, which the Tao commandment specifically countered. Jiang Chen had directly severed the true spirits of those present from the divine ranking. Consequently, the primordial sage could no longer draw in their true spirits, leading to the dissolution of the marks upon the divine ranking. Others remained oblivious to the intricacies of this revelation, and Jiang Chen had no intention of elucidating them. Observing the furious countenance of the primordial one, Jiang Chen's smile grew ever more radiant, a delight that nearly compelled the primordial one to spit blood. Who was this individual? How could he possibly breach the divine ranking? No, this cannot stand. This youth must not survive. The primordial one resolved to alter his initial intentions, recognizing that a sage's incarnation had been cornered by an insignificant junior to such an extent. Regardless of the cost, this day would demand retribution. As the primordial one shifted his strategy, the figures of Jiejing and Juanti in the chaos exchanged knowing glances, both perceiving a glimmer of joy in each other's eyes. Indeed, it was joy. They had been preparing to prolong the situation, but having weighed the pros and cons, they were now poised to act. It is evident that, despite their utmost efforts, they cannot possibly alter the current predicament. However, the situation has transformed. The primordial goddess function list has surprisingly been restrained by Jiang Chen. For them, this presents a remarkable opportunity. Jiang Chen possesses a group of disciples, armed with the treasures of figures like the Tathagata, capable of influencing the fortunes of the Buddhist sect. In contrast, the primordial relies on the function list and the divine whip. Yet now, the function list has become ineffective. The means by which the primordial sought to manipulate the aura of the Buddhist sect has lost its efficacy. Although Jiang Chen can sway the fortunes of the Buddhist realm, the primordial venerable will undoubtedly obstruct him from doing so. Thus, at this moment, the fortunes of the Buddhist sect lie dormant, with no one but the two of them capable of invoking its energies. Everything hinges on the conclusion of the battle below before the accumulation of merits can resume. This is indeed a splendid opportunity. Perhaps there still exists a possibility for a reversal. Xuandu conveyed a message to Jane. Chapter 150, The Death of Emperor Fuxi. The reversal of the primordial 8 trigrams. At this moment, the key issue is that neither of these two individuals can secure their positions. They could easily seize this opportunity to snatch away the fortune. In such a scenario, Yuan Shi would be powerless against them. Even if complications arose, it would not concern them. Therefore, if the situation turned unfavorable, it would be entirely reasonable for them to intervene. They could not simply allow the fortunes of the Buddhist sect to be appropriated by the human race. The shift in their thoughts naturally influenced their actions, leading to a dramatic transformation in the methods employed by Jane and Juanti against the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. What once was a mere obstruction had morphed into a pure killing strike. The 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, all bearing injuries, were startled upon witnessing the duo's demeanor. Yet they swiftly regained their composure. What trick are those two up to? Everyone, be cautious. Fuxi cautioned the assembly, as the forces of the law twisted. The primordial 8 trigrams behind him began to operate once more, drawing in the chaotic energies and spiritual essence from the surrounding wilderness, surging into the bodies of all present. This reaction aligned perfectly with the intentions of Jane and Juanti. After enduring such a prolonged confrontation, how could they fail to perceive that the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors were now at their limits? To deal with such weakened foes, one need only identify their most vulnerable point. That point was, of course, Fuxi. He had previously been burning his own Tao origin to strengthen the primordial 8 trigrams, only to be interrupted by Jiang Chen. Now, as he resumed its operation, Fuxi resembled a taut string, poised to snap at any moment. Die, Juanti declared, pointing. As a beam of golden light shot forth, Fuxi, having exceeded his own limits, found the operation of the primordial 8 trigrams faltering, leaving him entirely exposed to Jane and Juanti's gaze. They wasted no time in seizing this opportunity, jointly unleashing a divine power. To prevent interference from others attempting to rescue him, they summoned their spiritual treasures, the 7 treasures Miao Tree and the pure bamboo. The two radiant beams surged toward Fushi. Above his head, a jade bamboo materialized, while the light of the seven treasures Miao tree descended heavily upon the primordial 8 trigrams. Once unmatched in power, Fushi found himself momentarily frozen in place. The pure bamboo struck forcefully atop his head, obliterating his divine abilities in an instant. The seven treasures Miao tree firmly obstructed the primordial 8 trigrams. The two beams of divine light crashed down upon him, shattering the emperor's status into fragments and leaving his primordial spirit ephemeral. At that moment, the pure bamboo descended once more, but this time it did not strike him. A side branch sprouted from the pure bamboo, deftly ensnaring Fushi's primordial spirit with a gentle sweep. Fushi let out a muffled groan, his entire essence being drawn. Just then, a resounding dragon's roar echoed, as the fortune of the human race contended with him. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. As the other 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors began to comprehend the situation, the bamboo leaves upon the pristine bamboo had already become entwined with the primordial spirit of Fushi. Stepping forth, Emperor Yao extended his hand and struck, sending a jade tablet soaring into the air. Upon this tablet, lines of legal statutes materialized. This was his divine artifact, as well as his treasure of virtue. In the name of the human sovereign, I hereby declare you guilty. As his words echoed, beams of black and white light swiftly emanated from the inscriptions on the jade tablet, racing forth with great speed. They struck heavily against the barriers surrounding Jane and Juanti. A resonant sound akin to a surging river reverberated through the void, engulfing the two. Subsequently, within this river, numerous ethereal figures of humanity emerged, reaching out with desperate hands, attempting to draw the two into its depths. The echoes of accusations filled their ears, seemingly intent on binding Jane and Juanti in eternal condemnation. Words of guilt floated from the legal texts, striking towards Jane and Juanti, causing their protective barriers to tremble incessantly. Were it an ordinary person, they would likely succumb to the seductive whispers of the river in mere moments, acknowledging their guilt, surrendering their souls, and willingly accepting punishment. Yet, Jane was no ordinary being. Faced with these voices, his expression remained utterly unchanged. I am a sage. My actions and words embody the heavenly way. I am the law. I am the principle. With the conclusion of Jane's declaration, a bolt of thunder descended from the void, crashing heavily ahead. Emperor Yao, caught off guard, was struck by the lightning, resulting in fractures appearing even in the authority of the human sovereign behind him. Cursed be this. He had invoked the heavenly way with his sage authority. Emperor Yao suffered a severe blow, his vitality swiftly waning. With Fushi's primordial spirit ensnared, Emperor Yao also faced grave injury. In that moment, Yin Emperor and Shinnong were poised to ignite themselves in sacrificial flames. Yet, at that instant, a resounding cry erupted from the ensnared Fushi. Reverse the primal 8 trigrams. The thunderous voice resonated throughout the surroundings. The primal 8 trigrams, previously held in firm restraint, began to actively reverse course. This was not the result of Jane and Juanti employing their immense powers to effect the reversal, but rather the doing of the manipulator, Fushi. Fushi was burning away everything he possessed. The speed of the primal 8 trigrams generated afterimages in its wake. The primordial spirit, once tethered by the pristine bamboo, suddenly broke free from its bindings. Fushi gazed at Jane and Juanti with a cold scoff. I am the human sovereign Fushi, destined for humanity, to establish the 8 trigrams and observe the celestial timings. Today, I shall offer everything for the rise of our people. As a member of humanity, I will fight to the death without remorse. With a thunderous explosion, the primal 8 trigrams erupted. The 4 elements, earth, fire, wind, and water, transformed into a torrential flood, surging towards Jane and Juanti. I am Emperor Yao. Today, I die for humanity, and though I perish, I hold no regrets. A subsequent explosion reverberated as the jade tablet he had previously cast forth detonated violently. The inscriptions upon it contained the legal statutes of humanity, now radiating the most profound essence of the human path. The simultaneous detonations of 2 entities bearing the authority of the human sovereign directly ignited the fortunes of humanity. Suddenly, a vast torrent of humanity surged forth. Just as the two were lost in thought, they felt a tightening in their hearts. From the void, 2 ominous rumbles unexpectedly emerged, hurtling toward them with great speed. In their moment of panic, Jane and Juanti attempted to evade, only to realize that escape was futile. They could only brace themselves and endure the onslaught of the thunderbolts. Remarkably, their sacred forms bore the scars of these strikes, as cracks from the thunder began to spread across their bodies. The residual energy of the thunder continued to infiltrate them, This was divine retribution. Caught off guard, they coughed up blood in response. At that moment, fear gripped them, as they had not anticipated that these two adversaries would resort to self-detonation. You bold monks, today we shall fight you with all our might. Jane and Juanti, struggling to suppress their fear, quelled the surging power within them. Then, they suddenly heard the voices of the Flame Emperor and Shinno. Chapter 151. Jiang Chen achieves the title of Human Emperor. At this moment, the Flame Emperor, the Divine Farmer, and several others cried out in unison. Their auras surged tumultuously, evidently preparing for self-destruction. Have you all gone mad? Is living not preferable? The two figures, Jane and Juanti, shouted in desperation. Previously, they had hesitated, wary of inflicting lethal blows upon the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, always apprehensive of potential backlash. They had contemplated the possibility of retribution, which is why they had meticulously targeted only Fushi, striving to limit the casualties and thereby mitigate the ensuing consequences. Yet, they never anticipated the situation would escalate to such an extent, nor could they have foreseen the ferocity of the karmic retribution. The demise of Fushi and Emperor Yao alone inflicted such grievous harm upon them. Should the others perish at this moment as well, what magnitude of divine punishment would they then face? Cursed be you all. You humans are mad, utterly mad. Today, this ends here. I shall ensure that you repay in kind. Jane and Juanti could only utter these harsh words before retreating in defeat. What folly it would be for them to remain while all others fell. The onslaught of divine retribution was beyond their capacity to endure. They had, after all, ascended to sanctity by borrowing merit from the heavenly Tao through grand aspirations. Now, with their vows unfulfilled and facing divine wrath, they feared they would never again attain the status of sage in their lifetimes. In comparison to such stakes, notions of the Buddhist path or destiny were mere trifles, easily cast aside. After the self-destruction of Fushi and Emperor Yao, Jiang Chen felt a tumultuous surge within his heart, a wave of indescribable sorrow washing over him. He hastily activated the 9 absolute divine eyes, gazing into the void. To his astonishment, he beheld 2 luminous orbs descending from the heavens, crashing heavily into his being. One was a miniature version of the primal 8 trigrams, now transformed into 4 fragmented pieces, uncertain if they could be restored. The other was a half-burned jade tablet. These 2 remnants were the legacies of Fushi and Emperor Yao. At this moment, the essence of the imperial authority amalgamated with Jiang Chen, rooting itself within him. Subsequently, a golden dragon apparition gradually materialized above Lingshan. A resounding dragon's roar reverberated throughout the cosmos. Countless humans were, at that instant, inexplicably compelled to kneel in the direction of Lingshan. A profound sense of kinship surged within their hearts, compelling their submission and faith. This was indeed the human emperor of the human race. The auspicious energy of the dragon kin cascaded down from the heavens, enveloping Jiang Chen in a golden aura. In this moment, he could discern any human territory through the auspicious energy of his kin, down to the minutiae of each individual. Soon after, he observed luminous orbs emanating from the bodies of each human, converging towards him, transforming into golden armor that adorned his form. Upon his shoulders rested the dual heads of a lion and tiger, while a fearsome dragon with its mouth agape graced his chest, with the entirety of his being embellished by mountains, rivers, and celestial bodies. As a cloak gracefully cascaded behind him, 5 radiant lights intertwined in a mesmerizing display. In this moment, Jiang Chen inherited the imperial throne of the human race, once held by Fushi and Emperor Yao, thus becoming the latest sovereign of humanity and shouldering the banner of his people. Behind him, a true spirit emerged, soaring towards the heavens and settling firmly within the auspicious golden dragon of the human race. Unlike the function list, where the true spirit was merely a vessel that shared in glory and suffering, this golden dragon was a guardian of the human emperor's essence. Regardless of any fatal blow, the emperor could resurrect himself through this true spirit, harmonized with the fortunes of humanity. Simultaneously, this moment heralded the advent of a new human emperor to all. The onlookers could hardly fathom the spectacle before them, particularly Yuan Shi, who was left utterly speechless. The implications of this event were profound and steeped in secrecy. The rise of humanity would inevitably intertwine with the Tao of humanity, a complex matter that could not be distilled into mere words. In the face of these developments, aside from Tong Tian, with his unorthodox teachings, all other saints, including Nuwa, were gripped by a singular sentiment: fear. These saints, embodiments of the heavenly Tao, often advanced their own power through the exploitation of others, particularly humanity. Over millions of years, humanity had been drained of innumerable benefits. and these saints had grown accustomed to this parasitic relationship. Should the Tao of humanity fail to ascend, they could continue treating humanity as their personal garden, drawing resources at will. However, if humanity were to rise, the consequences would be cataclysmic. Despite their formidable strength, they would find themselves powerless against the celestial, human, and earthly realms. The complete ascendance of the Tao of humanity would thwart their previous exploitative practices, a prospect that the saints, long accustomed to their dominance, could hardly accept. Thus, the last calamity was not merely a conflict between the Chan and Jie sects, but also a concerted effort by the saints to suppress humanity. In ancient times, every ruler among humanity could rightfully claim the title of human emperor, binding them to the fortunes of their people and wielding powers akin to the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. Yet, since the Shang dynasty, no human emperor had ascended to the status of son of heaven, a demotion of humanity's fortunes. As long as humanity's rulers called themselves sons of heaven, even as the protagonists of the cosmos, they would remain unable to reach the pinnacle of power. Furthermore, the earthly Tao, thus, the original equilibrium among the heavenly, earthly, and human Taoists devolved into a hierarchy favoring the heavenly Tao, with both the earthly and human Taoists facing relentless suppression. How could a mere peak quasi-saint like Hao Yan claim dominion over the 3 realms? Was it truly based on his solitary declaration? Even as a peak quasi-saint, he lacked the stature to claim such supremacy. Countless beings in the wilderness surpassed him in strength. His position was merely a product of being Hongjun's disciple and the assistance of other saints. Otherwise, relying solely on Hao Yan, how could one transform the current equilibrium of heaven, earth, and humanity into a state where heaven reigns supreme? The abilities he has displayed may have already left him in a state of utter disarray. Previously, the sages perceived by the beings of the primordial world were exalted, which was, in truth, a manifestation of the heavenly Tao suppressing the other 2 paths, leading all to inherently believe this notion. However, now Jiang Chen has transcended this suppression. The human race has once again revealed a new emperor, a new sovereign. 2 imperial positions converge here, bolstered by the authority of punishment established by Emperor Yao. At this moment, Jiang Chen's stature surpasses that of the ancient 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. This signifies that Jiang Chen not only inherits the indomitable spirit of the human race since the era of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, but also possesses the capability to lead humanity towards reform and innovation, heralding a brand new era of prosperity for the human race and elevating the human path to unprecedented heights. Chapter 152, The Great Emperor of Humanity, The Rise of Humanity. Whether the opposing party can achieve this has become inconsequential, at least from a theoretical standpoint. He is entirely qualified. This development spells tremendous misfortune for the likes of Yuan Shi, Tai Shang, Jie, Zhuan, and Nu Hua, who have been feasting upon the human race. It signifies that their millennia-long schemes have culminated in failure. The days ahead shall no longer be as favorable. The era in which they merely needed to seclude themselves for cultivation and periodically harvest the fortunes of humanity to augment their own strength is drawing to a close. In the immediate sense, it is Yuan Shi's incarnation that is pivotal, for he now stands in direct confrontation with Jiang Chen. Previously, he could leverage his certain authorities and the oppressive might of a saint to overshadow Jiang Chen and impose pressure upon him. Yet now, those means have proven utterly ineffective. Why? How has it come to this? Even now, I find myself experiencing trepidation in his presence. Before, I could suppress him by sharing the prestige of my saintly status. But now, those tactics are rendered futile. Yuan Shi's incarnation gazes at Jiang Chen, his heart quaking violently. A sense of unease washes over him. He contemplates whether to seek aid from his true self. However, he suppresses that tumultuous thought. Jiang Chen's strength had already surpassed the imagination of the masses, and now, having attained such stature, one wonders to what heights his power might ascend. I must test the waters to provide my true self with some assurance. The imperial status of the human emperor is immensely potent, being the only entity comparable to that of a saint. As a mere junior with a millennium of existence, his foundation within the human race is not particularly solid. Perhaps this imperial status may not be fully realized. I shall observe further before making a determination. In truth, even Yuan Shi had not recognized that, facing a younger generation, a saintly incarnation could harbor such thoughts. In a certain sense, this already attests to Jiang Chen's combat prowess exceeding all expectations. On the other side, Sun Wukong and the others gazed at the imperial status emanating from Jiang Chen, their expressions frozen in astonishment. Following this moment of shock, they were engulfed in boundless joy. While others might feel trepidation, he fears not. After all, Jiang Chen is his brother. The stronger Jiang Chen becomes, the better it is for him. The disciples of the were equally elated. They held no fundamental discord with humanity and regarded Jiang Chen as an ally. From the depths of their hearts, they were not adversaries. Nor were they like the Wu Tian, who only reluctantly allied for personal gain. Furthermore, Jiang Chen had the potential to assist them in liberating themselves from the clutches of the Feng Xinbang. At this moment, they all raised their voices in unison, congratulating Jiang Chen on achieving the imperial status of the human race. He is the new emperor of humanity, seated at the pinnacle of supremacy. Were it not for their understanding of Jiang Chen's true strength, the majesty he currently exudes would almost be indistinguishable from that of a saint. The transformation did not cease. From above Jiang Chen's head, a series of resonant bell sounds emerged, the melodies of the chime rising incrementally. Countless streams of spiritual light manifested out of thin air. A magnificent river flowed before the onlookers, cascading gracefully. In the vast river of time and space, an ethereal figure emerged from its depths, bowing towards Jiang Chen. Among the illustrious beings were the Dragon Clan, the Phoenix Clan, and the Qilin, all once sovereigns of heaven and earth. Beyond them, other primal beings existed, their shadows etched in the annals of time. At this moment, they represented their respective clans in homage to the unparalleled human emperor. Almost instantaneously, an aura emanated from him, reverberating throughout the entirety of the primordial realm. Initially, it was merely the human race that yearned to kneel in reverence. But now all myriad tribes sought to pay their respects. What could be the reason behind this phenomenon? Could it be that another sage had emerged? Why was there an overwhelming desire to bow in a singular direction? How peculiar indeed. Within the primordial expanse, countless powerful beings existed. Yet those capable of resonating with the hearts of all were exceedingly rare. To add to the enigma, Jiang Chen found himself in Ling Mountain, a locale deemed one of the most remote in the primordial realm. Nonetheless, many sensed his presence. At this very moment, Jiang Chen's transformation had yet to cease. Suddenly, his majestic figure clad in golden armor began to materialize within the hearts and minds of the primordial beings, exuding an imposing grandeur. For all present, the immediate impression of Jiang Chen was one of profound reverence. They felt an innate admiration for this resplendent figure, and it would not be an exaggeration to say that the spectacle he manifested surpassed even the commotion caused by the sages upon their ascension. This revelation stirred admiration among the primordial beings. The human race had produced an emperor, a great sovereign. Following this, fragments of information regarding Jiang Chen surfaced in the minds of the multitude, prompting astonished exclamations. Yet, some formidable beings quickly discerned the truth. This was not merely the human emperor. This was the great emperor of humanity. In that fleeting moment, countless beings began to pay homage towards Jiang Chen's location. Streams of light emanated from them, converging upon him. Simultaneously, in the depths of the starry cosmos, the Ziwei star stirred. The Ziwei emperor slightly opened his eyes. Filled with uncertainty, he witnessed the imperial aura from the Ziwei star surging towards the primordial realm. The collective wishes of all beings, intertwined with the imperial aura, coalesced upon Jiang Chen. What words could adequately describe Jiang Chen in this moment? Only the term sage sufficed, for only a sage could evoke such a monumental response. This sentiment was not mere idle chatter. It resonated as the truest thought within the hearts of the primordial beings. Why was this so? The avatar of primordial chaos before Jiang Chen found himself at a loss, momentarily stunned. Initially, he wished to observe Jiang Chen and discern any flaws that might arise with the ascent of the human emperor. Yet, he never anticipated witnessing such a scene before his eyes. If the current situation were to persist, even if Jiang Chen were to exhibit any weaknesses later on, they would be beyond his reach. It wasn't a matter of being unable to approach or attack. Rather, it was a matter of not daring to do so. At this moment, Jiang Chen had transcended the mere status of a human emperor. Rather, it resonates with humanity and governs it. It is not akin to the celestial punishments wielded by the Jade Emperor, but rather an all-encompassing mastery. He embodies humanity itself, attaining a realm that even sages cannot reach. Jiang Chen has achieved this. Although he is not a sage at this moment, in terms of rank, he has surpassed the positions held by the likes of Taishang, Yuanshi, Jane, and Juanti. If one were to compel Yuanshi's incarnation to find a counterpart, there would be but one name that springs to mind: Hongjun Laozu. The goddess Pingxin, though powerful, remains constrained, only able to operate within the underworld, rendering her less than perfect. Yet Jiang Chen is on the verge of attaining perfection. Ultimately, Yuanshi's incarnation is not a true sage, and thus, he is incapable of resisting the formidable power displayed by Jiang Chen at this moment. Standing before him, Confronting the onslaught of this aura, he expends all his strength merely to refrain from kneeling, let alone to take action. A deep-seated fear surges within him, relentless and overwhelming. Damn it. Chapter 153. The Hidden Card of Yuan Shi Tianzun, the Evil Corpse of the Sage. Upon realizing the current predicament, Yuan Shi's avatar did not hesitate for a moment and immediately sent a distress signal to his true self. In the midst of chaos, the transformations of Jiang Chen were clearly observed by the sages. With their formidable powers, they could perceive any event occurring in the vast wilderness with a mere glance, particularly the pervasive changes surrounding Jiang Chen. They sensed a tremor in the heavenly Tao, infused with a layer of fury. The heavenly Tao was enraged. However, despite their awareness, they were unable to intervene. All was intricately interwoven. The status Jiang Chen had cultivated was now intrinsically linked to the human Tao. Even these sages could not act at this juncture. Should they attempt to slay him, the backlash from the human Tao would be beyond what they could withstand. After their departure, Jane and Zhuanti also sensed the upheaval in the wilderness, exchanging silent glances. This aura rivaled that of their own ascension to sagehood. Both sighed deeply. At this moment, Jiang Chen's status had become nearly indistinguishable from that of a sage. This heralded a cascade of troubles and upheavals they were reluctant to confront. Though he had not yet become a true sage, the troubles he brought forth were no less significant. The current situation stemmed from the human Tao being excessively suppressed. Today, it had finally found an outlet, investing heavily to elevate Jiang Chen's power. Jane and Zhuanti shared their perspectives, each possessing their own interpretations of the human Tao. Much like the heavenly Tao, it represented a confluence of natural laws and the myriad paths of existence, equipped with its own critical standards for evaluation. Previously subdued, the human Tao had undergone monumental shifts in its judgments. Now, having found an opportunity, it would not easily relent. With Jiang Chen's strength elevated yet again, they lamented. This fellow has carved his path through countless trials, and despite his years being but a fraction of ours, he has already reached such heights. Zhuanti spoke slowly, his urgency replaced by a more deliberate tone. Each word seemed painstakingly extracted, for he now felt the weight of pressure emanating from Jiang Chen. This sentiment was not unique to Zhuanti. Jane felt the same. The events unfolding had long surpassed their comprehension. Even after their extensive lifetimes, they found themselves powerless to address the situation at hand. Jiang Chen had now truly become a force to be reckoned with. If allowed to continue his ascent, it would be perilous for the resurgence of the Western Buddhist sect. What then should be done? Shall we resort to slaying him? As Jane uttered these words, both shuddered in unison. The remnants of the divine punishment that had descended upon them during the demise of Fuxi and Emperor Yao still roamed violently within their beings. The pain endured at that time lingered in their hearts, and merely recalling it caused their hearts to race uncontrollably. Forget it, forget it. If we hadn't fled swiftly back then, those other madmen would have detonated together, and we might have been caught in their peril. The two of us would be unable to take advantage of their misfortune. Zhuanti waved his hands repeatedly. Just considering the presence of Fu, Shi, and Emperor Yao, those two alone would be more than enough to overwhelm us. Now, Jiang Chen's stature is even more terrifying than theirs. The costs we incurred from confronting those two were already substantial, and should this individual recklessly explode before us, it would be a dire situation. Upon hearing this, both men inhaled sharply. The human race is filled with lunatics, each one unpredictable in their next move. Let us just wait and see. There is still a Yuan Shi ahead, and there is no need for us to rush. Their conversation was deceptively simple, yet in truth, they were filled with trepidation. It was precisely their fear that rendered them unable to act, forcing them to merely observe as the events in the primordial world escalated. In fact, Yuan Shi was also waiting. However, unlike Jane and Zhuanti, Yuan Shi Tianzun harbored no fear of the so-called human tide backlash. Firstly, the teaching of the Chan sect had gradually begun to reach out to other races and beings, whereas the foundation among the human race was not as dominant as that of the Buddhist sect. Furthermore, he possessed the merit of creating the heavens as a defense. Additionally, there was Taishang to support him. These factors combined provided him with far greater assurance than Jane and Zhuanti. He had sufficient confidence to withstand the backlash, ensuring that he would not suffer a decline in status like Jane and Zhuanti, who could easily find themselves in jeopardy if they were not careful. At this moment, he received a rescue signal from his true self. With a thought, a figure identical to him, clad in a black robe, appeared before him. Friend, this time I rely on you. No need for courtesy. Such a calamity must be cleared with thunderous methods, replied the black-robed Yuan Shi Tianzun with a slight nod, before transforming into a streak of light and shooting into the primordial realm. This figure was none other than Yuan's evil corpse. They all practiced the method of severing the three corpses as taught by Hong Jun, which consists of eliminating the good corpse, the evil corpse, and the self corpse, ultimately merging them into one. Before reaching this ultimate state, these good, evil, and self corpses possessed extraordinary power, akin to the avatars of a sage. The evil corpse embodies the more malevolent aspects of Yuan Tianzuan's character and can wield sage authority to a certain extent, rather than merely requesting permission to act like an avatar. Should Yuan perish, his evil, good, and self corpses could evolve into new beings. This is the true terror of it all. Generally, sages are reluctant to deploy such trump cards. At this moment, the manifestation of Yuan standing before Jiang Chen suddenly spread its arms wide. The shadow of the black figure crashed heavily upon him. The evil corpse descended. Merging with the manifestation, Jiang Chen, at this juncture, was in a state of unity with the human path, highly attuned to the happenings around him. The aura of the arrival was completely unmasked, and Jiang Chen perceived it with utmost clarity. It is evident that the primordial supreme being has intensified his efforts. As Jiang Chen sensed the changes before him, he heard several voices calling out. These were the voices of Swearin and Shinnong, among others. Upon hearing this call, he turned to look, only to find that the faces of these pioneers and founders of humanity were etched with an indelible sorrow. At the moment when two streams of light collided with him, Jiang Chen comprehended the unfolding of events. He realized that his remarkable achievements were due to the self-sacrifice of Fuxi and Emperor Yao. Before their self-detonation, both had left behind unique methods, bequeathing their imperial status and authority to Jiang Chen at the earliest opportunity. This was the reason Jiang Chen could attain the title of human sovereign even amidst the suppression of humanity and the flourishing of the heavenly Tao. However, ascending to such heights in a single bound still posed certain challenges. Presently, the aura emanating from Jiang Chen indeed seemed intertwined with the human Tao, yet it was not entirely authentic. Otherwise, he would have already stood on equal footing with Hong Jun. Nevertheless, even in this state, Jiang Chen reaped countless benefits. Chapter 154. Harnessing Destiny, Reshaping the Soul of Humanity. This is a convergence with the path of humanity, allowing for a greater understanding of the profound truths. It brings one into direct contact with the essence of the great Tao, enabling a deep resonance with its breath. Following this encounter, Jiang Chen has gained sufficient confidence in his attainment of the mixed Yuan Tao. He merely awaits the opportune moment to transcend his limits and achieve the position of mixed Yuan. Jiang Chen, step aside. Jane and Zhuanti, we are unable to confront him. The avatar of Yuan stands before them, and the members of the Swearin clan have gathered around Jiang Chen. Their expressions somber as they gaze upon the malevolent corpse of Yuan. They remain engulfed in sorrow, their hearts ablaze with wrath towards the saints. While Jane and Zhuanti have swiftly retreated, the Swearin and Shinnong clans cannot afford to neglect the affairs of humanity. They plunge into the chaos, prepared to face annihilation together, directing their pent-up fury towards the looming figure of Yuan. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen shook his head, restraining their actions. Esteemed predecessors, you have already expended too much energy in the previous battle. Forcing yourselves to act now would only deplete your essence, leading to irreparable losses. And what of it? We are here to serve humanity. Today, if my brothers wager their very lives, how can we not join them? The fervent words of his comrades elicited a heavy sigh from Jiang Chen. Friends, given our current predicament, we must not act impulsively. With my presence, you need not worry. How could Jiang Chen not feel sorrow? How could he not feel indignation? Yet, in this critical moment, he cannot allow them to engage. These individuals represent the true foundation of humanity, embodying its soul and spirit. The loss of even two of them would be irretrievable. The remaining members must not suffer further depletion. The Shinnong and Swearin clans understood the wisdom in Jiang Chen's words. However, a pressing issue remained. Their endeavors aimed to channel the fortunes of the Buddhist sect into the fate of humanity, facilitating its resurgence. Yet, to achieve this, Jiang Chen and Sun Wukong must act, employing the treasures of the Tathagata and the lamp of illumination as conduits. If they refrain from intervening, allowing Jiang Chen to confront the avatar of Yuan alone, the fortunes would simply remain stagnant. The longer they delay, the more unpredictable the situation becomes, posing significant risks. Humanity cannot afford any further mishaps in this crucial endeavor. Thus, they remained steadfast in their resolve. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Chen recognized their concerns. He then reached into the void, conjuring a sphere of golden light. This was the manifestation of fortune, a portion coalesced through his journey. Having not concealed his intentions throughout, Jiang Chen's aura bore traces of the Buddhist essence. Esteemed predecessors, my current objective is to vanquish the Yuanshi before us. The task of gathering the fortunes of the Buddhist sect shall be entrusted to you. I have severed all the fortunes that resided within me, and these sacred treasures of the Buddha shall be utilized as a catalyst. With the collaboration of Sun Wukong and the addition of Jiang Chen, it is certain that these fortunes will return to our human race. Jiang Chen waved his hand, and the golden lotus of merit from the Tathagata, along with a flickering flame from the lamp of enlightenment, all drifted towards the figure of Swearin. Jiang Chen, exclaimed several individuals present, astonished by his audacity to casually sever a portion of his own fortune. They found this act utterly inconceivable, aware that such a choice would undoubtedly bear significant consequences for his own being. Yet, as they had previously stated, any further delay could result in unforeseen calamities. Thus, they felt compelled to proceed with this course of action. Sun Wukong, the Holy Mother of No Dust, and the others remained silent. The terrifying strength that Jiang Chen had exhibited was largely bolstered by his fortune, and now he had chosen to forfeit a part of it. This decision could potentially lead to a decline in his combat prowess. Sensing the silence among the crowd, Jiang Chen chuckled softly. Dear friends, do you believe that my actions are mad? Quite the contrary. Today, I declare to all of Hongwang a momentous event. The rise of the human race is imminent, and the resurgence of humanity shall not be hindered by any sage. His voice resonated, not particularly loud, yet carrying a profound weight that rendered the audience speechless, silencing those who had intended to dissuade him. Jiang Chen's actions imbued the human race with a renewed spirit. For far too long, the human race had languished under the machinations of various forces, a duration so extensive that it seemed unfathomable. Aside from the epoch when the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors led the charge against heaven, earth, and man, the majority of their history had been spent relying on the assistance of celestial beings. These deities, akin to parasites, had entrenched themselves within the human race, leading to a gradual erosion of autonomy. Despite the support from the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, they struggled to create significant waves in the presence of true sages. This explains why, following the War of the Gods, the rulers of humanity became mere vassals to the heavenly sovereign, relinquishing their status as emperors. The fortunes of humanity could not be mobilized, thus leaving them powerless to safeguard their own kind, merely watching as their fortunes dwindled. Now, Jiang Chen has ascended as the latest human emperor, wielding the authority of the human race. Instead of choosing the most advantageous path for himself, he has entrusted the remaining emperors to lead Sun Wukong and others in channeling the fortunes of the Buddha, while he alone faces the primordial incarnation. His objective is to eradicate the long-standing decline that has plagued humanity for millennia, infusing them with an enduring spirit of resilience and defiance, enabling them to stand tall and confront celestial beings and even sages. Swearin and the others understood Jiang Chen's intentions. After a moment of silence, they accepted the offerings he had bestowed, uttering but 2 words, "Be cautious." Jiang Chen refrained from elaborating further, instead turning to Red Cloud, Jin Yuanzi, and the Holy Mother of No Dust. Esteemed individuals, there is no need for your assistance. Rather, I implore you to safeguard the human race. The favor bestowed upon us today shall forever be etched in our memories. Jiang Chen performed a respectful bow towards the 3 individuals. They, however, dared not accept such reverence and stepped aside. As commanded by the Emperor of Humanity, we shall dutifully comply. It is noteworthy that these individuals were not of the human race. Thus, when they spoke of the Emperor, they referred not to the sovereign of humanity, but to the sovereign of the human path. Amongst the myriad beings of the heavens and earth, all possessing intelligence belong to the realm of humanity. The human path, the heavenly path, and the earthly path are inherently interdependent. Consequently, all beings of the primordial wilderness hold a profound respect for the Emperor of Humanity, for these sovereigns are far removed from the folly of the Jade Emperor. Jiang Chen nodded in gratitude before turning his gaze towards the side, where the primal evil corpse resided. Since its descent, it had been silently observing Jiang Chen, exuding an air of confidence in its orchestrations. With all arrangements now in order, Jiang Chen directed his attention towards the other. The primal evil corpse met Jiang Chen's gaze with a smile. However, this smile was devoid of warmth and instead brimming with sheer malevolence. Chapter 155. Confrontation with the malevolent corpse of the primordial supreme being. I had anticipated that he would cling stubbornly to his pride. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, the primordial malevolent corpse remarked, "He is merely an incarnation of mine." This statement, however, carried a misleading connotation. Should others perceive the being before them as the true primordial entity, the pressure they would face would multiply exponentially. Yet, Jiang Chen was not deceived. He had already sensed the essence of his opponent. Arrogant fool, you are but a mere malevolent corpse, a mere projection, attempting to stir ripples in my presence. Beast, you seek death. In essence, a malevolent corpse represented the accumulation of an individual's negative traits, impulsiveness, anger, and murderous intent. Jiang Chen's words ignited a fire within his adversary. Who seeks death is uncertain. It is only through confrontation that one truly understands. Today, you shall serve as the first stepping stone on the path of my people's resurgence. With a cold snort, he extended his hand. No longer wielding his primordial blade, he summoned the torrent of humanity. At this moment, Jiang Chen embodied the status of the human emperor, and his every movement resonated with the essence of humanity. As he gestured, the sound of rushing water cascaded from the heavens, transforming into a river that surged toward the primordial malevolent corpse. Beside the torrent of humanity, countless beings sounded war drums, their rhythmic beats echoing throughout the surroundings. As the drum beats intensified, the waves within the torrent surged, each wave brimming with boundless martial intent, swirling continuously. Gradually, amidst the crescendo of the drums, figures emerged from the frothy waves. Though their faces remained obscured, the aura they exuded hinted at the realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal. In truth, a great Luo Golden Immortal was not particularly formidable. Not only could the primordial malevolent corpse effortlessly obliterate them, but even an ordinary quasi-saint could do so with ease. Moreover, this was the malevolent corpse of the primordial being. Thus, while Jiang Chen's display was indeed terrifying, it was of little consequence in the eyes of his opponent. To summon the torrent of humanity using one's own status, resurrecting the slain great Luo from the annals of time, was undeniably remarkable given Jiang Chen's newly attained rank. Jiang Chen, you may indeed be considered a genius. Faced with such an assault, the primordial malevolent corpse could still utter such words. While it appeared to be a compliment to Jiang Chen, it was, in fact, a veiled boast about his own composure and confidence in the face of adversity. To appreciate one's opponent while maintaining an air of superiority was a testament to his arrogance. Jiang Chen offered no response, continuing to propel the torrent of humanity toward the primordial malevolent corpse. To achieve this with your status is commendable. However, Jiang Chen, you have yet to witness the true power of a saint in action. Today shall broaden your horizons. As soon as the words left the adversary's lips, the sound of thunder erupted, drowning out the crashing waves of the torrent and the reverberating war drums that surrounded them. Immediately, an extraordinarily pure aura enveloped the surroundings. At the moment of a thunderous explosion, the hearts of those present leapt in alarm. Any formidable beings in the vicinity who extended their consciousness to perceive the situation quickly regained their composure, some shielding themselves with magical artifacts, while others turned to retreat. This oppressive force was nearly suffocating, making it difficult for them to breathe. Standing resolutely, Jiang Chen listened to the cacophony around him, his expression betraying not a hint of change. He had anticipated this moment. After all, it was the malevolent corpse of a sage, undeniably stronger than any mere avatar. Although Jiang Chen's status was considerable, the battle would surely be fierce in terms of sheer strength. Subsequently, the towering figure of the great Luo atop the torrent of humanity shattered amidst the resounding thunder. Bit by bit, it crumbled. Under the might of the primordial malevolent corpse's divine abilities, the figure succumbed to collapse. The malevolent corpse, gleefully observing Jiang Chen, declared, "How about that? Your methods may suffice against others, but they are utterly inadequate against me." Listening to such arrogant proclamations, Jiang Chen merely shook his head. "What do you know, mere avatar? What you have destroyed is merely superficial. The torrent of humanity remains untouched. Such powers are plentiful, they are but a thought away." As Jiang Chen spoke, his disdain for the primordial malevolent corpse was unmistakable. The corpse, sensing Jiang Chen's attitude, found himself at a loss for words. He had indeed misjudged the situation, believing that the many great Luo figures above the torrent of humanity were summoned at Jiang Chen's own cost and burden. However, it now appeared that this was a deliberate act on Jiang Chen's part. As their conversation continued, countless great Luo figures materialized above the torrent, far surpassing the previous number. Being mocked is something even the most ordinary individuals cannot endure, let alone a malevolent corpse assembled from the likes of the primordial supreme being. Infuriated, he extended his hand, summoning the Pangu banner, which unfurled behind him in the wind. Upon seeing the Pangu banner, Jiang Chen felt a shiver run down his spine. This artifact was born from the shattering of the primordial chaos treasure, the Pangu axe, and was the foremost offensive weapon beneath the heavenly laws. even outclassing the sword of immortal execution. He had not anticipated that the primordial corpse would invest such resources, nor that it would produce this artifact at such a pivotal moment. It seemed that the troubles he had envisioned were about to multiply. However, upon further reflection, Jiang Chen realized that the situation was not entirely dire. The malevolent corpse before him was merely an avatar, not the true body. Thus, the summoned Panga banner could hardly be genuine. It was likely a mere projection. With this realization, Jiang Chen's spirits lifted slightly as he turned his gaze toward the adversary. Beams of light surged forth from the Panga banner, steadily integrating into the surrounding torrent of humanity. Explosions echoed in the air. Jiang Chen calmed himself, quietly attuning to the transformations within the torrent. Fortunately, it aligned with his expectations. This was merely a projection. The influence one can exert is ultimately limited. Jiang Chen silently rejoiced. Yet, in the midst of his relief, he noticed the primordial evil corpse beside him revealing a smile, its gaze fixed intently upon him. Then, a similar sound of flowing water reverberated. Unbeknownst to him, a dark river had begun to swirl around the primordial evil corpse, starkly contrasting with the bright currents of the human realm. This river was shrouded in darkness, embodying a plethora of negative emotions: coldness, slaughter, filth, and misfortune. Young one, you claim that I lack divine abilities, but today I shall unveil my profound powers to you. As several beams of light merged into the human realm's currents, he had already deciphered fragments of authority within. Without hesitation, he activated the saintly authority, forcefully conjuring a torrent that was uniquely his own, crashing forward with tremendous force. Chapter 156. Borrowing your malevolent head to forge the soul of humanity. Tell me, are you aware of the true essence of my divine powers? Jiang Chen inquired, posing a counter-question at that moment. The primordial malevolent corpse stood frozen in place. After a considerable pause, with an expression of rage etched upon his face, he retorted, "Your methods of the humanistic torrent are indeed ingenious. Yet ultimately they rely on external forces. It is through this torrent that you summon historical images. My torrent, however, is not dependent on external entities. It is purely the manifestation of immense magical power coalescing with profound resentment and lethal intent, an obvious distinction." As he spoke, the primordial malevolent corpse laughed. But soon a sense of unease crept in as he noticed Jiang Chen regarding him with a look of bemusement, akin to that directed at a fool. This revelation struck him with sudden clarity. Fool, unaware of being ensnared, sold out, and yet still counting the coins. Jiang Chen's words fell upon the primordial malevolent corpse like a thunderclap, igniting a flicker of panic in his gaze. He quickly shifted his attention back to his own divine powers, observing the relentless clash of torrents, and the phantoms on Jiang Chen's humanistic current being systematically obliterated by his own. He exhaled with relief. Child, should your divine powers prove inadequate against my might, it would be wise to surrender early and offer your neck for execution. I might still grant you a favorable rebirth. Jiang Chen could no longer suppress his laughter. It was utterly ludicrous to witness a fool, oblivious to the essence of the situation, reveling in his own arrogance. The primordial malevolent corpse felt a tightening urgency within him. At that moment, he sensed an anomaly. Unbeknownst to him, figures began to emerge from the tidal waves he had summoned. This was not a consequence of his deliberate control. He had neglected a vital detail. He was not conjuring images from the river of time through the humanistic torrent. Thus, these malevolent beings bore a subtle connection to him. As the battle with the humanistic torrent raged on, the visages of these dark figures began to resemble his own. Do you still not understand? What I summon are beings that once existed, intertwined with the threads of causality. Upon hearing this, the primordial malevolent corpse felt as though his mind had erupted. He immediately attempted to halt his magical incantation, but it was too late. In the instant their torrents collided, he had utilized his vast magical power to eliminate many of the phantoms conjured by Jiang Chen. While they conversed, the number had swelled into the tens of thousands, even billions. The unseen threads of causality had already reversed their course towards the primordial malevolent corpse. This signified that he had formed an unbreakable bond of causality with the humanistic torrent. Jiang Chen could employ his 9 tribulations divine eye to directly suppress the essence of the malevolent corpse through these threads. In that moment, Jiang Chen's intentions became clear to the primordial malevolent corpse, inciting a tempest of rage and astonishment. Yet Jiang Chen continued to smile, declaring, "Today, I shall borrow the head of your saintly malevolent corpse to forge the battle spirit of humanity." As Jiang Chen uttered these words, he summoned his mystical powers, and in an instant, his voice reverberated throughout the vast expanse of the primordial world. The formidable beings of the primordial realm were taken aback. raising their gazes towards the western horizon. Although merely a projection, it was nonetheless the malevolent corpse of a sage. Should Jiang Chen succeed, it would constitute a revolutionary achievement for the entire primordial realm. For humanity, it would undoubtedly serve as a potent elixir of fortitude. Their newly ascended emperor would utilize the malevolent corpse of a sage as a stepping stone. This notion would evoke an involuntary swell of pride among countless humans. The primordial malevolent corpse fixated its steely gaze upon Jiang Chen, its countenance dark and brooding. The confrontation today bore two distinct outcomes: defeat and death. Should it falter, it could retreat, and the repercussions would be minimal. However, if it were to perish here, it would truly become a mere stepping stone for Jiang Chen. At that moment, the primordial malevolent corpse felt a shiver run down its spine. It reached behind and grasped the panga banner with resolute determination. It began to sway, channeling a terrifying amount of magical energy. Waves of fierce winds surged forth from all directions, hurling towards Jiang Chen. It must be noted that the panga banner is indeed the premier offensive treasure of the primordial realm. Even the sheer force manifested by a mere projection could instill fear in the hearts of ordinary quasi-sages. Jiang Chen extended his hand, summoning a torrent of human energy that erupted into frothy waves. One wave surged after another, relentlessly crashing against the fierce winds. The sound of shattering echoed around them. In the blink of an eye, they had engaged in countless exchanges of mystical techniques. Visible cracks began to form in the surrounding void, spreading out like a web. If the two continued their fierce battle, they would undoubtedly shatter this space entirely. Yet, the primordial malevolent corpse appeared utterly unconcerned by this possibility. It directly invoked the authority of the sage, causing the intricate patterns on the Pango banner to become even more refined. Jin Yuanzi and Hong Yun were struck with profound shock. Even from such a distance, they were intimidated by the overwhelming aura emanating from the primordial malevolent corpse. Jin Yuanzi did not hesitate to unleash a protective barrier before him. Their gazes towards Jiang Chen were filled with incredulity. How could he withstand such a terrifying aura with sheer force? To what extent had his power escalated? After invoking the sage's authority, the primordial malevolent corpse yearned for a swift resolution. It was determined to subdue Jiang Chen at all costs, even if it meant paying a price. Frantic thoughts swirled in its mind, and the notion of sacrificing a malevolent corpse to eliminate the hidden threat posed by Jiang Chen seemed a lucrative trade. Yet, as these thoughts lingered, its focus began to waver, turning increasingly volatile and irritable. After several exchanges, the once mighty torrent of human energy appeared to weaken somewhat. To onlookers, this signified the primordial malevolent corpse gaining the upper hand. Nevertheless, it remained unable to quell its own tumultuous emotions. It resembled a lit firecracker, the fuse nearly burnt through, ready to explode at any moment. This realization was not lost on it, yet it found itself powerless to avert the impending turmoil. Something was amiss. The primordial evil corpse sensed the anomaly of its own state and immediately recited incantations, attempting to momentarily suppress the turmoil within. In that fleeting moment, Jiang Chen reached out into the void, and two torrents of human essence surged forth from behind the primordial supreme being, completely enveloping it. Observing the scene before him, the primordial evil corpse had already made a resolute decision. Given the current circumstances, swiftly resolving the confrontation with Jiang Chen had become an impossibility. He needed to stabilize his own condition before formulating further plans. The Pangu banner fluttered above his head, shielding him from the relentless encroachment of the human torrents. Yet, despite the acknowledgement, the execution proved to be considerably more challenging. Jiang Chen merely offered a slight mockery, and the emotions of the primordial evil corpse began to spiral into disarray once more. The evil corpse was certainly aware that it lacked positive emotions. However, this did not imply that it was devoid of sanity. Frustration welled within. What on earth was happening? Had it fallen into a trap? Chapter 157. Destiny's calling. The primordial evil corpse murmured to itself, finding the scene before its eyes utterly irrational. The only plausible explanation was that Jiang Chen harbored some hidden methods within the currents of humanity, much like his previous incarnation, which concealed itself within mist to deliver the true spirits of Sun Wukong and others to the divine list. Jiang Chen must possess some secretive means, patiently waiting for the opportune moment to ensnare him. However, in reality, it had gravely misjudged Jiang Chen. At this moment, Jiang Chen felt quite stifled. He was merely engaging in verbal sparring during the battle, attempting to disrupt his opponent's mental state. Little did he expect such an effective outcome. Even he found it somewhat incredulous. After all, he had never underestimated the strength of a saint-level evil corpse. Yet, as the battle progressed, he sensed an incessant feeling of madness and confusion emanating from his opponent. Initially, he believed it to be an illusion of his own making, or perhaps some technique of the primordial evil corpse. However, it soon became evident that his opponent had indeed lost its sanity. What could be the cause? Jiang Chen surveyed his surroundings, feeling perplexed. Without hesitation, he activated the nine-calamity divine eye to scrutinize his adversary. This divine eye allowed him to perceive the essence of all things before him and trace the causal threads back to their origins. However, the energy expended to observe a being of such a high echelon as a saint was considerable. Thus, Jiang Chen could only ascertain the position of his opponent along the causal line without tracing it back to its source. It was only upon witnessing the loss of rationality in his foe that he dared to attempt a deeper investigation. Gradually, the causal lines before him grew increasingly robust. Jiang Chen abruptly lifted his head, his gaze penetrating through the primordial evil corpse into the depths of chaos. With a thunderous sound, he felt a flash of lightning illuminate his mind, and in a moment of disorientation, he glimpsed a towering figure gazing down at him. Their eyes met for a fleeting instant, and Jiang Chen hastily severed his divine perception to prevent further intrusion into his consciousness. His entire being began to sway under the weight of this encounter. This was merely the beginning. Jiang Chen sensed an entity locking onto him. Almost immediately, an overwhelming aura surged from the causal line he had previously detected, a force that seemed poised to annihilate the entire world. This was the law of order. Those who align with it thrive, while those who oppose it perish. Such is the essence of order. The law of order is a supremely tyrannical principle, and among the vast wilderness, only the primordial celestial master wields its power. Jiang Chen hastily summoned his inner divine abilities. Even the Book of Fate emanated a faint white light at this moment. Through a concerted effort, he managed to stave off the relentless encroachment of this law of order. As the oppressive aura dissipated, Jiang Chen exhaled softly. Was that the true form of the primordial celestial master? Recalling the magnificent figure, Jiang Chen understood what he had truly uncovered. He had indeed traced the causal threads back to their very foundation, directing his gaze upon the essence of the primordial saint. Fortuitously, this revelation had come upon him unexpectedly. It seems that even the primordial celestial master was caught off guard, granting Jiang Chen a fleeting opportunity to escape. By the time he reacted, he could only exert a faint force of law across the causal lines. This was a lesson learned. Henceforth, one must exercise prudence when employing such powers, especially when the strength of a sage remains insufficient to confront the origins directly. Reflecting upon this experience, Jiang Chen etched the lesson deeply into his mind. He then activated the nine calamities divine eye, shifting his focus from the causal lines to the primordial evil corpse before him. This time, no unforeseen events transpired. Under his observation, the emotional collapse of the primordial evil corpse was not without cause. At an unknown level, a soft white light was exerting pressure upon the primordial itself. Upon witnessing this white light, Jiang Chen felt a sense of familiarity, though it took him a moment to grasp its significance. Eventually, upon sensing its connection to his own essence, he realized it was the vital energy of humanity. His current status surpassed even that of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. Though this state was not enduring, in the present moment, every action he took resonated with the manifestation of humanity. The essence of humanity encompasses the wisdom of living beings. Thus, while the primordial evil corpse confronted Jiang Chen, it was naturally subjected to the constraints of human principles. Had it been the true primordial, it might have countered with the authority of a sage and the power of the heavenly way. However, it was merely the primordial's evil avatar, an uncontrollable negative entity. Now influenced by the essence of humanity, it had become impulsive and irritable. Currently, all of its rationality was consumed by the need to stabilize its own state, oscillating erratically between lucidity and rage. Jiang Chen could not help but marvel at this phenomenon. Simultaneously, he connected his spirit to the faint white light, encouraging a more active and frequent interaction, which in turn accelerated the erratic fluctuations of the primordial evil corpse. Such a bizarre display did not go unnoticed by the onlookers. What was happening? The Swearen clan and Shinnon clan, who were absorbing the fortunes of the Buddhist sect, gazed in astonishment at the sight of the primordial evil corpse. This could not be right. Despite being merely an avatar, a sage should not behave in such a manner. Something was amiss. What transpired in that fleeting moment we overlooked? How had the course of battle transformed so dramatically? The crowd pondered, some even hesitant to trust their own eyes. Yet, no matter how incredulous they felt, the scene unfolding before them was undeniably real. At that moment, Jiang Chen's figure resonated with the vital essence of humanity. transmitting his presence into the hearts of all beings across the myriad worlds. As he invoked the power of humanity, he inadvertently revealed the image of the primordial evil corpse within their minds. In an instant, an intriguing tableau emerged across the vast wilderness. Everyone could witness the confrontation between Jiang Chen and the primordial evil corpse within the depths of their consciousness. Perceiving the state exhibited by the primordial evil corpse at that moment, this frenzied and chaotic situation left many in a state of bewilderment, akin to a monk who cannot fathom the essence of the matter. Even the disciples of the enlightened path were taken aback. They were thoroughly aware of their master's incarnations, having encountered both benevolent and malevolent manifestations. Yet, none had ever witnessed a scene quite like this. It seemed as though ancient powers, lurking in the shadows of the river of the underworld, were pondering the means by which Jiang Chen managed to influence the emotions of a saintly malevolent being in such a brief span of time. Furthermore, the Kuanping and his companions discreetly noted Jiang Chen's newfound ability to affect emotions, deepening their understanding of his capabilities. Given Jiang Chen's current demeanor, the rise of humanity appeared inevitable, perhaps even leading to enmity with them. It is always wiser to prepare in advance than to be caught off guard later. While these formidable beings could contemplate the underlying implications, the ordinary creatures remained oblivious to the mysteries at play. After much contemplation, they could only arrive at a singular conclusion. It was the decree of fate. Chapter 158. Hongjuan's Astonishment. Jiang Chen as the Ninth Saint? If merely a handful of individuals pondered this notion, it would be one thing. Yet now, the visage of Jiang Chen has manifested in the hearts of all sentient beings. One or two, thousands upon thousands of primordial creatures are contemplating this very idea. It has appeared in the collective consciousness of their minds instantaneously. As the prevalence of this thought burgeons, the resultant impact grows increasingly formidable. Jiang Chen is destined by fate. Humanity is ordained by destiny. The rise of humankind is a thought that emerges among the myriad beings of the primordial realm. What is destiny? It is also referred to as the will of the people. At this moment, half of the primordial beings are entertaining such thoughts. Thus, even if initially, humanity was not the chosen of destiny, in the contemplation of all beings, a subtle shift has occurred. Although it was not so at the outset, under the blessings of heaven and earth, the future outcomes are unlikely to deviate significantly. Moreover, with Jiang Chen, the three sovereigns, the five emperors, and the efforts of forging alliances, at this moment, the so-called fate has undergone a tremendous turn. The divine will that once favored the Buddhist sect has now shifted to humanity. Originally, under Hongjuan's influence, it was the Buddhist sect that was destined for great prominence. After this transformation, the role of ascendance has shifted from the Buddhist sect to humanity. A resounding thunderous sound reverberates throughout the cosmos. The fortune of humanity surges with fervor. What once were ethereal golden dragons of fortune now exhibit a tendency towards solidity. Humanity is, after all, the principal actor of heaven and earth, the focal point of future cosmic trends. Now, once more favored by destiny, the combination of these elements resembles a celestial thunder igniting earthly fire. The first to sense this transformation were Sun Wukong and Fuxi, who were refining the fortunes of the Buddhist sect. They could distinctly perceive the acceleration of the fortune transition, now multiplied by dozens of times. At this moment, atop the Ziwei star, the emperor of the Ziwei suddenly opened his eyes, his expression one of astonishment. Could it be? Just as the tumultuous Ziwei star had finally calmed, it now surged violently once again. Even more unsettling was the impact on the emperor's own regal purple aura. The myriad stars at this moment radiated with boundless brilliance. Streams of starlight converged, accompanied by the emperor's purple aura cascading once more into the primordial realm. Their target, of course, was the figure of Jiang Chen, who stood resolutely in the heavens. Jiang Chen, already resplendent, shone even brighter, his magical power surging violently. Immediately, deep, resonant sounds akin to war drums echoed forth. This was not the drumming of the human path's torrent. It was the heartbeat of Jiang Chen. His heart raced rapidly. The essence of Jiang Chen's primordial spirit was now imbued with hues of purple. At this juncture, Jiang Chen found himself ensnared by the dual influences of humanity's fortune and the torrent of the human path. This exceeded his expectations. In the depths of chaos, within the palace of the purple clouds, Hongjuan abruptly opened his eyes. Within his tranquil gaze, it seemed as if a universe was autonomously revolving. At present, a torrent of information from the primordial chaos surged into his being. In the blink of an eye, he deciphered it. How could this be? The fates had seemingly altered. A destiny that I had meticulously planned for so long was brazenly diverted at this very moment. The rise of Buddhism transformed into the flourishing of humanity? As the Tao ancestor, a being of harmonious existence, there are few matters within the primordial realm that can elude Hongjuan's perception. The essence of the unfolding scene laid bare before him, save for certain matters intentionally obscured by the human realm. Events that required my own careful deliberation were disrupted multiple times by a mere Jiang Chen, even resulting in a dramatic reversal of fortune, a situation so exaggerated. The originally tranquil gaze of Hongjun could not help but reveal a hint of perplexity. Subsequently, a fragment of the creation jade butterfly above his head whirled rapidly, connecting with the myriad paths of the cosmos, and began to deduce based on the current information. After a while, Hongjun opened his eyes, appearing perplexed. He found himself utterly unable to glimpse the threads of fate surrounding Jiang Chen. Not even the authority of the heavenly Tao could assist him in this endeavor. Moreover, it was a complete inability to see. It is important to note that even the sages could approximate their fates. During a calamity, he could still extrapolate vague world lines. Yet at this moment, he could not deduce Jiang Chen's fate. This was certainly not the power of a sage, nor the might of the heavenly Tao. Jiang Chen was not a sage. Of that Hongjun was 100% certain. Although Jiang Chen was not a sage, the rank and various manifestations he now displayed were scarcely distinguishable from that of one. The rise of humanity posed a perilous threat, elevating the status of the human emperor to a level that rivaled that of the sages. Hongjun contemplated the recent events surrounding Jiang Chen. His heart stirred with astonishment. At this moment, his gaze towards Jiang Chen shifted, losing the previous air of indifference and calm. Could it be that he was the one who had eluded detection? Might he indeed be the ninth sage, the ultimate convergence of heaven, earth, and humanity, embodying the pinnacle of all paths? At this juncture, Hongjuan's expression was inscrutable, devoid of the former lofty demeanor of the Tao ancestor who guided the primordial chaos. However, after a brief moment, his countenance returned to tranquility. He sat cross-legged, resuming his meditative state. It appeared he was prepared to let events unfold naturally. The true intentions of this renowned Tao ancestor remained a mystery. In stark contrast, the reactions of other sages were far more intense, particularly those of Jane and Zhuanti. They too sensed the changes at play, aware of the shifting fortunes of Buddhism towards humanity. This was akin to a deep incision into their very flesh. Puff, already affected by the self-destruction of Suiren and Emperor Yao, both had sustained hidden injuries. Now, upon sensing the alterations in Buddhist fortunes, they could no longer contain themselves and spat out a mouthful of blood. Despite the meticulous calculations of Jane and Zhuanti, they were utterly unprepared for the unforeseen circumstances that unfolded. The emergence of Jiang Chen abruptly shattered all their aspirations, stripping away the benefits they had meticulously devised over countless epochs and bestowing them upon the human race. Their influence and intricate schemes lay in ruins. The Buddhist sect was reduced to but a handful of individuals, and the prospect of resurgence seemed daunting. Moreover, with Jiang Chen's rise, the human race exuded an indomitable spirit. Whether they could extract further advantages from humanity was now a matter shrouded in uncertainty. After expelling blood, the two appeared disheveled. Yet, their resolve remained unyielding. Their divine powers surged forth, and the residual fortunes of the Buddhist sect emanated from their beings. Seizing this opportunity, they swiftly engaged in calculations. Yet, after numerous iterations, 10, 100, the outcomes remained unchanged. Jane's expression grew increasingly somber, prompting Zhuanti to bellow vehemently. This cannot be. Even if the human race flourishes, we are not without recourse. They are currently transforming the fortunes of the Buddhist sect. If we act swiftly enough, there remains a glimmer of hope. Chapter 159. The battle between the Celestial Master and the Primordial Beginning. Previously, the two had retreated due to the backlash they experienced, intending to devise their plans once the situation became clearer. However, the current developments exceeded their initial expectations. If this continued, they would indeed lose everything. Therefore, it was imperative to swiftly reclaim as much of their fortune as possible to reverse the current predicament. Otherwise, once the fortunes of the human race completely devoured those of the Buddhist sect, they would be left to await their demise. Even if they wished to conspire over the fortunes of humanity, the difficulty was akin to having them both attain sainthood once more. As Jane and Zhuanti deliberated, a radiant light ascended above the primordial wilderness. It appeared to emerge from thin air, making its way directly towards Ling Mountain. At this moment, Yuanshi did not feel much about the occurrences in the primordial wilderness. Yet, amidst the haze, he sensed an underlying unease. This disquiet stemmed from his malevolent corpse. Prompted by this sensation, Yuanshi decided to conduct a calculation. The result revealed the true state of affairs his malevolent corpse was currently experiencing. This revelation left him unable to remain still. His expression shifted as he prepared to unleash his divine powers, intending to descend into the primordial wilderness in his true form, employing the most formidable means to utterly sever the hopes of humanity's resurgence. The might of a sage is unparalleled, wielding the authority of the celestial path. He could alter everyone's perceptions and quell the burgeoning aspirations of humanity. Although he would endure considerable backlash, what of it? Unfortunately, just as Yuan Shi was about to descend into the primordial wilderness, a bright light erupted in the void, and a figure obstructed his path. Swordlight danced, and Yuan Shi was compelled to unleash a palm strike in defense. A thunderous explosion reverberated through the chaos. Once the explosion subsided, the two exchanged a silent glance. After a moment, Yuan Shi could no longer contain himself and bellowed, "Tong Tian, what exactly do you intend to do?" Gazing at the sullen-faced Yuan Shi, Tong Tian displayed little emotion. "What can I do? Do not forget the decree issued by the Tao ancestor, forbidding entry into the primordial wilderness." Upon hearing this, Yuan Shi found himself momentarily speechless. Following the conclusion of the Fengshen calamity, the Tao ancestor had issued this command specifically targeting Tong Tian, fearing he might lose control and wreak havoc in the primordial wilderness. It was also a means to facilitate the division of the ultimate victory among the Chan sect and others. At that time, Tong Tian's state was nearly one of madness. Even the slightest provocation could ignite his fury. Had it not been for Hong Jun's firm restraint, Tong Tian might have indeed cast aside everything to confront them. After all, in his eyes, a total loss was preferable to a partial one. To placate him, the Tao ancestor had disseminated this command to the other sages, leading them to vacate the primordial wilderness. Unexpectedly, this very statement was now used against Yuan Shi by Tong Tian. At this moment, Tong Tian, having matured over the years, was no longer the impulsive individual he had once been. After responding to Yuan Shi, his gaze shifted toward the far end of the chaos, where the Supreme One resided. The two figures gazed at each other across the vast void, separated by an intangible distance. Taishang let out a soft sigh, shaking his head slightly. Tong Tian's words were effectively a means to impose righteousness upon Taishang, urging him not to intervene. After all, the adversary valued dignity above all, adhering to the principles of tranquility and non-action that were central to their sect. When did my brothers and I become entangled in such a predicament? This matter is one I shall refrain from meddling in. You too must also refrain from igniting genuine flames of conflict, lest you embarrass yourselves before others. With a heavy heart, Taishang transmitted his thoughts. This caused Yuan Shi's expression to darken further. On one hand, it was due to Tong Tian obstructing his path into the primordial chaos, and on the other, it was the realization that Taishang had been restrained by mere words, unable to assist him. Without Taishang's intervention, Yuan Shi was left to confront Tong Tian alone. Typically, Yuan Shi would hesitate to engage with his once brother, but circumstances had shifted dramatically. "Tong Tian, have you truly resolved to stand in my way today?" Yuan Shi's countenance was grim as he regarded Tong Tian, whose demeanor now radiated satisfaction. "What? I am merely upholding the principles established by our master. The primordial realm is frail. The arrival of a sage can alter the fabric of existence. Look at the chaos among Jain, Zhuanti, and the Buddhist sect. They have yet to venture into the primordial realm. What purpose does your sect have in doing so?" Tong Tian's composure, cultivated over the years, was evident. Even drawing comparisons with Jain and Zhuanti, one could only imagine the fury that would arise should Jain and Zhuanti catch wind of his remarks. The positions of both parties were now unmistakably clear. In the current tumult of chaos, many sages were present, yet the circumstances were markedly different. Jain and Zhuanti were preoccupied with reversing their own fortunes, while Nuwa found no justification to intervene. Taishang had been effectively silenced by Tong Tian's retort. No one attempted to mediate, nor did anyone intervene. Yuan Shi lifted his gaze to meet Tong Tian's. The resentment shining in the eyes of his former brother indicated that there was no room for negotiation. "Does Tong Tian truly believe I fear you?" Yuan Shi exclaimed in wrath. As the laws of order surged around him, a swirling mass of chaotic energy coalesced into menacing black dragons, poised to strike at Tong Tian. Tong Tian remained undaunted, clutching the Qingping sword, feeling a palpable tension rise from Yuan Shi's presence. In an instant, their gazes locked, and they clashed fiercely. Both were seething with fury. Yuan Shi had left an avatar behind, believing it to be infallible, only to encounter unforeseen complications. He hastily summoned an evil spirit for assistance, yet still faced challenges. With his true form obstructed by Tong Tian at the threshold of the primordial realm, He wondered if he could maintain any semblance of dignity as a sage. In a fit of rage, he seized the Pangu banner beside him and brought it crashing down. The winds of the Pangu banner coalesced, vaguely resembling an axe, capturing a glimpse of the divine essence from Pangu's creation of the world. Observing this spectacle, Tong Tian felt his own battle spirit surge within him. A pure and profound sword intent began to rise from the blade, heralding the imminent clash of titans. The two forces collided, creating a brilliant white light that radiated outward. Unlike the previous encounters involving Jiang and Zhuanti against the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, this moment marked a genuine clash between 2 saints. The powers of Yuanshi and Tong Tian far surpassed those of Jiang, Zhuanti, and the ancient sovereigns. Their comprehension and mastery of the laws eclipsed that of all others. The principles of the sword path and the order law clashed, as chaotic energies were incessantly extracted, shredded, and diluted. Even the primordial realm experienced subtle fluctuations due to their fierce battle. A fissure appeared in the heavenly canopy above the primordial land, though it was swiftly mended by the Tao of heaven. This was merely the aftershock of their confrontation. Should Tong Tian and Yuanshi truly engage in battle above the primordial realm, it is likely that the very fabric of that realm would shatter in an instant. However, this time, their duel unfolded without the intervention of Hongjun. Chapter 160, Death and Rebirth. Entering the realm of beasts in the desolate wilderness, Jiang Chen's gaze fixated upon the menacing figure of the primordial evil corpse before him. At this moment, he radiated a divine brilliance. It is time for this to end, primordial. Upon hearing these words, the primordial evil corpse was seized by uncontrollable rage. Arrogant child, like his true form, he grasped the Pangu banner that had projected itself and hurled it with great force towards Jiang Chen. The surrounding air roared in response. The palpable wave of magical energy sent shivers through the hearts of all present. Jiang Chen extended his hand, summoning the torrent of humanity to surge forth and meet the oncoming assault. In the fleeting instant, the figure of the primordial evil corpse vanished, only to reappear behind Jiang Chen. Child, you believe your torrent of humanity has eluded my understanding? You dare to employ such tactics against me? The Pangu banner came crashing down, accompanied by a terrifying gale aimed directly at Jiang Chen's back. At that moment, he had no defenses in place, left only to watch as the attack descended upon him. The spectators gasped in horror at the unfolding scene. The primordial evil corpse, seizing the opportunity while Jiang Chen remained unresponsive, intensified his strike. With a resounding impact, an overwhelming force penetrated Jiang Chen's body, and an endless torrent of wind surged within him, mercilessly constricting his form. Moments later, Jiang Chen's body disintegrated into a cloud of fragments, dissipating into the void. How could this be possible? Those still refining the Buddhist fortune stood frozen in disbelief. Even the Holy Mother of Know-Nothing trembled slightly as she gripped her sword. The rapidity and ferocity of the event left them utterly astonished. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Chen, who had once emanated an aura of invincibility, was reduced to nothingness. The primordial evil corpse let out a hearty laugh. Did you truly believe that the augmentation of humanity's fortune guaranteed invulnerability? Your overconfidence and disdain for me are your undoing. Even as a mere avatar, I am still a sage, reveling in his triumph. The primordial evil corpse turned to face the onlookers. Do not fret, you shall be next. At this proclamation, a chill swept through the gathered crowd. Not only the immediate witnesses, but even Hongjun, who had been with eyes closed, revealed an expression of disbelief. The combatants, Tong Tian and the true form of primordial, halted their actions, momentarily dazed. Could it be that he possesses such limited power? Were my previous calculations merely erroneous? Tong Tian found himself questioning, for in his divinations, he had sensed no trace of Jiang Chen's presence. With the authority of the heavenly Tao, he had scanned the entirety of the wilderness in an instant. Arriving at the same disheartening conclusion, Jiang Chen had indeed been obliterated beyond recognition. Meanwhile, the primordial evil corpse raised the Pangu banner once more, preparing to eradicate all those present. At that moment, an indescribable aura surged behind him. Subsequently, Jiang Chen's voice resonated in his ears, the reversal of yin and yang. The essence belonging to Jiang Chen re-emerged. The very Jiang Chen, who should have been shattered into countless fragments, appeared unscathed behind him. The primordial evil corpse immediately sensed this presence, twisting its body, causing the Pangu banner in its grasp to descend once more. This time, the attack did not strike Jiang Chen. Instead, a crisp sound of iron clashing echoed. Jiang Chen's Hunyuan blade intercepted this assault. The blade trembled, its crimson patterns resembling flames ablaze. The primordial evil corpse widened its eyes in astonishment. This blade could indeed withstand its panga banner. It realized it had underestimated Jiang Chen. Now it is my turn, Jiang Chen declared. Immediately, a glimmer of cold light ignited upon the blade's edge. The moment this radiance flared, even the primordial evil corpse felt a jolt of alarm. A wave of terror coursed through its being, triggering an instinctive desire to flee. However, it quickly forced itself to regain composure. I am but a manifestation of a sage. Why would I run from a mere junior? That would be utterly disgraceful. Suddenly, a mass of auspicious clouds materialized before the primordial evil corpse. This was also an illusion, yet it possessed the essence of a congenital spiritual treasure, complementing its own presence. Just as it prepared to breathe a sigh of relief, an aura resonant with the essence of humanity once again encroached upon its consciousness. Not again. The primordial evil corpse once more fell into a state of alternating clarity and madness. Jiang Chen remained unfazed, wielding his blade with precision, delivering a powerful strike directly onto the clouds before him. The auspicious clouds, once filled with the primordial evil corpse's high hopes, were cleaved asunder. Following this, the Hunyuan blade, imbued with unparalleled strength, proceeded unimpeded towards the primordial evil corpse. At this moment, the primordial evil corpse naturally perceived the unfolding scene. Yet, due to its unstable state, it was unable to mount an effective counterattack. Ultimately, it could only rely on instinct, swinging the panga banner in a desperate attempt to exchange injury for injury. It refused to believe that this individual could rise again. When the panga banner reached Jiang Chen, it passed straight through him. A mere afterimage. Jiang Chen, how dare you deceive me? The primordial evil corpse roared in fury. In the next instant, its head was propelled skyward. Jiang Chen had appeared behind it. A formidable strike descended from above, directly severing its neck. This is an affront to propriety, Jiang Chen remarked, his tone calm and unhurried, capable of inciting ire. Once the head soared into the air, it became pinned there, gazing down at Jiang Chen with a cold voice. And so what? Your strike is indeed commendable, but it is insufficient to slay me. The head of the primordial evil corpse regarded Jiang Chen with a steady gaze. After all, it was a manifestation of a sage, wielding the power of the heavenly Tao, an existence that was immortal and indestructible. The blade wielded by Jiang Chen indeed instilled a sense of terror within him. Yet, to truly bring about his demise, it was insufficient. Jiang Chen appeared to have anticipated this, a sly smile gracing his lips. I am aware that merely wishing to kill you is not enough, but I have never claimed such intentions. My desire is simply to invite you to traverse the cycle of reincarnation. Upon hearing these words, the expression of the primordial evil corpse underwent a dramatic transformation. Jiang Chen was a variable, perpetually capable of conjuring peculiar tactics. In a direct confrontation, he harbored no fear. Without further ado, Jiang Chen let the Hunyuan blade glide gently through the void, immediately unveiling a portal to a realm beyond. What lay beyond was the 6 paths of reincarnation, gradually revolving, their 6 luminescent trails intertwining in a mesmerizing dance. At that moment, the wheel of reincarnation ceased its rotation. A beam of light began to emerge, originating from the realm of beasts. As the light dispersed, it made its way toward the primordial evil corpse. Jiang Chen, you dare to. Chapter 161, Slaying the Saint's Malignant Corpse. Reward, Eastern Emperor Bell. The primordial malignant corpse was now filled with an insatiable urgency, fervently channeling the magic within its being, striving to reattach its head. However, Jiang Chen would not grant it such an opportunity. Before the brilliance of the beast path could arrive, Jiang Chen deftly redirected his blade, striking with precision akin to a tennis serve, sending the head of the primordial soaring away. Welcome the saint into the beast path, Jiang Chen declared with a grin, then exerted force beneath his feet, propelling the remaining body into the abyss alongside its severed head. Although this was the primordial malignant corpse before him, under Jiang Chen's oppressive might, it could no longer stir the waters of fate, merely watching helplessly as it was drawn into the cyclical realms of existence. As the primordial malignant corpse fell into the beast path, several strands of spiritual light, akin to startled fawns, transformed into fleeting glimmers attempting to flee into the outer world. Yet, how could Jiang Chen allow such an escape? With a swift grasp, he secured them firmly in his hand, revealing the list of deities and the god-slaying whip. This confrontation with the primordial malignant corpse had culminated in a resounding victory for Jiang Chen, an act that reverberated through the heavens and the earth. After all, relegating a saint's malignant corpse to the beast path was tantamount to delivering a profound slap to the face of the primordial's true essence. In the chaos, upon witnessing Jiang Chen's actions, the primordial was enveloped in a surge of fury, directing a murderous gaze towards Tantian. Yet, Tongtian merely paused, and after a brief moment, erupted into laughter. Ha ha! Indeed, the descendants of the primordial are truly remarkable, wouldn't you agree? He dismissed the primordial's murderous glare entirely. From Jiang Chen, he glimpsed a future, a vibrant, new era where humanity ascended to unprecedented heights. Within this vision, he discerned fresh hope for the Jie sect, whose doctrine was fundamentally about extracting a sliver of life for the multitude. Jiang Chen epitomized this characteristic perfectly, and being allies of the Jie sect, the revival of their teachings was not far off. Thus, he would not permit the primordial to venture into the wilderness and disrupt Jiang Chen's ascent. The summit of the Spirit Mountain had been reduced by half due to the clash between Jiang Chen and the primordial. All gazes were fixed upon Jiang Chen's retreating silhouette, entranced by his act of consigning the saint's malignant corpse to the beast path. This bold move quelled the ambitions of others who had begun to stir, causing them to suppress their thoughts. Subsequently, all events unfolded rather smoothly. The fortunes of the Buddhist sect seamlessly integrated into the realm of humanity. With this accomplishment, the figures of Suiren and Shinnong exhaled deeply. Now, fortified by these fortunes, the flourishing of humanity was no longer a mere empty promise, but held tangible assurance. Even should unforeseen events arise, it would merely be a matter of time before the rise of humanity became inevitable. Though the joy of the moment did not erase the sorrow stemming from the deaths of Fuxi and Emperor Yao, it nonetheless brought a sense of relief to the people, ensuring they did not betray the expectations of the two lost figures. At this moment, Jiang Chen stood rooted in place, motionless, as he was engulfed in the astonishment brought forth by the Book of Destiny. Just moments ago, a flicker of brilliance had illuminated the pages of this profound tome. As he gazed intently at the rewards presented before him, he felt that his fervent efforts had been wholly justified. The Saint Evil Corpse was indeed formidable. The rewards offered this time alone were equivalent to all that he had previously acquired. Slaying the Saint Evil Corpse, unlocking the Saint Chapter. Reward, Supreme Innate Spirit Treasure. 12th Grade Karma Fire Red Lotus. Reward, Supreme Innate Spirit Treasure. Xianhuang Apricot Yellow Banner. Reward, Innate Supreme Treasure. Eastern Emperor Bell. He had contemplated the immense rewards that would accompany the slaying of the primordial evil corpse. Yet he had not anticipated such an extraordinary outcome. It was nothing short of miraculous. The Karma Fire Red Lotus, fueled by karmic energy, exerted tremendous suppressive power over any cultivator. Additionally, the Xianhuang Apricot Yellow Banner served as a formidable defensive treasure, capable of withstanding a full-force strike from a saint, showcasing its remarkable value. However, these two were merely appetizers. The Pi Seed or assistance was the Eastern Emperor Bell. This artifact had existed since the dawn of chaos. Its previous wielder was none other than the illustrious Eastern Emperor Tai, the foremost war deity of the Demon Court, who single-handedly withstood the might of 5 ancestral witches. Prior to his downfall, he was renowned as the preeminent figure beneath the saints. Alongside Emperor Jun's celestial star formation, the demon and witch clans had pioneered a formidable force that threatened the saints. Gazing at these rewards, Jiang Chen felt a twinge of envy. However, after a moment's reflection, he refrained from immediately claiming these treasures, choosing instead to leave them untouched. The current location had already garnered the attention of the entire Hongwang realm, with countless powerful beings fixated upon him. To reveal these treasures now would likely incite a tumultuous uproar, which was far from his intention. The human race needed to maintain a low profile and carefully assimilate the spoils of this encounter. Resolute in his decision, Jiang Chen forcibly diverted his attention from the great Tao mandate and cast his gaze into the distance. At that moment, a golden dragon of fortune soared above the crowd, almost indistinguishable from a tangible entity. The intricate patterns on its scales were vividly apparent. Since the War of the Gods, this was the first time that the fortune of the human race had manifested so ostentatiously in the Hongwang realm. The resonant dragon roars seemed to proclaim its might to the world. Jiang Chen required no meticulous observation. The sheer magnitude of the human race's fortune was evident to the naked eye. With such an expansive fortune now, every child born into the human race would inevitably surpass their predecessors. Their cultivation talents would progressively enhance, making it conceivable that all could one day embody the essence of dragons. However, he faced a considerable dilemma. The fortune of the human race required suppression. Otherwise, it risked dissipating. In times of diminished fortune, this concern was negligible. Even a slight disturbance would have minimal repercussions for the human race. Yet, the situation was markedly different now. The fortune of the human race resembled a vast ocean, interconnecting all. Even a slight dispersion from such a monumental foundation could precipitate significant upheaval within the human race. Even other beings may be affected. Moreover, to suppress the destiny of humanity, one must possess innate treasures and treasures of virtue. The suppression of such elements cannot be achieved through mere martial exploits. Otherwise, akin to Tantian, who utilized the sword of extermination to dominate the fate of the. While this did indeed create a momentary influx of countless celestial beings, the inherent instability of this fate was subsequently revealed during the Fengshan War. What was originally destined to be a conflict solely among the eastern realms and their inhabitants inadvertently drew the western regions into the fray, thereby engulfing the entirety of the primordial chaos. This illustrates the latent perils that arise from the tumultuous tides of destiny and its potential dispersion. Humanity must heed this lesson, striving for a more comprehensive suppression of fate to ensure its stability. Presently, the artifact designated for the suppression of human destiny is none other than the Kangtong Seal. Chapter 162. The suppression of human destiny by the Ancestral Court. Previously, the Kangtong Seal was more than sufficient to suppress the human race's destiny, causing not even a ripple. However, the current situation has drastically changed. The Buddhist sect, through years of plunder and cultivation, has amassed an impressive reservoir of destiny. Coupled with the fortune garnered from the recent calamity of the journey to the west, both streams have merged into the human race's destiny, rendering the suppression by the Kangtong Seal utterly inadequate. In truth, if Jiang Chen so desired, the newly acquired treasures, the 12-grade fiery red lotus, the Xianhuang apricot yellow banner, and the Donghuang bell, could independently subdue the human race's destiny, and each would suffice. Yet, these artifacts are exceedingly alluring. The Donghuang bell, in particular, is an object of envy even among saints. Should the saints refrain from descending, other formidable beings from the wilderness would surely vex the human race. This is but one aspect. On another front, a bold notion has taken root in Jiang Chen's mind: the establishment of a royal court akin to the heavenly court to govern human destiny. The court would be presided over by the 3 sovereigns and the 5 emperors alongside himself, utilizing the authority of the human emperor to stabilize the human race's fortunes. Such a strategy promises enduring prosperity, allowing any future issues to be swiftly detected and addressed by the collective. Moreover, from a macro perspective, they would be better equipped to oversee the practitioners across the realms, providing necessary assistance. After contemplating these ideas, Jiang Chen confided his plans to Swearin and Shenong. Upon hearing his words, the others fell into serious contemplation. After a prolonged silence, the remaining 6 nodded in agreement. They had deliberated and, as Jiang Chen indicated, this was indeed an excellent proposition. According to their calculations, the establishment of this royal court would not only suppress the human race's fortune, but also help consolidate the hearts of the people. I intend to name this the Ancestral Court of Humanity, crafting golden statues of you all within it. Furthermore, I shall sever the space of the Fire Cloud Cave and bind it to this court, transforming it into a comprehensive treasure for the human race to suppress destiny, manage practitioners, and gather strength against various challenges. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, the group was invigorated. His vision took them by surprise, yet filled them with aspiration. It was Shenong who first recognized the underlying issue. In that case, we will certainly require an abundance of magical artifacts. To achieve the desired effect, these artifacts must not only be of high grade, but also have previously interacted with human destiny. At this, the others turned their gazes back to Jiang Chen. He waved his hand, having anticipated this need, and summoned forth the Fengshan list, the God-slaying whip, the golden lotus of merit, and the illuminating flame of Randall. Are these not readily available? Additionally, Jiang Chen possessed other treasures, including the 24 sea-calming pearls, which he could discreetly contribute as well. The group, upon witnessing these artifacts, quickly regained their focus. These are all readily available resources, inherently intertwined with humanity and possessing sufficient destiny to draw upon. Utilizing them for forging is indeed the most fitting course of action. Moreover, now that the Buddhist sect has been obliterated, these items have fallen into their hands, allowing them to act as they please. In an instant, Swearin became fervently excited. Given this, I must prepare accordingly. Jiang Chen, have you contemplated where the ancestral ground of humanity should be established after its creation? Fire Cloud Cave is undoubtedly unsuitable, as there are numerous remnants left by others. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen refrained from answering directly and instead posed a question. Gentlemen, do you not have any thoughts on this matter? At this, everyone exchanged knowing glances, followed by laughter. In that moment, they all grasped Jiang Chen's intent and recognized each other as thoughts. They simultaneously envisioned a singular location, Shouyang Mountain. It can essentially be regarded as the ancestral land of humanity, where the Kangtong Seal was born. Initially, The innate human race created by Nuwa also unified into tribes there, continuously developing and proliferating. Now, with humanity's resurgence, it is only fitting that the ancestral ground, which suppresses destiny, returns to its birthplace. Thus, we shall await your return at Shoyang Mountain, Swearin proclaimed. However, Shoyang Mountain has long been neglected by humanity, and other factions undoubtedly still hold sway over it. Establishing the ancestral ground there will inevitably lead to conflict. Yet, there is no need for Jiang Chen to intervene in such matters. He understood their intent and nodded in agreement, for he had other pressing matters to attend to, chiefly the primal purple qi. This was, in fact, the fundamental reason behind his initial collaboration with Wu Tian to assault the Buddhist sect. Little did he anticipate that the situation would escalate to such a degree, with himself becoming the main force, ultimately crippling the Buddhist sect in a single battle. His original plan was for Wu Tian to hold back the Buddhist forces while he retrieved the primal purple qi and departed. Yet, the circumstances had evolved in an unanticipated manner. Wu Tian's legion of demons had already scattered due to his own fears, leaving Jiang Chen as the sole survivor on Ling Mountain. Truly, plans seldom survive contact with reality, and even he could not have envisioned such an outcome. Nevertheless, it proved fortuitous for him, as humanity reaped benefits from this conflict far exceeding his expectations, by hundreds or even thousands of times. Without further hesitation, he cast his gaze once more towards Ling Mountain. As his thoughts raced, he summoned his imperial authority to its utmost potential. The torrents of humanity surged forth, enveloping the entirety of Ling Mountain. Waves of imperial purple qi emanated from him. Should an outsider witness this scene, they would undoubtedly be perplexed. Although everything seemed concluded, why would one still wish to completely envelop Ling Mountain? Yet, this was precisely Jiang Chen's intention. He sought to uncover the primal purple qi concealed within the red clouds. The primordial purple energy, in the context of the present prehistoric era, serves as a veritable passport, a gateway to the sanctity of becoming a sage. Under the relentless pressure exerted by Hongjun, the attainment of such a resource is deemed indispensable for the ascension to sagehood once more. This primordial purple energy has lingered in Ling Mountain for an extensive period, remaining undetected, which attests to its profound concealment. Consequently, the quest to uncover it is no trifling endeavor. Jiang Chen has already invested significant resources. However, he remains steadfastly confident in his abilities. At this moment, whether considering rank, authority, or the fortune of the human race, Jiang Chen stands unparalleled throughout the entire prehistoric realm. He believes that through his inherent aptitude and profound foundation, he can draw forth this primordial purple energy. The consensus within the prehistoric domain is that treasures possess spirit. Certain powerful entities, celestial riches, and earthly treasures will actively seek out a suitable master. Jiang Chen's considerable undertakings at this juncture are precisely aimed at enabling the primordial purple energy to resonate with his essence. Indeed, the unfolding of events aligns closely with his expectations as a new aura emerges within the void before him. Chapter 163. The arrival of primordial purple qi. This aura was unlike anything Jiang Chen had ever sensed in the vastness of the primordial era. It was supremely pure and exquisitely noble. In that fleeting moment, Jiang Chen comprehended that this was the very essence he had been seeking. Without further hesitation, he shifted his technique and grasped it firmly in his hand. Throughout this entire process, the primordial purple qi revealed not a trace of dissatisfaction or resistance. It was remarkably cooperative. The primordial purple qi, for which the mighty of the world have fought and perished. The Kunping even sacrificed Hongyun for your sake, and now, it has finally fallen into my grasp. Should the Kunping and others learn of this news, they would likely be so enraged that they would spew blood from their mouths. With the acquisition of the primordial purple qi, the affairs of Ling Mountain were conclusively settled. Jiang Chen turned his gaze towards Shoyang Mountain, the ancestral land of the human race. After enduring the calamity of the witch and demon war, this mountain lay desolate for an extended period, still bearing an almost imperceptible hint of bloodshed. The battle at that time was excessively brutal, with a carnage so horrific that no one dared to tread upon this land for thousands of years. However, as time progressed, some cultivators eventually arrived here and made this place their home. As they returned to Shoyang Mountain, gazing at the surrounding scene, they could not help but sigh. The imprint of humanity had utterly vanished, and it seemed as if this place bore no relation to the human race any longer. Even they were filled with a sense of lamentation, yet despite their sorrow, duties must be fulfilled. This land ultimately needed to be reclaimed. Nevertheless, given the passage of so many years, humanity could not assert too strong a claim. Moreover, with the human race seeking to flourish and establish good relations with other races. It was essential to project a positive image. Thus, the swearing clan approached these beings with utmost courtesy, offering numerous precious materials in exchange for their departure. Having endured oppression in the past, the swearing clan maintained a consistently gentle demeanor. This compensation was, indeed, exceedingly generous. The beings residing upon this mountain were not ordinary mortals. Thus, the matter of migration posed no significant difficulty for them. The offered terms were remarkably favorable. Furthermore, the swearing clan expressed their willingness to continue negotiations. As long as the demands were not excessively unreasonable, they hoped for a peaceful resolution, believing that at this juncture, a consensus could surely be reached. However, the unfolding of events took everyone by surprise. In response to such an attitude and such conditions, the other party not only refused but also revealed an intention to wage war. The swearing clan stood frozen in place, their surprise palpable. They were not intimidated by such actions. Rather, they sensed that something was amiss. Shoyang Mountain held profound significance for the human race. Yet in the grand scheme of the primordial world, it did not even rank among the renowned blessed lands. After all, how formidable could a place be that was once chosen by the previously feeble human race as their ancestral ground? Earlier, the Sui Rin clan was willing to exchange a superior cave paradise for this, which was already an immense privilege. Any other beings would have readily accepted. Yet who could be as obstinate as those present? The Sui Rin clan, not wishing to create any disturbances at this juncture, had no choice but to establish their camp at the foot of Mount Shoyang. When Jiang Chen hurriedly arrived at this location and beheld that the human race was indeed camping at the foot of Mount Shoyang, he felt a twinge of confusion. He landed and inquired. Upon seeing Jiang Chen, the members of the human race displayed fervent admiration, almost eager to rush towards him. What was happening? Why hadn't they approached him yet? Jiang Chen stepped into the crowd and gazed at the Sui Rin clan, asking for clarification. With a wry smile, the Sui Rin clan responded, "It seems those beings above have been covertly informed, deliberately putting us in a difficult position. Now that the might of the human race has been unveiled, no other race would dare to be blind to it at this time. Everything occurring atop Mount Shoyang must surely be orchestrated by someone behind the scenes. Acting recklessly without understanding the true intentions of our adversaries would only exacerbate the situation. According to the Sui Rin clan strategy, they should split into two factions, one remaining here to negotiate with the opposing party, while the other sought to uncover who was deliberately manipulating the situation." However, Jiang Chen felt this unnecessary. "Esteemed colleagues, the times have changed. We must adapt our perspectives. Should anyone dare to extend their hand towards the human race, I shall sever their claws. If anyone wishes to assert their dominance over me, I shall completely strip away their facade. We have already vanquished the Ling Mountain and slain the vile corpses of saints. What else is there to fear? The rise of the human race is now unstoppable. Hesitation at this moment would be akin to the actions of the Jade Emperor." Jiang Chen's counsel was to advance boldly. After all, in the vast wilderness, as long as a saint did not descend, he could withstand any challenge. The assembly stood momentarily stunned, pondering why they hadn't considered this course of action sooner. After a prolonged silence, the Sui Rin clan sighed. "Indeed, we have been shackled by our former ideologies. Our long-standing compromises have led us to forget the strength we now possess. Jiang Chen, we shall rely on you moving forward." Upon hearing the Sui Rin clan's words, the others could not help but chuckle and shake their heads. This was the undeniable truth. Prior to this, their mindset had remained fixated on maintaining stability within the human race, primarily focusing on clandestine development. They had even exhibited some timidity, completely forgetting that the human race no longer needed to endure in silence. Previously, the major factions had not regarded the human race with any respect. Yet who could have anticipated that, under Jiang Chen's leadership, they would break the Ling Mountain and confront the avatars of saints, redirecting the grand ambitions of the Buddhist sect that had been in the making for millennia onto themselves? At this moment, everyone was taken aback. Their gazes fixated on Jiang Chen. All of this was due to him. Because of him, the human race had undergone a qualitative transformation. In the future, perhaps the human race could be bolder, more domineering, akin to those great clans. Thus, they established their plan. The following day, Jiang Chen took the lead in issuing a final decree to the inhabitants of Shoyang Mountain. They were given an ultimatum: either depart with compensation or prepare for war against the human race. Upon hearing such a declaration, the various factions residing on Shoyang Mountain erupted in uproar. How could such a feeble human faction be so tyrannical? We have dwelled on Shoyang Mountain for so long. It is ours, and what concern is it of yours? It is you who must leave. The clans on Shoyang Mountain clamored, displaying an exceedingly hostile demeanor. Some even began to summon their magical powers, poised for imminent conflict. Just as tensions escalated, and it seemed that everyone was about to unleash their powers for a grand battle, a fierce blade of energy soared into the sky, carving a path between the human race and the other factions. I shall make myself clear, depart or perish. Chapter 164, The Primordial Beginning. This child must not be left alive. As the glint of the blade flashed, Jiang Chen's formidable aura was unmistakably revealed, and the coldness etched upon his visage offered no semblance of concealment. Jiang Chen, you are impressive. If you possess the skill, then kill me. At that moment, an audacious voice dared to challenge him. Jiang Chen, however, had no intentions of showing mercy. In an instant, as the words fell, the blade glimmered, and a head soared into the sky. Blood splattered across the surroundings, leaving all present in stunned silence. They were astounded that Jiang Chen had truly dared to act. What do you intend to do? This is Shoyang Mountain. Various shouts of accusation echoed in the air, tinged with a mix of astonishment and fury. Yet, Jiang Chen paid them no heed. Any utterance was met with swift retribution. With a decisive stroke, heads flew high, cascading to the ground, as blood flowed profusely. Jiang Chen was adept at the grim task of beheading. It was a skill with which he was intimately familiar. Compared to counsel, he was far more proficient at taking lives. In an instant, all who had spoken were silenced. The remaining onlookers were rendered mute, their breaths held tightly, enveloped in an oppressive stillness. Jiang Chen accomplished this grim feat in but a moment. Those who remained, previously brimming with arrogance, now regarded him with palpable fear. The scene before them had unequivocally demonstrated that Jiang Chen was indeed capable of murder. The severed heads scattered about, coupled with the acrid scent of blood, served to impart a singular truth. Those who comply shall live, while those who oppose shall meet their demise. The dominance exhibited by Jiang Chen was unlike anything they had ever witnessed. Even the members of the human race were momentarily taken aback. However, they quickly regained their composure. Standing tall, the others finally grasped that Jiang Chen was no feeble adversary. Anyone who dared to oppose him would inevitably face his wrath. The prior events concerning the Buddhist sect and the malevolent primordial corpses, such formidable foes had ultimately succumbed to Jiang Chen's might, instilling in them a profound sense of dread. Holding his blade firmly, Jiang Chen's gaze swept across the assembly. Not a single individual dared to meet his eyes. They wished fervently to bury their heads in the earth. Jiang Chen had always been one to support his kin rather than reason. As a member of the human race, he had fought tirelessly to elevate his people. How could he yield this ground due to the trifling words of these foreign beings? If necessary, he would eradicate them all, with heads rolling and rivers of blood flowing. He declared, I am not one to be easily swayed. The ancestral land of the human race is Shoyang Mountain. Today, we shall reclaim this place with our kin. There is an adage that says, those who recognize the times are the true heroes. I implore you not to follow in the footsteps of these fools and seek your own demise. Each word Jiang Chen spoke, resonating against the backdrop of countless corpses, was etched into the hearts of all present. The formerly arrogant beings now dared not utter a sound. They had been shaken, yet after some deliberation, they contemplated whether they might raise the stakes further. Thus, they had adopted such a defiant stance, mistakenly believing the human race to be easy prey, only to find themselves confronted by a harbinger of death. They no longer dared to oppose the human race. Jiang Chen, employing his ruthless methods, prompted the other human beings to awaken to this reality. The current human race is distinct from its former self, now capable of regarding other primordial beings with a disdainful demeanor akin to that of tyrants. Naturally, having endured the Dark Ages, they would not exploit others excessively. Yet they were no longer as feeble as before. If negotiations failed once, they could be attempted again. However, should a third encounter arise, it would mark the adversaries of humanity, to be dealt with mercilessly. Under Jiang Chen's intimidation, the beings on Shoyang Mountain wisely accepted compensation and departed without protest. The subsequent objective was to establish the ancestral grounds of the human race. Thanks to Jiang Chen, this endeavor progressed remarkably smoothly. Amidst the chaos, Tong Tian and Yuanshi had clashed numerous times, yet neither could best the other until Jiang Chen cast Yuanshi's malevolent corpse into the realm of beasts. Yuanshi realized that all his schemes had unraveled, leaving him to suppress his fury and depart. Following this, Tong Tian did not seek out Jiang Chen for further discourse, deeming it unnecessary. Upon leaving, he returned to his chaotic abode, not to enter seclusion directly, but to quietly observe Jiang Chen and the present human race. Witnessing Jiang Chen's actions on Shoyang Mountain, Tong Tian erupted into hearty laughter. How exhilarating! Jiang Chen truly is a remarkable figure. Had I possessed such resolve back in the day, How could they have met with such a fate? Tong Tian clapped in delight, greatly admiring Jiang Chen's decisiveness and regretting his own past hesitations. Conversely, to Yuanshi, Jane, and Juanti, Jiang Chen's actions instilled a sense of peril. The qualities he exhibited were emblematic of a true ruler: formidable strength, decisiveness, and an unyielding willingness to engage in battle. This inevitably reminded them of the two previous demon sovereigns, Dijuan and Dong Wangtai. However, unlike them, Jiang Chen embodied a synthesis of their attributes, both intellect and martial prowess. This heralded a monumental transformation for the primordial realm. This individual must not be allowed to remain. Yuanshi had already formed a clear assessment of Jiang Chen, a highly astute individual, bold and aggressive, unrestrained as long as his stance remained unchanged. He was a being willing to go to any lengths for the human race. Under his leadership, humanity would only flourish further. Therefore, to thwart him and mitigate their losses, there was but one course of action: to eliminate him. Killing Jiang Chen would bring all matters to an end. Currently, the human race relied entirely on Jiang Chen's support. Should he perish, humanity would once again find itself leaderless. Moreover, with one emperor and one sovereign already fallen among the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, the remaining 2 emperors and 4 sovereigns posed little threat. Although such an action would incur certain costs, they deemed it acceptable. If Jiang Chen is not eliminated today, the future will undoubtedly present immense troubles. After deep contemplation, Yuanshi's murderous intent towards Jiang Chen intensified further. In the Heavenly Court, with the events of Lingshan coming to a close, Hao Tian and others finally began to comprehend the situation. Gazing through the Hao Tian mirror at the bustling figures of the human race on Shouyang Mountain, their expressions fluctuated between gloom and brightness. Jiang Chen and he were certainly not allies. Previously, when he had acquired Jiang Chen's strategy, his excitement was palpable. Now, his countenance mirrored the depths of despair. His heart plunged into icy despondency. The dominion of the underworld, which had initially seemed a boon, now brought him no joy. The army he commanded was now rendered immobile, stagnant within the underworld. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen silently engaged in battle with Wu Tian atop Lingshan. Even more disconcerting for Hao Tian was the formidable power Jiang Chen displayed. He had slain Ran Deng, vanquished Ru Lai, annihilated Yuan Shi's malevolent corpse, and cast him into the realm of beasts. Chapter 165. The Divine Mother and the Great Emperor of Fengdu. Such matters were beyond his wildest imagination. Yet, they had transpired. The annihilation of the Buddhist sect, which should have been a cause for great rejoicing in the Heavenly Court, failed to evoke any sense of elation within him. After all, the Buddhist sect was primarily confined to the Western continent, and its esteemed sage had always maintained a respectful demeanor, granting the Heavenly Court due deference. However, the situation had dramatically shifted. The sect had been eradicated, and now, Jiang Chen emerged in its stead. This instilled in him a profound sense of dread. For if one could strike at the Spirit Mountain, the Heavenly Court was not immune to the same fate. Jiang Chen was capable of slaying the likes of the Buddha and, by extension, himself. A torrent of thoughts assailed him, rendering him incapable of calm. It was imperative that he take decisive action against Jiang Chen. He needed to expedite his own schemes. In a state of unease, the Jade Emperor resolved to act. Previously, he had harbored certain biases against Jiang Chen, for despite achieving supremacy over the 3 realms, he was far from a mere fool. Over the years, the Buddhist sect had relentlessly oppressed him, and he was not oblivious to it. Yet, Jiang Chen's machinations were far more intricate than those of the Buddhists. In the absence of significant pressure, he preferred to unfold his plans gradually, ensuring their success. However, Jiang Chen's formidable presence had thrust him into a corner, compelling him to take this crucial step. A radiant beam of light surged towards the periphery of Shouyang Mountain, halting abruptly. Observing the waves of intangible energy surrounding him, the Jade Emperor's expression grew grim. In such a brief span of time, the landscape had transformed dramatically. Jiang Chen, your prowess is indeed terrifying. The waves were the probing auras of the grand formation Jiang Chen had established in this location. The speaker was none other than Wu Tian, whose aura was peculiarly intertwined with both golden and black energies, expanding outward ceaselessly. Had Wu Tian not exerted his magical prowess to contain it, he would have been discovered the moment he revealed himself. Strangely, he appeared unfazed by the unfolding events. With the collapse of the Spirit Mountain, Wu Tian had not emerged empty-handed. After all, he had once been part of the Buddhist sect. Deep within his soul, remnants of the Buddhist teachings lingered. As the sect crumbled, he could still extract whatever remained. Initially, Wu Tian had intended to infiltrate silently, but upon witnessing the formidable array outside, he he recognized the futility of that plan. Resigned, he opted for a swift departure. The endeavor to penetrate the ancestral grounds of humanity required meticulous planning. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen chose not to linger at Shouyang Mountain any longer. He turned his attention towards the underworld. Previously, he had hurriedly left behind contingencies due to the explosive events at Spirit Mountain. Now, with the turmoil subsided, it was time to address matters in the underworld thoroughly. However, an unexpected occurrence unfolded. The moment Jiang Chen set foot in the underworld, a whirlwind enveloped him, transporting him into a realm of mysterious dimensions. Before him stood a towering goddess, radiating two distinct auras. One was a profound, powerful presence, while the other exuded a gentle and compassionate essence. In the realm of the underworld, only one person could embody both these energies. Having encountered Lady Pingxin, it was evident that her strength was on par with that of Hongjun in the depths of the netherworld. Naturally, Jiang Chen approached her with the utmost respect. Her response was swift, revealing the reason behind her numerous accomplishments in the primordial realm. Lady Pingxin's tone was remarkably calm. The aura surrounding her was so subtle that, had she not chosen to reveal it deliberately, no one would have been able to perceive it. This quality distinguished her from other sages. Moreover, as she spoke, Jiang Chen could distinctly sense the world around them resonating with her presence, as if her every word and action could govern the very fabric of this realm. Previously, Jiang Chen had utilized the 9 tribulations divine eye to trace the causal lines leading to the essence of Yuanshi Tianzuan. Yet it paled in comparison to the slightest manifestation of Lady Pingxin's power. The role of a true agent of the underworld was indeed formidable, he mused. However, despite his astonishment, he felt no need for excessive caution. After all, Lady Pingxin had come to him in this state not to ensnare him. Otherwise, she would not have gone to such lengths to create a separate realm for their meeting. Had she intended to harm him, she could have obliterated him in an instant upon his arrival in the underworld, wielding her mighty powers to annihilate him completely, including the last remnants of his soul through the force of the 6 realms of reincarnation. Standing there with poise and humility, Jiang Chen gazed at Lady Pingxin, eliciting a glimmer of appreciation in her eyes. "Might I inquire what brings you here today, my lady?" he asked. It was clear that her visit was not intended to harm him, but rather to discuss matters of significance. "I have a proposal that may be of great benefit to you. Are you willing to hear it?" As she spoke, Lady Pingxin gestured, revealing a grand seal in her hand. The seal was adorned with 9 coiling dragons, and the aura it emanated made Jiang Chen feel as though he were confronting the very essence of the underworld and the cycle of reincarnation itself. "What is this?" Jiang Chen exclaimed in astonishment. "The seal of the Emperor of Fengdu," she replied. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen felt a surge of shock. The Emperor of Fengdu was the esteemed figure responsible for overseeing the operations of the underworld. He had previously assumed that such a position would be held by one of Lady Pingxin's incarnations, akin to Meng Pe, the one who brews the soup of forgetfulness. To receive such a proposition from her left him momentarily speechless. Lady Pingxin continued, "Regardless of your actions in the mortal realm, you possess both reason and decisiveness. Complemented by formidable resolve, the underworld has descended into chaos and urgently requires a person of your caliber to restore order. Therefore, I wish to appoint you as the Emperor of Fengdu. What are your thoughts on this?" At her words, Jiang Chen felt as though he had been struck by lightning. Frozen in place, staring at the seal in her hand. He had considered such a possibility before, but deemed it too far-fetched to pursue. Never did he imagine that Lady Pingxin would actually propose it. This is none other than the great Emperor of Fengdu, not the 10 Yama Kings, nor Xidigarba. Attaining this seal bestows genuine authority to command the entire underworld. What does such a position signify for the realm of the dead? It represents the supreme leader, an absolute authority capable of governing the entirety of the netherworld. Furthermore, as Lady Pingxin embodies the essence of the underworld, she stands on equal footing with Hongjun. The power wielded under her command is, in itself, a manifestation of profound status within the underworld hierarchy. It is no exaggeration to state that possessing this seal allows any individual to stand alongside the Jade Emperor in an instant. This artifact is something others would yearn for in vain. Yet, here stands Jiang Chen, who has merely ventured into the underworld and was intercepted midway, only to be entrusted with such immense power. To disclose this occurrence would surely leave many in utter disbelief. Trembling, Jiang Chen gazed at Lady Pingxin before him, observing her demeanor and the hovering seal of the great Emperor of Fengdu, confirming that she was not jesting. Chapter 166. Attaining the status of the great Emperor of Fengdu upon reflection, it is evident that all these events are merely a natural progression. Presently, the underworld is ostensibly under siege by the heavenly court. However, the true control remains firmly in one's grasp. The celestial soldiers and generals, along with the disciples of both the Chan and Jie sects, act out of a desire to preserve their own honor. Among them, there are several dissidents from the heavenly court who relish the unfolding of this scenario. Although their actions are but fleeting thoughts for Lady Pingxin, her intentions are discernible from their past conduct. Initially, the Buddhist sect and the heavenly court divided the authority of the underworld, only for the former to subsequently seize complete control without intervention from the latter. Their indifference is apparent, or perhaps they harbor other plans. Under such circumstances, Jiang Chen harbors doubts. If not for the recent great battle, Lady Pingxin might have allowed the underworld to evolve unchecked. After all, regardless of who governs the underworld, it bears no consequence for her as a true pioneer of the Tao. The present situation, however, has shifted. The rise of humanity and the flourishing of the human race compel a transformation of the primordial landscape. Heaven, earth, and humanity ought to stand as equals, yet have long been suppressed by the heavenly Tao. The elevation of humanity now reveals the potential for the earthly Tao to stand alongside the heavenly Tao. Thus, choosing Jiang Chen as the human emperor seems a logical conclusion. Having grasped the underlying rationale, Jiang Chen finds a measure of tranquility within. Nevertheless, he still wishes to decline this proposition. After all, he has already ascended as the human emperor and sees no necessity to additionally bear the title of the earthly great emperor at this juncture. Should another individual acquire the dominion of the earth, it would undoubtedly yield benefits without drawbacks. Yet, for Jiang Chen, who aspires to transcend to the level of a sage, it is imperative to master the Tao he currently follows, delving deeply into its nuances. At this moment, he cannot afford to entertain any distractions, otherwise, the complexities of the Tao may hinder his ascent. Moreover, the circumstances of the human race resemble a precarious crossing over a narrow bridge, where a moment's lapse could lead to downfall. To add to this, the brilliance of the human emperor is already sufficient. Introducing another earthly title at this time could unsettle certain ancient figures. Just as Jiang Chen prepared to voice his refusal, the primordial purple qi, which he had been harboring within, began to stir subtly. The ripples it generated left him momentarily stunned. He fell silent, attuning himself to the changes within the primordial purple qi. This substance forms the foundation of the Tao and is no ordinary entity. Understanding it could lead to sagehood. Such comprehension does not require the mere passage of time, but rather demands a personal opportunity. When the moment arrives, and the primordial purple qi reacts, enlightenment follows, making sagehood imminent. Truth be told, this sanctified status ought to belong to Han Yun. However, due to his inability to grasp the opportunity, he fell victim to the ambush orchestrated by Kunping. Now, as Jiang Chen senses the unusual movement of the primordial purple qi, he dares not let his guard down. He quickly calms his mind and focuses intently on his perception. It was only then that Jiang Chen realized the source of the unusual fluctuations of the Hongmeng purple qi before him was indeed the seal of the Emperor of Fengdu. A sense of perplexity washed over him, prompting him to extend a fragment of his consciousness towards the Hongmeng purple qi, hoping to comprehend its essence. However, as soon as his mind touched the ethereal energy, he was swiftly expelled, landing firmly upon the seal of the Emperor of Fengdu. An enlightening revelation surged within him. At that moment, Jiang Chen comprehended that this seal, or rather the profound authority it embodied, was the foundation of his great Tao. Various insights surged through his mind like a tempest. He now understood where his path lay, by consolidating the powers of heaven, earth, and humanity within himself. He could refine the Hongmeng purple qi and attain the Tao of Han Yuan. What manner of sanctification was this? Was it merely a matter of fate? This epiphany reminded him of Dong Huang Tai Yi and Di Jun, who, at the zenith of their power, commanded the demon race and governed the vast wilderness. Had they emerged victorious in their battle against the Wu clan, they would have unified the destiny of the wilderness and achieved sanctification alongside their kin. Alas, they had faltered. Yet, he also thought of the Jade Emperor, who, as a disciple of Hong Jun, was appointed to his position, wielding authority over the three realms. At that moment, the heavenly Tao flourished, forcibly extracting authority from the realms of humanity and earth to bestow upon the Jade Emperor. Logically, the Jade Emperor had long met the criteria. Yet why had he not pursued this path? Was it due to a deficiency of the Hongmeng purple qi or some other reason? A myriad of thoughts swirled in Jiang Chen's mind. Even one as knowledgeable as he found it challenging to discern the underlying truths. However, one thing was abundantly clear. If he were to embark on such a path, an inevitable confrontation with the heavenly court and the Jade Emperor awaited him. Jiang Chen held no profound animosity towards the heavenly court or the Jade Emperor, nor did he possess a strong sense of belonging. Yet, it was the very place where he had grown step by step, receiving much assistance during his weakest days. Until now, he had never contemplated a confrontation with the Jade Emperor or the Heavenly Court. Yet, with the opportunity for the great Tao laid before him, he could no longer evade this dilemma. Should he accept the authority of the Emperor of Fengdu or not? As this thought arose, Jiang Chen couldn't help but mock himself. Jiang Chen, what are you contemplating? What reservations do you still harbor? You have already burned your boats. Only by achieving sanctification can you resolve numerous troubles. If you do not act against the Heavenly Court and the Jade Emperor today, they may have already begun plotting against you in the shadows. Cultivation is akin to navigating upstream. One must either advance or regress. The opportunity stands before you, and if you fail to seize it, you will find yourself lagging behind. Jiang Chen brushed aside his previous thoughts and, in the next moment, answered the question posed by the goddess of tranquility. He would accept this authority. Thus, Jiang Chen acted decisively, grasping the grand seal before him. No sooner had the seal entered his possession than an unseen force surged into his body through the imprint. Within his own being, chaos surged forth. At that moment, the imperial aura of Jiang Chen radiated splendidly. It sought to suppress this force. Initially, the aura resisted with a modicum of strength, but soon it succumbed to defeat. It willingly dimmed, resigning itself beneath the imperial presence of Jiang Chen. The serene empress observed him closely, discerning the fleeting hesitation that crossed his mind, and witnessing the moment he accepted the seal. Though the depths of his thoughts remained unknown to her, she undeniably sensed the resolute determination within him. With this realization, the empress felt a sense of tranquility. For one such as Jiang Chen, once he had made up his mind, there was no need for her to worry. Contemplating this, even the empress could not help but smile gently. After uttering a word of benevolence to him, she vanished without a trace. Chapter 167. The Fusion of Authority. Dual roles. When Jiang Chen opened his eyes once more, he found himself back at the place where he had originally entered the underworld. Everything appeared as though nothing had transpired. Had it not been for the Fengdu Great Emperor seal still resting in his palm, he might have believed this was merely an illusion. Moreover, in that previous realm, he was unable to resonate with the essence of humanity to summon the torrents of the human realm. Such was the nature of the sage who had attained unity. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Chen shifted his focus, opting not to seek out Yang Jian and the others directly. Instead, he chose a secluded spot within the netherworld to set up a grand formation, where he sat cross-legged in meditation. At this moment, the throne of the human emperor transformed under his will into a substantial seal. This seal bore engravings of mountains, rivers, flora, the innate 8 trigrams, and the laws of morality and punishment. It was a legacy inherited from Fuxi and Emperor Yao, naturally encapsulating their distinct characteristics. The instant Jiang Chen summoned this seal, the aura of humanity manifested around him. Torrents surged forth, accompanied by the resounding beat of war drums. The essence of humanity was one of ascendance, a collective aspiration of all beings. Without pause, he unveiled the authority of the Fengdu Great Emperor. At once, the underworld trembled slightly. Another river of a pale yellow hue emerged, signifying the Yellow Springs. The Yellow Springs possessed the power to cleanse all sins and transgressions. On one side was the uplifting current, while on the other lay an absolute stillness. The two forces collided in their initial manifestation. The clash resonated with a thunderous roar as waves surged back and forth. Jiang Chen merely glanced at the scene, and he found himself enveloped within it. The waves of the human torrent crashed into the Yellow Springs, only to be transformed into the waves of the Yellow Springs, which then surged back into the human current. In this ebb and flow, the only words that remained in Jiang Chen's mind were reincarnation. This term is perhaps the most commonplace in the world. However, few truly grasp its essence. While many recognize the concept of reincarnation, few understand its fundamental nature. Even the former Yama, or Ksitigarbha, who had momentarily wielded power over the underworld, failed to comprehend it. This was due to their incomplete authority or the absence of guidance from the serene goddess. Thus, they functioned merely as cogs in the machinery of the protocols established by the serene goddess, possessing little knowledge of the true core. No wonder, when battling against them, they exhibited limited abilities related to reincarnation, often relying on certain treasures. It was then that Jiang Chen understood why the 10 Yamas, during their confrontations, could only manifest a fragment of reincarnation's essence through the invocation of underworld artifacts. Upon realizing this, he felt a sense of fortune. Had these individuals truly mastered the authority of reincarnation, or had the serene goddess chosen to assist Yama and Ksitigarbha with his strength at that time? Even with the likes of Yang Jian, Neza, and Zhao Gongming by his side, he would have faced insurmountable challenges. Do not speak of victory. Even a complete withdrawal poses significant challenges. Jiang Chen shook his head, redirecting his focus to the collision of the two torrents before him. Perhaps during the struggle within his own being, he had found himself at a disadvantage. As he summoned the torrents to clash, the earth itself seemed resolute. The two forces remained locked in a stalemate. However, it was not this impasse that captured Jiang Chen's attention. What truly demanded his focus was the point of their convergence during this collision. His task was straightforward: to facilitate their merging without instigating any major upheaval. Only by achieving this could he ensure that, in the future, he would wield each authority without causing mutual constraints. Though the concept was simple in theory, its execution proved to be mentally taxing. Fortuitously, Jiang Chen possessed the 9 tribulations' divine eye, which enabled him to accomplish this with greater precision. With unwavering determination. Despite the considerable mental strain, he maintained his focus. Time trickled away as he continuously merged the authority and rank of the Emperor of Fengdu with that of the human sovereign. Simultaneously, his own magical power was being refined and purified until the integration was complete. Through his singular effort, Jiang Chen embodied both the human sovereign and the Emperor of the underworld. His cultivation experienced substantial advancement, surpassing the typical pinnacle of quasi-saints, reaching a threshold where he could glimpse the doorway to the primal chaos. Yet, he had not fully entered. He awaited the opportune moment. As he reigned in the extraordinary phenomena surrounding him, he felt a mixture of excitement and melancholy. At that moment, a yearning arose within him. If he could merge the authority of the celestial realm into himself, aided by the primordial purple energy, perhaps he could achieve a breakthrough into the primal chaos. Reflecting on this possibility stirred a sense of regret within him. After exhaling deeply, Jiang Chen composed his emotions. His rapid ascension in cultivation had birthed a hint of impatience within him. Thus, he resolved to refine his mindset further after this endeavor. Once his spirit was steadied, he extended his consciousness and began to sense his surroundings. To his astonishment, he discovered himself enveloped in a wondrous environment. The 9 tribulations' divine eye unfurled autonomously, revealing a purple seal amidst the vast expanse. The aura of primal chaos emanated from this seal. Was this a sacred position? The sight astonished Jiang Chen, for he had not anticipated the sacred position to be so directly revealed before him. Yet, this was of little consequence, for he sensed that he was but a hair's breadth away from claiming this seal. Just a mere thread separated him from becoming one with the primal chaos, from attaining the status of a sage. Witnessing this, the excitement within Jiang Chen began to settle into a tranquil anticipation. A glimmer of hope had emerged. As he found his calm, he sensed a flickering figure approaching from another direction. It appeared to be moving toward him. This, my rival Jiang Chen, appears to be in a state of omniscience and omnipotence. With a mere thought, he comprehends the profound truths contained within. At that moment, the aura emanating from him begins to manifest. Though it is but a whisper, this subtle presence causes tremors in both the underworld and the realm of mortals. Even the clouds above are undergoing an extraordinary transformation. Spiritual energy dances in response to these vibrations, reaching into the heavens. The cause of this disturbance remains elusive, originating from an enigmatic realm beyond comprehension, a source derived from the supreme path. The formidable beings of the primordial wilderness undoubtedly sense this upheaval, eager to investigate its origins. Yet, after a prolonged period, no one has gleaned even the slightest hint. Of course, the inability to uncover clues is one matter. The sensations that arise from the depths of one's spirit are an entirely different affair. Chapter 168. Releasing the true spirits of the divine list within the depths of the underworld. Yang Jian, Neza, and Zhao Gongming found themselves seated together in a rare moment of camaraderie. The atmosphere among them had improved significantly since their initial encounter, notwithstanding the various craters and scars left behind by their earlier skirmishes. All 3 were forthright individuals, and though they initially regarded one another with suspicion, their shared experiences had considerably diminished this animosity. Moreover, their circumstances were now rather similar. Initially divided into 2 factions, they now stood united in their plight. In the past, while in the heavenly court, they had been manipulated by the ideologies of their respective camps. Due to their assigned roles and lack of interaction, they had maintained a stance of mutual disdain, allowing old grievances to fester. However, having heeded Jiang Chen's counsel to unite in this endeavor, they discovered a newfound respect for one another. Reflecting on their present situation, Zhao Gongming might still be considered a disciple of the, but Neza and Yang Jian had long since abandoned any allegiance to the. Both were inherently straightforward and rebellious in nature. While they had once held the denizens of in high esteem, they had ultimately been betrayed. The convergence of these factors had created an unexpected chemistry among them, dispelling the earlier tension that had permeated their interactions. Who would have thought that the human emperor had achieved a resounding victory at Ling Mountain and had now established the ancestral grounds of humanity at Shoyang Mountain? In such a moment of triumph, it was uncertain how he would address the affairs of the underworld. They spoke not of Jiang Chen, but referred to him as the human emperor, engaging in discussions about their current realities. There was an unspoken agreement among the trio. The underworld now belonged entirely to Jiang Chen, and the management of its affairs rested solely in his hands, rendering the Jade Emperor irrelevant in this matter. From the outset, it had been Jiang Chen who had taken full charge. "Are we not somewhat like traitorous ministers?" Neza remarked, taking a swig of wine and bursting into laughter. "What is wrong with that? It's quite entertaining." From the very beginning, they had never considered themselves as subjects of the heavenly court. As the three conversed, an abrupt tremor coursed through their beings. They sensed an extraordinary presence in the void, an aura that seemed to emanate from a lofty source, exuding an imperial might that suppressed all. How could such a presence manifest within the underworld? Was it possible that the Jade Emperor had been driven to desperation and had descended upon the underworld? Neza, attuned to the aura, expressed his intent to investigate its source. Yet, as he prepared to move, he realized that this presence seemed omnipresent, a force that was everywhere at once. What could possibly be happening? Yang Jian straightened, his celestial eye glowing with intensity. In mere moments, he surveyed the entirety of the underworld, arriving at a conclusion that mirrored Neza's concerns. "Fellow Taoists, it has been quite some time. You appear to be enjoying each other's company," a voice echoed, accompanied by a hearty laugh. It was Jiang Chen. Upon hearing that voice, Zhao Gongming and the others snapped back to attention, turning towards the source of the sound. With merely a glance, they were rendered speechless. At that moment, Jiang Chen stood there, unchanged, yet in their eyes, he appeared as a sovereign, exalted above all. This transformation stemmed from a source beyond the ordinary, transcending the biological realm, manifesting after receiving the sanction of the authority of the underworld. "Your Majesty, what is this?" Even Zhao Gongming and the others were filled with trepidation, noticing their reactions. Jiang Chen was momentarily taken aback. Then he sensed his current state and couldn't help but chuckle. His ascent had been so rapid that he felt a twinge of urgency. He had yet to stabilize his aura. With that, Jiang Chen ceased to conceal anything and fully released his aura. In that instant, the essence of the human sovereign and the dominion of Fengdu was laid bare before Zhao Gongming and the others. The group gasped in astonishment. All present were discerning individuals, none of whom were foolish. They could naturally discern what resided within Jiang Chen and understood the implications it carried. Someone murmured, "This truly is auspicious fortune." In unison, they rose and bowed to Jiang Chen. "We have encountered the human sovereign. We have encountered the emperor of Fengdu." Jiang Chen did not sidestep their homage. This was not an act of arrogance. It was simply the truth. At that moment, they were not venerating Jiang Chen himself, but rather the powers of humanity and the underworld that resided within him, a manifestation of the Tao of heaven and earth. "I am profoundly grateful for your patience in awaiting me here," Jiang Chen expressed. After they completed their bows, Jiang Chen reciprocated with a deep bow, a gesture of gratitude for their steadfast presence in safeguarding the underworld on his behalf. "There is no need for such formality, my friend," they replied. From Jiang Chen's demeanor, it was evident that he had not forgotten their camaraderie and bore no airs of superiority, allowing them to forego the constraints of formal titles. As they were not individuals who relished elaborate rituals, they gracefully sidestepped Jiang Chen's bow. After a round of pleasantries, the conversation gradually returned to its intended course, turning to pressing matters at hand. The foremost concern, which weighed heavily on everyone's minds, was the confinement imposed by the investiture of the gods. Previously, the investiture had been wielded by Yuan Shi, and Jiang Chen could only liberate them through the divine mandate. However, after vanquishing the malevolent corpse of Yuan Shi, Jiang Chen had seized both the investiture and the divine whip. Although their original forms had been transformed into the ancestral home of humanity, suppressed upon Shoyang Mountain, their essence remained unaltered, now integrated into the ancestral abode of humanity, with Jiang Chen as its new master. Altering the deities inscribed upon it was a simple matter for him. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen summoned his divine intent, invoking the ancestral home of humanity, and released the deities contained within. "Thank you, my friend." Initially, Yang Jian and Zhao Gongming regarded Jiang Chen with admiration and a sense of kinship. Now, they wholeheartedly supported him. Although this may seem overly simplistic and hasty at first glance, their commitment was genuine. Upon reflection, One cannot help but ponder the countless years that Zhao Gongming and his companions were ensnared by the decree of the investiture of the gods. Those who once looked up to their existence have now surpassed them. How could these once mighty figures endure such a reality? Throughout the long passage of time, they have yet to crumble, relying solely on their unwavering willpower. At last, the weight upon their hearts has been lifted, and they can finally breathe the air of freedom. Even Zhao Gongming could not restrain his tears, shedding 2 lines of crystalline sorrow. Given his age and innate talents, with diligent effort, there remains a possibility for further ascension. In an instant, a renewed spark of ambition ignited within his gaze. Not far away, other disciples of the sensed their own transformations. Immediately, they understood the source of this change and knelt before Jiang Chen. Sensing their reverence, Jiang Chen, with his profound magical prowess, lifted them gently, proclaiming, "There is no need for such deference." Chapter 169. The Heavenly Court in Turmoil, the Jade Emperor's wrath as he spoke. Jiang Chen retrieved the 24C stabilizing pearls and returned them to Zhao Gongming, signifying their rightful return to their owner. Jiang Chen was well aware that Tongtian was assisting him in obstructing Yuanshi at the boundary of the chaotic primordial realm. Thus, upon acquiring the 24C stabilizing pearls from the Lantern of Flame, he chose not to utilize them in the forging of the human ancestral court, but rather to restore them to their original state. In addition to this, he had another critical task ahead, utilizing the power of reincarnation to bring back the countless celestial beings who had perished during the battles of the past. If these individuals were to undergo the typical cycle of reincarnation, even as the Emperor of Fengdu, Jiang Chen would find it nearly impossible. However, the celestial beings had been denied normal reincarnation due to the power wielded by the 10 Yama kings and Ksitigarbha at that time, who instead suppressed them in a single location, preventing their rebirth, while attempting to enlighten them with the teachings of the great Buddha. This predicament had persisted for an extended period. Initially, Jiang Chen was unaware of this. However, following his ascension as Emperor of Fengdu, he gained full visibility over all affairs within the underworld. After expending some time, Jiang Chen successfully guided the scattered celestial beings back to their rightful place, eliciting a wave of gratitude from Zhao Gongming and other disciples of the. Meanwhile, upon learning of Jiang Chen's actions, the heavenly court erupted in chaos. The followers of the and had long maintained a stance of selective obedience towards the heavenly court. Moreover, as they originated from the saintly sects, they occupied pivotal positions within the celestial hierarchy, such as the 5 mountain emperors and the 4 great marshals, with even members in the 4 sovereigns. The emergence of any issues among them would leave the heavenly court in disarray. One could assert that due to Jiang Chen's singular ambition, the heavenly court had succumbed to a state of stagnation and disorder. In comparison, the previous turmoil caused by Sun Wukong's rebellion in the heavenly palace paled in significance. For one was a mere disruption, while the other represented a full-scale insurrection among the deities. These scenarios were hardly comparable. At that moment, the Jade Emperor sat within the Lingxiao Treasure Hall, reflecting upon the preceding events, unable to suppress a shiver of dread. He had not anticipated that a momentary hesitation in decision-making could lead to such an escalation. The Jade Emperor murmured to himself, seeking to absolve his actions, failing to recognize that it was not merely a solitary misjudgment, but rather a long-standing indecision regarding his attitude towards Jiang Chen. His hesitance concerning external decisions ultimately contributed to the current predicament. Yet, he trivialized the profound changes in the primordial realm and the crisis engulfing the heavenly court as a mere consequence of a fleeting error in judgment. While this might seem absurd to others, it served the Jade Emperor well. He had truly convinced himself. Gradually, the Jade Emperor's composure returned, and he began to contemplate the current situation. Jiang Chen, this individual, had truly unveiled his genuine ambitions, revealing the aura he had sensed earlier. Others may still be oblivious to the origins and true intent behind these events. However, as the Jade Emperor, endowed with authority, he is naturally capable of discerning the underlying truths. It is evident that the forces at play are those of humanity, the Emperor of Earth, and the Sovereign of the underworld. In the current circumstances, it is clear who has ascended to the position of the Emperor of Fengdu in the underworld. The reins of the underworld are firmly in the hands of Jiang Chen and his associates who have distanced themselves from the investiture of the gods. After all, the investiture of the gods has been held by Jiang Chen ever since he vanquished the primordial malevolent corpse. Considering the preceding events, the Jade Emperor feels a prickling unease. He suspects that all of this has been meticulously orchestrated by Jiang Chen. Otherwise, how could he have retained those individuals in the underworld? How could he allow them to delay their return to report? To the Jade Emperor, These individuals are nothing but genuine traitors. Yang Jian, Neza, and Zhao Gongming are formidable adversaries. Now, they wield control over the underworld. The reason Jiang Chen has acquired the authority of the Fengdu Emperor is undoubtedly due to the intervention of the Goddess of Tranquility. It is apparent that, despite her earlier retreat into seclusion, she is the creator of the netherworld. When the Xitigarbha and the 10 Yama kings took full control of the underworld, she did not reveal herself. Now, she is undoubtedly the force behind this upheaval. After all, the elevation of someone to the position of Fengdu Emperor signifies a severance from the heavenly court's dominion over the underworld, akin to the autonomy of the human race. This is an endeavor to restore the equilibrium among heaven, earth, and humanity. From any perspective, this is ultimately beneficial for all parties involved. Furthermore, the Jade Emperor is certain that the remaining generals of the investiture of the gods in the underworld, along with their celestial soldiers, will never return to the heavenly court. They are irrevocably traitorous. The simultaneous upheaval in both the mortal realm and the underworld is a tremendous blow to the heavenly court, significantly diminishing its control over the primordial forces. The Jade Emperor realizes the urgency of taking immediate action to curtail Jiang Chen's influence. The reason he focuses on Jiang Chen and not others is that he has come to recognize that Jiang Chen is perilously close to achieving his ultimate goal. His knowledge of this development does not stem from any external sources, but rather from the two treasures he currently possesses. The fragment of the creation Jade Butterfly, once in the possession of Han Jun, was personally entrusted to the Jade Emperor by him. The fragment of the Chaos Pearl arrived automatically when he first assumed the role of the Jade Emperor. Upon discovering these artifacts, the Jade Emperor was filled with immense joy, yet he concealed them from others. Originally, these two items bore no connection. However, during the recent turbulence within the heavenly court, he observed that when placed together, they emitted a faint purple glow and began to merge continuously, revealing a realm of profound mystery. If Jiang Chen were present, he would recognize that what the Jade Emperor beheld was the very scene he had encountered earlier. The two figures at that moment were Jiang Chen and the Jade Emperor himself. If the Jade Emperor had previously been uncertain about the unfolding events, he is now unequivocally enlightened. Thus, it was a contest between himself and Jiang Chen for the coveted position of the final sage. Upon realizing this, the Jade Emperor found it utterly unacceptable. Yet, despite his reluctance, he was compelled to confront this reality. At this moment, he had to deliberate earnestly on how to contend with Jiang Chen. However, after much contemplation, the Jade Emperor arrived at a rather bleak conclusion. Despite possessing various divine abilities and the combat prowess of a quasi-saint at its zenith, he was considered a formidable figure in the primordial realm. Nevertheless, Jiang Chen surpassed him by an insurmountable margin. Not to mention, that singular strike was capable of severing even the malevolent corpse of the primordial beginning. In this back and forth, it was evident that he was no match for Jiang Chen. Currently, his existing strategies were insufficient. He must devise alternative methods to confront Jiang Chen. It had been a long time since the Jade Emperor had felt such intense anxiety in his contemplations. In his thoughts, one figure emerged vividly, Wu Tian. Chapter 170. The appearance of Luya, the 7 arrows of the nail head as the Jade Emperor contemplated the formidable figure of Wu Tian. A semblance of confidence began to take root within him, for he possessed his own unique methods to outwit his adversary. However, prior to executing his plans, he recognized the necessity of restraining Jiang Chen, lest the latter grow even more powerful while he was engrossed in his schemes against Wu Tian. With these thoughts in mind, the Jade Emperor summoned Luya. Fortunately, at this juncture, the Lingxiao treasure hall had been entirely vacated by the Jade Emperor. Otherwise, it would undoubtedly have left many in a state of astonishment. Luya was a descendant of Emperor Jun, the sole survivor among the 10 three-legged golden crows. If one were to consider the matter closely, he and the heavenly court were indeed adversaries, as the current heavenly court was founded upon the principles of the demon court. Nonetheless, he now stood here in response to the Jade Emperor's decree. Yet, neither the Jade Emperor nor Luya displayed the slightest alteration in their expressions, as if everything were destined to unfold in this manner. Luya, what brings you here at my summons? The Jade Emperor, facing Luya's indifferent demeanor, spoke directly to his purpose. I require your 7 arrows of the nail head to deal with Jiang Chen. The 7 arrows of the nail head was a most terrifying curse, renowned for its flawless record of success. In the past, Zhao Gongming had suppressed the saintly factions to the point where they could scarcely raise their heads, only to succumb to the curse of the 7 arrows of the nail head, which led to their inclusion on the list of deification. Thus, the summoning of Luya was intended for the purpose of employing this formidable power against Jiang Chen. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's name, Luya furrowed his brow. What? Are you unable to act against him? After so many years of lurking in the shadows, have you developed a soft heart? In response to the Jade Emperor's sardonic remarks, Luya exhibited no visible emotional shift. That is not the case. Jiang Chen is now a figure of humanity and the Emperor of the Tao, and he harbors no malice towards the heavenly court. To strike now might be. To be fair, this line of reasoning held some merit in the eyes of outsiders, for Jiang Chen had indeed contributed to the heavenly court and restored its dignity. Upon hearing this, the Jade Emperor merely scoffed coldly. It seems you have grown excessively negligent regarding the matters of the primordial chaos. At this remark, Luya slightly furrowed his brow. Subsequently, the Jade Emperor recounted the origins, developments, and outcomes of the situation in its entirety. Regarding the rebellion of the disciples of the Jia sect, Luya found himself at a loss for words. In truth, this was already quite evident the moment the list of deification fell into Jiang Chen's hands. One could deduce the underlying machinations. It was inevitable that Jiang Chen was the mastermind behind this upheaval. However, they had misjudged Jiang Chen. Even without the list of deification, these warriors would have eventually revolted. What Jiang Chen had merely done was to liberate them. Had the Jade Emperor been willing to inquire of Jiang Chen at this moment, he would discover that the relationship between the two was not as dire as he presumed. Furthermore, all of his deductions were founded upon jealousy and dissatisfaction towards Jiang Chen, an ordinary human who had ascended to such heights in a short span of time. The fact that he had forcibly stripped away two significant powers from the Jade Emperor only fueled his envy further. Moreover, due to the previous dissatisfaction that Jiang Chen had shown towards him, the Jade Emperor was impatiently eager to lay upon Jiang Chen every conceivable accusation. Beyond that, there was a matter of utmost importance, the position of the saint. Only one remained. Since the images of the two had manifested in that realm, and upon witnessing the Great Seal, it became evident that they were now locked in a situation of mutual destruction. Unless someone was genuinely willing to relinquish this coveted position, which seemed implausible. After all, the saints are exalted beings, disdainful of the masses. Fundamentally, they had become sworn enemies. Upon hearing these explanations, Luya ceased to speak further and prepared the altar as per the Jade Emperor's instructions. However, an unexpected turn of events occurred during this process. When Luya attempted to inscribe Jiang Chen's name upon the effigy, he found it impossible to do so. Each time the characters began to form, they would instantly turn to ashes. What was the meaning of this? Even Luya was momentarily taken aback. He had never encountered such a situation before. Yet, this phenomenon was not entirely incomprehensible. The reason lay in the fate and the rank associated with Jiang Chen. At that moment, Jiang Chen was not only a human sovereign, but also held the title of Fengdu Emperor. The fortune of the human race remained robust. With these three factors combined, even if Luya wished to curse Jiang Chen with his own power, he would be thwarted by the forces of humanity and the earth. Upon realizing the entirety of the situation, Luya's expression transformed from initial astonishment to sheer horror. How could such fortune and status be attributed to Jiang Chen? Even his father, when compared to Jiang Chen, paled in significance. The Jade Emperor had already begun to formulate a plan in his heart. Clearly, Jiang Chen was no ordinary adversary. Otherwise, how could he contend for the position of saint against one who had steadfastly ruled the three realms for countless eons? Reflecting on the power and the divine wonders exhibited by Jiang Chen, everything seemed to fall into place. No, was it not merely fortune and rank? Since Luya could not overpower him, the Jade Emperor decided to take matters into his own hands. He personally inscribed Jiang Chen's name and commanded the celestial beings to join him in worship. With this dual approach, he was determined to believe that fortune and rank could not assist Jiang Chen. Beside him, Luya stood with his mouth agape, incredulous at the Jade Emperor's audacity. Little did he know, the events that followed would leave him even more astonished. For the Star of Venus had summoned the other celestial beings from the heavenly court. These beings had already conducted their due diligence and understood the true purpose of the Jade Emperor's summons without the slightest surprise. All stood quietly upon the altar, gazing at the Jade Emperor as he ascended the platform, holding a jade brush in hand. With deliberate precision, he began to inscribe the name of Jiang Chen before the effigy. Each stroke shimmered with radiant colors and an aura of destiny, meticulously crafting the name of Jiang Chen. Subsequently, under the watchful eyes of the assembly, they beheld Jiang Chen's name gradually ascend towards the heavens. Between heaven and earth, there exists an immensely formidable force, perpetually converging, imbued with an unparalleled grandeur. Yet, it refrains from interfering with reality, merely residing above the primordial chaos. This is the divine retribution. The actions of the Jade Emperor have become exceedingly reckless, nearly colliding his own celestial fate with that of Jiang Chen. Such behavior, naturally, has incensed the heavenly Tao. At this moment, the impending divine punishment to chastise the Jade Emperor can be sensed by others, and he himself is no exception. The Jade Emperor lifts his gaze towards the void above, letting out a cold snort. Subsequently, his celestial fate manifests. A seal emerges, its presence accompanied by the faint sound of crashing waves, gradually solidifying. Amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers, his torrent drifts into the void, revealing a multitude of celestial beings. They dwell high above the clouds, surveying all creation. Chapter 171. The Curse of Jiang Chen, Manifestation of Anomalies. The Jade Emperor initially intended to harness this torrent to withstand the impending thunder, buying himself enough time to inscribe Jiang Chen's name upon a scarecrow. However, his actions only served to further incite the already furious heavenly Tao. Bolts of lightning materialized, targeting the Jade Emperor. Even he was taken aback. Although he had temporarily lost dominion over the mortal realm and the underworld, his position as the sovereign of heaven remained unassailable. Confronting Jiang Chen with the fortune and rank he possessed should not guarantee victory, but at the very least, he ought not to face defeat. In the ensuing clash, the expected outcome should have been the dissipation of the protective shroud enveloping Jiang Chen. Why then did the heavenly Tao become enraged and unleash thunder? The Jade Emperor found it difficult to comprehend the unfolding events. The thunderous onslaught was a stark reality. In comparison, other matters paled in significance. He could only prioritize the immediate situation. As his mind shifted, amidst the tumult of his own transformation, the celestial beings of the three realms manifested at the behest of the Jade Emperor, directing their gaze toward the stars of the 9 heavens. Streams of golden light erupted from their eyes, piercing the void. The fortune of heaven surged forth like an erupting volcano, coalescing into a massive torrent in the emptiness above. Had Jiang Chen been present, he would have undoubtedly perceived that the fortune displayed by heaven at this moment was scarcely less than that of the human race. This was no longer the previously exploited humanity. It was now the human fortune amalgamated with the essence of the Buddhist realm, fused with the fortunes drawn from this cataclysm. This was a profoundly unsettling revelation. After all, in the collective consciousness of all, heaven had seemingly fallen to a disadvantage, besieged by the Buddhist sect's relentless machinations. Logically, one would consider it a stroke of luck if heaven's fortune remained intact, yet it was astonishing to discover such a robust and remarkable reservoir of fortune. Only the Jade Emperor, as the sovereign of heaven, understood the origin of this fortune, yet he would offer no further explanation. The torrent of fortune surged upward, dispersing the thunderclaps one by one. A smile once again graced the Jade Emperor's face. Jiang Chen, O Jiang Chen, do not rejoice too soon. I am not so feeble. He mused inwardly. At that moment, he intensified his magical output. The parchment inscribed with Jiang Chen's name suddenly erupted into a blaze of fervor. Flames manifested from the void, stretching forth as if the surrounding emptiness itself had become their fuel, boundless and insatiable. In the blink of an eye, even the Jade Emperor found himself enveloped by the inferno. Anticipating such a scenario, he displayed no hint of surprise, merely advancing steadily. The flames, capable of scorching the very fabric of space, could only maintain a distance of 1 meter from his body, unable to encroach further. This spectacle left those nearby gaping in disbelief. Yet, the Jade Emperor remained unperturbed, his demeanor tranquil as if this were the natural order of things. Continuing his unwavering march forward, pushing forward with Jiang Chen's name, the Jade Emperor gradually approached the scarecrow. At this moment, the Jade Emperor's thoughts were in a tumult, a myriad of ideas swirling in his mind. Unbeknownst to others, he was already acutely aware of the immense pressure weighing upon him. Beside him, Luya observed the unfolding scene, stunned by the aura emanating from the Jade Emperor. He recognized that the Jade Emperor was far more complex than he appeared. After years of interaction, he had always dismissed the Emperor's schemes with disdain. However, he held great admiration for the Emperor's magical prowess and the countless hidden cards he possessed. After all, he was once the disciple of the Tao ancestor, and thus his depth was unmatched. Otherwise, given Luya's standing, he would not have maintained such a close relationship with the Jade Emperor. Even though he understood the intricacies of his opponent's hidden strengths, witnessing them firsthand exceeded his expectations. His previous assumptions had ultimately underestimated the situation. The Tao ancestor was indeed protective. These divine powers and hidden cards were likely drawn from the Tao ancestor's own resources. Having someone to shield you is advantageous. Even if problems arise, there is someone to clean up the mess. As Luya contemplated this, a tinge of envy stirred within him. However, he quickly suppressed these thoughts. recognizing they were not the crux of the matter. The key lay in whether the Jade Emperor could successfully imprint Jiang Chen's name upon the scarecrow. The first stroke of Jiang Chen's name landed upon the scarecrow. At that moment, the Jade Emperor, holding the imperial brush, exuded a commanding presence reminiscent of a sovereign surveying his realm. This was a rare sight for the emperor. And for the onlookers, it was an unprecedented spectacle. If the Jade Emperor consistently exhibited such demeanor, why had he tolerated the rise of the Buddhist sect for so many years, even allowing it to oppress the heavenly court? Moreover, why had he resorted to employing subtle schemes against various formidable foes instead of confronting them with all his might? A multitude of thoughts surged through the minds of the celestial beings present, their curiosity piqued rather than their allegiance swayed by the imperial aura the Jade Emperor displayed. Had the emperor been aware of their musings, he would likely have been overcome with fury. Upon the altar, the Jade Emperor manifested unmatched majesty, suppressing the extraordinary phenomena surrounding him. Alas, this state could not be sustained indefinitely. He ultimately had to set down his imperial brush and inscribe Jiang Chen's name entirely upon the scarecrow. Thus, the second stroke fell. With a thunderous roar, an unusual phenomenon emerged, yet it remained within the bounds of his acceptance. As the third stroke descended, strange thoughts began to arise in the hearts of the onlookers. Logically, such a miraculous entity, capable of cursing those beneath the saintly realm, should be an effortless endeavor. Why then did such terrifying changes occur when confronting Jiang Chen? In the past, when cursing Zhao Gongming, the process had been remarkably simple, merely inscribing a name upon the scarecrow, followed by 3 kneelings and 7 bows, and nurturing it for 49 days, had sufficed to bring the once mighty Zhao Gongming to his knees. Yet, why was it that with Jiang Chen, the same could not be achieved? Why did such dreadful celestial phenomena arise? To take a step back, even if he were a benevolent sovereign, he is ultimately not a saint. At this moment, the Jade Emperor is wielding his authority, coupled with the celestial fortune of the heavenly court, as well as the ethereal remnants left by countless immortals. It can be said that he is exhausting all his efforts, yet such bizarre occurrences continue to transpire. The expression in the eyes of the star of Venus glimmered with a complex sentiment. Initially, his attitude towards Jiang Chen was perhaps the most vacillating and intricate of all. In this regard, he bears a striking resemblance to the Jade Emperor. Thus, at this moment, his feelings of regret mirror those of the Jade Emperor. The Jade Emperor swayed slightly, propelled by an inexplicable force. His countenance darkened considerably, revealing an air of strangeness. Chapter 172, The Ancestral Hall of Humanity. The Wheel of 6 Paths of Reincarnation. The Jade Emperor's heart was filled with trepidation. If this were merely the power of a human emperor, how could it provoke such a terrifying backlash? The Jade Emperor pondered these questions internally, yet his hands continued their work, inscribing another stroke upon the effigy. He had already inscribed the majority of Jiang Chen's name. However, this time, the transformation was markedly different. Above everyone's heads, the previous cacophony of sounds suddenly dissipated. In its place, 2 colossal golden figures appeared, bearing immense mountains that ascended to the very heavens, their heights seemingly infinite. As they descended, the speed was terrifying, creating sonic booms that split the air. The Jade Emperor gazed at these 2 mountains, his heart quaking. Yet, he quickly regained his composure. Activating the cosmic Jade Tome within him, the golden imperial aura surged forth from his being. When the 2 entities collided violently, the mountains were momentarily stilled before beginning to crumble piece by piece. Seizing this moment, the Jade Emperor inscribed another stroke. As he beheld the imminent completion of the name, a smile graced his features. However, at that instant, the 2 giants reached skyward, as if drawing something down from the heavens. To the astonishment of all present, a magnificent royal court materialized above the Jade Emperor. This court was adorned with mountains, rivers, sun and moon, flora and lakes, featuring statues of humanity and enigmatic inscriptions. The grand gates swung open, revealing 9 figures standing within the court, the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, with the statue of Jiang Chen positioned at the center. The moment the royal court emerged, the surrounding celestial aura was significantly suppressed. That terrifying will even quelled the dominion the Jade Emperor had previously exerted over the cosmos. The ancestral hall of humanity, manifested upon the roof, was indeed constructed by Jiang Chen in alliance with humanity. The Jade Emperor watched the scene unfold, his already grim countenance darkening further, as if it could drip with malice. This sensation was not new to him. Within the Jade Emperor's heart, an unsettling feeling surged forth. Each time, Jiang Chen seemed to conjure some unforeseen anomaly. He was increasingly convinced that Jiang Chen possessed hidden cards that were beyond his imagination. Yet, precisely because of this, The Jade Emperor's murderous intent towards Jiang Chen intensified. Just 2 strokes remained, and Jiang Chen's name would be entirely inscribed upon the effigy. At that moment, another entity appeared above the Jade Emperor, distinct from humanity. It was none other than the Wheel of 6 Paths of Reincarnation from the underworld. This was a projection, radiating with the mesmerizing hues of the 6 Paths. The underworld's recognition of him had reached this level. The Jade Emperor found himself engulfed in profound shock. According to Jiang Chen's status as the Emperor of Fengdu, he should have manifested his own seal and throne at this moment. Yet, what appeared before the Jade Emperor's eyes was the Wheel of 6 Paths of Reincarnation. This undeniably represents authenticity, reflecting the degree of recognition bestowed upon it. Presently, the Jade Emperor wields his authority to jointly oppose both the mortal realm and the underworld. In a certain sense, this has culminated in a collision of celestial, terrestrial, and human principles. Under such circumstances, the Jade Emperor's continued resilience is solely attributed to the abundance of his hidden cards and the profundity of his fortune. Were it another entity in his stead, the mere contemplation of such a path would likely result in immediate demise. The Emperor of Fengdu, the human sovereign, Jiang Chen. "O Jiang Chen, you are indeed formidable," the Jade Emperor murmured to himself. Though he once held dominion over the 3 realms of heaven, earth, and humanity, this stands in stark contrast to Jiang Chen's essence. He ascended to his position with the assistance of the Tao ancestor from the outset, whereas Jiang Chen has earned his stature through relentless effort. Although the Jade Emperor is loath to concede this fact, in terms of capability, Jiang Chen far surpasses him. Meanwhile, Luya finally came to his senses, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. He felt a profound sense of relief regarding his earlier failure to inscribe Jiang Chen's name upon the straw figure. He was immensely grateful that he had not succeeded, otherwise, he would now be bearing the brunt of the consequences. Lacking the Jade Emperor's authority and the fortune of the Celestial Court, he would have faced dire repercussions. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Luya glanced at the surrounding deities. Unsurprisingly, he observed unmasked astonishment, fear, and complexity etched upon their faces. At this moment, the Jade Emperor's focus was no longer on the unfolding scene. Gritting his teeth, he prepared to finalize his last stroke. However, in an instant, the situation underwent a seismic shift. He was no longer confronted by mere abstractions, but by Jiang Chen himself. Admittedly, this manifestation of Jiang Chen was merely a projection, a reflection of the intertwining of his 2 powers. Nonetheless, Jiang Chen's true essence, situated within the underworld, resonated with this occurrence. At this juncture, the Jade Emperor's earlier intentions to clandestinely sow discord had evaporated. A rational being would have abandoned the plan at this point. Yet, the Jade Emperor was devoid of any semblance of reason. After exerting such effort to combat backlash, relinquishing now would render all his prior endeavors futile. Rarely decisive, he was determined to prevent such an outcome. Thus, as Jiang Chen's form materialized, he resolutely inscribed the final stroke. This time, the characters did not ignite. They settled firmly upon the straw figure, eliciting a surge of joy from the Jade Emperor. "Everyone, follow Luya and pay homage to Jiang Chen," the Jade Emperor proclaimed with authority. The celestial beings behind him, having witnessed Jiang Chen simultaneously embodying both the human sovereign and the Emperor of Fengdu, were already filled with regret. However, now that they were embroiled in this affair, it was evident that Jiang Chen was also aware of their presence. At this moment, to desire to extricate oneself is but a delusion. Not to mention them, even someone as formidable as Luyo cannot seamlessly escape at this juncture. The enmity between them has already been established. At this instant, both parties stand in opposition. Jiang Chen has never been one to suffer losses willingly. As denizens of the heavenly court, they are acutely aware of this. After all, Jiang Chen's past deeds have echoed throughout the realms. The Buddhist sect originally aimed to target him, which subsequently led to a series of events. Now, reflecting on the fate of the Buddhist sect, the Spirit Mountain lies in ruins, and the Great Thunder Sound Temple has been utterly obliterated. The Tathagata and the Lamp of Wisdom have been decisively vanquished. Just contemplating this sends shivers down one's spine. Despite their inner reluctance, dissatisfaction, and regrets, upon hearing the command of the Jade Emperor, the assembly still bowed in accordance with Luyo's prior instructions, lowering their heads in deference to Jiang Chen. Chapter 173. Inviting all immortals into the calamity at this moment. Luyo was also under immense pressure. He swallowed hard, suppressing the tension within, and bowed his head in reverence. In his hand, he produced a silver bow and arrow, remarkably small, merely the size of a palm. Yet, the power of the laws contained within was impossible to overlook. With one hand grasping the diminutive bow and the other holding the tiny arrow, He aimed at the scarecrow inscribed with Jiang Chen's name. As the arrow was released, an overwhelming surge of malevolent energy began to ripple throughout the world. At that instant, it seemed as though something descended upon Jiang Chen, providing the malevolent energy with an anchor, causing it to flow incessantly towards him. At the moment the arrow struck, a causal link bound the scarecrow and Jiang Chen together. Just then, the originally insipid, ethereal figure flickered with a glimmer of light in its eyes, taking on a more humanized demeanor. This transformation elicited an immediate response from everyone present, prompting them to lift their gazes in unison. I wondered what it could be. It turns out to be this wretched bunch, Jiang Chen said, unabashedly addressing the group. Your Majesty the Jade Emperor, you initiated this confrontation. At this moment, regardless of whether it was the Jade Emperor, Luya, or other celestial beings, all could not suppress their grim expressions upon hearing Jiang Chen's words. The situation was laid bare before them. Jiang Chen's declaration was undeniably a signal of war. Previously, they may have maintained a facade of civility, but now, the hypocritical mask had been thoroughly torn asunder. The Jade Emperor's face darkened as he caught sight of the crowd below, silenced and trembling. Many had lowered their heads, resembling quails, too fearful to make eye contact, which only fueled the Jade Emperor's ire. He straightened up and fixed his gaze upon Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, you treacherous rebel. The Jade Emperor was determined not to lose face at this critical moment, especially with so many witnesses. Hearing this, Jiang Chen let out a laugh. Treacherous rebel? You, Jade Emperor, have no right to utter such words. I see that your assembly is quite complete today. If you wish to use such methods against me, then allow me to offer my respects in return. As he spoke, Jiang Chen's ethereal figure descended directly, bowing to them in kind. At this moment, he had not established any altar or invoked any divine power. It was merely this spectral form before them. By all accounts, no action he took should have posed a threat to anyone. Yet, at that very instant, as Jiang Chen bowed, countless crimson, malevolent energies manifested above their heads. Following this, these bloodthirsty energies surged forth, bearing down upon everyone. How is this possible? Luya screamed in disbelief. What strange method is this? He has directly summoned boundless malevolent energy. This is even more ruthless than my own 7 arrows of the nail head. The Jade Emperor's expression grew increasingly grim. At that moment, he not only felt the overwhelming malevolent energy, but also sensed that his own spiritual essence seemed to be shrouded in something obscuring. This sensation was akin to being ensnared in a calamity, as if attempting to deduce the pivotal figures involved. Yet, paradoxically, he has accomplished nothing at present. This predicament is indeed a consequence of divine transgression. Every malevolent force must come to a conclusion. As the turbulent energies of karma surge, it is not merely a trial of fate, but a cataclysm of slaughter. I implore all present to venture forth amidst this calamity. As his words resonated, the ethereal shadow of Jiang Chen vanished into thin air. In the underworld, Jiang Chen's corporeal form opened his eyes, meticulously reflecting upon his recent actions. Finding no fault in his reasoning, he nodded in affirmation. At this juncture, he continued to deliberate the prospect of launching an assault against the heavenly court, mindful of the necessity to maintain a semblance of harmony. However, he had not anticipated the adversary's eagerness to act. Consequently, Jiang Chen felt compelled to hasten his own plans. He had previously remained dormant to amass strength, awaiting the return of the myriad celestial beings from the cycle of reincarnation, hoping for their energies to fully restore. With such preparations, an assault on the heavenly court would inevitably mitigate unforeseen complications. Yet, it appeared that the Jade Emperor could no longer restrain his hand. Jiang Chen had never been one to suffer in silence. He had yet to encounter a situation where he did not retaliate against aggression. Since the adversary had initiated hostilities, it was only fitting that he lead his forces into battle. With this thought, Jiang Chen resolved to convene with Zhao Gongming and others to deliberate on this matter. However, before he could take action, he was suddenly beset by a multitude of luminous points racing towards him. This spectacle left Jiang Chen momentarily stunned, as he had never witnessed such a phenomenon. Upon the approach of these lights, he discerned that they embodied inquiries. The questions posed were straightforward. Why had Jiang Chen wielded his authority? Why did such malevolent energy erupt here? Did he require assistance? Were there any tasks he needed help with? Realizing this, Jiang Chen could not help but chuckle at the irony. He had momentarily forgotten that he was no longer the same as before. Now, he stood as a figure of authority among mortals and deities alike. In the vast expanse of the primordial realm, his every action was scrutinized by various factions, many of which regarded him as an equal to the saints. Any disturbance involving a saint would prompt immediate communication, whether to express allegiance or extend goodwill. This oversight on my part was indeed significant. Nonetheless, it bore positive implications. I would take note of those factions that conveyed their messages. Those that remained silent were evidently hostile towards me, facilitating future reckoning for the human race. As the saying goes, while I may remain oblivious to the favors you have bestowed, your lack thereof shall not be forgotten. Meanwhile, within the heavenly court, as Jiang Chen pondered strategies for retribution, the deities surrounding the altar grew increasingly agitated. Many had long evaded the repercussions of their transgressions, thanks to the dual influence of the heavenly court's divine ranking and its fortune. Although they had not personally experienced a calamity of slaughter, they had witnessed others succumb to such fates. Whether it be the valiant warriors of the investiture of the gods, or the present circumstances surrounding the Buddhist realm of Ling Mountain, all are inexorably linked to the impending calamity and the Great Tribulation. Thus, an innate trepidation arises from the depths of one's heart. The recent tribulation has barely receded, and it is precisely due to the malicious intentions harbored against Jiang Chen that they have unwittingly cast themselves into the throes of this slaughterous tribulation. The assembly of individuals became engulfed in a palpable panic. Jiang Chen, having attained the status of a human and celestial emperor, and serving as the formidable emperor of Fengdu in the underworld, holds a preeminent position amidst the chaos of the primordial realm. Yet, the slaughterous tribulation cannot be so carelessly manipulated or invoked. It is akin to childish play. How could it come to this? Many deities are utterly bewildered by the unfolding transformations, feeling an overwhelming sense of dread. They sense that the evolution of events has transcended their understanding. Consequently, a wave of disarray swept through the gathering, for whether it pertains to the investiture of the gods or the current predicament, there are vivid examples laid bare before them. Chapter 174. The fate of the demon lord. The Jade Emperor, disregarding the terror of the other celestial beings, focused his gaze on Luya. Has the nail-headed seven-arrow book proven effective? Upon hearing this, Luya was momentarily taken aback, gazing at the fading figure of the emperor, then shifting his attention to the effigy on the altar. After a long pause, he finally responded, "It is effective." With this affirmation, the Jade Emperor exhaled a sigh of relief. "Then we shall devote ourselves to worshipping him. In 49 days, I demand the utter annihilation of Jiang Chen." However, Luya had intended to voice further thoughts, yet the expression on the Jade Emperor's face compelled him to remain silent. He nodded in acknowledgement of the Emperor's decree. Seeing Luya's demeanor, the Jade Emperor felt a sense of satisfaction. He then turned his attention to the other celestial beings, his voice now carrying an authoritative tone. "Why the panic? Accompany Luya in this endeavor to eliminate Jiang Chen. In 49 days, he shall be reduced to ash. All that burdens you will dissipate into nothingness. At that time, I shall reclaim dominion over the mortal realm and the underworld, restoring everything to its rightful order, perhaps even making the heavenly court more formidable than before." The previously anxious crowd found a semblance of calm in his words, bowing respectfully as they proclaimed, "We shall adhere to the Jade Emperor's edict." Yet, despite the Emperor's assurances, the assembled beings felt a profound sense of helplessness. What they had assumed would be a mere formality had unexpectedly ensnared them in peril. Many inwardly cursed the Jade Emperor for leading them into this predicament. These celestial beings had joined the heavenly court long before the tribulation of the canonization of gods. Although they were not inscribed on the list of deities, they could leverage the canonization list to avoid calamities, enjoying a far more carefree existence than ordinary celestial beings. With no significant crises on the horizon and the backing of powerful factions, they could pursue their desires with little restraint. However, they were unprepared for the calamity that the Jade Emperor had unwittingly invited upon them. The situation was rapidly spiraling into the unknown. How could these celestial beings, who had basked in comfort for so long, contend with the challenges at hand? The Jade Emperor cast a discerning glance. Sensing the peculiar expressions in the eyes of those present, he chose not to linger and, with a swift motion, vanished from their sight. Upon returning to the Lingxiao Palace, the Jade Emperor conducted a rough assessment of his previous losses. As of now, everything remained within a tolerable range. He promptly retrieved the fragments of the creation Jade Butterfly and began to channel his magical energy. Utilizing the resonance between the 3,000 paths, he initiated the calculation of Wu Tian's whereabouts, instructing the gods to delay Jiang Chen's advance while he plotted against Wu Tian to seize his treasures. This was the Jade Emperor's initial strategy. Wu Tian possessed a black lotus, a treasure of comparable significance to the Merit Golden Lotus, not to mention the hidden artifacts in his possession. All these would serve as formidable weapons against Jiang Chen. Stimulated by Jiang Chen's provocations, the Jade Emperor had resolved to slay Wu Tian and acquire his possessions, transforming them into powerful tools for confronting Jiang Chen. Determining Wu Tian's location under normal circumstances would be an unattainable feat. Wu Tian would undoubtedly devise methods to conceal his existence. As the demon ancestor, Wu Tian possesses formidable strength, reaching the pinnacle of quasi-saint level, and wields the world-destroying Black Lotus among other treasures. Consequently, it is exceedingly challenging for ordinary individuals to perceive his aura. Even Jiang Chen initially relied on Fuxi to disseminate the information he sought regarding Wu Tian, which piqued the latter's interest and led to the discovery of his location. However, the Jade Emperor possesses means beyond the imagination of mere mortals. With the creation Jade Butterfly in his grasp, he can utilize certain powers of the heavenly Tao after relinquishing some of his own authority. Moreover, following the recent assault on Ling Mountain alongside Jiang Chen, he inadvertently revealed his true self within the three realms. Thus, while it was arduous for the Jade Emperor to deduce Wu Tian's whereabouts, it was not entirely without clues, allowing him to approximate a general direction. After expending 3 days and nights in contemplation, the Jade Emperor finally discerned a vague location. He hastened to refine his calculations further, and after an additional 2 days and nights, he arrived at a more precise position, the southeastern region of Shouyang Mountain. Why would Wu Tian venture to Shouyang Mountain? What schemes might he be concocting? The Jade Emperor found himself momentarily astonished. Wu Tian's presence at Shouyang Mountain would be tantamount to walking into a trap. His alliance with Jiang Chen had long since crumbled. The events that transpired on Ling Mountain were already common knowledge. Wu Tian had brazenly betrayed the initial agreement made with Jiang Chen and others, leaving Jiang Chen to confront the malevolent corpse of the saint alone. Had it not been for Jiang Chen's extraordinary prowess in directly confronting the saintly fiend and sending him into the path of beasts, the plans of humanity might have been irrevocably thwarted. Under such circumstances, Wu Tian's audacity to appear before humanity would invite retribution. The two sides had developed an inescapable enmity. Even if Wu Tian wished to rekindle their alliance, Jiang Chen would never acquiesce. The only response Wu Tian could expect would be the Hunyuan blade wielded by Jiang Chen. Thus, Wu Tian's actions at Shouyang Mountain carried profound implications. Reflecting on this, the Jade Emperor could not help but sigh. Even Wu Tian has recognized the peculiar rise of humanity, prompting him to leave some hidden schemes at this juncture. Such shrewdness and strategy are commendable, were it not for Jiang Chen's presence. Perhaps I could have forged a fruitful collaboration with him. Yet, regrettably, it is now too late. With formidable foes ahead, I must eliminate you without fail. After sighing, the Jade Emperor repressed his emotions and employed spells to mask his own aura. Once he ensured that all preparations were in order, he turned towards Shouyang Mountain of the human race. He then concealed himself in the direction he had deduced, quietly awaiting Wu Tian's arrival. Time passed swiftly, and after 2 days and nights, the Jade Emperor remained motionless in anticipation. Ultimately, he awaited Wu Tian's arrival, yet he refrained from launching a direct ambush. The reason is not other than that he was somewhat bewildered by the aura emanating from Wu Tian. Logically speaking, Wu Tian is a demon, and his essence should be purely demonic, devoid of anything else. Otherwise, he would not have ascended to the pinnacle of quasi-sainthood. Yet, at this moment, the Jade Emperor perceives an inexplicable presence surrounding Wu Tian. This aura is exceedingly subtle. Had it not been for the precautions the Jade Emperor took to confront Wu Tian, he might not have sensed it at all. Consequently, this only deepens the Jade Emperor's perplexity. Could it be that something has transpired with Wu Tian? After pondering for a considerable time, the Jade Emperor found himself hesitating, uncertain whether to disregard this aura and proceed to eliminate Wu Tian directly. Caution has always been his foremost response to various matters, and once again, this instinct influences his judgment. Chapter 175. Ambush, intricate schemes. This time, his hesitation did not endure for long. Compared to the peculiarities surrounding Wu Tian, the threat posed by Jiang Chen was far more lethal. If it were anything else, the Jade Emperor might have shown some leniency. Yet, when it came to the sacred position, such tolerance was utterly unacceptable. It was imperative to eliminate the threat. In that moment, the Jade Emperor resolved within himself, shedding any pretense of concealment and charging forth with fierce determination. Even Wu Tian was taken aback. The one who frequently plotted against others found himself ensnared by another's cunning. It was evident that his adversary had been waiting here for quite some time. Initially, he believed it to be the human race that had discovered him. However, upon closer inspection and realizing it was the Jade Emperor, he couldn't help but sneer. I was just pondering how to curtail the current human race, and here you are, presenting yourself at my doorstep. Perfectly, since this realm had descended into utter chaos, with even the malevolent corpses of sages being slain. It would be no trouble at all to refine a Jade Emperor into a puppet for himself. With the realization that it was not the human race lying in wait, Wu Tian felt a sense of relief and let out a cold laugh. Foul beast. The Jade Emperor had indeed been the one to devise a scheme against Wu Tian, lying in ambush for a considerable time. He had anticipated Wu Tian's astonishment upon encountering him, but was surprised to find that the latter merely regarded him as prey after a fleeting moment of surprise. I am the Jade Emperor, the sovereign of the three realms, he thought. Yet ever since Jiang Chen's emergence, even the most insignificant of beings seemed to treat him with disdain. With the presence of the Buddhist disciples, Jiang Chen, and now Wu Tian, the Jade Emperor inhaled deeply, contemplating his next move. Once I slay Wu Tian and obtain the World Destruction Black Lotus along with the other treasures in his possession, I shall be able to contend with Jiang Chen. Ascending to the sacred position shall render me invincible before any who dare to challenge me. At this moment, the Jade Emperor continuously reassured himself, while Wu Tian, observing him, could not suppress his laughter. My words have struck a nerve, it seems. Wu Tian, gazing at the Jade Emperor, sensed the peculiar aura emanating from him, as well as the oddity of his demeanor. Nevertheless, he did not cease his verbal jabs. Both Wu Tian and the Jade Emperor stood at the pinnacle of quasi-saint power. To think that even the mere clash of their auras would attract considerable attention. Yet, as they engaged in this fierce confrontation, the surroundings remained eerily tranquil. No tremors, not even a single bird in flight. This was decidedly peculiar. During the clash with the Jade Emperor, Wu Tian became acutely aware of this anomaly. His earlier taunts and disdain for the Jade Emperor had not hindered their battle. After all, he was also a formidable quasi-saint. However, upon sensing the unusual stillness around them, Wu Tian immediately expanded his divine consciousness to survey the area. To his astonishment, he discovered the presence of a grand formation. Now, Wu Tian finally grasped the gravity of the situation. His opponent had long been aware of his whereabouts and had set up this trap. This conveyed a singular message. The Jade Emperor was confident enough to take him on alone. After the transformation at Mount Ling, the confidence displayed by the Jade Emperor carries profound implications. During that fierce conflict, Wu Tian clashed with the three revered Buddhas of the Buddhist realm. Although he later turned away upon witnessing the arrival of the primordial evil corpse, this did not diminish his prowess. It is universally acknowledged that he is formidable. Given this context, the Jade Emperor's decision to provoke Wu Tian indicates a thorough understanding of the circumstances. His audacity to act despite this knowledge raises alarms within Wu Tian, prompting him to adopt a more cautious approach. His focus now shifts primarily to securing his escape route. Regardless of whether he can vanquish or subdue the Jade Emperor, his own safety remains paramount. Otherwise, he would not have thrived in the primordial world for so long. Previously, Wu Tian sensed a probing formation atop Shouyang Mountain and immediately retreated, lacking even the slightest inclination to breach it. This illustrates their nature as quasi-saintly beings, whose lifespans are boundless and who can afford to meticulously strategize. A single failure signifies little. They can always regroup for another attempt. At this moment, the Jade Emperor unleashed his full might, unleashing a barrage of divine powers that forced Wu Tian to retreat step by step. It appeared that the Jade Emperor had gained a significant upper hand. Yet Wu Tian's mind remained predominantly focused on finding a path to safety. This strategic choice soon bore fruit. To ensnare a being as powerful as Wu Tian within a formidable formation necessitates extensive preparation. The Jade Emperor had only taken a few days, which ultimately proved insufficient, leading to certain oversights. After a prolonged survey, Wu Tian swiftly identified the flaw within the formation. Recognizing this gap, he ceased to squander time entangled with the Jade Emperor. In a flash, he transformed into a streak of light, darting towards the identified weakness. In an instant, he breached the formation. However, upon entry, Wu Tian felt the world spin disorientingly, sensing something amiss. He had evidently escaped the Jade Emperor's array. Logically, he should have re-emerged in the primordial realm. Yet, what lay before him was not the primordial world, but rather a peculiar, desolate microcosm. How could this be? Wu Tian, not lacking in intellect, discerned the anomalies surrounding him. This realm bore many peculiarities, steeped in desolation, as if nothing had ever transpired. Even the ambient aura resonated with the primordial chaos of ancient times. I merely traversed a formation. Why have I arrived in this place? There were no discernible fluctuations in time and space just moments ago. Wu Tian pondered deeply. He mentally replayed the events, seeking any point he might have overlooked. At that moment, the Jade Emperor's figure materialized behind him. Wu Tian's body stiffened. He hastily raised his hand, unleashing a beam of black light that collided with the Jade Emperor's golden radiance. The clash erupted with a thunderous roar, and both combatants carved long furrows into the ground. At this moment, Wu Tian, despite his usual dullness, finally grasped the situation. A sense of disbelief washed over him. You. This is the true reason behind your grand design. The so-called oversight was merely a ruse to deceive me. The Jade Emperor, observing Wu Tian's expression, felt an almost overwhelming joy radiating from his face. Surprised? Astonished? Ponder for a moment. I have indeed discovered your hiding place, and naturally, I am aware of your forthcoming actions. How could I have taken merely a few days to orchestrate such a scheme? When I first unveiled this oversight, were you not cursing my foolishness in your mind? At this moment, the Jade Emperor brimmed with confidence. Wu Tian, this is the grave you have been prepared for. Are you not satisfied? As Wu Tian beheld the Jade Emperor's current expression, his heart sank deeper. Chapter 176. The contented Jade Emperor Wu Tian was perplexed about the origins of the world in which he found himself. The essence of primordial chaos permeated this realm. It seemed implausible that, following the creation of the heavens and the earth, a fragment of a small world, severed by the Tao ancestor of the primordial wilderness, could have been preserved and subsequently bestowed upon the Jade Emperor. If that were indeed the case, the Jade Emperor's utilization of this diminutive world against him would be akin to using a cannon to swat a mosquito, an absurdity that hardly seemed fitting. Suddenly, a thought struck Wu Tian. Could it be, with only Wu Tian and the Jade Emperor remaining in this place? His murmured words naturally reached the ears of the Jade Emperor. The Jade Emperor chuckled softly, affirming, "Indeed, it is as you suspect. That entity has been completely refined by me." This statement was a mixture of truth and deceit, as it did not reveal the nature of the entity in question. It merely followed Wu Tian's line of thought, concealing the fact that his world originated from a fractured chaos pearl. Such information was not to be divulged, otherwise. With Wu Tian's strength, he could concentrate all his might to shatter this world and return to the primordial wilderness. As expected, upon hearing those words, Wu Tian's expression darkened further. In his eyes, the current situation left him no choice but to engage in a desperate battle. Thus, he made the most fitting decision for his circumstances. Unlike his previously cautious approach, where he merely defended within the Great Formation, his current stance was exceedingly aggressive, akin to a cornered beast fighting for its life. Observing Wu Tian's demeanor, the Jade Emperor could not help but feel a surge of joy. Wu Tian's behavior was precisely indicative of his inner turmoil. He was utterly unable to maintain his composure. Had his opponent remained calm, engaging in a tit-for-tat exchange, the Jade Emperor would have had to expend considerable effort to subdue him, perhaps even failing to capture him in one fell swoop. However, now that Wu Tian was in disarray, he remained oblivious to the anomalies surrounding him and the influence on his spiritual perception. At this moment, the Jade Emperor reveled in the satisfaction of having everything unfold according to his plan. Even one as formidable as Wu Tian had become his pawn, allowing him to orchestrate the confrontation with impunity. This emboldened the Jade Emperor, enabling him to adopt increasingly audacious tactics, even trading injuries for attacks, without hesitation. Such a radical approach rendered Wu Tian incapable of gaining the upper hand for the time being. The intensity of their battle escalated, causing the very fabric of this world to tremble with their conflict. Amidst their clash, within the chaos, someone furrowed their brow at the sudden disappearance of Wu Tian's aura. It was none other than Jiang and Juanti. Long before the shattering of Lingshan, they had subtly manipulated events to ensnare Wu Tian, intending for him to restrain Jiang Chen and the current human race. Wu Tian was resolute in his convictions. However, he did not immediately set his plans into motion. The two were prepared for this eventuality. The current human race was no longer what it once was, and its combat prowess could not be compared to that of yore. Even a minor mishap was within the bounds of their acceptance. Nonetheless, they continued to keep a close watch on Wu Tian, their pawn. Within the body of Wu Tian lingered the hidden hands of their machinations, allowing them to constantly sense his presence. Yet at this moment, both individuals discovered their connection to Wu Tian had inexplicably vanished, an occurrence that struck them as peculiar. They had previously reveled in their cunning arrangement, confident that no one would suspect this so-called demon lord. Even the one who had followed Jiang Chen to confront the Buddhist sect of Ling Mountain had merely been a pawn in their game. This notion is not difficult to comprehend. After all, how could a mere peak quasi-saint compel the rebirth of the Tathagata during an era of flourishing Buddhism following the journey to the West? Furthermore, he had managed to seize control over the three realms. All of this was meticulously orchestrated by them. Otherwise, how could he have transformed into a demon at the pivotal moment of attaining Buddhahood, and yet retain the essence of Buddhism after his metamorphosis? Their shadows loomed large behind all these events. Even Wu Tian himself remained oblivious to the fact that he had long been a pawn in their scheme. Everything he experienced was a manifestation of their design, and at times, his thoughts seemed to align with their intentions due to the hidden clues they had embedded within him. Could it be that Wu Tian had become aware of this? But how could he shield himself from their perceptions? As soon as the words left Kunti's lips, they were swiftly dismissed by Jiang. No matter how formidable Wu Tian might be, he was still merely a quasi-saint, a mere ant beneath the feet of giants. Even if he were to uncover the schemes laid by the saints, his strength would hardly suffice to dispel them. Moreover, to conceal himself from the senses of two saints was an improbable feat. Had he truly possessed such ability, he would not have fallen prey to their calculations from the outset. Now, the situation in the primordial chaos had become increasingly enigmatic. The original celestial venerable had taken it upon himself to intervene directly, compounded by the unpredictable variable that was Jiang Chen. The two of them arrived at a conclusion. Wu Tian had been obscured from the heavenly secrets by another. Considering the identity of the individual involved, it was evident that this fool had unwittingly walked into someone else's trap. Had he previously collaborated with Jiang Chen, no one would have dared to oppose him. However, the circumstances had changed. He had exposed his identity and revealed his vulnerabilities in the primordial realm, inviting those eager to exploit him. Not to mention, Jiang Chen himself might seek to retaliate against him due to his abrupt withdrawal from the battlefield. Other powerful beings of the primordial chaos could very well set their sights on Wu Tian as well. After much contemplation, they found the most plausible explanation. Yet, they were confronted with a dilemma. At this juncture, they had to concede that Wu Tian was their final move on the chessboard. Apart from the possibility of their true forms descending, they possessed no other means to exert indirect influence over the primordial realm. The Buddhist sect had been utterly shattered, leaving only Maitreya as the last flicker of hope, a flame that must not be allowed to extinguish. Should Maitreya reveal himself, it was likely that Jiang Chen would traverse thousands of miles to behead him. Given Jiang Chen's character, such a possibility was indeed feasible. If the two of them were to descend into the primordial chaos at this moment, regardless of the presence of any opposition, the most crucial matter is that the secrets of Wu Tian have been exposed. Any hopes of utilizing him to rejuvenate the Buddhist sect are now utterly extinguished. After much contemplation, Jane and Zhuanti ultimately resolved to wait a while longer, to observe further developments. After all, he is a pinnacle quasi-saint and a demonic ancestor. Having navigated the vast expanse of the primordial world for so many years, he must possess his own methods. They cannot bring themselves to believe that a demonic ancestor would simply perish without resistance. Should there be even the slightest fluctuation in his aura, they could make corresponding arrangements based on that energy. They would be able to offer some assistance, however minor it may be. In the event that Wu Tian sought to flee or vanquish his foes, they were confident in their ability to aid him. With such thoughts in mind, Jane and Zhuanti decided to remain vigilant for the time being. Chapter 177. The secrets of Wu Tian. The two individuals could never have fathomed that. At this very moment, Wu Tian was not present within the vast expanse of the Honghuang. Strictly speaking, he found himself in an entirely different realm. The Chaos Pearl, as a supreme treasure of chaos, possessed the extraordinary ability to evolve a complete world. This world did not merely exist as an appendage to the Honghuang. Rather, it was a genuinely independent entity, functioning autonomously. Even though it currently existed as a fragment, the miniature world it had manifested retained unique capabilities, distinct from the Honghuang. It was precisely for this reason that the saints had been unable to deduce Wu Tian's whereabouts. Unless a saint personally descended to this location and employed their divine consciousness to scrutinize the surroundings, any attempt to probe Wu Tian's true location from the depths of chaos would likely fall to the likes of Pingxin Yangyang or Hongjun, formidable beings of the Tao level. In this fractured world, the Jade Emperor held the upper hand. After all, this realm had been intricately woven by his design, granting him absolute authority within its confines. Wu Tian found himself retreating steadily under relentless assault. Had he initially concentrated all his magical energy to shake the very foundations of this world, he could have easily escaped. However, in those early moments, he had been ensnared by the dual deceptions of the Jade Emperor and the world itself, leaving him oblivious to the predicament at hand. Consequently, he squandered his finest opportunity. Now, exhausted and with his powers waning, he realized too late that a breakthrough was possible. You despicable wretch! As the battle raged on, Wu Tian's mind grew increasingly lucid. The disparity in strength between the two was negligible, both being peak quasi-saint entities. It was precisely this balance of power that allowed the Jade Emperor, wielding dominion over this realm, to gain the advantage. In his fury, Wu Tian lashed out with scathing words, which, to the Jade Emperor's ears, sounded remarkably melodious. There was no trace of anger in the Emperor's demeanor. Instead, he wore a faint smile. At that moment, Wu Tian appeared to the Jade Emperor as a treasure trove waiting to be plundered. Do not rely solely on the annihilation Black Lotus. Did you not also inherit the legacy of the demon ancestor? What of your god-slaying spear? Your extermination sword array? Although your extermination sword array lacks the support of the 4 extermination swords, rendering it unable to be breached by fewer than 4 individuals, it remains formidable, does it not? The Jade Emperor's inquiries were not born of genuine concern for his adversary, but rather to ascertain the existence of these treasures. These artifacts existed solely within the realm of his conjecture, awaiting confirmation. In his calculations, the moment Wu Tian unveiled the god-slaying spear and the array's formation plates, he would promptly suppress them. Thereafter, all would belong to him, enabling him to utilize these weapons against Jiang Chen. Yes, I still possess the god-slaying spear. And the sword array. Wait, I do not have them at all. Upon hearing the Jade Emperor's words, Wu Tian recalled these items, as well as the long-overlooked legacy of the demon ancestor. Logically, aside from the annihilation Black Lotus, he should also have the god-slaying spear. Yet, he had been unable to locate it, no matter his efforts. At this moment, Wu Tian found himself momentarily dazed. The memories of the god-slaying spear swirling in his mind like autumn leaves caught in the wind, elusive and impossible to grasp. The once vivid image of the spear was fading into obscurity. This was utterly absurd. Even with the Black Lotus beneath his feet, he could not summon the spear. As he attempted to follow the faint thread of memory to conjure it, he grasped at nothingness. Despite being a peak quasi-saint, such a lapse could be overlooked, but now, in his deliberate contemplation, he still could not succeed. Did he truly possess the god-slaying spear? Had he wielded it atop Ling Mountain? In a haze, Wu Tian began to trace his memories further back. It was a startling endeavor. The more he delved, the more unsettling his thoughts became, not to mention the distant past. Even his actions on Ling Mountain now struck him as profoundly inappropriate. Moreover, some of his recollections were fragmented and disjointed. How could this be possible for a being of his caliber, a demon ancestor at the pinnacle of quasi-sainthood? Panic surged through him. Had he been schemed against from the very beginning? But when did this manipulation commence? Was it before or during his time on Ling Mountain? Who could be behind this? At last, Wu Tian regained his composure. If he remained oblivious to the machinations against him, his peak quasi-saint status would be rendered meaningless. As clarity returned to his mind, he began to untangle the myriad chaotic thoughts and fragmented memories that had clouded his judgment. Numerous overlooked details came rushing back. Why had he come here? The human forces were in the midst of a resurgence. Although Jiang Chen had been furious when he fled, he had not pursued him. This indicated that his adversaries were either disinterested in pursuing him or simply too apathetic to engage. So why, then, had he sought to ensnare Jiang Chen at this moment? Such behavior was entirely inconsistent with his character. Wu Tian felt as though an unseen hand was guiding him, compelling him to act contrary to his true nature. The word saint sent a shiver down his spine, causing the hairs on his body to stand on end, plunging him into a state of disorientation. Under normal circumstances, this would be inconsequential, but at present, he was embroiled in a life-and-death struggle with the Jade Emperor. In such a fierce battle, even a fleeting moment of distraction could prove fatal. The Jade Emperor, observing the dazed Wu Tian before him, refrained from striking. Instead, he regarded his opponent with a puzzled expression. Typically, a warrior of such caliber would never allow their focus to waver in combat. Yet, due to a single utterance from him, Wu Tian had succumbed to bewilderment. This was exceedingly peculiar. Just as Wu Tian continued to ponder these revelations, the Jade Emperor abruptly shook his head. What was he thinking? Kill him, and simply take what you need. Why are you still contemplating? The Jade Emperor declared, gathering the full extent of his power in preparation for a decisive strike to annihilate Wu Tian. Sensing the terrifying aura emanating from the Jade Emperor, Wu Tian gradually regained his composure, striving to calm the turmoil within. In a moment of urgency, he faced the Jade Emperor's overwhelming assault, intending to defend himself, yet time was against him. Already at a disadvantage, his disoriented state rendered him incapable of mounting any effective resistance against the Jade Emperor's full-force attack. In the blink of an eye, the strike descended, shattering his protective aura and sending the world-destroying Black Lotus spiraling away. Wu Tian's own body began to fracture inch by inch, teetering on the brink of death. However, in the next instant, both figures experienced a profound transformation. Instead of the anticipated obliteration of his physical form, radiant beams of golden light erupted from the fissures in Wu Tian's body, momentarily dazzling the Jade Emperor and nearly blinding him. This is the light of the Buddha. Chapter 178. The Annihilation of Wu Tian. The Jade Emperor declares war whether it be Wu Tian or the Jade Emperor. All were struck with a sense of dread upon beholding the blinding golden light. It was the manifestation of Jane and Juanti. At this moment, Wu Tian finally comprehended the entirety of the situation. No wonder he had succumbed to madness at that time. No wonder he had retained a semblance of his Buddhist nature even in his madness. In this instance, as the sacred mountain shattered, he drew upon the remnants of his past, absorbing a portion of the Buddha's fortune. Initially, he felt a sense of pride, but upon reflection, he realized how foolish he truly was. He had been ensnared for years without awareness. Once a disciple of the Buddhist sect, his descent into madness stemmed from his earthly desires. The so-called precepts and regulations of Buddhism were nothing more than empty rhetoric. Otherwise, how could there exist a Buddha like the joyful Buddha of fixed light, who comprehends the profound union of yin and yang? Thus, the reason for his initial madness was indeed a grand jest. At this moment, Wu Tian was acutely aware that he had been manipulated from the very beginning. Whether in his rise or fall, or even in his actions, everything seemed to have been orchestrated. Good, good. How splendid the Buddhist sect is. What a cunning plan. Wu Tian's heart felt as though it were bleeding. An overwhelming surge of dark energy enveloped him. Meanwhile, the Jade Emperor remained astonished at the emergence of Buddha's light from within this demonic entity. He was all too familiar with this aura, even reduced to ashes. He would sense it instantly. Yet, at this moment, he also perceived Wu Tian's boundless resentment and the terrifying demonic energy, leaving him in a state of uncertainty. Was this a moment of reflection? If Wu Tian were to forcefully maintain his composure in such a state, it would bode ill for him. The Jade Emperor, wary of lingering, summoned his magical powers, transforming the golden light in his hand into a long sword. The sword, imbued with the authority of the Heavenly Emperor and the primordial laws connecting this realm, descended swiftly, aiming to pierce through the demonic energy and Buddha's light. Seeking to annihilate Wu Tian entirely, his very soul extinguished and his existence erased. However, as the Jade Emperor dispelled the layers of demonic energy, he was met with the sight of a golden light emanating from a Buddha relic. It was over. Initially oblivious to the hidden depths of this encounter, the sight of the relic now revealed its implications. This was undoubtedly the work of the saints. Being a symbol of the Buddhist faith, the presence of this relic implied the involvement of Jane and Juanti. Upon this realization, a gasp escaped the Jade Emperor's lips. His intent had been to entrap Wu Tian and seize the treasures he possessed to confront Jiang Chen. Be it the annihilating Black Lotus or the God-slaying spear, each would bolster his resolve. Yet, he had inadvertently stirred a colossal predicament, inciting the ire of these two saints, renowned for their unscrupulousness. Should they discover that he had orchestrated Wu Tian's demise, what dire consequences would ensue? Even a mere thought sent shivers down his spine. Initially, I contemplated suppressing Jiang Chen, preventing him from competing for position, and subsequently ascending to the sacred throne. However, it has become evident that such a notion is utterly unfeasible. He must be eradicated swiftly to seize the authority he possesses and thereby complete myself. One must reach that realm first. Otherwise, should Jane and Juanti discern the truth, it would spell trouble. The Jade Emperor gazed at the relic before him, radiating Buddhist light, and myriad thoughts surged within his mind. Ultimately, he could not help but smile wryly. He found it incomprehensible why fortune had turned so sour for him. Initially, he sought merely to deal with Jiang Chen. Yet after a convoluted series of events, he had inadvertently entangled the saints. Who could have anticipated that the two Buddhist saints, Jane and Juanti, would place their disciple within the demon ancestor's ranks, allowing him to ascend to that position? They even permitted him to join forces with Jiang Chen to assail the Ling Mountain Buddhist sect. This was a profound inversion of circumstances. Yet, paradoxically, it led to the obliteration of his own Buddhist domain. At this juncture, the Jade Emperor struggled to comprehend the intentions of these two figures. Could the pieces truly be arranged in such a manner? Nevertheless, the crux of the matter lay elsewhere. Wu Tian had yet to reveal himself alongside Jiang Chen in the destruction of Ling Mountain. This indicated that Wu Tian was an exceedingly vital pawn in Jane and Juanti's grand design. In this predicament, should he mistakenly slay Wu Tian and be detected, would he even retain his life? If life were lost, how could one aspire to attain the Tao of Hunyuan? The Jade Emperor felt as if he had squandered years of his existence. Simultaneously, his trepidation towards Jane and Juanti intensified. These two were ruthless enough to betray even their own, capable of annihilating their own subordinates' powers. Of course, he was unaware of the full scope of their machinations. It was merely his overactive imagination. Wu Tian's role in their scheme was never intended to be utilized in such a manner. The eradication of Ling Mountain had long surpassed their original expectations. They had not stooped to the level of relinquishing their sect to others. As for Wu Tian's subsequent actions, they stemmed purely from Jiang Chen's influence. In that moment, No matter how Jiang and Zhundi maneuvered, they could not have discovered a suitable approach. However, this was not a matter for the Jade Emperor to ponder at present. He could not confront Jiang and Zhundi for clarification at this juncture. It would be absurd to confront them with Wu Tian's relic as evidence. Thus, he was left with but one choice: to eradicate Wu Tian at this opportune moment and seize his fortune. He resolved to initiate a cataclysmic war across the primordial realm, leveraging this great fortune to attain the Tao of Han Yuan. Now, he was indeed the demon ancestor, and the fortune of the demon clan resided within him. Additionally, there was the fortune of the Buddhist sect that would scatter in the wake of this battle. The amalgamation of these two fortunes was sufficient to enable him to achieve his ambition. The Jade Emperor, cornered and with no recourse, gritted his teeth and decided to take a gamble. Thus, he deliberately dissipated the fabric of this world, facing the vast expanse of the sky, and calmly proclaimed, "Heavenly Tao above, I, Hao Yin, shall henceforth wield the authority of the Heavenly Emperor to unify the three realms, to quell the treachery and restore peace and stability across the three realms, thereby attesting to the path of the great unity." These words resonated like thunder, reverberating through the vast expanse of the primordial world. The celestial beings on the ground gazed upwards in terror at the figure in the sky. Many formidable entities of the primordial realm suddenly opened their eyes, revealing expressions of disbelief. The calamity had seemingly come to an end. The Buddhist sect had been vanquished, and humanity was poised for resurgence. Yet, at this juncture, the heavenly court emerged once more to instigate chaos. Such a scene evoked memories of the ancient war of the witches and the undead. While those mighty beings might have relished the unfolding spectacle, it was the small tribes struggling for survival in the primordial realm who bore the brunt of the turmoil, particularly those who had endured the horrors of the previous conflict, trembling in fear. Meanwhile, in the underworld, figures such as Zhao Gongming, Yang Jian, and Neza were equally taken aback. They could hardly fathom that the Jade Emperor would resort to such actions. This was utterly different from their expectations. Shortly after the proclamation, Jiang Chen's voice once again rose resoundingly. "From this day forth, I, Jiang Chen, shall lead the human and underworld armies to confront the heavenly court." Chapter 179. Ascending to the celestial court. As the echoes of footsteps faded, another wave resounded. Everyone was acutely aware of the key figures embroiled in this conflict. While some remained oblivious to the unfolding events, perplexed as to why Jiang Chen, the slayer of immortals, would choose to oppose the celestial court at this juncture. Others in the know felt a shiver of apprehension. On the surface, it appeared to be a confrontation between Jiang Chen and the Jade Emperor, a battle between the celestial court, the human race, and the netherworld. Yet, beneath this veneer lay a deeper struggle between the heavenly Tao, the earthly Tao, and the human Tao, a decisive battle for the ultimate position of sage. The stakes were far higher than any previous calamities. In an instant, the wilderness was stirred by a tempest of chaos. At Jiang Chen's command, the cultivators of the human race swiftly assembled, with various allied factions contributing their strength. The Lord of the Underworld mobilized, as did the celestial armies led by Zhao Gongming. The three forces converged upon the celestial court, a formidable host akin to a gathering storm, sweeping across half of the wilderness, igniting the flames of war once more. In a mere heartbeat, Jiang Chen, accompanied by Sun Wukong, Yang Jian, and Neza, reached the gates of the southern heaven. At this point, the grand formation of the celestial court had been fully activated. The court inherited the legacy of the previous demon clan, and although the celestial star formation had vanished, other protective arrays remained intact, bolstered by the power of the constellations. The area outside the southern heaven was charged with thunderous energy and blazing fires, serving as a deterrent to any who dared approach. Jiang Chen observed the scene before him with a calm demeanor, unperturbed by the gravity of the situation. After a moment of contemplation, he remarked, "Let me, old son, take the lead. I possess ample experience." The solemn expressions of those behind him, once tense and ready for battle, melted into laughter upon hearing Sun Wukong's declaration, alleviating some of the tension that hung in the air. The others soon followed suit, realizing the significance of who would spearhead the assault on the southern heaven. Yang Jian and Neza, in particular, felt a surge of excitement, with Zhao Gongming equally eager to take the front line. Thus, a spirited debate ensued over who would take the vanguard role, each presenting their own compelling reasons for why they were best suited for the task. Some claimed familiarity with the terrain, while others asserted their knowledge of the celestial court's layout and the quickest route to the Lingxiao treasure hall. Their varying arguments rendered the external formations seemingly inconsequential. Enough, enough. While I appreciate your enthusiasm, it poses quite the dilemma if all of you wish to charge ahead." Jiang Chen interjected, his tone remarkably placid. "Let me take the first strike. I shall initiate the assault while you all provide support." With the multitude eager to take on the role of vanguard, he recognized the complications of choosing anyone else. Thus, he resolved to step forward himself. Though his words were delivered with calm assurance, they resonated as a command to the others. Thus, Zhao Gongming, Sun Wukong, Neza, and Yang Jian obediently stepped back, ceding the vanguard position to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen advanced with a single leap, his 9 calamities divine eye surveying the South Heaven Gate before him. As he stepped forth, he sensed the fluctuations in the aura of the South Heaven Gate formation, indicating that the guarding soldiers within had caught sight of him. Emotions surged and ebbed, while some fortified the might of the South Heaven Gate, resulting in the current predicament. This alone sufficed to reveal Jiang Chen's formidable reputation across the 3 realms. Thoughts flickered in his mind, and Jiang Chen refrained from unnecessary words. Silently, he drew the primordial blade, gazing at the South Heaven Gate, and struck downward in a decisive slash. There was no excess of divine radiance. It was merely a straightforward downward stroke. A simple yet profound white blade shot forth, landing upon the South Heaven Gate. With a resonant hum, everyone felt a tremor, followed by the emergence of runes upon the gate. Consequently, the army behind him finally glimpsed the situation of the guards within the South Heaven Gate. The commanders were exerting themselves to withstand the assault, desperately channeling their magical energies to maintain the stability of the formation. The might demonstrated by Jiang Chen's strike surpassed their wildest imaginations. If there were fewer defenders, they might not have been able to withstand even that blow. Above the formation, lightning danced, extinguishing the blade's edge one by one. Yet, at the last moment, the essence of that blade seemed indomitable, gradually eroding the runes before him. This caused the divine soldiers operating the formation to grow visibly uneasy. At that moment, a pair of massive hands reached out, crushing the aura of the blade. Those behind Jiang Chen looked on in astonishment at this display of strength. After all, Jiang Chen's blade had once felled even the Buddhas atop the sacred mountain. Now, someone had the audacity to shatter it. Jiang Chen smiled and struck again. Before the blade even descended, the entire formation began to tremble, and the runes swiftly retreated. The commanders lacking runes felt their footing become tenuous, as if they could topple at any moment. Yet, that great hand rose once more, forcefully blocking this strike. This left Yang Jian, Neza, Zhao Gongming, and the others in a state of shock. Could it be that a sage had intervened? However, they soon realized that this was not the case. The figure before them was someone they recognized all too well, none other than the Jade Emperor himself. At this moment, the Jade Emperor's gaze was fixated solely on Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen met the Jade Emperor's eyes with a calm demeanor. Observing Jiang Chen's composure, the Jade Emperor's fury ignited within him. He had once regarded Jiang Chen as his own kin, yet it was apparent now that this individual had never been aligned with him. Even after being bestowed the title of Celestial Sword Lord, he sought to rebel against the heavens on behalf of humanity. The memories of Jiang Chen's actions flooded back. The assaults on the underworld, the attacks on the sacred mountain, the establishment of the human ancestral court. Each of these transgressions was a dance upon the Jade Emperor's forbidden ground. Upon reflecting on the incident involving Jin Shan, I should have ensured Jiang Chen's demise at that moment. Hesitation begets chaos. Various thoughts swirled within the Jade Emperor's mind. However, regret serves no purpose now. At that time, Jiang Chen was still quite feeble, hardly deserving of his attention, a mere pawn, expendable at any moment. Yet, when Jiang Chen began to reveal his extraordinary abilities and engaged in negotiations, the Jade Emperor, paralyzed by indecision, acquiesced to his demands, ultimately missing the opportunity to stifle Jiang Chen's ascent. Consequently, Jiang Chen has now become a formidable adversary on his path. Behind Jiang Chen, Zhao Gongming and others gazed at the Jade Emperor with a mixture of confusion and curiosity. To them, the current Jade Emperor appeared somewhat alien. They had never witnessed him exhibit such resolve and formidable presence. He had remained in his position for far too long without taking action, leading them to harbor a false impression. Jiang Chen, you treacherous rebel. Today, I shall bring your downfall. Enough of your prattle. Let us see your true abilities. Chapter 180. Imitation of the celestial constellation array. With a swift motion, the long blade was sheathed, only to be drawn once more in a fierce slash, executed with utmost speed. Even the Jade Emperor, poised to intervene, was a fraction too late. In an instant, a fissure erupted in the grand formation above the southern heavenly gate. The Jade Emperor's expression shifted, and with a decisive gesture, he pulled back, causing the formation to rapidly transform as the intricate runes vanished anew. Accompanying him, the divine generals behind him also melded into the array, securing a greater sanctuary for themselves, thus facilitating the formation's operation. This assertive maneuver did not escape Jiang Chen's notice. He sensed an unusual energy emanating from the Jade Emperor. A fleeting thought crossed his mind. Was it merely an illusion? There was an undeniable sense that the Jade Emperor's power had intensified. This notion was soon corroborated when Jiang Chen activated the Nine Tribulations Divine Eye, revealing that indeed, the Jade Emperor had grown stronger, his aura more formidable, and the orbs of power surrounding him shone with greater brilliance. Having already made his move, Jiang Chen could not expect the Jade Emperor to remain passive. With a pointed finger, a golden divine thunder descended from the heavens, crashing heavily towards Jiang Chen. This singular attack sent a chill down the spines of Zhao Gongming and the others, as they sensed a disconcerting shift in the Jade Emperor's might. Yang Jin nodded slightly. Being of blood relation to the Jade Emperor, he was less guarded against him. A few truths had been revealed to him, making him one of the most informed regarding the Jade Emperor's capabilities. Strictly speaking, even during their previous encounters, victory was never guaranteed against the Jade Emperor, who had always stood at the pinnacle of quasi-saint strength, akin to figures like Tathagata. However, the power he now exhibited seemed amiss. I surmise it is due to this array, he contemplated. In the days of yore, when the demon race constructed the heavenly court, they wielded dominion over the vast expanse of the primordial sky, amassing countless resources and possessing the celestial constellation array. Upon hearing this, Neza and the others fell silent, pondering the possibility that some grand formation had indeed amplified their adversary's might. Yet, only Jiang Chen understood that this enhancement was not merely due to the array, but stemmed from a different source of augmentation. Unfazed, Jiang Chen unleashed another strike, this time utilizing the divine power of the heavenly Tao. He tore through space, rent time asunder, and locked onto his target through the threads of causality. In response to such an onslaught, the Jade Emperor merely scoffed, the sound reverberating like thunder. Then, under the gaze of all present, he stepped forward, and suddenly a mirror materialized above the southern heavenly gate, the Haotian mirror. With a mere gesture, the mirror revealed a cosmos of stars, and a beam of light shot forth, enveloping Jiang Chen entirely as the formation reactivated. Jiang Chen, behold my imitation of the celestial constellation array. A collective gasp resonated among those gathered. This was the celestial constellation array, one of the three supreme formations that dominated the primordial world. The first of these was the four-sword array of extermination, renowned for its brilliance in the hands of the heavenly sage, and rumors had long circulated that only the four saints could breach the extermination sword array. From this point, one can discern its terrifying nature. It is a grand formation that requires the strength of four saints to breach. The second is the 12-capital heavenly god-killing formation, a unique array intricately inscribed within the bloodline of the witch clan. Utilizing this formation can summon the ethereal apparition of Pangu. Indeed, it is the manifestation of Pangu itself. It is no exaggeration to assert that, with this formation, the 12 ancestor witches could potentially contend with the saints themselves. Unfortunately, during that era of prodigies, some individuals devised formations capable of rivaling it. This brings us to the third, the heavenly star formation. This array harnesses the power of the myriad stars, teeming with boundless lethality. Its ability to stand toe-to-toe with the 12-capital heavenly god-killing formation speaks volumes of its formidable essence. At this moment, the Jade Emperor, employing the Haotian mirror, has laid down a replica of the heavenly star formation. Although it is merely a replica, it retains a semblance of its original brilliance. Surrounding Jiang Chen, it was as if he had entered a celestial realm, with countless stars twinkling with radiant light, hurtling toward him at an uncanny speed. Each star bore immeasurable power. Moreover, the entire starry expanse imposed a suppression upon Jiang Chen, diminishing his cultivation, stifling his spiritual energy, and constraining his thoughts. Were any other quasi-saints to find themselves under the onslaught of these stars, their lives would surely be forfeit. Jiang Chen inhaled deeply, and the blade in his hand erupted with a terrifying luminescence, unleashing a myriad of blade rays that surged forth in all directions. The stars detonated into fragments upon collision. The Jade Emperor, however, was not taken aback by this display. Had Jiang Chen lacked even this modicum of prowess, he would never have reached such heights. The true horror of the heavenly star formation lies in its ability to draw upon stellar power, yielding an inexhaustible torrent of lethal intent. Although this was merely a replica, the Jade Emperor possessed ample mastery over its essence. Immediately, the star map displayed upon the Haotian mirror shimmered with starlight. The celestial energy, guided by the Haotian mirror, cascaded into the formation before Jiang Chen, allowing the stars that had just been obliterated to reconstitute themselves in the blink of an eye, once again advancing toward him. You may wield invincible powers, yet within my grand formation, you shall expend a considerable portion of your strength. Even at this juncture, the Jade Emperor hesitated to confront Jiang Chen in his full glory, prompting such a tactical arrangement. He aimed to exhaust some of Jiang Chen's energy before making his move, akin to his initial strategy against Wu Tian. Meanwhile, the onlookers in the distance could not remain idle. Sun Wukong, Neza, Yang Jian, Zhao Gongming. And the three heavens were not the sort to stand by idly. Sun Wukong, invoking heavenly might, raised his staff, striking down with tremendous force. I come to assist you. Yang Jian bellowed, as the third eye upon his forehead opened once more. A radiant beam surged forth, crashing heavily against the distant southern heavenly gate. The runes, previously concealed by the Jade Emperor, re-emerged, revealing the figures of the heavenly soldiers. At this moment, the Jade Emperor furrowed his brow, casting a furious gaze upon his nephew. Yet he was compelled to maintain the grand formation, continually observing Jiang Chen, unable to divert his attention. Thus, he could only allow the situation to unfold as it did. This inevitably granted Yang Jian and his companions greater latitude to act. Zhao Gongming leapt forth, and the 24 sea-calming pearls transformed into a straight line, crashing heavily against the southern heavenly gate. The entire heavenly court trembled in response. The celestial generals, who had only just regained their composure, turned pale with fear. Neza's gaze shifted and landed upon Li Jing, who stood at the center. Senior Sanshao, I beseech you to assist me in obstructing that tower. Allow me to handle Li Jing. With Zhao Gongming's forceful strike, the southern heavenly gate was fully laid bare. The heavenly soldiers had no refuge left, and Neza, leading the charge, surged into the fray, closely followed by the troops commanded by Jiang Chen, heralding the onset of a chaotic battle. Chapter 181. A familiar tactic at this moment. The celestial soldiers remaining here were utterly incapable of confronting the formidable forces led by Sun Wukong, Neza, and Yang Jian. Defeat was merely a matter of time. Once all matters were settled, they would turn their attention back to the Jade Emperor. With myriad thoughts swirling in his mind, Jiang Chen was prepared. In the blink of an eye, the blazing red lotus of karma ascended beneath him. The apricot yellow banner fluttered above his head, flames dancing around him. A faint earthy yellow aura enveloped Jiang Chen entirely, transforming the space around him into a vacuum. All external magical attacks irrelevant to him were repelled. The celestial forces summoned by the great array of stars could not reach Jiang Chen. What is this? How is it possible? The Jade Emperor stared in disbelief at the two innate spiritual treasures beneath and upon Jiang Chen, momentarily at a loss for words. As the Jade Emperor, his vision was naturally expansive. He discerned the true essence of these two items at a glance. But how could this be? The blazing red lotus of karma had always been a legend, from the creation of the world until now. Aside from the world-destroying black lotus and the merit golden lotus, which had been bestowed upon certain sects due to the influence of saints or demonic ancestors, he had never encountered anything else, let alone the apricot yellow banner. These supreme treasures would even entice saints, yet Jiang Chen could effortlessly produce two of them. What does this signify? In this moment, even the Jade Emperor could not help but contemplate the implications of destiny. Could it be that he truly was destined? The instant this thought arose, the Jade Emperor suppressed it. Impossible, absolutely impossible. However, this was not the sole piece of disheartening news for the Jade Emperor. In addition to Jiang Chen shielding himself from the array's assault, outside, Sun Wukong, Neza, and the others had already surged in, particularly Neza, who forcefully drove Li Jing from the forefront of the multitude to the back, with no one daring to intervene in the process. Li Jing felt stifled, grasping the treasure tower specifically designed to counter Neza, yet unable to employ it. Beside him, the three heavens observed with keen eyes. Any movement from him would provoke their attack. A moment's carelessness could result in the tower slipping from his grasp, and then his life would truly be forfeit. Although Neza maintained a facade of false tranquility in the heavenly court, deep down, he remained a madman. He understood better than anyone that the only thing that could preserve his life was the treasure tower in his hands, not anything else. Your Majesty, you must prevail. If anyone wished for the Jade Emperor's success, it would undoubtedly be Li Jing. Despite his three-way bet, his own life was paramount at this moment. A bunch of useless fools. Observing the situation outside, the Jade Emperor seethed with rage. Yet he neglected to remember that, in the heavenly court, those truly top-tier warriors, those who could rival the forces led by Jiang Chen, were all gathered at the altar of the Seven Sword Sutra, paying their respects. Even Lu Ye was among them, never having set foot in this place. At the altar, All present wore expressions of grave concern, acutely aware of the upheaval occurring at the southern heavenly gate. Their hearts were laden with conflicting emotions. Some yearned to offer assistance, while others recalled the prior actions of the Jade Emperor. Their spirits dampened, dissuading them from any course of action. Lord Luya, now that Jiang Chen leads his forces against the southern heavenly gate, what shall we do? There were those who remained indecisive, opting instead to consult directly with Luya. Luya paused momentarily in response to their inquiries, then spoke with measured calmness. I comprehend our sovereign's command. It is to safeguard the altar, and beyond that, we have no further instructions. Until new orders arrive, we shall remain here, refraining from unnecessary interference lest we complicate matters. Upon hearing Luya's words, the expressions of some individuals grew even more intricate. Yet, he spoke with undeniable wisdom. Their current objective was indeed to protect the altar. Departing before receiving further commands could disrupt their prior arrangements. Moreover, even if they were to intervene, it was uncertain whether they could influence the current state of conflict. Thus, those celestial beings who had previously wavered regarding assistance found their resolve solidified. The group continued to uphold the sanctity of the altar dedicated to the seven sword techniques. While they criticized the Jade Emperor, his focus remained singularly on Jiang Chen. Should he succeed in vanquishing or subduing Jiang Chen here, it would mark a significant victory for him. However, witnessing the frenzied slaughter executed by the likes of Neza and Zhao Gongming only fueled the Jade Emperor's fury. The losses incurred were predominantly among his loyal celestial soldiers, all of whom were entirely devoted to him, diminishing in number with each skirmish. Over the years, the celestial beings on the investiture of the gods had grown increasingly disobedient to his commands. Although he could still maintain the heavenly court's daily operations and capture malevolent entities, he had amassed considerable power for himself. Yet, he found it lamentable that this particular conflict threatened to deplete his resources significantly. Just wait, he seethed inwardly. Once I subdue Jiang Chen, I shall deal with you treacherous ministers one by one. I will extract your very souls, rendering you into a state worse than death, turning you into my puppets. The Jade Emperor cursed silently. The primordial wilderness has never been a realm where numbers dictated righteousness. Only the pinnacle of battle could determine the ultimate outcome. If he were to defeat Jiang Chen now, he could pave his own path to sanctity, wielding the power to enact his will unfettered. Thus, the crux of this matter rested squarely upon Jiang Chen's shoulders. As long as he triumphed over Jiang Chen, he would possess the ability to reshape the world, indifferent to external circumstances. Yet, gazing at Jiang Chen, shielded by two divine treasures, the Jade Emperor felt a pang of uncertainty. In his earlier scheming against Wu Tian, he had uncovered certain secrets pertaining to Jane and Juni, compelling him to hastily declare war against Jiang Chen. But what was the key issue? He had yet to acquire the god-slaying spear, which he had intended to use, a weapon capable of injuring even a saint. It would deliver a decisive blow to Jiang Chen. Unexpectedly, there was no such artifact at all. Relying solely on the few treasures in his possession to confront Jiang Chen was far from sufficient. Thus, he continued to adhere to the strategy employed during his battle with Wu Tian. First, he aimed to disturb Jiang Chen's state of mind, preventing him from grasping the precise circumstances outside. Then, he would lay out a trap, luring him into another realm. By harnessing his authority in that alternate world, combined with the forces of his own realm, he intended to suppress Jiang Chen completely. Fortunately, although he lacked the god-slaying spear, he still possessed the world-destroying Black Lotus, which was not significantly inferior. He was resolute in his belief that the remnants of the creation Jade Butterfly, when combined with the world-destroying Black Lotus, would certainly influence Jiang Chen. With this thought in mind, the Jade Emperor promptly retrieved the remnants of the creation Jade Butterfly. A flash of light illuminated the scene as the remnants fused into the replica of the celestial star formation before him. Chapter 182, The Sovereign's Authority. The 12-petal annihilation Black Lotus. The fragments of the creation Jade Plate seamlessly merged into the grand formation, swiftly seizing control of its core. Yet, to the outside world, it appeared as if nothing had altered. Waves of invisible energy surged towards Jiang Chen. Most of these energies were intercepted by the fiery red lotus and the apricot yellow flag. Nevertheless, a small fraction managed to infiltrate. What was most unsettling was the essence of this invasion, which even Jiang Chen himself remained oblivious to. As time inexorably passed, the situation in the heavenly court had become perilously dire. The collapse of the army was not merely a figurative expression. Commander Li Jing found himself in a desperate flight. While the forces were overwhelmingly slaughtered, with the southern heavenly gate on the verge of complete takeover by Jiang Chen's men. However, the more precarious the situation became. the calmer the Jade Emperor remained. His mind was deeply immersed in the fragments of the creation Jade Plate. Each minuscule incursion into Jiang Chen's being represented a monumental achievement for him. Soon, he murmured to himself, "Almost there, just a little more." This statement was both a self-affirmation and a communication to Jiang Chen, although the latter could not hear it. Such details were inconsequential. What truly mattered was that the Jade Emperor had finally harnessed the power of the creation Jade Plate fragments to penetrate the dual-layered barrier formed by the fiery red lotus and the apricot yellow flag, thus affecting Jiang Chen's primordial spirit. The strategy previously employed against Wu Tian was now being replicated, isolating the external world and concealing the celestial secrets. At this moment, the Jade Emperor refrained from further discourse and directly unleashed his hidden trump card, the authority belonging to him as the sovereign unfolded, and the annihilation black lotus rose from beneath Jiang Chen. Accompanied by the veil of the fragment that reshaped the world, these three elements intertwined seamlessly. From the primal body to every conceivable aspect of the universe, Jiang Chen was subjected to a thorough and unrelenting targeting, both as suppression and annihilation. Jiang Chen instinctively sensed something amiss. As he fell into the world transformed by the fragments, his eyes suddenly sprung open. It was still the grand formation, yet the atmosphere felt distinctly unfamiliar. Recognizing this discrepancy, he pondered deeply within his mind. When he attempted to bypass the initial problem and continued his deductions, he discovered that the thoughts surrounding the original issue began to blur, rendering those memories increasingly unreal. This cannot be. It has influenced my cognition, even my memories. Had this been anyone else, they might have been deceived by the Jade Emperor's ploy. Even Wu Tian had nearly succumbed to the confusion. However, Jiang Chen was fundamentally different from these individuals. A mere whisper of change in memory alerted him to the surrounding anomalies. Without further hesitation, he activated his 9-calamity divine eye. With the enhancement of his rank and cultivation, the 9-calamity divine eye had attained an unprecedented level of terror. In an instant, the entirety of the world lay before him. It remains undetectable. It seems the Jade Emperor has employed ruthless tactics this time. The 9-calamity divine eye experienced its first setback, yet Jiang Chen was not taken aback. In that moment, he traced the causal line backward. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Chen's perspective elevated to a new realm. With a single glance, he pinpointed a shattered fragment. Before he could react, he beheld a pitch-black lotus of the 12th grade, accompanied by an imposing seal. That seal was one Jiang Chen knew all too well. It was the authority of the Heavenly Emperor. Why would the 12th grade annihilation black lotus be here? Jiang Chen pondered for a moment, surmising that this was the Jade Emperor's means to contend with him. Just then, a deafening sound erupted from the sky. The myriad stars that had surrounded Jiang Chen came to a complete standstill at that instant. That old rascal has never harbored good intentions. He is now eager to strike me down, Jiang Chen murmured into the void. Naturally, the Jade Emperor could not hear these words, as he was wholly engrossed in suppressing Jiang Chen. However, Jiang Chen had no intention of following the script the Jade Emperor had envisioned. As the entire realm was engulfed in a frozen force rushing towards Jiang Chen, an immense chime resounded thunderously. Bang! Bang! The terrifying sound obliterated the surrounding stasis along with the stars, and this transformation naturally rebounded upon the Jade Emperor in the outside world. How is this possible? He thought, struggling to comprehend the situation. A metallic taste surged in his throat, which he hastily swallowed. After a considerable time, he finally stabilized his internal mana. When he looked towards Jiang Chen again, disbelief filled his gaze. Suddenly, a great bell appeared above Jiang Chen's head, its body gleaming in bronze, adorned with intricate patterns. The Jade Emperor instantly recognized this artifact, the Eastern Emperor's bell, renowned for its association with the Eastern Emperor Tai in his legendary campaigns. This supreme spiritual treasure, capable of both attack and defense, could reflect any divine power. It stood alongside the likes of the Xianhuang Linglong Pagoda of Laozi, the Panga Banner of the Primordial Heavenly Venerable, and the Qingping Sword of Tongtian. Previously, the Jade Emperor had been vexed by Jiang Chen's possession of the fiery red lotus and the apricot yellow banner. Now, with the emergence of the Eastern Emperor's bell, he felt as though his head might explode. Why was the Eastern Emperor's bell in his possession? Hadn't it vanished after the death of the Eastern Emperor Tai? Even the saints had failed to perceive it. How could it reappear in his hands? Logically, as the ruler of the Heavenly Court, shouldn't he be the one to inherit such treasures? A multitude of questions surged in the Jade Emperor's mind. He even considered turning to Luya for answers about this perplexing situation. Yet, after contemplating, he was left in silence. With each resonating chime, the influence generated by the creation Jade dish was utterly extinguished. The Jade Emperor sighed repeatedly, pondering why such a monstrous figure as Jiang Chen existed. Had he been born a tad later, he would not have found himself in such a passive position. The heavens are unjust, and this is but the beginning. The Jade Emperor's cultivation and mana were indeed formidable. At the pinnacle of quasi-saint level, he was among the elite. This time, he had brought forth so many treasures. With the authority of the Heavenly Emperor, even the so-called foremost figure beneath the saints, Kong Xian, might not stand as his equal. Yet, unexpectedly, a certain Jiang Chen emerged, possessing a fortuitous destiny that surpassed his own and an opportunity that was even more formidable. He disruptively interfered with the Emperor's meticulously crafted plans. Delivering a resounding blow at the moment, he believed his strategy was foolproof. Regret was of no avail to the Jade Emperor now. He found himself unable to even express the turmoil within. At this moment, his fortune began to tremble violently, revealing a downward trajectory. The Jade Emperor's countenance stiffened, his expression grave, as he gazed intently at the unfolding situation within the grand formation. His hands were poised for action, ready to confront any challenge. For Jiang Chen had already discerned his location, and a voice whispered near his ear, "I've found you." The clash between the two signified a contest of fortunes, a struggle for the position of the saint. Thus, even before their physical confrontation, the repercussions of their fates arrived first. Chapter 183, The Death of the Jade Emperor. I am the supreme of the three realms. In a direct confrontation with Jiang Chen, the Jade Emperor was no match for him. Thus, he resorted to concealing his form within a grand array, employing various intricate schemes to suppress Jiang Chen. If he could successfully hide himself from Jiang Chen's perception, victory would be his, allowing him to devour Jiang Chen's fortune. Yet, should he fail to remain hidden and be discovered by Jiang Chen, he would meet his demise here. After all, Jiang Chen had once slain the primordial evil corpse. Although it was not the true primordial entity, it still wielded the authority of a sage. In this regard, he vastly surpassed the Jade Emperor. At the moment Jiang Chen locked onto him, the outcome was already determined. Following the threads of causality, Jiang Chen's blade loomed larger in the Jade Emperor's vision. The severed head ascended, cleanly and decisively, much like when Jiang Chen had executed foes on the Immortal-Slaying Platform. However, this time, it was the Jade Emperor who faced the blade. His lifeless body crumpled to the ground, eyes wide open, fixated on Jiang Chen. There was no need for Jiang Chen to exchange further words. He swung the primordial blade once more, obliterating the Jade Emperor's soul. Then, channeling the powers within himself, he prepared to absorb the celestial authority from the Jade Emperor. The supreme authorities of heaven, earth, and humanity resonate with one another. In previous times, the Jade Emperor could only forcibly degrade the realms of mortals and the underworld, ruling the three realms in name through the privileges granted by the Tao ancestor. At present, with a human emperor in the mortal realm and the queen of the underworld supporting the netherworld, he could not hope to acquire authority. Now, however, Jiang Chen possessed the statuses of the human emperor and the great emperor of Fengdu, both intact and complete. Consequently, the allure of the celestial authority was even greater than that of the Jade Emperor, who had held it for millions of years. Thus, upon the Jade Emperor's death, the authority that should have dispersed instead converged towards Jiang Chen. Outside, whether in the heavenly court or among the forces led by Jiang Chen, attention was inevitably drawn to the grand array during the battle. Due to the array's barriers, they were unaware of the situation within. Yet, the ripples of authority among heaven, earth, and humanity set their hearts racing. Could it be over? What was the final outcome? Had Jiang Chen triumphed, or had the Jade Emperor? Everyone felt a surge of tension. In truth, it was not just them. Even the saints in the depths of chaos turned their gazes toward the unfolding events. At that moment, the grand array erupted in a blinding white light, followed by a blade of radiance soaring skyward, shattering the entire formation. An aura, as brilliant as the sun, ascended. Upon sensing this overwhelming presence, a singular thought arose in the hearts of all: submission. Then, a voice resonated throughout the vast expanse of the primordial world. The Jade Emperor is dead. The authorities of heaven, earth, and humanity now belong to me. I shall be the supreme of the three realms. Sensing the overwhelming might emanating from Jiang Chen, the soldiers of the celestial court immediately scattered in disarray. Conversely, Jiang Chen's troops surged with enthusiasm. Even the likes of Yang Jian, Zhao Gongming, and Neza found their spirits ignited. The appearance of the Jade Emperor, along with the arrangement of the so-called imitation of the celestial star formation, struck them with profound impact. It was evident that the opposition had made ample preparations. Yet, Jiang Chen still managed to slay them, a stark contrast to their previous incursion into the Spirit Mountain, which had relied somewhat on ambush. This time, It was a true demonstration of raw power. In that fleeting moment, the battlefield was locked in place. A sense of astonishment rising within the hearts of all the celestial beings. I am the supreme ruler of the three realms. Who approves? Who opposes? This familiar proclamation echoed throughout the primordial expanse, affirming his undeniable status as the sovereign of the three realms. The inquiry served two purposes: one, to announce to the vast wilderness; the other, to declare this fact to the remnants of the celestial court. Those in favor would naturally be counted among his allies, forgiven for their past transgressions. Those who opposed, however, would meet their demise at the edge of his blade. The world fell into a profound silence as Jiang Chen descended slowly, striding forward. The celestial soldiers and generals all obediently lowered their weapons and bowed in submission. Jiang Chen's gaze was fixed upon the distant altar of the nail-head 7 arrows, a presence he had sensed earlier. It was precisely this, combined with the Jade Emperor's actions, that compelled him to take decisive action at this moment. Alas, the Jade Emperor had overestimated himself, believing he could subdue Jiang Chen, only to end up crafting a wedding garment for his adversary. Consequently, the internal strife within the celestial court had been minimal, maintaining the status quo. With a shift in leadership, Jiang Chen's primary objective was to destroy the altar of the so-called nail-head 7 arrows. Empowered by the authority of heaven, earth, and humanity, Jiang Chen's speed became unfathomably swift. In the blink of an eye, he stood before Lu Ye and the others. Many appeared flustered, hesitant even to meet his gaze. Some, understanding the gravity of the moment, knelt in submission, presenting themselves as vassals. Observing the expressions of those gathered, Jiang Chen grasped their sentiments. He noted familiar faces among them, including the likes of the Star of the White Emperor and the 28 lunar mansions. As Jiang Chen regarded them, they too regarded him. But their perception of him had profoundly changed. The Jiang Chen of the past was a harbinger of death, a slayer of celestial beings. Now, he was the embodiment of the convergence of heaven, earth, and humanity, undoubtedly and unequivocally the supreme ruler of the three realms. He deserved to be addressed as the grand celestial sovereign. Previously, the Jade Emperor had commanded them to refer to him as such, but those were hollow titles. Compared to Jiang Chen now, the distinction was stark. Salutations to the grand celestial sovereign. One person began, and soon more voices joined in, kneeling in reverence. Jiang Chen nodded, demonstrating no inclination to impose hardship upon them. There was no necessity to engage in a cleansing slaughter. Those who resort to such measures exhibit profound insecurity within themselves. Jiang Chen harbors an unwavering confidence in his own abilities. As long as he exists, the heavenly realm, the underworld, and the mortal world shall remain under his dominion. No one can destabilize his current position. The sudden conclusion of this grand battle within such a brief span has left many in perplexity. Numerous celestial beings of the primordial era had prepared themselves to evade the turmoil of war. Who could have anticipated that within mere days, everything would settle into silence? Regarding Jiang Chen's ascension as the supreme of the three realms, they held no objections, as it posed no direct conflict of interest for them. They accepted the situation with a clear conscience. Upon accomplishing all of this, Jiang Chen eagerly set forth on his next endeavor, to attain the Tao of primordial unity. Chapter 184. Mastering the powers of heaven and earth. At present, he indisputably stands as the sovereign of the three realms. Yet, he has not forgotten the essence that reigns supreme above the primordial chaos, which is none other than strength. Identity, status, and rank are but illusions, without sufficient power. Even the revered human emperor remains confined within the fire cloud cave. To truly elevate humanity, mere status will not suffice. The Jade Emperor, though appointed as the supreme ruler of the three realms by the Tao ancestor, was nonetheless vanquished by him. Much like the so-called grand momentum of heaven and earth, it may appear formidable and beyond the reach of human influence. However, in truth, it is a matter of who possesses greater strength compelling others to heed their command. The battle of the gods of yore swept through all beings of heaven and earth, ultimately devolving into a calamity directed against the Jie sect. Was this truly the will of heaven? Certainly not. Had it not been for Hongjuan's decree to orchestrate the calamity in such a manner, how could so many sages have begun to collaborate? What was the final outcome? Tong Tian was betrayed in a conspiracy by several others, and that so-called Jie sect, once receiving the homage of myriad immortals, has now faded into obscurity. Take, for instance, the present calamity of the journey to the West. The rise of the Buddhist sect has been in the making for countless millennia, aiming to consolidate fortune through this calamity. What was the result? Jiang Chen single-handedly vanquished two Buddhas, shattering the spirit mountain and redirected all the fortune of this calamity into the destiny of humanity, transforming the Buddhist ascendancy into the flourishing of humankind. Now, the Buddhist sect is left with but a few stragglers, with Maitreya unable to even sustain a fayade. Since the shattering of the Spirit Mountain, he has been in hiding, and to this day, he has not re-emerged to gather disciples or rebuild the sect. Only the strong can establish themselves in this world and reshape everything according to their desires. Jiang Chen, having traversed through storms and tribulations, has long grasped this truth. Thus, after a brief exchange of pleasantries with Sun Wukong and the others, he calmed his spirit and focused entirely on attaining the Tao of primordial unity. Now, Jiang Chen stands as the supreme ruler of the three realms, his status rivaling that of the sages. After all, whether it be the heavenly emperor, the human emperor, or the emperor of Fengdu, each of these figures is merely a fraction weaker than the sages when considered individually. Yet, united, they form an entity through which there is no realm Jiang Chen cannot command, nor any aspect of existence his consciousness cannot explore. Moreover, he possesses the support of the three major systems, the heavenly court, the ancestral home of humanity, and the netherworld. His voice can reach every corner of the primordial universe, and his will can resonate within every immortal and divine being therein, presenting no obstacles. This authority bears similarity to that of the sages. However, mere authority is insufficient. One's magical prowess must ultimately accompany it. Currently, this is the focal point of Jiang Chen's contemplation as he assesses his own capabilities. Indeed, he possesses an array of treasures: the fiery red lotus, the apricot yellow banner, the Eastern Emperor bell, the divine list, the god-slaying whip, the golden lotus of merit, as well as the world destruction black lotus, the remnants of the creation jade plate, and the fragmented chaos pearl acquired from the Jade Emperor. Upon gazing at the apocalyptic black lotus, Jiang Chen comprehended that Wu Tian had likely been vanquished by the Jade Emperor. Yet, whether or not the Jade Emperor had intervened was of little consequence to him. Jiang Chen would not spare Wu Tian regardless. Beyond this, the most significant aspect remained the primordial blade in Jiang Chen's possession. This blade, which had steadfastly accompanied him, was now embarking on its own illustrious journey, a treasure of innate origin. Moreover, having slain the malevolent corpse of a sage, as well as the Jade Emperor and others, the blade bore an enigmatic charm. Indeed, these treasures could be said to symbolize the various realms of the primordial world. Now, he merely needed to harness the power of these artifacts to consolidate the fortunes of the three realms, seeking to attain the path of primordial unity. Deep within the chaos, in the Zixiao Palace, Hongjun sensed the demise of the Jade Emperor at Jiang Chen's hands. The fragment of the creation jade disc he had once entrusted to the Jade Emperor had surely fallen into Jiang Chen's grasp. Yet, at this moment, he had no intention of confronting Jiang Chen. There was no necessity for such action. It was not that Hongjun refrained from wanting to act against him. Rather, his disciples, the sages, were already brimming with murderous intent. Just moments ago, waves of divine consciousness surged forth, each beseeching permission to descend into the primordial world and subdue Jiang Chen. Among them were those like Tang Tian, who sought to preserve Jiang Chen by force. Currently, they were all preparing, refraining from immediate action, mindful of Jiang Chen's current standing. Now, Jiang Chen wielded the authority of the three realms, truly the supreme being of the three realms. His status encompassed not only the heavenly path, but also the earthly and human paths, all three gazing upon him. This was a concept beyond the comprehension of ordinary beings. At this juncture, should these sages disregard all caution and strike at Jiang Chen, the backlash alone would be sufficient to overwhelm them. Thus, they could only wait, anticipating the moment he achieved the path of primordial unity, when they would all be aligned, and any subsequent actions against Jiang Chen would encounter fewer limitations. During their previous encounters, it had become evident to all that if they could not exert their full strength in their true forms, relying merely on avatars or even malevolent corpses would not suffice to contend with Jiang Chen. Hence, all were in a state of anticipation. A grand battle among the sages was on the horizon. As a sage of the harmonious path, Hongjun naturally foresaw this unfolding scenario. However, his course of action was not to intervene. There was no necessity for such forceful interference. Jiang Chen had offended nearly all sages, and should war erupt, the toll on him would be considerable. Rather than meddling, it would be more prudent to allow them to engage in a decisive contest akin to the Battle of the Gods, permitting him to mediate once the dust settled. This strategy would preserve his own image, reduce his exertion, and yield substantial benefits. Hongjuan's intentions were not lost on Taishang and the others. Following the previous calamity of the divine splitting, they had gained insight into the underlying intricacies. Especially after the calamity of the gods, Hongjun had leveraged the situation to further his own path, exponentially amplifying his strength. This revelation had prompted them to recognize the peculiarities at play. Currently, they were essentially conceding a portion of their interests to Hongjun, allowing him to refrain from intervention so they could deal with Jiang Chen. A tacit agreement exists, with neither party feeling dissatisfaction. All is well. The only one harboring discontent is Tan Tian, who stands with Jiang Chen. In his view, as the Tao ancestor, Hongjun ought to have intervened at the outset to preempt the impending holy war. If he had chosen to act in consideration of his own stature, all of this could have been averted. This is a duty befitting his position as a sage of the Tao and a mentor to saints. Regrettably, this remains merely his perspective. Although Hongjun embodies the Tao and claims to represent the heavenly principles, he cannot genuinely embody impartiality. The Tao is selfless, yet Hongjun is not. At this moment, Tan Tian is devoid of alternative thoughts. He feels powerless regarding Hongjun. On one hand, he is his revered mentor in the transmission of teachings, while on the other, the battle for the canon has led to the destruction of his sect, with his teacher benefiting from the turmoil. Thus, his sentiments towards Hongjun are exceedingly intricate. Presently, Tan Tian can only undertake one course of action, to inform Jiang Chen and prepare him for what lies ahead. Chapter 185. The Path to the Primordial. The Sea of Laws within the Heavenly Court. Jiang Chen naturally received the reminder from Tan Tian, comprehending the intentions of the other sages. His contemplations swiftly ceased. He would steadfastly adhere to his original plan, proceeding as intended. The path to the primordial realm, once embarked upon, must not be halted. Danger is an entirely expected occurrence. Even in the face of their combined assault, not a single brow would furrow. Jiang Chen had long since prepared himself mentally for all of this. After expressing his gratitude to Tan Tian, he commenced his journey toward enlightenment. At this moment, Jiang Chen's status had transformed entirely. He was unequivocally the supreme being of the three realms. His every action naturally drew the attention of all sentient beings. As he prepared to embark on his path, the focus of all deities, whether demons, spirits, or celestial beings, was fixed upon the heavenly court. Aside from those closely related to Jiang Chen, others could only perceive his success through the changes occurring within the heavenly court. Figures such as Sun Wukong, Zhao Gongming, and Yang Jian had already departed the heavenly court under Jiang Chen's arrangements. Jiang Chen's journey to enlightenment was not merely a simple elevation of cultivation. It was the prologue to a battle against the sages. Should he fail, it would be as if nothing had transpired. Yet, if he succeeded, he was certain that the very moment of his triumph would coincide with the arrival of these sages. At that time, the heavenly court would become the primary battlefield. This was a battle of sages. Ordinary immortals and deities could not only refrain from intervening, but even a mere glance might spell their doom. Their presence would not aid Jiang Chen, but could potentially distract him. Thus, he instructed them to leave the heavenly court and prepare elsewhere. The heavenly court swiftly became desolate. The reserves accumulated by the Jade Emperor over the years had become a bridal gown for Jiang Chen. Even the famed peaches of immortality were relocated by the divine farmer using great magical prowess. At this moment, Jiang Chen sat upon the principal seat of the Lingxiao Palace, taking a deep breath as his divine consciousness stirred the primordial purple qi within his essence, unleashing its full power. The instant Jiang Chen activated the primordial purple qi, an imperceptible tempest swept across the realms of heaven, earth, and humanity. This tempest carried the gaseous clouds of the three realms toward the heavenly court, transforming from formlessness into a gathering of purple hues. Soon, even the stars in the sky burst forth with brilliance, and the chaotic energies within the void began to stir violently. Strands of purple light spanned the heavens, painting half the sky in their hue. In response to such a transformation, the sages preparing within the chaos changed countenance, astonished by the magnitude of the commotion. The purple qi enveloped the primordial expanse, as if Jiang Chen had transformed the entire wilderness into his personal sanctum. As the supreme being wielding the complete authority over the realms of heaven, earth, and humanity, Jiang Chen had achieved a feat unparalleled in history, one that would never be replicated. Taishang, Yuanshi, Jiajin, and Zhuanti discovered that their divine awareness had been severed. At present, they are rarely exchanging thoughts and discussing forthcoming arrangements. Undoubtedly, they could easily shatter the current predicament with their saintly might. However, such an action is unnecessary. Rather than that, they are more eager for Jiang Chen to swiftly ascend, for then they could descend upon the primordial realm to reap the benefits from him. At this moment, Jiang Chen is enveloped in the reflections of myriad laws. The path he is most familiar with, and the one he first encountered, is undoubtedly the Tao of the sword. His smooth journey forward is entirely reliant on it. Yet now, he feels akin to a duck out of water, seemingly submerged in an overwhelming tide. The laws that once inspired his admiration and joy now emanate a lethal aura. A moment's inattention could spell his demise within them. Calmness is imperative. He must regain his composure. The terrifying force of the laws here is incomprehensibly dense. This is the inevitable state encountered by all who seek enlightenment through the primordial Tao. It represents both an opportunity and a peril. The intense power of the laws fills the air, and should one become lost, they would be swept away and utterly obliterated by this terrifying force. Though Jiang Chen has never heard of such a bizarre manner of death, he realizes it now, albeit belatedly, and promptly steels himself. Open for me. Jiang Chen channels his Tao of the sword and strikes fiercely at the encroaching laws. Like hot oil splattering, the surrounding laws begin to surge violently. Just as he responds to this situation, he suddenly discovers that he has been invaded by those very laws. A sense of dread grips him. At this moment, the power of these laws clings directly to his primordial spirit, incessantly tormenting his entire being. Jiang Chen is jolted. With no time to ponder, he swiftly conjures the primordial sword in his hand and strikes at his own primordial spirit. The power of the laws is severed with that blow, yet an indescribable agony envelopes him entirely. The very act of wielding the law's power has rendered the surrounding laws even more ferocious, leading to an increase in the frequency of their invasion. Jiang Chen can only slice away, blow by blow. With each strike, his primordial spirit sustains considerable harm. As he continues to slash, his spirit grows increasingly frail, and the invasions multiply. A vicious cycle ensues. Over time, it is inevitable that Jiang Chen will meet his end here. He finds himself in a dire predicament. For a moment's carelessness could lead to his complete assimilation by this boundless ocean of laws. Indeed, the journey to enlightenment through the primordial Tao is far from straightforward. It cannot merely be spoken into existence. How did those saints manage it before? They seem to have pledged grand aspirations, serving as anchors to stabilize themselves when confronting this ocean of laws. Jiang Chen gradually regains his focus. The anchor for Nuwa is humanity. The anchors for Taishang, Yuanshi, Jijin, and Juanti, as well as Tantian, are also humanity. They anchored themselves with such grand aspirations, ensuring they would not be gradually consumed by the vast sea of laws. At that moment, he comprehended why the Jade Emperor had chosen to confront him directly. It was a bid to reclaim dominion over the three realms, thus achieving the first step towards perfection. Utilizing the beings of the three realms as a focal point, he embarked on the path of enlightenment. Just as Jiang Chen pondered this, the surrounding laws began to surge rapidly, sweeping towards him. In a fleeting moment, Jiang Chen unleashed millions of blade flowers, forming a dense net that repelled those laws, granting himself a brief opportunity to catch his breath. Seizing this moment of respite, he contemplated how he ought to confront this sea of laws. Jiang Chen mused whether he should emulate those sages by making a vow or establishing something anew. However, this thought was swiftly dismissed. Chapter 186, The Path to Enlightenment. The Descent of the Saints. This approach, while undoubtedly prudent, was not what Jiang Chen aspired to. He refused to tread the well-worn paths of others, for even the slightest glimmer of hope would compel him to forge his own way. At this moment, a flash of inspiration illuminated his mind. He envisioned a challenging yet fitting path to anchor himself in his own Tao, drawing from the vast sea of laws to refine the Tao of the blade. His aim was to elevate his blade techniques to their utmost pinnacle, transforming himself into an unparalleled divine sword. In doing so, he would wield the Tao of the blade to cleave through the sea of laws, and achieving the state of primordial unity would become a foregone conclusion. Furthermore, should he pursue this course, he would likely bypass any period of weakness following his attainment of sainthood, potentially advancing even further. When the saints descend, he would not be without the capability to confront them. With risks entwined with opportunities, Jiang Chen understood the peril of potential demise, yet deemed it worth the attempt. Resolutely, he seated himself, immersing his entire being into the Tao of the blade. He repelled the myriad encroachments of laws, welcoming only those that contained a trace of blade principles, which he willingly assimilated into himself. With each blade principle absorbed, an invisible blade formed beside him, enhancing his defenses against the external forces, thereby increasing his absorption efficiency. This is promising. Jiang Chen's heart surged with elation as he cast aside all distractions, focusing intently. The transformation of offense into defense was underway. He endeavored to expand the blades manifested from the Tao of the blade around him, striving to absorb as many principles as possible to temper his essence. Suddenly, His actions seemed to provoke the sea of laws, which roared in response. A torrent of laws surged towards him, akin to towering waves, each carrying the potential of dozens, even hundreds, of principles, comparable to the pinnacle of quasi-saint laws. Were another to find themselves in this tempest, they would likely be utterly assimilated. Gritting his teeth, Jiang Chen exclaimed, "Bring it on." Meanwhile, outside the domain of Guangqingzi, a formidable aura of murderous intent erupted, enveloping the entirety of the sacred ground. Where once the area radiated celestial energy, now even the deities dared not cast a glance. "Guangqingzi, come forth. It is time to settle old scores." At that moment, Zhao Gongming stood outside Guangqingzi's domain, surrounded by 24 sea-settling pearls and wielding a divine sword, an embodiment of his former invincibility during the period of divine separation. Guangqingzi regarded this scene with a grave countenance, pondering why he had not eliminated Zhao Gongming during the divine sealing, allowing him to linger on the list of deities for so long. With little nostalgia for the past, Guangqingzi recalled that even before the War of Divine Sealing, the teachings of Jie Jiao and Chan Jiao had been at odds, under the influence of the primordial heavenly sovereign. Despite the disciples of the Chan and Jie sects addressing each other as brothers, the Chan followers held a disdainful view of the Jie disciples, considering them mere offspring of lesser origins, unworthy of comparison. Consequently, they often referred to them derogatorily. The Jie sect, out of respect for the primordial heavenly sovereign, chose not to retaliate. However, over time, such disdain would inevitably breed discomfort in anyone's heart. This animosity escalated into a deep-seated grudge, especially ignited during the calamity of the Fengshen, where the two factions became irreconcilable adversaries. The intensity of the Fengshen calamity, which swept across the vast expanse of the primordial world, was significantly fueled by the genuine animosity between the disciples of the Chan and Jie sections. Ultimately, the outcome is well known. The Jie disciples withstood relentless assaults from the disciples of the human sect and the Western sect, emerging victorious. Tongtian single-handedly confronted the primordial, Taishang, Jin, Zhuanti, and even Yuhua. Had it not been for the betrayal of a traitor within his ranks, the conclusion would not have been one of defeat. Presently, Jiang Chen has aided them in regaining their freedom and provided them with abundant resources for cultivation. Zhao Gongming and others, once exemplary prodigies, have made significant breakthroughs upon receiving these resources, leading them to this place. Zhao Gongming, your visit here is not merely for settling scores, is it? Guangqingzi remarked, gazing at the sky, which was half-drenched in a purple hue. It seems you have not yet reached the pinnacle of foolishness. This situation was evident to any discerning observer, and Zhao Gongming had no need for subterfuge. He had come here, seizing the opportunity of Jiang Chen's enlightenment, not solely to avenge past grievances, but indeed in compliance with Jiang Chen's directive. This was the final command issued by Jiang Chen at the onset of his enlightenment. Moreover, he was not alone in his actions. Sun Wukong faced Tai Jinren, while Yang Jian and Neza sought out Daoxing Tianzuan. The three heavens confronted Qingshu Dao Jinjuan, and Gue Ling Xingmu located Lingbao Dashi. Han Yun, accompanied by the 10 Directions Cloud Lord, headed towards the abode of Chijingzi. This was Jiang Chen's last command, directing them to confront the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect. He aimed to seize this moment, shrouded in the mysteries of his enlightenment, to accomplish this final task, thereby enhancing his leverage for the impending conflict with the saints. The battles erupted instantly across various fronts. Both Jiang Chen's faction and the Chan sect were acutely aware that they could not interfere in the subsequent battles among the saints. Nevertheless, the outcomes of their skirmishes would undoubtedly influence the balance of power in the saints' contest. Thus, neither side was willing to hold back even slightly at this juncture. As the conflict reached its zenith, Jiang Chen's enlightenment also approached a critical moment. The saints gathered, silently observing the swirling chaos, as the purple aura enveloped the primordial realm. Based on their vast experience, they discerned that Jiang Chen was on the verge of completion. In that moment, within the primordial chaos and beyond, all the myriad races of the vast wilderness felt an extraordinarily sharp aura. It was an intent of the blade that could make one's hair stand on end and send a chill across the skin with just a glance. Fear gripped every soul present. This singular essence of the blade required no elaboration. All beings recognized it as the manifestation of Jiang Chen's successful attainment of enlightenment. In that fleeting instant, Jiang Chen's presence permeated the three realms. The boundless purple aura had finally fulfilled its purpose. The hues of the sky abruptly transformed from purple to gold. Golden lotuses began to drift gracefully through the air, accompanied by celestial sounds resonating in the distance. Thus, Another saint was added to the pantheon above the primordial wilderness. At that moment, the purple aura gradually dissipated. Unable to contain their excitement, the saints transformed into streams of light, journeying towards the long-anticipated wilderness. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the empty celestial court. From beyond the southern heavenly gate, all could behold Jiang Chen seated majestically upon the throne. Chapter 187. Chastising Yuhua. Enumerating causes and effects, yet those pair of eyes quietly surveyed the scene, remaining composed in the face of the saint's arrival. Taishang, Yuanshi, Jane, Zhuanti, and Yuhua formed one faction, while Tantian stood alone on the opposing side. Both parties confronted each other while keeping a vigilant watch on Jiang Chen. However, Jiang Chen's transformation at this moment left the onlookers somewhat astounded, their expressions subtly shifting in response. They were taken aback by Jiang Chen's current demeanor and unwavering confidence. In that fleeting instant of eye contact, they understood that the unfolding events diverged sharply from their expectations. Initially, they had anticipated that their united presence would evoke a look of shock and horror on Jiang Chen's face. After all, it was evident, even to the most unobservant, that they had descended into the primordial chaos not to celebrate Jiang Chen's success. In such circumstances, even one with a steadfast heart like Jiang Chen would likely experience some turmoil upon witnessing so many saints converge. Yet, the reality was that Jiang Chen sat there, gazing at them, displaying not a hint of fear. Moreover, he emanated a subtle aura that was both elusive and profound, leaving the onlookers perplexed. Jane, Zhuanti, and Yuanshi, all of whom had interacted with Jiang Chen before, momentarily hesitated upon observing him in this state. Was it possible that Jiang Chen possessed some hidden trump card? Thus, the astonishment shifted back to the saints. However, they quickly regained their composure. All the sages of the primordial realm were present, save for the calm goddess and Daozu Hongjun. Even if Tong Tian intended to assist Jiang Chen, what could a newly ascended saint do against these seasoned veterans who had navigated this realm for years? As their emotions stabilized, their steps grew lighter, advancing gradually within the Lingxiao Palace. Tong Tian stood at one side. Jiang Chen regarded Tong Tian and rose from his seat, descending slowly, step by step. No one would believe that this was the scene of a meeting between several saints. There was no tension or hostile confrontation, only an extraordinary tranquility. At last, "I have the pleasure of meeting you, my friend Tong Tian," Jiang Chen began, addressing him directly. "Indeed, Jiang Chen, I have long admired you from afar. Today, I finally witness your grandeur. You truly embody the elegance befitting the supreme ruler of the three realms." Tong Tian replied, their dialogue fostering a sense of harmony. Of course, had it not been for the watchful eyes of Yuhua and the others, the atmosphere would have been even more idyllic. Observing the amicable exchange between the two, the others felt a sense of indignation, as if they were being belittled, leading to a sudden surge of anger. "Jiang Chen, will you not come forth to pay your respects to me?" Yuhua was the first to break the tension. Her words caught Jiang Chen off guard, for historically, Yuhua had never been one to take the initiative. Even when her brother perished, she refrained from taking direct action, preferring to operate from the shadows. In Jiang Chen's conception, the first to be unable to tolerate such contemptuous remarks would be the primordial heavenly sovereign. Although the unfolding of events slightly exceeded Jiang Chen's expectations, it was not a matter of great significance. He turned his gaze, intrigued, towards Yuhua and calmly inquired, "What reason do I have to bow before you?" "Simply because you claim to be the holy mother of the human race, who fashioned the humans of yore. As a member of the human race, upon encountering me, the Holy One, you are naturally obliged to pay your respects." Hearing this, Jiang Chen burst into a hearty laugh, which left those present utterly bewildered. Yuhua took a slight step back, perplexed by the madness of this individual. "You dare to declare yourself the Holy Mother of humanity? So you are aware of your own title," she retorted, her brow furrowing at the repeated inquiries that bore similar implications. The others present shared her astonishment. "While it is true you created humanity," Jiang Chen conceded, acknowledging a fragment of her assertions. However, his statement was far from complete. "Now allow me to pose a question. Saint Yuhua, are you truly a saint of the human race or of the demon race? Which do you hold in greater regard, the humans or the demons? It seems you have never truly valued humanity, viewing them merely as a byproduct of your ascension, to which you have turned a blind eye." Yuhua found herself momentarily speechless, caught off guard by the relentless barrage of questions. For a moment, she was at a loss for how to respond. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Jiang Chen harbored a wealth of grievances against Yuhua. The human race had never shown her a modicum of disrespect. Even to this day, numerous places still uphold the customs of venerating Yuhua. But what had she done in return? During the time when the demon race slaughtered humanity, Were you aware of it? Did you take any action to prevent it? Has the human race ever shown you a shred of disrespect? Even now, they are willing to still call you the Holy Mother. Yet, what have you done for humanity? Jiang Chen's words were as sharp as jewels, his tone frigid, devoid of any other emotion. Nuwa opened her mouth, ready to counter, yet found herself at a loss for words. She could discern that apart from his icy demeanor, Jiang Chen harbored no other sentiments, indicating that he had relinquished all expectations of her. She was indeed aware of those past events, some of which she had tacitly approved. It was an inescapable reality. Besides creating humanity, she had done little else. She had known of the demon race's atrocities during their efforts to forge the Slaughter Witch sword. She had known of the United Saints' intentions to suppress humanity, elevating the Emperor of Humans to a celestial status, and she had even participated in those schemes. When all was said and done, humanity had accrued no debts to Nuwa. The primordial humans had perished, leaving only the postnatal humans, whose ties to Nuwa had grown exceedingly tenuous. Yet she still relied on humanity to maintain her sacred position. If Nuwa merely clung to her share of fortune in silence. To do nothing is not to say that the human race cannot afford her. After all, Nuwa is the very origin of humanity's existence. Were she to remain absent at this moment, Jiang Chen might not even acknowledge her presence, nor entertain any thoughts regarding her. However, the misfortune lies in her decision to emerge precisely at this juncture, intent on opposing Jiang Chen. That constitutes her folly. Thus, she cannot fault Jiang Chen for tearing away the final remnants of decorum. This is a matter of principle. Even if Jiang Chen harbors no intention of delivering a fatal blow to Nuwa, certain words must be spoken and actions must be taken. He is the Emperor of humanity, the sovereign of the human race. Some matters must be addressed by him, and certain consequences must be adjudicated by his hand. Regrettably, Nuwa does not share this perspective. She has never contemplated it in such a manner. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's inquiry, she found herself at a loss for a rebuttal, her thoughts racing in search of an answer, ultimately opting to openly chastise Jiang Chen. How dare you? Chapter 188. Abolish the human teaching. Dismiss the Holy Mother of humanity. I am the Holy Mother of humanity, and you, a mere junior, dare to address me in such a manner. With your current disposition, how can you possibly be worthy of the supreme position across the three realms? Nuwa sought to impose her identity upon Jiang Chen forcefully. This tactic might have been effective against others, but before Jiang Chen, it merely rendered her increasingly ludicrous in his eyes. In terms of status, Jiang Chen was the Saint Emperor of humanity, the Emperor of Fengdu in the underworld, and the sovereign of the celestial realm, undoubtedly the supreme being among the three realms. Regarding cultivation, he had reached the pinnacle of the Hunyuan Daiyuo Golden Immortal stage, achieving the status of a sage. As for his contributions to humanity, under his guidance, the human race flourished, liberating itself from the fate of being mere pawns. In this regard, Jiang Chen was unassailable. In terms of status, he was undaunted. And concerning his contributions, he far exceeded her. Given this context, Nuwa's attempts to leverage her identity to suppress Jiang Chen were nothing short of naive. With this thought in mind, Jiang Chen raised his hand and manifested the authority of the human emperor. What was his intention? His actions rendered everyone vigilant, for he consistently produced the most unforeseen outcomes. Upon seeing the Grand Seal, Nuwa's heart inexplicably lurched. Nuwa, I, as the human emperor, acknowledge the gratitude owed to you for creating our race. We have always revered you. Even if you have done nothing, we would willingly offer our sincere devotion. However, you must not, at this moment, stand forth. If that is the case, let us settle our accounts clearly. Jiang Chen's voice remained unchanged, his pace scarcely quickened. Yet, the very essence of his words caused Nuwa to tremble. The instant he finished speaking, she felt her very essence waver. This was her foundation, at that moment. She understood Jiang Chen's intentions. Now, all she could do was roar in fury, for the Grand Seal was firmly in Jiang Chen's grasp. By this authority, he proclaimed to the heavens, from this day forth, I declare, in the capacity of the human emperor, that the bond of gratitude between humanity and Nuwa has come to an end. Henceforth, there shall be no Holy Mother for humanity. Nuwa shall no longer serve as the Holy Mother of humanity. In the face of Nuwa's enraged outcry, Jiang Chen remained unfazed, still wielding the Grand Seal to announce his decree. With a resounding echo, as Jiang Chen spoke, torrents of human destiny surged forth from the heavens. In response to his proclamation, they rushed towards Nuwa, stripping away her ties to the status and essence of humanity, without granting her any opportunity for rebuttal. The fate belonging to humanity, along with the title of Holy Mother, was entirely severed from her being. This was a testament to Nuwa's folly. After becoming the Holy Mother, She failed to grasp all authority of humanity firmly in her hands, remaining indifferent instead. This negligence allowed Jiang Chen to wholly strip her of the fortune embedded within her essence through his own status as human emperor. This signifies that Nuwa has already attained sainthood for countless billions of years, establishing her foundation with unparalleled stability. Otherwise, even this single aspect could suffice to see her fall from grace. Yet, despite this, Nuwa's aura is now in a state of considerable agitation. Jiang Chen, how dare you? Nuwa exclaimed, her fury reaching its zenith. In the midst of her utterance, she had to divert her focus to suppress the tumultuous energy within her. What is there to fear, Nuwa? Has your mind been clouded after such a prolonged existence in chaos? At this moment, Jiang Chen showed no mercy. Upon hearing his words, Nuwa's face shifted through shades of green and purple, rendering her countenance utterly ghastly. Standing beside Nuwa, the Supreme Elder sensed an ominous turn of events as Jiang Chen's gaze shifted to him. It appears there are still numerous parasites within the human race that require thorough cleansing. His penetrating gaze indicated clearly whom he referred to. There was no need for further elaboration. The Supreme Elder's expression altered upon hearing Jiang Chen's words. Realizing Jiang Chen had once again grasped the human race's great seal, and recalling Nuwa's prior ordeal, the intentions of his adversary became painfully evident. Yet, he found himself utterly powerless to intervene. Jiang Chen had completely commandeered the authority of the human race, unprecedented in history. Had Jiang Chen not possessed the dominion of humanity, confronting him and Nuwa would have required considerable effort, perhaps even sacrifices. However, with the Great Seal in his possession, it was merely a matter of his command. Jiang Chen, let us leave a thread of mercy for future encounters, the Supreme Elder could only utter. Yet, even he was unconvinced by his own words. The current predicament dictated a stark choice. Either he perishes, or Jiang Chen does. How could Jiang Chen fail to comprehend this? His expression remained unchanged as the Great Seal in his hand radiated brilliance once more. Supreme Elder, you achieved sainthood through the human race and established the teachings to enlighten them. The path you once imparted regarding the Golden Core is, in truth, a road to ruin, with countless human prodigies ensnared therein. For all the years since the establishment of your teachings, you have shown no ambition, taking only a single disciple, failing to truly enlighten the human race. Jiang Chen's voice rose in intensity. From the beginning until now, the bond between the Supreme Elder and the human race had long since eroded. This leader of the teachings had become akin to Nuwa, merely siphoning the lifeblood of the human race. He even allied with other sects to periodically harvest from them. Such tactics, previously unknown to other sects, were taught by the Supreme Elder himself. The 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors had long identified these issues, yet due to their insufficient power, they could only endure in silence. Now, the situation had changed. With Jiang Chen's emergence, the human race no longer needed to suffer in silence. At this moment, Jiang Chen was determined to expose all the transgressions of these individuals. Henceforth, the human race shall abolish the teachings and cease all offerings to the Supreme Elder and the sect, severing all ties with him and eliminating the ancestral sacrifices. Jiang Chen decisively cut all connections between the Supreme Elder and the human race, leaving no room for retreat. In an instant, the stature of the Supreme Being began to tremble violently, akin to that of Nuwa. At this moment, he could no longer maintain his usual composure. His expression shifted, and he hastily suppressed himself. The encounters of Nuwa and the Supreme Being were keenly observed by Yuan Shi, Jade, and Zhuan. Their gazes towards Jiang Chen transformed. Previously, they regarded him with a hint of trepidation, perceiving him as lacking any substantial support. Now, it was evident that he remained the quintessential madman. His current actions left no room for retreat. Had the Supreme Being and Nuwa considered sparing Jiang Chen's life following a potential defeat, it now seemed that failing to eliminate him would hardly quell the fury within them. Jiang Chen was indeed a madman, oblivious to the peril he faced. Jade and Zhuan contemplated Jiang Chen, their minds racing with such thoughts. Were they in his position, they would not dare to act in such a manner. Nevertheless, this development proved advantageous for them. Chapter 189. Reclaiming Fate. Not a single one shall escape. After completing his task, Jiang Chen did not pause. He turned his gaze towards the trio of Yuan Shi, Jade, and Zhuan. While their oppression of humanity was not as overt as that of the Grand Supreme or Nuwa, it was no less significant. Now, Jiang Chen sought to sever all the shackles that bound the human race. To pave the way for the resurgence of humanity, he would not overlook them. Seizing the moment while the Grand Supreme was fully occupied with suppressing his own tumultuous status, Jiang Chen launched his offensive against them. The voice of the emperor resonated throughout the human realm, severing all sacrifices to the teachings of Chan and Buddhism. He abolished their sect's ability to establish themselves and draw upon the fortunes of humanity. His methods were as decisive as ever, and under Jiang Chen's influence, Yuan Shi, Jie and Zhuan Ti experienced a noticeable tremor. Observing this scene, Tong Tian felt an indescribable satisfaction. After so many years, he finally witnessed these 5 figures falter. He laughed heartily, exclaiming, "Jiang Chen, my friend, what remarkable skill you possess." At that moment, the Grand Supreme, Yuan Shi, Jie, Zhuan Ti, and Nuwa were already feeling quite constrained. Now, with Tong Tian's merciless taunts ringing in their ears, they found it unbearable. In an instant, as their own statuses were just suppressed, they decisively launched an attack against Jiang Chen and Tong Tian. With a swift sound, the blade was drawn, and the Hongyuan saber was firmly grasped in Jiang Chen's hand. Its edge aimed directly at the 5 saints. Were it any other divine artifact, it would likely be subdued by the overwhelming pressure of the saints. Yet, the edge of the Hongyuan saber remained unchanged, even emitting a faint humming sound, an indication of its eagerness to engage in battle. However, this was not the end. An invisible blade abruptly appeared at Jiang Chen's side, a transparent longsword embodying the principles of swordsmanship that even the saints regarded with trepidation. This blade was forged by Jiang Chen himself, drawn from the Sea of Laws. At this moment, a wild thought crossed his mind, to fully merge this sword with his Hongyuan saber. Once accomplished, the Hongyuan saber would ascend to a new level. Jiang Chen's previous actions were all in anticipation of this sword's formation, alongside the resources required for the sword's advancement, which he intended to seize from the Grand Supreme, Nuwa, and others. As Jiang Chen's will surged, the human fortune, previously swept up by the tide of humanity, returned once more, converging towards the 2 swords in his grasp. Empowered by this human fortune, the sword born of the principles of swordsmanship began to slowly merge with the Hongyuan saber. At this juncture, the Hongyuan saber had already attained the status of an innate treasure, and one step further would elevate it to a Hongyuan spiritual treasure. This advancement would substantially enhance Jiang Chen's strength. Watching Jiang Chen's actions, the 5 saints were taken aback and hastened their own movements. Tong Tian stepped forward, unfurling his divine artifacts behind him to single-handedly block the onslaught of the 5. "Tong Tian, do you truly wish to stand against us? Do you not see what he is doing?" The Grand Supreme's words were met with the sharp retort of Tong Tian's chinkping sword. At this moment, Jiang Chen was immersed in a realm of perception. This world had never permitted the emergence of the primordial spirit treasures. The audacity of Jiang Chen's choice was largely indebted to the Jade Emperor. The fragments of the creation jade plate and the chaos pearl in his possession were instrumental in aiding him. As his thoughts began to flow, a world materialized beside him. With this new realm as a barrier, the impact of the fusion of the 2 blades was significantly diminished. Furthermore, with the infusion of the essence of the 3,000 great Tao from the creation jade plate, the amalgamation of the blades proceeded with remarkable ease. At that very moment, countless formidable beings across heaven and earth experienced a synchronous sensation. They perceived the evolution of a certain imagery within the 3,000 laws of the primordial. This anomaly was unprecedented. Even Hong Jun, within the Purple Cloud Palace, sensed the disturbance. The laws had shifted. It was uncertain how much time had elapsed, but it was the first time Hong Jun articulated such a statement with this tone. This was unlike the manifestation of other laws, which stemmed from the very essence of heaven and earth, from the world's foundation, and typically remained unchanged. Genuine alterations were the domain of those who comprehended and mastered the laws, a rare occurrence indeed. From Hong Jun's attainment of enlightenment to the subsequent emergence of the saints, or even the Lady of Tranquility, none of these events had instigated such a transformation in the laws. They had only subtly imparted their own essence. Now, within his perception, it seemed as if the laws had been touched by something. Even as a Taoist saint, he found it momentarily elusive to discern. He promptly activated the creation jade plate, endeavoring to delve deeper into the laws with this treasured artifact. The instant he made this move, a blinding light suddenly erupted before all beings. This radiance was resplendent beyond measure. Yet, it did not bring warmth to anyone. Rather, it sent chills down their spines, as if sharp blades were poised against their throats. A cold sensation surged from their spines, penetrating to the crown of their heads. Above the heavenly court, the 5 figures, Taishang, Yuan Shi, Jie, Zhuan Ti, and Nu Hua, also sensed this intangible aura. Without even discerning its nature, they felt as though they were being sliced by invisible daggers. The saints were the most powerful entities within the primordial, and even in combat with one another, Instilling such a sense of threat was no trivial matter. How could Jiang Chen, without even making a move, evoke such a feeling? It was inconceivable. Simultaneously, this thought flickered in the minds of the five. However, despite their reluctance to acknowledge it, the reality was as they perceived. The five saints altered their demeanor, swiftly retreating from the presence of the celestial, distancing themselves and assuming defensive postures. Their gazes towards Jiang Chen turned increasingly uncertain. What had just transpired? Was it his blade laws or his sword intent? How could a mere thought evoke such sensations in us? From this intensity, it is evident that it rivals the utmost exertion of ordinary divine powers. What secrets does Jiang Chen conceal? The five individuals gazed at Jiang Chen with a mix of astonishment and trepidation, their thoughts racing with fluctuating emotions. Even Tong Tian sensed this formidable force. Although it was not directed at him, he perceptively detected its presence, coupled with the expressions of Yuan Shi and others. Even Tong Tian could not help but exclaim, "Friend Jiang Chen has only just achieved the state of Hunyuan, yet possesses such immense power, truly terrifying." Tong Tian, who practiced the way of the sword, recognized the significant differences between blade and sword. However, in the pursuit of the profound truths, there exist certain commonalities. Thus, among the sages, Tong Tian was perhaps the most attuned to Jiang Chen and the path he traversed. As he gazed upon Jiang Chen, he felt as if he were beholding an expansive ocean, entirely composed of the essence of the sword path. It was indeed unfathomable. Chapter 190. The Primordial Spirit Treasure. Astonishment among the saints. Jiang Chen keenly observed the actions of the crowd. With a mere flick of his wrist, the primordial blade reappeared in his grasp. At this moment, the blade epitomized the essence of the sword path. The sword path was synonymous with the primordial blade, thus it had transformed into a primordial spirit treasure. The onlookers gazed at the blade in Jiang Chen's hand, collectively inhaling sharply. It was only at this juncture that they could ascertain the true nature of this weapon. Consequently, their astonishment at the divine blade in Jiang Chen's possession was profound, recognizing it as a treasure of the primordial realm. This was knowledge they had acquired upon attaining sainthood, and it bore another title, the Chaos Treasure. Notable examples included Pangu's heaven-cleaving axe, the 36th-grade primal blue lotus, and the creation jade dish that once rested atop Pangu's head. Each of these artifacts had been birthed from the chaos, representing a specific principle of the great Tao. However, following the emergence of the primordial world, these treasures had shattered and scattered across the cosmos, as they were deemed impermissible in this realm. The blade Jiang Chen wielded had previously been seen during the battle atop the sacred mountain. At that time, it was merely a congenital treasure, albeit an impressive one. Yet, compared to the current primordial spirit treasure, it was as if there existed a chasm between them. Could it be that Jiang Chen's blade had evolved alongside his enlightenment? A myriad of questions surged within their minds, with some even contemplating emulating Jiang Chen's actions. Alas, they had missed the opportune moment to harmonize their own blades with their techniques. Jiang Chen, with a look of delight, gripped the long blade in his hand. He turned to the silent assembly, laughing heartily. "What has become of the fervor you displayed moments ago? Have you all transformed into timid turtles? Are you truly intimidated by me?" His words dripped with unrelenting scorn. Upon hearing this, several individuals could no longer maintain their composure. Were they truly to concede that they were daunted by the long blade in Jiang Chen's possession? Such an admission was utterly unacceptable. Yuan Shi, incensed, pointed at Jiang Chen, preparing to chastise him. Yet, Jiang Chen was not the type to meekly accept rebuke. In the instant before Yuan Shi could voice his reprimand, the primordial blade swept through the air with a delicate motion. He exerted minimal force, yet the blade had undergone a transformation. With this movement, a series of sharp energies surged into the void. Even Yuan Shi could not help but gasp in astonishment, feeling a sharp sting in his outstretched finger. Instantly, he fell silent. He realized that should he confront Jiang Chen in his fury, he would merely serve as a stepping stone for the other saints. This was not his style. He had no intention of recklessly putting himself in harm's way without any potential gain. Thus, Yuan Shi begrudgingly swallowed his indignation and turned back to his companions. Observing his demeanor, Jiang Chen had anticipated this reaction. However, the atmosphere was disrupted by none other than Tong Tian. With an unrestrained laugh, he exclaimed, my apologies. I usually do not behave this way unless I truly cannot contain myself." Tong Tian relished witnessing their expressions, finding an inexplicable thrill in the moment. "What do you mean by Dongtian?" The laughter from Tong Tian left Yuan Shi slightly embarrassed. The intimidation of the blade in Jiang Chen's hand would frighten anyone else. Yet why did he mock himself? Upon hearing Yuan Shi's inquiry, Tong Tian responded without mercy. It asked nothing, merely observing a person as timid as a mouse. This infuriated Yuan Shi, who was already incensed. He immediately summoned the Panga banner and directed it towards Tantian. Naturally, Tantian could not allow this to unfold unchecked. With a swift thought, he grasped the Qingping sword. In that moment, the fierce winds generated by the Panga banner began to unravel. This was not due to Tongtian's intervention, but rather the residual might of Jiang Chen's blade, which shattered the force of the Panga banner at its inception. All eyes turned towards Jiang Chen, as the Panga banner was not an ordinary artifact. The power it harbored was formidable, yet the winds it conjured were effortlessly dismantled by the lingering force of Jiang Chen's divine blade. This unexpected turn astonished everyone, including Tantian, who was preparing to engage Yuan Shi with the Qingping sword, leaving him momentarily dazed. His gaze towards Jiang Chen held a hint of disbelief. The scene fell into a profound silence, with no one knowing how to respond. At that moment, a resonant hum echoed around them. Suddenly, long swords of various hues materialized in the 4 cardinal directions. The atmosphere thickened with a malevolent aura. In an instant, the expressions of the crowd shifted dramatically. The 4 swords of extermination. Without need for further explanation, they recognized these as the legendary extermination sword array, Tongtian's secret weapon. The formation of the extermination sword array required an array disc, comprising the extermination sword, the slaughter sword, the trap sword, and the absolute sword. After the Battle of the Gods, they had collaboratively shattered the array disc, taking the slaughter sword, trap sword, and absolute sword with them, leaving Tantian with only the extermination sword. Now, with the return of the remaining swords, it was evident that something had transpired within the Chan school. Before they could react, the Great Formation was already activated. Although the array disc was lost, Tongtian's mastery of formations was not inferior to his swordsmanship. He was entirely capable of re-establishing the array on his own. As they gazed at the 4 floating long swords, the crowd was engulfed in astonishment. When had this occurred, Yuan Shi Tianzuan regarded the 4 swords with an expression of disbelief. Just then, the voices of Zhao Gongming and others resonated. We welcome our master back. Congratulations to the human sovereign for attaining the mixed origin. The voices of Neza and Yang Jian were also among them, and this announcement pierced Yuan Shi's ears like a dagger. After all, these were the 3rd-generation disciples of the Chan school. Although they were meant to shield their master from calamity, they were still exceptional figures. To think that these individuals would openly rebel at this moment was nothing short of a slap in the face for him. Yang Jian and Neza, known as the foremost traitors of the heavenly court, had gradually come to understand their roles in the initial calamity of the gods. Thus, discontent towards the exposition of the teachings had been brewing, only to erupt at this very moment. Both Jane and Zhuanti regarded Yuan Shi with peculiar gazes, further darkening the expression on Yuan Shi's face. He resolved to follow the source of that voice in search of the presence of others, discreetly gathering strength within his hands, intending to annihilate them here to salvage his dignity. The saint's divine consciousness could, in the blink of an eye, probe numerous matters. Soon, he had pinpointed the locations of Yang Jian and Neza. In the next instant, a surge of attack erupted from his hands, carrying an aura of terror towards Yang Jian and Neza. Given their current prowess, facing such an onslaught from a saint would surely spell their doom. However, much to Yuan Shi's dismay, Jiang Chen had naturally sensed this as well. After Jiang Chen attained the saintly path, his 9 tribulations divine eye could briefly glimpse into the past and future along the threads of causality. He had indeed detected Yuan Shi's intentions and was already waiting in ambush. Chapter 191. With one blade, I demand your lives. The techniques of the primordial heavenly sovereign vanished into nothingness before the resplendent radiance of the blade. His countenance twitched violently twice. He had anticipated that Jiang Chen would intervene, yet he never expected his adversary to effortlessly extinguish his formidable magic. The principles of the sword were indeed terrifying, allowing him to display such combat prowess at the moment of breakthrough. The primordial heavenly sovereign gazed at Jiang Chen, observing the blade's light traversing the void, his expression growing increasingly grim. Naturally, Jiang Chen took note of his reaction. Turning his gaze towards him, Jiang Chen also regarded the other saints, his tone remarkably calm. If you continue to resist, with this blade, I shall claim your lives. His words dripped with menace. Yet to Jiang Chen, it seemed merely a matter of course. Such an attitude was perceived as audacious by the other saints. Jiang Chen, do not push matters to the extreme. We possess 5 saints. Even if you join forces with Tongtian, do you truly believe you can contend against 5? The voice of Niuhua resonated, finally stabilizing her wavering saintly status. Her exquisite visage betrayed resentment as she fixed her gaze fiercely upon Jiang Chen. His recent actions had effectively undermined her foundation. That she had not fallen from her saintly rank was a testament to her years of cultivation. However, any future advancement would now prove exceedingly arduous. The enmity between them had solidified, intertwined with the great Tao. In Nua's eyes, it was all Jiang Chen's fault. He had dared to stand out, to oppose her at this juncture. Had Jiang Chen remained compliant, as the matron of humanity, she would have surely lent him her aid. Had he merely bowed his head and acknowledged his errors, she might have protected him as Tang Tian did. But now, such possibilities had evaporated. The sentiments of the other saints mirrored hers. Particularly upon witnessing Jiang Chen's arrogant demeanor, they could not help but label him with a singular word, arrogant. Listening to Nua's words, Jiang Chen's expression remained unchanged, his gaze tranquil and devoid of emotion. The oppressive aura emanating from him spread outward, as he wielded the authority of the heavens, earth, and humanity to its utmost potential, instilling even a sense of supreme majesty within the pressure. The confluence of his primordial status and the supreme authority of the three realms rendered the saints somewhat uncomfortable. This sensation stemmed from their very essence. As Jiang Chen subdued their saintly paths, had Jiang Chen merely just ascended to the primordial rank, the likes of Nua, Yuanshi, Taishang, Jane, and Juani would have surpassed him in status. However, the fact that he also possessed the supreme status of the three realms rendered him unparalleled. A thought flickered in Nua's mind. Perhaps his status was only a hair's breadth below that of the Tao ancestor Hongjun. I speak only the truth, and I stand by my words. You are welcome to test me, Jiang Chen declared once more. Simultaneously, the primordial blade in his hand stirred. Without infusing it with magic, without any haste to strike, he simply raised it calmly to his level, facing the five saints before him. The primordial blade hummed softly, not out of fear, but rather from an exhilarating desire to taste the blood of the saints. The five saints observed Jiang Chen's movements with a sinking feeling in their hearts. Their internal powers surged quietly, ready to confront any threat. Yet, in the next moment, their expressions shift to one of sheer astonishment. At this point, Jiang Chen has begun to wield his blade, moving with deliberate slowness, without any extravagant flourishes. However, beneath this seemingly languid motion lies a force that even the saints find alarming. This slow movement conceals an astonishing intent of the blade. Under the influence of this blade intent, the atmosphere around the heavenly court becomes increasingly oppressive. Before long, a wave of trepidation rises within Taishang, Yuanshi, Jiayin, Zhuanti, and Nuwa. They realize they have been targeted. This locking in is a consequence of the prevailing forces, and thus even Taishang cannot extricate himself. Sensing this change, their expressions become a tapestry of emotions, shock, astonishment, and a barely perceptible hint of fear. Jiang Chen, at this moment, transcends the blade. He embodies the Tao itself. This thought echoes in the minds of all the saints. They have traversed the sea of elements, mastered the laws, and cultivated their own paths. Yet none have ever wielded a blade that is the very essence of the Tao, where the blade itself is the Tao. Cut, Jiang Chen declares coldly, disregarding their expressions. As these words leave his lips, his movements remain unchanged, just as before. Yet, regardless of his stillness, Taishang, Nuwa, and Yuanshi sense the imminent peril. In the void, a brilliant flash of blade light erupts. Unbelievably, Jiang Chen once again expands their understanding as saints. It's not that they fail to comprehend how he achieves this. On the contrary, they are painfully aware. Their understanding of Jiang Chen's capabilities only amplifies their astonishment. The blade's law, perfected to its zenith, allows for changes to manifest even without motion, merely through the connection of the mind. Every thought and action of Jiang Chen can transform the surrounding forces and laws into an extension of his blade. This is not merely a strike aimed at them. It is the very world delivering a blow. The saints, having attained the state of primordial for countless ages, have traveled far along their paths of law. Though they may not possess complete mastery, nor reach the level of Hongjun, the gap is not insurmountably vast. The feats Jiang Chen performs are within their grasp, albeit with significant effort. Yet, there exists a crucial element, time. They have been primordial for countless years, enduring innumerable tribulations, and have clashed fiercely with each other, continuously validating and refining their own paths. Yet, Jiang Chen had merely stepped into the realm of Hunyuan, and he was already capable of unleashing techniques that others had spent years perfecting. This left the assembly of sages feeling somewhat uneasy, if given a little more time. How far could Jiang Chen advance? The Supreme Elder entertained a rather absurd thought. He speculated that Jiang Chen might not be a mere sage, but rather an embodiment of the Tao. Only such an explanation could account for his terrifying power. Alarmed, he suddenly realized he had fallen into a trap. As a sage, and one who prided himself on being tranquil and untroubled, his emotions ought to have been calm and composed. Yet upon witnessing Jiang Chen's formidable strength, his thoughts became a chaotic tangle. Various ideas surged forth, causing him to momentarily overlook Jiang Chen's impending attack. In astonishment, he quickly activated his supreme heart cleansing technique, suppressing all distracting thoughts. Chapter 192. A hasty response. The saints in distress after all that transpired. Taishang finally exhaled deeply. Enhua extended her finger, and a brilliant radiance illuminated the surroundings. With a resounding boom, a tremendous surge of magical power erupted forth, shattering Jiang Chen's blade light in an instant. The fragmentation of the blade light generated a colossal tremor, which allowed the other saints to extricate themselves from the depths of their chaotic thoughts. As they calmed their emotions, they began to unleash their respective abilities. Once again, the collective gaze turned towards Jiang Chen, whose expression remained unchanged, his gaze fixed upon them as if nothing had transpired. A sense of alarm surged within them. They were acutely aware that Jiang Chen would not act without purpose. This strike, they had only exerted a modicum of strength to dismantle it, yet it was implausible that he would orchestrate something so straightforward. After all, given the terrifying aura that had just manifested, how could such an ordinary blow emerge from such overwhelming cosmic forces? They swiftly recognized the anomaly at hand. Jiang Chen manipulated the laws, and the previously shattered blade intent surged forth from the depths of several saints' consciousness. The blade intent that they had forcefully dismantled had not vanished into oblivion. Rather, it had inverted and infiltrated their own mental seas. At this moment, each fragment of blade intent materialized into a small knife, complicating matters further for the onlookers. What was most disconcerting was that these small knives were under Jiang Chen's control, yet their power stemmed from the saints themselves. Thus, the more they shattered Jiang Chen's blade intent, the greater the number of small knives that would ultimately manifest. Their prior actions had inadvertently ensnared them in a precarious predicament. Taishang, Yuanshi, Jiejing, Zhuanti, and Enhua had initially aimed to directly obliterate the small knives that Jiang Chen had embedded in their consciousness. However, it became evident that their efforts not only failed to yield results, but instead exacerbated their troubles. Watching the rampant blade intent, Enhua's expression fluctuated dramatically. Fushi's Qin. In her earlier confrontation with Jiang Chen, she had sought to overwhelm him with her formidable magical power, intending to demonstrate what it meant to be the Holy Mother of humanity. She had wielded only the red silk ball against the seemingly Taoist blade shadows. Nevertheless, her resolve had remained steadfast. She desired to suppress Jiang Chen with her magical prowess. This determination intensified when he stripped her of the title of Holy Mother of humanity. She aimed to make him recognize his folly, to comprehend the foolishness of his actions. Yet reality delivered a harsh blow, revealing the absurdity of her aspirations. It was precisely due to their underestimation that they now faced this predicament. Jiang Chen's blades left them in utter disarray. Fortunately, while Enhua harbored arrogance, she was not devoid of intelligence. Acknowledging the gravity of this strike, she promptly cast aside her previous notions and prepared herself in full force. She summoned her brother's Fushi Qin, a treasure that accompanied Fushi since his inception as a primordial deity, possessing both offensive and defensive capabilities with boundless applications. The ethereal melodies from the Fushi Qin began to resonate, causing the surrounding void to blur into indistinctness. In that instant, even the true form of Nuwa was shrouded. Not only the onlookers, but even the sages closest to her could not discern her appearance. This transformation inevitably caused the myriad blades that Jiang Chen had concealed to lose their target. Originally swirling wildly within her, the countless flying daggers now seemed to express a desire to depart. However, Nuwa would not permit them to leave so easily. As the sound of the zither reverberated, the previously chaotic daggers began to collide with one another. With no target to pursue, they now consumed themselves in their own collisions, and within the blink of an eye, more than half had dissipated. The other sages, witnessing this scene, also regained their senses. Jiang Chen was far from the adversary they had anticipated. His attainment of the primordial realm would only render him even more formidable. He did not even need to consolidate his cultivation to engage them in battle. Consequently, each of them summoned their most treasured skills, the auspicious clouds of Taishang, the Panga banner of Yuan Shi Tianzun, and the 7 treasures of Jie and Zhuanti, along with the pure bamboo. These were renowned spiritual treasures that echoed throughout the primordial universe, now invoked in their defense. With their true forms propelling these innate treasures, beams of radiance clashed against Jiang Chen's blade intent. After all, they were seasoned veterans of saintly status. Though initially caught off guard by Jiang Chen's maneuver, they swiftly regained their composure. Following this, their responses did not yield any further surprises. Just as they had finally cleared the flying daggers from their bodies, they looked up to find Jiang Chen's blade had moved. Damn it, this scoundrel took advantage of our distraction to unleash a second strike. They cursed inwardly, yet they had overlooked one crucial point. At this moment, they were indeed mortal enemies, having arrived with ill intentions, and Jiang Chen was justified in employing any means necessary. The surrounding void trembled, sending ripples outward. Taishang, Yuanshi, Jie, Zhuan, and Nuo felt their minds racing. They had already witnessed the terrifying nature of Jiang Chen's blade law. Previously, he had merely manifested it through his spirit, but now, with the long knife descending, it was his genuine, full-force strike. They were compelled to acknowledge a harsh reality. The blow Jiang Chen was about to deliver was far more dreadful than what they had previously faced. This indicated that his mastery over the laws surpassed their own in purity. But how could this be? They would rather die than accept this reality. Regardless of whether they wished to believe it or not, they had to confront Jiang Chen's strike. Despite their reluctance, they had to admit that they could not withstand this blow, thus they collectively retreated. Gazing at Jiang Chen's primordial blade, they had never felt such a terrifying aura emanating from a single spiritual treasure. Just moments ago, all their minds had been focused on resisting Jiang Chen's blade intent. Faced with this sudden second strike, they were entirely unprepared. None possessed sufficient confidence to withstand this blow. To avert the possibility of being instantly vanquished by Jiang Chen's strike, the sages united their powers to tear apart the very fabric of space. A chasm of distance yawned between myself and Jiang Chen, a gulf that spanned countless miles. Yet, despite this separation, the sensation of being ensnared, akin to a thorn in one's back, continued to reverberate within our hearts. Undeterred, a few individuals endeavored to further distance themselves. However, no matter how far they fled, that disquieting feeling remained, clinging to them like a parasite. Jiang Chen's strike was no ordinary assault. He had pinpointed the very laws governing our existence. The five of us, primitive, supreme, guiding, approaching, and Nuo, swiftly deduced the situation at hand. After all, as sages who had attained enlightenment for eons, discerning the truth of a matter was a trivial task. Yet, the pressing question was not whether we could perceive the opponent's tactics, but rather whether we should resist Jiang Chen's impending strike. Chapter 193. The revelation of Yuanshi's calculations. If Jiang Chen's strike were indeed so easily thwarted, why would they retreat in such haste? The fundamental reason lies in their uncertainty regarding their ability to block or evade this blow. In the absence of adequate preparation, their best strategy was to withdraw. Since they could not increase the distance between themselves and their opponent, Yuanshi Tianzun conceived a thought and promptly set it into motion. With a sudden flourish of the Pangu banner, a fierce gust of wind erupted into the void before him, forcibly cleaving open a patch of impenetrable darkness. Before Yuanshi Tianzun, a golden lamp materialized, its flickering flame casting an ethereal glow. This light then enveloped Yuanshi, carrying him into the depths of the void. In that instant, Yuanshi transcended the current temporal realm, utilizing the flickering flame to conceal himself within the interstices of the past and future. His presence vanished entirely. As Yuanshi unleashed this formidable power, the other saints sensed a shift. Jie and Zhuan exchanged astonished glances, their eyes fixed on the void. Although they could not discern Yuanshi's exact location, their astonishment remained undiminished, for this was a matter entwined with the laws of time. A glimmer of insight sparked in their gazes, unmistakably indicating their interest in the temporal laws. Previously, they had conducted studies on this principle and achieved some measure of success, albeit not complete mastery. Nonetheless, it had enabled Ran Deng, Ru Lai, and Mi Lu to each grasp portions of the temporal laws, with the intention of having these three represent distinct epochs of the spiritual mountain. By leveraging the might of Buddhism, they aimed to interconnect the authority of the trio and perhaps catch a glimpse into the intricacies of time itself. However, they had not anticipated that Yuanshi could wield such power single-handedly. Unlike their own division of authority into three parts, Yuanshi appeared to have attained a direct comprehension of the laws, evoking envy within them. How had he come to master the laws of time? They had never heard of him possessing such an ability. Previously, they had even sent the three on an expedition through the river of time. Yet no other figures had been encountered. Jie and Zhuan were not foolish. During their deliberations on the laws of time, they had sought to ascertain whether anyone had preemptively grasped such methodologies. After all, their approach was somewhat underhanded, and the potential for success remained uncertain. If someone had already delved deeply into this path, their chances of success would be severely compromised. They had conducted inquiries. But little did they expect Yuan Shi to reveal himself at this juncture. Their gazes remained fixed upon Yuan Shi, a whirlwind of thoughts swirling in their minds. This indicated that Yuan Shi had only recently mastered this principle rather than before them. As this realization dawned, their minds drifted to certain individuals: Ran Deng, Pu Xian, Wen Shu, and Si Hang. These bodhisattvas had once held high positions within the Chan teaching. Could it be? A notion suddenly ignited in Jie Yin and Zhuan Ti's minds. The two individuals, endowed with formidable magical prowess, delved into the vast void. At that moment, Maitreya remained, providing them with an anchor, allowing for a subtle manipulation of the laws of time. As they explored, they discerned that Primordial's mastery and aura regarding the past and present were exceptionally potent, while his grasp of the future was relatively feeble. This perfectly corresponded to the dynamics between the two figures, Burning Lamp and Tathagata. Thus, the answer became glaringly evident. Indeed, if one remained oblivious to this, they would hardly deserve the title of sage. Cursed be it, Primordial had long since orchestrated this scheme. It dawned on them that their meticulously plotted scenario, which had spanned eons, might have already been influenced by others. As for why they had not detected the issues earlier, the answer was simple. They were unaware that they were merely pawns in a larger game. This situation paralleled their previous manipulation of Wu Tian. In fact, Primordial's tactics surpassed their own, as he adeptly followed the prevailing trends, rendering any potential flaws undetectable to them. They were merely pressured by Jiang Chen, who would undoubtedly not reveal such strategies in their presence. From this moment forth, should anyone dare to label Primordial as lacking intellect, I would not hesitate to retaliate. Even if the Buddhist sect flourished without Jiang Chen's intervention, when Maitreya ascended, the sect would still face considerable turmoil. Gyn pondered the hidden piece, Wu Tian, which they had originally intended as a contingency in the primordial chaos. According to their initial plan, Wu Tian was to manifest 300 years after the conclusion of the journey to the west. However, they had not anticipated Jiang Chen's influence would hasten this timeline, nor the Jade Emperor's schemes against Jiang Chen that ultimately led to Wu Tian's demise. Everything had strayed far from their envisioned trajectory. Countless thoughts coursed through their minds, particularly a budding resentment towards Primordial. Yet, despite their grievances, they dared not confront him in their current predicament. Whether concerning Ling Mountain or the Buddhist sect, the situation had escalated beyond mere disagreements. They were no longer contending with a mere pawn, but rather with Jiang Chen, the strategist manipulating the board, who never adhered to conventional rules and could upend the entire game at any moment. In such circumstances, squabbling with Primordial seemed utterly futile. The fleeting thoughts of the two were soon captured by the allure of the time laws demonstrated by Primordial, drawing the attention of Taishang and Nuwa. They mused upon Primordial's cunning, recalling how he had leveraged past favors from Gyn and Junti, compelling them to relinquish their interests, while enabling the Buddhist sect's expansion. He simultaneously plotted against them from the shadows. In retrospect, Gyn and Junti almost seemed pitiable. Even in the absence of Jiang Chen's meteoric rise to seize the Buddhist sect's fortunes, Primordial would eventually lay claim to Ling Mountain. Yet, they cast aside these musings, recognizing that now was not the time for discord. Primordial's revelation of the time laws at this juncture indicated that the pressure exerted by Jiang Chen had far exceeded his expectations. Let us set this matter aside for the moment and focus on the present. Our adversary is Jiang Chen. The Supreme One has conveyed the message to Jane, Junti, and Inhua, which serves as a form of accountability. He does not wait for any response from the others. The Xuanshuang Linglong Tower emerges, enveloping him. With such a primordial treasure by his side, he is granted ample time. Yet, this is not the end. His methods extend far beyond this. Soon, the Taiji diagram rises from beneath his feet. The contrasting black and white swirl rapidly, merging in the blink of an eye. The sound of rushing water reverberates, signifying the river of time. Although the Supreme One does not possess mastery over the laws of time, the Taiji diagram possesses the ability to reverse the flow of time, allowing him a fleeting return to the past. His intentions are not dissimilar to those of the Primordial One. He seeks to conceal himself within a bygone era, thereby evading the current constraints. Chapter 194, Maitreya, refined into a spiritual treasure upon receiving the transmission from the Supreme One, Nuwa remained utterly unconcerned. After all, this matter held little significance for her. The pressing concern was how to counter Jiang Chen's impending assault. With the guidance provided by both Yuan Shi and Taishang, Nuwa felt a considerable alleviation of her worries. A scroll materialized, drifting gracefully from behind her, revealing the He Tu and Luo Shu, once the companion treasures of Emperor Jun. In the days of yore, when the heavenly court was shattered, these treasures were swept away by Kunping. Subsequently, in her quest to assist Fuxi in attaining the title of human sovereign, Niuhua personally procured them. Once Fuxi was crowned, she claimed the treasures for herself. Little did she anticipate their timely utility in this moment. The He Tu and Luo Shu encompassed an entire realm. While they could not facilitate a transcendence through time and space akin to Yuan Shi or Tai Shang, entering an alternate world served as a viable countermeasure. As the He Tu and Luo Shu unfurled, they enveloped the surrounding time and space, transforming it into a domain of freedom centered around Niuhua. Niuhua then unleashed her creative force, infusing a portion of this realm into the primordial chaos, while she concealed herself within the illusory world. This interplay of reality and illusion, layered intricately, disrupted Jiang Chen's targeting. Although Jiang Chen's laws were formidable, they ultimately remained within the domain of the saints. While I may not possess the ability to traverse time and space like Tai Shang and Yuan Shi, I can sufficiently diminish the potency of this attack by 90%. Niuhua mused inwardly. Should Jiang Chen strike bear its full force upon her unguarded self, she would undoubtedly struggle to withstand it. Yet, reduced to a mere 10%, it posed no significant threat. Her gaze then shifted towards Jane and Zhuanti, with Tai Shang and Yuan Shi following suit. Eager to witness how these two would respond to Jiang Chen's maneuver, under the scrutiny of all present, Jane and Zhuanti began to chant Buddhist incantations. A radiant golden light ascended from the primordial earth, enveloping the two figures. Everyone discerned the nature of this golden aura. It was Mithraea. However, at this moment, Mithraea appeared remarkably peculiar. He had lost all prior sentience, his eyes vacant and hollow. Were it not for the lingering aura emanating from him, he might easily be mistaken for a gilded statue. All present recognized him as Mithraea. Though one's appearance and demeanor could be fabricated, the essence of one's aura remained unaltered. At this juncture, Mithraea was devoid of all intelligence, yet he was the future Buddha of the Buddhist sect, a disciple whom Jane and Zhuanti had rescued from the spirit mountain at great cost. The transformation he had undergone baffled all. Before anyone could ponder further, Jane and Zhuanti placed their hands upon Mithraea's shoulders. As they infused him with their spiritual power, the previously immobile Mithraea opened his mouth and began to softly chant the scriptures. The verses flowed forth, enveloping the two of them in a sacred embrace. The golden light surrounding him intensified further. What is this? At this moment, not only Tong Tian, who stood before them, but also Neza, Yang Jian, Zhao Gongming, and others in the distance were equally astonished. They exclaimed in unison, for the methods employed by Jane and Zhuanti against Mithraea bore an uncanny resemblance to the way they executed spiritual treasures. They had transformed Mithraea into a spiritual treasure. After a prolonged silence, Tong Tian finally articulated the thoughts harbored deep within his heart. With this utterance, the atmosphere fell into a hush, and every face present reflected sheer shock. The notion of refining a being into a spiritual treasure was previously unheard of. It was astonishing that even a formidable figure like Mithraea could be subjected to such treatment. Why was this so? With the destruction of the Buddhist sect in Lingshan, there could hardly be many left among them. Why then did they choose to refine Mithraea into a spiritual treasure, leaving themselves devoid of any capable entities? Confusion enveloped the crowd. Yet Jane and Zhuanti were under no obligation to clarify their perplexities. In the next moment, their figures vanished, embarking towards the future. Jiang Chen observed the scene before him, aware that these two had concealed themselves within the fabric of time ahead. Witnessing this, all present gasped in disbelief. Previously, they had considered Yuan Shi's schemes to be ruthless enough, but now, compared to Jane and Zhuanti, his actions seemed trivial. To refine one's own disciple into a spiritual treasure for the purpose of wielding authority over the future was the hallmark of true ruthlessness. When it came to cunning and malevolence, these individuals were increasingly exaggerated in their deeds. Tong Tian remarked. In contrast, he appeared as an anomaly among the saints. Due to the celestial battle between the saints, residual forces rippled outward across the vast sky of the primordial world. The beings of the three realms knelt in fear upon witnessing it, trembling uncontrollably. Fortunately, Jiang Chen held dominion over the human realm, the underworld, and the celestial laws. In preparation for the saints' descent, he had preemptively employed various resources to erect barriers, preventing the overflow of law-like energies. Regardless of how the heavenly court engaged in battle, they could not disrupt the human realm or the underworld. While minor tremors persisted, they were not severe. The human realm and the underworld remained largely unscathed. However, the situation in the 33 heavens was markedly different. Since Jiang Chen had not long gained control here, he could not fully master it. Thus, The barriers could not completely envelop the area. The 33 heavens had been ravaged as if by a tempest. Numerous sections of the heavenly court had collapsed, and countless fragments littered the human realm, merely the aftermath of battle. Had they been at the epicenter of the conflict, even a typical quasi-saint would meet their demise in an instant, reduced to ashes. The skirmish had persisted for over a century. Despite the combined efforts of 5 saints, they had yet to breach Jiang Chen's defenses, especially with Tong Tian poised to assist at any moment. Any hint of negligence would see Tong Tian's sword strike in the next heartbeat. At this juncture, the 5 were gravely weakened. Enduring prolonged exhaustion, they found themselves unable to confront Jiang Chen and Tong Tian once more. Jiang Chen gazed upon the 5 figures of Taishang, Yuanshi, Niuhua, Jijin, and Juanti, his initial calmness evolving into a lofty disdain. This was the so-called saint of the heavenly path, yet now they appeared rather ordinary. Previously, he was not a saint and could not perceive many matters that defied the celestial order with clarity. However, the situation had changed. He now wielded the authority over the realms of heaven, earth, and humanity, unveiling the mysteries that had long been concealed by the heavenly laws. Although these 6 individuals had attained sainthood for many years, their sacred paths were misaligned with the celestial order. Among the 6, only Tong Tian fared slightly better, gradually mitigating the influence of the heavenly will and qualifying for liberation from its constraints. Chapter 195, Secrets of the Primordial World, the current state of the saints at present. It remains impossible to completely escape the constraints, and a considerable duration is still required. However, once the will of the heavenly Tao weakens, Tong Tian will seize the opportunity to enter, turning the tide and reclaiming the authority over the sacred path that was interfered with by the heavenly Tao. At that moment, Tong Tian may even influence, or perhaps control, certain aspects of the heavenly Tao's laws, akin to Hongjun. The connection between the two is profoundly intricate. The emergence of these heavenly Tao saints signifies the connection forged by the will of the heavenly Tao with these great fortune bearers, utilizing their sacred powers to govern the 3 realms and suppress the other 2 paths. Yet, this is a double-edged sword. Should any heavenly Tao saint rebel against the heavenly Tao, it could yield unpredictable consequences for the Tao itself. Currently, Tong Tian possesses this potential, presenting a deadlock. The will of the heavenly Tao, along with Hongjun, who is in harmony with the Tao, likely anticipates such upheaval. The day Tong Tian rebels against the heavenly Tao will be a moment of life and death. As for Taishang and Yuanshi beneath Tong Tian, they are acutely aware of their own issues regarding the sacred path. Consequently, the situation following the establishment of their teachings has gradually veered towards extremity. Taishang has established the human teaching but refrains from expanding it. His only disciple is the master of Xuandu, who has distanced himself from the human race. Reluctant to engage with the world, the human teaching exists merely in name without substance, not a true great teaching. In essence, it is merely the 2 masters referring to it as such, influenced by the heavenly Tao. Similarly, Yuanshi is in pursuit of those with profound fortunes within the world, seeking to incorporate them into the Chan teaching. Logically, the Chan teaching should also be a major sect that widely accepts disciples. Yet, in reality, aside from the 12 golden immortals who are relatively renowned, the disciples of the 3 generations have either ascended to prominence or met their demise, leaving few remaining. There must be ulterior motives at play here. The most remarkable aspect of this world lies in its continuous upheaval, leading to vastly different outcomes. Had Tong Tian and the engaged in a bitter struggle during the sealing of the gods, resisting the other heavenly Tao saints with his own strength, it is likely that Tong Tian would not have attained the possibility of liberation now. Presently, it appears that Taishang and Yuanshi combined do not measure up to Tong Tian, particularly in terms of the completion of their Tao fruits. They can never surpass Tong Tian in this regard. Additionally, there are Jane, Juanti, and Niuhua. Niuhua's situation is rather unique, as she oscillates between the human and demon races. Bearing the burdens of both, she is tightly bound by karmic ties. The threads of karma ensnare her, rendering her unable to escape. Despite being a saint, she finds herself trapped. The cage of karma is exceedingly harsh, and such transformations are unimaginable. In Jiang Chen's view, some of Niuhua's actions amount to mutually destructive strategies. Each time she acts impulsively, it is indicative of the heavenly Tao's interference. Although Niuhua resists continuously, engaging in feigned compliance, and confines herself within the 8 scenery palace as a means of resistance, there are indeed similarities with Tong Tian. However, she remains unwilling to confront her own karmic entanglements. And despite occasional successes, she finds it difficult to extricate herself. Furthermore, there are Jane and Juanti. Although these 2 individuals are revered saints, They are, in fact, intertwined with the demonic path. After all, the Western Buddhist sect is situated in the land where the demon race once fell. The Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, who presides over the 18th layer of hell, is also deeply connected with the demonic realm. Following the deification of the gods, the Western teachings evolved from Laozi's journey to the West, transforming into the Buddhist doctrine, which prioritized the extermination of demons as its foremost duty. Such lofty proclamations are deceptive. In reality, when confronted with demons, they often incorporate them for their own purposes, with few truly slaying. In the grand scheme of the journey to the West, the Buddhist sect employed the golden hoop to constrain Sun Wukong, capturing all other demons along the journey under its banner. This method bears the mark of celestial strategy, reflecting profound calculations. According to the original narrative, Wu Tian was meant to directly ascend to Ling Mountain. Why then did he not seek the Lingxiao Palace, but instead chose to become the Wu Tian Buddha at the Grand Thundersound Temple? The reasoning behind this warrants contemplation. Furthermore, after the chaos of Wu Tian subsided, the demons he led were largely overlooked. Where did these demons vanish? The only explanation is that they were once again absorbed by the Buddhist sect. In the long term, the Buddhist doctrine has increasingly aligned itself with the demonic. The myriad mysteries unfold before Jiang Chen's eyes. Within this primordial universe, the secrets concealed by countless powerful beings are within Jiang Chen's perceptive grasp. At this moment, Jiang Chen raised his gaze once more to the 5 saints before him, revealing a sardonic smile. It seems you have lingered too long in your saintly positions, neglecting your cultivation, rendering you exceedingly vulnerable. It is hard to fathom how you attain such heights. Today, with Tongtian's alliance, I shall gain the upper hand. When my cultivation ascends further, you shall prepare to meet your demise. Upon hearing this, the expressions of Jane and Junti shifted dramatically. Among the saints, their enmity with Jiang Chen runs the deepest. The Buddhist sect is entangled with both the underworld and the mortal realm. Jiang Chen's trajectory of growth has been rife with their machinations. The grievances between them are irreconcilable. Not only Jiang Chen, but if given the chance, they would not hesitate to retaliate against each other. At this moment, Jiang Chen has laid their relationship bare, issuing a stark threat that instills fear and panic within them. They must not display any sign of weakness. Should their momentum falter, Jiang Chen will undoubtedly press the advantage. The other saints will not come to their aid, thus they feign composure. Jiang Chen, you have just attained sainthood, your foundation remains shallow, and your cultivation insufficient. Were it not for Tongtian's assistance, how could you have survived until now against our united front? This esteemed one employs the teachings of Buddhism to guide others. Today, I find myself unable to vanquish you, not out of necessity, but rather a reluctance to unleash a massacre. Should you continue to disregard caution and indulge in reckless behavior after this day, I shall undoubtedly make you aware of the true methods of a sage. The Western sect, weakened as it is, will face dire consequences should you refuse to relent. I may then turn my attention to the human race and the underworld. Upon hearing these words from the guide, the esteemed figures of Taishang, Yuanshi, and Nuwa could not help but glance at one another. It is remarkable that, at this juncture, the adversary still possesses the audacity to speak thus. The full extent of Jiang Chen's prowess has yet to be revealed. To threaten with what the opponent holds dear is a sign of madness, is it not? Moreover, speaking of the human race, the underworld also boasts a figure of considerable power, Lady Pingxin, who stands on equal footing with Taoist patriarch Hongjun. To provoke chaos, there would be sheer folly. Countless thoughts flashed through the minds of these individuals, yet none dared to voice them. Jiang Chen's strength far exceeds their imaginations. Even united, they would struggle to subdue him. Rather than inciting further conflict, it would be wiser to contemplate how to seek peace. As these two have stepped forth to provoke, Jiang Chen's temperament will undoubtedly not allow for tolerance. Thus, they might as well take a step back and observe the ensuing turmoil from a distance.